The system mistakenly added all my reward points to charm, resulting in the school beauty confessing her feelings to me in front of 8 billion teachers and students after awakening. Standing in the playground at that moment, I froze instantly. As the leader's expressions darkened visibly, I was at a loss until a system notification chimed in my mind. You too, go grind the death trial. Let's see if a taste of death can clear those romantic notions from your heads and get you to focus on your exams. As Cui Shan's words fell, both Xin Yue and I paled instantly. Even though dying in the death trial dungeon wouldn't result in actual death, the terror of experiencing it was very real. Just then, another notification echoed in my mind. Ding, you have a new task to claim. Please check. The currently available tasks were 1. Willingly accept the punishment. Upon completion, receive a weapon mystery box, which grants a random tier weapon upon opening. 2. Yell at grade director Cui Shan, questioning if he's lost his mind. Declare your innocence, and storm off. Upon completion, receive an equipment mystery box, which grants a random tier gear piece upon opening. Both rewards were tempting. One offered a weapon, the other equipment. But after a moment's thought, I realized choosing task 2 would likely get me smacked to death by Cui Shan. Better stick with task 1. Silently, I thought. Claim task 1, and the task panel updated, leaving only task 1 pending. With a calm facade, I said to Cui Shan, Director Cui, I'm willing to accept the punishment and take on the death trial. His anger subsided somewhat, and he nodded, his tone softening slightly. You too, follow me to the teleportation hall now. Rising from his seat, he added, if this happens again, your punishment won't be as lenient as the death trial. With that, he led the way out of the office toward the teleportation hall. I followed behind him as the notification sound for task completion rang in my ears. A quaint, fist-sized wooden blind box appeared in my backpack interface. Since Cui Shan and Xin Yue were present, I didn't rush to open it, planning to check my luck later once we entered the trial dungeon, hoping to see if I could pull something good. Though Xin Yue was clearly unwilling, seeing my firm stance, she had no choice but to tag along. The three of us soon arrived at the teleportation hall. The teacher in charge of maintaining order immediately stood up from his seat upon seeing Cui Shan. Cui Shan waved his hand, signaling the teacher to prepare the resources needed to activate the dungeon and open 2 death trial instances. The teacher promptly went to the adjacent room to fetch a pile of materials and arrange them on the formation at the dungeon entrance. A flash of light later, the dungeon entrance lit up, and a deep blue portal slowly took shape. Just as I was about to step through the portal, I heard Xin Yue mutter in a trembling voice, I don't want to go in. I'm scared. Xin Fan, can you help me? I glanced back at her, only to find her staring at me with pitiful, pleading eyes. I wasn't buying her act for a second. I replied coolly, no need to be afraid. I can help you. Her eyes instantly brightened. Really? Close your eyes. Though confused, she obediently shut them. Under Cui Shan's stunned gaze, I walked behind Xin Yue, placed a hand on her lower back, and gave her a firm push. Off you go. With those words, she let out a startled yelp as I shoved her straight into the dungeon entrance, sending her tumbling inside. After finishing the deed, I dusted my hands off and stepped through the portal right after her. My figure vanished into the deep blue light as I entered the death trial, perhaps because it was an artificial dungeon. The setting was extremely simple, just a chaotic void all around. I had previously run low-level dungeons organized by the school, so I was somewhat familiar with the process. I opened the mission panel and saw that the system task had updated. Survive in the dungeon and defeat all the ferocious beasts that appear. The current beast count was 0, and the next wave would arrive in 4 minutes and 57 seconds. I quickly took out the weapon mystery box I had just obtained from my character's backpack. Open the weapon mystery box? With a thought, the box in my hand began to disintegrate, and a dazzling light burst from the cracks. Within the light, countless weapons rapidly cycled before my eyes, their blades shimmering with different colored glows, representing various tiers. Naturally, I hoped to pull out a divine artifact. The light grew increasingly blinding, forcing me to close my eyes. Moments later, as the light gradually faded, I opened my eyes to find the mystery box gone, replaced by a simple yet ethereal azure longsword in my hand. The sword's appearance left me in awe, though the only flaw was that its glow was golden rather than the legendary 7-colored radiance. Still, a golden tier weapon was already incredibly rare. At least, I'd never heard of any teachers at our school, those above level 40 or 50, wielding golden weapons. Even those who had undergone their 2nd or 3rd class advancements only had a few purple tier pieces at most. I swallowed hard and eagerly checked the sword stats panel. Canglan, Azure Tide, Golden Tier, Level Requirement 15, Class Requirement Sword Immortal, Attack Power 460, Strength plus 56, Agility plus 61, Spirit plus 79. Additional effect, attacks slow enemies by 35% for 3 seconds, and heals the wielder for 20% of damage dealt. Unfortunately, Canglan required level 15, and I was only level 14, one short of equipping it. All I could do was drool over this golden weapon, unable to experience its true power. Reluctantly, I stowed Canglan away and pulled out another weapon from my backpack * Wolf Fang Blade * Blue Tier. A premium blue weapon I'd spent all my savings on a few days ago to prepare for the college entrance exams. The 5-minute preparation period was almost over. Holding the sword in one hand, I quietly waited for the death trial to officially begin. The countdown on the mission panel soon hit 0, and the moment it did, 3 summoning circles appeared 20 meters ahead of me. Crack. Crack *, the grating sound of grinding bones echoed as 3 skeletal revenants wielding bone sickles and shields emerged from the circles, their hollow eye sockets fixed intently on me. I swung my sword down, shattering both shield and revenant in one strike. Instant kill. After effortlessly dispatching the last revenant, I finally understood why I was so overpowered. The Sword Immortals class skill, Sword Heart, boosted my damage with sword-type weapons by 50%. Against mere level 10 beasts, a one-hit kill was practically a given. Smiling to myself, I murmured, a unique hidden class truly lives up to its name. The countdown for the second wave of beasts was only a minute long, leaving me no time to catch my breath as 10 skeletal revenants emerged from the summoning circles. Poor quality. Trying to overwhelm me with numbers? Sorry, but that's no threat at all. This time, I decided against close combat. Sword control. I lightly tossed Wolf Fang Blade into the air, uttered a single word, and pointed at the distant revenants. The blade's tip locked onto its target and whooshed through the air, followed by 3 crisp cracks as it pierced through 3 revenants like skewered candied haws. The blade weaved through the remaining revenants, leaving behind afterimages wherever they grazed. The revenants were instantly obliterated. The sensation of controlling the sword was profoundly mystical, almost addictive. Sadly, the revenants were too weak. Even with 10 of them, they were slaughtered in moments. From start to finish, I didn't even move from my spot. As the second wave of beasts fell, I flicked 2 fingers lightly, and the serrated blade trailed a faint white aura as it returned to my side. The third wave of beasts appeared even faster. Lu Shang waited calmly and reached out. Go! Whoosh! The wolf-tooth-sharp blade flew out once again, and before a ferocious beast even had time to come out of the summoning formation, it was killed by the flying sword in a single swipe. At this moment, in the teleportation hall, Shan didn't leave, but instead had his teacher call up the death trials indication panel. The so-called instruction panel was the backstage of the artificial replica. Through this instruction panel, although Shan couldn't see what was happening in the replica, he could understand some of the basic conditions in the replica. Chapter 7 Equipping San Lan Sword, Birdshot for Cannon. The first thing Shan called up was Chioi's copy. As Shan did so, a map consisting of a light screen surfaced at the entrance of the copy. This was the map of the Trial of Death, and there was a green dot on the map, as well as 10 red dots. The green dot represented Chiohi. The color wasn't exactly full, and it was clear that Chiohi was now injured. And of the 10 red dots, 3 had dimmed and were motionless, representing 3 ferocious beasts that had been killed. The other 7, red in color. At this moment, the green dots were moving on the map, and the 7 red dots were right behind them, chasing them all the way. Looking at this indicator panel, one could tell that Chiohu's current situation wasn't optimistic. She managed to survive the first wave of ferocious beasts, and when she faced the second wave, she was already being chased all over the map. Seeing this scene, Shan shook his head repeatedly. It's true, how can you have any good results if you only care about lovemaking instead of upgrading and improving your strength? It's only the second wave of ferocious beasts, and they're already dealing with such a mess, so I guess this student named Chiohi will definitely fall at the 3rd level. With these grades, in the end, he'll only be able to take an ordinary higher academy, and won't be able to become a decent transmuter. After saying that, he didn't hold any more hope and smoothly turned off Chiohi's copy of the instruction map and started opening Lu Shang's again. This Lu Shang, it seems like he's the top student of the first class. Aside from those few hidden professions, his grades are among the top rankings in his grade. With his strength, how can he last until the 6th wave of ferocious beasts? Shan knew that although Lu Shang was just a mediocre swordsman, his attributes seemed to be particularly high, and on several times when he took the bottom exams, his grades weren't much worse than those few hidden professions that were being focused on. Therefore, his expectations for Lu Shang were still quite high. The 6th wave of beasts in the Trial of Death was a full 24 heavy sword-walking Rex, which had a slow movement speed, but high offense and a large number of beasts. If you were to brush them alone, any profession would have no chance of winning against a siege of these beasts. Even the few hidden professions of the senior high school, there were also a few people who were killed by the heavy sword-walking Rex when they challenged the Trial of Death. If a mage-type profession with strong control and output abilities had been there, they might have been able to brush past. However, Lu Shang, a swordsman, was overcome by the heavy sword-walking wreck, and would surely die. While Shan was thinking this, an indicator panel for Lu Shang's copy appeared in front of him. With just a glance, Shan froze in place, his eyes were filled with shock that was hard to hide. Because right now, the indicator panel showed that Lu Shang had already killed the sixth wave. How long had it only been? He was still struggling in front of the second wave of ferocious beasts. Lu Shang was fine and had directly arrived at the sixth wave. Excluding the gaps between each wave of beasts, the average time it took him to kill a wave of beasts was less than 2 minutes, wasn't it? For a moment, Shan wondered if his eyes were misreading. However, the 24 red highlights on the indicator panel told him that he hadn't misread it. Lu Shang was, indeed, brushing the sixth wave of ferocious beasts right now. Not only that. In Shan's eyes that were gradually glaring round, the 24 red bright spots dimmed one by one, at a speed that was as fast as a lit cannonball. In the blink of an eye, all 24 points of light representing the ferocious beasts dimmed and disappeared, proving that Lu Shang had already cleared out all the ferocious beasts. In less than 2 minutes, the monsters were all destroyed? Moreover, what made Shan feel most incredible was that the green bright spot representing Lu Shang had not moved a bit from beginning to end. In other words, Lu Shang didn't even have the slightest bit of positioning, and just cleaned up the 24 heavy sword-walking wrecks that even hidden professionals had a headache with the wind. Wasn't he a melee professional swordsman? How on earth did he do all this? Shan couldn't understand what was happening in the replica right now even if he thought about it. Even to the point where he wondered if there was some kind of abnormality in this man-made replica that had been exploited by Lu Shang. He immediately asked in a loud voice to the teacher who had just returned to his workstation and was managing the place, "Is there some kind of bug in this copy of Death Trial? Is the copy still running normally?" That teacher glanced at the computer that recorded the data of the copy, and without thinking too much, returned, "Director Cui, the copy is running normally." "What's wrong? Is the instruction panel showing any abnormalities?" Shan opened his mouth, and in the end didn't say anything, just shook his head and said, "Nothing, just normal." He wanted to continue observing and watching what happened next with Lu Shang and the copy before making plans. Because from the seventh wave onwards, the strength of the Death Trial's ferocious beasts would suddenly increase by a notch. In particular, the seventh wave of beasts that came out were iron-armored walking wrecks that were known for their defensive strength. He didn't believe that Lu Shang would still be able to kill all the beasts in the field in seconds like he did just now. Inside the Death Trial copy. As Lu Shang utilized his sword and split the head of the last heavy sword-walking wreck, a golden light lit up on Lu Shang's body, causing his entire body to be free from pain. The experience of the ferocious beasts in this Death Trial is quite a lot, it's even upgraded? Lu Shang was pleasantly surprised. Because now he was a level 15 sword immortal, he could equip the golden weapon, the Canglan sword. Seeing that there was still a 30-second gap before the seventh wave of beasts refreshed, Lu Shang retrieved the wolf tooth blade and replaced it with the Canglan. At once, he, the handsome sword immortal, directly exchanged his birdshot for a cannon and took off in place. Imperial Sword Art. Rise. Lu Shang once again used Imperial Sword Art. The Canglan in his hand rose out of the air, and as he controlled it, it left a watery mist-like trailing trail in midair, and its selling appearance was able to shake off the rough-looking wolf's tooth blade by 100 streets. Moreover, Canglan wasn't just handsome enough. The feeling of maneuvering the Canglan sword was far more silky smooth than the wolf tooth blade. At the same time, the difference in the attributes of the two swords directly allowed Lu Shang's current output to be 4 or 5 times that of before. Lu Shang felt that even if it was a level 20 beast, he was now able to kill it in seconds. At this time, the seventh wave of fierce beasts refreshed as the quest panel countdown ended. Roar! 12 summoning arrays lit up in succession, and low hissing sounds continued to come from them. The number of fierce beasts had become less? That meant that the strength of this wave of fierce beasts was quite a bit stronger than the previous heavy sword-walking wrecks. However, Lu Shang did not panic in the slightest. With the Canglan sword, it would be difficult for any fierce beast to escape the fate of being killed in seconds. In the summoning formation, a tall figure with a head 2 meters away slowly walked out, and with every step, there was the heavy sound of iron landing on the ground. When Lu Shang looked at them, the attributes of these walking skeletons clad in black armor and holding double-bladed axes were revealed to his eyes. Iron Armored Skeleton Elite. Level, 20. Attribute, Undead, Dark. Strength, 31. Agility, 8. Spirit, 8. Endurance, 108. Skill Iron Float Passive, 40% reduction of physical type damage taken. Rampage passive, immune to slowdown type debuff effects. Trample active, trample the ground, inflicting damage to enemies within 3 meters around, and stun effects. Chapter 8, pulling the sword to flatten the lanes, killing the whole scene in seconds. Lu Shang's heart cried out for a good guy. The difference in strength between the 7th and 8th wave of ferocious beasts was too obvious, wasn't it? This iron-armored walking wreck was already an elite monster, with its stamina breaking the 100 mark. Coupled with the passive skill, Iron Float, which reduced 40% of the physical type damage received, it turned it directly into an iron plate. Even if it was a level 20 transmogrifier, only a mage would be able to break through its defense and produce some output. Physical output professions, such as swordsmen, archers, and the like, were afraid that attacks falling on them would be painless. Unfortunately, Lu Shang, the Sword Immortal, was not an ordinary physical output profession. Canglan Sword, open kill. Lu Shang extended 2 fingers, one pointing at the iron-armored walking wreck. The Canglan sword dragged a light blue mist, and the tip of the sword wandered, instantly stabbing at the chest of an iron-armored walking wreck. With clang and puff. With 2 soft sounds, the Canglan sword pierced through the chest of the iron-armored walking wreck, killing it once again in seconds. Sure enough, golden weapons were different. If he was still using the wolf tooth blade, it was estimated that if he wanted to kill the iron-armored walking wreck, he would have to use about 4 swords. Confirming that his attack power was still overflowing after equipping the Canglan sword, Lu Shang put his heart down and rode the Canglan sword to continue killing the enemy. The agility attribute of iron-armored walking wraiths was very low, and the movement speed of iron-armored walking wraiths was not even as fast as that of white bone walking wraiths, so they were simply a moving target. The Canglan sword continued to weave in and out of the iron-armored skeletons, and in less than 2 minutes, all 12 iron-armored skeletons were turned into a puddle of withered bones covered in iron armor, and eventually disappeared. The Sword Immortal's output ability was as terrifying as it was. Next, there are still 3 more waves of ferocious beasts. Lu Shang thought in his heart, if I remember correctly, the best result of the death trial was set by a hidden transmuter the year before. His record was breaking into the 8th wave. If I can kill all the next 3 waves of ferocious beasts, won't I break the record of Beijing City's first high school? I also don't know if the school will give me some kind of reward in terms of resources after brushing through the trial of death. Just as Lu Shang was thinking this, the 8th wave of ferocious beasts refreshed. This time, the summoning formations that appeared out of thin air directly doubled tenfold. The number of densely packed summoning formations had long since broken the 100 mark, and Lu Shang was stunned to see it. Immediately afterward, a succession of air-breaking sounds came, and an arrow made of polished white bones flew out from the summoning formation, like a plague of locusts, enveloping towards Lu Shang. I'll go, these ferocious beasts are really old 6s, attacking before they even leave the summoning formation. Lu Shang cursed in his heart and immediately maneuvered the Canglan sword so that it returned to his hand. At the same time, he himself didn't stand calmly in place like before, but instead darted backward, trying to dodge out of the coverage of these white bone arrows' attacks. He, the Sword Immortal, was certainly strong and handsome, but unfortunately did not have any defense-type skills. At this moment, the Canglan sword was being sent out by him, resulting in his true self having even less means of defense. Faced with so many arrows that suddenly came to kill him, he could only choose to avoid them for the time being. Although completing many quests had allowed Lu Shang to gain an agility that was far higher than that of a transmigrator of the same level. However, when he dodged backward to avoid the attacks, he was still hit by 2 arrows in his thighs and shoulders, causing him to grimace in pain without any Sword Immortal demeanor. At this time, the Canglan sword had already flown back to his side. Lu Shang grabbed the Canglan sword and looked up in the direction of the ferocious beast. At this time, the light of the summoning formation disappeared, and the figures of the 100 or so ferocious beasts were revealed from it. Copper Bow Walking Wreck Common. Level, 20. Attribute, Undead, Dark. Strength, 21. Agility, 47. Spirit, 10. Endurance, 26. Skill Rain of Arrows active, shoots bone arrows that split mid-flight, covering a 3 meter area and dealing 50% damage to enemies. Continuous shooting active, instantly shoots 3 bone arrows, each dealing 50% damage. Although it was an ordinary level ferocious beast, it was superior in number and its skills were quite powerful. Luckily, Lu Shang had quick reflexes and a high agility attribute, or else if he was shot by hundreds of copper ball walking wrecks in one round, he was afraid that he would be shot into a hedgehog without even knowing what this wave of ferocious beasts looked like. The pain from the 2 wounds made Lu Shang move. He reached out, and after stifling a grunt, he pulled out the bone arrow pinned to his body, and instantly blood flowed out. At the same time, all the bronze Bao skeletons began to open their bows and arrows, and it seemed that they were ready to launch a second round of shooting. With so many ferocious beasts, just washing the ground with rain of arrows would be almost insurmountable. Unfortunately, they were now facing sword immortals. And it was still a weapon-wielding sword immortal. Clang clang clang. The sound of countless bowstrings being released rang out, and the roiling rain of arrows struck once again, covering a wide area and leaving no retreat for Lu Shang. Lu Shang didn't even look at the raining arrows as he held his sword in one hand and swung it out. This sword was extremely fast. Where the sword blade passed, it formed a full moon, covering the space within at least 5 meters around Lu Shang. It was conceivable that even an iron-armored walking wreck would be killed by a single sword strike within this 5-meter range. This was precisely Lu Shang's second profession active skill, sword-pulling Canglan. Not only that. With the launch of sword-pulling and flattening, the Canglan sword's body was dense with water, and the light blue water vapor coalesced into a sword gas that surged outwards. This sword chi was very fast, and its power was not weaker than the sword-pulling flatlan skill itself. This was an additional effect of the Canglan sword, which allowed Lu Shang to use the sword retractor flatlan with an additional flatlan effect, allowing the attack to radiate outwards for 30 meters. At the same time, the effect of the sword-pulling Canglan to cut down the enemy's skills and attacks was also retained. With Lu Shang's release of sword-retaining flatlan, wherever the sword chi passed through, the bone arrows were shattered as if they had been destroyed. The original locust-like bone arrows were instantly removed. Not only that. These hundreds of copper bao walking skeletons were not more than 30 meters away from Lu Shang. Therefore, after the sword chi of Canglan shattered the copper bao walking wrecks, it continued to spread out, shattering another copper bao walking wreck and killing a piece of it in seconds. In just 2 seconds, hundreds of bone arrows and hundreds of copper bao skeletons were all annihilated and turned into broken bones under Lu Shang's sword-drawing flatlan strike. The 8th wave of the Trial of Death, which no one had ever gone through in the history of Beijiang City High School in the past few years, had been cleared by Lu Shang's single skill. At the same time, because when the Canglan sword attacked the enemy, it would provide the user with a 20% recovery effect. After this sword, the Canglan sword's body stirred up a bubbling water gas, which didn't enter Lu Shang's body, and in the next second, the wounds on his shoulders and thighs were restored as before, and his status was full. Lu Shang looked at the broken bones all over the ground, and then looked at the Canglan sword in his hand, and muttered, "How do I feel that my sword immortal career strength is higher when I'm not defending the sword?" Chapter 9 Handsome Sword Immortal without sword royalty, also very unsolvable. At this moment, outside the copy, Shan retreated 3 steps in a row, a drop of cold sweat slipping from the corner of his forehead. The teacher who was busy noticed the abnormality and hurriedly came forward to assist Shan. This female teacher was a 32nd level priest, and after stabilizing Shan, she thought that Shan was suffering from some kind of illness, and released 2 more clarity spells, one after the other on him to get rid of the bad status. The female teacher asked with concern, "Director Chui, are you alright? Do you want me to send you to the infirmary so that the senior priests in the infirmary can help you release your gain skills?" Shan took a long time to regain his senses and waved his hand. "Thank you, but there's no need to find a senior priest, I'm fine. You go back to work. I'll call you if there's anything." "Oh. Okay." The female teacher was obviously a little uneasy, but looking at Shan, even though he looked odd and full of misery, he didn't look like he was sick. Rather, it was more like being frightened? The female teacher really couldn't figure out what in the world could make even Shan lose his temper like this. However, since Shan had said so, she didn't stop here and returned to her seat, busy with her work. Shan, on the other hand, stared dead-on at the instruction panel in front of him, his mouth subconsciously repeating a sentence over and over again. How is this possible? Yes, in his opinion, the information displayed on the indicator panel simply couldn't be true. Just now, Lu Shang had killed the 8th wave of ferocious beasts, and the indicator panel had appeared with hundreds of red dots. Shan knew that these hundreds of red dots were hundreds of copper bao walking skeletons. The year before last, among the candidates of the first high school, there was a hidden professional, powerful, before the college entrance examination had risen to level 20, at the same time every exam, all were broken first. This student, before the college entrance exam, wanted to come and challenge the death trial to see if he could brush this copy through. As a result, he did break the records of his predecessors, brushing the 8th wave of ferocious beasts in one breath. However, as soon as the 8th level started, he was directly killed by these copper bao walking wrecks in 2 rounds of flurry shooting. Because of this matter, his self-confidence was hit, and later on the college entrance examination, he would have been able to get the first prize in Beijing City, but he only took the 12th place in the city, which is considered to be a serious malfunction. So the teachers of the first high school after research concluded that this death trial copy is too difficult, even level 20 of the hidden transmutator cannot pass the 8th wave of beasts, who else passed this copy? Since then, the death trial copy was no longer used as a resource point, and became a means of punishing students. It was such an almost impossible level for anyone to be able to break through, but surprisingly, it only caused Lu Sheng to take a few steps backward. Then, without knowing what skills or props Lu Sheng had used, he instantly killed all the ferocious beasts in the entire field. Shan was going crazy right now. He really wanted to enter the replica to see just how Lu Sheng had managed to do such an outrageous thing. Just as Shan couldn't figure out how Lu Sheng had managed to breeze through the 8th level, the 9th wave of the replica's ferocious beasts was refreshed. The difficulty of the 9th wave of levels was even greater than the 8th. Because the 9th wave was 10 iron armored walking racks, plus 90 copper bow walking racks. The two types of beasts, one attacking and one defending, cooperated with each other, and although the number was a bit less than the previous level, the difficulty was doubled. Shan stared at the instruction page for an instant, afraid that if he blinked, he would miss something. As the red dots representing the ferocious beasts lit up, the green dots representing Lu Sheng didn't move. In the next second, hundreds of red dots began to dim and disappear at a rapid pace, just like a piece of candle that was blown by a gust of wind and extinguished layer by layer. In an instant, the hundreds of red dots all disappeared, proving that just now Lu Sheng had once again killed the entire field in seconds. Again all seconds? This kid has now broken into the 10th level of the Trial of Death? Shan felt like he was already a bit numb. This was because he had already wondered if Lu Sheng was hung up in the copy. If he wasn't hung up, how could he be able to kill all of them in seconds no matter what ferocious beasts he met along the way? Now, Lu Sheng was facing the last level of the Trial of Death. If he really can even kill the last level, then for the first middle school, it's definitely a heavyweight news comparable to someone transferring to a hidden profession. Sure enough, a handsome sword immortal without a royal sword is also quite insurmountable. Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh to himself as he watched himself clear all of the ferocious beasts with yet another, pulling the sword to flatten the lanes. Killing the enemy with a royal sword enhances attack distance, damage, and attack speed, with superb point-blank killing ability and output. Holding a sword to kill the enemy, able to release ranged attack type skills to achieve a full court spike, while also being able to erase the other party's attacks and skills that slammed into them, attacking and defending as one. There was simply no obvious shortcoming in the profession of sword immortal. Right now, there was still the last wave of ferocious beasts. Lu Sheng did not use his sword again. Before knowing what the next wave of beasts was, it was better to hold the Canglan sword in his hand. If the opponent launched another surprise attack, a sword-pulling Canglan sword would be broken. Ding, you have a new quest to receive, please check. Another quest was triggered? Today's golden finger had been triggered a bit too many times. Lu Sheng took advantage of the fact that before the last wave of ferocious beasts appeared, he opened the quest panel and watched it carefully. Currently available quests. 1. Pass the Trial of Death. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, a skill blind box. Skill blind box special item. After opening, you can obtain a rare skill book of this profession. 2. Die in battle in the Trial of Death. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, a pair of glowing sneakers. Glowing sneakers ordinary item. Come on, a pair of sneakers that glow is really super cool, right? Lu Sheng stared at the glowing sneakers for a while, and finally chose to accept the first task. A man's happiness is a momentary thing, but owning a rare skill book is a lifelong thing. After Lu Sheng accepted the quest, the countdown for the last wave of beasts finally went to 0. In front of Lu Sheng, a huge summoning array lit up, and the diameter of the summoning array alone was about 10 meters, so it could be seen that the ferocious beast that came out from it was definitely an even more exaggerated existence than the iron-armored walking wreck. There was only one summoning array. Lu Sheng guessed that the last wave of beasts should be a boss-level existence. Immediately afterward, a behemoth stepped out of the summoning formation, also confirming Lu Sheng's guess. This beast was 7 or 8 meters tall and looked like a gorilla clad in black armor. Underneath its armor, even its face with fangs was full of black hair, not to mention its body. At the same time, this ferocious beast's arms were thick and long, with its left hand supporting the ground, while its right hand was dragging a huge warhammer. The size of the hammer alone was comparable to Lu Sheng's entire body. Who would be able to withstand being hit by this hammer? After this ferocious beast appeared, Lu Sheng felt a sense of oppression coming on. He tried to check the attribute panel of the other party, and as a result, after seeing the attribute panel of this giant beast, Lu Shang was stunned. Did Beijing First Middle School not think twice when they bought this artificial copy? You guys are letting a weak, pathetic, and helpless senior student to deal with this kind of ghostly thing? Chapter 10. You're asking me to kill the Tang Monk's master and disciples? Black Armored Tyrant Ape Bronze Boss. Level, 25. Attribute, Undead, Dark. Strength, 125. Agility, 59. Spirit, 48. Endurance, 113. Skill Iron Armor Passive, reduces damage taken by 20%. Rampage Active, accelerates forward, not subject to any control effects throughout, while inflicting knockback effects on enemies in front of you. After stopping, swing the heavy hammer in your hand and slam the enemy in front of you, dealing 500% damage. Battle Cry Active, clears itself of negative statuses. In this world, boss grades are categorized from low to high as Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Emerald, Epic, Legendary, and Mythical. However, all bosses had attributes that were much more powerful than ordinary beasts. Bronze-level bosses, moreover, required at least one full 5-member squad of the same level. And these 5 people were also all very powerful transmutants to be able to defeat it. At this stage, the average level of the senior students was only 12 or 13, and the average level of the teachers was only around 30. In other words, such a black-armored tyrannical ape already required some teachers to form a team before it could be hunted down. If this boss was placed in the trial of death and the students were allowed to paint it, wasn't this equivalent to the 9-headed worm allowing the Prancer Ba to kill the Tang Monk's master and disciples? It's really worthy of being the trial of death. If you come in and don't die once, you won't be able to get out. Although after learning that the beast in front of him was a level 25 bronze boss, Lu Shang also felt unprecedented pressure. But thinking that he would be able to obtain a skill book after killing this boss, he didn't shy away from it. High-level boss or not, it was boring to always kill the entire map with a single sword, right? The black-armored tyrant ape didn't have a means of long-range attack, and after stepping out of the summoning formation, he pulled his neck and hissed, dragging the exaggeratedly large heavy hammer in his hand, and rushed towards Lu Shang. Lu Shang narrowed his eyes and compared the movement speed between himself and his opponent. The black-armored tyrant ape had a higher agility, so it was also the one that moved a little faster. Lu Shang didn't want to slash head-on with such a behemoth, because with his small body, if he was hit, he would definitely be killed in seconds. Therefore, pulling away was the most important thing to do to kill the boss. Royal Sword Art. Lu Shang flung the Canglan sword in his hand and stabbed the imperial sword at the black-armored tyrant ape. At the same time, he himself flew backward, keeping as much distance as possible from the opponent. Now Lu Shang was going to treat himself as an archer, kiting the boss and slowly grinding its blood. The Canglan sword attacked in front of the black-armored tyrant ape, not much thicker than a single hair of the tyrant ape, so it was hard to imagine that it could do any damage to the black-armored tyrant ape. But in reality, the power of the Canglan sword was extremely terrifying. As huge as the black-armored tyrannical ape, it was chopped by the sword and stumbled a little, and the armor on its body was like glass pierced by bullets, appearing spiderweb-like breaks. Obviously, Lu Shang was able to break through its defense. The black-armored tyrant ape was injured by the Canglan sword, and its temperament became even more tyrannical, flinging its thick left hand as if it was trying to chase away flies, swatting the Canglan sword away. However, under Lu Shang's imperial sword art, manipulation, the Canglan sword wandered nimbly, leaving the black-armored tyrant ape helpless, not to mention leaving several wounds on its body one after another. Not only were they wounds. The first additional effect of the Canglan sword was also triggered with the attack, reducing the black-armored tyrant ape's speed by 35%. By the time the black-armored tyrant ape realized that it couldn't get rid of the annoying flies in front of it and wanted to rush towards Lu Shang, the originator of the attack, its movement speed had slowed down to almost the same level as Lu Shang's. The black-armored tyrant ape used the imperial sword art to attack Lu Shang. Lu Shang used the royal sword art and didn't need to stand still. He could completely walk while fighting, so flying a kite seemed very easy and comfortable. After only 2 minutes, the black-armored tyrant ape was already covered in wounds and bruises, but he hadn't even touched the corner of Lu Shang's coat. Just when Lu Shang was planning to kill the black-armored tyrannical ape with his perfect operation, the other party suddenly stopped in its tracks, its throat gurgling with a low roar. Then, when Lu Shang was wondering what it was going to do, he saw red astral energy appear in front of it. The black-armored tyrant ape charged forward towards Lu Shang against this red astral energy, and although its initial speed was not fast, it kept accelerating, constantly shortening the distance between it and Lu Shang. This was Rampage? Seeing the boss use the skill, Lu Sheng didn't dare to be careless, and while maneuvering the Canglan sword back to his side, he frantically walked around, trying to avoid the black-armored tyrant ape's charging range. However, what made Lu Sheng want to curse was that the name of this skill was called Rampage, but when he tried to dodge it, he realized that the black-armored tyrant ape could even turn corners. If you can turn corners, why don't you call it Rampage? Lu Sheng didn't have time to spit out this boss's haphazard naming of skills, because he had already been forced into the corner of the copy map. Although the angle of the corner appeared to be very bulky due to inertia. But in this not-so-large copy map, there wasn't much space for Lu Sheng to dodge either. Bang! With a sound on the ground, Lu Sheng was knocked back by the red astral aura, and a surge of air and blood rushed through his chest. Fortunately, the impact damage of this Rampage wasn't high, and it still provided more of a knockback effect, so Lu Sheng's small body still resisted the blow. But after hitting Lu Sheng, the black-armored tyrannical ape's body stopped, and the heavy hammer in his hand swung up. The heavy hammer that came down with the inertia of the impact just now was not so easy to carry down. This hammer is 500% damage, 10 Lu Sheng tied together, is also a hammer thing. As Lu Sheng watched the hammer fall, he felt a great threat. However, at this time, the Canglan sword finally flew back into his hand and came to his rescue. As soon as the Canglan sword was in his hand, the sword drawing skill became available. Lu Sheng swung his sword, and a full moon-shaped sword appeared. Clang! The sound of iron weapons colliding with each other shook one's eardrums to the point of pain, and the domineering effect of the sword flattening skill to erase enemy attacks and skills took effect once again, surprisingly blocking away the black-armored tyrant ape's heavy hammer. Not only that, after the sword aura disappeared, a sword chi swung out and chopped on the black-armored tyrannical ape's abdominal armor. This sword chi was not small in power, causing a deep gap to appear in the black-armored tyrant ape's armor. Underneath the gap, there was a continuous gush of black and red blood. The black-armored tyrannical ape suffered pain and took 2 steps back one after another. Lu Sheng was experienced and took advantage of this gap to run away from the black-armored tyrant ape, leaving this dead end. At the same time, Lu Sheng once again used the sword art, taking the opportunity to give the black-armored tyrant ape a sword, and hooked it up with a slowdown effect. Even if the black-armored tyrant ape was a boss, it was impossible to use a skill like Rampage without limitations. Therefore, after Lu Sheng pulled away, he didn't have to worry about the scene of being forced into a dead end for a short period of time. The black-armored tyrant ape clawed at the air twice in vain, and when it saw Lu Sheng fleeing like a loach, it became even more furious. It hissed one after another, and red light exploded from its body. The slowdown debuff that Canglan sword had just put on it was instantly eliminated. Chapter 11 New Skill Drunken Immortal Moonwatch Steps. This was its skill, Battle Roar, which could eliminate its own debuff status so that it wouldn't be controlled and kite. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng hooked it up to the slowdown effect and used not a skill with a cooldown time, but a normal attack. Therefore, just after the black-armored tyrant ape had removed the deceleration debuff on its body, it was slashed by Lu Sheng again, and the deceleration debuff returned to its body. The black-armored tyrant ape almost exploded with anger, its nostrils spewed out 2 channels of white gas, and it swung the heavy hammer in its hand, wanting to catch up with Lu Sheng and smash him into pulp with the hammer. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng's movement speed was comparable to it, so no matter what, it couldn't catch up with Lu Sheng. After a long time, the black-armored tyrant ape launched its Rampage skill once again. This time, Lu Sheng had experience and didn't even dodge. Retrieving the Canglan sword, he took the charge once, and then as he did, he once again utilized the sword Pinglan to block the opponent's heavy hammer, and then left in style. Being charged once was indeed not a pleasant experience. However, after Lu Sheng dealt damage to the black-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex with a single blow of sword retractor, the Canglan sword would heal his injuries again. From beginning to end, Lu Sheng's status was very full. In the end, after the black-armored tyrant ape used Rampage for the 3rd time, Lu Sheng once again used sword retractor to break his move. This time, after the sword retractor landed on the black-armored tyrant ape, the bruised and battered black-armored tyrant ape whimpered unwillingly, his armor shattered, and he collapsed, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. Level 25 Bronze Boss, Pawn. A massive amount of experience poured into Lu Sheng's experience slot, causing a golden light to appear on Lu Sheng's body once again, leveling up to level 16. The corpse of the black-armored tyrant ape quickly dissipated and turned into a teleportation array. Through this teleportation array, Lu Sheng would be able to leave from here. Although Lu Sheng was pleased that he had accomplished a feat by single brushing the black-armored tyrant ape. However, he was still a little disappointed to see that the black-armored tyrant ape didn't drop any equipment on him. Generally speaking, secret realms, copies, and even wild bosses in the wilderness were bursting with all sorts of rewards after they were killed. The black-armored tyrant ape, as a man-made replica boss, obviously didn't have this ability. Otherwise, how could it not come out with a purple suit to make sense, right? Oh yeah, it wasn't like there weren't any rewards. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered that he had another quest that had already been completed. He opened the quest panel, and sure enough, the quest he had just posted was displayed as completed. Lu Sheng submitted the quest, and a skill blind box similar to the weapon blind box immediately appeared in his character's backpack. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened it directly. The blind box split into pieces and began to bloom with light. In the bright light, one by one, the skill icons changed crazily, causing Lu Sheng to not know exactly what skill it would stop on. But without exception, all of these skill icons were related to swords, and it looked like every one of them was strong and valiant. Eventually, the blind box's blooming light dissipated. In Lu Sheng's hand, only a purple skill book remained. After seeing the attribute panel of the skill book, Lu Sheng's heart was ecstatic truly. Someone gave him a pillow when he dozed off. This skill book was simply too suitable for him. Drunken Immortal Moonwatch Steps Skill Book Special Item. Required Profession, Sword Immortal. Required Level, Level 15. Introduction. After using it, you can realize the skill Drunken Immortal Moonwalk. Drunken Immortal Moonsteps increases movement speed to 300% while entering the shadow state, with a 99% chance of dodging all non-sustainable ranged skills and attacks. Although it wasn't a powerful attack type skill, this increase in skill effect was simply heavenly. As far as Lu Sheng knew, the current Wind Mage skill, Windwalk, was the skill that increased movement speed the most. The increase effect was only 100%, and it only had a duration of 10 seconds. Drunken Immortal Moonstep's increase in movement speed is 3 times that of Windwalk. Moreover, this skill had no duration restriction. In other words, as long as Lu Sheng's stamina kept up, he would be able to maintain a 300% movement speed. That's not enough. The most explosive effect of Drunken Immortal Moonstep was entering the shadow state, which gave him a 99% chance of dodging skills and attacks. With this skill, Lu Sheng wouldn't be injured when he brushed the 6th wave of beasts. Facing the rain of arrows, he didn't even need to move, he only needed to turn on the Drunken Immortal Moonsteps, and could watch the bone arrows pass through his own body's residual shadow without being able to inflict any damage on himself. A 99% chance of evasion was almost equivalent to invincibility. Lu Sheng really couldn't believe that a 1% chance of being attacked could be stumbled upon by himself. How black-faced would that be? Of course, Drunken Immortal Moonsteps is not truly invincible. Persistent ranged skills can still attack Lu Sheng's. For example, the Fire Mage releases Drunken Immortal Moonsteps. For example, if a Fire Mage releases a Sea of Fire, even if Lu Sheng opens the Drunken Immortal Moonsteps and tries to go in, he will still be hurt. Even so, the increase in movement speed plus the 99% chance of evasion already made this skill can directly seal God. If he had this skill from the beginning, the black-armored tyrant ape would have been in the palm of his hand. The 300% movement speed bonus could make the black-armored ape unable to touch him at all, and even in the face of Rampage, Lu Sheng didn't need to dodge, because the last hammer could also be avoided by the shadow effect. It was almost equivalent to the black-armored tyrant ape using Rampage 100 times before only one hammer could hit Lu Sheng. Satisfied, Lu Sheng directly studied the skill book, letting it turn into a bright light and disappear into his body. Now, Lu Sheng had a total of 3 active skills, a long-range point kill, a melee block plus group attack, and a speed gain plus invincible dodge status. 2 words to describe it, it was invincible. Only after doing all of this did Lu Sheng step towards the center of the teleportation array and take the teleportation array to leave. After a tearing sensation, Lu Sheng was teleported back to the teleportation hall. Shan was still waiting here, his expression was unpredictable and odd. Although he had tried his best to make himself look the same as the original, dripping with the majesty of a grade-level director. But the sweat on his forehead that hadn't dried up, as well as his slightly pale face, still revealed that he seemed to have seen something unimaginable. Lu Sheng felt that Shan was a bit odd, but he didn't think much about it. Director Cui, I've completed the death trial, so the punishment is considered over, right? Lu Sheng asked. Shan calmed himself as much as possible, stroking his chin and nodding, since you came out of the death trial, the punishment is certainly considered over. After a pause, Shan tentatively asked, however, Lu Sheng, did you leave from the death trial with a direct pass? Chapter 12. That thing, isn't it just one sword at a time? Aha! Lu Sheng had a face that took it for granted. It was after passing the level that I was teleported back. Getting an affirmative answer, Shan fixed his mind. You didn't lie to me? You should know that the trial of death, so far no student has been able to pass it, right? Honestly, how on earth did you pass from this copy? Lu Sheng was about to reply that it was just a matter of killing his way out one sword at a time. Just at this time, the copy portal rippled, and a petite and delicate silhouette popped out of it. This person was Xiaohe. Xiaohe was killed by the third wave of beasts and was forced to teleport over after she cooled off. At this moment, she couldn't tell if she was really dead or what. Her entire face was pale, her feet staggered, and she stumbled and fell over towards Lu Sheng. This was also Xiaohe's subconscious reaction, because she thought that Lu Sheng should be able to catch herself, or at least not fall. But Lu Sheng didn't want to be dragged down by her again. The Great Master was still standing here. Lu Sheng's reaction was so fast that it was comparable to having a skill on, and the moment he saw Xiaohe was ejected, he retreated half a step back. Don't come to the edge. Plop. Xiaohe fell to the ground in one fell swoop. The feeling of real death that she had just experienced, as well as the pain from falling to the ground, made her unable to resist crouching on the ground and crying. Seeing this, Shan frowned slightly and said, "Death in the death trial is all fake. What's there to cry about? You're a transmigrator. If you're even afraid of this, how are you going to hunt ferocious beasts and resist the erosion of the dark lands in the future?" After letting Shan scold her sternly for a while, Xiaohe forced herself to hold back her tears and tried to get up from the ground. However, the fear and pain she had just experienced from being surrounded and parted by a group of white bone-walking skeletons made her legs soft like 2 noodles long ago, and after struggling for a few moments, she still fell to the ground, her tears snapping like soybeans. Shui. Director Chui, I can't stand up. Xiaohe, all soft and weak, complained to Shan, the white bones in the death trial walking wrecks are really too terrifying. There are so many of them, and after they surround me, I can't escape at all. White bone walking wrecks are even more terrifying? On the side, Lu Sheng really couldn't help but say, that thing, isn't it just one sword at a time? Of the beasts in the copy, only the copper bow walking wrecks are harder to deal with, right? If you're unprepared, it's really hard to react to a round of flurry of shots from them. Xiaohe's face was filled with confusion. Copper bow walking wrecks? What copper bow walking wreck? Ha? Lu Sheng raised one eyebrow as if he was surprised. You don't know? Then he came to his senses. Oh, that's right. That was the 7th wave of ferocious beasts that appeared. You should have died in the 3rd wave of ferocious beasts, right? It's normal that you don't know then. Xiaohe. I really thank you for rubbing salt into the wound. Lu Sheng made Xiaohe whole speechless, and even Shan had a feeling, should I give this kid a few lessons on emotional intelligence? He let Lu Sheng and Xiaohe be punished together just to give Lu Sheng a wake-up call. Don't be unable to resist the temptation of pretty girls and delay the college entrance exam. Now it seemed that it was completely superfluous. Seeing that Xiaohe was about to cry out again because of Lu Sheng's words, Shan waved his hand and said, "Alright, since the punishment is over, you guys can go back. I hope that this death trial will give you guys a warning, so that for the next 100 days, you can focus all your energy on the college entrance exams instead of the things you have and don't have." Lu Sheng didn't talk back and answered, then was about to leave. But at this time, Shan called out to him again, "Right, Lu Sheng. Tomorrow, the senior class will uniformly go to the wilderness to practice. This time, it's not quite the same as in the past, so don't slack off." After a pause, Shan aggravated his tone. "This year, our school's ambition is rather big, wanting to cultivate a Beijing city scholar." After saying this, Lu Sheng's eyes immediately lit up. Such an obvious reminder. If he still didn't understand, then he would be no different from a cutie. There was no difference. It seemed that although Shan didn't have anything substantial to say about this death trial, he had already recognized his strength in his heart. That's why he specially reminded him to go to the field tomorrow to practice leveling, but the meaning is not the same as in the past. Lu Sheng didn't say much and smiled at Shan. "Thank you, Director Chui." Shan nodded and didn't say anything. Lu Sheng took a step and left the teleportation hall, while Xiaohe was full of grievances and still couldn't stand up. Shan could only impatiently call for a teacher on the side, assist Xiaohe, and send her to the infirmary first, so that the school doctor of the priest profession could heal her and add a few gain buffs. The next day, Lu Sheng entered the class on time as usual and sat in his seat. The desk in front of her was piled high. It was a table of various kinds of breakfasts, as well as on the breakfasts were pasted a small peach-pink card filled with elegant handwriting. Lu Sheng wouldn't look, and then put his hand into the desk, pulled out a pile of love letters. After he put the love letters with a table of breakfast, a brain hold up. Hey hey hey. Go Sheng in the side waiting for a long time, immediately a hand picked up, do not bother you, the old rules, rest assured to me to deal with on good. Go Sheng heatedly smiled, also not polite, opened the breakfast began to eat up. The fact that he could be as strong as a bear was absolutely unrelated to Lu Sheng's feeding. Lu Sheng didn't want to eat people's short mouths, so he never touched these breakfasts. Based on the principle of never wasting food, Go Sheng took the initiative to take on the task of handling the breakfast, plus the love letters. This also makes Lu Sheng admire Go Sheng's parents. This dog leftover name is really a prophecy. After Lu Sheng left everything to Go Sheng, he touched the depths of his desk and found another pile of love letters. This made him frown. What's going on here? How come there are more love letters than before? Go Sheng ate the love breakfast while replying, why, brother Lu, you don't know? The fact that you rejected my goddess's confession yesterday has blown up in the school forum. Who doesn't know about this matter from the first to the third year of high school in our first middle school? So what if I know? Lu Sheng wasn't surprised that yesterday's incident would be known by everyone. However, he didn't understand that he had rejected Xiuhe, so why did he receive more love letters instead? Shouldn't these girls know better? Go Sheng looked like a dog-headed military advisor and analyzed, think about it what does your rejection of Xiuhe indicate? It means that the person you like is definitely not Xiuhe. Since it's not Xiuhe, then why can't it be them? Anyway, as long as you don't have a girlfriend, they have a chance to become your girlfriend. Even if you have a girlfriend, they still have a chance to become your new girlfriend, or another girlfriend. Lu Sheng was silent. Go Sheng took a sip of hot milk and unwrapped a beautifully wrapped sandwich while continuing, if you ask me, Lu, you really shouldn't have rejected my goddess's confession yesterday. Wouldn't there be less trouble if you were with my goddess? This way, you can no longer receive love letters, and I can see her every day. Go Sheng smiled happily, feeling very satisfied with his logic. Chapter 13 Lu Sheng breaks my wings, I will abolish his heaven. Lu Sheng's expression was all over the place, listen to yourself, are you speaking in human language? Brother Lu, you don't understand. Go Sheng sighed long and hard, for me, Xiuhe, this is true love. As long as my goddess can be happy and joyful, I'm happy. Lu Sheng's three views were turned upside down, don't call me brother in the future, you are my brother. This realm of thought of yours, I can't reach it in this lifetime. So, brother Lu, you still need to learn more from me. Go Sheng didn't hear the breathlessness in Lu Sheng's words and was smug, like you receive countless love letters every day, and are blocked by girls confessing their love every day, and you can only feel the bitterness. I, on the other hand, watch Xiuhe happy every day, but I can experience the sweetness of love. Then you go and experience it yourself, don't come to disgust me. Lu Sheng scalp numb, really can't stand it, pull his seat away from Go Sheng. However, Go Sheng but came up again, a few minutes of color, first do not rush to go well, in fact, I just remembered, there is a thing I forgot to say to you. What is it, quickly say. Lu Sheng only wanted to hurry to let this boiling goat hurry to shut up, so as not to taint his own concept of love. Go Sheng put down the breakfast in his hand, took out his cell phone and said while scratching, this matter is quite troublesome, in our school, there may be quite a number of people who are holding back to clean you up a bit. Yesterday you and my goddess was not together with the old Shui took away well, at night, she sent a friend circle. This is it, take a look. Saying that, Go Sheng handed his cell phone to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng took it and saw that Xiuhe wrote in her friend's circle. It was not easy to be brave for once, but I got my heart broken. Maybe, it's because I'm not good enough to deserve him. The accompanying picture, which was taken while lying on the bed in the school infirmary, only has a bleak white ceiling and a bag of half-punched IVs, with the lower right corner vaguely revealing half of a slender hand with a needle stuck in it. This circle of friends, looking at Lu Sheng all the evil cold, and the toes hooked tight. Quickly take this dirty thing away. Lu Sheng turned his face away, resisted the urge to hit someone, and returned the cell phone to Go Sheng. Go Sheng took the phone and actually disliked the screen to Lu Sheng again. Brother Lu, you haven't seen anything you should see. What should I read? Tea-scented sentimental literature? Or the hush-hush of a bunch of licking dogs down there? Lu Sheng was full of struggle. Go Sheng said, the comments underneath, of course. You probably don't know, my goddess actually has many suitors, besides me, there's another person who's been chasing Xiuhe for what must be 2 years now. This person you should have heard of is Li Zihe. Li Zihe? Lu Sheng thought about it, and really had a bit of an impression of this person, Class 9 leader, that hidden transmuter? That's right, it's him. Go Sheng said, Li Zihe is a hidden profession shadow archer, his strength is in the stable top 10 of our senior class, and he is a strong contender for the city's first prize. He's obsessed with Chiohee, that's what I call it. I heard that he even fought with several people in private because of Chiohee, and made the other party lie down in the hospital for several days due to his career advantage. Yesterday when Chiohee confessed his love for you in public, I thought that Li Zihe would definitely target you because of this. As a result, when I was consoling my goddess in my friend's circle yesterday, I realized that he also left a message, and it looked very aggressive. Here, it's this one. Go Shang pointed to one of the messages at the bottom of Chiohee's friend's circle and showed it to Lu Shang. Lu Shang forced himself to hold back his discomfort and looked in the direction Go Shang pointed to. Lotus goes to the river from, Lu Shang folded my wings, I will abolish his paradise. Eyes. Lu Shang directly threw Go Shang's cell phone out. What are you doing? I'm kindly giving you a heads up, what are you doing throwing my cell phone? Go Shang was so aggrieved that he hurriedly went to retrieve the cell phone and painfully looked to see if it was broken. Lu Shang's action was completely subconscious. If the cell phone stayed in front of him for one more second, he was going to pull out his sword and split it into two. Lu Shang squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, if you show me this kind of thing again, I will waste you first. After a while, he added in exasperation, this Li Zihe and Chiohee, they really go well together, this friend circle copy, absolutely brilliant. I'm lucky I didn't add them both as friends, otherwise I would have gone blind long ago. Go Shang completely missed the point, and just looked reluctant to Lu Shang's comment that his goddess was a good match for other men. But looking at Lu Shang with such a look of being hit by a storm, he didn't say much, but just reminded, Brother Lu, you really need to be careful of this Li Zihe person. This week is another practicing week, in the wilderness, this kid sneakily gives you a hit, you can't afford it. Previously, when someone harassed Chiohee, it was all because he put black arrows on them in the wilderness. Lu Shang knew that he meant well, waved his hand and said, alright, I know. If it was before, Lu Shang would really have a headache of Li Zihe finding himself in trouble. Because although he had high attributes, he was only an ordinary combat-oriented profession, and every time he took an exam, he ranked in the upper and lower 30s in his grade, up to the top 15, so compared to Li Zihe, he was still a bit worse. But now it's different, he is also a hidden professional, or the only hidden profession. If Li Zihe dared to come to provoke, it was not certain who would waste whose paradise, but he could definitely break Li Zihe's legs. As time passed, the students in the class gradually all arrived, and the class was in disarray. However, with the arrival of the class teacher, Li Qing, the class instantly quieted down. Li Qing was a capable female teacher in her early 30s with short hair. She was usually very serious, but she was very attentive and responsible to her students, so everyone had great respect for Li Qing. Li Qing was wearing a close-fitting leather armor of the ranger profession instead of the usual work attire she wore, as if to remind everyone that this week was a leveling week, and everyone had to go out to the field to kill monsters and practice. As soon as she came up, she clapped her hands very dryly, everyone is here, right? Before going to the teleportation hall with me, I'll hand out something to everyone. Class president and school counselor, you two come over here and hand out the item. With that, she took out a few boxes from her character's backpack and handed them over to the class's school counselor and class president. The boxes were opened, and inside was a crystal ball, not too big, about the size of a fist. All of them were a bit confused, because for the past 2 years or so, every time they practiced for the week, they all left directly by teleportation array, and they had never handed out anything else like today. Only Lu Shang thought to himself that sure enough, Shan had a reason for reminding himself yesterday not to slack off during this practice week. This practicing week was definitely different from the past. When the crystal ball was in his hands, Lu Shang pulled up its attribute panel at the first opportunity. Soul Collector Alchemy Item. Requirements, none. Function, can collect the souls of dead ferocious beasts and convert them into points. The stronger the fierce beast, the more points. Current points, 0. Introduction, a casual work of an alchemist that can be used to collect the souls of ferocious beasts. However, in reality, the collected souls are not very useful. Chapter 14 Bloodthirsty in Willow. Collecting souls? It was really a bit interesting. At this time, a short and tiny female student in the class raised her hand, and after asking for Li Qing's permission, she got up and asked, "Teacher, what is this soul collector for? We used to go out and practice as a group, but we didn't give out this kind of thing." Li Qing replied back, "Its use is to record the number of ferocious beasts you killed while practicing." After a pause, Li Qing's voice lowered a few points and reminded, "In short, this time, when you go out to practice leveling, you all need to work harder, and at the same time, don't forget to use the soul collector to collect the souls of each and every ferocious beast back. There's also the fact that the souls in the soul collector are transferable. So you guys have to protect the souls that you've worked so hard to collect and don't let other people rob them. Alright, once everyone has gotten their soul collectors, follow me to the teleportation hall. With that, Li Qing looked like he was avoiding more inquiries from the crowd as he hurriedly left from the class. This left everyone puzzled, just guessing that most likely the school was up to something again, and was going to get some strange materials for the kept alchemists. After all, this soul collector was something made by alchemists, and it was normal for them to collect souls and make something even stranger. After everyone put the soul collector into their character backpacks, they left the classroom and went to the teleportation hall one after another. At this time, the teleportation hall was already overcrowded with people, all the senior year's combat profession classes. In this world's high schools, the teaching arrangement was like this: 1 week was spent learning knowledge in school, and the other week was spent collectively going out to practice and level up as soon as possible. Except for the first year of high school, there was a teacher with them when they went out to practice leveling. The sophomores and juniors were all on their own, taking the teleportation array and going out into the wild. As for whether they were solo, or in a group, it was up to the students themselves. Lu Shang was a swordsman before, able to resist in fight, with a more balanced career trait, suitable for solo brushing. So in the past 3 years, he started out in a group with Go Shang, and then he just flew solo. As for Go Shang, he later teamed up with several people. In these last 2 months, he had formed a regular team with a few people from the next class, serving as the front row of the team, which was fairly stable. Soon, the students from the front class picked the map they wanted to teleport to in turn and were teleported away, and it was Lu Shang's turn to be in their class. Lu Shang directly chose the highest leveled Ghost Shadow Forest. Previously, it was more laborious for him to single brush the Ghost Shadow Mystic Forest, but now that he had been transformed into a sword immortal, it wasn't much of a challenge. After sitting on the teleportation array, after a familiar tearing sensation, he was teleported into the middle of a dense forest shrouded in grey mists. There was smoke and mist everywhere, and visibility was very low. The surrounding trees were all unknown trees that resembled willows. They had strange shapes and shadows in the mist, like tall, thin ghosts twisting their limbs. The place Lu Shan was teleported to was a safe spot opened up by the teachers of the first middle school. In addition to the teleportation array to go back, there were also a few tents supported here, as well as a few teachers who stayed behind. These few teachers could guarantee that as long as the students stayed within their visual range, there would not be any danger, and they were also responsible for providing some logistical support. Students who came to practice could approach them for practicing necessities such as water and food, and could even buy some healing potions. Apart from Lu Shang, there were already quite a few students who had been teleported here, and after taking some supplies, they walked towards the depths of the ghostly shadow misty forest, looking for ferocious beasts to hunt. Lu Shang looked around for a while and realized that there weren't too many people who chose to come here to practice, and most of them were in small groups of 3 or 5. Other than Lu Shang, it seemed like no one was soloing here. There was only one high-level hidden professional that he glimpsed in his afterglow, who left quickly before he could get a good look at him, and he didn't know if he was soloing or not. Lu Shang was very familiar with the flow of the leveling week. He asked for some water and food with ease, and loaded it all into his character's backpack before finding a direction to set off. Soon, the safe zone had completely disappeared into the mist behind him. There were no other sounds in the surroundings other than the wind, the sound of falling leaves being blown, and the creaking sound of tree branches colliding. Because there were few students who came here to practice, Lu Shang hadn't been gone for a while, and he was the only one left by himself within the perceptual range around him. And all of a sudden, Lu Shang took out the Canglan sword from his character's backpack at a rapid speed and stabbed forward under the control of the royal sword technique. 15 meters ahead, a tree trunk that was slowly moving was stabbed by the sword, and immediately emitted a stern ghost-like wailing sound. A human face, if it could be called a human face, emerged from that large tree. A faint light came from the tree hole like eye sockets, and the entire bed of teeth was outwardly bared, revealing the wooden structure intertwined above and below, but the sound came from the crown of the tree, a shrill howl mingled with the rustling of the leaves, appearing to be incomparably hideous and agonizing. Bloodthirsty in Willow Common. Level, 20. Attribute, Wood, Dark. Strength, 36. Agility, 1. Spirit, 16. Stamina, 44. Skill Draw Passive, restores 10% of lost blood every second. Entanglement Active, wraps branches around an enemy, causing a binding effect. Bloodthirsty Active, stab the branches into the enemy, causing damage while restoring one's own blood. This bloodthirsty willow was also considered an iconic beast in the ghostly Shadow Maze Forest. Its appearance was the same as the other trees here, and if it honestly didn't move, it was really hard to spot. Its offensive and defensive attributes are good. Entanglement skills is a control type skills, once the person entangled, and will be connected to the bloodthirsty effect, directly holding the transmigrant as a pumping pump to start pumping. The same level of transmigrant to hit it dropped blood is not as much as it sucked. But this kind of beast just can't be idle, nothing to do is like to 1 point agility value here blindly sneaking around. A slow-moving tree was close to opening its mouth and telling the surrounding transitioners that it was a beast. So, it wasn't hard to spot it as long as you kept your attention focused. Without being held by the bloodthirsty willow and used as a blood pump, it wouldn't be difficult for everyone to kill it if they spent some effort. Of course, it was even easier for Lu Sheng to kill it. After being stabbed by the Canglan sword, the bloodthirsty willow's body was opened up with a big hole, scorched sap gurgled out, and then the whole tree shriveled down and became dry and motionless. Iron-armored walking Rex defense is almost 3 times that of the bloodthirsty willow, but it can't carry a sort of Canglan sword, and the bloodthirsty willow will be killed in seconds. After easily killing the bloodthirsty willow, Lu Sheng took out his soul collector and approached the other party. Sure enough, the bloodthirsty willow's body immediately turned into flying ash and disappeared into the crystal ball. Looking at the soul collector again, the points had changed. Soul collector alchemy item. Requirements, none. Function, can collect the souls of dead ferocious beasts and convert them into points. The stronger the beast, the more points. Current points, 20. Introduction, a casual work of an alchemist that can be used to collect the souls of ferocious beasts. However, in reality, the collected souls were not very useful. With 20 points in his account, Lu Sheng was quite satisfied. Just as he put away the soul collector, he was about to continue onward to find more ferocious beasts to hunt. The system panel reacted again. Chapter 15 Ring Quest, Equipment Blind Box. Ding, you have a new quest to collect, please pay attention to it. Currently available quests. 1. Kill 200 bloodthirsty willows. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, the Plant Killer Title Medal. Plant Killer Title Medal Special Equipment Purple. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Endurance plus 10. Damage plus 10% to wood-type beasts. Requirements, none. 2. Kill 10 bloodthirsty willows. Upon completion, you will receive the following rewards: 1 bottle of 1000 knot potion and 1 monster-seeking paper figure. 1000 June potion medicine. Function, after using it, you can permanently increase your strength attribute points by 10 points. Monster-seeking paper man special item. Function, after use, it can locate nearby ferocious beasts of the same type. Current number of times it can be used, 100 times. 2 more quests, and the rewards given by these 2 quests were not too much of a mess, they were both relatively practical. The Plant Killer Title Medallion from Mission 1 was a good reward. The metal thing belonged to special equipment that didn't occupy the equipment bar, so the attributes it provided were equal to picking up for nothing. Adding 10 points to each of the 4-dimensional attributes, it was already equivalent to wearing a level 15 blue equipment more than others, plus the damage inflicted on wooden beasts was boosted by 10%, taking it to brush the wooden beasts, it could definitely be called a godly weapon for low-level transmuters. However, the difficulty of Task 1 was also just too great. 200 bloodthirsty willows, how long would it take to kill them? The bloodthirsty willow was not densely distributed in the Ghost Shadow Forest map, and it took half a day to stumble upon one. Generally speaking, those who come to the ghostly forest are here to kill the ghosts of the forest. The level 20 normal monsters like the forest ghosts appeared in the deeper parts of the Ghost Shadow Forest with high frequency and high experience value. The practicing week lasted for a total of 5 days. In 5 days, killing 200 bloodthirsty willows wasn't difficult, the key was that you could only get 4,000 points after killing them, and this performance was estimated to be at the middle level in the class. Shan had said that he couldn't slack off during this practicing week, so he definitely couldn't waste all his time on Mission 1. In comparison, it was still Task 2 that was more reliable. 10 bloodthirsty willows, killed in passing, not only could he get a bottle of 1000 Jun potion, but he could also obtain a good prop like the monster-seeking paperman. With the monster-seeking paperman in place, the speed of finding the beasts will definitely be greatly increased. After much deliberation, Lu Sheng received Task 2. He continued to walk forward and didn't go far before he once again saw a large tree in the midst of the tree shadows that looked like an old man walking, stopping and squirming forward extremely slowly. Lu Sheng flew out with his sword, and with a single stroke of his sword, this old man was cut off at the waist and withered into a ball. The first time I saw him, I was able to get another 20 points, and at the same time, the quest progressed to 110. Soon, an hour passed, Lu Sheng killed his way to the depths of the ghostly shadow forest, and finally finished killing 10 bloodthirsty willows, successfully delivering the quest. In his backpack, a bottle of blood-red potion appeared, as well as a small paper figure. The 1000 Junders potion was directly drunk by Lu Sheng and exchanged for 10 points of strength attribute. The paper man was also taken out by him, intending to use this prop the next time he saw a ferocious beast. It would definitely be more efficient to let the paper man lead him to find monsters to kill. Just as he was planning to continue practicing with the sword in one hand and the paper man in the other, the quest panel was updated once again. This time, the quest was just like the last one. Currently available quests. 1. Kill 1,000 forest ghosts. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, the Ghost Slayer Title Medal. Ghost Slayer Title Medal Special Equipment Purple. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Endurance plus 10. Damage plus 10% to undead beasts. Requirements, none. 2. Kill 100 forest ghosts. Upon completion, you will receive the following rewards: a bottle of potion of brightness, and a monster-seeking paper doll. God of Brightness Potion Medicine. Function: after using it, you can permanently increase your mental attribute points by 10 points. Monster Hunting Paper Man Special Item. Function: after use, it can locate nearby beasts of the same type. Current number of times it can be used, 100 times. This time, the quest was even more exaggerated than the last one, with quest 1 even requiring the killing of 1,000 forest ghosts. Even if the number of forest ghosts was relatively high, Lu Sheng would still find it difficult to complete this quest within 5 days. In comparison, 100 forest ghosts would be easier. He had the monster-seeking paper man in his hand, so he could just use it directly and let the monster-seeking paper man lead the way. Thus, he quickly found a forest ghost, killed it, and then used the monster-seeking paper man on it. The monster-seeking paper man immediately flew up in the air, weaving through the bushes and leading Lu Sheng to the nearest forest ghost, greatly saving Lu Sheng's time in finding monsters. 2 days passed. Lu Sheng's harvest was very pleasing. In these 2 days, he had completed a total of 5 rounds of quests and leveled up by 1 level, reaching level 17. The 5 rounds of quests were killing 10 bloodthirsty willows, 100 forest ghosts, 100 ghostfire human foxes, 100 decayed woodcutters, and 100 drowned floating corpses. The rewards for each of the first 4 quests were a bottle of potion that permanently boosted attributes, as well as a monster-seeking paper figure. It was also because of the successive monster hunting paper men that Lu Sheng had not wasted too much time in the past 2 days, either killing monsters or on his way to killing monsters. By the 5th quest, the drowned floating corpse to be killed was already a level 30 elite level beast. At the same time, the rewards were different from before, no longer potions as well as monster hunting paper figures, but an equipment blind box. Lu Sheng said in his heart, it seems that the quest he took this time was a ring quest, and after a ring set a ring, the last quest was going to give him a big surprise. Luckily, he had chosen a quest with fewer rewards, otherwise, he would have probably only gotten a medal in the end. The drowned floating corpse was a level 30 elite level beast, but its strength wasn't that strong. With the Canglan sword plus royal sword technique, it was basically 2 swords apiece. If it hit the vitals, it could even be killed in seconds with 1 sword. Therefore, the last quest didn't bring Lu Sheng any trouble, and it was easy to complete it. After delivering the quest, Lu Sheng received the equipment blind box as expected. The quest panel also finally died down and didn't release any new quests. Lu Sheng first took out his soul collector and checked his points. Bloodthirsty willow and forest ghost, 120 points. Level 25 normal monster ghost fire human fox, 125 points. Level 30 decayed woodsman, 130 points. As for the elite monsters like the drowned floating corpse, the points were twice as much as the level, a full 60 points. Together with the other ferocious beasts that Lu Sheng had casually killed along the way, it had allowed his points to climb to over 15,600 points. With this amount of points, he should at least be in the top 3, if not number 1. After putting away the soul collector, Lu Sheng then took out the equipment blind box. Last time, the weapon blind box had opened a golden grade weapon, the Canglan sword. He didn't know what kind of equipment he would be able to open out of the equipment blind box this time. Chapter 16 Golden Feathered Guest, Treading the Sword. After using the blind box cracked in all directions, and in the flickering light, countless equipment icons changed one after another, eventually settling at the peak of the light. As the light dissipated, the blind box disappeared and was replaced by a robe with a white background and gold stripes. At the first sight of the robe, Lu Sheng's eyes were filled with light. It wasn't just because the robe flickered with a golden shimmer, proving itself to be a very rare golden equipment. More importantly, the robe's styling was simply heavenly handsome. The robe was extremely ancient, with a light texture that rose without wind. Sleeves embroidered on both sides of the golden dragon pattern, shoulder, there are jade pendants as embellishment, waist is carved with flying cranes, a few strokes of ink coloring is just right. As for the attributes, it was even more exaggerated to the extreme. Golden feathered guest, golden color. Required level, level 15. Required profession, sword immortal. Attributes, defense plus 380. Strength plus 34. Agility plus 108. Spirit plus 98. Additional, under the state of royal sword, increase damage by 20% and attack speed by 20%. Under non-combat status, it increases movement speed by 50%. Drunken Immortal Moonwatch Step, LV level plus 1, and while in shadow removal plus sword holding state, you can obtain the new skill, Sword Treading. Sword Treading, active, when activated in the shadow state, instantly move forward up to 20 meters, dealing 300% damage to units in your path. Sword Walk can attack forward 3 times, the 4th time it is used, it will return to its original position. Introduction, the golden feather transforms into a phoenix flying into the 9 heavens, and the dragon tattoo shakes the divine realm. Without any hesitation, the golden feathered guest was by no means less powerful than the Canglan sword. It clearly appeared to be just a cloth armor class, yet it provided 380 points of defense, directly comparable to a level 20 purple plate armor. The high attribute boosts aside, the 3 additional attributes were even more powerful than one another. The Royal Sword State, which boosted damage by 20% and attack speed by 20%, allowed Lu Sheng's already unbelievable output ability to rise another notch. The non-combat state boosted his movement speed by 50%, allowing him to run the map more quickly in the future. As for the last additional attribute, it even made the Drunken Immortal Moonstep, which was already an invincible skill, both offensive and defensive, near unsolvable. Lu Sheng now looked at his attribute panel, and the LV level of Drunken Immortal Moonstep had become LV2. The original 300% increase in movement speed had become 400%. The 99% chance of evasion in the Stumped Shadow state hadn't increased. However, now that Lu Sheng only had to hold his sword in a handheld manner and then enter Remnant Shadow, the Drunken Immortal Moonwatch steps would be able to evolve into a new skill, Sword Treading. Instantly moving forward 3 times, each time dealing 300% damage, it was equivalent to him instantly having 3 displacement skills, and each time he displaced, it also came with an extremely high damage. On the 4th time, he was also able to return to his original point. With this skill, Lu Sheng was able to take the head of a general from an army of 10,000, and then withdraw and return to his point of origin. This scenario was a handsome mess even thinking about it. Killing people in the red dust, dripping blood doesn't touch his body. He can leave the dust and hide his accomplishments and fame. This sword fairy. Awesome! Lu Sheng was in an excited mood and directly replaced the golden feathered guest. At once, the original first middle school uniform disappeared and was replaced by the handsome to the point of explosion golden feathered guest robes. The equipment in this world was all based on cloth armor, light armor, leather armor, heavy armor, plate armor, and the styles were all over the place. But it was rare to see equipment that had the ancient style and color of the Dragon Kingdom like the golden feathered guest. Lu Sheng's charisma value was already ridiculously high, and now that he had changed into such a golden feathered guest, he was afraid that if he went back to school again, he would cause quite a stir again. It's really annoying to be handsome. This trouble, Lu Sheng can only silently bear. Feeling that his strength had skyrocketed again after changing to the new equipment, Lu Sheng was satisfied and planned to go back to the camp first. Because now, the supplies in his bag had run out and he needed to go back to replenish them. Previously, when he came out from the camp, Lu Sheng had only received food and water for 2 days. It wasn't that Lu Sheng wasn't willing to collect more and soak in the Ghost Shadow Misty Forest for a few more days. It was really because the Dragon Kingdom had a rule that only provided a maximum of 2 days' worth of supplies during the high school students' practice week. The purpose of this was to make sure that the students must make a trip back to the camp within 2 days, a sort of report, to prove that they were still alive in the wilderness and had not encountered any danger. Once someone did not return to the camp for 2 days, they would be classified as missing. The school would need to send people forward to search for the student before something happened to them. There was a better chance of survival if you went looking for someone after they had been missing for 2 days than if you went looking for them after they had been missing for several days. This system has also allowed many students to be rescued in a timely manner when they were stranded in the wilderness. Although it was more troublesome to go back frequently to replenish water and food, Lu Shang had no complaints. It just so happened that he hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days and 2 nights, and he also needed to go back to the camp and sleep under the protection of his teacher. This 2+1+2 type of time allocation was also considered the standard for practicing weeks, as was the case for many students. With a 50% increase in movement speed from the golden feathered guest, when Lu Shang walked back, he felt as if he was being supported by the wind, walking with both less effort and faster. Originally, he had slowly killed monsters and traveled a 2-day journey, but he finished it in only half a day. In the mist, the outline of a campground could already be seen appearing ahead. At the same time, there were also a few students from other classes coming out of the camp. They should have already rested and replenished their supplies, and were planning to continue to set off to practice. These students were a team of 5, and it was obvious that they seemed to be on good terms, talking and laughing along the way. When they passed by Lu Shang, they couldn't take their eyes off of him almost at the same time. Especially a little girl in the team wearing a priest's equipment, her eyes were a bit glazed over. It was no wonder, a high rate of turnaround was already a normal part of Lu Shang's daily life. Now with the addition of the golden feathered guest, it made him even more immortal, living like a heavenly god who descended to earth. The other party didn't come up directly to ask for contact information, which was already considered quite reserved. Because each other also do not know, so the two sides so wrong side and passed, and did not have extra words. In the 5-member squad, after a short period of silence, someone cleared their throat and once again resumed the idle chatter they had before meeting Lu Shang. That dude in the camp is really miserable. How do you think he offended Li Zihe? Being hung up in the camp like that and beaten up, I guess he won't have the face to see anyone in the future. Who knows? Li Zihe isn't a good bird, relying on his strength, hidden profession, and being a school bully. It's not usual to bully and bully others. But this time, hanging someone in the campground is indeed a bit too much. They're all from the first middle school, so it's fine if you secretly beat them up, but there are so many people coming and going in the camp every day, so it's not like they have no face to hang around in school. Chapter 17 My Little Princess, Don't Cry. A few people had already walked away, and the conversation still vaguely drifted into Lu Shang's ears. Indeed, if I were that dude, letting people beat me up not to mention being hung up for public display, then I really have the idea of dropping out of school. Hey, originally, this world is the strongest of the weak. Li Zihe is so strong, he can do anything. Instead of discussing this, let's hurry up and upgrade to make ourselves stronger. That's right, let's go. I know a place where there are quite a lot of ghosts in the forest. Let's strive for everyone to go up a level during this practicing week. Originally, Lu Shang was too lazy to listen to what others were saying, but Li Zihe had just been mentioned by Go Shang 2 days ago, so when he heard this name, he inevitably paid more attention. It seemed that something had happened at the camp, and this Li Zihe had gotten into some kind of trouble. However, Lu Shang was not very interested in this. Soon, he arrived inside the camp. From a distance, he saw a lot of students watching from a corner of the camp. Even the few teachers who stayed here were pointing at that side, but they had no intention of making a move. This was because there was a rule in the school that in the school district, fighting and brawling were forbidden, and if found, they would all be severely punished. But if it was in the wilderness, as long as it didn't cause a death, all behaviors were allowed. Like what grabbing equipment, sneak attack, even if you do it in front of the camp teacher will not intervene. Because in the wilderness, there were too many situations that could happen. Robbing equipment by force, ambushing and killing people was simply commonplace. In order to allow students to adapt to the life of leveling in the wilderness in advance, so the school actually encouraged students to be ruthless. After all, the white rabbits cultivated in the greenhouse could only be eaten up by wolves in the wild. The few teachers in the camp also looked like they were eating melons and had no intention of stopping it. Lu Shang originally didn't have much interest in eating melons, but when he glanced towards the commotion and realized that the person hanging by a rope in the crowd seemed to be an acquaintance of his, he stood still for a moment. In the light mist, the person hanging was bruised and battered, but it was not hard to tell from his majestic size and the armor on his body that this person was none other than Go Shang. Seeing his damaged friend hanging here with so many onlookers around him, Lu Shang's fire surged up. With the wind at his feet, he walked towards the crowd, his high-strength attribute allowing him to squeeze the others to the ground. All get out of the way. The crowd was dispersed by Lu Shang, and many people wanted to curse, but after taking a look at the person who rushed them was Lu Shang, they immediately shut up. He's so handsome, he must be in a hurry to bump into me, right? Rushing through the crowd and walking to the front, Lu Shang then saw that beside Go Shang, who was hanging here, there were a few people talking and laughing, seemingly waiting for something. And these few people, Lu Shang was quite familiar with them, having met them a few times. They were all Go Shang's new teammates in the last 2 months, and their relationship was usually quite good. Right now, Go Shang was so miserable, but the other 4 were here talking and laughing, clearly indicating that these 4 were not in the same league as Go Shang. Even the people who made the move to clean up Go Shang might be them. In addition to these 4 people, there were 2 other people who were also there. One of them was none other than Xiuhe. Xiuhe's face was full of panic and entanglement at this moment, while the thin and tall man next to her, who was dressed in black leather armor, was full of smiles. At the same time, there was a rather contrived deep emotion in his eyes as he looked at Xiuhe. Seeing Lu Sheng arrive, Xiuhe instantly became even more flustered and was at a loss for words for a moment. Lu Sheng. The black-armored man next to her sniffed, followed Xiuhe's gaze, and met Lu Sheng's 4 eyes. At this time, Go Shang's 4 teammates also stopped talking and laughing, and all of them straightened up a few times and came to the black-armored man's side. Lu Sheng could see the clues. It seemed that the other party was not rushing at Go Shang, but at himself. In that case, that black-armored man should be Li Zihe, right? Lu Sheng's face was cold as he said to Xiuhe, the only one he recognized, "What's going on here?" Seeing Lu Sheng in such a tone, Xiuhe, as if he was the victim, immediately reddened his eyes and wiped his tears and explained, "I'm sorry, Lu Sheng, I didn't want to be like this. I advised Li Zihe, but he had to do it, I couldn't stop him." Seeing Xiuhe's like this, the smile on the black-armored man's face instantly turned into heartache. Reaching out to touch Xiuhe's head, "My little princess, don't cry. Your tears are pearls, I will guard them well for you." Lu Sheng could conclude that this girl was definitely Li Zihe without a doubt. Lu Sheng instantly lost interest in talking to Xiuhe or Li Zihe, fearing that if the other party spoke again, he would directly split them alive with a sword. He walked forward, Canglan's sword flashed in his hand, and a sword aura cut the rope on Go Shang's hand. Go Shang fell to the ground with a plop, which in turn awakened him. Pain, 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 screamed twice. Seeing this, the 4 people around Li Zihe immediately wanted to go forward to stop Lu Sheng. However, Li Zihe waved his hand, "The one I'm looking for is also Lu Sheng, and with him here, that shield warrior will be useless." Saying that, he then gazed at Xiuhe, "Although for the sake of Xiuhe, there's no harm in killing millions of people. However, I still only want her to see my humble appearance." This single bet made it even harder for Lu Sheng. He walked up and squatted beside Go Shang, tugging at the collar of Go Shang's heavy armor and yanking him up so that he was able to lean against a tree trunk to the side. "Leftover, dog leftover. Are you okay?" Lu Sheng slapped Go Shang's face. Go Shang bared his teeth and barreled Lu Sheng's hand down. "Brother Lu, if you keep patting me like that, I'll be in trouble. Don't worry, I'm at least a shield warrior, thick skin and flesh, I can't die. Just have to slow down for a while." His horse, this bunch of grandchildren, while cursing, Go Shang squinted his swollen eyes, suddenly surprised. "Brother Lu, you. Why are you handsome again? Where did this outfit come from? Did you go robbing?" Lu Sheng was relieved to see that he was fine, and said without a trace of anger, "Compared to my equipment, you'd better tell us how you got hung up first." Go Shang let out a long sigh, then glanced at the 4 people around Li Zihe and said helplessly, "I kind of ran into a gun. One of those 4 doggies is Li Zihe's cousin. Li Zihe wanted to look for you but couldn't find you. They knew that I was on good terms with you, so they wanted to tie me up and wait for you here. Lousy even teamed up with them for so long. I actually froze and didn't see that those people were Li Zihe's lapdogs." Saying that, Go Shang spat out a bloodied spit. Suddenly, he thought of something. "Right, Lu, those people are rushing at you, or else you should take the portal back to school first. In the camp, the teachers don't care about students fighting." Chapter 18, Schoolgirls, Killjoys and Cowdung. "Want to go?" Li Zihe sniffed and instantly took out his own weapon, a large bow that was surrounded by black aura. On this great bow, a dark purple flowing light flickered, proving that it was a precious purple equipment. Purple equipment, that was a high-grade equipment that could only be popped out by a bronze-level boss. The average student, who had an extremely high-quality blue equipment in their hands, would already be able to walk horizontally. And purple equipment, even more, dare not think. The equipment of all the students in Beijing City's first high school would not be able to find 20 pieces of purple equipment, right? Li Zihe himself was a hidden profession, his level was high, plus the purple equipment in his hand, anyone who saw it would feel an unspeakable pressure. He held a black bow with a solemn expression. "Lu Shang, as I said, if you break my wings, I will waste your heaven. Making my beloved woman shed tears, this is a price you can't afford. You quickly stop talking." Lu Shang had an expression of being struck by lightning, who could stand using magic attacks right from the ing start. He couldn't bear it and stood up, saying to Go Shang, "You lie down first, wait for me to go and tear his mouth off, then take you to teacher to buy 2 bottles of healing potions. Go Shang was shocked. Brother Lu, you're going to fight Li Zihe? But he's a hidden profession and has purple equipment in his hand. You're not his opponent. Don't talk either, just lie down. Lu Shang interrupted Go Shang. He felt more and more that the mouth was a good thing, but not everyone needed it. Go Shang was reprimanded by Lu Shang and obediently shut up, no longer saying anything. Seeing the swords drawn between Lu Shang and Li Zihe, the people watching around them retreated lest they be affected. However, the enthusiasm of the melon eaters was ignited. What kind of melon is this? Is there anyone to tell me about it? I go, brother, you don't even know about this melon? Didn't you attend the 100-day pledge meeting a few days ago? I called in sick yesterday and didn't go. But I heard that it seems like someone confessed their love at the 100-day pledge assembly, and both parties were the school flower and the school grass. It's this melon, look over there. The main character in the melon, isn't it here? To put it simply, it's the story of the school flower confessing her love for the school grass and being rejected, and the 2 of them being punished together by the grade director, and then the school flower's licking dog bringing people to try to teach the school grass a lesson, and incidentally beating up the cow dung next to the school grass. When you say it like that, I probably get it. However, I can tell who the school grass and the school flower are at a glance. Who are the licking dog and the cow dung you're talking about? What kind of brain are you? Isn't it that killjoy and the dude lying on the side? Oh, I see. Kid, Li Zihe took out an iron arrow from the arrow pouch on his back and hitched it to his black bow. You made my princess cry 6 times, I'll shoot you 6 arrows. The pain you're going to experience in a while is insignificant compared to the heartache I felt when I watched Shoei cry. The pain I'm going to explode whack you with is also insignificant compared to the pain you're going to feel when you make my heart angina. Lu Shang stepped towards Li Zihe, his pace neither fast nor slow. Seeing this, Go Shang's original 4 teammates wanted to step forward to stop Lu Shang and surround him. However, Li Zihe smiled faintly and said, no need to make a move. This is between me and him, we'll just handle it ourselves. A swordsman can't even get close to me. After saying that, he violently tightened his bowstring. In a flash, a ring of black mist lingered on his iron arrow, as if it had heat that blazed the surrounding air and distorted it. Dark Shadow Arrow, active, attaches a dark attribute special effect to the arrow, inflicting 200% damage to enemies hit, while weakening defense by 30% and reducing movement speed by 20%. Li Zihe was a hidden profession shadow archer. Compared to ordinary archers, he was able to control dark attribute powers, and many of his skills caused various debuffs to the enemy. Shadow Arrow was one of his skills. Once he hit the enemy, the skill weakened the enemy's defense and reduced movement speed, making it very convenient for him to kite the enemy. Li Zihe, being one of the strongest in the senior 3, the accuracy of his arrows was not bad at all. After he loosened the arrow, it flew out towards Lu Shang's thigh with a ghost-like dark elemental mist at the end of the arrow. Lu Shang, facing Li Zihe's first attack, didn't make a single move to avoid it. This made everyone sigh. Lu Shang looked so handsome, but he was a looker. Looking at him like this, he should be a melee profession. After realizing that the opponent was an archer-type profession, shouldn't he take out his weapon and quickly get in close to have a hope of winning? On the contrary, he was walking forward slowly as if he was strolling. Wasn't this a living target? Moreover, the other party attacked, he neither dodged nor used defensive skills. What was the difference between sending him to his death? As a combat-type transmuter, with a poor combat sense to this extent, he was bound to be the tail end of the results in his class. Everyone thought that this arrow would directly shoot through Lu Shang's thigh, causing him to fall to his knees and be slaughtered. However, in the next second, something that everyone hadn't expected happened. Only Lu Shang's figure suddenly blurred for a moment, and as he strolled forward, he actually dragged out a trail of residual shadows. The arrow that was shot at him just passed through the body of his countless overlapping shadows, as if it hadn't touched anything, and after arcing through the arc, it poofed and stuck on the ground, leaving a pit the size of a basin on the ground, in which black gas rolled. The black gas rolled. Miss? How did this happen? There were cries of surprise from the surroundings. Everyone looked at Lu Shang again and realized that the shadow on his body had disappeared, and he was still approaching Li Zihe step by step, not slowing down. It was as if what had just appeared was an illusion. Hiss! Li Zihe drew in a breath of cool air. As if he didn't believe in evil, he took out another arrow from his back, once again opened his bow and aimed it at Lu Shang quickly. Whoosh! The second arrow shot out, this time aiming at Lu Shang's abdomen. However, the same thing as earlier happened again. Like a ghostly incarnation, Lu Shang's body once again pulled through a residual shadow, and the arrow dragged a black aura as it swept past him, causing no damage at all. Now, everyone around him was a bit confused. Many people who had some knowledge of Lu Shang, the school bully, knew that Lu Shang was a mediocre swordsman. They couldn't figure out, even if they thought about it, how in the world did a swordsman manage to dodge Li Zihe's 2 arrows in a row with such a light touch. And by this time, the distance between Lu Shang and Li Zihe had been cut in half. Li Zihe missed 2 arrows, and when he looked at Lu Shang, who kept coming towards him, he actually felt an unnameable pressure. Cold sweat overflowed from his forehead, but he acted fairly calm. Then, Li Zihe reached back and touched his hand. This time, he used his skill once again, and an arrow actually split into 5 in mid-air. One of them was a real arrow, while the other 4 were dark arrows composed of dark elements. Dark Shadow Splitting Arrow, active, shoots an arrow that can split. Each arrow deals 40% damage, reduces the enemy's defense by 6%, and movement speed by 4%. The effect can be stacked. Chapter 19, Stepping on the Sword, Handsome Breaks the Sky. The Shadow Splitting Arrow could be treated as a multi-segmented single attack skill or a ranged skill. The skill characteristics resulted in Li Zihe's arrow having almost no chance of missing. No matter what method Lu Shun used to dodge, there was a huge probability that he would be hit by one of the arrows. However, Lu Shang responded to all changes with no change, and his body was still pulling through a void of residual shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Only a few rhythmic muffled sounds were heard, and all 5 arrows pierced into the ground behind Lu Shang. Although the power was good, there was no point in hitting anyone. Li Zihe's middle-aged aura was completely gone. He stared wide-eyed and was half out of action, simply unable to believe what was in front of him. Seeing his appearance, Lu Shang said in his heart, "This middle-aged killer Mat's luck can be really backward." Before and after a series of 7 arrows, surprisingly all by the drunken immortal looking at the moonsteps, dodged away. It seems that the 99% chance of evasion is really heavenly. Of course, even if he was unfortunate enough to be shot, it didn't matter. Lu Shang was wearing a golden feather guest, and his defense far exceeded that of a level 20 plate armor profession, so Li Zihe's arrow could still take a beating. And with just one sword, he would be able to regain his injuries through the healing effect of the Canglan sword. Now, it seemed that there was no need to take out the Canglan sword either. This was because at this time, Lu Shang had already walked idly and walked in front of Li Zihe. The consequences of an archer-type profession being close to a swordsman could be imagined. Li Zihe came back to his senses from his shock, and after realizing this, he unexpectedly stomped on the ground, and a layer of dark shadow surfaced on his body, wrapping his body tightly. In an instant, this dark shadow dissipated, and then a black shadow appeared in the open space 20 meters away. After the dark shadow dissipated, Li Zihe's figure appeared from it. It looked like he should have a skill similar to a mage's, Blink, which could pull away from himself and the enemy. Li Zihe knew in his heart that the shadow shift he had just used had a cooldown time, and if he wanted to use it again, he would need at least 10 seconds. And within those 10 seconds, he had to attack Lu Shang and make him hang a slowdown debuff in order to kite him. Unfortunately, would Lu Shang give him this chance? Just as Li Zihe opened his bow and was about to continue trying to attack, Lu Shang flipped his wrist, and a long sword with a golden glow appeared in his hand. The long sword surrounded by water vapor, the long robe of the immortal style, plus Lu Shang's dusty temperament and looks, all 3 appeared together, causing everyone present to be stunned beyond words. Even so, everyone forgot to be surprised that the long sword in Lu Shang's hand was flickering with a golden quality of light. Gold color, an equipment grade that had a very low probability of being popped out only by gold-level bosses. Not to mention the students at this stage, even if they were level 30 or above second-turn experts, how many of them could have a piece of gold-quality equipment? For the entire grade, there were less than 20 pieces of purple equipment. Lu Shang, however, pulled out a golden quality weapon, which was a complete dimensional blow. At this moment, everyone thought that Lu Shan was already surprising enough. But the next scene was even more so, making everyone feel like their worldview had changed once again. Because on Lu Shang's body, the gold and white robe that clearly had an extraordinary origin, even followed by flashes of golden light. This piece of clothing was actually a golden-colored equipment as well. A person, at the same time, possessing a golden quality weapon and a golden quality defense, does this still let people live? This golden feather guest on Lu Shang's body lit up, and it wasn't for no reason. The reason why it revealed its golden quality light effect was because Lu Shang activated its additional attribute and used the skill, Treading Sword. With Lu Shang holding the Canglan sword and activating the sword holding state, the conditions for the launch of the sword treading were met, so Lu Shang used the skill without hesitation. Only golden light flowed from Lu Shang's body as he swung out his sword. Instantly, a residual shadow ran through the distance between him and Li Zihe, and the vapor of the Canglan sword lingered on the residual shadow, drawing an obvious arc, like an aurora borealis, bright and brilliant. This beautiful aurora borealis contained killing intent. This was because the first 3 stages of the sword treading's surprise attack effect would deal 300% damage to the enemies during the surprise attack. The 300% damage dealt by the Canglan sword was enough to kill a level 25 plate armor transfigurator. The damage from this sword was not chopped by Lu Sheng on Li Zihe. Otherwise, with this sword treading alone, Li Zihe would have been separated from his head by now. The camp could fight and rob, but not kill. After all, the teachers in the camp weren't just eating their food. Therefore, Lu Sheng's sword swung out, grazed the knot of Li Zihe's throat and floated past, leaving a line of blood on his skin, but did not take his life. Of course, this sword also swept past the black bow in Li Zihe's hand. This valuable purple equipment of his instantly had 0 durability and was scrapped on the spot. With this sword, everyone present was unable to react. It wasn't until Lu Sheng single-handedly put the Canglan sword away behind him that the surrounding people reacted, and the originally incredibly silent camp instantly exploded. Aye. Holy, this sword, handsome. What kind of skill is this? It's also too strong, instantly raiding a distance of 20 meters and splitting Li Zihe's weapon with a single sword. That's a purple weapon, with high durability. He was able to split the black bow with a single sword. If he sent the sword forward 3 centimeters more, Li Zihe would be killed in seconds, right? Yeah, one can only say that harmonious society saved Li Zihe. Not right. Isn't my hero a swordsman? That skill just now is clearly not a swordsman's skill. What's going on here? How is my male god so strong and handsome? Mostly, it's a skill attached to his weapon or defense. His grandmother, 2 gold quality equipment, just the attributes alone can crush everyone, right? It's so jealous that I'm spiraling to heaven. Lu Sheng, are you selling this equipment and defenses? I'm a student, can I just give them away? Send me a set too, I want it too. This skill is really cool. All the way to the raid with a shadow, there is a golden silhouette in place that looks exactly like Lu Sheng. It's almost like it was drawn. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked over, and sure enough, in addition to the residual shadows and sword awnings that appeared during the raid, there was also a silhouette left behind in situ by Lu Sheng. The silhouette was made up of golden light intertwined, with the edges shaking vainly, while the movement was the starting stance of a sword stance, which did not dissipate for a long time. Just when the crowd was marveling at Lu Sheng's sword that broke the sky, a pop sound made the scene silent once again. Everyone followed the sound and saw that Lu Sheng had already slapped Li Zihe and knocked him to the ground. Although Li Zihe was a hidden profession, in the end, he belonged to the long-distance output type of transfigurator with a relatively brittle body. Lu Sheng's unarmed slap made his mouth full of blood, and he was unable to say anything flirty for a while. After the slap, Lu Sheng's heart is much more comfortable. It was like blocking a sewage pipe, no longer having to worry about seeing any garbage things spewing out from here. Chapter 20 Sword Immortal, that can kill with a sword. I'll let you say tart words. I let you talk tart. I'll let you talk Thai. Lu Sheng fumed and kicked Li Zihe several times one after another, kicking Li Zihe all over the ground. It wasn't until they heard Li Zihe's bones make a horrible cackling sound, which was the precursor of an impending fracture, that Go Sheng's 4 teammates were startled. An archer was creeped out and bellowed, "What the are you waiting for? Help my cousin." The others woke up as if in a dream and wanted to go forward to help. Lu Sheng glanced back at them. This glance instantly made the 4 of them look like they had pressed pause, and they all froze in place, not daring to move. Joking aside, even Li Zihe was crushed. Could the 4 of them be Lu Sheng's opponents? Although the other party didn't dare to step forward, Lu Sheng had no intention of letting them go. The second stage of the sword treading raid effect was unleashed by Lu Sheng, and a golden residual shadow reappeared. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng had already passed through the middle of the 4, and the Canglan sword's aura blossomed as the 4 wailed and all of them collapsed to the ground, each with a wound that could not be ignored. With this sword, the force control was quite precise, causing all 4 people to be seriously injured, yet not taking their lives. 1 sword, 4 people in seconds. Lu Sheng shook off the beads of blood at the tip of his sword and let out a cold grunt from the tip of his nose. Go Sheng at least practiced with you guys for so long, how can you be considered to have some friendship? You guys are good, you directly sold him, really worse than a pig or a dog. Who will team up with you guys to practice leveling in the future? The 4 of them shrank on the ground, not daring to talk, just covering their wounds and grunting. At this time, seeing Lu Sheng leave by relying on his surprise attack skill, Li Zihe hurriedly climbed up from the ground and ran towards the portal, wanting to escape. His movements were not hidden from Lu Shang's eyes. Trying to run? Lu Shang snorted, and the third-rate effect of treading sword walk was activated again. Another golden shadow sliced through. Lu Shang flashed behind Li Zihe and kicked Li Zihe in the back of the waist, sending him tumbling to the ground again in a dog-eat-dog mess. Li Zihe stifled a grunt, a pat on the ground. His body once again has a dark shadow wrapped, clearly is the displacement skill, Shadow Shift, launched precursor. Lu Shang smiled contemptuously, and the last segment of the sword treading effect was unleashed. However, because it was the fourth section of the skill effect, with the use of his skill, the entire field of shadows disappeared, and he himself returned to his original position. When the people around him saw this, they immediately realized that Lu Shang's raid skill was indeed strong and valiant, but it wasn't an unlimited raid. At most, he could raid 3 times, and the 4th time, he would return to his original position. In that case, it seemed that Li Zihe should be able to escape from Lu Shang with Shadow Shift. But that was nothing. The battle power that Lu Shang had shown in this battle was really too stunning, and had already taught Li Zihe a lesson. Even if Li Zihe escaped from here, it wouldn't matter much to Lu Shang. But of course, Lu Shang did not intend to let Li Zihe off just like that. It was true that the number of raids for treading sword walk had run out. It was also true that Li Zihe had used Shadow Shift and pulled away another 10 meters. But he, Lu Shang, was a sword immortal. A sword immortal that was able to kill people with his sword. Imperial Sword Art, Rise. Lu Shang lightly threw the Canglan sword in his hand, and Canglan hovered in mid-air, emitting a burst of buzzing. In such a scene, everyone in the surroundings were astonished. The sword could actually hover in mid-air? This was too unscientific. However, this was not the most unscientific. After Li Zihe's figure disappeared, another dark shadow appeared 10 meters away, which was clearly where Li Zihe was about to land. Lu Shang pointed out of thin air, and the Canglan sword then dragged its azure-colored trailing tail, instantly killing, so fast that many people didn't even react. Li Zihe had just completed his instantaneous transfer with Shadow Shift, when Canglan's sword had already killed behind him, piercing through his shoulder and pinning him to the trunk of a tree. Li Zihe let out a miserable howl. Now, the nailed-up Li Zihe completely lost the power to fight back. The entire battle, excluding the process of Lu Shang slowly approaching Li Zihe, did not last long. It could be said that after Lu Shang had used his sword, Li Zihe and the others did not have any power to fight back at all, and were hung by Lu Shang the entire time. Li Zihe and Lu Shang were both considered to be popular figures in the first middle school. One was remembered as the powerful school bully image, and the other was famous for the school grass image. Who would have thought that the school bully would go looking for trouble from the school grass, only to be rubbed on the ground by the school grass? Such a result made the whole audience silent. After a short period of silence, the clamor exploded. What kind of strength is this? Lu Shang? No matter who he deals with, he kills them all with a single sword? How do I feel? He has been everywhere under the sword mercy. If life and death combat, Li Zihe they have long been cold now, right? Dude, be confident, remove the 3 words I feel. If Lu Shang wanted to kill someone, 10 Li Zihe he wouldn't be able to stop him. This is simply outrageous. How on earth did Lu Shang do it? He started out like a walker, dodging all of Li Zihe's skills. Then 3 raid skills, blocking people and killing Buddhas. Later on, it was even more outrageous, and he directly started to use his sword. To say the most outrageous, it has to be the royal sword. I have the impression that swordsmen don't all go up with their swords to cut? How did he manage to let the sword go up and cut people by himself? Little sword, did you see that? A mature swordsword should fight on its own. Why don't you just fly up for me? Dude, stop screaming, my sword said it's all a pose and can't be trusted. It's over, these 2 swordswords beside me have gone crazy, carry it away. Lu Shang ignored the commotion around him. In the midst of everyone's shouts of surprise, the Canglan sword was pulled out from Li Zihe's body, and as if it had spirituality, it traced an arc and was put inside Lu Shang's character backpack. He then performed the drunken immortal moonwatch steps, once again, dragging a trail of residual shadows to Li Zihe's side with a high 400% movement speed bonus, grabbing him and throwing him over to the other 4. Those who don't want to die, take a healing potion. Lu Shang spoke in a cold voice in the camp, with the teacher watching. He didn't want to mess with people's lives. Li Zihe was the most injured and at the same time the richest. He tremblingly took out a bottle full of red potion from his character's backpack, opened it and drank. Immediately, a faint red mist flowed through his body, and his bone-deep wounds immediately stopped bleeding. But if he wanted his wounds to heal, he still had to wait for the medicine to take effect for a while. The others did the same, taking out low-rank potions and pouring them down on their heads, waiting for their wounds to recover. Lu Shang had one hand behind his back, looking down on Li Zihe and the others. His body soared by immortal Wang aura was overpowering, and with his eyes alone, he made Li Zihe subconsciously swallow his saliva. Because Cho He wanted to find me in trouble, beat up my buddies, and wanted to waste my heaven, right? As soon as Lu Shang opened his mouth, Li Zihe's crowd all shivered. Tell me, how will this matter be settled today? Chapter 21 No way, women also rob? Li Zihe gritted his teeth and took the lead. I was able to be brave for love for once, letting the princess meet her knight and die standing in front of her. That. Lu Shang couldn't bear to growl. You speak human words to me. The Canglan sword reappeared with a buzz, weaving around Lu Shang, hating to stab Li Zihe into a hornet's nest. Li Zihe instantly wimped out, wanting to cry, hey don't do it, I mean. I apologize to you guys. Be more normal earlier and I won't end up giving you a sword. Lu Shang gritted his teeth and said, letting the Canglan sword return to his character's backpack. Apologizing isn't very sincere, take something sincere out. What kind of things does this take? Li Zihe and the others were at a loss for words. Lu Shang said, take whatever you have in the bag and pull it all out for me. Li Zihe's face turned ugly, but when Lu Shang spoke, they didn't dare to disobey. Thus, with Li Zihe as the leader, everyone began to put the things in their characters' backpacks out, and soon they piled up into 5 small mountains. There were some equipment in this pile, as well as some potions and materials, all of which were their harvests from the previous 2 days, when they were practicing outside. However, Lu Shang really didn't have a few pieces of these harvests that he could look at. The most valuable equipment was only some white and blue equipment, but if there was a purple equipment, Lu Shang could consider it in his pocket. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single piece. Lu Shang just took a few bottles of Li Zihe's high-grade potions, and then asked Go Shang, who was at the side, to pick a few pieces of equipment that he could use. The rest of the stuff, scratch and claw, can be worth a few tens of thousands of dollars, but Lu Shang did not have the habit of picking up rags, so he did not have the idea of taking it away, and gave it back to Li Zihe and the others. Of course, before Lu Shang returned the stuff to them, he also took away their soul collectors and transferred all the points of the 5 of them to his own hands. The points of the 5 people weren't high, but together, they were around 6,000 points. Doing the math, Lu Shang's points were now as high as about 22,000 points, with a high probability of being first place. After doing everything, Lu Shang then intended to let Li Zihe go. However, just as Lu Shang was about to call it quits, his afterglow caught a glimpse of Xiao He, who had never uttered a word. Xiao He also realized that Lu Shang was looking at him. His big eyes were full of fear, and he didn't dare to continue to pretend to be transparent, so he hurriedly defended himself. Lu Shang, listen to my explanation. 2 days ago, it was Li Zihe who took the initiative to chat with me and asked about us. I also just vented my emotions a little and told him everything. I didn't expect that he would do such a thing. Not only did he beat up your friend, but he also wanted to find you and fight for me. I really did try to talk him into going back more than once. When you came here before, you should have seen it as well. I didn't want a conflict between you guys. But I couldn't stop. So that's why there was what happened just now. The more Xiao He said, the smaller her voice became. Because Lu Shang had already walked up to her at this time, looking at her without any emotion in his eyes, completely different from when Li Zihe looked at her. It was like in Lu Shang's eyes, she wasn't a soft girl at all, just a living human being with no distinction between male and female. Lu Shang naturally scoffed at Xiao He's explanation. You mean to say that everything that happened today was wishful thinking on Li Zihe's part? You're actually a good old boy, not stirring things up in the middle at all? It is so. Xiao He replied more and more bottomless. Oh. Lu Shang was too lazy to tear this white lotus flower and reached out to her, bring the soul collector over. I guess you don't have anything good on you, so just give me the points. Ah. Xiao He froze, and only after a long time did he say incredulously, You even want to rob my points? But I'm a girl. That's right, Lu Shang nodded. As the saying goes, ladies first, I should grab yours first. Xiao He. Lu Shang prodded once more, and Xiao He was convinced that Lu Shang really didn't see her as a girl, but was directly categorized into the category of Li Zihe. She could only tearfully take out the soul collector and hand it over to Lu Shang. Lu Shang took a look and realized that Xiao He had quite a few points, a full 4,000. Guessing that in the previous 2 days, it should have been Li Zihe, the dog licker, who had brought Xiao He to practice leveling and even gave her a lot of points. Lu Shang pocketed this windfall, and only then was he satisfied, letting Xiao He and Li Zihe and the others get the hell out of there. When these people left, the people watching dispersed a bit. After Go Shang drank the healing potion, his body recovered quite a bit from his injuries. He staggered over and whispered, "Brother Lu, you're awesome, you didn't even let my goddess go." Could it be that handsome-looking ones really don't treat women as women? Lu Shang gave him a blank look. "I'm already quite a gentleman for not smacking her with my hands." Innocence written all over your face, yet you go around causing trouble. This time when you were hung up and beaten, she was the culprit. This kind of woman, and you still offer her up as a goddess? Go Sheng pondered seriously for a while, and just when Lu Sheng thought that this guy had finally thought about it, he suddenly came up with a sentence. "I think that my goddess might also have a bitter reason for doing this." Canon. What a canon within a canon. Lu Sheng didn't want to talk to him anymore. Go Sheng didn't see Lu Sheng's speechlessness in the slightest, and the look of heartache on his face became even heavier. "Say, Brother Lu, what exactly do you think the points in the Soul Collector are for?" Xiaohui won't affect her college entrance exam results if her points are too low, right? Even if it doesn't affect the college entrance exam results, it's not good to affect the upgrade resources issued by the school. I still have over 1,000 points here. What do you think if I give her my points? Whether it can move her or not is another story. At least her points should not be at the bottom of the grade, and if there is anything bad, it won't fall on her head. Hey. Lu, where are you going, Lu? Lu Sheng twisted his head and left. He is now just regret, very regret. Just now really should let Go Shang continue to hang on the tree, so that he can properly wake up. In a short period of time, Li Zihe's crowd should not dare to come back to look for trouble. After this episode, Lu Sheng planned to rest for a day at the camp, replenish his supplies, and then continue practicing in brushing points. As for Go Shang, who had been pestering him, he finally stopped mentioning the matter of giving his points to Qiuhe and told Lu Sheng that he planned to go back to the school's teleportation hall to see if there were any teams that were short of front rows, and that he would find a new team to join. If he couldn't find one, then he would have no choice but to go to the Thorn Hills to solo. Thorn Hills was a level 10-15 leveling map. He was a level 14 shield warrior. Although his output ability was not enough, it was still perfectly fine to solo brush. It was just that the leveling speed was a little slower. Just as the two were deliberating, a girl's clear voice suddenly came from the side. "Both of you, do you have a fixed team? If not, would you like to form a team with us?" Chapter 22 Second on the battle ranking Tao Tao. Lu Sheng and Go Shang looked at the sound at the same time, and saw a girl with short hair with bangs on one side, looking at the two of them with a smile on her face. She was dressed in lightweight leather armor and had a wooden short bow behind her back, so it looked like she should be an archer-class transmuter. The little girl was a clean-cut girl, not a particularly good-looking kind, but her eyes were very bright, and there seemed to be starlight in her gleaming pupils. Lu Shang had little impression of her, not daring to say it was the first time he had seen her, but at least he certainly did not recognize her. Just now, he strongly beat Li Zihe, and now someone took the initiative to come up and form a team, which was normal. Therefore, Lu Sheng didn't have much interest in talking to this little girl and directly said, "I'm sorry, I like to brush solo and don't want to team up with others for the time being." He. The little girl had long predicted that Lu Sheng would refuse, and casually laughed. "You don't think that I was interested in coming to hug your thighs because I saw how strong you were just now, do you? Actually, if we team up, it's not certain who's the thigh." Saying that, she snapped her fingers, and her own basic information surfaced above her head. Name, Tao Tao. Level, 18. Profession, Elf Ranger Hidden Profession. The remaining attributes were all hidden. After all, the remaining attributes, skills, equipment, and other information was originally everyone's privacy as well, and it was true that it would not normally be shown to others. However, the 4 words hidden profession suffixed to her rank and profession already indicated that this girl was definitely an expert. The name Tao Tao was very special, and after seeing it, Lu Sheng really felt that it was somewhat familiar. Go Shang, who was beside him, was shocked when he saw Tao Tao's attribute panel. "You're that hidden profession Tao Tao?" "That's right, it's this girl." Tao Tao saw that Go Shang had heard of her and could not hide the smug expression on her face. Lu Sheng pestled Go Shang and asked in a low voice, "Who is this person that you recognize?" Go Shang said, "Brother Lu, don't you know Tao Tao? In our forum, you should know about the first middle school battle ranking that's always on top, right?" The first middle school battle ranking, Lu Shang had indeed heard of it. In the forum, several students with doggy potential had integrated all the students and information of the whole school to come up with a ranking for the battle power. The battle power list listed a total of 100 students from the first middle school, each of whom was a top-level powerhouse in the entire school. the several paparazzi according to these people's occupations, equipment, test scores and other aspects of their rankings, publicized in the forum, which is the so-called Battle Force list. This battle list will be updated every month, although not official, but the credibility is still relatively high. For example, Li Zihe and Lu Sheng are also on the list. It seemed like Li Zihe was currently ranked 10th, while Lu Sheng, 32nd. However, after today's battle, it was estimated that Lu Sheng's ranking would definitely be mentioned in the top 10. This list, Lu Sheng didn't have much interest in paying attention to, so he also didn't know what Tao Tao had to do with the first middle school battle ranking. Seeing that Lu Sheng was still half aware, Go Sheng added, "This Tao Tao is the second on the freshman battle ranking. It's said that her hidden profession, Elf Ranger, has very powerful professional characteristics, whether it's output or defense or speed. She's number 1 in every exam, and she's also number 1 in the breakdown. At the same time, she is also one of the few, fierce people who have been hanging on the freshman battle list since her freshman year of high school. This kind of super expert, don't tell me you haven't heard of it." Lu Sheng lightly coughed twice, embarrassed to say that he really hadn't heard much about her name in front of Tao Tao. However, he then had a question: since her occupational traits are so powerful and she's number 1 in every exam, how come she's only number 2 on the freshman battle ranking? Go Sheng said, "Oh, I heard that the one who ranked first, called Yunyu, is also a hidden occupation. Her hidden occupation is a void mage, which itself favors functionality, and although her ability to brush monsters isn't considered strong, her PK ability is near unsolvable. Tao Tao has piked with Yunyu many times and lost all of them, so of course ranking her as number 1 isn't convincing." Then the number 1 in the battle power list is that Yunyu? Well, it's her. It is said that she has a known record of 136 battles, 136 total victories, and at the beginning of the first year of senior high school, there were already institutions of higher learning contacting her, wanting to admit her early. That's really impressive. Seeing the two people mentioning the reason why she was only ranked 2nd, Tao Tao was obviously a little less than happy and raised her voice to interrupt the two people. "Hey you two, just stop discussing these unimportant things. Anyway, you guys need to know that it's never too much to say that I, Tao Tao, am number 1 in the first middle school when it comes to brushing monsters. I'm not looking for you guys to form a team, nor am I here to hug my thighs." After a pause, she looked at Lu Sheng smugly, thinking that this time she should be 10 out of 10. "How about it, little handsome, now you're willing to team up with me, right?" What she didn't expect was that Lu Sheng still shook his head. "Sorry, still not interested." Tao Tao didn't say the words in half a day. Lu Sheng smiled and explained, "Maybe you do have a high output, but I really don't lack output. What I lack is a ferocious beast. Having someone to share experience and points with me is really not as cost-effective as me brushing alone." Saying that, Lu Sheng was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Tao Tao added, "Why, it's also my fault for not making myself clear just now. Actually, I'm looking for you guys to form a team, not for the sake of brushing monsters and practicing, but for a secret realm of chance." A secret realm of opportunity? Lu Sheng became interested as soon as he heard it and stood still. The so-called secret realm of chance was a secret realm that was randomly refreshed in the wild. The coordinates where this kind of secret realm appeared were completely random, and it could only last for 3 to 5 days at most. Once that time passed, the secret realm of opportunity would disappear and never reappear. At the same time, the rewards for clearing the secret realm of chance were very generous. Generally, the equipment and items that fall after refreshing a copy or a secret realm are all randomized. However, the secret realm of chance will give rewards that fit the occupational characteristics of the person who passes through the copy, such as exclusive equipment and skill books for hidden occupations. If it is in the other field or copy, want to burst out of the hidden profession can use things, the probability is less than 1 in 1,000. In other words, the secret realm of chance was the best way for hidden professions to drop their own equipment and skill books. Although Lu Sheng, with his mutated quest panel, shouldn't be short of equipment and skill books for the sword immortal profession. But who would have too little of these things? Even for Lu Sheng, the attraction of a secret realm of opportunity was very great. Seeing that Lu Sheng did not have the indifference he had just had, Tao Tao knew that no one could really refuse a secret realm of opportunity, even though they all say that you're a swordmaster. "But I saw that you just went at it with Li Zihe, so it seems like you're more than just a swordmaster. You should have switched to some kind of hidden profession just like us, right? This secret realm of opportunity, you definitely don't want to miss it, right?" Lu Sheng was about to reply when the quest panel unexpectedly updated again. "Ding, you have a new quest to receive, please pay attention to it. Chapter 23 Sword Immortal Exclusive Passive Skill Sword Marks." Lu Sheng was stunned and quietly opened the quest panel to take a look. Currently available quests. 1. Sneer at Tao Tao. Hook up one side of your mouth and say, "Heh, a mere secret realm of opportunity, I can't look at it." Upon completion, you will receive a reward, charisma +5. 2. Form a team and enter a secret realm of chance. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, comprehend the Sword Immortal's exclusive passive skill, Sword Trace. This time's quest, the rewards were good. In the past, a quest would only give 1 point of charm value. This time, it was good, directly giving 5 points. But Lu Shang felt that he was already so handsome, he didn't need to be more handsome at all. So compared to the 5 points of charm value, it was still the rewards of Quest 2 that were a bit more enticing. Although through the quest panel, he didn't know what this passive skill, Sword Trace, was for, but since it was a Sword Immortal exclusive skill, it shouldn't be bad. And isn't this passive skill thing that more is better? Originally, Lu Shang had some interest in the secret realm of opportunity, and the only thing he was torn about was whether or not teaming up with others to enter the secret realm of opportunity would affect his ability to earn points. After all, points this thing in the end, what is the use is not yet known. Because of a chance to miss the greater benefits of the mystical realm, then Lu Shang must be regretted to death. Now, an exclusive passive skill of this profession, plus the reward in the secret realm of opportunity, has already overturned Lu Shang's tangled scales. The secret realm of opportunity, dry. Although he had made up his mind, Lu Shang didn't express his emotions. Because of the matter, there was still room to talk. He pretended to be somewhat moved, but hesitated, and opened his mouth to ask Tao Tao, "It's not impossible to go to the secret realm of opportunity in a group. However, we are practicing this time, and there is also the task of collecting souls and exchanging them for points. Then how will the points be distributed after teaming up?" Points? Tao Tao was unimpressed. This thing shouldn't be of much use, right? It's probably just the school's alchemist doing something weird and strange again, turning back. These points can at most be exchanged for some money or resources. The value is too much worse than the reward for clearing a secret realm of opportunity. If you want it, how about the points are all yours? We've collected quite a few anyway, so it's not too bad to have these in the secret realm. Good. Then it's a deal. Lu Shang was very dry. He was secretly happy in his heart, thinking that he could really talk more and still earn more. Lu Shang stretched out his hand, "Then in that case, let's team up. However, after brushing the secret realm of opportunity, we'll separate." Hee, don't worry. Tao Tao also stretched out her hand and shook Lu Shang's. "We don't lack output either, and I also feel delayed when we team up with someone." After saying that, Tao Tao sent Lu Shang an invitation to team up. Go Shang, who was on the side, originally thought that he was just a punching bag, but as a result, he then also received Tao Tao's invitation to form a team. This flattered him. I'm going to brush the secret realm of chance as well? But I'm just an ordinary shield warrior, my strength is far worse than Brother Lu's. Tao Tao didn't care, "It doesn't matter, since you guys are friends, let's go together. This secret realm of opportunity has a limit on the number of people, it has to be more than 4. Otherwise, we would have brushed it ourselves, and we wouldn't need to wait so long and find someone else. You're not a shield warrior, it's just as well, when painting the secret realm you'll be at the front, you don't need to worry about anything else." "That's no problem, I'll definitely do what a shield warrior should do." Go Shang was obviously excited. After all, with his strength, to be invited to brush the secret realm of opportunity was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Go Shang and Lu Shang entered the team one after another. Lu Shang realized that there was another person in the team besides the 3 of them. Because all 4 were teammates in a team, they could see through the map panel that the other person was also in the camp, and, moreover, was in a tent that was specifically for girls to rest in. Lu Shang said in his heart, "Sure enough, just now Tao Tao said we all the time, and the secret realm of opportunity required 4 people to form a team, so Tao Tao should have another teammate. Where's the other one? Resting?" Lu Shang asked a mouthful. Tao Tao smiled and stretched her waist, and for a moment, her knife-like thin waist was exposed under her leather armor, highlighting the young girl's pavilion. "Yeah, we are also human, after 2 days of brushing monsters, we definitely need to rest." When she was brushing the monsters, she put too many skills and went to rest first. "I'll just take a look around the camp first to see if there are any experts who are solo brushing the ghost shadow misty forest that deserve to be invited by us to brush the secret realm of opportunity together." Originally, I was thinking that Li Zihe was good, but the moment he spoke, he dissuaded me. I don't want to brush the secret realm with a tart talk maker standing next to me. In comparison, you're a perfect fit to join our team. Stronger than Li Zihe, and still more normal than him. Tao Tao completely unabashedly scanned Lu Sheng up and down. What's more, you look like this, even if your strength isn't good, pulling you in to fill up the numbers alone, you can still be appreciated as a vase. Lu Sheng. Seeing Lu Sheng's speechless look, Tao Tao giggled, there's nothing wrong with what I said, and... She lowered her voice, looked at a tent in the camp, and whispered to Lu Sheng, my teammate, that's a beautiful woman. However, she's too cold in nature and doesn't seem to have much interest in men. I've heard for a long time that Lu Sheng, the #1 in our #1 middle school herb list, is a handsome mess, and when I saw you today, I realized that you're really much better than those men who claim to be very handsome, but in reality, they're just sissies. And barring that, your skills are all very handsome as well. When I turn around and brush the secret realm, see if you can show a little bit to make my bestie become a little more normal. Let's not say she drools when she sees a man, at least don't act like a nun and roll her eyes whenever she talks to a man. Lu Sheng was even more speechless and was silent for half a day before saying, who exactly is your BFF, our other teammate? Won't you know this when you turn around? Tao Tao raised his eyebrows at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng saw that this person was really naughty, so he changed the way he asked, then when are we going to gather and leave? Tao Tao thought about it, well. 8 hours later. I'm also sleepy now, I need to rest, you guys are the same, right? In that case, let's gather here in 8 hours, then we'll lead the way and set off to the secret realm of opportunity. No problem, then it's a deal. Lu Sheng and Go Sheng nodded and made a deal with Tao Tao. Subsequently, the two parties separated. Lu Sheng and Go Sheng, the double saints pair, asked the teacher for a sleeping bag, went to the tent where the boys slept, found a spot and fell into a deep sleep. The tent has a specialized teacher to watch over, the safety of the students can be guaranteed, so Lu Sheng sleep very solid. 8 hours later. Lu Sheng kicked Go Sheng, who had been talking in his sleep and screaming Chiuhua all the time, and took him to wash up briefly, and came to the location that he had previously agreed with Tao Tao. Chapter 24 Blood Baby Village. When Lu Sheng and Go Sheng arrived, they found that there were already two people standing here, looking like they had been waiting for a long time. Besides Tao Tao, the other person should be Tao Tao's best friend and teammate. It was a tall girl with a purple mage robe. She had her back to Lu Sheng and Go Sheng, and should have been talking to Tao Tao, who was leaning against the tree trunk beside her. From Lu Sheng's point of view, he couldn't see her face, but could only see a head of hair that was silky and bright, hanging down to her waist like a waterfall. This backdrop is enough to kill some innocent boys. Tao Tao saw Lu Sheng and Go Sheng came, immediately stood up straight and said to Black Changji in front of him, they're here. Black Changji turned her head, and only then did Lu Sheng see the other party's proper face. Quite matching her long hair and figure, this girl's front face was much prettier than Tao Tao's, and was definitely considered a beauty level, even Xiao couldn't compare. The only shortcoming was that, for one thing, her expression was too cold. Secondly, her skin was very white, but it was not a bright color that was as crystalline as jade and white with red. Rather, it was a very sickly pale color. Combined with the girl's expressionless and even a few cold faces, it made people feel cold just looking at her. Of course, it was undeniable that this girl was indeed a beauty, and a big one at that. I'm sorry, it seems like we're late. Lu Sheng came up and greeted. Tao Tao looked at a belt watch on her wrist, but also good to talk, not bad, there are still 10 minutes left from the promised 8 hours. It's not that you guys came late, it's that we came early. Next, let me introduce you guys. This one next to me is my original teammate, Yunyu. Boy! Go Sheng exclaimed out in shock at once, looking at Yunyu with a look of surprise, it's actually Yunyu? I'm fortunate to be able to team up with Yunyu and brush the secret realm of opportunity. What kind of luck is this? Lu Sheng was also a bit surprised because when he had previously heard that although Tao Tao had good grades, she had been unable to beat Yunyu in PK, he had defaulted in his heart that the two should not get along. Unexpectedly, Tao Tao's other teammate was actually this Yunyu who was #1 on the battle list. No wonder Tao Tao said that he found two vases that also dared to brush the secret realm of opportunity. These two teamed up to deal with level 20 bronze level bosses, it shouldn't be a big problem. Tao Tao then introduced Lu Sheng and Go Sheng, and from start to finish, Yunyu only nodded and didn't say anything. This made Go Sheng, who was on the side, mutter, and just when he wanted to pull on Lu Sheng's clothes and ask Yunyu in a low voice if she was a mute, Tao Tao took the initiative to open her mouth. This girlfriend of mine, she doesn't like to talk much usually. Turn around and brush the secret realm together, you guys can't annoy her. When and how to cooperate with her, she'll take the initiative to speak. Go Sheng had no more questions and immediately shut his mouth. In the entire team, he was a procrastinator, and as a procrastinator, he also had the self-consciousness of a procrastinator. After both sides familiarized themselves with each other, Cao Cao's more outgoing personality took on the effect of a bonding agent, leading Lu Sheng and Go Sheng to leave the campsite, heading deeper into the ghost shadow misty forest. Cao Cao's direction was the opposite of Lu Sheng's previous direction of brushing monsters. Moreover, the number of ferocious beasts that the group saw along the way was not much, and even after walking for a full 3 hours, they only came across 4 bloodthirsty yin willows, which were killed by Cao Cao pulling out his bow and arrow and killing them with 3 arrows. If it was any other student, seeing that the number of ferocious beasts in this direction was so low, they would probably have already gone elsewhere. Perhaps it was also for this reason that the secret realm of opportunity had not been discovered by others. After half a day, as the mist gradually dispersed ahead, the crowd finally walked to a relatively open area. There were no more trees in the surroundings, and only in the very center of the open area, there was a giant willow tree that was as thick as 5 people could hold. It was as if this giant tree had sucked away the nutrients from the other trees, which led to no similar species being able to survive around it. The branches of this willow tree were dense, each one more than 10 meters long, and it just hung without wind, with an extremely slow frequency, which made people feel oppressed by the look of it. This is it. Cao Cao led the crowd and stopped in front of the tree. Go Sheng looked around. The surrounding yin qi was very heavy, but he didn't see any entrance to the secret realm. Here? But there's nothing here. Cao Cao said, if you can see the entrance to the secret realm, then wouldn't others be able to see it as well? If we dare to safely leave the secret realm entrance here and go back to find someone to team up with, it must be because we've hidden it. Yui, you withdraw your skills. Yun Yue let out an extremely soft "mm." The voice was so small that it made Lu Sheng wonder if she had actually spoken, or if she had just breathed a little through her nose. Yun Yu took a step forward and raised her hand to wave it twice. Instantly, the space in front of the giant willow tree distorted, and a harsh wind swirled in place, as if a curtain covering the place had been clenched and thrown away by a large, unseen hand, and the mists hid, revealing what was behind it. This thing, naturally, was the entrance to a secret realm. Cao Cao's face was smug, raising the tip of his chin. Awesome, right? As a void mage, Yui's skills are very functional. Hiding a secret realm entrance is still simple. Let's go. The secret realm entrance energy is already not too stable. It's estimated that it can last for a day or so at most. We have to brush it off before this secret realm of opportunity goes elsewhere. Well, then hurry up and go in. Lu Sheng nodded, and together with the crowd, he arrived in front of the entrance to the secret realm. As Lu Sheng reached out and touched the entrance to the secret realm, a prompt popped up in front of him. Warning! Do you want to enter the secret realm of opportunity Blood Infant Village? Blood Infant Village. Difficulty, unknown. Level, unknown. Required number of people, 46. Current number of people agreeing to enter, 04 inch. Blood Baby Village? Looking at these 3 words, and considering that it appeared on a netherworld map like the ghostly forest, Lu Sheng could guess that this secret realm would hardly be a map with birdsong and flowers, or a babbling brook. But he was a big man, not afraid of anything, and directly chose enter. When the number of people who agreed to enter reached 44, the entrance to the secret realm immediately generated a suction force, and the wind rose up in all directions, sucking all 4 people into it. After a short period of pulling, the 4 of them arrived at a brand new map at the same time. They were now on a field path, and to the left and right were borderless rice paddies, far hidden in the darkness. The rice paddies were overgrown with weeds, high and low, and it was obvious that no one had tended to them for an unknown number of years. Looking forward along the field path was a dilapidated village shrouded in night. There weren't any lights within the village, but strange sounds came out. It was the cry of a baby. It rose and fell with a lingering sound. This was impossible in reality. They were still a short distance away from the village, but the cries sounded as if they were coming from close to the ears, shaking one's scalp. Other than that, there was no other sound on the entire map. A treacherous atmosphere enveloped the entire secret realm. Lu Sheng frowned slightly, but then it occurred to him that he had already entered the secret realm of opportunity, so the quests in the system panel could be submitted, right? He immediately opened the quest panel and found that apart from the original Golden Finger quest, as he entered the secret realm, the quest panel was actually updated with secret realm quests. Chapter 25 Abyssal Difficulty Secret Realm. Blood Infant Village Secret Realm of Chance. Difficulty, Abyss. Level, 20. Required number of players, 46. Introduction. 300 years ago, a village called Tree Shade Village was built leaning on a 1,000-year-old tree. The ancient tree gave birth to a tree spirit, which transformed into a marvelous girl and became the guardian deity of Shade Village, blessing the village from ferocious beasts. Later, the tree spirit fell in love with the blacksmith of the village and became pregnant a year later. During her pregnancy, the tree spirit recuperated in the ancient tree, unable to come out of it to guard Shade Tree Village. During this period, a corpse king found the village and wanted to kill the tree spirit and take the essence of the tree spirit to make himself stronger. But the 1,000-year-old tree was born with a spirit, and it protected the tree spirit in it, so that the corpse king had no way to enter. So the corpse king killed dozens of people in a row, forcing the only blacksmith who was allowed by the tree spirit to enter the ancient tree to carry out the child born by the tree spirit. It swallowed the child and would leave, returning peace to Tree Shade Village. The blacksmith hesitated, but with the whole village's mouths on him, he could only go inside the ancient tree and take advantage of the tree spirit's weakness to carry the baby it had just given birth to and deliver it to the corpse king. The king of corpses immediately sucked out the baby's blood chi, and the villagers thought that the king of corpses would leave according to the agreement. Unexpectedly, the corpse king threw the dead baby in his hand aside and killed it inside the ancient tree. Originally, the tree spirit's child is contaminated with tree spirit essence. The corpse king only needs to absorb the baby's blood chi, can ignore the boundaries set by the ancient tree, into the ancient tree to kill the weak tree spirit. A great battle unfolded within the ancient tree. A day later, the tree spirit came out from within the ancient tree covered in blood. The villagers cheered, thinking that this time, the tree spirit had won again and would still be able to protect their shade village in the future. However, in the next second, a heavenly grievance aura erupted from the tree spirit's body. Under the sweep of the resentment, the bellies of all the villagers, including the tree spirit's once beloved blacksmith, rumbled and rose. Within days, a baby with sharp teeth would cut open their stomachs and crawl out of them. The bloody abdominal cavity was devoid of internal organs, with only a few ribs left towering like withered branches, barely supporting the clinging flesh. For a time, the entire Shade Village was shrouded in resentment, with fewer and fewer living people, and after the screams gradually ceased, only the shrill, piercing cries of the babies rose and fell. Someone had seen the tree spirit pick up the dried-up corpse of a baby on the ground, cradle it in his arms, and turn around to hide in the midst of the grievous aura. That dried-up baby body with only bones left was none other than her child. When the corpse king ate the baby and threw it aside, the villagers were only worried about whether the tree spirit could subdue the corpse king, and none of them even thought of burying the child. That finally came out of the ancient tree, and killed the whole village. In the end, is the tree spirit, or corpse king, or a combination of both? No one knows. Secret Realm Completion Requirement: find the source of the Blood Infant Village's grievances and destroy it. In the Secret Realm introduction, the origin of this chance secret realm was explained in detail. A short story, the 4 people who read it were silent. Even Tao Tao, who blathered all the way, didn't speak for half a day. Lu Shang, as an old bookworm who had read all sorts of novels and online literature in his previous life, still had this bit of resistance. He coughed lightly and took the lead to break the silence of the crowd. The past condition of this secret realm of opportunity is to find the source of the Blood Infant Village's grievances, which should be to find the boss here. So, there shouldn't be any twists and turns in the secret realm's content, we just need to find the boss in the map. Speaking here, he frowned slightly. However, the difficulty of this secret realm of chance is a bit out of my expectations. Abyssal level secret realm, it's not easy to brush. The others had also focused their attention on the Raider realm, and after seeing the abyssal level difficulty, they all nodded in agreement with grave expressions on their faces. The difficulty of secret realms and replicas were categorized from low to high into simple, normal, difficult, abyssal, and nightmare. A secret realm with an abyssal level of difficulty was definitely rewarding, but at the same time, the difficulty was also predictable. Generally, for an abyssal level difficulty copy, one had to have a full squad of 10 people to be qualified to attempt it. At the same time, it is also necessary to require that these 10 people are strong enough, occupational characteristics, and can complement each other. Front row, output, auxiliary position should be complete. Blood Baby Village. The secret realm requirements is for 6 people, at the same time is still a level 20 secret realm. Want to brush it? How also have to 30 level 6 people team is more reliable. The number of people was limited, so they could only level up to make up for it. But right now, Lu Shang and the others not only didn't have enough people, their levels were only 17 or 18 on average. Yun Yu and Tao Tao were level 18, Lu Shang was level 17, Go Shang was level 14, and they still needed a lot of experience to reach level 15. With this paper lineup, it was basically hopeless to brush this secret realm of opportunity. But if you leave now, and call a teacher or something to help you, it will be too late. The secret realm of chance was like this: it was fine to enter and then want to exit, but once you exit, the secret realm of chance would disappear and randomly appear somewhere else. Therefore, after a moment of deep thought, Tao Tao opened his mouth and said, "It's not good to brush." "Then let's brush slowly." With Yui around, I don't think there's much of a problem. If we meet a ferocious beast, let's combine our attacks and try to slowly clear out the small monsters, find the boss, and then grind the boss to death. It's so hard to find such a secret realm of opportunity. I don't want to go straight out without even trying, otherwise I definitely won't be able to sleep for a month. Yunyu didn't say anything, but she also nodded, expressing her meaning. Lu Sheng smiled. I was actually thinking the same as you guys. Since I've come all the way here, let's give it a try. Not. At this time, Go Shang, who had been silent for a long time, trembled and spoke. Don't any of you have anyone to listen to my opinion? I think that it's too risky for the four of us to brush a level 25 abyss level secret realm. Moreover, this ghost secret realm, the map is too netherworldly, right? Originally, the Ghost Shadow Mystic Forest was already shady enough when it brushed some bloodthirsty willows, decaying woodcutters, and drowned floating corpses all day long. This Blood Infant village is still much more frightening than that Ghost Shadow Maze Forest. If you ask me, otherwise let's pretend that we haven't seen this secret realm of opportunity, so that you and I can. Go Shang was chattering as soon as he opened his mouth, really wanting to persuade the crowd to leave. I believe in Yui, she can guarantee our safety. Cao Cao interrupted him clearly, no timidity at all in his tone. Not knowing whether it had comforted Go Shang or not, Cao Cao added, a secret realm with such a high difficulty level is indeed beyond Yui and I's expectations. If it was an ordinary secret realm, the two of us would have been able to brush through it. But if it's an abyss, there's really a need for you guys to help. Otherwise, let's give each other a rough idea of our attributes and skills, as well as our occupational characteristics. If we brush up the monsters later, we can also have a cooperation. How about it? Lu Sheng nodded, no problem. Seeing that everyone had decided to go, Go Sheng could only choose to follow. Aha, Cao Cao took the initiative and said, since you all agree, I'll tell you about myself first. Chapter 26, Hidden Occupational Characteristics. Cao Cao didn't hide too much in order to express her sincerity. She picked up her short bow, and then the short bow and the clothes on her body, the leather pants on her lower body, and the leather boots on her feet all flashed with purple light. This meant that she had a full 4 pieces of purple equipment on her body. As for the equipment in other locations, such as the gauntlets and belt, they were all blue equipment as well, and it was estimated that they had to be at least small extremes. However, the 3 parts of the ring, necklace, and the helmet, which was relatively rare for archer-type professions, Cao Cao was empty. This was normal, because the equipment of these 3 parts was very rare. Even a white outfit could be sold for the price of an extreme blue outfit. At the same time, the attributes they could provide weren't high, and were too much less cost-effective than other parts of the equipment. At low levels, there was no need to get all of these pieces of equipment. Of course, those who had mines at home could be ignored. Cao Cao's family should be quite rich, but this girl still spent all her money on the blade of a knife, and it could be seen that she was a girl who knew how to live her life. After displaying her equipment grade, Cao Cao continued, my equipment is good, coupled with the occupational characteristics, you guys don't have to worry about the output ability. At the same time, my defense is equivalent to a heavy armor profession of the same level, and if I'm attacked by a ferocious beast, it's not so bad that I'll be killed in seconds, and there's a certain degree of fault tolerance. If the formation is dispersed, the front row professions pay attention to protecting the others. I don't need to invest too much energy here. As for the skills, well. Cao Cao stretched out her hand, and in the center of her palm, a ball of fire immediately rose. It was no surprise to Lu Sheng that Cao Cao had the ability to control flames. Because the few monsters that Lu Sheng had encountered before had been solved by her using a skill similar to Flame Arrow. However, what Lu Sheng didn't expect was that as Cao Cao shook her wrist, the flames in her palm unexpectedly produced qualitative changes one after another, turning into ice crystals, whirlwinds, lightning, and earth gravel respectively. Afterward, Cao Cao shook her hand and all the elements all disappeared. This is the occupational characteristic of my profession, the Elf Ranger. I can now control 5 attributes, fire, ice, wind, thunder, and earth, and after choosing one of them, my other 2 skills will produce different effects. The other 2 skills, one is an increased skill that can be unleashed on yourself and your teammates. Depending on the elemental attribute chosen to control, the effects of the increased skill are, providing a burning effect to the weapon, restoring the blood level of teammates, increasing the movement speed of teammates, having a certain chance to paralyze the enemy when attacking, and providing a protective shield to teammates, just to name a few effects. Another skill is to release arrows with different elemental attributes. I won't go into the specific effects, but anyway, when the time comes, I'll choose the right element according to the different situations and work with you guys. By the way, Cao Cao snapped his fingers, I also have a displacement skill that allows me to burst into a distance of 15 meters. With this skill, I should be able to defend myself, and you guys don't have to mess up your formation to protect me when you see me get cut. My self-protection ability is still very strong. After listening to Cao Cao's introduction, Lu Sheng was really a bit surprised. Your career traits are so comprehensive, counting like this, wouldn't you have a full 11 skills, enough to deal with all kinds of scenes? Cao Cao showed her pride and gathered the broken hair in front of her forehead and said, not bad, but my profession is still mainly an output, so the effect of the increased skill is definitely not as strong as that of priests and ministers. So you guys don't expect me to be able to help you much after applying the increased skill. Lu Sheng nodded, well, then I'll treat you as an output position. After saying that, Lu Sheng looked at Yunyu, what about you? What are your occupational characteristics? How about equipment? Yunyu replied in a simple and direct manner, can output, can control the field, and can defend myself. After saying that, she took out a pitch-black staff, and then the staff and robe, as well as the necklace in front of her chest, simultaneously lit up with a purple glow. The rest of the equipment was blue equipment. The equipment was not bad, but the introduction of her occupational characteristics was too perfunctory, right? Seeing that Lu Sheng was somewhat speechless, Cao Cao hurriedly explained, Yui's occupational characteristics are very comprehensive, and her main ability is still field control. Just look at her as an ice mage, what are her occupational characteristics? Ha, it's hard for me to explain, turn around and fight and you'll be able to see. Okay. Lu Sheng didn't force anything. Next is me. Lu Sheng thought about it, and didn't hide his identity as a hidden profession any longer. In the previous battle between him and Li Zihe, he had used a lot of sword immortal skills, and even the little cutie could also tell that he wasn't an ordinary swordsman, but had switched to hidden profession. This couldn't be considered a secret, it would surely be made public soon, so there was no problem with him saying it himself now. I'm a hidden profession sword immortal. Brother Lu, aren't you a swordsman? When did you become a hidden profession? Gou Sheng stomped away from the side, his voice so loud and clear that it covered the sound of a baby crying. Lu Sheng glared at him in a knot, well, I overestimated the little cutie's ability. He didn't bother to explain to Gou Sheng when he had switched to the hidden profession and continued to introduce it to the crowd. The profession characteristic is that there are two types of attacks. To put it simply, the Imperial Sword's attack method will increase the output ability and attack range. The Imperial Sword range is probably a little less than the Archer's range, but the difference isn't much. The handheld attack style will boost the ability to surprise, as well as the ability to defend oneself, and at critical moments, be able to give the back row some protection. There's also a skill that boosts movement speed, being able to dodge in time. That's probably all. Oh yeah, there's also equipment, I only have clothes and weapons on me, both of which are gold in color, the other equipment columns are empty. What Lu Sheng said was also basically the same as what Cao Cao had seen before, so Cao Cao didn't suspect anything. That said, can the equipment's attributes be shown to me so that I can open my eyes? I've grown up since I was a kid, but I've never really seen the attribute panel of a golden equipment with my own eyes. Lu Sheng revealed a fake smile and refused, this would be inconvenient. Cut. The pettiness. Cao Cao bristled. After Lu Sheng introduced his occupational characteristics, Gou Sheng spoke right after him. Cough, it's my turn next, right? So what, I'm a shield warrior, and my occupational characteristic is. What's there to introduce about a shield warrior's occupational trait? Turn around and you obediently carry it in the front, that's it. Cao Cao gave a thumbs up towards Gou Sheng's solid body. She then turned her head and walked forward without wasting the rest of the people's time. Gou Sheng could not cry, no, I don't have human rights if I'm not a hidden profession, do I? You guys are really good bullies. Chapter 27 Cursed Blood Infant. After these introductions, all four of them had a basic understanding of each other's occupational positioning. Gou Sheng could take on the role of a candidate and carry the front. His candor, it was estimated, was far from enough, but fortunately, Lu Sheng, Cao Cao and Yunyu all had a certain amount of output ability. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense, and the combined output of the three of them should be able to share a lot of pressure with Gou Sheng. Therefore, he, the Moppet, should be able to carry the load at the front. Even if he couldn't carry it, Lu Sheng would be able to take over. As for the auxiliary position, Cao Cao could also serve temporarily. So, with the four of them cooperating with each other, it was still considered that there was someone who could cover for each position. After briefly assigning tactics, Gou Sheng was pushed to the front by the three of them, and then began to walk towards the Blood Infant village to formally start raiding this secret realm. Although Gou Sheng acted very resistant to such a netherworld place, he still took out his shield and short hammer to clear the way for the group in the darkness. As he traveled forward, Lu Shang suddenly thought that just now, he had only focused on looking at the refreshed Secret Realm quests, and had forgotten to collect the rewards. As he followed the crowd towards the Blood Infant Village, he opened the quest panel and clicked Submit on the quest to find the Secret Realm of Opportunity. Instantly, his character panel was updated. Name, Lu Shang. Level, 17. Profession, Sword Immortal, the only hidden profession. Strength, 156. Agility, 220. Spirit, 220. Endurance, 43. Equipment. Golden Feathered Guest, gold color. Song Lan, gold color. Skills. Sword Heart LV1, passive. Sword Art LV1, active. Sword Pulling and Flattening LV1, active. Drunken Immortal Moonwatching Step LV2, active. Sword Marks LV1, passive. Each attack leaves a layer of sword marks on the enemy's body, and there is no upper limit to the number of layers that can be stacked. When there is an enemy with the sword mark status, this skill becomes an active skill, and after using it, it can explode damage, and each layer of sword marks can cause 20% of the attack power damage, and it cannot be offset by defensive skills. With the support of the two golden equipments, Lu Shang's 4-dimensional average attribute was now up to nearly 200. Although the stamina attribute pulled the crotch a bit, the golden feathered guest itself provided notable defense, and at the same time, he had the two skills of sword pulling Flatlan and drunken immortal moon watching steps in place, so defense wasn't Lu Shang's shortcoming. In addition to his super high attributes, through the attribute panel, Lu Shang also saw the effect of his newly acquired passive skill, Sword Mark. The effect of this passive was not bad. Equivalent to each attack, it would hang a layer of markers on the opponent, and finally detonate the markers, causing an additional burst of damage. A layer of sword mark, able to deal 20% damage. This value was not too high, nor was it too low. If the opponent did not understand the existence of this passive effect, it was very likely that they would be taken by surprise. Lu Shang was quite satisfied with this passive skill this time. The chances of clearing the Blood Infant Village copy were also a little higher. Soon, the four of them finally passed through the field path and arrived at the entrance of the Blood Infant Village. Looking around, the place was shrouded in darkness by the night. The village should have had quite a large population before, with dignified houses and intertwined paths, only that most of these houses had collapsed, leaving only broken walls. The sound of babies crying still comes from time to time, and the source of the sound is spread all over the village. Go Shang's heart became more and more furious, firmly holding his shield. Brother Lu, where do we go first? Lu Shang looked at the map. The map isn't that big, it shouldn't be hard to find where the boss is, so why don't we just carpet walk through it? You take the lead first, head for the nearest courtyard. Just now I heard a child crying in that courtyard, there should be monsters inside. Good. Good. Go Shang's voice was a little shaky. After swallowing his saliva, he walked towards the small farmhouse in front of him. One wall of the small courtyard had collapsed, and there was a dilapidated earthen house in front and on the left and right sides. The wooden doors of the houses were rotten and dilapidated, and through the doors, one could only see that the interior was pitch black, and there was no telling what was inside. After arriving at the courtyard, Lu Shang took out the Canglan sword and made it rise up in the air by using the sword art, intending to let the Canglan sword fly into the house first, to find out if there were any ferocious beasts inside. If there were, he would lure two of them over and kill them. Tao Tao had also opened her bow and slung an arrow at this time, the tip of the arrow sprouting a flame that was constantly pulsing. She was using fire elemental power, and the arrow she shot was able to leave a burning area of about 2 meters in diameter at the landing point, equivalent to a small group attack skill, which was quite useful for luring monsters. Just as the two were about to make their move. LOL. Everyone's energies were focused on the house in front of them, and no one noticed the extremely small and light sound. Cluck. In the next second, the ground under Go Shang's feet turned outward. A small, bloody hand reached out from it and clutched Go Shang's pants leg. Immediately afterward, a green and white baby drilled out from the ground, sending out a piercing cry that seemed to be a cry or a laugh or a smile, and biting Go Shang's calf with its mouth wide open. Go Shang was abruptly startled. Originally, he was wearing a heavy armor leg protector, but it was only a white piece of equipment that couldn't protect against the other party's sharp teeth. The heavy armor leg protector was directly bitten through, and the viper-like sharp fangs poked into the flesh, almost touching the leg bone. For a moment Go Shang's calf was spraying blood wildly, and then the tip of the fangs hooked inward, and a large piece of meat was torn off by the other party. Lu Shang stared at it closely. Even after killing so many ghost shadow misty forest ferocious beasts, the moment he saw this thing, Lu Sheng still felt a little sick to his stomach. This beast was not very big, and was similar to a baby in terms of size and looks. However, the other party's entire body was bruised and red, as if it hadn't fully grown its skin yet, and as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid after birth, with jagged wounds that were mottled and uneven. In its stomach, something flowed out and dragged on the ground. Not only Lu Sheng, after seeing this ferocious beast, Yunyu, who had always been skeptical of whether or not he was face paralyzed, had an expression, and the tips of his eyebrows twitched a few times. Cursed Blood Infant Abyssal Level. Level, 25. Attribute, Undead. Strength, 89. Agility, 96. Spirit, 51. Endurance, 42. Skill Flesh-Eating Passive. After inflicting damage to the opponent, you can recover from your own injuries by 15% of the amount of damage inflicted. Crawl Active. Can crawl forward at 200% speed, duration 10s. Hold Active. Can hold the enemy's body, cannot be thrown away, duration 3s. After reading the attributes of this fierce beast, Lu Sheng was shocked. Worthy of being an abyssal-level beast, this attribute, not too much lower than the black-armored tyrant ape. Pulling over a level 25 black iron boss, the cursed blood baby could bite off several chunks of the opponent's flesh. The good thing is that this ghost's stamina is not high, so killing it is not a problem. Lu Sheng was about to use his sword to kill this cursed blood baby when he heard the sound of a bowstring popping out from the side. Chapter 28. Compare the output? Tao Tao had already struck. On her arrow, the elemental aura entwined around it was the earth element, and after an arrow was shot, it landed precisely on top of the cursed blood infant's head. When the arrow hit the opponent, the effect of the earth elemental arrow was then triggered, and the thick earth element caused the cursed blood infant to be shaken back by about half a meter. Tao Tao narrowed her eyes and struck in succession, firing 2 more arrows. Each time, she used earth element arrows, hitting the cursed blood infant back repeatedly. However, the damage of the earth elemental arrows shouldn't be too high, so after using the knockback effect to control the blood baby in a safe position, Tao Tao shifted the elemental power under her control again, changing it to the wind element. After the wind elemental arrow was shot out, it immediately generated a wind whirlwind, with a speed about twice as fast as a normal arrow, while its power also skyrocketed by a fraction. This time, the wind elemental arrow directly shot through the head of the cursed blood infant, which finally stopped emitting ear-piercing cries and went limp, its body turning into a puddle of fishy-smelling blood as far as the eye could see. From the beginning to the end, Tao Tao shot 6 arrows in a row, each one landing precisely on the cursed blood infant. And first, she repelled the ferocious beast, protected her teammates, and then made up for it with her wind elemental arrows. The entire battle process was crisp and clean, without the slightest bit of procrastination. How about it? This girl is quite strong, right? Tao Tao raised her chin, quite a bit like she wanted to compete with him. Lu Sheng smiled, not commenting. At this time, Go Sheng, who had retreated to the front of the two of them, shook his calf, which had lost several pairs of meat. The wounds were shocking, but it was as if he didn't know the slightest bit of pain. Brother Lu, Sister Tower, before you guys chat, can you mind me first? I feel like I am missing something. Tao Tao looked at his wounds, and with a lift of her hand, ice elemental breath erupted, only to see an azure-colored mist emerge on Go Sheng's body, and then disappear again. Again skill hung on Go Sheng's body, his wound instantly stopped hurting, and a thin layer of frost covered the wound, stopping the bleeding. Tao Tao finished placing the skill and said, "You should have a healing potion, right? I don't have enough milk, you need to drink some potions to recover your status." "Okay, thanks Sister Tower." Go Sheng took out the healing potion from his character's backpack and started pouring it into his mouth. Tao Tao looked at him, "Big lover, you can't be a front rower, your reaction is too slow. Moreover, your defense is quite worrisome, the other party will directly break your armor once they bite you. If a group of ferocious beasts appear, won't you be torn apart in an instant?" At the thought of the scene of a group of cursed blood babies pouncing over, Go Sheng's face instantly turned white, and the healing potion in his mouth didn't even smell good anymore. Although he wasn't afraid of pain, he was afraid of ghosts. Seeing the only front row in the team being so abysmal, Tao Tao sighed helplessly, and with a lift of his hand, another earth elemental gain skill slammed onto Go Sheng's body. Instantly, a layer of 1 finger thick rock layer appeared all over Go Sheng's body, like armor. Moreover, on his shield, there was also such a layer of rock generated, which looked much thicker. "I can add a layer of shield for you, so try to carry it as much as you can. I'll try to clear the monsters as quickly as possible, so that you'll have less pressure." "Okay, I'll do my best." Go Sheng was certainly not willing to drag everyone down, and nodded his head heavily, looking a bit like a front row should. The effects of the healing potion were not bad, and soon Go Shang's wounds all recovered. This time, he continued to be at the front, but with the lesson he had just learned, he also knew that monsters would appear from the ground, so he was prepared. Go Shang took 2 steps forward, and sure enough, the land in front of him was once again churning, and a cursed blood baby was about to break out of the ground. Go Shang clenched his teeth, raised the shield in his hand, and slammed it fiercely towards the cursed blood infant, unleashing the Shield Warrior's Shield Strike skill. Shield Strike active, deals damage to the enemy and causes a 2s stun effect. The huge shield knocked the blood infant that had just emerged directly into unconsciousness. Go Shang was instantly delighted and greeted Cao Cao and the others to hurry up and do something. However, before he had the chance to speak, the ground in front of him had another soil tossing, and it was clearly another 2 cursed blood babies about to appear. This time, the crowd had startled 3 ferocious beasts. Cao Cao's complexion was a few shades of grave, and he opened his bow and strung up an arrow, again to use his earth attribute arrow first, to help Go Shang control the field, lest he be caught in the middle of the 3 ferocious beasts. However, right at this moment, a long sword trailing water vapor flew out violently. Its speed was almost comparable to Cao Cao's wind attribute arrow. Moreover, the flying sword's power was even more damaging than the wind attribute arrow. The Canglan sword cut through an arc of light, instantly piercing through the head of the first cursed blood infant, directly killing it in seconds. That wasn't all. The 2 cursed blood corpses behind had just crawled out of the ground when the Canglan sword killed them. Put. Poof. The Canglan sword did a skewer of sugar gourd, flying over the 2 dots and killing the 2 cursed blood corpses as well. 3 level 25 abyssal beasts, all instantaneous seconds. This hand directly stunned everyone present. Especially Cao Cao. Her entire body froze on the spot, the bowstring in her hand almost didn't hold, and after the arrow flew out, it fell diagonally to the ground. She had seen Lu Shang strike before. Therefore, she thought she had a rough idea of Lu Shang's strength. As a result, when Lu Shang really struck out to kill the monsters, he immediately let Cao Cao know that he understood a 6-ah. When he fought with Li Zihe before, did Lu Shang use 30% of his strength? Other than that, just the sword killed his hand. Lu Shang seconds Li Zihe absolutely just a thought of things. Her Cao Cao's output, in the exams, but perennial domination of the school's first place. To be able to kill a level 25 abyssal beast with 5 arrows, this could definitely shock a large number of jaws when it was spread out. Lu Shang, on the other hand, directly killed it with a single sword. And he killed 3 in a row. Where is this going to be justified? Go Shang had thought that he was going to get bitten off a few more pieces of meat. As a result, Lu Shang instantly killed 3 ferocious beasts, which made him surprised and happy, and shouted, "Brother Lu is great." Lu Shang smiled at him and didn't respond, but glanced at Cao Cao on the side. Cao Cao could see the meaning in Lu Shang's eyes, exactly the same as when she shot the first cursed blood baby just now. This made her a bit unbearable for a moment, and she deflated. What's the point of being complacent? This is just the beginning. It's not certain who has a higher output. It is indeed just starting. Lu Shang nodded his head, his face serious for a few moments. The number of ferocious beasts here seems to be quite a lot. Get ready to fight. Before Lu Shang's words fell, the ground in front of him, several more cursed blood infants broke out one after another. At the same time, hissing sounds came out from the dilapidated houses in front and to the left and right, followed by new ferocious beasts emerging from them and pouncing towards the 4 of them. The appearance of the new ferocious beasts was different from the cursed blood babies. They were taller and bigger, a kind of rotting corpse. The biggest feature was that each of them had a huge hole cut into its abdomen, in which the broken flesh was dripping, black and red, and it made people retch to see it. These should all be the original villagers of Shade Village. Chapter 29, Cursed Carrion. Cursed Carrion Abyssal Level. Level, 25. Attribute, Undead. Strength, 95. Agility, 75. Spirit, 53. Stamina, 61. Skill Berserk Attack Passive, increases movement speed towards enemies by 30% when an enemy exists nearby. Intestinal Vessel Entanglement Active, throws an abdominal intestinal vessel that entangles the enemy and instantly closes the distance between the 2 sides. This cursed carrion's attributes were similar to a cursed blood baby, only with lower agility and higher stamina. At the same time, not only was there gut vessel entanglement, skills named netherworldly, the effect of using it was even more netherworldly. It was outrageous that they were directly using their intestines as a set of horse ropes. The number of cursed carrion corpses totaled as many as 8. Together with the 4 cursed blood babies that drilled out, the crowd had to face 12 ferocious beasts at the same time. With so many ferocious beasts, they could tear Go Shang apart in a single glance. Just as Lu Shang was planning to retrieve the Canglan sword and use it in a handheld manner to clear the field with a sword-pulling flatlon, an audible glass-shattering blasting sound rang out. Only to see the left and right to kill up the two sets of cursed corpses before the space suddenly qualitative change. The ground is like a mirror broken, the break rustling spread, appeared two pieces of space fissure. In the fissure, countless arm-thick purple-black tentacles sprung out, like watercress. The cursed corpses were all entangled, and opened the end of the mouthpiece full of fangs, climbing and gnawing on the cursed corpses. The attack power of the tentacles was not high, there was no way to cause too much damage to the cursed carrion, but their control ability was excellent, enough to keep the two sets of carrion immobile. Lu Sheng twisted his head and looked at Yunyu, who had been silent. Finding that, sure enough, she waved her staff, and the top of the staff flickered with ghostly purple streams of light, proving that this grotesque skill was indeed from her. Sure enough, she was a functional mage, her control ability was so strong. At this time, Tao Tao also transformed the elemental power under her control, changing it to ice attribute and shooting an ice attribute arrow. The arrows landed in the group of monsters in front of them and didn't hit any of the ferocious beasts, but once the arrows landed, they immediately radiated ice crystals outwards. The ice crystals spread out and enveloped the ferocious beasts, immediately causing their movement speed to plummet. The control effect provided by Tao Tao provided the output position with more output time. Lu Sheng naturally didn't waste this opportunity, maneuvering the Canglan sword to fly out, instantly killing two cursed corpses. Tao Tao had the intention of competing with Lu Sheng, shifting her control attribute to the wind attribute and launching point kills on the ferocious beasts that rushed over. However, it was obvious that her output was not even in the same league compared to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng only needed one sword to kill the monsters. Tao Tao, on the other hand, even with the wind attribute arrows that had the strongest point-killing ability, needed at least 3 arrows to finish off a beast. The output of the duo was indeed not low, but the number of ferocious beasts in this wave was too high and the distance between their appearances was too close, so even if they slaughtered half of them in an instant, the rest of the ferocious beasts were still quickly closing in on the 4 of them. Especially the cursed blood infant at the front, it even used the crawl, that boosted its movement speed by 200%, whistling while crawling at high speed. The pressure was suddenly given to Go Shang. Go Shang suppressed his fear and faced the cursed blood infants crawling over. He cursed Gon Lin Yang to give himself courage, and at the same time, he slammed another shield strike over. The first cursed blood infant was knocked unconscious by him, and before Go Shang had time to catch his breath, the second cursed blood infant came flying at high speed with its crawl turned on. His shield strike was on cooldown and could not be used again, so he could only use his other skill, hammer strike, to attack the blood infant. Unfortunately, Go Shang, a shield warrior, was not good at attacking. Even if Hammer Strike could deal 150% damage, this hammer smashed on the head of the cursed blood baby, but only came from one sound. Nothing happened to the cursed baby, but Go Shang's own garbage blue short hammer was almost flicked out. This blood baby ate Go Shang's hammer and climbed to Go Shang's feet. Go Shang didn't have time to back up before the cursed blood baby clutched his thighs and activated the skill, hold. With such a blood-covered baby BIA on one's leg, anyone would have to have weak legs. A coldness from the bottom of the feet straight up to the top of the head, Go Shang a voice, almost to the shield or thrown directly to dance breakdancing. Cursed blood baby is also not polite, open mouth toward Go Shang thighs to gnaw, a bite in his leg guard. Go Shang's leg protector had Tao Tao's increased skill, covering a layer of rock. Unfortunately, the effect of this increased skill wasn't really strong, it was crushed by the cursed blood baby's bite, and even Go Shang's leg protector was bitten through as well. Blood once again overflowed from Go Shang's leg. Unlike last time, this time he was injured a bit less and was not directly bitten off a large piece of flesh. However, the cursed blood baby's hold was forced to control the 3S time. Within 3 seconds, Go Shang simply couldn't get rid of this damn thing. After the cursed blood infant finished biting, it stretched its neck again and opened its mouth right after it. This time the location to bite made Go Shang's eyes red. You damn it! Don't bite the lifeblood, ah! This angry roar seemed so anxious and powerless. But fortunately, a flying sword trailing water vapor slashed straight through, accurately piercing through the cursed blood infant's head. The cursed blood infant, which was instantly killed in seconds, finally let go of its hand and fell down from the root of Go Shang's thigh, turning into a puddle of blood. Go Shang was like being pardoned, looking at Lu Shang with eyes full of gratitude and tears. Brother Lu, if our old Go family has a descendant, you're definitely the first to take credit for it. Lu Shang was speechless. You have a son in the future, it has nothing to do with me, don't think too much. Tao Tao, who was busy at the side, didn't forget to make up for it. You lovebirds, there's still a queen, lick your own goddess first. Pay attention to the 2 waves of ferocious beasts on the left and right, the control effect of Yui's skill is about to end. After saying that, she shot one last arrow. The wind attribute arrow accurately pierced through the brow of the last cursed blood infant, killing it. Just as Cao Cao said, almost as soon as this wave of ferocious beasts had just been exterminated by the group, the control effect of Yunyu's skills on both sides came to an end. Those spatial rifts gradually closed in, and the purple-black tentacles were all retracted, allowing the cursed carrion to regain its freedom. The four of them did not have the slightest amount of time to adjust, and were about to engage these 6 cursed corpses. Several people had a tacit understanding that was hard to describe. Lu Shan used his sword to kill the cursed carrion on the left, while Cao Cao and Yunyu focused on the 3 on the right. Yunyu waved her staff, and a spatial rift once again appeared above her head. Only a purple-black color could be seen in the rift, while a bug-like rustling sound came from it. Immediately after that, the flames suddenly lit up, and one energy bullet after another flew out of the spatial rift, smashing into the cursed blood corpses, causing considerable damage. Cao Cao, on the other hand, at this time, played a controlling role, constantly slowing down and knocking back the 3 cursed carrion corpses with ice attribute arrows and earth attribute arrows, creating output space for Yunyu. The two of them had an incomparably tacit understanding of each other, and it seemed that they had often practiced leveling with monsters together. Chapter 30 can carry, but don't want to. However, Yunyu's occupational trait was not good at output. Her energy bombs looked quite bluff, but their killing power was still a little worse than Cao Cao's wind attribute arrows. The successive energy bullets did not kill the group of cursed carrion. One of them approached the crowd and wrapped its arms around its exposed intestinal apparatus, yanked it with both hands, and then threw it out like a net. Go Shang was now glad that he had saved his life, completely unaware that a bloody large intestine fell from the sky and wrapped around his thick neck. Go Shang let out a GA sound. He couldn't even hold his weapon steadily, and desperately grabbed the intestines on his neck, wanting to pull it off so he could breathe some fresh air. Unfortunately, as a level 14 shield warrior, he was unable to do anything in the face of the level 25 abyssal beast's control skills. The intestines were slippery and elastic, and when he touched a handful of oil, he couldn't yank them off at all. The cursed carrion that was wrapped around him pulled on the thick and long intestinal apparatus, rapidly shortening the distance between Go Shang and it. Cao Cao could see the seriousness of the matter. His eyes narrowed slightly, and an earth attribute arrow shot out, blasting at the cursed blood corpse's small arm, causing it to stumble. However, the speed at which it then pulled its intestinal apparatus was instead faster. Seeing this, Yunyu was silent as she waved her staff in her hand, opening another spatial rift underneath Go Shang. In the next second, tentacles surged out of the spatial rift and wrapped around Go Shang's body, stabilizing him and not allowing him to be dragged by the cursed carrion. If it wasn't for his neck being strangled, which was really hard to bear, Go Shang was really going to cry out. With a blood sausage on his neck and tentacles underneath his body, who would be able to withstand this? Fortunately, while both sides were in a stalemate, Lu Sheng here had already cleared the ferocious beasts around himself. He used the sword art to kill the cursed rotting corpse that attacked Go Shang, and chopped off the intestines with a sword, allowing Go Shang to catch his breath. Afterwards, Lu Shang, Cao Cao, and Yunyu gave their full output, and in just less than 10 seconds, the 3 cursed carrion corpses completely collapsed to the ground. Lu Shang helped Go Shang pick apart the intestinal apparatus on his neck, and Yunyu also retracted the void space, not letting the tentacles in the space continue to control Go Shang. After this wave of ferocious beasts were killed, the entire courtyard fell into silence. It looked like there should be no other ferocious beasts left. Go Shang leaned and sat on the ground, noisily saying that he would never eat blood sausage or grilled squid again, while pouring medicine into his mouth to treat his injuries. It was true that he, the only front row, was also a bit miserable, and the attacks of the ferocious beasts would first fall on him. His attributes were still low, so he had no power at all against the ferocious beasts. However, the team did need him to carry the damage because Yunyu and Cao Cao were not front row professions, and once they were controlled by the beast's skills, they would probably be killed in seconds. As for Lu Shang, he could carry it. But he didn't want to. Therefore, all the suffering in the world could only be carried by Go Shang. Seeing that Go Shang had only experienced a wave of battles and was eager to drink the healing potion in water, Lu Shang and the others had handed over the healing potion in their own hands to Go Shang. This kid was immediately thrilled and said several thank yous to the 3 of them, completely not realizing that the healing potion represented that he needed to carry more damage. After confirming that it was safe, Lu Shang utilized the soul collector to collect all the souls of the ferocious beasts present. To his unexpected surprise, the level 25 abyssal monsters were able to provide him with 100 points from just one of them, which was 4 times as much as a normal level 25 fierce beast. It seemed that not only were abyssal monsters stronger, they also provided more points. In this secret realm, the speed of gaining points should be faster than outside. Blood Profit. After collecting the points, Lu Shang had taken the lead and searched through the 3 rickety houses, and the results were indeed rewarding. Inside the house, apart from some useless sundries that reeked of rotting odor, there were also 2 crates placed there. The boxes were opened, and inside were some materials, potions, and 3 pieces of equipment. These things weren't worth much money and were divided among the 4. Among them, one of the 3 pieces of equipment was a level 15 blue quality shield. Its attributes were much better than the one in Go Shang's hand. It was a small extreme item. This piece of equipment was naturally distributed to Go Shang. Just waiting for him to level up again, he would be able to change into this shield and take a few more hits at the front. After clearing up everything here, the 4 of them continued to stay in formation, heading to other locations on the map to search for bosses, looking for the source of grievance mentioned in the secret quest. Soon, half a day had passed. The 4 of them had gone through battle after battle, and gradually searched most of the map of Blood Baby Village. In this map, there were a total of 3 types of ferocious beasts. Among them, the cursed blood infant was the weakest, but it could appear at any time, and if they were not careful, they would be grabbed by the small hands drilling out of the ground, holding their thighs and taking a bite. Of course, the one who was sneak attacked was often always Go Shang, who walked at the forefront to trip the thunderbolt. Although Go Shang's strength was no good, his role was irreplaceable, helping Lu Shang and the others to avoid the sudden attacks of the ferocious beasts many times. The second type of ferocious beast, the cursed carrion, only appeared in the houses of the village. Whenever they appeared, it was several of them, and the number of them could even reach 14 or 15. However, in any room where a cursed carrion was present, one would be able to find treasure chests from which they would be able to obtain some small rewards from the secret realm. Although the rewards weren't much, they were considerable, and there might even be surprises. For example, the 4 of them had opened a level 20 purple armor gauntlet in the chest. The attributes were quite good, and it was considered a small extreme item in the purple armor. The handguard's occupation requirement was an archer class occupation, so it was pocketed by Tao Tao. The last type of ferocious beast, which was relatively rare, was called the broken neck carrion. It was an undead type beast with its head pulled together and tilted to the side, its neck bitten off in life. It was a level 25 abyssal head, and although it wasn't a boss, its attributes were much higher than those of ferocious beasts like the cursed carrion and cursed blood baby, and it was also much more difficult to deal with. Even with Lu Shang's high attack power, it took a full dozen sword attacks to kill it. Fortunately, its numbers were small, and in half a day, the 4 of them had only seen 3 of them. By this time, the crowd had arrived at the center of the Blood Infant Village. The healing potion that was gradually being consumed made Lu Shang feel that he couldn't just hang around in the secret realm like that. He should still find the boss as soon as possible. Just as Lu Shang wanted to see where he should go next, a movement different from the sound of a baby crying came faintly. Ding! 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 The sound was crisp and slow, like someone was banging on some kind of iron at a specific frequency all the time. Tao Tao's ears twitched, frowning as he asked the others, "Did you guys hear that? I seem to have heard some special movement." Go Shang stood still all of a sudden and turned his head a little nervously. "What did you hear?" Lu Shang thought for a moment, kind of like, beating iron? Whatever, let's find the source of the sound. Having a clue is better than wandering around this map. The crowd didn't have an opinion and walked towards the direction the sound came from. Chapter 31 Abyssal Boss. Not long after, the crowd arrived in front of a large compound. The sound of clashing iron weapons came from here. This time, the monster didn't hibernate inside the house or under the ground like before, suddenly killing out to catch them off guard. This time, the ferocious beast was sitting in the courtyard. A ferocious beast that didn't actively attack people was very unusual. At least with this side face, it was completely impossible to see how it was different from the norm. Only the small section of dried and pitch black skin exposed under its collar, full of corpse spots and festering sores, could tell that it was also an undead type ferocious beast. This rotting corpse held a rusty hammer in one hand, while the other hand held a machete. At this moment, it was on a millstone-like boulder, using the hammer to strike the wood chopper, or rubbing the wood chopper on the stone repeatedly, seemingly trying to make the wood chopper sharper. For Lu Shang and the others who had already arrived at the entrance of the compound, it seemed to be oblivious. It just flanked the crowd and kept doing its own thing over and over again, looking extraordinarily focused. When this scene was placed in the secret realm, it was even more bizarre than the blood baby in the netherworld. However, seeing it in human form, Go Shang was relieved. I don't know whether it was curiosity or found something, he even desperately came to the front, cat-waisted, and stretched his neck to look at it carefully. After staring for a while, Go Sheng seemed to see something and suddenly backed away, as if he had something to say. Everyone was watching his every move, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, the surroundings were quiet, even Yun Yu also subconsciously followed the head. Go Sheng looked serious and lowered his voice to a few people. It looks like my great uncle. Are you polite? Lu Sheng pressed the throbbing veins at the corners of his forehead, peeled away Go Sheng, and looked over from afar, taking in the attribute panel of the ferocious beast. Blacksmith Zombie Abyssal Boss. Level, 25. Attribute, Undead. Strength, 256. Agility, 162. Spirit, 130. Endurance, 221. Skills Dead but Not Dead passive, possesses an extremely strong recovery effect, wound healing is accelerated. Grievance Eruption passive, explodes the grievances in the body upon death, followed by incalculable consequences. Withered Vine active, utilizes the roots of vines within the body to bind the enemy for 8s. Cast Iron Hammer technique active, wields a hammer and machete in his hand, dealing 200% damage per second to surrounding enemies for 5 seconds. When using Cast Iron Hammer technique, immune to all skill control effects. Sure enough, this wasn't an ordinary ferocious beast, but a boss of the abyssal level secret realm. This blacksmith, it should be the one that gave birth to a baby with the tree spirit in the secret realm's introduction, right? Other than him, there should be no other villager who has this kind of treatment, being able to be a boss in this village. But then again, since it's a boss, does it mean that the source of the Blood Baby village's grievances lies in it? As long as you killed it, the copy would be considered cleared? Just as Lu Sheng was pondering, his quest panel updated again, prompting him that he had a new quest waiting to be claimed. Ding, you have a new quest to collect, please check. Currently available quests. 1. Turn away and abandon the copy. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, a weapon blind box. Weapon blind box special item, after opening it, you can obtain a random grade weapon. 2. Defeat the abyssal boss blacksmith zombie. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, a skill blind box. Skill blind box special item, upon opening, you can obtain a rare skill book of this profession. Another quest with a very generous reward. However, the skill blind box and the weapon blind box could only be one or the other right now. After just a little bit of consideration, Lu Sheng picked up quest 2. After all, he had the Canglan sword, and his need for weapons wasn't very high. As for the skill thing, he definitely didn't have too much of it. Moreover, Lu Sheng still wanted to very much brush through this secret realm of opportunity. After brushing through, the skill blind box and the secret realm rewards were taken together. Didn't it smell good? Even though he was a bit reluctant to part with the weapon blind box, Lu Sheng still chose the more generous rewards. After collecting the quest, Lu Sheng looked at Go Sheng and the others beside him and asked, "The boss attributes are quite high, so let's kill it in a while. Let's pull the monsters and not have casualties." Say, "Go Sheng, this monster, can you carry it?" Go Sheng swallowed his saliva and shook his head. "I can't carry it for a bit. Brother Lu, this monster's attributes are too outrageous. Even though I leveled up just now and equipped my new shield, the level gap and attribute gap is too big. I'd probably have half a life left if I was touched by him." Lu Sheng thought about it and agreed. Expecting you to carry it to the end all by yourself definitely won't work. As it is, there are no small monsters here, so we don't have to worry about being surrounded, so we should still have room to pull with this boss. How about this? In a moment, I'll take the output position and the first tank position. Tao Tao, you and Yun Yu play control, try to kite this boss as much as possible, don't worry about the output. Let's strive to rely on skill control and coordination to take down this boss without any injuries. Regarding Lu Sheng's arrangement, the other three were a bit skeptical. Tao Tao was blunt. You as the first tank position? You should be able to do that with your equipment advantage if you have a gold-colored outfit. But you only have one piece of gold-quality defense equipment, and with the defense provided by this equipment, it would be difficult for you to carry this boss's attacks, right? It's true that the sword immortal profession is strong, but it should belong to the output position, and to fight a tank position, and a tank at that, I don't feel like I can stand it. Go Sheng nodded deeply, his brows furrowed as if he had made up his mind, and he said to Lu Sheng, "Brother Lu, it's better for me to be the first tank. After taking the attack, I'll pull away and get high to recover my status. Sister Tower and Yun Yu's skills are so strong in control, and although I don't have a high agility attribute, I should still be able to pull away if I'm only dealing with one ferocious beast." Lu Sheng looked at Go Sheng with a strange look and realized that this fellow was a bit more outgoing than he thought, and even dared to take the initiative to ask himself to be a Yatin. He had thought that Go Shang would happily shrink back to the second Titan position, paddling and waiting to collect experience. This buddy can deal with something he really dare on. However, in this situation, Go Shang is also a dead end. Lu Sheng certainly can't pit his own people. He patted Go Shang's shoulder. Don't be brave. The boss will have a resistance to the control effects of the skills, so Yunyu and Tao Tao's skills hitting this boss won't be as effective as hitting an ordinary ferocious beast. If you were to be a Yatten, I guess you wouldn't be able to survive for even a minute. So, it's better for me to do it. I move fast and can kite better. And I also have a skill that allows me to have a 99% chance of evasion. Pulling the boss to fight is no problem at all. Hearing Lu Sheng say this, Tao Tao suddenly remembered that when Lu Sheng had fought Li Zihe before, he had extremely strangely dodged many attacks. She instantly realized, you were going to use that skill. No wonder you were able to dodge so many arrows at that time. It turns out that the skill effect was to increase the dodge chance to 99%, that's too perverted. Lu Sheng smiled and didn't deny the fact that he was perverted. Chapter 32, Who has your child in their belly? Don't be disgusting. Lu Sheng raised his hand and flicked Go Shang's shield, casually saying, so, you'll obediently assume the number 2 tamer position and fill in for me. If the boss takes off and kills towards Yunyu and Tao Tao, you must use Shield Strike to block it. As long as you can block it for a second, I'll be able to come over and fill in my position, and you'll be able to retreat to a safe spot to get high, understand? Go Shang nodded, looking reliable. Got it, Lu. Then be careful when you turn around. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be fine. Lu Shang was still confident in himself. Apart from the drunken immortal moonwatching steps, he also had the sword-pulling Canglan to protect him. How could he not be injured by the blacksmith zombie? The four of them were discussing tactics, when suddenly, the sound of iron hammering stopped. The blacksmith zombie no longer tapped the machete in his hand that was about to become immortal. His movements paused for 2 seconds, and then as if it was a cassette tape, his neck twisted inch by inch by inch. After completely turning its head, Lu Shang and the others finally got a good look at its face, and the numb expression of its former life as a human being. Honestly not bad looking, no wonder the tree spirit would like it. As its mouth opened and closed, there was actually a sound like a broken bellows coming out of its throat. Where are my children? The village is full of children, but where is my child? With that, it stood up and looked down at the woodchipper in its hand. Is the child in my stomach? In the next second, it raised the firewood knife and actually pointed the tip of the knife at itself, only to see it poof and slash at its own abdomen, hardening its dried-out body and cutting it open. Oops. In Go Shang's terrified and somewhat puzzled scream, dark and viscous blood spurted out from the zombie's abdominal cavity, splashing far below his feet. The blacksmith zombie stirred in his stomach for a while with a woodchipper, and then stuck his hand in to dig out, and continued, the child is not in my stomach. Where else can the child be? As it spoke, the wound on its abdomen was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It should be that its passive skill, dead but not dying, had taken effect. This recovery speed was truly humbling. However, Lu Shang realized that although the blacksmith zombie's abdomen had healed, it had left behind a slightly invisible slash mark. Moreover, its abdomen was all covered with this kind of slash mark. Obviously, the netherworld operation of breaking open the belly to find out if there was a child inside had been done by it more than once. Thinking about it, in the introduction of the secret realm, this blacksmith was the person who carried the tree spirit's child to the corpse king, so it should also be the person that the tree spirit hated the most. From love to hate, the tree spirit's hatred for this blacksmith must have far exceeded that of all the villagers. Therefore, even if this blacksmith was turned into this kind of undead monster, the tree spirit would still make it suffer the pain of disembowelment countless times a day. This secret realm, really heavy and netherworldly Lu Sheng didn't have time to finish lamenting, but the blacksmith zombie unexpectedly took a step and walked towards them. The child is not in my stomach. Then it is in your stomachs. I want to see if there is a child of mine in your bellies. As soon as the words fell, the blacksmith suddenly accelerated, just like a madman, carrying a woodcutter and a hammer, rushing towards Lu Sheng and the others. Tao Tao immediately opened her bow and shot an earth attribute arrow, while frowning and cursing, dead scum, get out of here. Who has your child in their stomach? Don't be disgusting. Bang! Only a soft sound was heard as the arrow landed precisely on the blacksmith zombie's chest. Tao Tao's arrow carried her full of anger, as well as her fight against the tree spirit. However, the blacksmith zombie was ultimately an abyssal boss with a high resistance to skills. The earth attribute arrow that could hit the ferocious beast back every time. This time it played out poorly, only causing the blacksmith zombie's figure to stall and retreat a small, almost negligible half step. This result caused Cao Cao's brows to wrinkle, and then he changed his strategy, turning to attack the blacksmith zombie with ice attribute arrows. Only the slowing down effect of the ice attribute arrows wasn't as obvious as it was against ordinary ferocious beasts, and the blacksmith zombie's speed slowed down, but only by about 15%. Lu Shang couldn't possibly watch Cao Cao's action and remain indifferent. He took a step forward and killed with his sword. Sun Lan's sword stabbed at the blacksmith zombie's body. The blacksmith zombie was covered in rotting flesh and looked flat, but it was very tough. The Sun Lan's sword slashed at its body, and although it could leave a wound, it was obviously impossible to kill it in seconds. Lu Shang's output ability was far above Cao Cao's, and as soon as he struck, he made the blacksmith zombie feel threatened and became the first target that the latter wanted to kill. The blacksmith zombie no longer cared about Cao Cao, who kept attacking him with arrows, and instead swung his machete and hammer to change directions, chasing after Lu Shang. Lu Shang deliberately brought the blacksmith zombie to the center of the courtyard, not allowing it to get close to the back row of his team, while outputting with his sword and walking to maintain the distance between him and the blacksmith zombie. At the same time, Cao Cao also switched to the wind attribute and gave Lu Shang a gain buff that boosted his movement speed. Now, Lu Shang felt lighter and his movement speed easily surpassed the blacksmith zombie. Although Lu Shang moved faster, it was a pity that the courtyard was too small, giving him little room to maneuver. So soon, Lu Shang was forced into the dead corner of the courtyard. Lu Shang had planned to use the drunken immortal moonwatch step to get away, but Genius stepped in at this moment and used the skill, Void Rift, the same skill that had controlled a wave of cursed carrion zombies earlier to control the blacksmith zombie in place. The control time of Void Rift was very long, and even though the blacksmith zombie had ripped off the tentacles binding it ahead of time and regained its freedom, Lu Shang took this opportunity to break away from its encirclement, and continued to use the royal sword technique to remotely output and kite. With the help of Cao Cao and Yun Yu's control skills, Lu Shang always maintained the distance between him and the blacksmith zombie. Even if the situation was sometimes so critical that Cao Cao and Yun Yu were too late to help, Lu Shang was able to gamble with the 99% evasion chance of Drunken Immortal's moonwatching steps. Lu Shang had gambled 4 times, going straight through the blacksmith zombie's weapon and going out hard, and he ended up winning every time. After all, 99% chance of evasion, Lu Shang as long as the face is not black, not only 4 times by the blacksmith zombie a hammer swing over the ground. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 minutes had passed. Lu Shang cut at least 200 swords on the blacksmith zombie. However, this blacksmith zombie's recovery ability was just too strong, and every time a wound was cut out on its body, it quickly healed. Its passive recovery ability of dead but never dying required that they had to do all of their damage all in to have a chance of killing it. But for Lu Shang's team, only Lu Shang had room for output. Cao Cao and Yun Yu also had to fight for control, so they simply had no time to output. As for Go Shang, he is unable to protect Cao Cao and Yun Yu's 2 back rows, not to mention his output. According to this momentum, if you want to kill this super blood pump, I don't know how much time will be wasted. Cao Cao also saw this problem. While fighting, she shouted, "Lu Shang, I don't think we can fight like this anymore. This boss returns blood too quickly, we don't have a sacrifice, we can't release the debuff skill that reduces the speed of the ferocious beast's blood return, it's too much effort to kill this boss." Chapter 33, Even a Sword Immortal Has to Be Beaten. Yun Yu, who hadn't said much, spoke up at this time, otherwise, withdraw first. Lu Shang's hand movements didn't stop. "No need to withdraw, give me a little more time, I should be able to second it." When he said this, the rest of the people were all a bit at a loss. Such a big boss, you can take a second? What a joke! After fighting for so long, the blacksmith zombie's blood level was not healthy, but at least had to be around 60%. Trying to second a boss that still had 60% blood left was almost impossible for a level less than 20 transmuter. What kind of terrifying burst could do that? The strongest mage-type single skill would definitely not be able to do it. Moreover, if you could do it in seconds, why didn't you do it earlier? Why waste so much time with this boss? How could they know that Lu Shang's words were really not bragging? In their perspective, naturally, they couldn't see that the blacksmith zombie's body had already hung more than 200 layers of sword mark passive. Right now, Lu Shang only needed to detonate the sword mark, which was equivalent to instantly inflicting the blacksmith zombie with a total damage value of more than 40 attacks. With this amount of damage, it should be enough to kill the blacksmith zombie in front of him. Lu Shang had been circling around with the blacksmith zombie, and had delayed launching the sword marks, in order to make sure that he accumulated enough layers of the skill, so as not to let the blacksmith zombie have a skin of blood left over, and then recover his status. Now more than 200 layers of sword mark passive should be enough. Lu Shang let out a low gulp and was about to detonate sword mark. However, at this moment, as if the blacksmith zombie had sensed something, its stomach suddenly exploded. From its belly, a viper-like object suddenly flew out and wrapped horizontally towards Lu Shang. Lu Shang's reaction was quick and he immediately used Drunken Immortal Moonwatch Step, trying to dodge it. As a result, the foreign object was not dodged by Drunken Immortal Moonstep, and I don't know if it was because this skill was a mandatory control and couldn't be dodged, or because Lu Shang's face was finally black for once, and there was a 1% chance of it being touched by him. The foreign object landed on Lu Shang, like a living thing, and bound him in less than a second. Lu Shang looked down and realized that it was a vine with blood. In a flash, Lu Shang realized that this should be the blacksmith zombie's skill, Blighted Vine. So, it shouldn't be that he had a black face, it was entirely because this was a mandatory control skill that couldn't be dodged at all. This skill had a control time of 8s, and Lu Shang also realized that he couldn't even use his skills within these 8s. The sudden situation made Lu Shang's heart sink. This was because the blacksmith zombie had already raised its hammer, buried its head and accelerated, smashing towards him. Tao Tao's earth attribute gain skill arrived in time, allowing Lu Shang to form a rock layer on his body to help him absorb the damage. Even so, the blacksmith zombie's blow landed and smashed hard on Lu Shang's body, still causing him to stifle a grunt as his body flew backwards. Lu Shang felt that the part of him that was smashed was so sour that it seemed like 2 of his bones were broken. It was the first time he had suffered such a big loss since he had been transformed into a sword immortal. At the same time, he also realized that there was another shortcoming in his current career trait, which was control immunity. Although he had Drunken Immortal Moonsteps and Sword-Pulling Canglan, once he was controlled by someone with a skill, the sword immortal would have to take a beating as well. It seemed that in the future, he would have to find a way to see if he could make up for this shortcoming. Now is not the time to think about this. Lu Shang smashed to the ground, then saw Tao Tao just because the release of skills to help him instantly attracted the attention of the blacksmith zombie. The blacksmith zombie did not come to compliment Lu Shang, but instead rushed towards Tao Tao and Yunyu, the 2 back row professions. Seeing this, Lu Shang immediately shouted, "Go Shang, top it!" Go Shang did not answer. But he did, as Lu Shang had instructed him to do, and rushed up with his shield in both hands, doing what a second tank should do. Go Shang ruthlessly slammed a shield strike onto the blacksmith zombie, and with almost no stun effect, the blacksmith zombie regained its mobility. Afterwards, the firewood knife in the blacksmith zombie's hand slashed down, and all of a sudden, sparks splashed everywhere, almost splitting the shield in Go Shang's hand in half. Go Shang could not withstand such a huge impact, and his entire body flew backwards several meters away, planting himself on the ground and spitting out blood. Ertan was also knocked back, and Yunyu and Tao Tao were directly exposed to the boss. The situation was already very dangerous, but Lu Shang was still under the effect of being controlled and had no way to activate Sword Mark. This made him anxious. Tao Tao and Yunyu weren't the ones to be slaughtered either. Seeing the blacksmith zombie coming towards them, the 2 of them each used their life-saving skills. Yunyu waved her staff and opened a void rift under her feet. Countless tentacles surged out and flew around her, dragging her into the void space. In the next second, a void rift opened again in the empty space 20 meters away, and Yunyu was pushed back into real space by the tentacles again. This skill had the same effect as a mage's blink, only it looked even more bluffing. Tao Tao then used the skill as well, but instead of moving backward, her skill was a little bit of footwork and rushed towards the blacksmith zombie. Her figure was flexible and light, and after leaping high, she ruthlessly stepped on the blacksmith zombie's shoulder. While causing a knockback effect on the blacksmith zombie, she herself also borrowed the force of the recoil to leap backward, arcing in mid-air and landing in the distance, pulling away from the blacksmith zombie. Both of them pulled away in time, and were finally no longer the target of the boss's attack. At this time, the zombie blacksmith seemed to have finally remembered that the biggest threat to it among the 4 people had to be Lu Shang, who was the first to be controlled by him. So, it timely turned back to Lu Shang complementary knife. Seeing this, Tao Tao shot arrows from her bow, using ice attribute arrows and earth attribute arrows to control the blacksmith zombie and buy time for Lu Shang. After Yunyu got out of the way, she also cast Void Rift, wanting to help delay the boss as much as possible. However, the blacksmith zombie didn't give them any chance to help. As if it had fallen into a frenzy, it swung its hammer and machete indiscriminately and charged towards Lu Shang. The arrows and tentacles that blocked it were all repelled and cut off, not stopping it. Lu Shang recognized that this was another skill of the blacksmith zombie cast iron hammering. While dealing damage to the surrounding area, it was also not subject to any control effects. Therefore, Tao Tao and Yunyu's control skills were simply useless. It was really killing them. Lu Shang only regretted now that he should have activated the effect of sword mark earlier, or else where would he have gotten so many variables? Now that he couldn't move or use his skills, he had to eat this wave of damage. If he could withstand it, he would be able to utilize sword mark to counter kill. If he couldn't, the probability was that he would be finished. Chapter 34 Go Shang's 3 seconds of firmness. Lu Shang's stamina attribute point was low, but with the super high defense of the golden feathered guest, he could try to resist a wave of damage hard. Just as Lu Shang was already planning to grit his teeth and resist hard, a tall silhouette with a shield rushed in and ruthlessly pushed the shield up, his body then pressed against the shield. Seeing Go Shang blocking in front of him in a gust of wind, Lu Shang was stunned. "Can you carry it? Get out of the way." Go Shang acted as if he didn't hear. The shield in his hand seemed to weigh millions of pounds, and the moment it hit the ground it raised a sky of dust. "I'm going to you in the ass." Go Shang gritted his teeth and cackled. In an instant, the blacksmith zombies had already arrived like a meat grinder. Machetes and hammers smashed down like a gale, blasting at Go Shang's shield. Even though his shield was a purple piece of equipment, it was clearly unable to withstand the skills of the blacksmith zombie, each time adding a crack with the sparks from the collision. Go Shang, who would have been smashed out with a single blow before, was now like a god of war possessed, holding onto his shield and eating all of the force from it without moving. As the blacksmith zombie continued to attack, he and the shield were pushed and slid backwards, leaving 2 deep gullies under his feet, showing the strength of the force he was enduring. But Go Shang didn't retreat a step. He and his shield were as steady as a rock as if they had merged. If he retreated, Lu Shang would be in danger. No one would have thought that Go Shang would be able to hold on to the shield for a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds wasn't much time, but theoretically, 3 seconds was enough for the blacksmith zombie to kill him more than 5 times. Go Shang didn't know why, but he was able to hold out for 3 seconds. Until the purple shield in his hand couldn't hold on any longer, and in the cast iron hammering of the blacksmith zombie, the durability cleared and burst on the spot. Go Shang coughed out blood heavily, finally letting go of his strength. Both of his hands had already crumbled from the tiger's mouth and were dripping with blood. "Brother Lu." Go Shang was horrified, not knowing what to do next. However, at this time, a hand reached out from behind him and pressed on his shoulder. Go Shang turned around and was overjoyed. It was because Lu Shang had finally survived the 8 seconds, and the control effect disappeared. "Doggy, good job. Next, just watch me." Saying that, Lu Shang exerted force in his hands and yanked Go Shang behind himself. At the same time, he raised his hand and the Imperial Sword Art was activated, and the Canglan sword flew back from the distance and fell in the air, aiming straight at the blacksmith zombie. Sword mark, explosion. As Lu Shang let out a soft shout, the Canglan sword landed on top of the blacksmith zombie's head, detonating the more than 200 layers of sword markings that were stacked on its body. In a flash, the Dao sword marks exploded on the blacksmith zombie's body, forming a huge Canglan sword shadow in the air, illuminating the entire village as if they were seeing the light of the sky, and it chopped down on the blacksmith zombie's body together with the real Canglan sword. Boom! The wind exploded, and under the huge Canglan sword shadow's chopping attack, the blacksmith zombie was instantly secured, and its cast iron hammer technique was forced to stop. The chopping firewood blade was less than a fist away from the tip of Lu Shang's nose, but Lu Shang didn't even use the drunken immortal moonwatch step. Because he knew that the damage from bursting open, sword mark, was enough to kill this boss. The Canglan sword's shadow slowly dissipated like a mirage. Lu Shang raised his hand, and the Canglan sword flew back into his hand, which he put into his character's backpack. The blacksmith zombie's body also stiffened and slowly collapsed, leaning back, its life value completely cleared. In an instant, Lu Shang, Go Shang, Tao Tao, and Yun Yu's bodies simultaneously flashed with golden light, leveling up. Especially Go Shang, who was lower in level than everyone else, the experience value given to him by the blacksmith zombie surprisingly allowed him to directly level up by 2 levels, reaching level 17. Leveling up could bring about recovery of status, so even though Go Shang had eaten the blacksmith zombie's set of skills hard and was beaten half to death, the 2 upgrades allowed the injuries on his body to recover quickly, and even if he wasn't cured, at least he wasn't as depressed as he was just now. He forgot about his injuries, his eyes were filled with only the shock brought about by the powerful sword shadow that burst out just now, instantly securing the blacksmith zombie. "I'll go, Brother Lu, you really gave the boss a second." He had just been yanked to the ground by Lu Shang, and now laboriously stood up and came to Lu Shang's side to ask excitedly. "Just now a big sword is what skill damage so high even though, how so handsome What great treasure sword." Lu Sheng glared at him and said in a bad mood, "If I had known that you were so good at talking, I shouldn't have pulled you to the back just now. I should have given you a kick in the ass and let you fall into the arms of the blacksmith zombie, and then stuck a sword in you guys and let you double-cross." "Double-crossing with this damn thing? Or forget it." Go Sheng shook his head repeatedly with an ugly face. It seemed that even though he had bravely blocked the front just now, the scene of the blacksmith zombie maniacally swinging his machete and hammer to cut down people was a not-so-small shadow for him. At this time, Tao Tao and Yun Yu also walked over. Tao Tao then couldn't hide her joy and surprise, but she wasn't surprised that Lu Sheng could really second the boss, but rather she was surprised that Go Sheng's performance just now was just too outstanding. "Not bad, big lover. I didn't realize that at the critical moment, it was you, the second Titan, who had to step forward. If it wasn't for you, our squad would have really folded here." Yun Yu did not have much of an expression, but surprisingly, she also opened her mouth to praise Go Sheng. "You're great." At once, Go Sheng floated. He laughed ha 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 proudly for a while and scratched his head. "I don't think that I can't keep playing soy sauce in the team and be a drag on the team. Since I'm the second tank, at critical moments, I have to be on top, and I can't let Brother Lu get hurt, right?" Speaking here, he glanced at the shield fragment on the ground, his smile suddenly solidified. "It's a pity that my first purple suit, in the hand has not yet warmed up, it is broken." Lu Sheng smiled at the sight and put his arm around Go Sheng's shoulder and patted. Between men, there was no such thing as a straightforward expression, it was enough. "It's fine, this shield counts as something I owe you. Turn around, I'll find a way to get you a more powerful equipment." "Really?" Go Sheng was completely nonchalant. "Then I'm serious, Brother Lu. That said, are you going to get me a gold quality shield?" "I'm getting you a ing hammer." Lu Sheng rolled an undisguised blank stare at him. Right at this time, Tao Tao on the side looked odd and tugged on Lu Sheng's clothes. "You don't say, you really don't say. You seem to really be able to get a hammer for the big lover. Look at the boss corpse, did it pop out a hammer equipment?" When Lu Sheng heard this, he instantly remembered that in this place it wasn't an artificial copy, the boss would drop equipment when it died. He immediately looked at the corpse of the blacksmith zombie and realized that, sure enough, there were two masses of light mist emerging from the corpse, which were clearly the rewards from killing the boss. In one of the clouds of light mist, the shape of a short hammer was faintly revealed. It seemed like it was really a hammer-type weapon. Chapter 35 New Skill, Green Lotus Sword Song. Go Sheng was so excited that he almost bit his tongue and stretched his neck to look over there. After all, of the people present, only he could use a short hammer-type weapon. Things like touching corpses and picking up equipment were usually the responsibility of the captain. At this time, Yun Yu, Tao Tao, and Go Sheng were all in place with no intention of making a move. Obviously they all felt that in the team, Lu Sheng was definitely the sole character. Lu Sheng was not polite, he walked forward and reached out his hand. A halo of light flew into his hand. As he reached out and flicked his hand, the halo dissipated, revealing a flat, rusty hammer. This hammer was exactly the same as the one held by the blacksmith zombie before, and the handle of the hammer flashed with purple light, obviously a purple-grade weapon. Lu Sheng directly publicized the attributes of the hammer so that everyone present could see them. Grudge Iron Hammer, purple. Required level, level 20. Required profession, has a hammer proficiency profession. Attribute, plus 120 attack power. Strength plus 21. Stamina plus 34. Attachment, each attack, there is a 25% chance that the opponent will be affected by resentment and fall into a short stun state. Cast Iron Hammer technique active, wield the hammer and machete in your hand, dealing 200% damage per second to surrounding enemies for 5 seconds. When using the Cast Iron Hammer technique, you are immune to all skill control effects. After seeing the attributes of this weapon, Go Sheng almost smoked with a karma sound. This was simply a superb purple weapon. It was true that its attack power bonus wasn't high, but shield warriors didn't need to have much output in the first place. With a double increase in strength and endurance, it could already be determined that this was definitely a small extreme equipment. What was even more impressive was the two additional attributes of the Grudge Hammer: a certain chance to cause a stun effect, and a Cast Iron Hammer technique, active skill, each of which was very practical. With this equipment, it was enough to allow Go Sheng's strength to morph directly from a third rate in the first middle school to a first rate. He had risen to level 20 before the college entrance exam, and relying on this weapon, taking a key exam would definitely not be a problem. Lu Sheng smiled as he held the short hammer and asked Yun Yu and Tao Tao, "There shouldn't be any problem with the ownership of this weapon, right?" Yu didn't say anything, while Tao Tao took the initiative on behalf of the two, saying, "We definitely don't have a problem. The great lover just blocked in front of you and protected you, the core of the team, a credit to you. This weapon is again one that only he can use, it's definitely going to be given to him." Lu Shang nodded and handed the grudge hammer to Go Shang. Go Shang excitedly rubbed the hammer up and down, holding it up to his chest. "Many thanks to Sister Tao, many thanks to little Yui, and many thanks to Brother Lu. Thank you all for trusting me. I will definitely become your strongest first line of defense in the future, and will never fail." Lu Sheng kicked him, indicating that he didn't really want to listen to his hammer-winning speech, and then turned around to fetch the second piece of loot. After brushing off the light, the crowd realized that this second piece of loot was still a purple equipment. Flame Arrow Bag Purple. Required level, level 20. Required profession, Bow Proficiency. Attribute, Attack Power plus 80. Agility plus 36. Spirit plus 31. Additional, with each attack, inflict a burning effect on the enemy, continuously inflicting an additional 10% damage for 5 seconds. When using a single fire attribute skill, the damage is increased by 20%. When using group fire attribute skills, the range of effect is increased by 50%. Another extremely high-quality purple suit. Something like an arrow pouch was considered to be an additional piece of equipment that could be equipped when using a bow-class weapon, and the chances of it popping out were only a little higher than jewelry-class equipment. Therefore, quite a few archer-class transferees might be carrying a purple longbow, but the arrow pouch was the most basic white color. This flame arrow bag not only added high attributes, but also fit Tao Tao's occupational characteristics better. After using the flame arrow bag, Tao Tao would receive a good enhancement when attacking with fire attribute arrows or releasing skills. So there was no objection to the attribution of this last piece of equipment. After Tao Tao received the arrow bag and loaded it into her character's backpack, she said with some regret, "It seems that the things that burst out of this secret realm of opportunity are really all tailor-made for us. Unfortunately, this boss is a bit too stingy, only popping out 2 pieces of equipment. Love Seed and I are satisfied, but you and Yui have nothing to gain. Especially you, on this journey, you had the highest output, and when you killed the blacksmith zombies, it was you who made the most effort. As a result, the ones who took advantage of it were me and the great lover." Lu Sheng smiled, not thinking, "It's nothing, you and Go Sheng are lucky to harvest purple armor. It's not likely that I'll have an outbreak of luck in a while, and I'll be able to come up with a golden outfit." Tao Tao glanced at Lu Sheng. "Good guy, this is starting to milk yourself? That said, your mouth seems to be really poisonous, even words like a great lover exploding a hammer can be fulfilled. It's not likely that you'll turn around and really milk yourself out of a gold-colored equipment. No, you now say, Tao Tao will surely be able to produce gold in a while, turn around and really let you milk it, I'll give you $200 to thank you." Lu Sheng naturally reluctant, out of gold this kind of thing, but to use life for, if I really can milk, also have to milk their own out of gold, why you $200 let me milk you? Shay, stingy. Tao Tao head twisted to the side, "Loss I still hold for you, think you did not gain too unreasonable it." What she didn't know was that although the zombie blacksmith hadn't popped out any equipment that Lu Sheng could use, Lu Sheng's harvest was no less than theirs. Lu Sheng quietly delivered the quest from the quest panel, and a skill blind box appeared in his character's backpack. Afterward, Lu Sheng excused himself to go to the blacksmith's house to see if there was a treasure chest or something else he could open, and then he went to the darkened inner room on the side and took out the skill blind box. Opening the skill blind box with ease, a skill book appeared in Lu Sheng's hands. Lu Sheng glanced at the introduction of the skill book, and immediately his breath hitched a few points. This skill, it was really a heifer on a plane. Green Lotus Sword Sewn Skill Book Special Item. Required Profession, Sword Immortal. Required Level, Level 15. Introduction. After using it, one can comprehend the skill Green Lotus Sword Song. Green Lotus Sword Song, forcibly release yourself from control effects, transform into sword energy, and chop at all enemies within the specified direction 10 times in a flying shuttle, dealing 120% damage each time, along with attack special effects. During the chopping process, it is in an invincible state, immune to all attacks, controls, and skill effects. This was really a sleepy pillow. Although Lu Sheng had killed the blacksmith zombie, the predicament of being controlled before and only being able to watch the enemy attack him was really a wake-up call for Lu Sheng, letting him know how important the uncontrol skill was. As a result, the uncontrol skill this came. Forcibly removing all control effects, this skill was simply not too overbearing. If he had possessed this skill earlier, Lu Sheng would have been able to press the blacksmith zombie to the ground and friction it like crazy. Chapter 36. I'll play a cool one for you guys. In addition to the decontrol effect, the damage of this skill was equally amazing. 10 attacks, each dealing 120% damage. Added together, it was 1200% damage. At the same time, 10 attacks can trigger the attack characteristics, so it can hang the sword mark effect for the opponent. The passive of 10 layers of sword marks, once detonated, was another 200% damage. Doing this math, Lu Sheng could instantly deal 1400% of the total value of damage just by using Green Lotus Sword Song plus sword mark. Such an outburst definitely exceeded the skills of any profession. Lu Sheng studied the Green Lotus Sword Song skill book, which turned into a ray of light and disappeared into his body. Once again, a powerful skill was added to his skill panel. After Lu Sheng finished learning the skill, he rummaged around the room and confirmed that there were no treasure chests here before going out and meeting up with Go Sheng and the others. Although the blacksmith zombie was a boss, it was obviously not the final boss of the secret realm. Because after killing it, the quest did not prompt the people to complete the quest, not to mention that there was no teleportation array to leave the secret realm. Therefore, the source of grievances referred to in the quest should be someone else. Otherwise, in a 4-6 person abyssal level secret realm of opportunity, the final boss would only give 2 pieces of equipment, which really didn't make sense. Just then, a mournful scream came from outside the house. Lu Shan was startled and immediately rushed out of the house and back into the courtyard. As a result, he saw a really unbelievable scene. The one who was screaming was not any of Go Sheng and the others. Several of them were gathering in a corner of the courtyard, and their faces were all very abnormal, but they all covered their ears and did not make any noise. The source of the screams was the blacksmith zombie that had been killed earlier. It didn't know when it swindled? At this moment, the blacksmith zombie was kneeling on the ground, its upper body was twisted like a twist, its hands were holding its head, its posture was so bizarre that the people who watched it were retching. In its 7 orifices, abdominal cavity, and all the locations where holes were stabbed out of its body, all of them were spewing out black thick smoke. This made it look like a shrill whistle that was constantly being blown. That kind of screaming sound also came from it. The black smoke that erupted from its body floated high into the air, swept outwards, and gradually spread towards the entire Blood Baby village, wanting to wrap the entire village in it. Lu Sheng was originally worried that this black smoke would have some kind of toxicity or curse, but he then realized that there was no debuff that appeared after he came into contact with the black smoke. It seemed that this black smoke would not have any effect on the transmuter. At the same time, Lu Sheng also discovered that the blacksmith zombie now no longer had any attribute panels. Apparently it had indeed been killed before, and the current one, it was not a ferocious beast. Lu Sheng frowned and quickly came to Go Sheng and the others, shouting at the top of his voice, "What's going on here? Isn't the blacksmith zombie dead? Why is it moving again?" Tao Tao covered his ears and shouted against Lu Sheng's ear, "I don't know. We were talking when this ghostly thing suddenly sat up and scared us. Then it turned into a whistle and wailed here. Yui and I unleashed our skills on it, all of which were blocked by the black aura emanating from its body. There was no way to stop it. Please just give it a quick sword to shut it up." Go Sheng shouted, "My eardrums are breaking." Lu Shan laughed bitterly. "You guys can't hurt this blacksmith zombie, can I hurt it? If I don't figure out what the blacksmith zombie is actually doing, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop it at all." On the side, Yunyu's face was filled with disgust and pain, but she suddenly spoke 4 words as if she had remembered something. Her voice was small, drowning out the blacksmith zombie's shrill whistling. But through the mouth shape, Lu Sheng recognized that the 4 words Yunyu said were resentment eruption. By the way, among the 4 skills of the blacksmith zombie, there was indeed a skill named grievance eruption. It was a skill that would only be used after the blacksmith zombie died, and just now, the blacksmith zombie had never used it, and Lu Sheng and the others had ignored this skill. Grievance eruption passive, explosion of grievances in the body upon death, followed by incalculable consequences. This was the effect of the grievance eruption skill. What exactly was the incalculable consequences stated in the effect? Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed as he stared at the blacksmith zombie, fearing that it would suddenly transform into some kind of flesh bomb and give his people a surprise. However, what Lu Sheng was worried about did not happen. The blacksmith zombie's whistling sound lasted for 3 to 4 minutes, and then finally stopped. With a bang, it fell to the ground once again, and at the same time, its body became incredibly shriveled, like a balloon that had been popped. However, it hadn't really died yet, and its body was still twisting and twitching unconsciously. Seeing this, Lu Sheng was about to use his Canglan sword to see if without the protection of the black chi, he could make this blacksmith zombie completely turn into rotting flesh with a single sword. However, just as he was about to do so, a rustling sound came from around the entire compound. Immediately following that, noises erupted. The shrill whistling of babies, the hissing of cursed carrion, came from everywhere in all directions like a wild wind. All of a sudden, everyone's hearts rose in fear. Go Shang poked his head to look around, and after seeing the situation around him, he immediately shrunk his head back and almost cried out, I go to. Brother Lu, there are so many ferocious beasts around. There was no need for him to say it, several people had discovered it. At this moment, outside the compound they were in, countless ferocious beasts of all sizes had already gathered, and a conservative estimate had to be around 100. What with the cursed blood babies and cursed carrion corpses, they were densely packed. There were even 5 or 6 abyssal heads like the broken neck carrion mixed in. As if they were attracted by the blacksmith zombies whistling just now, these beasts surrounded the compound and began to attack the surrounding earth walls and other obstacles. As long as the earth wall fell, these hundreds of ferocious beasts would be able to swarm in. At that time, Lu Shang's 4 people were surrounded by enemies, and they didn't even have a place to fight back, not to mention dividing the first and second tans. Whoever runs slower is the tam. So many ferocious beasts surrounded this place, causing despair to appear on the faces of Yunyu, Tao Tao, and Go Shang. Tao Tao gritted her teeth and realized what was going on. The blacksmith zombies' grudge spray is to send out all the grievances in his body to greet all the ferocious beasts in the secret realm, right? This dead scum, he doesn't even let people have peace of mind when he dies. With so many ferocious beasts, it's impossible for us to stop them. There's definitely no need to think about passing the secret realm. Now we have to find a way to protect ourselves. In a moment, let's go all out with our output and try to tear an opening in the encirclement, then rush back to the entrance of the secret realm and escape from here. Yunyu nodded, agreeing with Tao Tao. As for Go Shang, he wanted to run away now. However, Lu Shang was silent for 3 seconds and actually smiled. No need to run. In a while, I'll give you guys a handsome game, how about it? Chapter 37. You call that a protection skill? What handsome? Go Shang's voice trembled. Brother Lu, at this time, we don't want to joke. I'm not joking with you guys. Lu Shang said calmly, his hand grabbed in the air, and Canglan's sword was taken out of his character's backpack and held in his hand. Seeing Lu Shang so calm, the other 3 are even more uneasy. As long as the earth wall collapses, it doesn't take 5 seconds for the ferocious beast to tear everyone apart. 5 seconds, you can kill hundreds of ferocious beasts and get everyone out of danger? What they didn't know was that Lu Shang really could. Rumble. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding courtyard walls collapsed. Between the flying sands and stones, the rotten stench came over them, and the cursed blood babies and cursed carrion corpses and other ferocious beasts swarmed over them from all directions. Being attacked from the back caused everyone's complexion to change abruptly. Roar! The ferocious beast's attack was even more violent than the crowd thought. The cursed blood infants collectively unleashed the skill, crawl, and their movement speed skyrocketed. Immediately afterward, the cursed carrion also threw out their intestinal weapons, trying to bind Lu Shang and the others. Lu Shang's face was as calm as water as he lifted the Canglan sword in his hand, and after taking a step forward, he swung his sword, pulling the sword to flatten the ripples. A sword-pulling Canglan was released, and immediately, a full moon-like sword light appeared around Lu Shang. The intestinal weapons that were thrown towards Lu Shang were instantly crushed by this sword light, their juices splattered in all directions, and they could not even come close to Lu Shang. Not only that, this sword light did not disappear, but instead transformed into a sword chi that surged outwards. The Canglan effect was activated. The sword chi stirred and swept all the way across. The cursed carrion skill, Gutware Entanglement, was directly crushed by the sword chi. Along with them, there were also the cursed blood infant and the cursed corrupted corpse that were struck by the sword chi. The skill damage of sword-pulling Canglan was very high, and against level 25 abyssal fierce beasts, it was completely possible to kill them with a single stroke of the sword. Hundreds of beasts flooded into the courtyard together, forming an encirclement, which was simply the best opportunity for sword retrieval to be unleashed. In less than 2 seconds, the Flatlan sword chi radiated outwards, clearing the courtyard of the beasts. In the eyes of Tao Tao and the others, they saw Lu Shang make only one sword strike and then instantly kill hundreds of abyssal fierce beasts. The shock that this kind of scene brought to them could be imagined. Originally, they were worried that under the siege of so many beasts, the probability of surviving would be less than 10%. As a result, Lu Shang's sword directly turned the situation around. Is this the sword immortal? I love the love. For a while, even if it is explicitly and secretly with Lu Shang, to compare the output of Cao Cao, and then look at Lu Shang, there are inevitably a few moments of admiration in the eyes. In the entire courtyard, all that was left was the bloodstains all over the ground as well as the corpses of the ferocious beasts. However, there were exceptions. The 5 broken-necked carrion corpses took a hard hit from the Canglan sword chi and were not killed in seconds. However, a huge wound appeared on their bodies, which was almost split in half by the sword chi, apparently leaving only a layer of bloody skin. Lu Shang did not leave the opportunity to make up for the wound to others, and with a swing of the Canglan sword, the bright light of the golden feathered guest on his body flickered, allowing his body to pull through a residual shadow, and instantly raided behind a neck-breaking carrion. What followed was a succession of 4 surprise attacks. The 4 raids allowed him to drag 4 golden residual shadows to connect 5 broken-necked carrion corpses. In the end, he once again used the last section of the effective sword treading and retraced his steps. As the golden residual shadows disappeared, Lu Shang directly collected his sword, turned around to look at Cao Cao and the others, and asked with a smile, "How was it? Was it a cool wave?" As Lu Shang's words fell, only a muffled sound was heard in unison, and the 5 neck-breaking carrion corpses completely collapsed to the ground. The sword treading, just now, each section of the raid had 300% damage, easily killing the bloodied neckbreaker corpses in seconds. Up to this point, Lu Shang had executed 2 skills and cleared the field of hundreds of abyssal beasts, including 5 abyssal leaders. The time used was no more than 10 seconds. What was powerful? What was dashing? This is it. Golden light, once again, flashed across everyone's bodies, and everyone leveled up. Handsome, simply handsome, alright. Go Shang was almost on the verge of jumping up, instantly turning into Lu Shang's loyal fanboy. Brother Lu, these 2 moves of yours are... Really? Why don't we kowtow to you? Cao Cao Sked, not bothering to despise Go Shang's dog-licking appearance, lamented, "Your skills just now are too heavenly, right? When we introduced our occupational characteristics before, you didn't say that you had such a powerful group attack skill." Lu Shang recalled, "Did I? I remember saying it. My original words were that when you hold a sword in your own hand, you have a certain ability to defend yourself and at the same time provide a protection to the back row. Wasn't that the skill you just mentioned?" Cao Cao's face was especially complicated. "Listen to yourself, is what you said the same skill you used just now? The protection skill in your mouth is the clearing skill from just now?" Lu Shang nodded his head and said shamelessly, "Yes, won't killing all the monsters protect you guys?" Cao Cao was speechless. However, this matter really couldn't be blamed on Lu Shang for hiding something from them. After all, the skill, sword-pulling Pinglan, was originally a defensive skill. Only, with the additional, flat lan, effect, this skill had become tarnished. If they wanted to blame it, they could only blame the Canglan sword for being too strong. In any case, all the ferocious beasts had been seconded by Lu Shang, and everyone was now basically safe. Lu Shang didn't waste any time and took out his soul collector to collect the souls of all the ferocious beasts present and exchanged them for another large amount of points. Now, his points were up to 36,000 points. After doing this, Lu Shang began to think about his next plan. The grievance eruption, released by the blacksmith zombie, should have lured all the ferocious beasts in the secret realm over. However, all the beasts had been killed, and there was still no clue to the source of grievance mentioned in the secret mission. Lu Shang planned to bring all the people to continue searching in the village, to see if there were any blacksmith zombies or other clues. Just as he had just greeted the people to leave, he saw Go Shang squatting on the side, loudly calling the crowd to come over. "You guys come and see. This blacksmith zombie isn't dead yet, it doesn't know where it's going to crawl to at this moment." Lu Shang and the others looked and found that, sure enough, although the blacksmith zombie that had finished using spiteful spray was almost no longer human, it didn't die, but instead kept crawling in one direction, like a broken plastic bag being blown by the wind, at a very slow speed. Go Shang on the side, holding a branch folded off the fence wall, from time to poke it twice, but the other side is not moved. Seeing Go Shang poking at the blacksmith zombie like a cricket, Lu Shang said in a bad mood, "Stay away from it, be careful that he's not dead, and he'll jump up and give you a bite later." This statement really scared Go Shang, and he quickly took several steps back. Cao Cao looked at the blacksmith zombie upset, picked up the short bow, opened the bow and arrow was going to shoot. "This dead scum, still do not go to death? I have to give it a ride." Chapter 38, The Final Abyssal Boss. Cao Cao was about to make a move, but Yin Yu reached out and pressed her arrow. "Don't move, it's not quite right." "Not right? What's not right?" Cao Cao was puzzled. Lu Shang looked at the writhing blacksmith zombie carefully. Yunyu is right, this boss is indeed not right. If we say that it didn't die before, it was because it didn't release the skill, resentment burst. But it's a bit of a stretch to say that it hasn't died now. I think that it might be some sort of clue. After a pause, Lu Shang made up his mind. Anyway, let's leave it alive first and see where it's going to climb to. Alright. Tao Tao reluctantly agreed. The four of them were like this, slowly following the blacksmith zombie, little by little through the blood baby village. During this period, because he disliked the blacksmith zombie crawling too slowly, Lu Shang simply took Go Shang and looked around the rest of the blood infant village to see if there were any surviving ferocious beasts, as well as treasure chests that could be opened. The entire village has no baby cries, so the double saints combination in the blood baby village did not come across any beasts, but only found a few treasure chests. However, in these treasure chests, there were only some white and blue armor, as well as a few potions and materials, so there wasn't any decent harvest. However, Go Sheng did find a not bad blue shield that was just right to equip. His purple shield had been scrapped by the blacksmith zombie, and now that the secret realm was not cleared, having a shield in the hands of this shield warrior would allow Go Sheng to not feel a sense of urgency about not wearing pants. In the end, Lu Sheng duo turned the blood baby village almost all over, can take all take. At this time, the blacksmith zombie was finally struggling to climb to the back of the blood infant village, and came to an open space. Here, it was already the edge of the entire secret map. In the clearing, there were quite a few dead trees, collapsing crookedly with their teeth and claws, as if they were ghosts in the black mist. Among them, there was one that was particularly eye-catching. Because this dead tree was a giant willow tree as thick as 5 people. Almost at the first sight of it, Lu Shang and the others recognized that it was very similar to the ancient tree at the entrance of the secret realm of opportunity, and was most likely the same one. However, what was originally the entrance to the secret realm had now turned into a teleportation formation that had collapsed away. Lu Shang suddenly thought of the secret realm introduction that said that when the tree spirit gave birth to its son, it used to hide in the ancient tree, which only she and the blacksmith could enter. Could it be that this one in front of him was that ancient tree, the tree spirit's original body? While Lu Shang was thinking, the blacksmith zombie had already climbed to the front of this ancient tree. It seemed to have exhausted its entire body, and finally collapsed in front of the tree with satisfaction, not moving anymore. It seemed that it wanted to die with this withered tree when it died. With regards to the blacksmith zombie's last obsession, Tao Tao definitely scoffed the most. She was about to speak when a sudden change appeared. The ground under everyone's feet shook and trembled, and then the land underneath the dead tree tumbled upwards, followed by a root pulling out from it. The entire dead tree was also rising upwards, as if it was going to rise up from the ground. Those arm-thick tree roots came to life as if they were alive, and after pulling out from the ground, the first thing they did was to slap on the blacksmith zombie's lightweight corpse. With several tree roots slapping down one after another, the zombie blacksmith's corpse was instantly split into pieces, crushed into slag, and stepped into the dirt. Seeing the blacksmith zombie being crushed into pieces, Tao Tao should have been satisfied. However, she was now completely out of that mood. This was because the ancient tree had completely pulled out its roots, revealing the roots buried in the ground in front of everyone. The roots of the ancient tree, which looked ordinary and just too thick, had something else going on here. At the root of the tree, there was a body about 5 meters tall that was entangled by the gnarled roots. Not right. Lu Shang looked closely and realized that it wasn't the tree roots that had entangled this human-like ferocious beast, but rather the tree roots themselves had been drawn from it, and it was itself the roots of the ancient tree. This 5-meter or so body was equally strange and hideous looking. It didn't have any clothes on its body, and it had the features of both a man and a woman at the same time. As for its looks, it was simply indescribable. From a certain angle, it looked like a very beautiful woman. But looking at it again from another angle, it looked like a horrible-looking man. All of its image characteristics were full of contradictions. If he had to say something, Lu Shang thought that it was a mishmash of a beautiful woman and a hideous-looking man, with both sides blending into each other and being difficult to blend. Lu Shang tried to check the other party's attribute panel, and the results were really rewarding. Tree Spirit Corpse King Abyssal Boss. Level 30. Attribute, Undead, Wood. Strength, 601. Agility, 98. Spirit, 430. Endurance, 312. Skill Grudge Diffusion Passive, can release grudge, causing surrounding enemies to sustain damage. Grudge Ground Thorn Active, drills tree roots out of the ground one after another, stabbing at the enemy, with Grudge Chi attached to the attack, after dealing damage, reduces the enemy's movement speed by 30%, defense by 30%, and sustained damage. Dance of Withered Wood active, use tree roots to continuously strike enemies within a certain range. The attack is accompanied by Grudge Aura, and after dealing damage, it reduces the enemy's movement speed by 30%, defense by 30%, and sustained damage. Grievance Shock active, releases Grievance Aura outwards, causing a fear effect on surrounding enemies while dealing huge amounts of sustained damage. This attribute panel was absolutely unique amongst all the bosses Lu Shang had seen. With a strength attribute of 601 and a spirit attribute of 430, the boss was destined to have both physical and magical attacks that could not be dealt with by a transfigurator at their stage. Although boss's agility attribute was an obvious shortcoming, there was still the possibility of pulling a kite. However, the boss's 3 active skills, plus 1 passive skill, all of which had output capabilities, simply didn't give Lu Shang and the others any chance to pull. In front of this boss, any one of the 4 who went up was just like a piece of paper, shattering at the touch of a button. How can we fight this boss? Go Shang looked at the Tree Spirit Corpse King shaking his body, still trying to get his body to completely pull itself up. The whole person already completely lacked any desire to fight. Yin Yu, who had never spoken much, quickly gave his conclusion, let's go, it's impossible to fight. 1 skill from it, we all have to die. Tao Tao had instead become the most silent one this time. She nodded, deeply convinced, while looking at Lu Shang. If Lu Shang also said that he would give up and leave at this point, then the 4 of them could hurry up and leave the secret realm before the boss launched its attack. Lu Shang thought for a while and carefully studied the boss's attributes and skills. In the next second, he spoke out shockingly, this boss. I want to try brushing it solo. Chapter 39, Single Brush Boss. The others exchanged a horrified look with each other before looking at Lu Shang in unison, almost thinking that he had gone crazy. Single brushing the Tree Spirit Corpse King, this matter sounded extremely outrageous to anyone. However, a few people thought that when Lu Shang said that he wanted to play a cool game, didn't everyone think that Lu Shang was joking? But what happened? He really killed hundreds of ferocious beasts with a single sword, a handsome mess. Therefore, seeing Lu Shang say this with such a straight face, they actually believed it in their hearts. However, Tao Tao still proposed, it's too dangerous if you go solo. If you don't leave and want to try to see if you can kill this boss, Yun Yu and I can give you a hand. We both have long-range skills, so we can at least contribute some control effects and output. Go Shang, who was on the side, was also about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Tao Tao. Don't get involved, big lover, if you rush up, you might be killed in seconds without even touching the boss's hair. Go Shang deflated his mouth and stopped talking. This boss really wasn't an existence he could get his hands on. Regarding Tao Tao and Yun Yu's good intentions, Lu Shang merely smiled and directly refused, no need. This ferocious beast has too many ranged skills, it's not the same as the blacksmith zombie. If you guys are targeted by it, it will be too dangerous, and I won't necessarily be able to protect you and pull the boss hatred. So, you guys just stand farther away and don't come close to here. There's really not much difference between me killing it alone, and you guys helping me alone. Instead, if I go on by myself, I don't have any worries and play better. Tao Tao was very dissatisfied with Lu Shang's implication that she and Yun Yu had the element of dragging the oil bottle, but in her heart, she understood that this was indeed the case. So she didn't make any pretense and shrugged her shoulders. Alright then, the 3 of us will move back and you can kill yourself. Run towards us if you can't beat us, we'll try to help you put your skills in place and buy you a time to escape. Okay, no problem. Lu Shang nodded. Seeing that the boss's body had completely crawled out of the mud, Tao Tao's 3 people quickly backed up until they arrived within the entrance of the Blood Infant village, and only then did they stop, watching from afar how Lu Shang was going to single-handedly brush this boss. Lu Shang was the only one left here, facing such a behemoth in front of him, he really felt a great pressure. Die. All have to die. The huge body at the root of the tree twisted up and opened its mouth to let out 2 kinds of sounds that were mingled together, so mournful that it was simply not something that a human being could emit, and one could hear the goosebumps in one's flesh and blood rising straight out of one's mouth. Everyone will die. The monstrous grievances transformed into black gas and swept in all directions. Lu Shang bore the brunt of it and was immediately wrapped up in it. At once, Lu Shang felt his entire body was uncomfortable, and although he wasn't injured, his own state was dropping rapidly. Lu Shang realized that this was the passive skill of the Tree Spirit Corpse King, Grievance Diffusion. As long as one was within a certain range around the Tree Spirit Corpse King, one would sustain damage. The range of this, Grievance Diffusion, wasn't very wide, at least Tao Tao and the others had already gone out of the skill's range, so Lu Shang didn't have to worry about them. At the same time, the damage of this skill was not high, and the other transitioners needed to take medicine to resist. Lu Shang, on the other hand, had the Canglan sword in his possession and could recover his status through the additional attributes of the Canglan sword. Royal Sword Art. Lu Shang wasn't polite and rode the Canglan sword, passing through the prairie black gas and slashing towards the tree trunk of the tree spirit corpse king. This tree trunk had a hard texture, almost comparable to fine iron. However, in the face of the Canglan sword, this ancient tree was obviously not enough, and the sword left a deep scar on its body. However, the Canglan sword's ability to heal Lu Shang after causing damage did not appear. Lu Shang did not feel that his status had recovered in the slightest. This caused Lu Shang to be stunned, and then he chopped at the roots of the ancient tree with his sword. The result was the same, even though the Canglan sword had severed several roots, no healing effect emerged from the sword. This indicated that the two swords just now did not cause any damage to the tree spirit corpse king. Lu Shang thought for a moment, and his gaze was placed on that corpse king's body at the tree roots. Could it be that after the two, the tree spirit and the corpse king, had fused and shared a body, the combination of the two was actually this corpse king's body, not the ancient tree? It was very possible. Lu Shang once again rode his sword, and this time, the target of the Canglan sword was clearly the corpse king's body. This time, the tree spirit corpse king didn't ignore Lu Shang's flying sword. Dozens of roots were pulled out, and the roots of varying thicknesses were spread into a big net in the sky, wanting to knock down the Canglan sword. The Canglan sword weaved in and out of the roots, and in the end, it was actually jerked out by one of the roots, but in the end, the sword still left a cut on the tree spirit corpse king's body. With that, the Canglan sword gushed out a wisp of watery chi that flew onto Lu Shang's body, making Lu Shang feel like he was in full status. Sure enough, this tree spirit corpse king looked big, but its actual body was only that corpse king body in the center of the tree roots. Only by attacking its main body could it cause damage, otherwise it would be a waste of effort. After realizing this, Lu Shang's heart was more confident. He maneuvered the Canglan sword back in the air and continued to attack the tree spirit corpse king. The tree spirit corpse king hissed repeatedly, using its roots as a shield to resist Lu Shang's attacks while continuously pulling out new roots from the ground and pumping them towards Lu Shang. The tree spirit corpse king's agility attribute was low, so its attack speed wasn't fast. Lu Shang dealt with it alone, and as long as he was careful and dodged its attacks, it was still relatively easy. Even if he couldn't dodge it, he could still turn on the drunken immortal moonwatch steps, and deal with it with a high movement speed of 400%, as well as a 99% chance of evasion. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shang was like dancing on the tip of a sword, and had already slashed the tree spirit corpse king more than a dozen swords one after another. Without exception, all of the tree spirit corpse king's attacks were dodged by Lu Shang. The tree spirit corpse king gradually became tyrannical and no longer attacked Lu Shang in this single way. Only to see the tree spirit corpse king in the center of the tree roots raise its branches, and then all the tree roots pierced into the ground, causing the earth to shake. The tree spirit corpse king's abnormality was undoubtedly an attempt to unleash a skill. Lu Shang didn't dare to be careless and stopped attacking. Instead, he let the Canglan sword return to his hand, while opening the drunken immortal moonwatch step, to dodge the skill attack that might come at any time. Ka-ching! With a popping sound, Lu Shang felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly rise. A tree root sprang out from the ground, straight and sharp, vowing to pierce Lu Shang's body. This attack was very sudden, but fortunately, Lu Shang had directly activated the drunken immortal moonstep, and triggered a 99% evasion effect. At this second, his body transformed into a shadow. The sharp roots of the tree rubbed against his lapel and plunged straight in, stabbing his shadow through and through. It hurt to look at. Lu Shang didn't have the time to celebrate his luck enough and immediately ran. Because he knew that just now, it was the tree spirit corpse king's skill, grudge ground stab. Next, there would be a succession of tree roots stabbing out from the ground, giving him a sudden attack. Even though the drunken immortal moonwatch step was able to dodge this type of attack, Lu Shang was not willing to gamble everywhere that he wouldn't run into a 1% probability. Because once he lost the bet, he might be killed in seconds. Chapter 40 Spiteful Impact. Lu Shang's body pulled through the remnants of shadows, running without stopping for a moment. Beneath his feet, a tree root stabbed out one after another, narrowly dodged by Lu Shang. With the drunken immortal moonstep, S400% movement speed bonus, the grudge ground thorn, S attacks were always one step slower than Lu Shang's, and couldn't attack him. The tree spirit corpse king seemed to see this and finally gave up on using this skill, pulling out all of his roots once again. The densely packed roots rose high, like countless heads of poisonous snakes, aiming at Lu Shang in unison. Lu Shang sensed the danger and clutched the Canglan in his hand. As a sword immortal, the sword in his hand was his greatest defense. The tips of those tree roots, emitting black grievances, then all fell down towards Lu Shang, not giving him any space to escape. The Tree Spirit Corpse King unleashed the skill, Dance of Deadwood. This was a ranged attack skill, and it covered an extremely wide range, so with Drunken Immortal's Moonstep, it was impossible to dodge. As for counting on a 99% chance of evasion, that was even more fanciful. So many tree roots are pumping one after another, unless Lu Shang is a pure emperor, or a round of skill effects smashing down, he is definitely going to be hit a few times. Drunken Immortal Moonstep can't break Dance of Deadwood. However, sword-pulling Canglan could. Seeing the roots of the trees coming down like hundreds of whips, Lu Shang gently swung the Canglan sword in his hand, and the sword's awnings blossomed like a full moon. In a flash, the roots that were smashing towards Lu Shang were crushed by the sword awnings, and could not even come close to Lu Shang in the slightest. Not only that, the Canglan effect was also unleashed. A sword aura rippled out, but wherever the sword aura of the flat lanes swept in, the tree roots were all shattered and exploded in the air. The Tree Spirit Corpse King's Dance of the Withered Wood was easily resolved by Lu Shang. The tree roots of the Tree Spirit Corpse King were crushed by the sword pulling, and then began to grow outwards again. Obviously, even if the tree roots were broken, it wouldn't weaken the boss's combat power, and it would still be able to recover very quickly. However, this gave Lu Shang time to attack. With his left hand behind his back and his right hand maneuvering the Canglan sword with the sword royal art, he chopped at the Tree Spirit Corpse King's body with several swords one after another, causing the Tree Spirit Corpse King to roar angrily. Even if the Tree Spirit Corpse King's attributes were so powerful that a random strike on Lu Shang could kill him. However, Lu Shang was able to use his own skills to break the Tree Spirit Corpse King's skills one by one, and at one point, he gained the upper hand. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed that there would be a level less than 20 Transfigurator that could suppress a level 30 Abyssal boss? The entrance to the Blood Infant Village. The battle between Lu Shang and the Tree Spirit Corpse King was captured in the eyes of Go Shang and the others. Go Shang was so excited that he could barely stand up. Lu is handsome. See, the Tree Spirit Corpse King used so many skills and couldn't help Brother Lu at all. Instead, he was pressed to the ground and rubbed by Brother Lu. I thought he would soon lose the battle and come over to run away with us. I didn't realize he could really suppress the boss. If we continue to fight according to this momentum, we can count on Brother Lu to lead the flight and brush through this secret realm of opportunity. Go Shang sighed and looked to Tao Tao and Yunyu who were on the side. It turned out that the two of them had just been surprised at the strength that Lu Shang had exerted while fighting. But now, the two people's faces were not half relaxed, instead, they had become grave. Go Shang asked in confusion, "Why do you two have this expression? Isn't Brother Lu getting the upper hand? He'll probably kill the boss soon. Why don't you guys look a bit happy?" After a moment of silence, Yunyu sighed, "There's a skill that Lu Shang can't block." "Huh? What? What skill?" Go Shang did not understand. Tao Tao said, "Yui is right, the boss has a skill that is so counterintuitive that it's hard for Lu Shang to resist it. Right now you see Lu Shang has the upper hand, that's because the boss hasn't used that skill yet." "That skill?" Go Shang thought back to the Tree Spirit Corpse King's skill and suddenly woke up. "You guys mean that skill called Grudge Shock?" Tao Tao nodded, "That's right. This profession, Sword Immortal, is indeed very strong. Lu Shang himself is also very smart and understands the relationship between skill restraints, so he was able to use his skills to counter the boss's skills. But, Grudge Shock should be a ranged strong control skill, and it's hard for Lu Shang to deal with it. When you fought the blacksmith zombie before, you should also be able to tell that Lu Shang is more afraid of control skills. If the boss uses Grudge Shock, what skill will Lu Shang use to deal with it?" Go Shang sucked in a breath of cool air, his face following suit. He said anxiously, "What then? In a moment, if the boss uses Grudge Shock, won't Lu be finished?" Tao Tao said, "It shouldn't necessarily be. Yui's Void Transfer can not only transfer herself, but also her teammates. When a boss releases a skill, there will be a sign. Currently, the Tree Spirit Corpse King has released all of its skills, and we've memorized what kind of changes it would make before releasing a skill. If it means to release a new skill, it will definitely be Grudge Shock. At that time, let Yui teleport Lu Shang to us in advance, and we'll just run away." Hearing that Tao Tao and Yunyu had a way to save Lu Shang, Go Shang was relieved. Just at this time, Yunyu has suddenly said, "The situation isn't quite right, the boss might be about to release a skill." Go Shang and Tao Tao immediately looked over and realized that there was indeed something different about this boss. The Corpse King in the roots of the tree seemed to be on fire, and his body even began to expand, like a humanoid balloon that was gradually being blown up. Wisps of black gas slowly overflowed from the hole in the tree. It was the precursor of an approaching storm, just waiting for a critical point to be reached. then it would be able to frantically gush out from its body. Phew. Go Shang all of a sudden, his sweaty hair stood on end. Save ah. Without waiting for him to finish stuttering, Yunyu had already trotted over in Lu Shang's direction with her staff. On the other side, Tree Spirit Corpse King's abnormality, as well as Yunyu's intention of trotting over, Lu Shang all know in his heart. Lu Shang didn't even look back and shouted to Yunyu, "Don't come over." Yunyu froze and really stopped in her tracks. Afterwards, she saw Lu Shang pointing his sword at the Tree Spirit Corpse King, and even used the skill, treading sword walk, instantly raiding in front of the Tree Spirit Corpse King. The opponent was about to unleash a skill, but Lu Shang didn't retreat. Instead, he went up close to him. What was the meaning of this? He didn't think he could die fast enough. At the same time, the Tree Spirit Corpse King's grievance shock was indeed released. The Corpse King's body was filled with a heavenly grievance chi that spewed outwards, like volcanic lava from the bottom of the sea, carrying a rotten and fishy odor, so thick that it could dye the world black. As long as one was struck by this grievous aura, they would fall into a fear effect and receive huge amounts of damage. Lu Shang is so close to the Corpse King, almost face to face. I'm afraid that the fate is very bad. Chapter 41. Defeat the boss and receive a reward. However, in the next second, something shocking happened. Green Lotus Sword Song. As Lu Shang let out a soft shout, his sword-wielding flying stabbing body instantly became illusory, then disappeared in place. No, it didn't really disappear. Lu Shang's entire body was like transforming into a gaseous state, sawing back and forth between the illusory and the real. The sword light flashed and flowed, only to see him stab out with his sword, finally chopping at the Corpse King. After a sword strike, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already come to another direction, another sword. With that, the figure disappeared once again, followed by the third and fourth sword. Yunyu and the others could only see Lu Shang's figure weaving around the Corpse King one after another, rolling and prancing, and every time he passed through, he would swing out a sword, leaving a deep wound on its body. In a few breaths, the Corpse King's body was hacked to a messy, sinewy mess. It was like a monster with an emotional outburst, emitting the shrill noise of thousands of fingernails scraping glass, and its grievances spewed out, a stream of black chi sweeping outwards. However, anyone who was hit by the black aura was bound to be injured and was hooked up to a fear effect, unable to move. However, after the grievance impact, skill erupted outwards and passed through Lu Shang's body. It did not have any effect on Lu Shang at all. The current Lu Shang had clearly entered a state of invincibility and would not be hit by the skill at all. The grudge shock skill was very powerful, but the duration wasn't really long. In just 3 seconds, grievance shock was released and finished. At this moment, the area within dozens of meters outwards, with the Tree Spirit Corpse King as the center of the circle, was already a mess. If a group of transitioners had surrounded the Tree Spirit Corpse King, they would probably have been annihilated by now. As for Lu Shang, he was in the invincible state of Green Lotus Sword Song, and did not receive any damage. Even the 10 successive attacks of Green Lotus Sword Song brought notable damage to the Tree Spirit Corpse King, causing it to wail in pain and rage. As the grievance shock ended, Lu Shang's Green Lotus Sword Song also came to an end. After the end of a dozen attacks, Lu Shang's true body regrouped. Seeing Lu Shang recovering from his invincibility, the Tree Spirit Corpse King raised its roots and slapped at Lu Shang. Lu Shang didn't panic at all, and swung out with another pull sword flatline. The roots of the tree were cut off, once again resolving Lu Shang's crisis, but also allowing the Tree Spirit Corpse King to take damage once again. Afterwards, Lu Shang didn't waste the raid effect of sword walk and interspersed left and right, giving the Tree Spirit Corpse King 300% skill damage 3 times with another 3 raid effects. The last section of sword treading S effect allowed Lu Shang to return to his original position. At this point, he not only dodged the grievance impact, a nearly unresolved skill, but also gave the Tree Spirit Corpse King the full damage of the Green Lotus Sword Song, sword pulling, sword treading, and so on, causing the Tree Spirit Corpse King's status to be knocked down by a large margin. Such a set of silky smooth moves directly stunned Yunyu and the others. Only now did they realize how unnecessary it was to worry about Lu Shang's safety. Tao Tao completely sighed in relief and muttered 2 words silently, looking at her mouth. It seemed to be awesome. She was then a bit indignant, muttering to herself, "This person, why didn't he say so earlier if he had such a powerful skill?" But then again, this profession of sword immortal, it's really heaven-defying, isn't it? It's not even a problem that his Green Lotus Sword Song can provide invincibility for such a long time. It's so cool to use it. Go Shang stayed in place as if he was dreaming for a while before nodding his head in agreement. Just now Lu Shang used Green Lotus Sword Song, So several figures in the Tree Spirit Corpse King bodyplate shuttle, swinging sword, the sword fairy. This profession of dashing and powerful show to the fullest, directly handsome crowd off face. The existence of the Green Lotus sword song made Lu Shang's restraint of the Tree Spirit Corpse King a perfect closed loop. No matter what skill the Tree Spirit Corpse King used, Lu Shang had a corresponding skill to restrain it. As a result, there wasn't much suspense in this battle. Lu Shang's spirit was taut, ensuring that he wouldn't make any mistakes, and he just fought with the Tree Spirit Corpse King, seeing every move and constantly accumulating the sword mark passive. Finally, after nearly half an hour of fighting, Lu Shang used the sword royal art to make the Canglan sword chop down from mid-air, detonating the sword mark passive. Hundreds of layers of the sword trace passive instantly exploded, forming a huge Canglan sword shadow that chopped down on the Tree Spirit Corpse King, causing its body to directly explode into pieces, and it was killed on the spot. The huge ancient tree cracked, emitting the sound of click, 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 not knowing whether it was the trunk or the bones breaking, separating from the Tree Spirit Corpse King's body. The Tree Spirit Corpse King's original body was pouring out monstrous grievances. It was opening its huge abyssal mouth, as if it wanted to shout something, but no sound came out. It was like the end of an old silent movie. In the end, the grievances all dissipated, and the corpse of the Tree Spirit Corpse King annihilated into ashes, ultimately leaving behind only a pitch-black corpse bone, dry and skinny, as if it was an unlucky person who had been burned alive. Two golden lights flashed continuously on Lu Shang's body, successfully rising to level 20. In the distance, Tao Tao, Yunyu, and Go Shang each had a golden light flash through their bodies as well. Because this boss was killed by Lu Shang single-handedly, most of the experience would go to Lu Shang, and the others would only get a small portion. As a result, Lu Shang's level had already caught up with Tao Tao and Yunyu, both of whom were also level 20. Lu Shang didn't waste this boss. In addition to the experience, he took out his soul collector to absorb the soul of this boss. The result surprised him greatly. This boss actually provided him with a full 4,000 plus points, which was equivalent to 200 level 20 ferocious beasts. Now, he should be firmly in first place in terms of points, right? Just as Lu Shang was thinking this, as the corpse of the Tree Spirit Corpse King dissipated, the black fog in the secret realm gradually receded, and rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness and spilled down onto the earth. Although the sunlight had relighted the place, the dilapidated state of the Blood Infant village had not changed in any way, and it was still desolate and desolate. Meanwhile, at the place where the Tree Spirit Corpse King had died, four halos of light coalesced, which were the rewards for Lu Shang and the others for clearing the secret realm. Brother Lu, awesome! Go Shang rushed over excitedly, and as soon as he did, he picked up Lu Shang and flung him around twice. Lu Shang broke free and wiped the sweat from his head. Don't toss me. After fighting with this boss for so long with high intensity, I'm almost exhausted and weak. Let me take a breather. Oh, blame me, blame me. Go Shang bared his teeth in embarrassment, and rummaged through his character's backpack to find a bottle of stamina potion that he had previously found in the chest in the secret realm, and gave it to Lu Shang. Brother Lu, take a sip, you'll be 100 times more energized after drinking it. Lu Shang took the potion and took a sip, and sure enough, his stamina was recovering rapidly. At this time, Tao Tao and Yunyu also walked quickly and asked Lu Shang how his status was. Lu Shang waved his hand and said that he was fine. His state was very full. It was just that his spirit was highly concentrated for too long and he felt a bit tired. However, he didn't want to rest either, because the 4 items popped out by the boss were still on the side, waiting to be picked up. The quest panel of the crowd suggested that the secret realm quest had been completed, meaning that the Tree Spirit Corpse King was the final boss. It could be imagined how lucrative the final rewards would be in such an abyssal secret realm. Chapter 42 Gold. Really out of gold? This time, Lu Shang had single-brushed the Tree Spirit Corpse King and had definitely convinced Tao Tao and Yunyu by strength. It was naturally self-evident who was the sizable king of the team and who was qualified to check out the rewards. After resting for a moment, Lu Shang walked forward and began to check what the 4 rewards were in turn. The first ball of light entered his hand, and after Lu Shang brushed the light away, he realized that it was a skill book. Void Summoning Skill Book Special Item. Required Profession, Void Mage. Required Level, Level 20. Introduction. After using it, you can realize the skill Void Summoning. Void Summoning, summon a void creature to help you in battle. Worthy of being the secret realm of opportunity, it really was a good place to produce hidden profession items. The first item was tailor-made for Yunyu, the hidden profession. Lu Shang directly gave the skill book to Yunyu, who took it and simply said thank you. Tao Tao at the side smiled and stuck over to look. Now, Yui, you finally got something in the secret realm as well. Come on, quickly learn and see how this skill is. Aha! Yun Yue answered. It just so happened that her level had reached level 20 and she could learn this skill. As the skill book turned into a ray of light, after it didn't enter Yun Yu's body, Yun Yu raised her hand and a summoning spell appeared around her. Kirikiri bug-like cries came out from the summoning spell formation, followed by a strange-looking ferocious beast burrowing out. It was an unknown bug about the size of a dog, covered in a purple-black hard shell, with 4 scorpion-like limbs and a pair of pincer-like fangs on the front part of its body. Looking at it, one could tell that being bitten by this thing must be sour. Goshang's face was filled with disgust after watching Yin Yu summon such an odd summoned beast. The summoned beast was too ugly and too bug-like. And although Goshang was a strong man, he was actually quite afraid of bugs. Sister Yui, how are the attributes of this summoned beast? Goshang disliked it as much as he disliked it, but he was still curious as to how this little gadget's combat power was. Yun Yui simply made this summoned beast's attribute panel public while saying, "Not bad." The crowd all looked over. Voidworm summoned beast. Level, 20. Level is the same as the summoner. Attribute, none. Strength, 71. Agility, 76. Spirit, 54. Stamina, 86. Skills Armor of the Void passive, reduces damage taken by 25%. Bite of Hatred active after attacking an enemy, force them to attack themselves for 3s. This Voidworm's attributes were really good, only slightly inferior to a level 20 Black Iron boss, and it could be completely used as a front row. Moreover, according to Yunyu, this Voidworm was only a summon summoned by the LV1 level, Void Summoning. When this skill leveled up, it could also summon even more powerful Void creatures. All of a sudden, the career potential of the Void Mage was raised quite a bit because of Void Summoning. Yunyu sent the Void Bug back to the Void World with satisfaction, and Lu Sheng continued to check the second reward. The second reward was an equipment. It was a headdress compiled from twigs and embellished with a few small pink flowers. One couldn't help but be reminded of the elves in the woods, who commonly carried such a small garland of flowers on their heads, appearing to be full of life. Such an ordinary and plain-looking equipment was a purple equipment with rather superb attributes. Moreover, it was still a helmet-type equipment that could be used by archer-class professions. Helmets for archer-type professions were very rare, and as for such a good-looking headdress, it was even rarer. Tao Tao is also a girl who loves beauty, and when she sees such a good-looking purple headdress with good attributes, she naturally can't get enough of it. Lu Shang also did not tease her, generous to this level 20 purple headdress to Tao Tao, let her equipment. Don't say, this headdress whether with Tao Tao elf ranger profession, or Tao Tao such a lively and lovely girl, are quite suitable. This time in the secret realm of opportunity, Tao Tao had harvested 2 pieces of purple equipment one after another, and it could be said that she had already earned a lot of money. Next, was the third reward. If nothing else, the third reward was either for Go Shang or Lu Shang. As Lu Shang brushed away the light outside of the reward, an ancient book filled with rock patterns appeared. Although it was a book, it was obvious that it was different from a skill book. After Lu Shang took a closer look at its attribute panel, he was shocked. Earth Shield Guard Transfer Book Special Item. Required Profession, Shield Warrior. Required Level, None. Introduction, after using it, you can transfer to the hidden profession Earth Shield Guard. Surprisingly, it was a transfer book for a hidden profession. This was a rare item that could allow a transmigrator to retransform into a hidden profession, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the key to changing one's destiny. An ordinary shield warrior was all over the streets. But how many hidden profession Earth Shield Guards are there in the country? As long as you show your identity as a hidden profession, you'll be recognized everywhere you go. This transfer book was undoubtedly prepared by the secret realm of opportunity for Go Shang. Lu Shang raised his eyebrows towards Go Shang and shoved the transfer book into his hand. Congratulations, doggy. In the future, you'll be a hidden transmuter as well. Go Shang was instantly petrified, holding the transfer book in both hands and almost didn't catch it. This transfer book is really given to me? Tao Tao laughed. Nonsense, of course it's for you. None of us can transfer into an Earth Shield Guard, only you, the Shield Warrior, can. Go Shang had a blank face, eyes glowing and salivating. This is a transfer book, Only to see him back and forth, carefully, in the transfer book rubbed several times, in a strong shock, elation, yearning, longing cannot help but ask. If I sell it, will I have nothing to worry about for the rest of my life? Lu Shang gave him a solid kick, loser son. Why don't you sell yourself? A hidden profession, how much money can't be exchanged? A meal is full and a meal is full, you can't tell the difference. Hurry up and use the transfer book. Oh, oh, oh. Go Shang nodded repeatedly and immediately used the transfer book. After using it, Go Shang excitedly realized that the hidden profession was really powerful. The Earth Shield Guard's defense was several notches stronger than that of a shield warrior, and at the same time, he was also able to draw power from the earth to boost his status, making him a top-tier iron plate, and one that was constantly self-repairing. All of his skills were also refreshed, becoming those of an Earth Shield warrior. Go Shang very much wanted to show off his skills to Lu Sheng and the others here, but right now, there were no more ferocious beasts here either, so there was no chance for him to play. Lu Sheng ignored this conspicuous bag and focused on the last reward. Everyone had gotten their own rewards, so this last reward, theoretically, should be what the secret realm had prepared for him. Lu Sheng, under the curious gazes of the remaining three, reached out to take this reward and flicked it. Immediately, golden light blossomed out. Tao Tao was shocked. Gold? Out of gold? Lu Sheng, your mouth is poisonous, isn't it? Chapter 43 Wine God Gourd, Summoning the Wine God. Now, the other three felt that their rewards didn't smell good anymore. Especially Tao Tao and Yunyu, both of their rewards were purple equipment, which was already considered quite good. After all, for a level 30 abyssal level secret realm, the probability of wanting to produce gold was less than 1 in 1,000. And this 1 in 1,000 probability had happened to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng slightly helplessly shrugged his shoulders at the two of them and lowered his head to observe the things in his hand, appearing exceptionally calm and relaxed about the golden equipment in front of him. As if he was used to it. Only Go Shang knew that this pussy was more excited than a weasel seeing a chicken. This was a fist-sized jade gourd, the body was blue and translucent, hazily emitting the color of the moon. At a glance, it was clear that it was carved from the finest jade, and the body of the bottle had gold filaments surrounding it, forming a smooth and variegated pattern. Looking at the appearance, this equipment was like a work of art. As for its attributes, it was even more astonishing to even Lu Sheng. Wine God Gourd, gold color. Required level, level 20. Required profession, Sword Immortal. Attributes, defense plus 80. Strength plus 30. Agility plus 43. Spirit plus 90. Additional, refinement, can put the flesh of a ferocious beast into the Wine God Gourd and drink it after refining. Drinking it once will increase all attributes by 50%, attack speed and attack power by 50%, and resistance by 50% for 5 minutes. Currently drinkable, 0. Spirit of Wine, you can take the boss flesh into the Spirit of Wine Gourd, and after refining it, you can summon the Wine Sword Immortal to attack once. This attack cannot be immunized or dodged. Currently can summon Wine Sword Immortal to attack once, 0. In terms of attributes, it could only be considered moderate. After all, this Wine God Gourd was categorized as a jewelry equipment, so the attributes wouldn't offer much. However, the two additional skills it came with, Refinement and Wine God, were extremely counterintuitive. The Refinement allowed Lu Sheng to increase his attributes, attack speed, attack power, and resistance by 50%, which was equivalent to taking a sip of wine and directly transforming into a scion. The strength of this increase, even if the priests came, they would have to bow down. As for the God of Wine, it was literally impossible to tell just how strong it was. However, the number of boss-level beasts is very small. The only way to use God of Wine once was to put the corpse of a boss-class beast into the Wine God Gourd. One could only imagine how terrifying a single strike from the summoned Wine Sword Immortal would be. Putting that aside, the biggest advantage of this Wine God Gourd was it was handsome enough. Lu Sheng leveled up and directly equipped it. Instantly, this artifact-like Wine God Gourd hung around Lu Sheng's waist, complementing his dusty temperament and setting him off even more like an unruly and unrestrained Wine Sword Immortal. A few people beside him were sour, because Lu Sheng had 3 pieces of golden equipment on his body, together with the professional characteristics of the Sword Immortal. This year's Beijing City Scholars title was definitely in Lu Sheng's hands. The 4 pieces of loot had already been divided up, and the teleportation array to leave the secret realm had appeared beside the crowd, so Lu Sheng and the others could go out at any time. Before leaving, Lu Sheng tried to use the Wine God Gourd to absorb the dry corpse of the Tree Spirit Corpse King with a try-and-see mentality. As a result, the Wine God Gourd was able to absorb the corpse of the boss in the mysterious realm, and successfully introduced it into the realm, turning the number of times the Wine God was summoned into 1. Now, Lu Sheng had 1 more card. After doing this, Lu Sheng didn't waste any time and led the crowd to leave the secret realm together. By the time they left on the teleportation array, after a short pulling sensation, they quickly returned to the Ghost Shadow Misty Forest. The ancient tree that had opened the entrance to the secret realm before had disappeared, and was replaced by an empty space. Not far away were still clumps of trees and shadows, silent and eerie. However, the 4 people who came out of the Blood Infant Village still had a feeling of returning to the heavens. The Blood Infant Village's degree of netherworld was much higher than the ghostly Shadow Misty Forest. After going through the Blood Infant Village, the secret realm of opportunity, everyone's levels had all increased to level 20 except for Go Shang, the level 19 hangman. Coupled with the rewards from the secret realm, it wasn't a problem for the crowd to brush through the Ghost Shadow Maze Forest alone. Counting the time, there were still half a day left before the end of the practicing week. They didn't intend to waste that time, so after deliberating for a while, they decided that the group of 4 would be disbanded for the time being, and each of them would leave to practice leveling. Even Go Shang, relying on the fact that he had switched to a hidden profession, wanted to train alone in the Ghost Shadow Misty Forest, and try to level up to 20 before the end of the leveling week, so as to equip the Grievance Hammer. Thus, the 4 of them separated and practiced alone in the Ghost Shadow Forest in different directions. Most of the day passed. Lu Shang returned to the camp on time and handed in his soul collector. In the last half day, although he didn't level up. However, he managed to reach 56,000 points, and at the same time, the number of times the wine god's gourd could be consumed became 3 times. It wasn't much, but it should be enough. The next step was to look at the final ranking of points, and what benefits the first person would have when the ranking came out. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the first middle school in Jianbei City. No, I don't agree. Cui Shan's face was ice cold as he directly stood up from the sofa. This is the quota for our first middle school of North Jiang City, why should I give it to anyone else? For the sake of this quota, I had the alchemist refine the soul collector, just so that the most promising and talented children in our school can seize the opportunity to sprint for better grades. As a result, things are about to come to fruition, yet another person from another school comes to cut them off. What is this called? Opposite him, behind the desk sat an old man with a white beard and hair, thin and small. This person was none other than the principal of the first middle school Chan Yu. He was only a living profession, and his rank was only 32 levels. To be able to become the principal, he did not rely on his strength, but was appointed by the city's educational organization. Although he had many years of experience as a principal, but facing Cui Shan, a great head who was prone to impulsiveness and was even a bit unreasonable in his actions, Shan Yu was also in a big headache at this time. He was full of fatigue and sadness, waving his hand to signal Cui Shan to sit down. Don't be so agitated, this thing I think is actually negotiable well. Cui Shan didn't sit down, instead, he became even angrier because of Qian Yu's words. What's negotiable about this? This place is so precious, the first thing to consider is definitely our own students in the first middle school. Where is the sense of not hurting our own children and instead giving the benefits to others? Don't you hang a donkey face at me. Qian Yu tightened the thermos cup in his hand and said resentfully, who doesn't know how to love their own children? But sometimes, people always have to do things they can't help. You also know, what exactly is the volume of the Wang family in the southern region, and what is the status in the education sector? Wang Yuanzhong of the Wang family personally called me and asked me to do this matter. What can I do? Refuse? If I refused Wang Yuanzhong's face, I'm afraid that our Jiangbei City No. 1 middle school will have a hard time in the future. If Wang Yuanzhong casually says something, our school's educational resources will be stuck for a few months, so how can the children upgrade and enhance their strength at that time? Chapter 44, Robbing the Quota. Cui Shan disdained, his Wang family does have some energy in the southern region, but the Wang family's roots are in Changnan, how can their hands reach out so far to our Beijiang city? Shan Yu said, it's true that the Wang family's foundation is not in Beijiang, but how can you know that these leaders in the education sector in Beijiang city don't have Wang Yuanzhong's connections? Changnan is the capital of the southern region, and the true dragons and pivotal forces of the southern region are all rooted there. But anyone who can stand firm in Changnan, which one is the one we can afford to offend? Xiao Chuia, I still say that the matter of the education world is not like practicing leveling, as long as you look at what occupational traits and occupational pairings are available. There are a lot of human feelings and ways in here, you don't understand. It's... Cui Shan waved his hand and stubbornly said, Headmaster, I'm a rough man, I really don't understand what you said. But I know that this year, the Western Realm Military Region has organized such a special training camp throughout the country, it's a rare opportunity. I handed out down so many soul collectors just to see which student actually has the most potential. And then give him this precious opportunity to make a final push before the college entrance exams, and try to take the top prize in Beijiang City, or even the southern region. The more Shan spoke, the more excited he became, and bang bang tapped the table twice. And now, just because a call came from Changnan's side of the country, he wants us to give this spot to a young man who came out halfway through the year. Is this fair to the students of our school? That student named Wang Kuan, I dislike him very much. There are a total of 34 middle schools in Central South, and the Western Realm Military Region has given Central South 34 spots. He couldn't grab a spot in Central South, so he came to a small place like ours and borrowed our spot. What is this called? If he's really capable, why doesn't he compete with others for places in Central South, instead of playing this kind of crooked trick? When Xianyu saw how agitated Shan was, he couldn't find anything to say in rebuttal and choked for a moment. He opened his mouth when suddenly, the door to the principal's office was pushed open. Then, a middle-aged woman's voice followed. Zhongnan is in the end the provincial capital of the southern region. There are too many talented people. It's not easy to stand out from a school and get the only spot. Although my youngest son's strength is 1 in a million, stronger than a genius. But his older brother, that is, my family's eldest son, transferred to a stronger profession and has better talent. That's why my youngest son lost the chance to get a spot. Shan looked towards the doorway and saw a buxom young woman in a tight-fitting cheongsam walking in a bejeweled manner. Behind her, there was a tall, lightly armored teenager who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. This teenager's walking posture was not ostentatious, and even looked a bit low-key. However, Shan could still tell that this person was full of arrogance, and it was hard to hide the contempt of looking down on anyone between his eyebrows. Minister Lu. When Xianyu saw the duo, he immediately got up, the smile on his face spreading out the wrinkles. I've long heard that Minister Lu would personally send your son over from Changnan. I didn't expect him to arrive today, and I didn't have time to give him a proper reception, so please forgive me for my poor hospitality. Come, Minister Lu, please take a seat. Xianyu walked out from his seat and personally guided this beautiful woman to her seat. As he passed by Shan, Xianyu didn't forget to pestle Shan with his elbow and reminded him in a low voice, Lu Meixing from the Central South Education Department is Wang Zhongyuan's wife. Put your stinking donkey face away, there's nothing to gain from offending them. After hearing this, Shan not only confiscated his donkey face, but instead pulled it longer, practically writing the words defying the powers that be on his face. Xianyu have no choice but to let Shan sit far away to the side, as far as possible to let him away from Lu Meixing some. Lu Meixing sat down generously, and at the same time reached out and pointed, let the teenager who followed him to sit down together. After sitting down, only then did Lu Meixing open her mouth and said, there's no such thing as hospitality. I personally came to Beijiang City for no other reason than to send little Kuan over and help him with the formalities. There's even less need to bother with such things as hospitality. I should instead thank you, Principal Qian, for being willing to help us with the transfer procedures. Wherever, Xianyu compensated with a smile, making Shan on the side even more irritated. With such a big black face placed here, it was hard not to pay attention. Lu Meixing didn't choose to ignore Shan. Instead, she took the initiative to smile and asked, this, I believe, is the grade director of your school's senior class Shan, right? Director Chui's resume, I even made a point to read it before I came here. Level 54 Heavy Knight, pretty good strength. It's also that his seniority in the industry isn't quite enough, otherwise being transferred to Central South would be absolutely no problem. Upon hearing this, Xianyu looked delighted and said, oh, our school's Director Chui is not only strong enough, but also very experienced in management. Our current senior class has produced quite a few good seedlings under his leadership. If Minister Lu can pay more attention on him and promote him in the future, it will definitely give the education department one more talent. Xiao Chui, don't you think so? Saying that, Xianyu gave a wink to Shan on the side, signaling him to say a few more good words. After all, it's about his future. Xianyu also means well, Shan understands in his heart. However, he just couldn't get used to Qianyu's businessman-like snobbery. Therefore, for Qianyu's hints, he completely ignored them and did not show any indication. Lu Meixing saw that the atmosphere between the two was odd, and didn't break it, and let out a light laugh. It's not possible to talk about promotion, and if there really is that day, it's also Director Chui's own ability. But just now when I came, I heard Director Chui for my family little Kuan transferred to your school to the matter, seems to have a few points of dissatisfaction. Director Chui, what dissatisfaction do you have, or how about saying it outright? Shan ignored Xianyu's frantic winking at him and slapped his thighs and said, well then, I'll be straightforward. Letting your child transfer to our Jiangbei City No. 1 middle school, of course there is no problem, we are very welcome. But if, however, your child is coming for the quota for the special training camp in the Western Realm Military Region, then I won't agree. This quota is for our children from Beijing number 1 middle school. It's impossible for your child to snatch it away as soon as he or she comes. Zhongnan's educational resources are already far more bountiful than those of our children from smaller places. It's not easy to have a chance to compete on an equal footing, and it's not reasonable for you people from Zhongnan to come and grab it. At this time, Wang Kuan, who hadn't said anything, laughed and picked up. What's there to say that can't go on? Resources, they should be given to the better qualified transferees. It's a waste to leave the places in the special training camp to the students of Beijing First Middle School. With all due respect, how many decent transmuters can come out of the district Beijing? If you ask me, if it's really fair, we should give all the slots in small places like Beijing City and River Ridge City to our students from Central South. Shan took a deep breath, his chi sinking into his dantian, trying his best to calm his blood pressure that had raced up to 180, and used all his life's culmination to hold back a sentence. Bull. Chapter 45, Arranging a Makeup Exam. Hey! Shan Yu jumped up like an electric shock, wanting to quickly say a few words to make up for it, but he didn't think of anything to say even after searching his mind for half a day. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment, a few people stared wide-eyed for a moment. Lu Meixin opened her mouth unhurriedly, pretending to reprimand, "Little Kuan, when big people talk, you don't interrupt." Wang Kuan skimmed his mouth, and did not take this kind of painless rebuke to heart at all. In previous years' college entrance exams, Changnan accounted for at least 70% of the top 100 in the southern region's province. As for the top 10, basically every year was dominated by Changnan students. After all, Changnan was located in the richest place in the southern region in terms of resources, and there were countless resources for practicing. Like Zhongbei First High School, there were only 4 leveling maps. However, every college in Changnan had at least 10 or more leveling resource points. On these leveling resource points, there were even quite a few copies that could be swiped by simply paying credits. Thus, whether it was leveling, strength, or equipment, Changnan had the advantage. This was even so, the people of Changnan, especially the high school students, didn't feel that they were taking advantage of the map. Being at the top of the high school entrance exam results for years had given Changnan students an innate sense of superiority, looking down on students from other places. Especially the cities of Beijing and Hailing were at the lowest end of the discrimination chain. As a native of Beijing, Shan was of course offended that a brat would say something so despising of Beijing. Lu Meixin smiled calmly and said calmly, "It seems that Director Cui has some opinions about my family's little Kuan obtaining a spot in the training camp. Here, I can actually explain. Just now, my family's little Kuan spoke impolitely, but it was also a matter of words. It is precisely because the training camp slots in the Western Realm military region are indeed precious that they should be given to those who are qualified all the more. My family's little Kuan was in Changnan's 6th middle school, and his grades were among the best. Transferring to your school, his strength should be broken first. Since he's number 1 and also a student of your school, why can't he get this spot?" After a pause, Lu Meixin's smile deepened. "To be honest, we transferred schools to come to Beijing City number 1 middle school, and we did come here for the quota. However, we also officially became students of your school by transferring to another school. With my family's little Kuan's strength, as long as he participates in the special training camp and takes the college entrance examination when he returns, there is no problem at all in taking a city top student in this part of Beijing. Your school in the last 5 years, the college entrance examination results seem to be less than ideal. There has not been a city scholar for several years, right? Isn't it also a good thing for you if my little Kuan helps your school to take the title of the city's top scholar? With this achievement, whether it's you, Director Cui, or Principal Qian, there will be a brilliant mark on your resume. It's only a matter of time before you're transferred to Changnan in the future." These words, said in a dripping manner, while at the same time giving Shan and Qian Yu a tantalizing offer. Shan Yu was happy to have someone come out to round up the situation, and nodded his head repeatedly. "Resume and whatnot, it's nothing, the main thing is that we just want to cultivate a city scholar, so that Beijing number 1 middle school can be worthy of the name number 1 middle school." I understand everything Minister Lu just said. There's nothing wrong with your son transferring to our school. It is an honor for our school to be able to enroll your son. As for the matter of the quota. Xian Yu was about to make a promise, but Shan couldn't hold his tongue and directly interrupted him. "The matter of the quota, I don't agree." With these words, Lu Meixin's smile froze and a few moments of impatience had appeared on her face. Xian Yu was on the verge of having a heart attack from Shan, and hated that he couldn't forcefully drag him out if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't as strong as Shan. Shan coldly said, "Everything else is fine, only the matter of the special training camp quota is not. To be honest, I already finished signing a document last week, a document that will be announced directly at the Tuesday morning meeting. The result of the announcement is that the Western Realm Military Region's special training camp quota will be given to the student who gained the most points during last week's practice week. If your child wanted to obtain the quota, he should have participated in the practice week and obtained the first place in points. Since he missed it, he should stay in the class and wait for next year. Lu Meixin sneered, Director Cui, the practice week has already passed, how can my little Kuan participate? Could it be that you, the great director, sees us as outsiders, so you want to make things difficult for us on purpose? Or is it that you're being so deliberately difficult because we transferred here and didn't give you any indication? Don't you insult me. Shan was also enraged. When I was the great director, I never made things difficult for anyone for any indication. I just want to make sure that all students have the opportunity to get what they deserve, to make sure that the already unfair society will not be affected by people like you anymore. Alright. Xianyu, seeing that the situation was moving in an unmanageable direction, forcefully interrupted Cui Shan's words. Both of you, please also sell my face and let me say a word, haha. Xianyu pulled his voice and finally managed to get Cui Shan and Lu Meixin to stop talking. I have an idea, will the two of you see if it's feasible? Since Director Cui has already finished signing the document, determining the right to decide on the quota for the special training camp, it really isn't good to pull back and change it. But at the same time, it's a pity that student Wang Kuan missed this opportunity to fight for a spot. So, let's simply arrange a makeup exam for him. The start of the special training camp is next Thursday, so it's already too late to take a makeup exam according to the way of obtaining points. Why don't we just be more direct and let student Wang Kuan challenge the student who is number 1 in points in the practicing week? Whoever wins will have a spot in the special training camp, how about that? Hearing this, Lu Meixin's face expression eased and she nodded, this is a good idea, I agree. It's indeed inappropriate to ask for the quota directly after we come here. I'm afraid that turning back, there will be some people who will express their displeasure. But if my family's little Kuan grabbed the quota by his own strength, I think it should be able to plug the mouths of quite a few people. Saying that, Lu Meixin looked at Cui Shan with some deep meaning and said, Director Cui, what do you think? It's not possible that, such a reasonable way, you won't accept it, right? Cui Shan's heart was filled with anger, and he was about to reject it on the spot. After all, Wang Kuan and the children of Beijiang City had grown up with different resources, and now that they had to fight and spar under the same conditions, it was the children of Beijiang City that were inherently at a bit more of a disadvantage. Although Wang Kuan is in Changnan cannot compete with others, had no choice but to come to Beijiang's deserter. But the phoenix tail is the phoenix tail, far from the chicken head can be compared. Beijiang City first high school children, it is impossible to be Wang Kuan's opponent. Just when Cui Shan wanted to refuse, he suddenly thought of someone Lu Shang. If the person who had the spot in the special training camp was Lu Shang, then would Wang Kuan still be able to snatch this quota? Chapter 46, Trampling Everyone in Zhongbei First Middle School Underfoot. Thinking about it again and again, Cui Shan's face eased, no problem, I agree. Let's make it Monday then, I'll have the teachers count the points over the weekend to confirm who the student with the highest points is. On Monday afternoon, another makeup test will be arranged, with that student accepting your challenge, and the winner will be awarded a spot in the training camp. At the same time, the right to the training camp spot will also be announced in public at the Tuesday morning meeting. Lu Meixin was satisfied and had a polite smile on her face, good, in that case, then we have a deal. Saying that, Lu Meixin got up and was not willing to say anything more to Cui Shan for fear that Cui Shan would back out. Then, Principal Qian, you and Director Cui should get busy first, I'll go and bring little Kuan to handle the unfinished formalities. When the evening comes, I will invite you to dine at the Beijiang Crystal Restaurant to thank you for your willingness to receive my family's little Kuan, please be sure to show your face. Seeing that the matter is resolved, Xianyu breathes a sigh of relief and smiles with a smile, definitely, Minister Lu, take your time. Lu Meixin brought Wang Kuan and just left the principal's office. Walking down the corridor, Lu Meixin didn't look back and said in a flat tone, that Cui is really stubborn, not as mellow as Qianyu at all. No wonder the rank is so high, yet he can only be a year-level director in a small place like Beijiang City No. 1 Middle School. That being said, son, this opportunity to obtain a place is rare, you should take advantage of it. Whether or not you can go to the special training camp with your brother depends on the makeup exam in 2 days, so don't drop the ball. Wang Kuan's tone was relaxed, even with a few moments of contempt, Mom, you're also too much of a worrywart. This small place in Beijiang City, poor and broken, what kind of expert can there be? Back then, Beijiang City's second middle school brought 10 of its strongest students to our school to exchange and learn.
As a result, we casually found a few students whose strength was in the upper reaches and swept them all away.
Although I'm not as good as my brother, I'm still considered unique in my original school.
There's definitely not much of a rival in the entire Beijing city, let alone the tiny Beijing City #1 middle school.
Unless there are other people from Changnan who transferred over, I'll definitely be the top student in Beijing City in this year's college entrance exam. Lu Meixin really had nothing to worry about when she thought of her son's excellence. However, she had also gone through a lot of effort to send Wang Kuan to Beijing City, so if she couldn't get a place in the end, it would be a big loss.
So she still knocked Wang Kuan and said, "Mom knows that you have good talent and strong professional characteristics.
But you shouldn't underestimate the students of Beijing City. Within them, there must be quite a few hidden professions with strange occupational characteristics. If you're a little careless, you could really lose. The fight for the training camp quota this time is only for success, not failure."
"I know, Mom, just rest assured." Wang Kuan casually responded, already somewhat impatient in his heart. He said in his heart, "The students of the small Beijing city, can they still make themselves roll over?"
"Forget it, Mom always thinks that my brother is good at everything. She doesn't even know how strong I am. Why don't I just turn around and step on all the famous masters in Beijing #1 middle school first, so that she can see how I'm so overwhelmed that all the students can't lift their heads up?"
The 2 days of the weekend passed quickly.
During these 2 days, Lu Sheng didn't rest much, but instead went to the wild alone, firstly to practice leveling and prepare for the college entrance exam, and secondly to kill more ferocious beasts, which he put into the wine god gourd, and refined them into wine that could increase his strength. During this period of time, Lu Sheng's harvest was quite good, and he was only one step away from leveling up to 21. At the same time, the agar jelly refined in the wine god's gourd had been filled with half of the pots, and the number of times it could be consumed had reached 6 times. Lu Sheng had drunk it once to experiment the power of this additional skill of the wine god gourd. The wine refined in the gourd was quite delicious, with a soft and sweet taste in the mouth, and a strong wine flavor that was far superior to any kind of wine that Lu Sheng had drunk in his previous life. After drinking it, his various attributes even skyrocketed a cut, which was even better than bringing a priest to buff himself. In the future, when he kills a boss, he will take a sip of it before he kills it, and then he will directly transform into the wine sword immortal, and he will be able to speed up the speed of killing monsters a lot. The only drawback is that it's not easy to brew this wine. Lu Sheng 2 days, killed so many beasts, collected so many beasts' flesh, but only 4 times the amount of refining. Therefore, this wine had to be consumed sparingly. Early Monday morning, Lu Sheng came to school. This time, Go Sheng came earlier than ever. And he didn't lie on his seat like before, looking at the breakfast on Lu Sheng's desk, waiting for Lu Sheng to feed him. He was surrounded by a group of people in the class at this moment, and a huge shield made of rock coalesced in his hand. This shield was 2 meters tall and could completely encompass Go Sheng's body. The other students were filled with envy, from time to time knocking on this shield that was completely coalesced from skills, only hating how they didn't have Go Sheng's luck. A practicing week was missing, and they actually became a hidden profession. Hearing the envy and admiration of the others, Go Sheng's tail almost went up to the sky, feeling that he was the most conspicuous bag in the class. Seeing Lu Sheng come over, Go Sheng didn't fool around anymore and immediately returned to his seat. Go Sheng, with a bad smile on his face, came to Lu Sheng's ear. "Brother Lu, this week is not a leveling week, so you can't go to the field to practice. Do you have any plans?" Lu Sheng thought about it and said, "Nothing, just study at school." Go Sheng said, "Then are you interested in going to the arena with me for a few days?" Lu Sheng was a bit surprised. "You dare to go to the arena?" The arena, as the name suggests, was set up by the school for students to spar in real battles. In the process of PK, injuries were inevitable. At most, the average student would abuse the ferocious beasts during the practicing week, and would not dare to enter a place like the arena at all. So the people who really dare to go to the arena are all tough. Go Sheng, in his second year of high school, had been there once. He originally wanted to open his eyes, but he was lured by a senior into going to the arena and promised that he would be lighter. The result was predictable. Go Sheng ended up wiping tears from his eyes and covering his but saying that he would never trust any man again. Ever since then, Go Sheng has had a shadow over the arena, circling around every time he passes by. That he would take the initiative to go to the arena was something Lu Sheng hadn't expected. But then, Lu Sheng realized, "You just want to change places and show off your hidden profession, right?" Cough, cough. Go Sheng was recognized for his intentions and rubbed his nose in embarrassment, lightly saying, "How come?" "Actually, I just want to find some experts to try and see how the defense of my profession skills are."
Just as Lu Shang wanted to question and reveal the true intentions of his conspicuous bag, suddenly a short classmate rushed in from outside the door and shouted in a fiery voice as soon as he entered. Everyone! Something big has happened in the arena. Chapter 47, A transfer student is too crazy, right? This voice attracted a lot of attention. A few students in the front row swarmed over to ask him, what happened in the arena, why are they so panicked? The small man's face was filled with the excitement of watching. Have you guys heard about it? There's just been a transfer student in our senior year. Moreover, he transferred from Changnan. What the hell? The classroom came to life. From Changnan? A senior from Changnan? Seriously, this dude's head is pecked by a chicken. Changnan was the capital of the province, and its resources were much better than those of Beijiang City. Changnan students are also famous for their self-proclaimed heavenly dragons. How could they change schools to come to Beijiang City? Moreover, even if there really were transfer students from Changnan, what did that have to do with the arena? It's true. The small man was so excited that his eyebrows fluttered as he added, this transfer student from Changnan came to our Beijiang No. 1 middle school on his first day today, and he gave everyone a hard time. He came to the arena early this morning, hijacked the center ring, and took out a golden quality longsword as a bargaining chip, threatening that whoever could win against him would have the longsword. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings immediately resounded with an uproarious cry of ghosts. A golden quality weapon, used as a bet? Are the students from Changnan so trenchant? Sure enough, someone immediately questioned it. This can't be some kind of gimmick, right? That's a gold quality weapon, even if you can't use it yourself, taking it to sell it would still fetch a sky-high price. Who would dare to take it out as a bet? That's right, I think it should be for show. I really don't believe that if he loses, this weapon will really be given to the other party. The small man said, I really don't know if it's true or not, that's what people say anyway. Moreover, there were really quite a few people who coveted this weapon and went on stage to spar with him. As a result, none of them could last more than 2 skills in his hands, and they were all swept away. Even Yao Yuankue, who was ranked 5th on the battle power list, and Guo Xingyan, who was ranked 7th, these experts who have been mixing in the arena for years are no exception. Half of the top 10 on our first middle school's battle power ranking should have tried to fight this transfer student, and all of them lost, and lost miserably. Hiss. The sounds of sucking in a mouthful of cool air were endless. Everyone knew that the strength of Changnan students was on average 2 grades higher than Beijiang City. However, as students of Beijiang City, everyone still felt that the top powerhouses in their own schools might not be much worse than Changnan's students. As a result, it was only after this fight that they realized that the two sides were not on the same level at all. Was Changnan's educational resources really so terrible that the students they taught were so much stronger than Beijiang? As a shadow was cast over everyone's hearts, a sentence from the smaller student instantly caused everyone to get excited again. That transfer student was very mad. After beating Yao Yuankue, seeing that no one dared to go up and challenge him, he directly said, there isn't even a single decent transfer student in Jiangbei First Middle School? The small man grimly pinched his voice and spoke like him. Jiangbei City is really just a poor little place in the middle of nowhere. It's far worse than Changnan. No wonder every year, Changnan's college entrance examination results leave Beijiang behind by several blocks. After saying this, everyone was all fired up. What grass, this kid is so crazy. What does he have to be so arrogant about? Changnan's educational resources are good, that's a fact known to everyone. He only became so strong because of the good resources, and he's even pretending to be so. With all due respect, with Changnan's resources, even a pig can become a boss. We have so many experts in first middle school, but no one can teach this Changnan pig a lesson? A toad sticking its head in a chicken's hair really thinks he's a bird. Yes, where are Yinyu and Tao Tao, who are ranked high on the battle power list? How come they didn't come out to teach him a lesson? The small man was instantly filled with bitterness and said, how could they not come out? When I came here, Tao Tao had just finished giving him a fight and ended up losing as well. I heard that someone has already gone to look for Yinyu, probably the number 1 on our school's battle list, and will soon be fighting that transfer student. That's why I came over, just to bring you guys to the arena, to cheer for Yinyu. Yinyu is the last card of our Jiangbei No. 1 middle school, or even Jiangbei. If Yinyu loses, then our Jiangbei No. 1 middle school will be trampled under the feet of a transfer student, and we will lose face in the future. All the people present were excitedly clamoring and immediately responded to the call to go and cheer for Yinyu. All of a sudden, 50 to 60 people in the class hooted and hollered and left a large portion.
Outside the classroom, there were also quite a few people swarming out, heading to the arena, seemingly to cheer for Yunyu. The conversation of the crowd just now naturally fell on Lu Shang and Go Shang's ears. Go Shang stared up in surprise and looked at Lu Shang. "Brother Lu, did you hear that? Sister Tower was abused by a transfer student." "Nonsense, I'm not deaf." Lu Shang teased. "Where did the transfer student come from? He looks like he's really good at it." Tao Tao got 2 pieces of purple equipment from the Blood Infant Village, leveled up quite a bit more, and her strength skyrocketed a whole lot from a week ago. Theoretically, with her strength in the entire Jiangbei city among her peers, she could definitely rank in the top 5. Tao Tao was so strong that she lost, then Yunyu sparred with the other party and most likely didn't have much of a chance of winning. Even in Changnan, this person should be a superb student, right? While Lu Shang was thinking about this, Go Shang said, "Brother Lu, the class is almost empty, why don't we go over and take a look? If that transfer student is really so crazy that even Yunyu isn't a match for him, then don't we still have to let you come out to suppress him? We can't let the people of Changnan really think that we don't have any experts in Beijiang." Lu Shang laughed. "That definitely doesn't let our Jiangbei lose face. Yunyu will lose if he loses. It doesn't matter, I'll make a move. Brother Lu is awesome." Go Shang wasted no time in licking Lu Shang, not hiding his mentality of watching the fun, and opened the way for Lu Shang to head to the arena. At the same time, in the office of the head of grade, Principal Qianyu Qian, Lu Meixin, and Cui Shan were all there. In Cui Shan's hands, he was holding a report that recorded the point rankings of all the students during the last practice week. Sitting on the sofa used for hospitality, Lu Meixin raised her hands and feet with the calmness of a superior, and asked with a smile, "Director Cui, there should already be a result as to which student from your school will get the spot in the training camp, right? It's not too late, let's hurry up and arrange for my family's little Kuan's makeup exam. My family's little Kuan was waiting in your school's arena early this morning to see what kind of opponent your school would actually arrange for him." Out. Instead of his previous irritation, Cui Shan was very calm. And the composure was so excessive that it seemed as if he was confident that the special training camp place in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School would not be snatched away by Wang Kuan. He is a student of Class 1 Lu Shang. Occupation is swordsman. Ha! Even though Lu Meixin was well educated, she couldn't help but let out a laugh. Swordsman? Chapter 48, Reward, Dual Wielding? This is for me to start a dual blade stream? Jiangbei First Middle School really couldn't pick any decent students? A maximalist combat-oriented profession that also managed to get the only training camp spot in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School? In any middle school in Changnan, the top 10 places would be dominated by hidden professions, right? It seems that Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School is afraid that they can't even find a few powerful hidden professions. This place, no surprise, would definitely be Little Kuan's. Lu Meixin politely put away her smile and didn't say much. "Since we know who it is, let's ask the teacher to tell him to go to the arena. My family's little Kuan will be waiting for him there to challenge the special training camp spot in his hand. The 3 of us, we will also go to the arena together now to prepare for the makeup exam. Principal Qian, you have no objections, right?" Qianyu accompanied with a smile, "Of course not." "Then let's move to the arena now?" Saying that, Qianyu then said to Cui Shan, "Director Cui, in a moment, you can also come along. For such an important occasion, you should still be present and be a witness." Lu Meixin said, "Yes, Director Cui seems to have some opinions about my family's little Kuan. I think that after seeing my family's little Kuan's strength, he should know who Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School should send to the special training camp the most." "That's what I think too." Cui Shan looked at her and smiled coldly, putting down the list in his hands. What no one knew was that the first in the ranking, Lu Shang, had more than 56,000 points, while the second-ranked Tao Tao had only 8,000 or so points. There was a 7-fold difference. This, coupled with Lu Shang's performance in the death trial, made Cui Shan firmly believe that Wang Kuan wanted to take the quota away from Lu Shang. Ha! Dream on. Inside the arena. After Lu Shang and Go Shang entered, they were directly dumbfounded. Normally, there were at most 100 or 10 people here, sparring on the 9 rings in the arena. And now, the huge arena was surprisingly crowded with almost 2,000 people. It wasn't just the senior students. The fact that Wang Kuan had set up a ring here and challenged the entire Jiangbei First Middle School was also known by the sophomore and freshman students. Many of the younger siblings had heard about it and came to cheer for their own school's people, wanting to see this arrogant transfer student being rubbed on the ground to win glory for North River First Middle School and North River City.
The ring that Wang Kuan had set up should be the one in the very center of the 9 rings. At this moment, this ring was full of people standing underneath it, and those who came late had no way to get to the front. On the stage, it could be seen that there was already a fight going on, but the distance was too far away, and Lu Sheng looked at it for a moment and found it hard to see who actually had the advantage. Seeing this, Go Sheng opened his palm, and a huge shield coalesced in front of him. "Brother Lu, follow me, I'll lead you to squeeze through hard." Go Sheng patted his chest. Lu Sheng glared at him. "Squeeze through hard? You're not afraid of people scolding you later?" Go Sheng scratched his head. "What then? There are so many people in front of us, if we don't squeeze hard, we won't be able to get through." Lu Sheng calmly said, "Just put away the coffin board and follow me." Go Sheng obediently put away the stone shield and wanted to see what Lu Sheng was going to do to be able to come to the edge of the ring. Only to see Lu Sheng patting the shoulder of a schoolmate in front of him, the latter turned around and immediately let out a soft cry, covering her mouth, her eyes full of little stars. "Schoolmate," Lu Sheng smiled at her, "I want to go to the front to have a look, can you give way?" "No. No problem. Senior, please." The schoolgirl's voice was a little shaky from excitement. She didn't come alone, there were a few little sisters beside her. Together, several people made way for Lu Sheng to pass. Go Sheng followed behind Lu Sheng and even heard a few schoolgirls whispering together. "That senior just now is so handsome." Yeah, how can he be so handsome? He couldn't be Lu Sheng, right? I heard that he always dominates the #1 school grass list. A few days ago a schoolgirl confessed to him and was rejected. He's so handsome, it feels like the schoolgirl doesn't deserve him either. Go Sheng was speechless. Using his face to open up the road? Is that even possible? Moreover, the schoolgirl you are talking about seems to be my goddess. Just like this, Lu Sheng, all the way without much effort, came to the edge of the ring. Surrounded by a few female students, at this time has no intention to pay attention to the battle in the ring, one eye on Lu Sheng cannot be moved. Lu Sheng habitually ignored the surrounding evil wolf-like gazes and looked towards the ring. The ones fighting in the ring were indeed Yunyu, and a teenager wearing light armor. The equipment on this teenager's body was very complete, and the scary thing was that all of the equipment, except for the jewelry type equipment, was flashing with a purple light. A full set of purple equipment? This was too ostentatious. It was really worthy of being someone from a big city. Just the equipment alone had already left the students of Jiangbei First Middle School behind by a dozen streets. Such luxurious equipment also made people not doubt for a second that his previous promise that he could take a gold quality longsword if he defeated him was not a gimmick. This was indeed the case as well. Right now the golden quality longsword was stuck diagonally in a corner of the ring, and the surrounding area was crowded with students who had come to admire it. The longsword had a rugged shape, and the hilt was as black as ink, as if it was made of obsidian. The blade of the sword was the same, but with more flashes of fire, as if it was a red-hot iron, and when it was ruffled by the air currents, the fire would flourish. The long sword seemed to come with some kind of fire attribute special effect. The students next to it were all sweating from the scorching heat, and within a moment's time, they retreated to the back. As for directly taking the sword away, anyone present should want to do that. But to snatch the equipment away here in broad daylight, one could think and know that it was impossible. Because the distance was too far, Lu Sheng also had no way to see the attributes of the sword. But on the body of the sword, it was true that a golden light could be seen emerging, proving that this was a golden quality equipment without a doubt. Lu Sheng smacked his lips. He already had the Canglan sword in his hand, but he didn't mind if he had another golden weapon. Sword weapons can't be equipped with two at the same time, so it's okay for me to switch them around, right? Only after YYing this golden equipment did Lu Sheng reluctantly return his attention to the ring. With just a glance, he could tell that the battle was nearing its end. At this moment, Yunyu had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage. At the top of Yunyu's head, a void rift had opened up, and one energy bullet after another poured out at Wang Kuan. However, Wang Kuan held an ancient golden heavy sword and swung it, and a wall made of wind and sand was formed in front of him, blocking all of Yunyu's skills. Until Yunyu's skills were released, the void rift was closed. Only then did Wang Kuan attack with his sword, slashing down from top to bottom. The wall of wind and sand rose up in the air as he moved, and converged into a large sword about 10 meters long. The tip of the sword glittered with light and was unstoppable, smashing straight at Yunyu. Chapter 49, Reward, Dual Wielding? This is for me to start a dual blade stream? 2. In just half a second, Yunyu waved her staff and opened a short gap in the void at her feet.
A few tentacles drilled out from that short gap and wrapped around Yunyu's body, instantly pulling her into the void rift, and in the blink of an eye sent her back to the open space 20 meters away, dodging Wang Kuan's strike.
But Wang Kuan's attack was not only limited to this. He had long anticipated that Yunyu would use Void Shift to dodge the attack. When he swung his sword, an inconspicuous mass of wind sand had already gathered in his palm. The moment Yunyu was teleported out of the void rift, he threw the wind sand in his hand. The mass of wind sand grew when it saw the wind, until when it smashed on Yunyu, it had already turned into a sandstorm whirlwind that was about 2 meters high and about 1 meter in diameter, hiding Yunyu in it. For a while, the sandstorm whirlwind scraped violently on Yunyu's body, imposing a confinement effect on her. Yunyu could not move, nor could she release her skills. The coarse sand scraped against her flesh, and she could only use her arms to block her cheeks, unable to even open her eyes. It's over. The corner of Wang Kuan's mouth rose as he swung his sword horizontally once again. The large sword made of wind and sand appeared out of thin air and crashed into the immobile Yunyu. Yunyu let out a muffled grunt as he was struck by the blow, and his entire body flew out horizontally from the ring. In an instant, everyone present all let out sounds of regret and resignation. Originally, they thought that Yunyu, who was number 1 on the battle power ranking, would be able to do justice to Beijiang number 1 middle school and defeat this transfer student. Unexpectedly, even Yunyu was defeated. Now, Beijiang number 1 middle school was completely trampled by a fresh transfer student, and would not even be able to raise its head in the future. Yunyu's body flung out horizontally, coincidentally, exactly where Lu Shang was. Lu Shang was quick to use the drunken immortal moonsteps, pulling through a shadow, leaping up to catch Yunyu at the waist, and placing her firmly on the ground, lest you be knocked out of the ring in too much of a mess. Yunyu was shocked to realize that someone had helped her, and turned around to find that it was actually Lu Shang, and the expression on her face became a little bit constricted. Lu Shang? Lu Shang nodded his head as a greeting. I heard that the arena is more lively today, so I came over to take a look. Yunyu did not speak again, either thinking that the scene of the fiasco just now was seen by Lu Shang, or did not know what to say, and only after a short while did she let out a low "oh." Lu Shang was about to comfort her, when he saw Tao Tao hurriedly separating from the crowd and rushed over. Are you okay? That $% thing hit you so hard. Do you want me to use my skills to help you heal? Ha! Little handsome, you're here too? Upon seeing Lu Shang, Tao Tao was instantly overjoyed. Lu Shang said, well, just came. Yunyu should be fine, superficial injuries, you don't have to worry. It's good that it's fine. Tao Tao came to Yunyu's side and checked up and down before letting go of her heart. Since you guys are also here, you should know what's going on here, right? Gold quality weapons are not important, the main thing is that this breath of our Beijiang First Middle School can't be swallowed just like that. Look at him. Tao Tao gritted his teeth in indignation, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth, that villainous, arrogant, unself-conscious, self-righteous look. You guys, don't you have any ideas? Tao Tao blared at Lu Shang and Go Shang. Go Shang stared blankly at her and gave a half-hearted thumbs up. Sister Tower, you know a lot of idioms. Is that the point? Tao Tao growled, my point is. If a transfer student comes and steps on all of us, when we go out from Beijiang number 1 middle school, we'll be laughed at. Looking at Tao Tao's cynical look, Lu Shang guessed that this transfer student should be quite crazy, otherwise this girl wouldn't be so angry. As if to confirm Lu Shang's idea, Wang Kuan on the stage put the golden sword in his hand to the ground, not red in the face, not gasping as if he had won so many fights in a row. It was as if beating so many first middle school experts one after another was a very easy thing to do. So this is the most powerful expert in Beijiang number 1 middle school? Wang Kuan had the standard crooked smile on his face. It's nothing more than that. Looks like I was right in thinking that Beijiang is really a small place, and the average strength of the transmuters is really far from Changnan. Our Changnan students coming to a small place is really a dimensional blow. I don't think anyone can take this gold quality equipment. Just as well, let's consider this as an eye-opener for you guys. After all, quite a few of you haven't seen gold quality equipment yet, right? Lu Shang really hadn't seen someone so arrogant for a long time, even so arrogant that he didn't even have a brain. Openly mocking Beijiang as a small place, his words were all about his own superiority as a native of Changnan. Has this kid really never been beaten? No wonder, Lu Shang squeezed in when he heard many people whispering, intending to prepare a few sacks at night, so that Wang Kuan feel the passion of the people of Beijiang. I really can't stand it. Tao Tao was so angry that she was trembling, thinking that she had already lost, she could only put her hopes on Lu Shang. You, show some Beijiang people's vigor, go up on him. How Lu Sheng heard it, he felt that it was a bit like Wang Kai bit him. He was about to say something when suddenly the message of the quest panel update came. Ding, you have a new quest to collect, please check. Currently available quests. 1. Walk up to the ring and raise your arms. Brother, you were right, Changnan people, real men, Changnan are all men. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, Changnan account application form. Changnan account application form common item, the fastest shortcut to the Sky Dragon Man. 2. Step into the ring and defeat Wang Kuan. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, passive skill, Sword Heart, LV level +2. Sword Heart, LV2, passive. When using a sword-type weapon, you can increase the damage by 100%, and you can use a sword-type weapon with a level requirement higher than your own by 5 levels. Sword Heart, LV3, passive. When using a sword-type weapon, it can increase damage by 150%, and can use a sword-type weapon whose level requirement is higher than your own by 10 levels, and at the same time, you will realize, dual wielding. Dual wielding, expansion of weapon bar +1, can equip 2 sword-type weapons at the same time including 2-handed swords, weapon attributes can be stacked. When releasing a skill in the 2-sword flow state, the damage and effect is triggered twice. This was the closest Lu Sheng had come to becoming a Chonan. Does becoming a changeling smell good? Fragrant. But obviously the reward for rubbing Wang Kuan on the ground smelled even better. The skill level of Sword Heart has been raised by 2 levels, and every time it is raised, it is a qualitative change. LV3's Sword Heart not only allows Lu Sheng to equip a level 30 sword-type weapon, but also to realize dual wielding, which allows him to equip 2 swords at the same time with an additional weapon slot. What is this called? Directly opening dual swords? Moreover, equipping 2 weapons and stacking the attributes of both weapons at the same time was even more than that. Releasing skills in the state of dual wielding, the damage and effects could also be triggered twice. In other words, when he was in the dual wielding state and then used sword pulling Canglan, he could deal damage twice, release the Canglan effect outwards twice, and double his clearing ability. The number of Green Lotus Sword Song attacks went from 10 to 20. Counting the sword mark passive, it was able to deal damage worth up to 2,800% in total. On top of that, dual wield had another very important meaning for Lu Sheng. Chapter 50. It's no fun to beat you up, I want to beat you up 10 times. That is, it allowed Lu Sheng to realize a true sense of both offense and defense. In his royal sword form, his output ability did increase quite a bit. But accordingly, he didn't have the means to use skills such as sword pulling Canglan, Green Lotus Sword Song, and sword treading, and lacked the ability to defend himself. If he was in sword wielding form, he lost his long range output ability again. Lu Sheng's solution to this problem was to constantly switch between the royal sword and handheld forms, seeing the moves. Although he had already defeated quite a few powerful bosses one after another with his skillful switching of sword wielding, it was a dance at the tip of the sword every time. Once he made a mistake, he could be in danger. But if he could equip 2 weapons at the same time, this problem was completely solved. I have 1 imperial sword for output and 1 handheld for defense, and I'm directly invincible. LOL. Screw the Changnan people, people on top of people. Handheld dual swords to cut you guys down, laborers are people on people. In the midst of strength and celestial dragon man status, what was there to hesitate about? Lu Sheng directly received mission 2. At this time, in the ring, Wang Kuan saw that the people around him were talking in a mess, but no one dared to step forward again, and the corner of his mouth tautly rose. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of his mother Lu Meixin and Shan and Xian Yu walking into the arena from outside. He was already dissatisfied with Shan, and when he saw Shan at this moment, he intended to disgust him, the great director, a bit. Is this all that's left of Beijiang No. 1 middle school? Not a single one who can fight? Otherwise, I'll allow you to team up and come up here, and I'll fight 5 by myself. Whoever can beat me, I'll give away this red sky. As expected, after he said this aloud, the Jiangbei first middle school students below exploded. Mad. Too crazy. Directly 1 against 5, who gave him the courage But despite what he said, really let Jiangbei first middle school to find 5 people out of the team, who can guarantee that they can win Wang Kuan. Shan, who had just accompanied Qian Yu and Lu Meixin to this place, heard this, and his brows knit up, and even subconsciously rolled up his sleeves. However, when he swept his gaze, he realized that at the edge of the ring, at this moment, there was a person who slowly walked up the steps, and came to the middle of the ring step by step amidst the crowd's shouts of astonishment. This brat, surprisingly, has already come. Shan's expression turned from anger to a smile,
because the one who walked up to the ring was no other than Lu Shang. It seemed that there was no need for him and the principal to find Lu Shang and tell him about the makeup exam. Now that he was fighting Wang Kun, it was basically equivalent to a makeup exam. On the ring, Lu Shang stood opposite Wang Kun in the limelight. The surrounding people exploded with the cokes. Is he Lu Shang? No way, Lu Shang is challenging a transfer student? Isn't this a direct whiteout? That's right, in terms of looks, Lu Shang does beat me by half a point, I admit. But what we're comparing today isn't looks, it's strength. Yunyu, the number one in the battle strength list, didn't even win against that Changnan pig. What can Lu Shang, the number one in the school grass list, do? What can Lu Shang do? But this Changnan pig is a boar, not a sow. I've heard that Lu Shang transferred to a hidden profession a few days ago, and used a few awesome skills to crush Li Zihe, so his strength can't be underestimated. Perhaps, he can win over the transfer student here? Li Zihe? But the top 10 in the battle power list, it's not even close to Yunyu and Tao Tao. Even if Lu Shang can crush him, he might not be able to win against Changnan Pig. Yeah, if I say so, it's better to let Yunyu, Tao Tao, and a few others form a team and go up together to brutally beat this Changnan Pig. You stupid fool, 5 against 1, you won't show your face even if you win. Only words fell into Wang Kuan's ears. Wang Kuan then learned that the handsome mess of boys in front of him seems not the top masters of the first middle school, not as good as the 2 girls he just defeated. Wang Kuan was instantly happy and asked with a smile, "You came up alone to challenge me? Or else I'll give you time to find 4 teammates on the spot?" Lu Shang also laughed, "No need to be so troublesome. With the effort of finding 4 teammates, I would have already beaten you." After a pause, Lu Shang added, "It's a pity that this isn't Changnan, otherwise I wouldn't mind letting you find 9 teammates. It's not much fun to beat you 1, I want to beat 10. Wang Kuan was stunned by what he heard. In terms of pretending, I would actually lose? You can't beat me, so you let an articulate one come up and disgust me, right? Wang Kuan laughed coldly, holding his sword with both hands, already unable to resist giving Lu Shang a little lesson. Don't talk nonsense, just start. If you can win, Red Sky is yours. If you lose, get lost, don't blame me for not giving you the chance to find a teammate. No problem. Lu Shang nodded his head. The entire arena fell silent, and everyone's eyes gathered on the duo to see if Lu Shang was going up there and was intentionally giving away his head or not. After a short period of silence, the 2 people in the ring did not make any movements. Wang Kuan was filled with impatience and asked with a frown, "Why don't you make a move?" Lu Shang raised his eyebrows, "You're uglier than me, so I'll let you have 3 skills first." Everyone around was all confused. And then, burst into laughter. Although looking uglier than Lu Shang, and that wasn't a curse word, it might even be positive. After all, to be able to compete with Lu Shang in terms of face value was an honor in itself. But let Lu Shang so say out, it is difficult to let people do not anger on the head off. Wang Kuan felt more and more that the purpose of this person coming up was simply to upset himself. He couldn't bear it anymore, and didn't bother to present his tongue with Lu Shang, and sneered, "Let me have 3 skills, right? No need for 3, with 1 skill, I can make you lie in bed for half a month." After saying that, he dragged the golden heavy sword in his hand, the wind whirlwind appeared on his body, and rushed towards Lu Shang. His speed was extremely fast, and he should have used the increased skill that boosted his movement speed. Immediately after, on Wang Kuan's golden heavy sword, wind and sand also began to continuously overflow. When he was only 10 meters away from Lu Shang, Wang Kuan jumped up and slashed down towards Lu Shang. Wild Sand Chop. In a flash, the wind and sand on the sword blew wildly, gathering into a giant sword shadow from afar, and chopping towards Lu Shang. This skill was one of the skills used against Yunyu before, and it seemed to be quite powerful, while the attack range was so wide that it was difficult to dodge without using the skill. However, difficult didn't mean it couldn't. Lu Shang's body shadow fluttered, at the same time with a ridiculously fast speed, floated out to the left, easily dodged Wang Kuan's powerful sword. When Wang Kuan saw Lu Shang dodge away, although he was not happy, he did not mess up. His Wild Sand Chop had a total of 3 attacks, and just now it was only the first one. As he landed a blow, he swung his heavy sword to strike horizontally, casting the second segment of the Frenzied Sand/S effect. Mad Sand/Horizontal Strike. This time, the large sword made of wind and sand converged towards Lu Shang and chopped him across the waist. The tornado whistled, and the range of the attack covered the ring firmly, not giving Lu Shang the chance to dodge like he did just now. Unless he had a flight skill and could come to mid-air, he could dodge this attack.
This attack was a bit like the Canglan, effective Canglan sword, which could be used to clear the field. However, unlike the Canglan sword chi, the blind spot of the attack of this meter, while Sand chop horizontal strike, was just too big. Chapter 51, Winning You, I only use one move. Lu Sheng opened the drunken immortal moon steps, moving so fast that people could only see the remnants of his flashing leap. The wind and sand gathered into a large sword swung horizontally over, actually cannot keep up with the Lu Sheng that faster than the wind speed, always adorned in his back 2 steps away, unable to cause damage. Wang Kuan's berserk sand chop horizontal could only attack a horizontal range of 360 degrees. After the blade finished swinging in a circle, the large sword composed of wind and sand dissipated. Wang Kuan's face was already a bit ugly at this point, as the opponent's movement speed was a bit too fast. His own skills couldn't hit the opponent, how could he fight? However, fortunately, his wild sand chop still had the last section of his attack, which specialized in restraining the displacement skills of assassins and rangers. Wang Kuan locked onto his target and let out a low gulp, wild sand chop wall. The heavy sword was raised by him, followed by another chop, which slammed down hard on the ground. This time, no more wind and sand sword shadows appeared. Instead, around Lu Sheng, wild sand rose up into the sky, converging into 2 sandstone walls that moved with the wind and were about 10 meters tall. These 2 sandstone walls directly blocked Lu Sheng's retreat on the left and right sides, making it impossible for him to dodge Wang Kuan's skills by walking like he did just now. He could only choose to defend or attack Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan didn't give Lu Sheng a chance to strike, even though Lu Sheng said he would let him have 3 skills. He raised his heavy sword and picked it from the bottom up, and the ring under his feet burst apart inch by inch, and 5 human head-sized stones flew out one after another, smashing into Lu Sheng. Sandstorm Bomb. During their flight, the stone blocks became crimson with a burning fire, truly resembling a bomb that was about to explode. Thinking about it, one would know that being smashed by these stones would not be pleasant. Lu Sheng's best way to deal with it was to just dodge it like he did just now. Because Sandstorm Bomb was flying in a straight line, even though it was fast, with Lu Sheng's movement speed and reaction, dodging wasn't a problem. However, the key was that the sandstone wall formed by frenzied sand/wall had not yet disappeared, and Lu Sheng simply did not have the space to dodge. The wild sand/wall, field control, coupled with the extremely damaging Sandstorm Bomb, formed a kill. It had to be said that Wang Kuan, the hidden transfigurator, really did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve, and it wasn't unfair for Yunyu and Tao Tao to lose. Unfortunately, he was facing Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng faced the 5 sandstorm bombs that flew one after another. His body didn't move at all, instead he smiled inexplicably. Second skill now. As soon as the words fell, the sandstorm bombs smashed straight onto him. The surroundings let out a gasp of surprise, thinking that Lu Sheng was going to be beaten half to death by Wang Kuan before he could even make a move. However, what everyone didn't expect was, in a flash of lightning, everyone indistinctly saw Lu Sheng take a step forward, pulling a semi-transparent shadow behind him. 5 sandstorm bombs smashed into Lu Sheng's body one after another, but then as if they had encountered ghosts and shadows, they just went through. Obviously, everyone saw the skills hit Lu Sheng, but they all missed. What kind of reasoning is this? Wang Kuan was shocked and dumbfounded, his mind exploded with question marks, and his brain, the size of a date palm, was buzzing in the empty cranial cavity. Not only was Wang Kuan confused, everyone present was confused, even including Cui Shan and the others in the distance. Only Go Shang, Yunyu, and Tao Tao knew how perverse Lu Sheng's 99% evasion chance of drunken immortal moonwatch steps was. A mere 5 sandstorm bombs wanted to hit Lu Sheng? If he could really hit him, Wang Kuan wouldn't go to school anymore and would just go buy a lottery ticket. Lu Sheng dodged Wang Kuan's skill in one step, carrying one hand on his back. The smile on his face intensified. There is still one less skill. Think hard about what you're going to use for your last skill. Because after the last skill is used, I'm going to use my sword. Wang Kuan was silent, his face gloomy to the extreme. He took advantage of the fact that the wall of wind condensed by wild sand/wall had not yet disappeared, and with a stretch of his palm, a ball of wind sand condensed before he threw it out. This skill, which was the key skill that he had used to win over Yunyu just now, had a strong control effect. After the wind sand came out of his hand, it immediately swirled around, turning into a 2-meter-high whirlwind that enveloped Lu Sheng. Since this was a ranged skill, the drunken immortal moonwatch step's dodge did not work on it. Immediately, the whirlwind full of sand wrapped Lu Sheng, who was unable to move as he was controlled by the skill. Sure enough, you can't dodge the control skill. Wang Kuan was overjoyed, and without delay, he directly raised his sword and went up to slash Lu Sheng off the ring. The first middle school students under the stage held their breath unanimously. As long as they were controlled by this skill, it would be difficult to get out. Previously, Wang Kuan had used this skill and had eliminated quite a few people. The only ones who were familiar with Lu Shang were the few who couldn't help but smile when they saw Wang Kuan rushing towards Lu Shang. They could already brainstorm what was going through Lu Shang's mind right now. I'm being charged? I'm faking it. As expected, as Wang Kuan approached and raised his sword to attack, a golden light blossomed on Lu Shang's body. That golden light was like noonday daylight breaking through the dark clouds, directly shattering the wind and sand on Lu Shang's body, penetrating out and causing that small whirlwind to instantly shatter. Everyone present could see that this golden light was the unique glow of gold quality equipment. And the one that released this golden light was precisely Canglan, a long sword in Lu Shang's hand with an immortal aura that matched his temperament perfectly. To win you, I'll only use one move. Wang Kuan was so shocked that his eardrums trembled, and he only vaguely heard Lu Shang say this. Without waiting for him to understand what that meant, in an instant, Lu Shang's entire body, who had broken his control skill with a sword, transformed into sword chi, and in an instant, he flew to his side and slashed out with a sword. The air stagnated abruptly, and Wang Kuan's reddened pupils reflected a rapidly enlarging sword shadow. In the next second, a sharp pain came from his chest. Lu Shang's attack power was too high. Even if Wang Kuan's entire body was purple equipment, he couldn't defend against the weight of 1,000 pounds and was directly broken. A strand of blood bloomed from Wang Kuan's chest, and his light armor durability plummeted. And this was just the beginning. Everything that followed happened within 3 seconds. After Lu Shang finished chopping with one sword, his body once again transformed into sword chi and appeared on the other side of Wang Kuan's body, with another sword, chopping on his shoulder. Followed by the third sword, the fourth sword. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone watched as Lu Shang transformed into sword chi and appeared in a dashing manner, leaving one residual shadow after another around Wang Kuan. Overly handsome. Terrifyingly strong. There were 10 swords in total, no more and no less. In the end, Lu Shang's body reappeared with his back to Wang Kuan, pulled a sword flower in a smooth manner, and casually waved the blade of his sword. Explosion! With a soft shout, the huge Canglan sword shadow appeared out of thin air and chopped right on top of Wang Kuan's head. Instantly, the equipment on Wang Kuan's body exploded, and at least half of his light armor shattered. Wang Kuan let out a muffled grunt, as if his soul had been drained. He completely lost consciousness and collapsed on his back. For a time, the arena became even quieter. Seconds. Seconds? Wang Kuan, who had previously pressed all the students of the first middle school, and who even Yunyu and Tao Tao could easily defeat, had been defeated just like that. Moreover, Lu Shang was true to his word. Let you have 3 skills, and I will only make one move. It was this sword that directly exploded to kill Wang Kuan, leaving him defenseless. He's so handsome. I don't know who was the first to react and spit out a sentence in a small voice. Although the voice was not loud, it seemed so clear in the arena where a needle could be heard. Chapter 52, How did he equip 2 swords? The exclamation, like a fuse lit by Li Zihe, swept through the entire arena. Then, the rising and falling murmurs nearly toppled the roof. Really a skill second? This is too handsome, isn't it? More than that. Lu Shang first let Wang Kuan use 3 skills in a row and didn't fight back at all. Only in the end did he take out his weapon and kill the other party in seconds with 1 skill. This is a bare bones crushing, okay? Relief, too much relief. How arrogant this Changnan pig was just now, and how funny it is now lying on the ground. That's it, mouthing small place, what's wrong with small places? People from small places poke you with a sword, just ask you if it hurts. Does it hurt? How can you have the face to feel pain? If you can't even catch a sword, you can't even pretend to be a 6 in Beijing. Lu Shang is simply awesome. I didn't expect that even if he is so handsome, he is also so handsome in battle. From now on, I will be the faithful licker of this pussy, who dares to say a word against my master. I will bite him to death. The cheers were so loud that they were almost ready to collectively kowtow to Lu Shang here. Lu Shang was also in a good mood. Defeating Wang Kuan was secondary. The main thing was that his mission was ready to be delivered. After clicking on the delivery, and then looking at his skill panel, sure enough, the Sword Heart passive skill has risen 2 levels, becoming LV3. Sword Heart, LV3, passive. When using a sword-type weapon, it can increase the damage by 150%, and can use a sword-type weapon with a level requirement higher than their own by 10 levels, and at the same time, they have realized, dual wielding.
Dual wielding, expansion of weapon bar +1, can equip two sword-type weapons at the same time including two-handed swords. Weapon attributes can be stacked. When releasing a skill in the state of two sword stream, the damage and effects are triggered twice. At this moment, his understanding of the way of the sword broke through to a new level. Generally speaking, there was an upper limit to the LV level of a skill. Only at the third turn could the skill level be raised to LV3. 3 turns, that was also 50 levels. In other words, if there was no quest reward, Lu Shang would have to be at least level 50 if he wanted Sword Heart to reach LV3 in open, dual wielding. And now, he was equivalent to having a level 50 skill at level 20. How heaven-defying the effect of the LV3 leveled, Sword Heart, could be imagined. Holding the Canglan sword again at this moment, Lu Shang clearly felt that he was able to utilize more of its power. Not only that, on his attribute panel, the second weapon equipment bar was already open, signaling that he could equip another sword-type weapon at any time. The era of the dual blade flow, it had come. LOL. And right now, didn't it just so happen that there was a ready-made golden longsword to use? Lu Shang raised his eyes, took a look at the longsword that was flickering with firelight, and then took a look at the unconscious Wang and walked over. Lu Shang lifted the sword up, looked askance at Wang unconscious face, and couldn't help but sigh darkly. Damn, the most annoying person is the one who pretends to be a bully. Once the sword was in his hand, the attributes were revealed. Red sky, golden color. Required level, level 30. Required profession, swordsman, control sword proficient profession. Attributes, attack power plus 998. Strength plus 142. Agility plus 108. Endurance plus 56. Extras, attacks with a burning effect, causing sustained damage to enemies for 10s. When releasing the skill, the fire attribute magic damage is increased by an additional 50%. Introduction, forged within the Tsangyan volcano, the sword contains a destructive power within its body, capable of incinerating all enemies. Surprisingly, it was a level 30 gold quality weapon? Lu Shang was a bit surprised, but then he also realized why Wang Kuan's weapon, which was only a purple quality heavy sword, was not this red sky. Wang Kuan's level wasn't much higher than his, only level 22, so he couldn't equip this equipment for the time being. It was estimated that this sword should be replaced by Wang Kuan when he planned to level up to 30, in order to establish himself here today plus pretend to be a bully, so he took it out and used it as a bargaining chip. This red sky sword sold quite well, although it was not as immortal as the Canglan sword, which fit Lu Shang's temperament. But its own breath-like flickering firelight was still quite eye-catching. Anyone who saw it would give it a handsome evaluation. Based on this evaluation, it was qualified to become Lu Shang's second weapon. As for attributes, the panel attributes of the red sky also surprised Lu Shang. After all, it was a level 30 equipment, and the red sky's attack power was almost double that of the Canglan sword. At the same time, in terms of the strength and agility attributes, it was also far superior to Canglan. In addition to the fact that the red sky sword was of a higher level, the sword itself was also more skewed towards boosting the user's output ability. The attributes of the Canglan sword were still somewhat functional, taking into account slowing down, absorbing blood, and increasing the range of skills. The red sky sword, on the other hand, was completely focused on maximizing output. This can also be seen from its 2 additional attributes. Either way, it was all about maximizing output. Especially the last additional attribute, not only did it boost the skill damage by a full 50%, but it also converted this damage into fire attribute damage, giving Lu Shang a notable magic output ability as well. In the future, when he saw a beast with high physical defense, as long as he had the red sky sword, Lu Shang wouldn't need to have a headache. Lu Shang was still very fond of this red sky. If he didn't have the LV3 level, Sword Heart, then he would only be able to drool over the red sky sword and not be able to equip it. Now, he could equip sword equipment that was 10 levels higher than his own level, so he had just met the criteria for equipping the red sky sword. Lu Shang was not polite and equipped the red sky sword on himself as well. At once, he had Canglan in one hand and red sky in the other. One sword, watery and dense, immortal. One sword, fire light flashing, sharpness convergence. The 2 swords were different from each other, yet they appeared in Lu Shang's hands and were equipped by him at the same time. This scene, which fell in everyone's eyes, immediately caused another violent stir. Many people wondered if their eyes were mistaken. How did Lu Shang equip the red sky sword? There was a difference between holding a weapon in one's hand and equipping it on one's body.
It was more obvious in that if it was a non-equipped situation, the color of the quality of the equipment would not converge, allowing one to see its quality at a glance. Instead, after equipping it, the transmuter could choose to conceal the light of the equipment. Or perhaps to make the glow even stronger so that they could show outsiders the grade of the equipment on their person. After Lu Sheng picked up the red sky sword, the golden light of the red sky sword was hidden in the blade. This meant that Lu Sheng had already equipped the red sky. Although no one had gotten the red sky, many people had seen it up close and knew that the level requirement for the red sky sword was level 30. In the eyes of the senior students whose average level was only about 15, this level was still very far away. So it was only right that no one should be able to equip a golden quality longsword. Instead, Lu Sheng broke this norm and equipped this weapon across levels. This was also not a problem. Longsword type weapons, unlike short hammers and one-handed shields, could be dual-wielded. A person could only equip one sword-type weapon even if it was a short sword. This was common sense. The weird thing was, how was Lu Sheng, right now, equipping two longswords at the same time? Chapter 53, Dual Wielding, plus, Pulling Sword to Flatten Lanes. The attributes of the longsword were relatively high, unlike dual-wielded weapons such as short hammers and one-handed shields. Even if they were equipped at the same time, the attributes of the two pieces of equipment together would only be comparable to a heavy sword or two-handed hammer. Doesn't equipping one more non-dual wielded weapon than others mean that the attack power is at least double that of others? How else would this allow others to play? Lu Sheng's output ability was obvious to all. With one skill, killing a light armor class occupation like Wang Kuan in seconds was like playing. Now, with the attack power of one more weapon, I'm afraid that he can kill a heavy armored profession with one sword. One must know that what Lu Sheng had equipped was a golden weapon. Or a level 30 golden weapon. Lu Sheng's current output ability was so far ahead of its time that he could tell by thinking about it. No, brother, it's not enough that you're handsome. Why are you so ridiculously strong? Why are you still so ridiculously strong? Lu Sheng ignored the envious, questioning, and shocked voices around him, and planned to put away his sword, get off the stage, and go back to his class. After all, whether it was killing Wang Kuan in seconds, equipping equipment that was 10 levels higher than his own, and why he was able to equip two long swords, it was all too topical. He didn't want to be judged, and he was even more worried that the crowd would come back to their senses in a moment and surround themselves like monkeys, so it would be hard for them to leave at that time. Just as Lu Sheng was about to put away his sword, suddenly, there was a loud cry of pain from the crowd. Lu Sheng turned back to take a look, and his pupils instantly shrank. He saw an unfamiliar middle-aged noblewoman roughly pushing her way through the crowd and rushing towards the ring. The airflow on her body condensed into an astral wind, and when the students were caught off guard and ran into it, they were immediately bounced out of the ring, not forming any obstacles for her at all. In the blink of an eye, the students surrounding below had already crookedly fallen down, while this noblewoman took a step out, rose up in the air, and pounced towards him with her hand in the shape of a claw. For a moment, the sound of a tiger's whistle rang out, and a golden tiger silhouette was formed in front of the noblewoman, lifelike and horrifyingly loud. Qigong Masters, Tiger Attack? Lu Sheng's brows immediately tightened. Qigong masters weren't considered hidden professions, but they were relatively rare and had comprehensive professional characteristics, with a strong ability to fight alone. The skill, Tiger Attack, was the Qigong master's second turn signature skill. It can transform a tiger into Qi and pounce on the enemy, causing huge damage while adding a knockback effect. For this woman to use Tiger Attack, it meant that she was a level 30 or above second turn Qigong master, and her strength could not be underestimated. But the question was, who was this person? The opponent was full of hostility. Lu Sheng was not ambiguous. Holding his dual swords in a horizontal position, he used the skill, Sword Pulling Canglan. The timing of Lu Sheng's skill release was quite precise. When the woman's Tiger Attack rushed in front of him, the full moon-like sword awnings of sword-retaining Flatlan appeared and collided with the tiger's shadow. This time, the effect of Sword Pulling Canglan was not the same as before. Under the enhancement of Dual Hold, the sword awnings of Sword Retractor Canglan flashed twice in total. The first time, it was the Tsong Lan sword's Sword Pulling Canglan. Relying on its effect of cutting down enemy skills, even if it was the Tiger Attack of a second-turn Qigong master, Lu Sheng was still able to cut it down. The dazzling tiger silhouette collided with the sword, and with a whimper, it was cut off and dissipated in the air. Lu Sheng had broken the Tiger Attack with a single skill, and this scene caused the furious Lu Meixin to pause in her movements. In her vision, she was a level 49 Qigong master, just one step away from the third turn, so taking down a level 20 brat wasn't as easy as a slap in the face? As a result, the other party had directly broken her skills. In the moment when she was frozen and distracted, the second, sword-pulling Flatlan, sword-on appeared. This time, the sword-pulling Canglan was wielded by the Red Sky Sword, and its power was half as strong as just now. Only fire was seen exploding from this sword-on. The additional special effect of the Red Sky Sword added an additional 50% fire attribute magic damage to the sword-pulling Canglan skill. Therefore, the power of the second time's sword retractor Canglan was much more terrifying than just now. Lu Meishin's tiger attack was broken, and this sword retainer traveled unimpeded, ruthlessly chopping at her palm. However, a ring on her hand suddenly emitted a ball of light that projected into an arc-shaped barrier, in time to block the second sword-retrieving Canglan. This should be a passive skill of her equipment that could help her offset the damage once. Although this sword did not injure Lu Meishin, the power of the skill forced Lu Meishin back. This wasn't even the end of it. The two full moon chopping strikes didn't just dissipate, but turned into sword chi again and radiated outwards. It was clearly the effect of Canglan. Lu Meishin had never expected that even if Lu Shang's skill had broken her tiger attack and nearly injured her, there was even a second damage. Although she was a woman, as a combat transmuter, her own strength wasn't weak. After being forced back by sword-pulling Flatlan, she took a fierce step, and a golden bell made of astral winds appeared outside her body, completely wrapping her up. The effect of Canglan likewise had two segments. The first segment, which was the chopping attack of the Canglan sword, was no different from the original. This sword chi stirred on the golden bell, and it instantly blasted the bell with a loud sound, causing all the students present to cover their ears with pain-filled faces. At the same time, the durability of the golden bell shield plummeted by a hair, and fine cracks had appeared on the brightly shining golden bell's shadow. The first section of Canglan had just been blocked by Lu Meishin's skill, golden bell shield, and the second section of Canglan effect followed. This time, what swung out was a chopping attack that burned with flames, and its power was obviously even better than just now. The Red Sky Sword's Canglan was considered a mixed damage, with both a physical attack and a 50% magic attack. Double mixed injury attack, Lu Meishin's golden bell shield also could not resist, actually when a hard burst. The flames swept, drowning Lu Meishin in it. Lu Meishin let out a cry of pain, her body slid backwards several meters until the edge of the ring before she could stop. Canglan's sword chi was gone, but that 50% fire attribute magic damage just now had still injured Lu Meishin. It was not accurate to say that it injured. Lu Meishin was at least a level 49 expert, so this injury could be quickly healed by her own recovery. However, at this time, her valuable clothes had multiple scorched black damages on her body, and she was nearly naked in public. Even her hair, which was originally neatly combed, was burned into scorched black curls, messy and fluffy, instantly turning from a noblewoman into a poodle. I have to kill you today. Accompanied by a sharp roar, Lu Meishin's body's airflow exploded, strands of astral wind blowing wildly outwards, obviously using the Qigong master's increased skill. Lu Shang was a bit confused, and with one sentence, he nearly made Lu Meishin break her defense on the spot again. No, Auntie, who the hell are you? Chapter 54, Can't you be a swordsman if you're too handsome? Lu Meishin was an elegant woman who did not show her joy and anger, and had never lost her temper so much in her life. Her current look of annoyance was comparable to that of a gorilla in a cage, and as she stomped heavily on her feet, the airflow around her overflowed, blowing her fried hair into a flailing frenzy. The wind swept in, coalescing into a fierce tiger shadow, looking like it was going to continue to use tiger attack. Lu Sheng said in his heart, why was the soul like a mad dog, coming up and biting? He didn't dare to be careless and swung his dual swords. A wisp of water and a flame appeared in mid-air and intermingled with each other, transforming into a scorching stream of rushing water vapor. In the smoke and mist, Lu Shang, who was wearing a golden feathered guest, was like an immortal, his clothes fluttering. Lu Shang had wanted to use the Green Lotus Sword Song to compete with this mad dog sister-in-law. Sensei could beat it or not. However, just at this time, a silhouette descended from the sky, shaking the entire ring and nearly collapsing. Lu Shang fixed his eyes and realized that the person who came was Shan. Shan was holding a heavy sword like a doorplate. This heavy sword combined with his heavy armor made him look like a wall that was difficult to break through. Shan blocked between Lu Meishin and Lu Shang, his voice like a bell, Minister Lu, you've gone too far. In the arena, it's inevitable for someone to get hurt. Our school here has a medical office with at least 3 second-turn priests on standby to treat the injured. Just because your child was injured, you went on stage and sneak attacked our students. This matter is quite nasty. With Cui Shan in the way, it was undoubtedly impossible for Lu Meixin to continue teaching Lu Sheng a lesson. Even though Cui Shan was only 5 levels higher than Lu Meixin, the former was a third turner and the latter was only a second turner. The gap in strength therein was like a chasm. At the very least, if Cui Shan, a front-row profession, wanted to protect anyone, it was impossible for Lu Meixin to break through his line of defense. Cui Shan struck out, causing Lu Meixin to only be able to suppress her anger and stomp her foot, dispersing the airflow from her body and returning to normal. Since there's a priest, why don't you quickly let the priest come over and heal my son? This tone of voice was rather like a reproach. Cui Shan was instantly offended because Lu Meixin had rushed all the way over and bumped into quite a few students. Just now, she even tried to sneak attack Lu Sheng. If Lu Sheng wasn't strong enough, he might have been injured at this moment. This Lu Meixin was good, but now she had a shy #% face and urged for the priest to come and heal Wang Kuan's injuries. Cui Shan's face was gloomy, wanting to say something about Lu Meixin's behavior just now. However, Principal Chen Yu also finally climbed into the ring at this time, not allowing Cui Shan to continue his accountability. Hey, okay, everyone disperse. Chen Yu raised his hands high and dismissed the watching students. Where's the priest from the medical office? Come over to one of them and come up to the ring to heal this child's injuries. The rest of the priests, go and see if the child on the stage is injured. Among the students present, those who have a medical faculty transmogrifier also lend a hand and treat the injured. Chen Yu, as the principal, still had some weight in his words. The students who were present to watch the spectacle saw that the principal was here and quickly withdrew. As for those students who were rushed by Lu Meixin, they didn't suffer any injuries and didn't even need a priest from the medical office. One by one, they followed the crowd and left. Seeing the people here begin to disperse, Chen Yu sighed in relief. He walked up and pressed on Cui Shan's hand, signaling him to unload the weapon in his hand and not to use a knife or gun with Lu Meixin. Only then did he look at Lu Meixin and with difficulty revealed a smile. Minister Lu, are you alright? Lu Meixin gritted her teeth and said nothing. Her obscure complexion, which mirrored the scorched blackness on her face, looked somewhat comical. Chen Yu was very embarrassed and rubbed his hands together. Your son is injured right now, and the makeup exam may need to be postponed. Otherwise, Minister Lu, let your son rest in the medical office first, and let's go back to the principal's office? Lu Meixin still didn't say anything, but it was considered acquiescence, and with a shake of her hand, she walked in the direction of leaving the arena. Chen Yu was about to follow with a smile, but Cui Shan walked up and whispered a few words to Chen Yu. Chen Yu's face turned into an expression of surprise, in which a few moments of surprise could be seen. He glanced at Lu Sheng and turned his head to ask Cui Shan, really? The corners of Cui Shan's mouth could not hide his smile as he nodded, really? That's fine, you tell that kid to come along to my office as well. After saying that, he busily followed Lu Meixin, his demeanor inevitably carrying a pleasing meaning. Lu Sheng was at the side, with the word dumbfounded written all over his face. He didn't know what was going on at all. Why did this old woman come out to sneak up on him? Why did the principal and Cui Shan appear here? Chen Yu, this person, was very slippery. This was known throughout the school. There are rumors in the grapevine that he was able to come to number 1 middle school as the principal with a rank of more than 30, solely because he is slippery in dealing with people. Some people even said that Chen Yu had recognized a lot of godfathers when he was young, and was nicknamed Father Can Enemy the Country. But he was at least the principal, and he had a complimentary look on his face to this woman in public. And what exactly was this woman's identity? Lu Sheng. Cui Shan opened his mouth, causing Lu Sheng to return to his senses. Come over here and follow me to the principal's office. After saying that, Cui Shan retrieved his heavy sword and took a step towards the outside. Oh, okay. Lu Sheng nodded. He took 2 steps to Cui Shan's side and couldn't help but curiously ask in a low voice, Director Cui. Who was that crazy auntie just now? What did she sneak up on me for? Cui Shan said without looking back. Wang Kuan is mom, the wife of a big figure in the Canglan education sector, while her own official rank is not low. As for the reason for sneak attacking you, on the way I will tell you slowly. Okay, Lu Sheng had already guessed in his heart. Along the way, Cui Shan, in a few words, sort of informed Lu Sheng about what happened. Lu Sheng then realized that no wonder Wang Kuan would come from Changnan, transferring to Beijing. It turned out that his purpose was for the so-called Westland Military Region Special Training Camp quota. Westland Military Region is the dragon country to guard the western border against the dark invasion of the barrier, known as the Shield of the Dragon Country.
Every year, there were countless strong people who came out of the Western Realm military region. The Western Realm military region had decided to open training camps in all regions of the country, and the number of places was scarce. Once one was able to join, the benefits naturally went without saying. The reason why Wang Kuan was so high profile today, fighting and posing in the arena, was probably also to prove his strength, so that he could take the spot without controversy. It's just a pity that he didn't do enough homework before pretending to be a pimp, not knowing that there was also a handsome sword immortal in Beijing City's first high school. Inside the principal's office. You're saying he's the owner of the training camp spot? Lu Meixin pointedly slapped the mahogany coffee table at hand with a fierce slap. Shan Yu watched as the beloved coffee table shattered all over the place, revealing a heartbroken expression. Is it really not true that you guys saw that he won my family's little Kuan by despicable means and that's why you deliberately said that? You guys said before that the quota was given to a swordsman. You guys look at him, where does he look like a swordsman? Lu Shang, who was standing on the opposite side, bristled. Can't you be a swordsman if you're too handsome? Chapter 55 This, 10,000 swords returning, skill, master wants it. Xian Yu averted his gaze from the mahogany coffee table and exhaled, suppressing the impatience that filled his belly. He skillfully replaced it with a fake smile. Why, Minister Lu, where would we dare to do such a thing? You've also read the report. The winner of the quota is indeed Lu Shang, that is, this kid is correct. As for the occupation issue, it's not hard to explain. Although hidden professions are rare, and even fewer obtain a transfer book the day after and transfer into a hidden profession, it's not unheard of. It was also some time ago that this child was transferred into a hidden profession, and before that, he was indeed just a swordsman. This point, the whole school students can prove, and we also have the records and information of his previous exams. There is absolutely no possibility of falsification. Cui Shan sat on the side, holding his bladder and said, Minister Lu, the ironclad evidence is enough to prove that Lu Shang is the owner of the special training camp quota. What else do you have to say? You saw the battle just now. I think the ownership of our first middle school special training camp quota should be settled, right? Lu Meixin was silent. This quota, how to grab it? The gap in strength between Wang Kuan and Lu Shang, little cutie. All could see it. Let alone a Wang Kuan carrying Wang Kuan's mom is not Lu Shang's opponent. Rescheduling the makeup test is just a matter of carrying out what just happened again. Oh, not really. If Lu Shang didn't let Wang Kuan 3 skills, the battle should be over in an instant. Lu Meixin pondered for a while and suddenly said, just now it was just a sparring match between two people, it can't be considered a makeup exam. So, my little Kuan still has a chance to take a makeup exam. Cui Shan, heh. He said in his heart that this one really doesn't turn back until he hits the south wall. Cui Shan was about to open his mouth and say that I'll arrange a makeup exam for Wang Kuan then, to see if Wang Kuan can take the spot away from Lu Shang or not. At this time, Lu Meixin suddenly looked at Lu Shang and said in a tone that brooked no argument, Kid, the quota for the special training camp, you give it up to my son. Lu Shang locked eyes with her, and a question mark slowly emerged from his brain. No, are you that direct? You don't even say a condition, you just reach out and ask for it? Fortunately, Lu Meixin wasn't a retard, and added next, when you lose to my son on the makeup exam, let him get the spot, and I can give you compensation. 2 pieces of gold quality equipment, plus 3 bottles of potions that permanently enhance attributes, and a suite in Changnan, plus $10 million in cash. Of course, I can also resolve your account in Changnan for you to enjoy more resources. There are even extra points for you to take the Changnan Martial University. Although Changnan Martial University isn't one of the top 10 academies, it's still a superb academy. With your grades, if you were to take the Changnan Martial University exam, there would definitely be no problem. Lu Meixin said, raising her voice, when the time comes, I will look for connections and make the school tilt its resources in your favor, so that you can live a more comfortable life than anyone else. How's that? Such generous conditions made Lu Shang a little staggered. What with the house, money, and potions not to mention, the 2 gold quality equipment alone were worth a lot. Wang Kuan could really be a proper rich second generation, no wonder he could take out the Red Sky Sword as a bet. As for Changnan Martial Arts University, it was one of the best universities in the southern region, and was Lu Shang's previous target institution. Every year, only a few dozen students from Beijing City could get in. Having a Changnan account is basically the same as being guaranteed transportation. Of course, with Lu Shang's current strength, it was not a problem to get in on his own. But the tilting of resources, this was more tempting. If the school can tilt some secret realm, copy, or let the tutor with brush level,
that strength enhancement is whooshing up.
Therefore, the conditions offered by Lu Meixin were enough to make anyone's heart flutter. However, what Lu Sheng was thinking about was that Lu Meixin had even gone so far as to offer such generous conditions for this quota. Then what was the benefit of obtaining this quota that could be worth her paying so much? Just as Lu Sheng was pondering all this, a familiar beep sounded. The quest panel was updated. Ding, you have a new quest to collect, please check. Currently available quests. 1. Kneel down and kowtow, shouting, many thanks to Godmother. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, Charisma plus 10, 10,000 Mothers Running Title Medal. 10,000 Mothers Running Title Medallion Special Equipment Gold Color. Strength plus 30. Agility plus 30. Spirit plus 30. Endurance plus 30. Requirements, none. Bonus, 10,000 mothers running each acknowledgement of a godmother will increase 10 points of strength, 10 points of agility, 10 points of spirit, 10 points of endurance. 2. Fake promise to Lu Meixin to violently beat Wang Kuan during the makeup exam, and sneer at Lu Meixin, madam, you don't want your son to lose his place either, do you? And further blackmail. Reward available upon completion, Passionate Leather Whip. Passionate Leather Whip, Golden Special Equipment. Attributes. Strength plus 50. Agility plus 50. Endurance plus 50. Additional, Passionless Whip upon hitting the opponent, boosts the opponent's attack speed by 10%, stackable 100 times. 3. Reject Lu Meixin, personally own the spot, and complete the report at the special training camp. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, Sword Immortal Exclusive Active Skill 10,000 Swords. These 3 tasks made Lu Sheng freeze for a long time. Task 1 could be ruled out straight away. Even if Lu Sheng did some math, he would probably be invincible in the world after a year at the rate of recognizing 100 godmothers a day. But this path to invincibility was too consuming to the body, so it was better not to go. As for 2M. Golden equipment is a good thing, but 1000% attack speed, can't suffer. The last mission 3 is the only mission Lu Sheng can go to collect. And the reward for the quest, the Sword Immortal Exclusive Active Skill, 10,000 Swords, also made him quite greedy. Although the skill effect of 10,000 swords returning to the palace was not written here, Lu Sheng knew, even if he wanted to, just how powerful this skill would be. What was a sword immortal? With a flying sword at his feet, he was immortal. With a finger, thousands of flying swords are like a rainstorm washing the ground, killing all disobedience with the strongest offense. That's what a sword immortal is. Without the skill of harnessing tens of thousands of flying swords, what kind of sword immortal is he? I'm not going to be able to do that. But I'm going to be able to do it, and I'm going to be able to do it. Thus, Lu Sheng decisively received Mission 3. At this time, when Cui Shan saw that Lu Sheng had been silent, he just assumed that he had been hit by Lu Meixin's sugar-coated bombs, and was now hesitating whether he really wanted to give away his place. Cui Shan reminded in a low voice, Lu Sheng, this quota is very precious, don't pick up the sesame and lose the West. Director Cui. Lu Meixin interrupted Cui Shan in a high voice, dissatisfied, this kind of thing needs to be decided by this kid himself, it's not in order for others to intervene and interfere, right? Cui Shan was not willing to show weakness, out of order? Do you think that coercing and baiting is in line with the rules? This quota should rightfully belong to Lu Sheng. On what grounds do you want Lu Sheng to intentionally lose to Wang Kuan in the makeup exam? Isn't this cheating? Lu Meixin laughed coldly, what's cheating when it's something you love and I want? The same thing is worth thousands of dollars in my son's hands, but in someone else's hands, it might be worthless. I'm just letting every single thing go to the hands of the person it should belong to, what's wrong with that? After saying that, she looked at Lu Sheng and urged, alright, give me an answer quickly. Chapter 56, It's really not that I want to beat you up. Lu Sheng looked up at Lu Meixin and smiled slightly, my decision is. This quota, I won't allow it. When these words came out, Cui Shan's face instantly appeared joyful. Lu Meixin's face, on the other hand, could be significantly more unsightly. You won't allow it? Lu Meixin sneered, this quota is in your hands, do you really think it will allow you to obtain something? To tell you the truth, my family's eldest son, Wang Kuan's brother, has already been internalized and sent to the special training camp. My eldest son loves this younger brother of his the most. Even before, he refused the guaranteed transfer from the top 10 academies and stayed a grade in order to practice and take the entrance exams together with little Kuan. What do you think, if you guys met at the special training camp, what would he do to you? To tell the truth, I heard that the special training camp quota, there is a death indicator.
In her next words, Lu Meixin didn't say any more. Now, not only Shan, but even Xianyu, who had been all fawning, his face turned a little odd. This threat, it was already quite excessive. When Lu Sheng heard this, he feigned a change in his face and said with feigned surprise, "Yo, Wang Kuan has such a powerful brother? Then I really should ponder over it. Otherwise, how about this, I'll let Wang Kuan a little, sort of give your Wang family an explanation." Lu Meixin was puzzled. What do you mean let a little? Lu Sheng smiled, it's that I give Wang Kuan 10 chances, he can beat me once, the spot is his. Well. Just don't know, is Wang Kuan resistant to a beating? I'm afraid I'll hit too hard. Bang! Another loud bang, Lu Meixin sat up from her seat. This time, it was her seat that suffered. That golden mahogany and jade inlaid seat was also in tatters when she slapped it. Lu Meixin and Xianyu's faces turned iron blue at the same time. Lu Meixin, even if she was a little cutie, could also hear that the so-called letting a little was clearly Lu Sheng teasing her. Good boy, you don't want to get into it, do you? Lu Meixin was furious, pointing at Lu Sheng. We'll see, you'll know if I'm joking with you or not. This quota, you keep it, naturally there will be a time for you to regret it in the future. As soon as the words fell, she huffed and stepped away. Xianyu mentally waved his hand, Director Cui, go see Minister Luof. Shan saw that Lu Meixin was infuriated enough that his entire body was refreshed. At the same time, he was also very happy to follow up again to see how Lu Meixin's face was crooked with anger. He immediately got up and followed to Lu Meixin's side, not forgetting to be falsely polite. Minister Lu, take your time, let me see you off. Seeing that Lu Meixin was going to shake her hand and leave, Lu Sheng was a little reluctant. Hey, leaving like this? After finishing the matter of the quota, the matter of sneaking up on me, we must talk about it? I was just shocked by your tiger attack, there is no gold quality equipment, a moment will have to lie on the ground and cannot get up. Hey yo line. You kid. Xianyu hurriedly stopped Lu Sheng and didn't let him continue talking. Waiting until Lu Meixin left the principal's office, Xianyu said in a bad mood, you're in this state, healthier than me, where are you hurt? That's it for this matter, leave her behind, it's not certain what will happen if we argue again. Lu Sheng was dissatisfied. Principal, are you trying to make peace in it? It was you who watched that woman sneak attack me before, if it wasn't for me blocking it, I would have ended up worse off than Wang Kuan. This account, I won't settle it easily with her. These words were rather blaming, and Xianyu certainly understood. He blankly glanced at Lu Sheng and sighed lightly, you think I'm towards Lu Meixin, that's why I'm stopping you and preventing you from getting a statement from her? You're wrong, I'm actually toward you. The Wang family has some power in Changnan, and even the southern region, especially in the education sector. If you can get into an overseas university in the future it'll be better, if you stay in the southern region, they have ways to trip you up. It's not like you can ask for an argument just because you have a point. There are many ways in the world of human affairs. Either your connections are wide enough, or you are strong enough. Otherwise, don't make enemies. Xianyu did not have the fawning look before. At this time, it was like he was teaching Lu Sheng some social experience from the bottom of his heart. Lu Sheng could feel the sincerity in Xianyu's words, and his impression of him changed a bit. He looked forward and backward in front of Lu Meixin. Why is it not a means to make a living? This old principal was not as backbone as Shan, but his nature was actually not that bad. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng also had no intention of keeping Lu Meixin any longer, but he was still just a bit upset. Then this matter is just forgotten? Didn't you snatch away one of Wang Kuan's golden equipment? Still not enough? That was the bet I won back by beating Wang Kuan. Xianyu didn't have the heart to say, our school's arena doesn't support betting against each other. So, technically the golden quality longsword still belongs to Wang Kuan. Are you really not afraid that Lu Meixin will come back and ask for that sword back? If you're not afraid, I'll help you call her back now. Lu Sheng was silent. Calling back was unnecessary. It would be nice for Lu Meixin to just leave and forget about his son, a golden weapon being taken away. When Xianyu saw that Lu Sheng was silent, he knew that this kid was also shrewd enough to not be able to part with that sword. He looked outside the door and confirmed that Lu Meixin had gone away before he whispered to Lu Sheng, in fact, if you are unbalanced in your heart, there are ways to retaliate. Just now, didn't you hear her say that she has an older son who will also go to the special training camp? In the special training camp, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. If you give her oldest son a good beating, wouldn't Lu Meixin still have no choice but to be anxious? Even if you're capable, the things you can pick off from Wang Qian's body can be much more than what Wang Kuan has on his body. After saying that, Shan Yu made a silent gesture and said, "This matter, you figure it out by yourself, don't say it's from me." Lu Shang looked at Qian Yu in shock. He couldn't believe that the person who abetted him to take revenge on Lu Meixin in front of him was the same person as the Qian Yu who was so fawning in front of Lu Meixin just now. This old thing, on the surface is a soft bone, the actual insidious very Seeing the deep meaning in Lu Shang's gaze, Shan Yu's old face was a little embarrassed, waving his hand and saying, "Sometimes when people are under the roof, they have to bow their heads. Lowering our heads doesn't prevent us from secretly stabbing each other twice. Of course, when stabbing, don't let anyone know who did it." Lu Shang expression wonderful up, "So you let me stab?" Shan Yu shamelessly nodded his head, his demeanor was quite like a charitable and relatable old man. "Don't worry, it's normal for children to play around with each other. Don't hit too hard, our school can help you cover. Doing things be smarter, smoother." Lu Shang nodded deeply, learned. "Wang Qian, don't blame me. It's really not that I want to beat you up. It's all because this old thing taught me." Chapter 57 Dual-wielding heavy swords, heavy swordsmen can be so domineering. Lu Shang, who had left the principal's office, refreshed his knowledge of the two people, Qian Yu and Shui Shan. Qian Yu, the old fox, must not be offended. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that he would stab him in the back. Even Lu Shang suspected that he recognized the righteous father when he was young. There will be a few people he secretly drugged to death. Shui Shan, people are stubborn and arbitrary, as long as they think the right thing, they will be indiscriminate. It is precisely for this reason, before being punished into the death trial, Lu Shang also more than once moved the idea. When his level is high, he will have to go back to Beijiang City and give him a beating with a sack over his head. Now it seems that Shui Shan is arbitrary, but his heart is not bad, and he has more backbone than Qian Yu. Two people character, doing things differently, but undeniably, they were in the principal, grade director of the seat, do quite competent. At least two people met things, really is for their students to consider. It was also for this reason that Qian Yu revealed a smile that was hard to suppress when he knew that Lu Shan was the holder of the quota for the special training camp. Lu Shang's strength was above Wang Kuan, so if Lu Shang went to the training camp, what else could Lu Meixin have to say? There shouldn't be any surprises with the training camp quota. The only pity was that Lu Shang realized that although he had rejected Lu Meixin, the quest did not show completion. He realized after taking a closer look at the quest that the original condition for completing the quest was not only to reject Lu Meixin, but also to complete reporting to the special training camp. In other words, the skill, 10,000 swords returning to the father, needed to be obtained only after he arrived at the special training camp. Although his heart itched for the new skill, Lu Shang could only hold back for the time being. According to what Qian Yu said, he would be able to leave for the special training camp on Thursday, so the time for him to learn 10,000 swords returning would not be too late. For the next few days, everything went according to plan. On Tuesday, Shui Shan announced that Lu Shang had traveled to obtain the qualifications for the Western Realm Military Region's special training camp with the first place in points. In response, no one in the first middle school had any objections. After all, Lu Shang, before, had been appointed in a time of crisis. In the situation where Yun Yu and Tao Tao were defeated, he crushed Wang Kuan in public and saved the face of the first middle school. This only place, who else can give it to if not him? It is worth mentioning that Wang Kuan disappeared from number 1 middle school after the decision on the ownership of the quota was made. It is said that Lu Meixin could not get the quota, and took Wang Kuan to another school in Beijiang, the 16th middle school. The principal of the 16th middle school, when he was young, also had a nickname. Father A Party. And the places in the special training camp of the 16th middle school were designated by the principal. Therefore, there was a high probability that Wang Kuan would be able to get a place in the 16th middle school. Of course, these wouldn't be things Lu Shang needed to be concerned about. Channan, Wang family, underground training ground. Dust and smoke rolled inside the large training ground. A huge scorpion ferocious beast was beaten back and forth. This scorpion ferocious beast was about 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. Its body was as if it was poured in gold, and when it moved, its knuckles emitted the scraping sound of sharp weapons meeting. At a glance, he knew that it was a boss-level beast, and its level would not be very low. The fact is also true. This boss was called the Golden Sands Shell Scorpion, and was a level 30 bronze boss. It was originally a boss that could only be brushed out on a map called the Deadly Sand Sea, with balanced attributes that were difficult to deal with. Because it has a certain chance to burst out purple quality small extreme equipment shell scorpion gold armor, so every day there are a lot of people to go to the deadly sand sea, looking for golden sandshell scorpion to hunt. If you want to hunt the golden sand scorpion, you have to have an average level 30 turn 2 5-member team to ensure safety. However, right now, the one who was fighting the sand's Chalid scorpion, and even managed to gain the upper hand with an absolute power advantage, was not a full squad, but a transmigrator. Even his level was only 29, and he hadn't reached the second turn. This person appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old, wearing only half of his rough light armor, and carrying 2 massive scabbards on his bare upper body. From his bare upper body, one could tell that this person was burly and sturdy, with muscles as hard as stone. Without such a burly figure, I'm afraid it would be difficult to wield the 2 weapons in his hands. 2 identical black iron heavy swords, each of which was incredibly heavy. These 2 weapons, as this person swung them, flashed with golden arcs of light each time, proving that these 2 swords, both of them, were of golden quality. 2 golden quality swords, being equipped at the same time. Anyone who saw this scene would be staggered. After all, being able to equip 2 two-handed weapons at the same time, instead of dual-wielding them, was really rare. Not to mention 2 such heavy swords. The power of 2 heavy swords swinging could be imagined. This burly man swung the 2 heavy swords like a violent tornado, hitting the Golden Sands Colonian scorpion without the ability to fight back. Every time the heavy swords fell, it caused the Sands shell scorpion to take half a step back, and dents and cracks appeared in the hard armor on its body. Here, aside from such a boss, and the burly man, there were several people in practice clothes watching from afar. They were martial arts masters from a well-known martial arts school in Changlan, all of them leveled above level 40, specializing in instructing melee profession transmutants in their combat techniques. At this moment, as they watched the burly man attack so furiously, each of them subconsciously gulped. One of them looked at his companion and secretly sighed, truly worthy of being one of the 7 sons of Changnan, the strength of the Wang clan's young master, it's truly terrifying. The other nodded, yes, we've only been here for 3 days, and everything that can be taught has been learned by him. That's even if it's not enough, the occupational characteristics of a hidden profession like his heavy swordsman is also too overbearing. Being able to dual-wield heavy swords, and with skills this berserk, charging into battle is simply unbeatable. A bald and burly man whose profession was a shield warrior also nodded his head deeply. This profession of heavy swordsman, charging formations and PK is indeed too powerful. Even though I'm already level 42, I really can't stand up to the great young master's charging formation. Another assassin woman with quite a bit of good looks looked at Wang Qian's attacking figure with ambiguity flickering in her eyes. Why don't we say that the young master is one of the 7 sons of Changnan? The so-called 7 sons of Changnan are the 7 strongest people in the younger generation of our Changnan, and even the entire southern region. Moreover, young master is about to turn 2 again. If he can turn 2 before the college entrance exam, then this year's southern region scholar will still be his? The bald big man laughed and teased, "What, you vixen, you're looking at your employer again? Don't mess around, last time you were a private tutor for that young son of the Fan family, you ended up being caught by the parents in the room." For this matter, the curator had apologized many times for making amends, and that's why it didn't become a big deal. If you commit nymphomania again and get caught by the Wang family as well, the curator can't really afford to bail you out and let you continue in this line of work. Humph. The female assassin bristled, her tone light. Really, it's all in the past, why are you still mentioning it? We are both private tutors and teachers. As a teacher, what's wrong with me teaching and educating? It's not as if the Fan family is too old-fashioned and petty. Chapter 58, Return of the 10,000 Swords, here I come. What a teaching! The bald man wiped his shiny head, and his eyes became lewd. Then when, can you give me 2 private lessons? Off! The female assassin hugged her bladder, her face full of disgust. Auntie, I'm not starving. If you can be like young Master Wang. Halfway through her sentence, the female assassin suddenly changed her face, slightly lowered her head, and didn't say a word. Seeing this, the remaining few people realized what was going on and straightened up. Only hearing a burst of stomping, Lu Meixin stepped on her high heels and arrived at the underground training ground. A few martial artists immediately walked up and saluted Lu Meixin, their employer. Lu Meixin waved her hand, didn't talk nonsense with them, and walked straight to the edge of the battlefield, watching Wang Qian fight with the Golden Sand Chalid scorpion. Wang Qian's afterglow glanced at his mother arriving here, and did not intend to waste any more time with the boss. Heavy sword storm. With a loud shout, his entire body swung his heavy sword and spun around, forming a towering and massive storm of sword blades. Facing this heavy sword storm, the Golden Sands Colonian scorpion was even less able to fight. Accompanied by a few mournful buzzing sounds, the Sand's chelating scorpion was nearly disintegrated under Wang Qian's frantic attack. In the end, the broken body of the Sand's chelator scorpion suddenly vaporized and shattered into an ocean of golden sands, dissolving in mid-air. A scroll fell to the ground with a snap and lost its luster, turning into a piece of scrap paper. This was a summoning scroll, which could summon a certain kind of ferocious beast to assist in battle, but the summoning time was limited. The golden sand scorpion was a boss of the deadly sand sea, and it was difficult to transport it here. Therefore, Wang Qian used the summoning scroll to summon a sand's chelating scorpion to exercise his practical combat abilities. Of course, this kind of summoned boss had no experience rewards even if you killed it, let alone exploding things. Wang Qian was very satisfied with his performance just now. He raised his hand, inserted the two heavy swords in his hand back into the scabbard behind his back, walked to the side and picked up the prepared water, tilting his head back and filling a few mouthfuls. Lu Meixin walked forward, her eyes full of pride for Wang Qian. Not bad, not bad, you were able to easily kill a level 30 bronze boss, it seems like your strength has improved again. This time when you go to the special training camp, you should be able to come out on top, right? Wang Qian poured the rest of the water on his head to cool it down and calmly said, there is progress, but we can't be optimistic. None of the others of the 7 sons of Canglan is a saving grace. All of them have earned spots, plus Changan, and experts from other cities. It won't be easy to stand out from the special training camp. After a pause, Wang Qian said, I'll do my best. In the special training camp, just make sure that little Koan gets some more benefits. Lu Meixin froze when she heard this and shook her head helplessly, you're spoiling him a bit too much. If you ask me, little Koan's occupational characteristics are far less powerful than yours. In the special training camp, if you didn't waste too much energy on little Koan, even if all the experts in the southern region who were the same age as you were in the special training camp, you would have to be at least in the top 3. But it's not certain if you have to bring little Koan with you. She sighed long and hard with some emotion. I sometimes wonder if it's a good thing to have the 2 of you brothers go to the special training camp together or not. Indeed, the 2 of you boosting up your strength in the special training camp will allow you to hit higher scores in the college entrance exams, which is something that both your father and I would like to see. However, I heard that in the 23 domains of the Dragon Kingdom, after the top 3 in each domain's special training camp are selected, there will be greater opportunities waiting for them. You would have had the chance to make an impact. If it's because little Koan also went to the special training camp and dragged you down, then it would be a bit of a loss. Wang Qian smiled, more benefits? Forget it, whatever rewards I can get later. But I only have one brother. Originally, my purpose of going to the special training camp was to be able to enable little Koan to improve some strength. After a pause, Wang Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a few figures emerged in his mind. The blood-stained woman, holding a long whip, erupted into a shocking laughter. A holy man whose entire body was bathed in golden light, holding a gold-encrusted Bible, and was mesmerized by it. Each of these people gave Wang Qian a great sense of oppression. It's too tiring to fight with them for the top 3 positions. It's enough if I can take care of little Koan. After saying that, Wang Qian walked slowly to a side wall again. This wall was lined with rows of iron cabinets, and in each cabinet, there was a summoning scroll. While picking them, Wang Qian asked Lu Meixin, by the way, in Beijing, what was the name of the person who injured little Koan? I remember that he was a student of Beijing No. 1 middle school, called what bull or what horse? It's Lu, his name is Lu Shang. Lu Meixin mentioned Lu Shang and couldn't help but bite her teeth. Right, just him. Wang Qian finally picked the desired scroll and took it out. He used his place in Beijing No. 1 middle school to participate in the special training camp as well, right? And also took away the red sky that I gave to little Koan. Turn around and tell little Koan, his red sky, I will help him get it back. And, we'll also take that kid's head. There are death indicators in the special training camp, just for that kid. Wang Qian activated the summoning scroll in his hand and then casually threw it out. Only a summoning formation appeared in mid-air, followed by a heaven-shaking tiger roar. A fierce tiger whose entire body was outlined by flames appeared from it. In an instant, the temperature of the entire underground training room soared by more than 10 degrees. Seeing this boss, Lu Meixin was greatly surprised. This was the level 35 bronze boss, the Molten Mountain Tiger, and its strength was a top-notch existence among level 35 bosses. It had balanced attributes, and its physical and magical outputs were all ridiculously high. Even a second-turn turner would have to form a 10-man squad to try and deal with the Molten Mountain Tiger. The strength of one's eldest son, is it even this strong? In the blink of an eye, the time had come to Thursday. Lu Sheng finally set foot on the road to the special training camp after 2 days of preparation. The old black mountain where the special training camp was located, at the border of the southern domain, was a relatively famous practicing point. Of course, this leveling point wasn't a low-level map like Ghost Shadow Forest. Rather, it was an intermediate-level map where the average level of the ferocious beasts was above level 30, and only a second-turn turner could mix it up. The closest city to the southern region was the River Ridge City, which was as backward as Beijiang City. Lu Sheng took the train and rushed to River Ridge City, and then found the bus that the special training camp had specially prepared for them at the exit. Until the bus was filled with 40 transfigurants of the same age as Lu Sheng, the bus finally started up and headed towards the old black mountain outside the city. Lu Sheng sat on the bus and looked at his quest panel. His mood was excited. 10,000 swords return, I'm coming. Chapter 59, Too many people, I only need half. After the car left the urban area of River Ridge City, it had a bumpy ride and drove into the wilderness where there were ferocious beasts that frequented the area. Every once in a while, there would be ferocious beasts that would appear, wanting to enjoy the can of meat that was delivered to their door. But it wasn't that easy to open the lid of this can. When the ferocious beasts approached, an arrow wrapped in airflow broke through the roof of the car, instantly shattering the ferocious beasts and sending flesh and blood flying. When Lu Sheng got on the car, he found that there was a simple sentry booth welded to the roof of the car against the back of the car, in which sat a man in camouflage cloth armor. If he remembered correctly, this person looked like he should be a turn 3 or above transmuter, specifically responsible for ensuring the safety of the bus. With this person escorting them, even if they met ferocious beasts, the young boys and girls on the bus all behaved quite calmly. Everyone didn't have the heart to chat with each other either. After all, it was clear to everyone that by the time they reached the special training camp, everyone would be competitors, so who would want to talk to their competitors? However, along the way, there were still a few girls who frequently glanced towards Lu Sheng, and then quickly lowered their heads when Lu Sheng looked over. A few people poked me and pushed you, laughing and joking in a small voice. The bus traveled for 3 hours before finally stopping at the foot of a dark and gloomy mountain. Behind the large mountain was a stretch of lofty mountains, which should also be a wilderness map with a not-so-low level. Arrived! The driver in front, who was also wearing camouflage cloth armor, turned off the engine and turned around to remind him. The bus door made a deflating sound and slowly opened. After people got off one after another, many of them exclaimed in surprise. Lu Sheng followed the people out of the bus, and at a glance, he saw that at this moment, the people were sent to the intersection of the mountain road at the top of the mountain. This place was like a giant militarized base. The electrified barbed wire fences were pulled up to enclose the foot of the mountain, and continued to the invisible end. On the open space on one side, there were several armored transport vehicles neatly parked, as well as dozens of tents. Many technicians in camouflage uniforms were moving in and out, carrying all kinds of electronic instruments. Those who didn't know, really thought that they had arrived at some kind of military region command. Here, in addition to Lu Sheng's wave of students who had just arrived, there were more than 300 young men and women waiting in this military base. Lu Sheng took a brief look and realized that of these people, the lowest level was 19. There were even quite a few people that were as high as level 25 or above, and their entire body's equipment was predominantly purple. Even gold quality equipment was not something too rare here. Quite a few people had 1 or 2 pieces. It didn't need to be said to know that they were all students who had obtained a spot in the special training camp. The strongest seniors in the entire southern region were pretty much all here. Put! The officer on the roof post of the vehicle rolled over and jumped down, saluting each other with the 2 soldiers guarding the entrance of the base. Transportation Vehicle Number 12, sending Eagles to report for duty. 40 people due to be picked up, 40 people actually picked up, requesting to return. The 2 soldiers whispered a few words into their earpieces, and soon nodded their heads and released them. The officer escorting Lu Sheng's wave of people waved his hand, signaling them to enter the military base and wait with the others. Lu Sheng followed the crowd and waited in place for about half an hour, during which time 2 successive vehicles sent nearly 100 more people here. Soon, the students here were already crowded, with a conservative estimate of 400 to 500. Waiting for people all, the military base in the center of the big tent, finally is out of a line of people. At the head of the group was a woman with 30 years of age. With a camouflage armor, she couldn't hide the hotness of her body. However, her height was a bit too exaggerated, standing at 2 meters and 12, a head taller than some of the male officers behind her. Although she couldn't see exactly what rank she held in the Western Realm military region, but just by looking at all the people following her, one could tell that this person's identity was definitely not simple. Thus, even if she was quite pretty,
the people present could only feel a pounding pressure from her.
The female officer brought a group of fellow officers to the open space and stood straight.
As soon as she opened her mouth, her neutral and slightly husky voice silenced everyone present. First, introduce yourself. I'm the chief head of the Western Realm Military Region's Southern Region Special Training Camp, codenamed Lynx. If you guys have the chance to stay in this special training camp, you can call me chief instructor in the future. After a pause, her voice was cold for a few moments. Note that I'm saying if there is a chance. You are geniuses sent from various high schools in the southern region, a total of 504 of you.
That number is too many, I only need half.
She turned back and pointed to the top of Old Black Mountain. This place, it's just an outpost of the special training camp, it's not a real training base. The training base is at the top of the mountain, and only those who reach the top of the mountain will have the chance to truly become a member of the special training camp. Next, I will introduce the rules of our first game. I will give you 3 days to travel to the mountaintop base.
After 3 days, those who don't show up at the mountaintop base are eliminated.
Meanwhile, you guys have to do more than just rush to the mountaintop base.
Before we leave, I will give each of you an armband.
You guys will only be qualified to be allowed to enter the mountaintop base if you get 2 armbands.
In other words, you will have to eliminate at least one person. Of course, if you can eliminate more people, I'm also begging for it. Because my training camp does not welcome trash that will be eliminated.
At this time, a few soldiers walked over to the crowd and started distributing an armband, as well as a map.
After Lu Shang received the armband, he smoothly wore it on his sleeve.
He then opened the map and took a look at it, realizing that it was exactly the map of Old Black Mountain. On the map, there were multiple areas that were marked with skulls. These areas, which surrounded the entire front mountain of Old Black Mountain, seemed to have circled a hunting ground for students to compete with each other for the sleeve mark. Before Lu Sheng could figure out what the map's markings meant, the lynx once again spoke. Quite a few people have already gotten their hands on the map, so I'll remind you all a few more times. The area painted with the skull logo exists the high-level bosses that our Western Realm military region has put up. These bosses are very deadly to you all, so I suggest that you don't set foot in them. The places surrounded by dangerous areas are considered safe. When the game starts, you guys will be transported by a teleportation array to a random location in the safe area for the sleeve marker grab.
Of course, the safe area, too, is not absolutely safe.
There are quite a number of ferocious beasts in Old Black Mountain, with an average level of around 30. They should bring some fun to this game. Our special training camp has a death indicator, which means that in case you die, you can only blame yourselves for being too stupid.
So there will be no one here to watch you secretly and protect you.
What we will do is just wait for your arrival at the mountaintop base, that's all. After saying that, the lynx then led the way towards the tent he came out of, while saying, "Now, you can report to the entrance to the mountain. After signing the Book of Life and Death, you can go on your way." This one go on the road, heard everyone's heart-cold whoosh.
Chapter 60. What a special training camp, I'm not playing anymore.
The lynx led the men back inside the tent. And at the intersection up the mountain, there were already soldiers preparing the life and death paperwork, just waiting for someone to sign. For a while, the original crowd of people who were eager to try all quieted down. Most of the people present were students, and the most dangerous thing they had ever done was to go to the field to practice leveling during the practice week. And right now, the special training camp that the lynx was talking about was full of crises. It seemed that even if someone was killed in this Old Black Mountain, it wasn't a big deal. This made quite a few people a bit hesitant, wondering if they should continue up the mountain and participate in the special training. Just at this time, a woman's sharp laughter caused many people to look sideways. Lu Sheng searched for the sound and looked. It was a girl wearing a black slim-fitting leather armor, like a sickly girl, almost hysterically letting out a wild laugh. She was very beautiful looking, with fair skin. Her thin lips were scarlet, as if she was wearing a very bright lip gloss. The most noticeable thing was her double ponytail that hung down to her calves, swaying from side to side as she moved. This kind of girl, placed in any school, would definitely be a school beauty level existence. If she shut up. However, upon hearing her maniacal laughter, everyone around her subconsciously dodged away, as if they had seen the plague. There was no other reason, simply because this woman clearly did not look like a normal person, and her body was vaguely permeated with a bloody odor.
Death indicator? I like it.
The two ponytails were in a completely maniacal and sickly state as they walked towards the entrance to the upper mountain. I didn't expect that the first day I came to the special training camp would give me such a big surprise.
Being able to let go and kill people? Is this place a paradise? He.
Saying that, she went to the place where she signed and wrote her name sparingly, then couldn't wait to step into the randomized teleportation array. Before going in, she couldn't help but glance back at the hundreds of students present. That look was like a vicious wolf about to enter the sheep pen. As her figure disappeared into the teleportation array, everyone present exploded. There were quite a few people who recognized this crazy woman, and all of them had pale faces.
It's Bai Rou? Why did this crazy woman come to the special training camp as well?
Bai Rou is one of the 7 sons of Changnan. With such a strong strength, there's nothing wrong with having a spot in the special training camp, right? In terms of strength, she is indeed qualified.
But the point is, this is a psychopath. The special training camp is already dangerous, but if we let in another psychopath, how can we play?
I don't want to stay in the special training camp with this kind of person, especially since the special training camp also has a death indicator.
I'm quitting. What a bull special training camp. I'm not playing anymore.
Dude, this spot is so precious. You just said you're quitting?
It's just a crazy woman, as far as that goes?
As soon as I heard you say that,
I knew you must not be from Changnan, right?
Indeed not, I'm from Higo City.
Then it's no wonder.
I advise you, it's best to quit as well.
This person, Bai Rou, is even more dangerous than that boss.
Do you believe it or not, in 3 days' time, she'll dare to kill everyone in the safe zone.
Is that so exaggerated?
A student only, really dare to kill?
Of course she dares to kill.
Moreover, there are quite a few people killed. I heard that her family has some power, and in order for her to give vent to her desire to kill, they purposely arranged for her to work as a supernumerary in the seizure hall, following the seizure hall's transmogrifier who specializes in killing wanted criminals.
Let's just say that she came from Changnan 3rd Middle School.
The principal of Changnan knows that she's sick and doesn't even dare to fire her, just for fear that when he sleeps and opens his eyes one day, he'll see Bai Rou standing in front of his bed.
What grass, you damn said I'm a little creepy.
Me?
I also quit well.
I'll quit too. No matter how important a spot in the special training camp is, it's not as important as your life. After being popularized by some Changnan locals, who had popularized Bai Rou's popularity, all of a sudden there were nearly 40 to 50 people who beat the retreat drum, stating that they wanted to quit the special training camp. Among these people, many of them were even Tianlong people from Changnan. The more they were in Changnan, the more they knew that being in a place where people could kill, and staying with Bai Rou was a dangerous thing. As the crowd grew noisy, a flat-headed man wearing a white priest's robe and holding a gold-encrusted Bible walked out of the crowd in silence. He silently walked to the entrance and signed the Book of Life and Death before entering the teleportation array and being randomly transported to a safe area. People from other cities saw this and were a bit puzzled. Didn't you say that Bai Rou is particularly dangerous? How come there are still people who dare to follow Bai Rou so calmly and enter Old Black Mountain? A local Changnan student rolled his eyes. This is Chu Guang, he's also one of the 7 sons of Changnan. If you have his strength, you could have followed along and entered the Old Black Mountain. Forget I said anything just now. The student who raised the question was immediately shocked. So he is Chu Guang. If he is him, there is indeed no need to be afraid of Bai Rou. At least, all of them are the 7 sons of Changnan. He has the ability to call the shots with Bai Rou. After Chu Guang had just entered the Old Black Mountain, another long-haired man wearing heavy armor with his hair left to the back of his neck dragon walked, separating the hesitant crowd, and after signing, entered the Old Black Mountain. His appearance caused many more people to exclaim.
Here comes another big man.
This is Xiang Xiaonan from Higo City's first high school. I heard that his occupation is a hidden profession dragon knight, and that his family actually found him a flying dragon as a battle pet.
I know him.
His own profession is ridiculously strong, and the strength of the flying dragon he summoned is even better than a silver-level boss of the same level. I've heard that he's the veritable #1 expert in Higo City, the only seated candidate for the Higo City Scholar.
If he were in Changnan, the 7 sons of Changnan would definitely have to change to the 8 sons of Changnan. No wonder he's not afraid of Bai Rou either.
One after another, people entered the Old Black Mountain, causing many of those who had beaten the retreat to move to rejoin the special training camp. Seeing that everyone was eager to give it a try, Lu Sheng immediately stepped out from the crowd, intending to sign into Old Black Mountain as early as possible. After a while, when there were more people, there was no telling how long they would have to wait in line alone.
Lu Shan was not willing to wait.
Especially since as long as he signed, he would be considered to have completed the quest in the quest panel and be able to obtain the skill,
10,000 swords returning to heaven. As Lu Shang also stepped out from the crowd, he became the fourth person to enter Old Black Mountain. At this time, there was another commotion in the crowd. However, this time, what everyone was saying wasn't something like "this is the #1 expert of Beijiang Middle School, powerful and handsome sword immortal," or "killed so and so's expert with one sword." Instead, "Wow, who is this person? Why is he so handsome? He's so handsome, does his family know? In the Old Black Mountain, Auntie, I must catch him up and abuse him for 3 days, go to the ing quota." Lu Shang shook his head straight as he listened. This group of superficial people. Sooner or later in the future, I will let you all see this sword immortal's great sword. At that time, you will know that this sword immortal is not only external, the big treasure poking people also hurts. Chapter 61, 10,000 Swords Returning, Week? After Lu Shang signed the life and death document, he was considered to have truly signed up and become a part of the special training camp. On his mission panel, the mission was finally displayed as deliverable. After delivering the mission, Lu Shang took a step to the random teleportation array next to him. After a moment of spatial tearing, Lu Shang raised his eyes again and realized that he had already been sent up the mountain. The so-called random teleportation array was to randomly transfer a person to a certain location in a designated area. Lu Shang looked at the map panel and compared it to the map he had been sent before, and realized that the location he was in now was right on the mountainside. And there was a dangerous area less than 10 miles away from him. Lu Shang put away the map and said in his heart, according to the rules, eliminating a transmogrifier, getting the other party's armband, and then arriving at the base of the mountaintop is considered completing the mission. It doesn't sound difficult. However, there should be someone who isn't satisfied with just eliminating one person. After all, eliminating one more person now will result in one less competitor in the future. I wouldn't be so bad as to do such an unethical thing, just find a random person, snatch the armband and head up the mountain. Before that, it's better to take a look at what kind of skill 10,000 Swords Returning is. Having made up his mind, Lu Shang immediately opened the long-awaited skill panel, and sure enough, he found the new skill he had obtained: 10,000 Swords Returning to the Soul. 10,000 Swords Return to the Fatherland. LV1, active, manipulate all equipped sword-type weapons to launch attacks against the enemy. Each time you attack, the damage dealt is increased number of flying swords 20%. When attacking, it can break all the opponent's defensive skills and props, remove all the opponent's gain buffs, cannot be resisted, cannot be dodged, and cannot be interrupted. Each flying sword can trigger the attack characteristics. Looking at this 10,000 Swords skill, Lu Shang fell into a long silence. Because he really didn't think that the 10,000 Swords Returning to the palace that he had been longing for would have this kind of effect. Was 10,000 Swords Returning weak? That was definitely not weak. As long as this skill was out, no matter if the opponent was using a defense-type skill, a prop, or a skill similar to Blink, they could not be exempted from the damage. It can be said that as long as Lu Shang used the 10,000 swords, you can just lie down and get stabbed, you don't have to resist at all. Such a domineering attack and kill effect is in line with Lu Shang's expectations for 10,000 swords. However, there was one thing that was up. That is, the return of all swords can only control equipped sword weapons. In other words, Lu Shang could control as many flying swords as he had in his weaponry bar to use 10,000 swords. Then how many more to play with? Lu Shang allowed the LV level of Sword Heart to be raised to LV3, which allowed him to obtain the dual wielding effect and be able to equip one more sword type weapon than others. But this had already reached the upper limit of the number of equipment bars he had. A person, after all, only had 2 hands. Even if his Sword Heart passive level was a bit higher, he could add a few more weapon bars and equip a few more swords. I'll learn Suada, hold one in my mouth, and open a 3-sword stream, top of the sky, right? Lu Shang thought of this and looked at his butt again. Good, I'll count you in for one more. Open 4 weapon equipment columns and be able to equip 4 swords at the same time. And what can be done? For sword return? It was estimated that after this skill was unleashed, it wasn't as lethal as a single Green Lotus sword song. The only use for this skill is to break the opponent's defense skills and remove the opponent's gain buffs. Other than that, it was nothing. Compared to Lu Shang's imagination, the scene where he stepped on a flying sword with his foot and flicked his finger, there were tens of thousands of flying swords washing the ground, it was far too poor. While Lu Shang was disappointed, he suddenly thought to himself, was he misunderstanding this skill? Theoretically speaking, the profession of sword immortal is handsome and strong, absolutely will not have such a chicken rib skill exists, right? Since the name of the skill is called 10,000 swords, how is it possible to only be able to catalyze a few flying swords? It wasn't that the skill was weak, but that he hadn't found the correct way to open the skill. If he was able to find a way to make the number of flying swords harnessed even greater, then the power of 10,000 swords returning to the palace could be very terrifying. Lu Shang felt a little better when he thought of this. He planned to find a transmogrifier or a ferocious beast to try out the effect of 10,000 swords returning to the palace first. Then he would think of a way to see how he could raise the number of flying swords harnessed by 10,000 swords returning. Just as Lu Shang was about to move, not far ahead of him, a teleportation array appeared out of nowhere. A small splitter carrying a large lapis lazuli shield on his back appeared from it, and as soon as he landed, he saw Lu Shang and couldn't help but stare. Afterward, he immediately smiled, just being teleported here, and I was able to find a cuff, looks like I'm in luck. Kid, it's you who obediently gives me the cuff and I'll let you off. Or should I teach you a lesson first and then snatch the cuff? Lu Shang didn't say a word. His thoughts were the same as the other parties. He himself was really lucky. Just when he was talking about trying out the sword, someone delivered it to his door. Lu Shang didn't bother to talk nonsense with this person, and with a grab of his hands out of thin air, the two swords, Canglan and Red Sky, fell into his hands, and the golden light glittered across the blades of the swords. The two golden quality long swords being equipped at the same time instantly made the little splitter startled. The confidence and calmness he had just felt vanished. After all, his entire body was only purple equipment, and he didn't have any gold equipment yet. Lu Shang directly took out two gold quality equipment. The equipment advantage alone could crush him. Moreover, equipping two long swords at the same time immediately reminded Little Split of someone. You couldn't be Wang Qian, one of the 7 sons of Changnan? No, Wang Qian is using a golden quality breaking army heavy sword, it's not the same as your sword. Wang Qian? Lu Shang smiled politely at him, I'm Wang Qian's father. 10,000 swords return. The Red Sky and Canglan swords simultaneously rose up in the air, hovering above Lu Shang's side, emitting a light tremor. The sword awnings were constantly dense on the blades. Although there were only 2 flying swords, the aura of 10,000 swords returning to the palace could still be reflected somehow. Little Minute Man felt his skin start to tingle, and an instinctive fear made him burst out in cold sweat. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and immediately stood the large lapis lazuli shield behind him on the ground, raising it around his body to meet the attack that was about to fall. As he stood up his shield and connected with the earth, a stream of mud spread upwards and wrapped around his shield, making it bigger and stronger. When Lu Shang saw this, he said that it was quite a coincidence that his opponent was a hidden profession like Go Sheng'er's shield guard. The skill that the opponent was using was called Earth Shelter, which allowed him to sacrifice his mobility to get a high recovery effect, as well as a damage reduction effect. Even when faced with the bombardment of boss skills, with this skill, the Earth Shield Guard could easily resist. Unfortunately, the defense-type skill. It happened to be restrained by 10,000 swords. Chapter 62, Casting Sword Soul, 10,000 swords returning to the soul, usage? Chop. As Lu Shang softly drank under his breath, the Canglan and Red Sky swords chopped towards the Little Split's stone shield. These 2 swords were far faster than when using the Royal Sword technique. Even after the 2 swords, Canglan and Red Sky, not only was there water vapor and fire trailing behind them, but a stream of light appeared as well. In the blink of an eye, the 2 swords sped to the front of Little Split's shield. Bang! After a popping sound, Little Fractal's stone shield barely gave Red Sky and Canglan any pause as it penetrated and then shattered with a bang. The skill effect of 10,000 swords could break all defensive skills of the opponent. So that shield in front of 10,000 swords returning to heaven was just like a piece of white paper, breaking with a single poke. The 2 flying swords stabbed the left and right shoulders of the little splitter, sending him flying out, blood spraying on the spot. With Lu Shang's attack power, even if there were only 2 swords, it was definitely enough to kill the little man in seconds. However, Lu Shang wasn't a person who wanted to kill. These 2 swords didn't hit the vitals of the little subhead, but only hit him hard, and incidentally picked off the sleeve label on his shoulder. By the time Canglan and Red Sky flew back to Lu Shang's side, the tip of Canglan's sword was already holding the cuff of the little man. Lu Shang removed the cuff in his hand and tied it on his arm. Now, all he needed to do was reach the top of the mountain and he would officially become a member of the special training camp. Little Splinter collapsed to the ground, both shoulders bleeding, but luckily it wasn't fatal. He was so shocked that his hair stood on end, struggling to sit up, and when he looked at Lu Shang again, where was the look that he had eaten the other party just now? Don't kill me, Admit defeat. I admit defeat. The little subhead made gestures of begging for mercy, afraid that Lu Shang would use the death quota of the special training camp for him. Seeing that Lu Shang retrieved the red sky in Canglan, and indeed did not have the gesture of continuing to do so, the small subhead was relieved. Not kill me, you people are still weirdly good. But then, he realized that although Lu Shang does not intend to kill him, but look at the eyes, as if. I don't want to let him go, either. Only to see Lu Shang walked up and picked up the stone shield that he dropped on the ground. The stone shield had taken 2 swords and its durability had plummeted. However, because it was protected by the skill just now, it didn't directly explode. Finding a blacksmith profession transmuter to repair it would still make it usable. This is a pretty good purple equipment, additional attributes, but also to enhance the effect of the earth attribute skills, with the earth shield guard occupation is quite suitable. Lu Shang was not polite and directly pocketed it. This equipment, of course, is for Go Shang preparation. When the older brother came to the special training camp, always have to bring back a little bit of specialties for the dog leftovers, is not it? The other party is also the Earth Shield Guard, all the equipment is ready-made with a good, give Go Shang is just right. Thinking of this, Lu Shang's mind opened up. He doesn't kill people, but that doesn't mean he can't rob others. Those who could come to the special training camp were all experts. All of them had countless purple equipment, and there was no shortage of gold equipment. If you grabbed a few pieces, it would be good to take them and sell them. In this place, it's okay to kill people. I only grabbed equipment, it's already quite merciful, right? Lu Shang scanned the other party's body covered in purple equipment and said quietly, take off whatever you're wearing. Ah. The other party froze, and after looking at Lu Shang, his face suddenly revealed a touch of shyness. Lu Shang couldn't help but get a bad chill for a while and went up to give him a kick. I told you to strip down your equipment, don't be colorful. Oh. The little subhead face collapsed, knowing that Lu Shang was going to rob money, not color. Soon, his heavy armor all peeled down on the ground, Lu Shang picked up one by one to check. Sure enough, they were all purple equipment with very high quality attributes. After Go Shang put it on, he should be able to raise his college entrance exam score again. After sweeping through, Lu Shang then let the other party go, alright, get lost. On the body of the little splitter, there was only a pair of close-fitting pants left at this time. He was doubly humiliated and felt that it was better to be robbed by Lu Shang. After gritting his teeth, he bravely said, dude, you're strong. Dare to tell me who you are? Lu Shang was about to declare himself, but suddenly thought that he could kill and set fire in the special training camp, but when he returned to Beijing City, it would not be certain. Shan Yu said that before he reached enough strength and connections, he could not make any enemies. Therefore, Lu Shang's heart was certain, calmly said, me? My name is Wang Qian. The little splitter was silent and speechless. You just said that you are Wang Qian's father, and you became Wang Qian after robbing something? I believe you a ghost. Lu Shang saw that he was hesitant to leave, and with a casual lift of his hand, the red sky sword appeared out of thin air and aimed at the small subhead. Don't get lost yet, looking for a cut? Feeling the rolling heat waves coming from the red sky sword, little Pingta's face suddenly changed, immediately fled with his ass in the air to the depths of the dense forest of Old Black Mountain, and quickly disappeared. Only after little Flathead left did Lu Shang once again put away red sky and fought back to the battle just now. The 10,000 swords returning was indeed invincible in terms of breaking away the opponent's defense type skills, and could be called the nemesis of defense type skills. However, just as Lu Shang had thought before, with only 2 flying swords, the power of the 10,000 swords returning to the palace was really too low. Each flying sword could boost the power of the number of flying swords 20%. With 2 swords, it was a 40% boost. It wasn't much different from directly using the Imperial Sword Art attack. How in the world could 10,000 swords bring out its true power? It couldn't be that this skill was really so ribbed, could it? Lu Shang had a headache. Just as Lu Shang was thinking hard, the system panel unexpectedly transmitted another beep. Ding, you have a new mission to collect, please pay attention to it. Currently available quests. 1. Ladder mission, travel to the mountaintop base and officially become a member of the special training camp. If the first place arrives at the top of the mountain, you will receive a reward, 1 weapon blind box, 1 skill blind box, and 1 equipment blind box. If the top 10 arrive at the top of the mountain, you will be rewarded, a weapon blind box. If the first 100 arrive at the top of the mountain, you can get the reward, a potion blind box. 2 permanent task, kill boss higher than your own level except copy boss. After receiving the task, you can learn the skill, Cast Sword Soul. Each time you complete the task, Soul of Sword Casting, for the number of weapons casting soul to get a certain amount of enhancement. This quest is retained permanently. Soul of Sword Casting LV1 active can cast soul for sword weapons. After casting the soul, you can summon the Cast Sword Soul when equipping this weapon. Equipping the Sword Soul does not increase its attributes. The Sword Soul has 20% of the original weapon's damage, and can stimulate attack characteristics and weapon effects when attacking. The current maximum number of times a weapon can be cast as a Sword Soul, 1 time. After Lu Shang read it, his entire body froze. This time, the quests were not quite the same as before. Task 1 was a ladder task, which allowed for different amounts of rewards based on performance in completing the task. Mission 2 was a permanent mission, which meant that it could always exist, and as long as the mission conditions were met, one could always receive rewards. The rewards of Mission 1 had already made Lu Shang's heart flutter at the sight of it. However, when he saw the rewards of Mission 2, he only felt his mind go blank. It seemed that he had found the correct way to use the 10,000 swords? Chapter 63, Once 10,000 Swords Return, is out, won't it be God stopping God? After using Soul of Sword Casting on a weapon, it would be able to summon the sword soul of the weapon. Wasn't this equivalent to equipping an additional sword? Although this sword only had 20% of the weapon's attack power, and the equipment attributes wouldn't stack onto the character attributes. However, it might be able to boost the number of flying swords in 10,000 swords. As long as the number of flying swords was high enough, even if a sword spirit only had 20% of the original weapon's attack power, after the damage stacking of 10,000 swords returning, the attack power of a sword spirit would be comparable to the original weapon. Or even exceed the original weapon. If the number of cast sword souls was really raised to thousands of times, equipping a sword-type weapon would be able to summon thousands of sword souls. At that time, what kind of scene would it be to use 10,000 swords return again? SSSSSH. I don't dare to think about it. Lu Shang was ecstatic. He understood that these were just his guesses as well. Whether or not the skill, Soul of Sword Casting, could be used in conjunction with 10,000 swords returning to the palace, still needed to be practically experimented with in order to find out. In order to give 10,000 swords returning to the palace the hope of turning the tables, Lu Shang resolutely gave up the rich rewards of Task 1 and chose Task 2. With Lu Shang's choice, a permanent quest appeared on his quest panel. At the same time, in his skill panel, Soul of Sword Casting had also existed. Let's try out how effective this skill is first. Lu Shang took out the Canglan sword, held it in his hand, and used Cast Soul of Sword on it. As Lu Shang stretched out his index and middle fingers, he slowly flicked them towards the tip of the sword from the position of the sword's hilt. Where the fingertips touched, there was a sword aura that was dense and extended politely. A minute later, Lu Shang's 2 fingers swept past the tip of the sword. The sword aura also covered the entire Canglan sword. In the next second, the white shimmering sword aura came out from the Canglan sword through the body and hovered in midair. This was a translucent Canglan sword, almost identical to the original owner. Lu Shang held it in his hand and could clearly feel his dual hold being triggered. Now that he was using a skill, he could also trigger the skill effect twice. A Canglan and a Canglan sword spirit were indeed occupying both of his weaponry columns. And as he used the Sword Royal Art and made the Canglan sword soul rise up in the air, the second equipment bar was suddenly empty. There was the door. Lu Shang took out the Red Sky sword again and equipped it. As expected, while equipping the Red Sky and Canglan together, he was also able to control the Canglan sword spirit with his sword art. In other words, it was now considered equipping 3 sword-type weapons at the same time. The Canglan sword and Canglan sword soul only occupied 1 equipment column. While Lu Shang was ecstatic, he used Soul of Sword Casting on the Red Sky sword. At this point, he simultaneously possessed 2 sword-class weapons, as well as 2 sword souls, for a total of 4 swords. Moreover, there was actually no difference between these 4 swords when used. Whether it was the Red Sky, Canglan, or the sword souls of both, they were all manipulated in 2 ways, handheld and imperial sword. They could all be used to release skills, trigger the double skill effect of dual wielding, and trigger attack effects. Now, Lu Shang's fighting style could be updated. He could use the Sword Mastery to manipulate the 2 swords, Canglan and Red Sky, and let them deal the output. At the same time, his own sword soul holding the 2 swords could likewise defend himself with Sword Pulling Pinglan and Green Lotus Sword Song. After all, the sword souls only had 20% of the weapon's attack power, so instead of counting on them to output, it would be better to hold them in one's hand and protect oneself. Not only that, since Lu Shang was now able to manipulate 4 flying swords at the same time, the lethality of the skill, 10,000 swords returning to the soul, had also been increased. For flying swords meant that when each flying sword attacked, it would boost its attack power by an additional 80%. Although it seemed like the damage of the skill was still not as good as Green Lotus Sword Song. But what about in the future? If he really cast tens of thousands of sword souls with Sword Casting Soul, 10,000 swords, that was an additional 200,000% increase in attack power per sword. The attack power of one sword was so terrifying. And this kind of sword, Lu Shang had 10,000 of them. Wasn't this the equivalent of a bazooka wash? When the time came for 10,000 swords to return, to come out, wouldn't it be like God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha? It's great. Of course, Lu Shang knew in his heart that he couldn't be too happy right now. If he wants Sword Casting Soul to cast 10,000 sword souls for each weapon, he needs to complete this permanent quest many times and kill more bosses. And this boss thing, it wasn't exactly easy to find. Wild bosses were extremely rare, and there were no fixed refresh locations. The secret realm must have a boss, but the secret realm is also something that can't be brushed once, and it's just as hard to find as the wild boss. The only place where you can find a stable boss is a replica. But the copy boss and does not meet the needs of the task, cannot enhance the number of sword casting soul. Therefore, how to find more bosses became the key to boosting the power of 10,000 swords. Right at this time, Lu Shang suddenly thought of something and took out the old Black Mountain map that he had previously received. Earlier, the links seemed to say that these places labeled as dangerous areas had bosses that they had released from the Western Realm Military Region. Lu Shang smacked his lips as his eyes gradually brightened up. West Realm Military Region Special Training Camp, what a good place. Lu Shang studied the map for a bit before putting it away and heading towards the dangerous area closest to him. At the same time, in the tent at the foot of the mountain, the Link sat on a folding chair and looked at the huge screen in front of him. The screen was divided into hundreds of areas, and in each area, a scene from Old Black Mountain was displayed. The Lynx's claim that the people from the Western Realm Military Region wouldn't provide any protection to the students entering the mountain was naturally all a lie. Those who participated in the special training camp were all students, not military personnel, so how could they be let loose in the Old Black Mountain without any care? Whether it was them killing each other, the bosses that were let loose in the dangerous areas, or the level 30 plus ferocious beasts that were originally present in Old Black Mountain, they were all dangers. Even if they had a death target for the special training camp, it wasn't without an upper limit. In the end, if dozens of students really died, the Western Realm Military Region was afraid that it would have to be flushed by the parents. Therefore, in all parts of the Old Black Mountain security area, there were hundreds of hidden cameras that the Western Realm Military Region had prepared long ago. Its purpose was to protect these students and not have to use as many death indicators as possible. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, the base at the top of the mountain, sent a message saying that someone has already reached the top. After a soldier answered the phone, he got up and reported to the Lynx. Everyone around was a bit surprised. How long has it been, and someone has gotten 2 cuffs and climbed to the mountaintop base? This speed was too fast. The Lynx did not turn around and asked in a flat tone. Who is it? Chapter 64 Rating S. The soldier replied, it's Chu Guang from Changnan Second Middle School. The surrounding soldiers were not surprised to hear this name. They were the instructors of the special training camp and still had some knowledge of the people who came to the camp. In the southern region, there was no place with more geniuses than Changnan. And the most famous experts in Changnan were the Changnan Seven Sons. Chu Guang, as one of the 7 sons of Changnan, had long been secretly taken as a seated player by the people of the special training camp to pay attention to. It couldn't be more normal for this person to come to the peak base with a first-place finish. The Lynx nodded and said to the officer recording at the side, write a rating for Chu Guang. Rating grade S. Yes. The officer at the side answered and found Chu Guang's name in the thick pile of information in his hands. Then in the rating column, he wrote S. Almost as soon as he had decided on the grade for Chu Guang, another soldier who was responsible for watching the surveillance suddenly reported, Colonel Yang, someone in Old Black Mountain, has died. I'm in the 02183 area, and I found a body. The Lynx raised an eyebrow using the death indicator so soon. She got up, came next to the soldier and asked, man-made? The soldier nodded, killed by someone, and died a horrible death, his chest was cut open.
At this time, the lynx also saw the surveillance screen where the body was found. Sure enough, a boy died tragically under the tree. It looked like the battle ended quickly. Since there weren't too many traces of a fierce battle around, it was estimated that the fight wouldn't have lasted more than 30 seconds. The lynx didn't say a word as her eyes began to sweep through the surveillance images one by one. Eventually, her gaze settled on one screen. In the surveillance screen, there was a girl holding a staff fleeing in a hurry. She was clutching an armband in her hand and wearing one on her arm, looking like she should have just grabbed someone's armband. The girl was speedily approaching towards the direction where the surveillance was, and it seemed that behind her, something terrifying was tracking her. In the next second, a long whip-like iron thorn stabbed from off-screen, nimble and precise, pointing straight at the heart area of her back. This girl was a mage, and as someone with a quota, her own strength was not weak. With a wave of her staff, she summoned a magic shield to envelop her body with her combat experience. However, the sturdiness of her magic shield was simply not enough. The iron thorns instantly pierced through the magic shield while penetrating her heart. Although the surveillance could only transmit images and not sound. However, from this mage's bulging eyeballs and wide-open mouth, one could also tell how much pain she had endured. Fortunately, the other party did not let her savor this pain. With a violent jolt from the iron thorn, this mage was directly killed in seconds. The blood that iron thorn flung out even sprayed on the security camera, causing the security screen to turn a fishy red. Seeing that there really was someone killing people here so gently, many of the soldiers present watching the surveillance camera were moved by this. They were also puzzled as to who it was that had such ruthless methods. This question was soon answered. As the iron thorns were withdrawn, a double ponytailed girl dragging a long whip, skipping all the way to the camera. In stark contrast to her naive and romantic appearance, on her sleeves, 2 armbands hung appallingly. It was covered in scarlet bloodstains. A few moments of helplessness appeared on the lynx's face when he saw her. Sure enough, it was Bai Ro. Bai Ro walked over to the student who had just been killed, and as if picking mushrooms, she smoothly removed the 2 cufflinks that were stained with blood and hung them on her own sleeve. Now, she had collected 4 cufflinks. Bai Ro licked her lips excitedly, with a face of happiness after fulfillment. She was about to leave to look for other prey when she suddenly glanced at the direction of the security camera with her afterglow. After tilting her head for a moment, Bai Ro suddenly smiled eerily, and actually dabbled and moved in front of the camera in 2 steps. The camera suddenly shook, and in the next second, only Bai Ro's grinning face remained in the entire surveillance screen. She said a few words to the camera, although there was no sound, but through the shape of her lips, the lynx could still tell that Bai Ro was saying, "I thought we agreed that we wouldn't observe or protect us, why do we still have this thing? They were the ones who grabbed my cuffs first. But it's not my fault." Then, the data transmission was interrupted, and the monitor screen turned into a snowflake. The lynx rubbed his temples with a considerable headache and ordered, "Send 2 level 40 or higher transmuters to the 02186 area to bring Bai Ro and forcefully bring her back to the mountaintop base. If we let her stay in the safe zone any longer, I'm afraid the safe zone will turn into a danger zone as well." "Yes." The 2 officers immediately moved off to capture Bai Ro. The officer at the side who was responsible for recording the ratings was puzzled and asked in a low voice, "How will Bai Ro's rating be assessed if we take her away forcibly? This child's rating is based on the amount of time spent climbing the mountain and the number of cuffs in possession combined. It's only just begun, so don't let her continue to take the cuffs, her rating is not good to set off." The lynx coldly glanced at her and said, "There's nothing that's not good to set, just give her an S grade directly. Originally, my idea was to directly send her to the mountain, skipping the first round of assessment and bailing her out as S grade. However, the group of losers in the General Command Department rejected my application without understanding the situation, insisting that everyone be treated equally and all participate in the mountain climbing assessment. Right now, the death indicator has already been used for at least 3. If we let it go any further, we'll really exceed the target. When the time comes, won't the losers at the General Command Headquarters still dump the pot on our heads? Let's bring the people up to the mountain now, and stop the losses in time. Turn around and make the ratings public, whoever doesn't like Bai Ro's S rank, let him have a match with Bai Ro and see who has the guts to do so." This officer nodded without any objections and wrote an S on Bai Ro's data card. Next, the lynx and the others stayed here, keeping an eye on the situation in the old Black Mountain. Whenever someone climbed to the top, they would receive a rating based on the time it took to climb to the top and the number of sleeve tags they captured. As for what this rating was actually useful for, the only way to find out was to wait for 3 days later, when everyone came to the base of the mountaintop. Soon, 2.5 days passed.
There were already more than 70 people who had successfully climbed to the top of the mountaintop base. Those who were robbed of their armbands were not discouraged. They were still in the safe zone of Old Black Mountain, looking for others who had the armband. After all, being snatched away from the armband did not mean elimination. If they were lucky enough to snatch away others' armbands, they would also still be able to regain their places in the special training camp. Out of everyone, there was only one person who was an exception. That was Lu Shang. Even the Lynx and the others were completely unaware of Lu Shang's existence. This was because Lu Shang's position at this moment was within the danger zone of Old Black Mountain, far away from the safety zone full of surveillance. Chapter 65, Soul of Swordcasting, simply doesn't smell too good. In a certain dangerous area of Old Black Mountain, the breaking sound of sword blades cutting through the air rose and fell. A flying sword cut through the air, flying up and down against a huge ferocious beast that was 10 meters away. It was a tall and majestic green-colored brute bull, standing up as a man with gnarled muscles, holding a wide stone axe in its hand. Every time it swung, it could smash the ground and shake it, leaving a deep pit. As for its attributes, not to mention a first turner, even a second turner would have a headache when they saw it. Giant Power Bull Monster Chief Bronze Boss. Level, 35. Attribute, Earth. Strength, 479. Agility, 154. Spirit, 59. Endurance, 360. Skill Sturdy Cowhide Passive, immune to 25% of damage taken, 25% resistance to debuffs. Heavy Giant Axe Active, slams a giant axe forward, dealing huge damage to enemies within a certain range. Brute Topple Active, charge at an enemy, causing a stun on enemy's hit. Hull of War Active, hull to the sky, boosting your attributes by 20% for 3 minutes. A level 35 Bronze Boss, its attributes were quite a bit lower than the level 30 Abyssal Boss Tree Spirit Corpse King. For the students who had come to the special training camp, it was indeed considered a danger. However, Lu Shang had even killed the Tree Spirit Corpse King, so this giant bull monster chief wasn't much of a problem for him. At this moment, Lu Shang was maneuvering his flying sword and outputting on the ferocious beast in front of him. There were more than 20 flying swords in the sky that were besieging the boss. Most of these flying swords were translucent, and they were obviously cast sword souls, not bodies. Sword souls, with only 20% of the weapon's body's attack power, were difficult to break through the giant bull monster chief's defense. However, each attack was still able to bring some damage to this boss, as well as leave a sword mark. In almost a second's time, the sword mark passive effect on the boss had almost 10 more layers. Moreover, among the flying swords, there were 2 that were True San Lan and Red Sky. These 2 swords had high attack power, enough to break through the boss's defense. Once the attack was on the boss, this bull immediately let out a pained howl as blood erupted from its body. In the blink of an eye, the giant bull head chief's body was already covered in sword marks. The boss probably knew that its time had come, and was almost maniacally trying to seek a hope of survival. And the only way for it to survive was to kill Lu Shang, who was royally sword riding in the distance. Moo! The giant power bull monster chief let out a low roar and applied the war howl passive to itself, allowing its attributes to be raised to the highest. With that, it held a giant axe, no longer paying attention to the flying swords that attacked it one after another, and buried its head towards Lu Shang. With the skill enhancement of Brute Bull Topping, even though the bull's body was huge, the speed of its charge was not slow. Lu Shang looked on and did not have any intention of dodging. Around him, there had been 2 sword spirits surrounding him. Lu Shang faced the bull's Brute Bull Topping. Without moving a step, he reached out and held the 2 sword souls in mid-air, instantly entering the dual-wielding form. Sword Pulling, activate. Lu Shang held the sword spirits and swung his sword. The moment the giant bull monster chief crashed into himself, the skill sword aura bloomed. The 2 sword awnings of sword balance directly interrupted the giant bull monster chief's brute top slam. The second sword aura, even more so, heavily wounded the latter, leaving a deep wound at the opponent's thigh. After all, Lu Shang was currently using a sword spirit, not a real weapon. So even though he was able to activate sword pulling Canglan to resist the opponent's skill, he was still lacking in terms of attack power. Originally, Lu Shang's purpose of keeping 2 sword spirits with him was just to protect himself. Being able to activate Sword Retainer was already enough. The Sword Retaining Flat Lanes effect appeared, and 2 sword chi swung out, attacking the giant bull monster chief once again, causing it to take 2 more steps back. However, the axe handle of the giant axe in its hand was very long and covered a wide area, and at this point, Lu Shang was still within its attack range. The giant bull monster chief seized the opportunity and raised his giant axe, slamming it down on Lu Shang's head. Lu Shang could see that this was the opponent's skill, heavy giant axe, so he didn't take it and instead cast Drunken Immortal Moonstep, which boosted his movement speed by 500% and his body shape fluttered as he slid out of the giant bull monster chief's attack range. The opponent's axe fell short and smashed on the ground. Immediately, a loud rumbling sound came out, and the ground shook. The place where the giant axe fell seemed to have detonated an explosive packet, opening up a huge depression. The heavy giant axe was also considered a ranged skill, but it was a pity that this little bit of range couldn't catch a sword immortal who came and went like the wind. Lu Shang stood still after dodging the opponent's blow, and looked at the boss that had already hung all over the sword mark buff, and said that the battle was almost over. Sword mark, explode. As Lu Shang flung his hand and threw the two sword souls in his hand, hitting the giant bull monster chief with the royal sword, the sword mark's passive was detonated. Only two ghost-like sword shadows appeared out of thin air and chopped at the body of the giant powerful bull monster chief. The two swords, Red Sky and Canglan, and the sword trace, passive left on the giant bull monster chief's body exploded in unison, and the huge damage instantly secured the half-crippled boss on the spot. With a whimper, the huge body of the giant powerful bull monster chief collapsed to the ground. Two balls of light emerged from its body, which were clearly the equipment it had exploded. Lu Shan was still more interested in submitting the quest than the equipment that this boss had popped out. He immediately opened the quest panel and submitted his permanent quest. At this point, the number of times the soul of sword casting had cast its soul had become 11 times. Lu Shang couldn't wait to cast the sword souls for each of the two swords, Red Sky and Canglan, once more. Now, counting the original two weapons, he already had 24 flying swords. Lu Shang couldn't help but smile as he looked at the sword souls in mid-air, which were constantly flying with his thoughts. Although he had long had the two cuffs, he hadn't gone to the mountaintop base, but had been wandering around the dangerous area, looking for the bosses in it. In these 2.5 days, he had also gained a lot. Counting the giant bull monster chief just now, he had killed a total of 10 bosses. The experience from these bosses allowed him to level up one after another, and he was already as high as level 26, which was considered to be catching up with the second tier of students in the special training camp. On top of that, every time he killed a boss, he was able to submit a quest and receive a +1 reward for the number of times he cast his soul. As a result, the two swords, Red Sky and Canglan, each had 11 sword souls. In addition to the fact that the power of 10,000 swords had been drastically increased, Lu Shang also realized that the skill, soul casting, simply didn't smell too good when used. The attack power of each sword soul wasn't high, but it could be manipulated to attack the enemy and stack the sword mark effect. The extra 20 sword souls increased his output by several times. More importantly, 24 imperial swords at the same time, it was handsome. Chapter 66 4 Skeleton Level Dangerous Area. Counting the time, the 3-day period was coming to an end. Lu Shang put away all the flying swords and began to organize his harvest, planning what he would do next. He first picked up the two pieces of equipment that the boss had popped out. A purple quality two-handed heavy axe and a blue quality leather armor. Taking it to the merchant's house, it could be sold for a good price. However, Lu Shang really didn't care. Because the equipment that came out from killing monsters was far less than what the students got from robbing them. Although Lu Shang had been loitering in the danger zone, he still ran into 4 students when he passed by the safe zone. These few were robbed by Lu Shang, allowing Lu Shang to harvest 2 pieces of gold quality equipment, as well as a dozen pieces of purple equipment. After each robbery, Lu Shang only left a sentence, "My name is Wang Qian," and then took the equipment in cuffs and left. Therefore, Lu Shang's harvest was actually quite a lot. He had 6 cuffs in his hand, and he had harvested a lot of equipment. Killing the boss was purely just for the sake of stacking the number of soul of sword casting. Oh, right. There's also the number of times to increase the skill, Spirit of Wine, of the Wine God Gourd. Lu Shang thought of this and opened the Wine God Gourd, putting the flesh of the giant bull monster chief inside the Wine God Gourd. Now, the number of times he could use God of Wine had also reached 11 times, and the number of times he could drink it had even reached 27 times, which was quite enough. After cleaning up everything here, Lu Shang leaned on the side of the tree and opened the map. The location he was in now was already considered the back of Old Black Mountain. There were a total of 11 dangerous areas marked on the map, and basically, he had already traveled through them, killing all the bosses in them one by one. Currently, the only dangerous area Lu Shang hadn't set foot in was a dangerous area labeled with 4 skull levels in the direction of the upper mountain.
Passing through this dangerous area and continuing upwards, one could also reach the mountaintop base.
However, the location to which one arrived should be the back door of the mountaintop base, not the required front door. This didn't matter, after all, the lynx hadn't requested before that it must arrive at the main entrance in order to be considered as completing the mission. Looking at it this way, Lu Sheng directly going all the way up, killing the last dangerous area and then getting rid of the boss in it before reporting to the mountaintop base was considered the best path. However, the 4 skull symbols on the map made Lu Sheng a bit hesitant. In the past 2 days or so, Lu Sheng had basically figured it out. The skull symbols in the danger zone represented the strength of the bosses that were being herded in this danger zone. A level 35 black iron ranked boss was a skull. A level 35 bronze level boss, such as the giant bull monster chief just now, was 2 skulls. A level 35 silver level boss was 3. This dangerous area at the back door of the mountaintop base, labeled with a level of 4 skeletons, had a high probability of being a level 35 gold level boss, or a level 40 silver level boss. Its strength, for sure, was a bit higher than the Tree Spirit Corpse King. To fight, it was definitely possible to fight. The key was that after the fight, it was a question of whether or not they could still arrive at the mountaintop base on time. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment, and finally decided to do it. It wasn't his style to leave the boss unkilled. If the boss was really powerful, the big deal was to use the wine god of the wine god gourd once. My 10,000 swords, plus, god of wine, I still can't handle a boss? Thinking of this, Lu Sheng put away his map and headed towards the base of the mountaintop, rushing straight into the last dangerous area. It was also the one with the highest danger factor, the 4 skeletons danger zone. The sun was setting over the western mountains. 3 days meant 72 hours. Currently, there were only 10 minutes left before this time limit. At the back door of the mountaintop base, the electrified barbed wire firmly circled the mountaintop base, but there was an iron gate left, as well as 2 guard posts. From here, it was possible to travel to the back of Black Mountain. Passing through the back of Black Mountain gives access to a larger, high-level map. This map was the venue for the special training camp's later stages of training, so the base at the top of the mountain had set up such a backdoor to make it easier for the students to enter and exit when the time came. At the same time, the base had arranged for 2 level 50 or higher third-turn experts to stand guard here. The 2 third-turn experts were both soldiers, standing as straight as steel swords. Suddenly, one man's ears twitched. He keenly heard the sounds of battle coming from the distance. A hissing sound that the two were more than familiar with. This was a level 40 silver class boss, the Swordblade Earth Dragon, that their Western Realm military region had stalked in the back of the mountain. It was currently the strongest boss on Old Black Mountain. It was also because of its existence that the area around the back mountain of Old Black Mountain was classified as a 4-skull level danger zone. Normally, the Swordblade Earth Dragon would roam around the danger zone and even come to harass the mountaintop base more than once. Therefore, these 2 soldiers knew the big guy better. At this moment, the Swordblade Earth Dragon was making such a big commotion, clearly fighting something. This was strange. Because the Swordblade Earth Dragon was herded here, it had almost slaughtered the native ferocious beasts when it arrived. What on earth was it that could fight the Swordblade Earth Dragon? And it sounded like the Swordblade Earth Dragon was in a very bad situation? The 2 soldiers were instantly flabbergasted, thinking that it was a dangerous element trying to sneak into the mountaintop base from the back of the mountain. All the geniuses of the southern region were gathered here, and if some infidels or foreign forces really sneaked in and attacked and killed the geniuses, the consequences would be serious. A gun warrior took out his weapon lance and equipped it on his hand, and quickly said to another person, "There's a situation, pay attention to the alert, sound the siren at any time." The other person was a mage, and at this moment, he also took out his staff and applied a layer of magic shield to himself, lest he be killed in seconds by a sneak attack. Soon, the sound of the Swordblade Earth Dragon wailing came out, and then the movement subsided. However, this quietness, in turn, made the 2 soldiers even more on guard. Another 5 minutes or so passed. In the woods in front of the guard post, there was a rustling sound of bushes shaking. Someone was approaching? The mage immediately waved his staff, coalesced a huge wheel-like fireball above his head, and shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" In the bushes, a path was opened up with the sound of a long sword. Lu Sheng's figure appeared from it and looked ahead happily. "I told you, the base must have a back door." Immediately after, he saw the 2 soldiers with swords drawn, realizing that his appearance here seemed to have made the other party too tense. He put away the longsword in his hand, shook his hand to show that he meant no harm, and explained, "I'm a student attending the special training camp, Lu Shang from Beijing City's first high school." A student attending the special training camp? The two soldiers froze. How did you cross from the danger zone? Chapter 67 Lu Shang's rating. When we were at the bottom of the mountain, it didn't say that we couldn't cross the danger zone, did it? Lu Shang asked. The two soldiers looked at each other, feeling a bit incredulous. After all, according to the lynx's idea, it was to use the danger zone to encircle all the students, so that they could snatch the cuffs from each other and beware of the ferocious beasts that were around level 30 on Old Black Mountain. Who would have thought that the student in front of him wouldn't follow the rules and would actually pass through the danger zone? But then again, it seemed like he was right. As long as the number of cuffs was sufficient and arrived at the mountaintop base. Even if they crossed from the danger zone, it would still be considered passing the test. The two soldiers exchanged thoughts with their eyes. One of them took out his walkie-talkie and seemed to be getting in touch with his officer, asking for Lu Shang's information. And then, he asked Lu Shang to light up his attribute panel and checked Lu Shang's name, occupation, and other information. Attribute panels were hard to fake, so after confirming that Lu Shang's attribute panel was basically the same as the originally registered information, the duo believed in his identity. Lu Shang was then released and was informed that he now needed to go to the square at the mountaintop base to gather. This was because the first round of assessment was coming to an end, and soon the lynx would announce the second phase of the assessment. Lu Shang had come too late and no longer had time to pick out his own accommodation, so he needed to go to the gathering first. Lu Shang thanked the two of them and then followed the signposts and headed towards the square. After he left, the mage soldier frowned at the other man, seeing that this student's level is only 27, can he really cross the 4-skull level danger zone and reach here? Could it be that he was lucky enough not to be discovered by the boss while traversing the dangerous area? The gun warrior shook his head. Originally, my thoughts were the same as yours. But just now, didn't you notice where the Swordblade Earth Dragon's cry came from? The place where the Swordblade Earth Dragon was the direction that kid came from. In other words, just now, he and the Swordblade Earth Dragon might have had a fight. The mage was incredibly shocked. That does seem to be the case. It's hard to believe that this kid escaped from the Swordblade Earth Dragon's men? It shouldn't be. The Swordblade Earth Dragon is brutal by nature, and when it meets its prey, it will definitely hunt it down without stopping. At the time, a few newcomers in the base's logistics inadvertently provoked the Swordblade Earth Dragon, and were chased by it all the way here. At that time, it was still us who made a move to scare it away for the time being. If that kid had really messed with the Swordblade Earth Dragon, where would he have been able to come here so boldly just now? He would have already pissed his pants, right? The gun warrior fell into deep thought for a long time before saying, "What you said makes sense, but I always feel that it's not quite right. Otherwise, like this, wait for me here for a bit, I'll go to the front and take a look." Good. The mage nodded and continued to stand guard. The gun warrior, on the other hand, raised his gun and searched back along the direction Lu Shang had come from. Not much later, the gun warrior really found the end. In the dense forest, there was a place about 1 kilometer in circumference where a fierce battle had obviously occurred. Trees as thick as an arm were broken, while the ground and tree stumps were littered with sword marks. What attracted the most attention was undoubtedly the bloodstains that could be seen everywhere on the ground, as well as palm-sized scales that were like small daggers. This is the scales and blood of the Swordblade Earth Dragon. The gun warrior was instantly startled. He picked up a piece and scrutinized it for a long time, finally determining that it was indeed from a Swordblade Earth Dragon. Thinking about the scene in front of him, he knew that it was most likely the Swordblade Earth Dragon that had suffered a great loss. Could it be that the Swordblade Earth Dragon was beaten and fled from here? Otherwise, why is there no corpse of the Swordblade Earth Dragon? This is too outrageous. Can't that kid just now really defeated the Swordblade Earth Dragon and crossed the 4-skeleton level danger zone? The gun warrior was creeped out in his heart, and immediately ran back furiously while using his walkie-talkie to get in touch with his companions. Things aren't quite right, something happened to the Swordblade Earth Dragon. The kid that was just let go is a bit odd. Immediately reported up, have someone keep an eye on him, and at the same time send someone over here. The mountaintop base was, indeed, far too large than the temporary stronghold at the foot of the mountain. Lu Shang walked from the back door to the small square, not slow, but it took him 10 minutes. Along the way, he saw that the base had a lot of grounds that had just been built. Such as the supplies place where all kinds of equipment, potions, and materials were stored, dormitories, cafeterias, alloy rings that were 10 times larger than the size of the school. In short, students were able to have their various needs met as they lived and practiced here. Lu Sheng arrived all the way to the small square and found that quite a few people had already gathered here. In the previous 2 or 3 days, those who had arrived at the mountaintop base long ago and had successfully passed the first round of assessment had also come. After all, right away, the 3 days were officially over. The link should be announcing what these people present who were qualified to enter the special training camp should do next. On the side of the square, there were a few soldiers still counting the list. Lu Sheng walked over and handed in the armbands he had collected, while reporting his name. The other party quickly found Lu Sheng's data card in a pile of data and wrote a B in the space. Lu Sheng guessed that this was probably an evaluation of his first level of assessment. A B grade was definitely not a good ranking, because Lu Sheng saw that many people had an A rating. But it didn't matter, he had already made a lot of money in the past 3 days anyway. It didn't matter what the rating was, as long as he could enter the special training camp. This thing was like a college exam, losing a point for any score of 61. After scoring, one of the several soldiers handed Lu Sheng an armband with a big B written on it. Lu Sheng didn't know what this new armband was for, so he simply put it on. As long as there was no S or S in front of the B, he could wear it directly. As long as there was no S or 2 in front of the B, it would work. With the armband in hand, Lu Sheng found a place with fewer people and waited quietly to see what the special training camp would require of him next. Because the number of people who entered this round was so much less than before, the forests altogether added up to only 100 people. Therefore, in the large square, the people appeared to be very sparse, unlike the previous crowd. Without standing for a while, Lu Sheng heard a familiar voice from not far away, "It's you." Lu Sheng turned around and was instantly happy an old acquaintance had indeed come. At this moment, Wang Kuan and Wang Qian came to the square together. Wang Kuan saw Lu Sheng at a glance, and anger erupted in his eyes. He was instantly about to rush over and have a go at Lu Sheng. It wasn't that he had forgotten how he was crushed by Lu Sheng, but behind him, there was still his brother Wang Qian. At this moment, Wang Kuan was like a chihuahua on a leash. Anyway, there was someone tugging behind him, and he dared to bare his teeth with anyone. Chapter 68. Brother, look at him. Lu Sheng saw him like this and couldn't help but let out a laugh. This kid is really no city. This is surrounded by the instructors of the special training camp. If he dares to make a move here, he is afraid that his place will be cancelled directly. However, when Wang Kuan was about to rush up, Wang Qian behind him stopped him in time. Wang Qian was in a calm mood and said in a low voice, "This is a base, private martial arts are not allowed, be honest." Wang Kuan said indignantly, "Brother, it was that kid who injured me and snatched the spot that should have belonged to me. Moreover, he also snatched the red sky sword that you gave me. What's even more outrageous is that a few days ago, he robbed quite a few people in your name, causing you to be lambasted behind your back for no reason. He's so unethical, I just can't swallow my breath if I don't teach him a good lesson." Speaking of which, the Wang Qian Wang Kuan brothers had arrived at the mountaintop base on their first day. As a result, during the past few days of resting at the mountaintop base, the two overheard a few people getting together and cursing Wang Qian for snatching their equipment and armbands. Moreover, the cursing was very unpleasant. As a result, Wang Kuan learned upon questioning that these few people had come across a dual sword-wielding, gigantic-looking person who had robbed them while they were climbing the mountain. That person also very frankly left them a name: Wang Qian. Luckily, these guys were good in their own strength and had brought some spare equipment with them. Relying on the spare equipment, the few people captured the other people's armbands and gained a place into the special training camp. Currently, these people are sympathetic to each other because they were also robbed by Wang Qian, and they are holding together. The purpose is to find that unethical robber and get back the scene. As soon as Wang Kuan heard it, he knew that it must be Lu Sheng's trick. After all, there could be many people who wielded dual swords. But the only one who holds 2 swords and is handsome can be Lu Sheng. Wang Kuan was really mad. This Lu Sheng was also too detrimental. Robbing someone else was not even a problem, but even in the name of his own brother. Combined with all the previous grudges, Wang Kuan couldn't wait to kill Lu Sheng by 1,000 cuts. During the 2 days at the base, he skulked around the top of the mountain when he had nothing to do, hoping to see Lu Sheng. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng didn't arrive here until now. When Wang Kuan saw Lu Sheng, his enemy, he naturally couldn't hold his fire. On the contrary, Wang Qian, even though he had received a lot of scoldings because of Lu Sheng for nothing, he remained calm. The realm was too much higher than Wang Kuan. Wang Qian said, "Now is not the time, bear with it for now." Saying this, he looked at Lu Sheng's sleeve label and sneered, "Bia? It should be hiding some strength, wanting to play a pig and eat a tiger. However, if you want to eat a tiger, you have to have the strength of a tiger."
As long as we leave the mountaintop base, I will make him beg for his life and die. Wang Kuan heard his elder brother promise so, and the fire in his heart barely suppressed a bit. However, he subconsciously looked at Lu Shang and saw a scene that even more nearly made him explode. He only saw that Lu Shang had taken out the red sky sword and was rubbing it in his hand. What kind of behavior was this? This is not robbing someone else's wife, but also in front of the face of the other side to embrace say good moist old six behavior? Wang Kuan couldn't stand this, pointing at Lu Shang and almost going to storm out. Brother. Look at him. Bear with it. Wang Xian frowned slightly, slapped the back of Wang Kuan's head and reprimanded, the other party is obviously provoking you, can't you see? This point of heart is not there, how to become a great thing in the future. Wang Kuan skimmed his mouth, did not dare to contradict and could only forcefully swallow his anger back into his stomach. Lu Shang saw that Wang Kuan's face in the distance had turned into a pig's liver color, but he still didn't charge up, and he was momentarily disinterested. He put away the red sky sword and incidentally looked at Wang Kuan's side, Wang Qian, whose expression did not fluctuate. This is the excellent and powerful eldest son in the mouth of crazy woman Lu Meixin? It was indeed much more powerful than Wang Kuan. If the 7 sons of Canglan that are often mentioned in other people's mouths are as unperturbed as this person, then there are indeed quite a few masters in this special training camp. Just as Lu Shang was thinking this way, in the west, the sun had completely set. As the setting sun's afterglow dissipated, the spotlight suddenly lit up, illuminating the small square. For a moment, the square, which was still quite lively, suddenly quieted down. With the sound of hard-soled leather boots stepping on the ground, everyone's eyes were attracted over. The links reappeared, still the same as last time, with some of the training camp instructors, each of them extremely high-ranked, with a terrifyingly oppressive aura. The links and the others stood at the place where the light of the square converged, and a slightly hoarse voice rang out, "Congratulations to all of you, who have successfully passed the first round of the special training camp's examination. From now on, you are considered to be a true part of the special training camp." As she said that, she looked around, a rare smile of satisfaction appearing on her face. There are only less than 100 people left? It seems that all of you are very smart. Knowing that you have to take advantage of the limited time to settle as many of your competitors as possible, allowing you to enjoy more resources. However, I will say that even if nearly 4/5 of you are sifted out, the resources prepared by our special training camp are still not enough for you people to share. I hope that you guys will continue to work hard and help me weed out more trash. Alright, next I won't talk nonsense, I'll tell you all the tasks for the next round of special training. Everyone strained their ears for fear of missing a single word from the links. However, just at this time, an officer approached from the back row with a panicked expression and whispered a few words into the lynx's ear. Then, the lynx's expression became frozen. Her gaze swept through everyone and finally settled on Lu Shang. In a flash, Lu Shang only felt a coolness rise from his heart, as if he was firmly locked by a super boss. He subconsciously had to equip Red Sky and Canglan to deal with the upcoming crisis now. However, the lynx also merely glanced at him and didn't do anything. The lynx averted her gaze and whispered, "Keep an eye on 0088, I'll go check it out myself." After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly towards the back of the mountaintop base. Of the officers behind her, half of them went with her. The other half stayed behind. One of them, a burly man with sunglasses, should be the one whose position was second only to the lynx. Normally, he also stood at the position of the lynx's right and left hands. This person raised his hands and said in a loud voice to everyone present, "The chief instructor has to deal with something, everyone just stay here and don't move around, just wait for the news." This caused all the students to murmur. No one could understand, wasn't it said that the mission for the next round of special training would be announced? How come the chief instructor ran away in the middle of the sentence? Only Lu Shang didn't say a word and looked a little wary. This was because he could clearly feel that of the instructors left behind, at least 4 of them had their gazes firmly locked on him all the time. Could it be the 0088 that you guys say you want to keep an eye on? I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm not going to be able to do that. Chapter 69 I killed my own boss, why pay? Lu Shang himself has done what heartbreak, of course, his heart is clear. Old Black Mountain is a level 30 map, where can you get 11 bosses? The bosses that Lu Shang killed were all the property of the Western Military Region. Although Lu Shang also has a point. You guys said that this is a dangerous area, but you didn't say that you won't let them in, right? You said that the bosses are free range, but you didn't say that you won't allow them to be killed, did you? However, Lu Shang could hardly have a clear conscience if he had sneakily slaughtered all the bosses.
So his biggest worry now is, after killing so many bosses, does he have to pay for it?
After thinking for a long time, Lu Shang finally settled down.
I'm not going to pay for it. I killed the boss myself, why should I pay for it? Is the boss a free-range boss? If you call it, will it say yes?
Lu Shang made up his mind that if he was exposed, he would just deny all the things that he had killed for the boss.
I don't know. Not me. Can't afford it.
Well, so dry. At the back of the mountaintop base, the lynx led a group of officers to the place where Lu Shang had fought with the sword-blade earth dragon. The gun warrior from before stayed here, and when he saw the lynx and the others coming, he immediately came forward to report the situation. The lynx nodded, signaling that he knew, and then said to a female officer behind him who was in her early 30s and had short hair, "Xiao Zhao, use the time and space rewind skill to replay what happened here."
This female officer was the hidden occupation time walker.
This occupation was an auxiliary class hidden occupation that basically had little combat power. However, it had a lot of rather useful skills, such as the time rewind. The short-haired female officer named Xiao Zhao answered and took out a small staff, gently waving it. A fine wave of light spilled down from the top of the staff, filling the area above the mess. In the next second, the scales and bloodstains on the ground all suddenly flew up and gathered together. At the same time, the broken tree branches and trampled grass on the ground were restored as if they had pressed the rewind button. A hissing sound of a sword-blade earth dragon resounded. At the location where the scales and blood converged, the figure of the sword-blade earth dragon turned from nothingness to solidity and reappeared in front of the crowd. An officer who was only 40 levels or so and still relatively young was instantly startled, and immediately backhandedly touched his weapon. However, the officer on the side who had followed the lynx for a long time and was familiar with Xiao Zhao's skills laughed and pressed down on this person's tense little arm. "Don't be so nervous, space-time rewind is just a replay of what happened here a few hours ago.
These are illusions, not entities." The young officer fixed his eyes and realized that it was still true.
The body of the sword-blade earth dragon was lifelike though. However, if one looked closely, one could still realize that it was only an illusion. It had no temperature at all, and its movements did not set off air currents. However, using this skill to see what happened before was properly enough. Everyone, like the lynx, placed their eyes on the sword-blade earth dragon. At this moment, the sword-blade earth dragon was clearly wounded. Around it, countless flying swords attacked one after another, leaving the sword-blade earth dragon with nowhere to dodge. As the range of the temporal retrogression skill continued to expand, more and more of the area here was being retraced. Finally, a figure appeared not far away, and it was none other than Lu Shang, who had an unmistakable aura and was surrounded by two sword souls. The flying swords that surrounded the sword-blade earth dragon were clearly the work of Lu Shang. As Lu Shang's figure appeared, everyone's expression was like being struck by lightning, except for the lynx. A student, manipulating dozens of flying swords, was solo brushing a level 40 silver-ranked boss? What international joke! There was a reason why the sword-blade earth dragon was dropped at the back door of the mountaintop base. It was because according to the special training program, the special training camp would subsequently open up that larger, higher-leveled map behind Old Black Mountain for the students. And this sword-blade earth dragon was the first barrier to the new map. The strength of this boss was definitely capable of stopping any of the geniuses in the special training camp. If they wanted to travel to the new map, they would have to defeat the sword-blade earth dragon. At that time, these students would definitely find a way to form a team to kill the sword-blade earth dragon as a group and beat the path to the new map. This move was also intended to make the geniuses who came to the special training camp understand that their strength was certainly important. But how to form a team, find a team that suits one's profession, and how to work together in a team in order to maximize the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. These were all necessary lessons. But right now, there was a person who didn't follow the rules. This was equivalent to the special training camp giving Lu Shang a chopstick, and Lu Shang broke it with a crunch. Then the special training camp gave Lu Shang 10 chopsticks and asked him to break them. Originally, the camp was ready to tell Lu Shang that 1 pair of chopsticks is easy to break, but 10 pairs of chopsticks should be held together. As a result, Lu Shang also broke the chopsticks with a crunch and looked up and said, "That's it? Isn't this a slap in the face of the special training camp? Impossible. No way. This boss, it is impossible for a student to single-handedly defeat it." Just as all the officers were thinking this, the sword-blade earth dragon hissed even louder and violently arched its ridge-like back, its blade-like scales and armor all standing up. The sword-blade earth dragon's skill, Sword Blade Sweep, was activated.
With the sound of swish swish swish, countless scales came out, pointing directly at Lu Shang. Lu Shang turned to hold the two flying swords in his hands and activated the skill, sword-pulling Canglan. In a flash, two sword auras and sword chi erupted one after another, clearing away all of the sword blade earth dragons, sword blade sweep. The instructors present were in an uproar, because everyone knew that sword blade sweep was a rather powerful skill of the sword blade earth dragon, with high damage and wide coverage. If the front row of transmutators were not careful, they could be instantly killed by the back row of the sword blade earth dragon with such a skill, causing the group to be destroyed. As a result, the moment this headache-inducing skill came out, it was gently diffused by this student. How was his occupational trait so heaven-defying? What everyone didn't expect was that the shock given to them by sword-pulling Canglan was just the beginning. Dead lizard, how dare you suddenly release a skill and scare me? Lu Shang's silhouette was generally the same as what he had done before, and the curses were perfectly reproduced by time travel back. You're the only one who can put up skills, aren't you? Eat my great sword. Lu Shang's fingertips rose and threw up the two sword souls in his hands. The sword spirits drifted out and came to a standstill above Lu Shang's head, dense with streams of light. The flying swords that surrounded the sword blade earth dragon also obeyed the call and instantly all flew back, hovering around Lu Shang. In a split second, all the flying swords were all flowing with light, and at the same time, they were gently trembling. Buzz. The sound of the swords chirping rose and fell, and as if it had triggered a resonance, it became sharper and sharper, causing the instructors' faces to change in color. Chapter 70 Boss was stolen by this kid. Getting closer, the surrounding people even felt their skin tingle. This was unbelievable, as everything in front of them was just an illusion, not real at all. But even if it was an illusion, the buzzing of so many flying swords one after another still made them feel discomfort. How would this feel if they were there in person? This student, what kind of skill was he trying to unleash? Lin Li's flying swords flowed with a cold light. The hem of Lu Shang's clothes rose without wind, and for a moment he was like an immortal. 10,000 swords return. Lu Shang shouted softly under his breath and pointed with his right hand. The sound of several flying swords surged and turned into an audible explosion. Immediately afterward, all the flying swords dragged streams of light one after another, killing the sword blade earth dragon. Put! With a muffled sound of a sword blade piercing through flesh, the first flying sword directly pierced through the front chest of the sword blade earth dragon, bringing out a large splash of blood. The sword blade earth dragon cried out in grief. The wide range of skill attacks left it with nowhere to dodge, as the flying swords fell one after another, chopping down on its body without mercy. After the flying sword pierced through the body of the sword blade earth dragon, it landed on the ground with a bang, sending up smoke and dust, concealing the body of the sword blade earth dragon. Even so, the crowd could guess what would happen to the sword blade earth dragon after such a flying sword chopped it down. This caused everyone to fall into deep self-doubt. Because the highest attribute of the sword blade earth dragon was endurance. Its bladed armor could provide extremely strong protection, and it was difficult for a same-level transmogrifier to break through the defense. As a result, how could this kid easily pierce through the body of the sword blade earth dragon with every chop of his sword? What kind of strong attack power did this have to be? And how did these officers know that Lu Shang's 10,000 swords returned to the palace? The attack power of each sword was related to the number of flying swords. This was only the 10,000 swords returning to the palace, of more than 20 flying swords. If Lu Shang could control more than 100 flying swords, the power of the 10,000 swords returning to the palace would increase exponentially. As he watched the sword blade earth dragon's 10,000 swords return to the palace, the effect of the space-time rewind skill suddenly disappeared. Everything turned into points of light and returned to the top of Xiao Zhao's staff. Xiao Zhao was drenched in sweat at the moment, but fortunately, the staff was holding up her exhausted body. She panted for a while. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, I don't know why, this time's time and space retrogression will consume so much stamina. I just can't hold on anymore." "It's okay." The lynx thought for a moment and said, "At least I already know that the sword blade earth dragon was indeed single-killed by that student. There was no cheating, and it wasn't with the help of an outsider, it was completely based on strength alone." Saying that, she turned around and asked one of the people accompanying her, "Did you have the one called Lu Shang checked by the Eagle Eye Squad?" An officer nodded and replied back, "When we rushed over, the Eagle Eye Squad had already quietly used their detection skills to look at it. No identity-altering props or skills were used, and the attribute panel matches the reported information. There is no problem with this student's identity, it can be determined that it is myself. And the identity of the person himself has also been investigated, so the possibility of an infiltrator can be ruled out."
Lu Sheng himself didn't even know that while he was waiting in the plaza, he was not only being watched by 4 officers to the death, but even more than one person, utilizing their skills to check if he was using any camouflage props. After all, the special training camp had gathered almost all of the geniuses in the southern region, and there was no way that the Western Realm military region would let the wrongdoers have a chance to infiltrate here. After listening, the lynx nodded and said, "So it seems that the person has no problem. But this strength is a bit beyond my expectations." She narrowed her eyes and looked at the ground full of wolves. It seems that the seated players of the southern domain, in addition to the several little guys from Changnan and that dragon knight, there is also a ruthless stalwart. Suddenly, she thought of something like, this student, he came to the mountaintop base on the last day? How many cuffs did he get in total, and what were the ratings? At this time, the officer in charge of recording the ratings hurriedly replied, "That's right, he came to the base on the last day. The number of cuffs is 6, so the rating given to him is B." Speaking here, this officer's forehead was already sweating. Because apart from the first day, when the lynx personally supervised the rating, the rest of the time the work of rating was done by him. And the criteria for his rating was also very simple. The shorter the ascent time and the more cufflinks collected, the higher the rating. Lu Sheng collected 6 cufflinks, which was not a small number and far above average. However, Lu Sheng ended up whistling his way to the top, causing the rating to be impossibly high. Giving him a mid-range rating of B grade was actually quite reasonable. However, judging from the current situation, Lu Sheng wasn't a B grade student at all. With his strength, he would have no problem getting an S rating. The lynx had told him before that there were many aspects to consider when grading. For example, although Bai Rou had a small number of sleeve tags, she was bound to be rated S. Therefore, Lu Sheng's strength was not proportional to his rating, which was considered a mistake in his work. "I'm really sorry, Commander Yang." This officer buried his head very low and quickly explained, "When I checked the surveillance before, I had an impression of some of the students who performed well. But only for this person, there is no impression at all. This is my dereliction of duty. Back in the day, I will find a way to make up for my faults and regrade him. Just for the eat my great sword skill he just performed, it's completely worthy of an S grade." The surroundings fell into a brief silence. Until one of the people next to him couldn't help but cough lightly and reminded, "His skill is 10,000 swords, not some whatever big sword." The officer in charge of grading immediately had a blank expression. He had just watched Lu Sheng unleash his skills and was shocked, only remembering that the other party had shouted the words "Eat my great sword" before unleashing his skills. He began to have a toothache whether his military career was coming to an end. Fortunately, the lynx is too lazy to be serious with him in this regard. The lynx let out a long sigh and said quietly, "I asked you the question just now, not wanting to pursue you for the error in your rating. Haven't you ever wondered why it took him almost 3 days to reach the top when he had the strength to kill the Swordblade Earth Dragon? 3 days to turn in only 6 cuffs. Then where did he go during those 3 days? Did what? Have any of you thought about it?" After these words were said, all the officers were instantly enlightened. Immediately afterward, the sound of sucking in a mouthful of cool air rose and fell. Lu Sheng had crossed over from the danger zone, and his peers in charge of ratings had barely paid attention to this person. All the circumstances combined, wouldn't it mean that this kid had killed his way up from the danger zone? If that's really the case, then wouldn't all the bosses in the danger zone be just like the Swordblade Earth Dragon? This kid stole them all. Chapter 71 Broken Circle Level Grabbing Battle. An officer held over the headset and immediately ordered, "Logistics team, go to the danger zone in the front mountain and see if the boss is still there." The lynx stopped him with a wave of his hand. "There's no need to have people go and look, it's a waste of time. The boss are definitely all gone, according to the footsteps. 3 days to kill 11 boss is just right." Then, the officer in charge of rating was full of difficulties. "Lieutenant Colonel Yang, this is going to be troublesome. According to our original plan, the next task of the special training camp is to publicize the information of the danger zone bosses and let the students kill them. Each boss represents a fixed reward, and whoever kills the boss will receive the corresponding reward." Then, there was the first round of the Broken Circle Level Grabbing Battle. Then, it was the opening of the Black Cloud Mountain range map for a month-long field hunt. Finally, there was the ultimate level grabbing match. Originally, all of the plans were one after another, and the schedule was well organized. Another person said, "Now that the boss of Old Black Mountain has been killed, our plans are all messed up. Without Old Black Mountain's boss to raise the students' level and strength,
How are the students going to hunt in the Black Cloud Mountain Range? The Black Cloud Mountain Range, but it's a level 40-ish map. With the strength of the students at this stage, it's absolutely difficult to move an inch in there. After thinking for a moment, the officer said, otherwise, let the instructors take everyone into the Black Cloud Mountain Range to practice first, and raise the average level by 2 levels? How? We have to let those first-tier kids turn 2 before we can do that, right? With a second-turn turner leading the team, all they need to do is form a reasonably matched team, and they'll still be able to complete the tasks we've set out in the Black Cloud Mountain Range. The lynx glanced at this person, and the icy coldness in his eyes caused the latter to have a jolt, realizing that he had said the wrong thing again. The lynx said, if an increase in rank represents an increase in strength, all of our instructors would just directly bring their students to practice leveling, so why bother with the extra work of letting them fumble around in the wilderness on their own? What we, the Western Realm Military Region, can give to this group of children is not resources, levels, or equipment. Rather, it's how to utilize everything they can to survive in dangerous environments and kill their enemies. After saying that, the lynx turned around and walked in the direction of the mountaintop base, saying as he walked, pass on my order, the old Black Mountain boss hunting process is cancelled. The rewards prepared for this session will be placed in the Broken Circle level grabbing battle, and the rewards will be issued according to the ratings. End the Broken Circle level grabbing battle, rest for 3 days, then open the Black Cloud Mountain Range. If there's no way to survive in the Black Cloud Mountain Range because you killed 2 less bosses, then this kind of student should have been eliminated a long time ago. Yes. The officers didn't dare to disobey and bowed their heads in response, instantly passing down the lynx's order. On that day, the lynx did not return to the small square. Lu Shang and the other students waited for a full hour in the small square, and only then did the sunglasses instructor who was responsible for maintaining order receive the message to let everyone go back to rest, and at 8 o'clock the next morning, go to the ring to gather. In this regard, many students had quite a few complaints. They waited here for an hour, but they didn't say anything and let everyone go back again. This is not teasing the little cutie. Playing around? Only Lu Shang secretly sighed in relief. Because apparently, the Western Realm Military Region wasn't as careful as he thought. It didn't arrest him and nag him about how to compensate for so many bosses. The infrastructure of the mountaintop base was very perfect. Lu Shang easily found the cafeteria, had a beautiful dinner, and then headed to the one-room dormitory prepared for the students and rested for the night. Early the next morning, Lu Shang followed the others and headed to the alloy ring at the mountaintop base. Upon arriving here, Lu Shang realized that at some point, 9 chairs had appeared at the edge of the alloy ring at the mountaintop base. The chairs were made of refined iron and were as tall as thrones in all directions. Although the appearance was crude and simple, but on a closer look, it really had a sense of unspeakable dominance. Below the ring, there were also changes. The open space next to the ring was divided into several areas by paint, and each area had a different letter written on it, respectively A, B and C. While Lu Shang was wondering what this meant, there were already instructors in camouflage uniforms who started to maintain order, telling everyone to follow the armband and go to their own area. Lu Shang consciously came to the B-level area. In the 3 areas, from A to C, the number of people was increasing. There were 20 people in the A level, more than 30 in the B level, and about 40 in the C level. After the students of the 3 grades came to stand at their positions, there were still a few people at the back of the crowd who didn't come forward. Each of them was a familiar face, such as Bai Ro, who had a strange smile on her face. Chu Guang, who was still focused on observing the Bible amidst the noise. Wang Xian, who carried 2 heavy swords on his back. The long-haired man holding his bladder and filled with a look of pride, Xiang Xiaonan. There were 9 people in total. The so-called 7 sons of Changnan were all listed, as well as 2 other super experts from other cities. These people had one thing in common, and that was that the armbands on their arms were all S. These 9 people stood behind the crowd and didn't come forward, making many people feel like they had thorns in their backs. At the same time, many people also guessed that the position of these 9 people was not at the bottom of the ring. The 9 domineering seats on the stage were the ones prepared for them. Sure enough, after all the people came, the lynx once again appeared with her people. This time, she told the instructors following behind her to wait in the ring, while she herself took a step onto the ring and walked to the very center of the ring. Seeing the lynx walking towards them, all of them were silenced and fell silent. The lynx had her hands behind her back, standing as straight as a steel gun. As soon as she opened her mouth, her hoarse voice allowed people to clearly hear every word she said. Today, our special training camp will begin the Broken Ring level grabbing tournament. The rules are simple. As your armbands show, based on your performance at the summit, you are awarded a total of 4 grades, S, A, B, and C.
After the circle-breaking grade-grabbing match is over, we, the Western Realm Military Region, will distribute a round of rewards according to your ratings. S grade cadets, 1 gold quality equipment and props. Grade A cadets, 2 pieces of purple quality equipment and props. Grade B trainees, 1 piece of purple quality equipment and props. Grade C student, 1 bottle of permanent attribute enhancement potion. Upon hearing this, Lu Shang was going to curse in his heart. There are rewards, didn't you guys say so earlier? I thought that as long as I came to the mountaintop base on time with my sleeve label and got a passing grade, it would be fine. This is great, a bloody loss of a gold quality equipment. Just as Lu Shang was bellyaching, the lynx's next words made his heart rejoice again. Chapter 72 S grade cadets, who dares to disobey? I know that within you, there are some people whose strengths don't match the ratings. A mere mountaineering test doesn't rule out the possibility that someone didn't take it seriously. Saying that, the lynx's eyes narrowed and swept around the crowd, finally settling on Lu Shang. Instantly, that feeling of being targeted by a super boss yesterday came back. Chills crawled up his spine and into his head, but it was nothing more than an unconscious reflex of his body. He knew that the lynx should have no ill will towards him. Therefore, he was still calm on the surface. The lynx only looked at Lu Shang for a moment before shifting his gaze elsewhere and continuing, "That's why I prepared this broken circle level grabbing battle today. The so-called circle is the circle of your rating. If you want to break through the rating circle you are in and get more rewards, it is necessary for you to show your strength now and snatch away others' original ratings. The rules of the broken circle rating snatching battle are for the lower circle cadets to challenge the upper circle cadets. For example, an A-ranked cadet can challenge against an S-ranked cadet. If the challenge is successful, the ratings of the two are swapped. An A-ranked cadet is promoted to an S-ranked cadet, while an S-ranked cadet is demoted to an A-ranked cadet. The demoted cadet doesn't need to be chagrined. After demotion, you have the same chance to challenge the upper-tier cadets as the normal A-ranked cadets. If you are able to succeed in the challenge, you will still be able to sit firmly in the S-rank seat. Speaking of this, the lynx's tone was much more serious. This is only the result of a successful challenge. If the challenge fails, you will be directly eliminated and lose your special training camp spot. Therefore, you must consider clearly who exactly you want to challenge. If you don't have the certainty of victory, I would advise that you guys can give up this sole right to challenge and honestly stay in your own ratings. In addition, everyone is only required to accept a maximum of 3 challenges. After being challenged 3 times, then there is no need to accept other people's challenges. B-rated, C-rated cadets are similarly allowed to challenge cadets of any rating in their upper tier as long as you can accept the consequences of failure. Do you all understand the rules of the broken circle rank rush? Everyone responded in unison, understood. Good. The lynx nodded, barely revealing a smile, then next, good luck to you all. After saying that, she turned around and left, looking like she didn't intend to watch the crowd's battle here. Instructor Sunglasses took the initiative to walk up to the ring and took over the task of presiding over the order, and said in a loud voice, "Alright, now I will announce the list of S-ranked trainees who will soon be challenged. But anyone whose name is read out, take the S-rank seat and wait for the challenge from the A-rank cadets. First place, Changnan Second Middle School, Zhuguang, Occupation Holy Apostle, rank 29. Second place, Changnan Third Middle School, by Ro, Profession Purgatory Swordsman, rank 29. Third place." As the Sunglasses instructor read out each name familiar to the crowd, the 9S rank rated trainees walked up to the alloy ring in turn and sat down on the 9 seats. The rest of the people could only stand at the bottom of the stage, but they were the only ones who could sit on the stage, and it was definitely false for the crowd to say that they weren't envious. The treatment and compulsion of an S-ranked trainee was obviously much higher than the other 3 ratings. However, who dared to be unconvinced? The 9S ranked trainees were almost all powerful hidden professions. Moreover, a large portion of them were at level 29, just 1 step away from turning 2. Even the lowest ranked Xiang Shaonan was at level 28. And he also had a terrifying flying dragon in his hand as a battle pet. His strength could not be underestimated. Anyone who could sit up there must have their own capital. Want to pull any of them down, are not simple. The 9S class trainees, at this moment, were like bosses, waiting for the rest of the trainees to challenge them. The Sunglasses instructor looked at the envy in the eyes of the rest of the trainees and smiled, envious that they can sit in this seat? As long as you can win against them, then you are also qualified to sit up here. Next, let's start with the A-class cadets. The cadets whose names I read out come forward and tell me if you're giving up your chance to challenge them, or if you want to challenge one of the S-rank cadets. First place, Li Zihe. The first A-rank cadet whose name was called came out and stood for a while with a face full of tangled thoughts before finally choosing to give up. His decision was, in fact, very smart. If there was no certainty of victory, immediately staying at a rank and taking the A-rank rewards would be quite good, so why bother with the chicken and egg in the end? Regarding the choice of this trainee named Li Zihe, no one felt bad.
The sunglasses instructor nodded and immediately continued to name the A-rank cadets.
The second A-rank cadet was very confident in his own strength and chose to use his right to challenge. The one he was going to challenge was clearly Changan, who was the lowest ranked amongst the S-class cadets. Changan was only level 28 and was not one of the 7 sons of Canglan, so it seemed as if his strength was the weakest of the 9. Being the first to be challenged, Changan was obviously a little embarrassed. After all, as an S-rank student, who would want to be treated as a weakling by others? Changan, a person who was already proud of himself, after being challenged, he immediately put on a sinister smile and got up from his seat.
Challenge me? Fine, I'll answer the challenge.
Although I'm not one of the 7 sons of Canglan, it would be a big mistake to think of me as the one with the worst strength out of the 9. With that, he walked towards the center of the ring. At the same time, a golden quality, about 2-meter-long dragon spear was taken out and equipped in his hand. He raised the dragon lance in his hand and pointed it in mid-air. A huge summoning spell formation spread and took shape. Aang! Accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar, a flying dragon with a rock-colored body flew out from the summoning spell formation and hovered in the sky above. This flying dragon, Changan's battle pet, was said to have a strength comparable to that of a silver-level boss of the same level, or even a little stronger. With this flying dragon alone, Changan was basically able to dominate at the same level and consider himself invincible. That challenger had switched to a warrior profession similar to Earth Shield Guard, which favored defense. He now had a flying dragon on his head, and in front of him stood the powerful Changan. Facing this master and servant, the challenger's face turned ugly. It seemed that the strength of the S-class trainee was much stronger than he had expected. However, at this point, it was already too late for him to regret. As both sides were ready, the sunglasses instructor held his bladder on the stage and shouted the word start, officially declaring the first challenge match to be open. The flying dragon in the sky emitted a chirping sound, and its speed was as fast as a meteorite falling to the ground, plummeting straight towards the challenger. It was too late for him to react, and in the next second the sky spun around, and before he could even grip his weapon, he was swept by the jagged dragon's tail and knocked out alive. The force was enough to strangle the bones of his entire body, and when he landed on the ground, the shock caused his internal organs to emit a muffled sound, and his limbs were twisted beyond human shape. He opened his mouth and spasmed for a while, until his eyes went fishy red and black and he fainted. No one expected that the first challenge would be so swift. It could be said to be a blink of an eye. The shocking and tragic scene caused the surroundings to become silent all of a sudden. Oh roar! Anachronistically, someone actually hummed out a light note. One didn't need to look to know that it was by Ro. Chapter 73: The Difference Between Class A and Class S. Bai Rotang stood up from her seat. The scene in front of her simply poked her in the right spot. Awesome! So this bull-broken circle rank grabbing match can still be so enjoyable? Instructor, if I hit too hard and accidentally kill someone, it shouldn't be a problem, right? The sunglasses instructor knew deep down that this person was a problematic young girl, and said in a cold voice, although the broken circle grade grabbing tournament allows you guys to let go of your hands and fight, killing is not allowed in principle. If you guys go too far, I will step in to stop you. Ha! Bai Ro bristled and let out a disdainful snort. That would be too meaningless. Having said that, she turned her head to look at the challenger who had just been heavily injured, the excitement and thrill in her eyes still hard to suppress. That person had already been lifted up by several instructors of the medical profession by now, a stream of blood foaming from his mouth as the stretcher lurched. Forget it! Bai Ro ground her teeth, staring intently at the dying wounded man, her body trembling slightly, living like a dew-addicted madman. Can't kill anyone, it's good to feel some blood and flesh separating and the sound of bones breaking. It's been 3 days, it's unbearable. Saying that, she completely disregarded the instructors present, the corners of her scarlet mouth almost grinning to the base of her ears, and smiled wryly at the people in the 3 areas of A, B, and C. You guys later on, make sure you choose to challenge me, okay? No matter who, no matter what profession, no matter how many levels, all of you choose me as your opponent. Just take it as a sister begging you.
She deliberately whined her voice, and even pretended to wiggle. This scene was a living hell, causing everyone's scalp to explode. Everyone subconsciously backed away, keeping as much distance as possible from this lunatic. Bai Rou's maniacal behavior made everyone focus on her. This didn't make Xiang Xiaonan too happy. He wasn't a low-profile person himself, and as the #1 expert in Higo City, of course he wanted to be placed by everyone on the same level as the 7 sons of Changnan, or even higher. Originally, he had all thought about, after killing the challenger in a dry second, with a wave of the lance in his hand, he would extremely pretentiously come up with a sentence. Killing you doesn't even require me to make a shot. The force is full of character. As a result, he had his pose all set up, but a Bai Rou was killed halfway. Being robbed of the limelight, Xiang Xiaonan glanced at Bai Rou with squinted eyes, so eager to fight someone? It's a pity that you and I are both S-ranked, so there's no chance for you and I to meet in this broken circle rank grabbing battle. Otherwise, I'd really like to get a taste of your purgatory swordsman skills, to see if you're as powerful as the legends say you are. You want to fight me? Bai Rou had just sat back in her seat when she heard such happy news, so excited that she almost jumped up. Yes, go, how about we go to Old Black Mountain and fight now? Xiang Xiaonan was momentarily speechless to this madman. Right now was the time for the circle-breaking rush match. Who had the time to go to Old Black Mountain with her? Let's wait for a chance later. At that time, I will defeat all of you, the 7 sons of Changnan. Xiang Xiaonan forced himself to find a step, retrieved his lance, and sat down in his seat with a cross-eyed look. His flying dragon was not recalled, but with a wave of his hand, it flew down to the ground and prostrated itself by his leg, like a big docile dog, making many people envious. Seeing that the first match had ended, the sunglasses instructor named the third A-rank cadet and asked him if he wanted to challenge the S-rank cadet. The third A-rank cadet was not far from Lu Shang. Lu Shang clearly remembered that just now he had snickered at the first A-rank cadet for giving up this opportunity to challenge him. He was really a coward. When it was his turn to go up, he would definitely have to use the power of challenge. Moreover, he would have to challenge Bai Rou or Chu Guang, who were said to be the strongest among the 7 sons of Changnan. As a result, just now, Xiang Xiaonan made him realize the gap between S-rank and A-rank. Now that it was his turn to play, he immediately conceded and chose to give up. Not only him, many A-rank students who were full of confidence just now, after watching this battle, all withered. In the next roll call, most of the A-rank students who had been called up chose to give up their right to challenge, unwilling to ask for trouble and fight with the S-rank students. Of course, there were also a few very confident A-rank students who did not believe in evil and picked one of the 9 S-rank students to challenge. Naturally, the result was predictable. The S-rank cadets all displayed strong dominance, and none of them were toppled. There were even 2 people that no one dared to pick. These 2 people were Chu Guang and Bai Rou. Chu Guang had been sitting on his seat, looking at the Bible in his hand, and he hadn't been seen raising his head for such a long time. Bai Rou, on the other hand, was so anxious that she was jumping up and down, seeing that there were almost no more A-class students, and no one had picked her as a rival, making her so angry that she cursed. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still instructors next to her keeping an eye on her, she was afraid that she would just go down and take it out for herself. Not long after, the last A-class student, Wang Kuan, under the hint of Wang Qian's eyes, also gave up the right to challenge. At this point, there was no change in the number of S-class students, but on the contrary, there were 8 less A-class students. Further on, there were the B-grade cadets. B-class cadets could challenge A and S-class cadets. However, it was clear that B-rank cadets could only challenge A-rank cadets. If a B-rank challenged an S-rank, wouldn't that make them commit suicide? So everyone decided that the quota for S-rank cadets was basically set. The S-rank trainees in the ring all obviously relaxed a lot and began to sit in their seats, talking and laughing. Their sense of superiority as S-rank cadets was born. The B-rank trainees were named to the stage in turn, and a large portion of them chose to use their right to challenge. The fight between the B-rank trainees and the A-rank trainees was particularly grueling. More than 30 B-rank trainees were eliminated in the blink of an eye, and half of them were eliminated. Of course, there were also 2 A-rank trainees who were pulled down by the B-rank trainees, and the ratings of both sides were switched. Seeing that the challenges of the B-rank trainees were also gradually drawing to a close, the sunglasses instructor was finally pointing to Lu Shang's name. The next B-rank cadet, Beijing City No. 1 Middle School, Lu Shang, level 27, profession Sword Immortal. Please choose the opponent you want to challenge. It had finally arrived. Lu Shang smiled faintly and was about to respond when suddenly the mission panel's beep came. Ding, you have a new quest to collect, please check. Currently available quests. 1. Fight Xu Guang and win the match without using a weapon. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, a weapon blind box. Weapon blind box special item. When opened, you can obtain a random grade weapon. 2. Battle with by row and win the match without using skills or props. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, 1 equipment blind box. Equipment blind box special item. After opening, you can obtain a random grade equipment. 3. Battle with Wang Qian and lose to him after 3 minutes. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, 1 skill blind box. Skill blind box special item. After opening, you can obtain a skill book of this profession. 4. Fight Xiang Xiaonan and win the match within 30 seconds. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, 1 weapon blind box. Weapon blind box special item. After opening it, you can obtain a random grade weapon. 5. Chapter 74 What I Want to Challenges. The mission panel was densely packed with 9 missions waiting to be claimed. For each mission, it corresponded to an S-ranked trainee. The missions had different requirements for Lu Shang, and for the outcome of the match. Some required him to lose, some required him to win, and some required a draw. As for the rewards, they were basically pretty much the same, all of them were blind boxes. Lu Shang carefully looked at these 9 missions and realized that all of them were rather pitiful. For example, when he fought with Xu Guang and Bai Rou, he was even asked not to use weapons, or skills and props respectively. Wasn't this equivalent to letting him go up and get beaten? As for the mission that required him to lose the match in order to complete it, it was even more pitiful. Lu Shang still wanted to continue living in the special training camp and get some more rewards from the Western military region. To lose the match and be eliminated just for a blind box was obviously not worth it. Lu Shang hesitated and finally picked mission 4. Defeat Xiang Xiaonan within 30 seconds. This mission was still relatively reliable. After winning, he would be able to take another weapon blind box, plus the golden quality weapon rewarded by the S-ranked trainees, which was quite cost-effective. After accepting the mission, Lu Shang saw that the sunglasses instructor was about to ask him for the second time whether he would exercise his right to challenge. He immediately replied in a loud voice, "I'll exercise my right to challenge." As he spoke, he stepped into the ring. The sunglasses instructor nodded and asked, "Which rank student do you wish to challenge?" Lu Shang shook his head and said, "The one I want to challenge is not an A-rank cadet, it's an S-rank cadet." The moment this statement was made, the entire room fell silent. Everyone thought he was crazy. How powerful S-class cadets were could be seen in that round just now. Several powerful A-rank cadets had used their blood and tears to tell everyone present S-rank cadets really can't be challenged. As a result, a B-rank cadet came up and wanted to challenge an S-rank cadet. Wasn't this purely looking for death? Not to mention the others, even the S-ranked cadets who were talking and laughing, all looked towards Lu Shang. Including Xiang Xiaonan, several people had a teasing expression on their faces. With a rather playful expression, the sunglasses instructor looked at Lu Shang and asked with a smile, "Good. Then which S-class student do you want to challenge?" As soon as his words fell, Wang Qian let out a cold laugh and took the initiative to stand up from his seat. "The one you want to challenge should be me, right? Good boy, quite smart. Knowing that if you fight me here, the instructor will definitely keep you alive. But if it's in the wild, that may not be the case. Just as well, I won't kill you in today's battle. But, you don't want to walk away from this ring either." After saying that, he drew the 2 heavy swords behind himself and was about to walk to the center of the ring to fight Lu Shang. Lu Shang calmly listened to him finish a bunch of nonsense before he cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "What are you making of yourself? When did I say, I want to challenge you?" Wang Qian froze, his feet stalled, and he felt like he had been smacked in the face. Only after a good half-long time did he sit back in his seat, sneering as if looking for a scene. After half a day of fooling around, the feeling is that you don't even have the guts to launch a challenge to me. Sort of I overestimated you." Lu Shang secretly laughed in his heart. "Not having the guts to challenge you? You have to thank Laozi's pitiful system for escaping today. But whenever I put Xiang Xiaonan's mission requirements on your head, I would have given you a crooked dog's head." Lu Shang was too lazy to talk nonsense with Wang Qian and was about to open his mouth to say that he wanted to challenge Xiang Xiaonan. Suddenly, he realized the blind spot of the system's mission. It seemed that he had options to both complete the mission and maximize his benefits. "I'm going to challenge." Lu Shang opened his mouth, and the entire room was as quiet as a chicken. Everyone wanted to see who the S-ranked trainee who could be treated like a soft target by the B-ranked trainees was. However, no one expected Lu Shang's next words to cause an uproar. All the S-rank cadets.
Saying that, he reached out and pointed, if I win over you all, this S-rank seat will be considered monopolized by me.
Of course, the 9 gold quality equipment rewards, I'm going to monopolize them as well.
As for whether you guys fight in a wheel battle or together, it's all fine.
Anyway, I'm going to fight 9. As soon as the words fell, the entire room exploded.
The heated discussion simply overturned the sky. The 9S class trainees all turned their gazes towards Lu Shang, with expressions on their faces that were hard to describe. They felt that their dignity as S-class cadets had simply been trampled into mud by Lu Shang. Even Xu Guang, who had been reading a book and whose attention wasn't even on the field, raised his head.
Holy crap, this person is crazy, right? Thou hearest, does the man speak? So many A-ranked trainees couldn't pull off an S-ranked trainee, and he's a B-ranked trainee who wants to challenge an S-ranked trainee? What is this if not madness? It's not even enough to challenge S-rank cadets, but to think that he's trying to challenge 9 of them? This person was scared silly by S-rank cadets, right? What kind of segmented player dares to go and touch the S-rank? Mostly, it's just bragging about being powerful, and you guys are still listening seriously? Claptrap clown, I don't believe any of the words he said anyway.
Instructor Sunglasses also felt that Lu Shang's words were too outrageous for a moment.
But whether Lu Shang was joking or not, Instructor Shades definitely couldn't agree to this outrageous request.
He coughed lightly to shut everyone up before saying, challenging 9S rank trainees, this request is unreasonable and I must dismiss it. You can only choose one of them to challenge, and after winning, you will obtain the seat of an S-rank cadet, as well as the corresponding rewards.
Wanting to enjoy all the rewards exclusively is impossible. Lu Shang heard this and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Hey! Not letting one hit 9, are you guys unable to play?
Disappointed as he was, Lu Shang also knew that he was in a special training camp and should still follow the rules of the camp.
So, he nodded, alright then. If I can only choose one person, then I'll choose Xiang Xiaonan.
For a moment, everyone's eyes looked towards Xiang Xiaonan.
Xiang Xiaonan's face was a bit untenable. He laughed out coldly, someone else dares to challenge me? It seems that you didn't even look at how miserable that person was just now. Just as well, I'll take another shot today and try to see how much weight this expert of yours who wants to fight 9 in 1 has. Saying that, he patted Fei Long, who was curled up in a ball next to him and was huffing and puffing. Let's go, Fei Zai, fight with me one more time. The flying dragon awoke with a start and shook its scaly armor vigorously, following Xiang Xiaonan step by step to the middle of the ring, its pupils staring at Lu Shang with a ferocious light. Xiang Xiaonan equipped the dragon gun and carried it on his shoulder. He cocked his head at Lu Shang and after sizing up the latter, he snorted, cloth armor profession? Do you believe that I will end this fight in 30 seconds? Lu Shang froze. Prophet? Knife up, knife up. Seeing that both sides were ready, Instructor Sunglasses nodded before saying in a loud voice, both of you get ready. This broken circle level grabbing match, begin. With Instructor Sunglasses begin, Lu Shang saw that on his mission panel, the mission of defeating Xiang Xiaonan appeared with a countdown of only 30 seconds. Xiang Xiaonan was oblivious to what would happen in a moment. With a raise of his hand, he ordered, Fei Zai, take off and prepare to blast this kid out of the ring with one blow. As he gave the order, the flying dragon screamed on and rolled up the air currents to lift its wings and soar. Seeing this, Lu Shang grabbed his hands out of thin air, and both Red Sky and Sun Lan appeared in his hands at the same time, and were then thrown into the air by him. The two flying swords instantly entered the royal sword form, and the swords lightly vibrated, emitting a buzzing sound that resonated with each other. The sound of the sword chirping was not loud. But this, too, was just the beginning. In the next second, sword souls flew out of the Red Sky and Sun Lan sword bodies one after another, hovering above Lu Shang's head in unison. In the blink of an eye, the number of flying swords had reached 26. 26 flying swords, resonating at the same time, causing everyone present to subconsciously cover their ears, feeling the overpowering sword intent stinging every inch of their skin. This guy, what skill was he going to unleash? Chapter 75 One skill, shocking the entire arena. Lu Shang was surrounded by flying swords. The shimmering light was heavy on the body of the sword, and the killing chance was revealed. Such an appalling pressure made Xiang Xiaonan tremble and freeze in place for a moment in disbelief. Instinct told him that the other party's next skill could definitely kill him easily. Lu Shang wouldn't leave Xiang Xiaonan any mercy. After all, the time required for the mission was passing by second. He didn't want to miss out on the rewards of the mission for nothing. 10,000 swords. Lu Sheng pointed his right hand towards the sky, and the buzzing sound of all the flying swords was deafening. At the same time, the tips of the swords were all aimed at Xiang Shaonan, poised to strike. Return! Lu Sheng fiercely pointed towards Xiang Shaonan, and instantly, 26 flying swords dragged streams of light and killed in a hurry. In an instant, Xiang Shaonan felt the threat of death. How could he still dare to charge towards Lu Sheng? He immediately flew backward while shouting, "Fei Zai, come save me!" Use, Flying Dragon Deity Chi. High in the air, the giant dragon that had intended to attack Lu Sheng immediately flew down and came to save its master. It flew at a fast speed, and during its descent, a layer of astral energy even appeared on its body, like a falling meteor, wrapped in white airflow. This, Flying Dragon's Big Dipper Chi, was a powerful skill of the Flying Dragon. After using it, the Flying Dragon could both gain high attack power and protect its body with its astral chi, making it a skill that could be used both offensively and defensively. Xiang Shaonan wanted the Flying Dragon to use the Flying Dragon's Big Dipper Chi to knock away all the flying swords that were coming towards him, protecting him. However, he had overestimated the defensive effect of the Flying Dragon Big Dipper. Or rather, he didn't know that in front of the 10,000 swords returning to the palace, at his level, those defensive skills were meaningless and would only end up being broken. The moment the first flying sword came into contact with the Flying Dragon Deity, the Flying Dragon Deity shattered with a bang. The sword blade pierced through the dragon's wings without any obstruction. The flying dragon let out a roar of pain, and its momentum was instantly broken. This was just the beginning. A second flying sword followed, once again piercing through the flying dragon's body, splattering splintered scale armor in midair. Then, it was the third, the fourth. More than 10 flying swords followed in succession, nearly killing the flying dragon in seconds. The killing power of 10,000 swords' skill was evident. Fei. Xiang Shaonan was anxious when he saw such a scene. He didn't want his precious flying dragon to be killed in seconds by Lu Sheng just like that, so he immediately forced the flying dragon back into the battle pet slot. As an anti-summoning formation appeared, it flooded the flying dragon. The flying dragon, which had been heavily injured to the point of dying, disappeared. And at this time, there was no more meat shield that could help Xiang Shaonan withstand the next flying sword attack. Xiang Shaonan didn't dare to receive the 10,000 swords returning to the palace, and instead cast the charge skill, turning into a shadow one after another, trying to dodge the flying swords attacks. However, it was impossible for 10,000 swords returning to the palace to be dodged. As long as Lu Sheng made a sword strike, Xiang Shaonan would have nowhere to run. Seeing the flying sword trailing white light, arcing rapidly in mid-air and instantly arriving in front of him, Xiang Shaonan was close to despair. Although he was also a heavy armor profession, his flying dragon was nearly killed by these swords. How could he possibly carry them? Xiang Shaonan's eyes were round, and he didn't even bother to struggle. If it was a life and death struggle, his death would be a foregone conclusion by now. Just at this time, a silhouette flashed violently and appeared in front of him. It was none other than Instructor Sunglasses. As the instructor who maintained order and presided over the circle-breaking rank rush, it was naturally impossible for him to let anyone get killed here. He was a 79 level 4-turn Qigong master, his strength far exceeding that of any of the trainees. Before and after rushing to Xiang Shaonan's body, he fiercely stepped out, opened his hands, and his astral energy exploded on his body, forming a golden bell shield. As a 4th-turn Qigong master, Instructor Sunglasses' golden bell shield was far from being comparable to Lu Meishin's kind of half-assed Qigong master. Not only was Instructor Sunglasses' golden bell shroud bigger, enough to envelop him and Xiang Shaonan, the golden light itself was like the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. Dang, dang, dang. The sounds of flying swords bombarding the golden bell shield were endless. Under the successive sounds of impacts, the bright light of the golden bell shield was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye, proving that the durability of this skill was being consumed at a rapid rate. In the end, as the last sword, the red heavenly sword itself, bombarded the golden bell shield, the huge golden bell completely shattered. The 10,000 swords returning to the palace skill was also officially declared over. Lu Sheng raised his hand and hooked it, and all the flying swords, as if they had come to life, withdrew to his side in unison, hovering around him, ready to launch the next round of attacks. However, Lu Sheng didn't have any intention of continuing to do so. This was because on his mission panel, it had already shown that he had completed the mission. Just now, when Instructor Sunglasses came up to protect Xiang Shaonan, he had already defaulted to Xiang Shaonan's defeat and Lu Sheng's challenge was successful. Since the winners and losers were already divided, there was naturally no need to continue fighting. Otherwise, the instructor would have rushed up at the first time and held Lu Sheng down. The countdown to the completion of the mission was finally set at 19.5 seconds. In other words, Lu Sheng had only used more than 10 seconds to successfully kill Xiang Xiaonan in seconds. In this battle, there was absolutely no problem in saying that it was a crush. Xiang Xiaonan, who had previously been so strong and arrogant that he had suppressed the ranked trainees who didn't even have the courage to challenge him, was easily taken down by Lu Sheng. Everything around them quieted down. No one had ever thought that Lu Sheng, a B-rank student, had not only won. And it was also in such a crisp and clean manner, killing Xiang Xiaonan with a single skill in seconds. If it wasn't for the sunglasses instructor stepping in to save the day, Xiang Xiaonan would have been sifted by the flying swords by now, right? After a very long period of silence, there was finally a person who came back to his senses and asked dumbfoundedly, "Did my nymphette start violently?" Surprisingly, I saw Xiang Xiaonan being killed in seconds by a B-rank trainee. The rest of the people suddenly came back to their senses, all full of incredulity, asking the people around them if they had seen what exactly happened just now, and if they had blurred their eyes. And the most silent in the entire room was undoubtedly the other 8 rank trainees on the stage. Even Xu Guang, who hadn't said anything all along, faintly spat out 2 words in his mouth amidst the tumultuous noise, "So strong." Bai Rou also lost her previous neurotic-like mania at this time, and the muscles on her face slightly throbbed with a complicated expression. The way she looked at Lu Sheng was no longer like what she had done to the others before, as if she had seen prey. Instead, it was like a vicious wolf that could only have that sense of vigilance and excitement when it discovered its own kind. There was even a hint of fear that she herself did not even realize. For someone to be able to make Bai Rou feel intimidated, if this were to be spread to Changnan, I'm afraid Changnan would have to explode. As for the other few S-rank trainees, each of them also had ugly faces. They completely lost the spontaneity and pride that they had previously felt while sitting in their S-rank seats and waving their hands around. What was there was only gravity. Because they realized that it seemed as if this person's earlier comment about beating 9 by 1. It wasn't a joke. Chapter 76: The Reward of an S-Class Cadet. The battle is over. The sunglasses instructor had a wonderful expression and terminated the match. Lu Sheng wins, both sides swap ratings. Lu Sheng becomes an S-rank cadet and Xiang Xiaonan becomes a B-rank cadet. As the dust settled, the scene was still in a state of confusion, still not recovering from the shock that Lu Sheng had just brought. Lu Sheng retrieved his flying sword, nodded to the sunglasses instructor, and was about to head to Xiang Xiaonan's seat from before. However, the sunglasses instructor came forward and whispered, "Kid, that skill you just had, it's a bit heaven-defying. Does this skill have the effect of breaking defense? My LV4 ranked, Golden Bell Shield, with its high durability, can completely resist the skills of a 4th-turn expert. As a result, it was actually shattered by your skill in 1 round. If your skill didn't have the effect of breaking the defense, that would be too much to say." There was nothing to hide. Lu Sheng nodded and said, 10,000 swords return, can indeed break defensive skills, wipe out all gain buffs, and cannot be dodged or resisted. Indeed it is so. Instructor Sunglasses was staggered, then laughed. Fortunately, I am a 4th-turn Qigong master, and my skill level is higher than yours. If your level was a bit higher and reached the 3rd turn, I wouldn't have been able to save Xiang Xiaonan when that skill came out just now. This hidden profession of yours, it's really ridiculously strong. Saying that, he thought of Lu Sheng's stance just now as if he was an immortal when he had risen 26 flying swords, and couldn't help but touch his flat head, adding, "Moreover, it's also handsome." Lu Sheng didn't expect that the serious-looking sunglasses instructor would say such words, and was momentarily amused. "Handsome is not my skill, it might be me. You kid." Instructor Sunglasses was dumbfounded and waved his hand, no longer farting with Lu Sheng. He returned to the center of the ring and continued to preside over the broken ring-level grabbing battle. At this moment, Xiang Changnan was filled with frustration and did not linger. He headed to the medical office in a hurry, looking for an officer of the priest profession to restore his flying dragon status and treat his injuries. The sunglasses instructor continued to order B-rank trainees to come up and engage in a circle-breaking rank-grabbing battle. However, everyone's mind was long gone from the battle in the ring. The remaining B-rank and C-rank trainees were undoubtedly all rookies. Right now, everyone only wanted to figure out one question. Where exactly did Lu Sheng kill the expert from? He had the strength to crush Xiang Xiaonan, so why was he rated as a B rank in the beginning? How did his strength compare to the rest of the S-rank trainees? Could it be that it was really like what he said, that even if he faced S-rank trainees, he could still fight 1 against 9? In short, all the trainees looked at Lu Sheng again, and it was already like seeing a monster.
Putting him on the same level as Chu Guang and Bai Rou was completely excessive. In the end, a day passed, and the broken circle rush finally came to an end. For the S-Class cadets, only one seat changed hands, and that was Lu Shang. The defeated Xiang Xiaonan, who had saved the dying Flying Dragon in time, ended up defeating an A-ranked cadet as a B-ranked cadet. Flying Dragon was seriously injured and was unable to exert his full strength. Even if Xiang Xiaonan was proud of himself, he wouldn't dare to challenge an S-ranked trainee alone. If he didn't do well, he wouldn't even have a spot in the special training camp. Therefore, challenging a ranked trainees was his best option. As for the B rank and C rank, there were also quite a few places that changed hands. Those who were eliminated were as many as 1/3. There were only about 70 people left in the special training camp now. After the broken circle grabbing match, Lu Shang and the other 9 S-rank trainees were each brought to a separate room. At the same time, there was a list of prizes in the room for them to pick from. Among them, there were as many as 7 or 8 pages of gold-colored quality weapons and equipment, causing Lu Shang to sigh that the Western Realm military region's financial power was indeed not bad. With so many gold-colored quality weapons and equipment, many of them made Lu Shang's heart skip a beat. For example, there was a longsword named Spirit Wind, with attributes that were quite tantalizing. Spirit Wind Sword, gold color. Required level, level 35. Required profession, Control Sword Proficient Profession. Attribute, Attack Power plus 1020. Strength plus 159. Agility plus 310. Attachment, every time you attack an enemy, increase your own attack speed by 10% for 5s, stackable up to 5 layers. When attacking an enemy, there is a 10% chance of triggering the Spiritual Movement effect. Spiritual Movement, increase attack speed by 50%, movement speed by 100%, duration 3s. Introduction, the master swordsmith cast this sword after observing the wind on the cliff and feeling something in his heart. Although this longsword didn't have a high attack power, it was clearly 5 levels higher than Red Sky. The attack power was only less than 100 points higher than Red Sky. However, its boost to the agility attribute, as well as the 2 additional effects, were very appealing to Lu Shang. Attacking 5 times, it was able to stack 50% attack speed. At the same time, there was also a 10% chance of triggering the Spiritual Movement effect, which significantly increased attack speed and movement speed. This was simply an attribute that was tailor-made for the Sword Immortal. It was important to realize that even sword spirits were able to trigger additional special effects on their weapons. If Lu Shang had this Spirit Wind Sword, cast 12 sword souls for it, and attacked and killed the ferocious beasts, then instantly, Lu Shang would be able to stack 5 layers of passive, allowing his attack speed to increase by 50%. The chance of triggering the Spiritual Movement effect was 10%, and the Spirit Wind Sword plus the Sword Souls totaled 13. In one round of attacks, as long as Lu Shang's face wasn't dark, he would definitely be able to trigger the Spiritual Movement. This was equivalent to Lu Shang utilizing the Spirit Wind Sword and its Sword Soul to attack the enemy with Sword Art for one round, which would provide him with a 100% attack speed increase, as well as a 100% movement speed increase. The increase in attack speed would increase the flying speed of the flying sword, thus increasing the frequency of attacks. Continuing to attack the enemy with the Spirit Wind Sword, this heaven-defying attack speed and movement speed bonus could be renewed again. Therefore, the additional attributes of the Spirit Wind Sword were too compatible with the profession of Sword Immortal. Although each of the other gold quality weapons and equipment was good, after looking at the Spirit Wind Sword, Lu Shang really didn't have much interest in the other rewards. However, if he chose the Spirit Wind Sword as his reward, a problem arose. That was, Lu Shang himself was actually not lacking in weapons. Although the level of the Canglan sword had somewhat failed to keep up, its own additional attributes were powerful, and the Yiflatlan effect alone would be enough for Lu Shang to use it until his second turn, or even his third turn. One more Spirit Wind Sword meant that Lu Shang needed to make a trade-off between Canglan and Red Sky. Not only that, after he completed the quest, there was still a weapon blind box that needed to be opened. After opening it, it should be able to provide him with another weapon of good quality. In this way, a golden quality longsword would be even more of a bit of a chicken rib. Lu Shang had a toothache for a moment, agonizing over whether or not he should choose such an extremely high quality weapon as the Spirit Wind Sword. After hesitating for a while, he finally decided to take advantage of the fact that there was no one else at the moment and open the weapon blind box first to see what he could open. If a better weapon was opened, then he could give up the Spirit Wind Sword. Then, he would choose a wrist guard, belt, and other equipment that he still had empty to improve his attributes. Chapter 77 Red Special Weapon Hidden Sword Box.
Lu Shang took out the weapon blind box and opened it. In a succession of light and shadow changes, the weapon blind box eventually opened in a blinding glare, and what was in it was then set in place. Lu Shang's eyes narrowed, and before he could open them in the bright light, his heartbeat was already missing half a beat. This was because he saw that in the light, there seemed to be a touch of red color emerging. What opened this time was actually red. This was awesome. Lu Shang was ecstatic in his heart, and when the light dissipated, he immediately looked at what he was holding. As a result, he was dumbfounded. Because the weapon he opened was not some sword, but an ebony box. This ebony box had an ancient shape, about 4 feet long, as if it was an ancient zither. 2 fissures, vertically upwards, ran this ebony box through it. This is the sword box? Lu Shang snapped to his senses, his heart shaking tremendously. His eyes widened as he carefully surveyed the item, its attributes gradually surfacing before his eyes. Hidden sword box, red. Required level, level 1. Required profession, sword immortal. Attribute, none. Additional, hidden sword, can expand the weapon bar by 10, after equipping, the weapon is bound to the hidden sword box and cannot be replaced. The attributes of the equipment in the hidden sword box can be stacked. Sword raising the durability of the equipment in the hidden sword box increases over time. The level and grade of the equipment in the box will increase over time, but the grade cannot be higher than the grade of the box. Ghost, this is a really good thing. Lu Shang wished to call it a sword immortal artifact. Previously, he had felt that if he wanted to increase the power of the 10,000 swords, although Soul of Sword casting was a solution, it wasn't the only solution. Now, the second solution came. The hidden sword box directly expanded the weapon bar to 10, what a concept. Lu Shang could now, using the sword box, equip 10 weapons at the same time. His current number of Soul of Sword casting was 12. 10 weapons, that's 120 sword souls. Together with the original weapons, it was 130 flying swords. It directly increased the number of flying swords he could manipulate by 10 times. When Lu Shang was able to cast 1,000 sword souls, he would be able to truly utilize the power of 10,000 swords returning to the palace. Not only that. This hidden sword box's sword nurture passive was even more heaven-defying. Enhancing the durability of the weapon to prevent it from blowing up was even so. Surprisingly, it could also raise the level and grade of the weapon. In that case, wouldn't the Canglan sword, whose level gradually failed to keep up with the demand for its use, also have a chance to become a level 30 gold, or even a red weapon? Lu Shang no longer had to choose whether or not to give up his previously used sword for stronger attributes. Children only make choices, adults want them all. Xiang Xiaonan, I thank your entire family. With excitement, Lu Shang equipped the hidden sword box. Sure enough, his weapon bar expanded by 10. Counting the original dual wielding, he was able to equip a total of 12 sword-type weapons. Lu Shang did not hesitate to deposit the Canglan and Red Sky swords into the sword box, occupying 2 of the equipment columns. Next, he could continue to put in 8 sword-type weapons. In terms of sword-type weapons, Lu Shang didn't have any. For example, in his character's backpack, the wolf-tooth sharp blade that he hadn't gotten around to selling yet. However, Lu Shang did not intend to put the wolf-tooth blade into the hidden sword box as well. This was because he saw that after the weapon was placed into the hidden sword box, 2 progress bars appeared in the status. The 2 progress bars represented the progress of the hidden sword box's sword raising function on the weapon's level and grade. Raising the level of a weapon would take several days. And to raise the grade, it was even slower. The weapon slot of the hidden sword box, once a weapon was placed in it, it would be bound and could not be replaced with other equipment. If it wasn't a weapon with particularly good attributes, putting it in would be a waste of space. Wanting to raise a blue quality low-level weapon into a golden or red divine weapon, how long would it take to raise it? Therefore, each of the weapon slots within the hidden sword box was vital. Lu Shang, who had obtained the hidden sword box, was in an incredibly relaxed mood. At the same time, due to the appearance of the hidden sword box, the Spirit Wind Sword, an extremely high-quality weapon, had also become Lu Shang's optimal choice without any objection. With the hidden sword box in place, this kind of superb golden longsword was naturally going to be in his pocket. Lu Shang called the officer who was waiting outside and told him that he had already chosen the reward for the S-class students, which was the Spirit Wind Sword. The officer reported Lu Shang's request, and soon, the Spirit Wind Sword was fetched and handed over to Lu Shang. Lu Shang received the Spirit Wind Sword, and sure enough, as soon as he put it into his hand, he could feel a sense of lightness in his body.
The shape of the spirit wind sword was also quite unique. Its body was blue, slender and sharp, and a stream of air constantly swept outward from the blade. Lu Sheng couldn't get enough of it, but he didn't put it inside the sword case in front of the officer. Seeing that the officer who had sent the reward was about to leave, Lu Sheng hurriedly stopped him and asked, "Instructor, say, our mountaintop base, does it provide a site for piling?" Piling? This officer was quite enthusiastic and answered Lu Sheng's questions. "Of course this is available. There's a test room next to the ring area, which has specialized alloy piles for you cadets to test. However, at this hour, the test room is already closed. If you want to stake out, you can go over and take a look early tomorrow morning." "Oh, okay, thanks a lot." Lu Sheng nodded, intending to test how much the hidden sword box and spirit wind sword had improved his strength early tomorrow morning. There were no words for the night. The next day, after Lu Sheng finished his breakfast, he headed to the testing room. The testing room wasn't that big, there was only one testing alloy stake. As a result, after arriving at the test room, Lu Sheng realized that there were surprisingly quite a few trainees here. Of the remaining 70 or so people, a large half of them were here, and the small test room looked a little crowded for a while. After a moment of staring, Lu Sheng understood. Everyone had obtained the rewards from the Western Realm military region yesterday, and early this morning, they definitely wanted to try out the functions of these rewards. If he came to the testing room at this time, it seemed that he would have to queue up. Lu Sheng himself wasn't a person who liked to make a lot of noise, and seeing that there were so many people here, he was about to leave. Yesterday, the military district had already informed everyone that for the next 3 days, they would be free to rest and there would be no missions. Lu Sheng didn't want to waste these 3 days and planned to go to Old Black Mountain to sneak around and kill monsters to practice leveling. By the way, he would see if there were any more bosses that had slipped through the net, so that he could cast 2 more sword souls. In fact, Lu Sheng wanted to go to the higher level map in the back of the mountain. However, he had heard that the intersection leading to the back mountain was heavily guarded by the Western Realm military region, not allowing any trainees to approach. It was so tense, and he didn't know who was being defended against. Therefore, the only place Lu Sheng could go to practice was Old Black Mountain. Just as Lu Sheng was about to leave, suddenly several people exclaimed from the testing room. It really broke the record. All of the S-class trainees have harvested a golden equipment. Doesn't this make the gap between them and our group widen? Hey! That's right, the amount of damage from this piling is almost 10 times that of mine. People are more angry than people. Chapter 78 Broken Army Heavy Sword, attributes comparable to red quality equipment. Curious, Lu Sheng looked over. Through the crowd, he saw sword shadows flashing in front of the alloy pile, and the sound of thunder accompanied by waves of shouts from the crowd. Originally, Lu Sheng thought that the person who was piling was the Thunder Mage from the Seven Sons of Changnan. As a result, when he took a closer look, he realized that it was not that person, but Wang Qian. Wang Qian was naked, and in his hands, he was holding the same 2 heavy swords from before. But now, the 2 heavy swords were obviously different compared to the original. Before, the 2 heavy swords were wide and thick, the sharpness was converged, and the modeling was not exaggerated and high profile. Now, the outline of the heavy swords themselves had not changed much, but the blades had more zigzagging hot gold patterns, shaped like thunder, flashing with purple electric light. At the same time, as Wang Qian waved it, thunder constantly burst out from the ripples. Thus, around Wang Qian, a power grid appeared at first glance, and every time his attack landed on the alloy pile in front of him, a thunderbolt split down with it, causing quite a bit of damage. As a heavy swordsman, Wang Qian's output ability was not low. Right now, somehow, he had taken control of this power of thunder, which instantly raised his output ability by a level. On the side, there was also an electronic screen. On the electronic screen, there was a countdown, and a number that was jumping rapidly. This number was the amount of damage that Wang Qian's was currently inflicting. The so-called piling, which was also known as attacking the alloy piles, to test what the amount of damage was within the stipulated time. The number on the screen had currently soared to over 50,000. Lu Sheng hadn't piling with the alloy piles of the mountaintop base, so he didn't know what the concept of this number was. But looking at the staggering looks of the people around him, it wasn't hard for Lu Sheng to guess that Wang Qian's output ability should have topped the field. The countdown on the screen went to 0 after 3 seconds, and Wang Qian stopped attacking. At this point, the number on the screen was fixed at 60,147. After that, a leaderboard appeared, and the number 1 ranking was the damage figure that Wang Qian had just dealt. On the other hand, in second place, it was a person named Chen Zian who had hit 45,287. This Chen Zian was the Thunder Mage who was famous for her output ability among the 7 sons of Canglan.
Wang Qian's heavy swordsman, a heavily armored profession, outperformed Chen Zian in terms of output ability, which caused the people present to gasp in shock. Even if Chen Zian, who had been rewarded, should have improved in terms of output, if she was allowed to pile on again, she would more than likely still be able to take back the record #1 throne. However, the combat power that Wang Qian was now displaying was already quite dazzling. Lu Shang also paid attention to the fact that the records in the top 10 of the list were basically all left behind by S-rank trainees. However, Chu Guang and Bai Ro's names did not appear on it. Either that, or their occupational characteristics were not output-oriented. Either that, or they weren't interested in this kind of small game and hadn't come to play the stake. Lu Sheng guessed that the latter was more likely. After breaking Chen Zian's record, Wang Qian was obviously in a happy mood. He inserted the 2 heavy swords, which were still wrapped in thunder and still crackling, into the scabbard behind his back. As soon as he looked up, he saw Wang Kuan, his younger brother, handing over 2 bottles of water in a very eye-catching manner. "Brother, you are really fierce." Wang Kuan's face was flushed. Seeing Wang Qian so powerful made him follow suit and get excited. Everyone else picked a gold-quality equipment as a reward. You took a different route and picked an enchantment talisman to enchant your weapon, so your strength has really skyrocketed. This output ability, Thunder Mages are ashamed of themselves when they see it, right? Wang Qian tilted his head and poured 2 bottles of water into his stomach one after another, and smiled smugly as he wiped his mouth. "My current output ability may not be comparable to Chen Zian. However, it's enough for a heavy armor profession like me." Saying that, he turned back and swept a glance at the hilts of the 2 heavy swords behind him and said, "A golden quality enchantment talisman, combined with a golden quality weapon, really does have an effect that is counterintuitive. I have a feeling that the attributes of my 2 breaker heavy swords should be able to be directly comparable to red quality equipment, right?" He didn't deliberately show off loudly, but these words were still heard by quite a few people. Everyone was secretly shocked, feeling that the current Wang Qian seemed to have increased his strength to a level that could be compared to Chu Guang, Bai Ro, and Lu Shang. Wang Qian rested for a few moments and threw the bottle into the garbage can on the side. Then he was about to greet Wang Kuan and leave the place, heading to the old Black Mountain to continue practicing, striding to level up to level 30 for the second turn earlier. As a result, he and Wang Kuan didn't take 2 steps, and then saw the Lu Sheng who was about to leave after making a scene. As the saying goes, when enemies see each other, they see each other's eyes, so Wang Qian and his brothers immediately stopped in their tracks. However, Wang Kuan did not like the last time as a chihuahua rushed Lu Sheng. Wow 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 wow. Instead, a touch of fear appeared on his face. Obviously, the scene of Lu Sheng killing Xiang Xiaonan in seconds had given the 2 brothers quite a shock. However, seeing Lu Sheng and leaving with his head down is not his Wang Qian style of doing things. At least, he felt that there was no need for him to be afraid of Lu Sheng now. Wang Qian was silent for a few seconds and finally took the initiative to greet him. "You came to stake out too?" Lu Sheng barely gave a as a response. And then added, "There are too many people, I don't know how long I'll have to wait until I get in line. I'd better come back another day." He didn't want to talk more nonsense with this person and turned around to leave. "Wait," Wang Qian called out to him, "there were also a lot of people when I came. But I went straight up to stake my claim, and no one dared to say a word." "Good guy." Lu Shan called out, "Good guy." This person inserted himself into the queue with a straight face. Without waiting for Lu Sheng to speak, Wang Qian took it upon himself to say, "Everyone make way." He made a gesture to everyone. He'll leave after he plays 1 round and won't delay everyone. Sure enough, no one present protested, and even made way. They also wanted to see what kind of score Lu Sheng could get from piling. Lu Sheng thought a little and did not refuse. Whether it was the hidden sword box or the spirit wind sword, sooner or later he would have to show it in front of others. There was no need to hide. So he was not polite and stepped forward to the alloy pile. The rules of piling were simple, just go for as much output as possible within the 10-second time frame. Lu Sheng stood opposite the alloy pile, his eyes narrowed slightly, attracting the attention of everyone present. Imperial Sword Art. As soon as he raised his hand, the sword box behind him let out a soft click. The sword box was like a fan, opening and closing at an angle. Afterward, a handful of flying swords flew out of it one after another, a total of 39. This naturally included the spirit wind sword that Lu Sheng had just retrieved yesterday, as well as the 12 sword souls that had been cast. It was no longer a rare thing for Lu Sheng to be able to control swords. Even the fact that Lu Sheng's number of swords had increased by half didn't surprise too many people. What really made everyone freeze at the first moment was that the moment Lu Sheng summoned his flying swords, a flash of red aura flashed across the sword box behind him. Lu Sheng, already possessing a red quality equipment? Chapter 79. Why don't you just play a cool game? The people present were all top geniuses sent from various schools, and anyone who didn't have a gold quality equipment in their hands would be embarrassed to talk to others. However, no one had any red quality equipment. Lu Sheng had such a thing at this stage, wouldn't it be a downgrade strike to the others? More crucially, where did this equipment come from? Obviously, I didn't see him carrying it yesterday. Could it be a reward from the West Realm military region? It couldn't be. The Western Realm military region had clearly said that the rewards for S-rank cadets would be gold quality equipment or props. If Lu Sheng was given a small reward and handed out a red reward, who could be happy with that? Lu Sheng ignored the skepticism of the people around him, his gaze fixed on the alloy pile in front of him, and he softly shouted under his breath, "Go!" With Lu Sheng's command, 36 flying swords shot out. On the screen, the moment the first flying sword hit the alloy pile, a 10-second countdown lit up. Immediately afterward, the damage numbers were soaring. Its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see. And this, too, was just the beginning. Just as Lu Sheng expected, after the spirit wind swords attacked the alloy pile, their additional attributes were triggered. The sword souls of the 5 spirit wind swords were directly stacked with the effect of boosting attack speed. At the same time, the spirit movement effect was also triggered. From Lu Sheng's body, a wind whirlwind appeared, causing his golden feathered guest to automatically rise without wind. For a time, Lu Sheng's body was filled with immortal aura, and many people looked at him with a small sigh of relief. The effective, spiritual movement could naturally be used for more than just being cool. Its 50% increase in attack speed worked in conjunction with the stacked 50% attack speed to fully double his attack speed. In a flash, the speed of the flying swords, which were already ridiculously fast, skyrocketed. The sword light weaved in mid-air, leaving behind only shadows, attacking the alloy piles without stopping, causing the numbers on the display to constantly change. The spirit wind sword and its sword spirit's successive attacks caused the increase effect of increasing attack speed to be refreshed all the time, without breaking at all. With this increase in attack speed alone, it allowed Lu Sheng's output ability to increase by a full double. This spirit wind sword is really the most suitable for a sword immortal. Lu Sheng was secretly happy in his heart, and at the same time, his hands weren't idle, using the sword art to manipulate the flying swords in the sky, almost drowning the alloy piles in them. The damage numbers on the screen kept jumping, rising from 10,000 to 20,000, and then 30,000. Before anyone could regain their senses, the output that Lu Sheng had dealt was already upwards of 50,000. And now, only 6 or 7 seconds had passed. There is still a small amount of time left for the output. Lu Sheng had already set a new record for Wang Qian. However, Lu Sheng wasn't satisfied with this. Anyway, he had broken the record, so he simply let the record score be twice as high as Wang Qian. 120,000 was Lu Sheng's target score. And this goal, it wasn't hard to achieve. Because from the beginning until now, he hadn't even used a single skill. Right now, alloy piles, sword mark, passive had stacked over 600 layers, so he only needed to detonate the sword mark, and it wasn't hard to hit a damage figure of 120,000. Lu Sheng thought of this, felt the spiritual movement, brought 100% movement speed bonus, only to feel as light as the wind. Simply, master play a handsome one. Sword mark. Lu Sheng flicked his foot, and the drunken immortal moonwatch step was opened. The drunken immortal moon steps itself could increase Lu Sheng's movement speed by 400%, plus the 100% movement speed increase of spiritual movement, directly allowing Lu Sheng's movement speed to skyrocket by 5 times. His speed had reached a level that even assassins and rangers couldn't hope to match. Everyone could only see Lu Sheng turning into a shadow, wrapped in air currents, fluttering out, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the alloy pile. Among the flying swords in the sky, one of the swords, the spirit wind sword itself, dragged along the airflow and fell into Lu Sheng's hands. And then it was sent out by his sword, pointing at the side of the alloy pile. The speed of this sword was so fast that it was comparable to the surprise attack skills of some professions. But this, really, was just Lu Sheng's flat A. Explosion. With this sword stab, Lu Sheng detonated the hundreds of sword marks, passives on the alloy pile. In an instant, the sword marks exploded, transforming into giant flying sword shadows that chopped down on the alloy piles. The number on the screen instantly soared, from more than 50,000 to 999,999, and then a big red fault was displayed.
At the same time, the alloy pile was directly shattered by the damage caused by the sword mark, and the bucket-sized pile of iron splashed everywhere, nearly injuring people. Lu Shang also did not expect, this alloy pile is so fragile, the upper limit is only 99,999. He slightly shot, this thing even blew up? Thanks to the drunken immortal moonstep passive, he retreated backward and didn't get hit by the debris. As he retreated, all the flying swords flew back and fell into the hidden sword box. After a short period of commotion, the crowd was finally quiet, their hearts pounding as they looked at what was in front of them, the alloy pile. Blown up by Lu Shang. How much damage did this girl, just now, deal? While the scene was restless, an instructor who was responsible for the order here heard the commotion and separated the crowd to come here. He was none other than the gun warrior who was responsible for guarding the back door earlier. Today's shift was rotating and it was his turn to manage the test room. So he was the first officer in place after hearing the commotion. Seeing that the alloy piles had been blown up, he was immediately enraged and chided, "Who did this?" The test instructions at the entrance already said that the attack on the alloy pile could only last for 10 seconds. Although the durability of the alloy piles can be recovered quickly, it also needs time. If we keep attacking, it will cause the durability to zero out, thus causing the equipment to be damaged. Who the hell didn't follow the rules and broke the alloy piles? Lu Shang frowned and subconsciously wanted to back away. But then he thought on second thought. What am I vain for? The alloy piles don't stand up to beating, so why blame me? Thinking of this, Lu Shang coughed lightly and took the initiative to open his mouth, reporting to the instructor, "The alloy pile was broken by me." Is it you? The gun warrior wanted to reprimand, but after seeing Lu Shang, he was obviously stunned. Because he remembered that the one who had killed the sword blade earth dragon in a single skill second in time rewind before seemed to be this kid. Lu Shang had a good attitude, and his tone was slightly apologetic. "I didn't time out, and only output about 7 seconds. However, I didn't realize that the alloy pile score limit was only 100,000, so I released a skill. As a result, I hit a little too hard, I'm really sorry." The gun warrior was momentarily speechless. If someone else had said that, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. Because 100,000 points, there was no way a first-turn turner could hit it in 10 seconds. Even for a second-turn turner, there were very few that could break this alloy pile. But if the one who said this was Lu Shang, he wouldn't doubt it. After all, back then, he had seen with his own eyes how terrifying Lu Shang's 10,000 swords return was. If he was using 10,000 swords returning to the palace, a mere 100,000 points wouldn't be able to hit it at all. Chapter 80, Older Brother, what do you think? Then again, this kid called Lu Shang was really the special training camp's nemesis. Before, he had stolen the boss of Old Black Mountain without it. Now he's blown up the alloy pile in the test room. It would take a lot of effort to ship a new alloy stake over. The gun warrior got a headache, but there was really nothing to blame Lu Shang for. He had no choice but to say, "I know. Since it's not your problem, forget it. I'll report what's going on here later, and get another alloy pile approved down from above as quickly as possible." After saying that, he said in a loud voice to everyone, "The alloy pile has been destroyed, and the test room is temporarily closed. Those of you who want to test the output, go to Old Black Mountain to find a ferocious beast to test yourselves. Everyone out now." Seeing this instructor rushing people out, everyone could only leave the test room. Coming outside the testing room, Lu Shang didn't linger here but directly headed to Old Black Mountain to practice leveling. He was now level 28, and if he could level up to 30, he would be able to turn 2 and obtain more powerful career skills. So that being said, he only had 2 goals at the moment. One was to find more bosses to use for casting sword souls. The second was to rise to level 30 as soon as possible for the second turn. After Lu Shang left, many of the people present were still immersed in Lu Shang's exaggerated to the extreme output ability. The 2 Wang family brothers were also 2 of them. Wang Kuan's face right now was as if he had eaten. He looked at Lu Shang's back as he walked away and said to Wang Qian with a crying face, "Brother, can I still get my red sky back?" Wang Qian was silent for a moment. "Older brother, what do you think?" Seeing that Wang Qian did not respond positively, Wang Kuan's face collapsed. Wang Qian frowned, seeing his brother so disappointed, he was also a bit unwilling. A moment later, he suddenly thought of a ploy, patted Wang Kuan's shoulder and gathered him over, narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother, don't worry, I said I'll definitely clear this account for you. But, that surname Lu is so strong.
Haven't you heard that if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it? Wang Qian's eyes flashed with a sinister color. The stronger he is, the more people in the special training camp who look at him unfavorably. Let's go to Showdown first and have a good talk with him. Wang Koan had a half understanding of why Wang Qian wanted to find Showdown. But he knew that Wang Qian wouldn't do anything meaningless, so he obediently followed Wang Qian and left the place. Soon, 3 days passed. During the 3 days, Lu Shang's level did not increase. It couldn't be helped, although the ferocious beasts in Old Black Mountain had high levels, their numbers weren't too high. Plus, Lu Shang had circled around several times, even retracing the dangerous areas, and hadn't even seen a single boss hair. Without the large amount of experience from the bosses, it was naturally difficult to level up. Lu Shang's only gain in the past 3 days was that the number of times the wine god gourd could be consumed was raised to 31 times. Moreover, manipulating the output of the 36 flying swords was much more manageable. Returning to the mountaintop base, Lu Shang realized that the others were basically in a similar situation as himself. Those S-class, and also ranked in the first echelon of trainees, were mostly stuck at level 29 or below, only one step away from the second turn. If they wanted to break through level 30, they would have to wait for the next round of special training missions to begin. During these few days, everyone didn't have much to gain. Early in the morning of the 4th day, an alarm sounded over the mountaintop base. Then the voice of the sunglasses instructor came through the loudspeaker, informing everyone to head to the small square to gather. Obviously, the next round of special training missions was coming. All the trainees quickly arrived at the small square and gathered here. At this time, everyone realized that a giant screen had been installed here in the small square overnight, not knowing what it was for. After the trainees arrived, the lynx reappeared and walked in front of the giant screen. Under everyone's gaze, the lynx was expressionless and solemnly said, "Next, I'll announce the content of the next round of special training." Not a word of nonsense? This chief instructor was really crisp and clean in his work. The next round of special training will last for a month. There are no specific requirements for the mission. How many rewards you can get all depends on your own abilities. And the reward for this mission is the boss. The next round of missions will open up a new map for you guys, which is the Black Cloud Mountain range behind Old Black Mountain. Saying that, the lynx snapped her fingers. Instantly, the screen behind her lit up, displaying a map. After this map appeared, many people let out a gasp. This was because the map contained an area that was really too large. The Old Black Mountain that the crowd was in the map, less than a tenth of it. If one wanted to explore around this area, it was simply impossible without a month or two. At the same time, the crowd also found out. In this map of the Black Cloud Mountain range, there were a total of 48 dangerous areas labeled. Among them, in the closest place to the Black Cloud Mountain range, there were 3 double skull level danger zones. Further out, there were 13 3 skull level danger zones. The remaining 4 skull level danger zones, as well as 5 skull level danger zones, were 18 and 13 respectively. In the end, which was the furthest away from the mountaintop base, there was even a 6 skull grade danger zone. This 6 skull level danger zone was labeled in a dark, reddish color. It seemed to be a reminder to everyone to never set foot in it. Waiting for the trainees' cries to die down, the lynx continued, "This map, in a moment, I will send you a paper version for you to use in the Black Cloud Mountain range. Now, I'll roughly narrate to you guys what these danger zones represent. Double skeleton grade dangerous area, in which there is a level 35 bronze grade boss. Triple skeleton grade danger zone, with a level 35 silver grade boss. For skull level, a level 40 silver level boss. 5 skeleton grade, a level 40 gold grade boss. As for the 6 skeleton level, with your strength you probably won't want to set foot in it. But I can tell you that there is a level 40 platinum grade boss among them, the Shadow Hidden Sword. This is a boss that was captured from the Dark Lands, a product of the real Dark Lands. If you kill it, not only will you harvest a large amount of experience value, but at the same time, there's also a certain chance of harvesting a red quality equipment. After a pause, the lynx reminded, a platinum level boss, there is indeed a possibility that red quality equipment will be popped out. But whether or not to try, it's up to you guys to figure it out. Many people present shook their heads and laughed bitterly. A level 40 platinum grade boss? Are you kidding? A 10-person full second turn squad would have to be destroyed in a group even if they went. The probability of red equipment popping out of a platinum level boss wasn't really that high. For the sake of such a small burst rate, put the life on, obviously inappropriate. Chapter 81. There are some things that you can't mention. Not to mention the 6 skull level danger zone. For most of the people present, the boss of a double skeleton level area would already be beyond their ability to deal with. Possibly, there were only S-rank trainees that possessed the strength to single-handedly brush the double skull region. As for the triple skeleton level, even if it was an S-rank trainee, going up would most likely be a death sentence. Undoubtedly, the difficulty of this round of special training missions had suddenly increased by a notch. The span of the difficulty increase was so large that it always made people feel that the special training camp seemed to have missed out on some special training content, and didn't give everyone a time to progress step by step, before directly pushing people to the boss. In the face of the difficult task, there was one person who stretched out his hand, signaling that he had a question he wanted to ask. This person was a girl in a vestment robe, holding an extremely thin crystalline staff. She was the popular figure of the special training camp, one of the 7 sons of Changnan, the Thunder Mage Chen Zian. The lynx glanced at her and nodded, allowing her to ask questions. Chen Zian said, "Chief Instructor, I have 2 questions. This test, isn't it a bit too difficult? The bosses in the double skeleton level danger zone, we can deal with them. But further up, a level 35 silver ranked boss, there shouldn't be many of us who can beat it, right? When we finish brushing the double skeleton level danger zone, won't we be unable to move an inch?" The lynx was not surprised by her question and said frankly, "You're right. With your strength, the 3 skull level danger zone is indeed already a difficult barrier to break through. However, I didn't say that you guys can't form a group. If you are in a group, I believe that quite a few of you will have a chance to impact the originally difficult to break through danger zone. The broken circle rank grabbing match before was actually a way for you guys to have a general understanding of each other. S-rank cadets have the calling power of S-rank cadets. If S-ranked cadets want to form a team, other rated cadets should be very willing to join the team." As soon as the lynx's words fell, a boy wailed out, if we say that, wouldn't it be hard for us C-rated cadets to be looked at?" A nearby instructor sternly reprimanded, "The chief instructor is speaking, you may not clamor." The boy was startled and immediately shut his mouth. His words naturally fell into the ears of the lynx. The lynx didn't care, and actually followed the boy's words. C-rated cadets may be ignored. But your ratings are tied to your previous special training performance. Poor performance is a poor rating, and a poor rating is not being able to eat resources. This is the rules of this world. If you C-ranked trainees are not convinced, you can also team up with each other and brush up from low-level dangerous areas to accumulate equipment and rating advantages. Or, you can negotiate with S-rank and A-rank trainees yourselves to prove your worth and follow the team. In short, the resources have been placed in the Black Cloud Mountain range by our Western Realm military region, so it's up to you how much you can take. And, the lynx turned his face to Chen Zian, "What is your second question?" Chen Zian continued, "The second problem is that when we first came here before, Old Black Mountain seemed to have a lot of labeled ranked dangerous areas as well. You said that there were bosses stocked by the military region within those areas. Since Old Black Mountain also has danger zones, and the danger levels are generally lower than those of the Black Cloud Mountain range, then can't we start by brushing up from Old Black Mountain's danger zones and wait until we're at a higher level, such as after the second turn, before going to the Black Cloud Mountain range?" Chen Zian's words caused Lu Sheng to curse in his heart. "Sister, there are some things that you can leave out. If you want to brush, you can just do it yourself? Why do you have to ask? Why do you have to ask? Look at me, have I ever asked?" Fortunately, after Chen Zian mentioned the mystery of the missing Old Black Mountain boss, the lynx didn't have the intention of settling scores. She only replied lightly, "The dangerous area of Old Black Mountain is not included in the content of this special training. In other words, everyone could not travel to the dangerous area on Old Black Mountain." Chen Zian had no more questions as she tilted her head and looked at the marked danger zones, seemingly thinking about how to maximize the benefits and kill as many bosses as possible. Seeing that no one had any more questions, the lynx then said, "Alright, you guys can set off now. It's up to you guys to decide who to find a team up with and which dangerous area to go to first. In addition, at the logistics supply office, you guys can receive unlimited food supplies, as well as healing potions." Meanwhile, the mountaintop base erected a transfer table yesterday. Students who have reached level 30 and can turn 2 can come back and receive a free transfer. 30 days later, let's meet again here. I hope that by then, I'll be able to see the transformed you guys. After saying that, the lynx nodded to the sunglasses instructor not far away, then turned to leave. The sunglasses instructor once again took on the job of maintaining order, stepping forward and raising his hands. "Alright, everyone prepare yourselves. The road to the back of the mountain is now passable. Everyone remember, when collecting supplies, make sure to bring a flare gun. In case of danger, hit the flare at the first time, and our instructors will be close enough to come to the rescue. Remember, live within your means. Everyone present all acted and began to make preparations. Lu Shang, relying on the fact that his golden feathered guest could provide 50% movement speed in a non-combat state, took the lead and went to the logistics office, and without saying a word, he first collected a month's supply of food and water. As for things like flare guns and healing potions, which were of little use to him, he also took them all. Even if he was strong enough, there was no need to pretend to be a bully and not leave himself a way out. That wasn't pretending, it was pure stupidity. After taking the things, Lu Shang then headed to the Black Cloud Mountain range alone, intending to start killing. When he passed through the small square, Lu Shang saw many cadets yelling. Level A cadets, openly looking for teammates. I'm a level 28 heavy armored knight, not a hidden profession, but I'm well equipped and crunchy. C-ranked brothers and sisters that no one wants are coming to team up. Let's rush through the 6 skeleton level danger zone together and kill the boss. You C-ranks scatter quickly, the boss asked me to give you a message, saying it can't eat so much, thanks. Class B convoy departing, missing a support profession, requires enough milk. I'm the level B priest, do you think I have enough milk? Brother, you're a big old man with such a sufficient amount of milk, hurry up and go to the hospital. The small square is bustling with activity here, and there are even quite a few teams whose eyes light up when they see Lu Shang, and they all intend to come forward to draw them in. Lu Shang was so strong, if he could stretch a thigh over, he wouldn't be able to hug him off? Chapter 82, this move to take away the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron, wonderful, wonderful. A handsome sword immortal naturally couldn't have his legs broken. Therefore, Lu Shang didn't make any stops here at all. Seeing that Lu Shang was directly leaving, supposedly to go solo, all the trainees present knew better and did not come forward to stay. As he was leaving, Lu Shang also noticed that due to the difficulty of the content of this special training, there were even more than just A, B, and C-rated trainees teaming up here. There were also some S-rated trainees who were similarly forming teams in a high profile and recruiting teammates. Around these S-ranked trainees, it was naturally overcrowded. The one who had gathered the most numbers was surprisingly Lu Shang's old acquaintance, Wang Qian. Beside Wang Qian, there was not only his brother Wang Kuan, but also Xiang Xiaonan. From the looks of it, Xiang Xiaonan seemed to have reached some sort of agreement with the Wang brothers to team up together. Xiang Xiaonan himself was an S-class student, his strength was unquestionable. The team he formed with Wang Qian was naturally a meat and potatoes team, and many A-rank cadets were clamoring to join. At this moment, Wang Qian and Xiang Xiaonan were also picking through the crowd to see who was qualified to be their teammates. Lu Shang did not bet too much attention on Wang Qian and Xiang Xiaonan's team. After all, cows and horses were just cows and horses when they were put together as a group. Lu Shang had already collected the map of the Black Cloud Mountain range. With the golden feathered guest's movement speed bonus, Lu Shang had an innate advantage in terms of movement speed. Furthermore, Lu Shang released his Spirit Wind sword to kill monsters, and was able to boost his movement speed by another 100% by triggering Spirit Movement. There could be a full 48 bosses here, which was equivalent to 48 soul-casting swords. When he heard that this round of special training mission was to enter the Black Cloud Mountain range to kill bosses, Lu Shang was simply about to go crazy with joy. However, he wasn't overwhelmed by joy either. After all, this time, unlike in the old Black Mountain, no one else had set foot in the dangerous area, so he could leisurely kill the boss all by himself. This time, everyone's target was on these 48 bosses, and for Lu Shang to want to take them all alone was undoubtedly a dream. So he had to find a way to get the most out of himself and snatch the bosses away from others as much as possible. When the Lynx was recounting the contents of the special training earlier, Lu Shang had already begun to figure out his plan. First of all, under the premise of allowing teams, the 3-skull level danger zone was considered the limit that all trainees could set foot in, except Lu Shang. A team consisting of Wang Qian, Xiang Xiaonan, Wang Kuan, and a few A-rank cadets should have no problem brushing the 3-skull level danger zone. But if you want to brush a 4-skull level dangerous area, there must be 2 or 3 second turners in the team. Wang Qian and Xiang Xiaonan, who possessed the strength of S-rank trainees, were basically at or below level 29. Basically, killing 1 or 2 level 35 silver bosses would be enough to level up to level 30. After leveling up to 30, they knew that they would definitely return to the mountaintop base for the second turn. After the second turn, their team would have the strength to brush higher level danger zones, and they would head towards the 4-skull level danger zone. This should also be the situation that the Western Realm military region had anticipated. That was why the number of 3-skull and 4-skull danger zones were set so high. This was because these two levels of danger zones were definitely the most lively places that had been grabbed over the past month. Based on this idea, it wasn't hard for Lu Sheng to guess the course of action of the other cadets. Ordinary trainees, mingling in the 3 double-skull level danger zones, as well as practicing in the ordinary zones, were basically declared disconnected and waiting to be eliminated. Strong people who had the strength to impact the second turn, on the other hand, first teamed up to brush the 13 triple-skull level danger zones. When the 3-skull level danger zones were almost brushed, and there were multiple second turners in these teams, the 4-skull level danger zones would once again become targets for scrambling. As for the 13 5-skull level danger zones, they should be the places that people would try to brush at a later stage. They were relatively safer in the early stages, so Lu Sheng could be in no hurry and keep them to brush slowly. If the only 6-skull level danger zone? Lu Sheng wasn't sure, but he could try it in the end. To summarize, Lu Sheng has no difficulty in concluding that his best route for brushing bosses is to brush from the 4-skull level danger zone first. In the early stages of the special training, the 4-skull level danger zone was uncontaminated, and the scramble for bosses was mainly focused on the 3-skull danger zone. Lu Sheng played a time difference, first stole the 4-skeleton level danger zone. When other people turned to and had the strength to brush the 4-skull danger zone, they found that the boss was gone again. What could they do then? Go and brush the 5-skull level danger zone? They really thought that the level 40 gold level boss was a vegetarian. Without the 4-skull danger zone as an overkill for the trainees to level up, they simply couldn't brush the 5-skull danger zone. This move to take away the paycheck from the bottom of the pot, wonderful, wonderful. Lu Sheng gave a nod to his own cleverness. But at the same time, he also knew that quite a few people were stuck at around 28 or 29, so the fight for the 4-skeleton danger zone would soon draw to a close. His time was still very tight. The divisions of the danger zone were almost fan-shaped, radiating outwards. The further away from the mountaintop base, the higher the level of the danger zone. One day passed quickly. There were already trainees who had set foot in the ordinary areas of the Black Cloud mountain range, as well as the 3 double skeleton areas. The teams formed by some A-rank and S-rank trainees were also rushing one after another to the 3-skull level danger zones at this time, and began to look for and hunt for bosses, so that they could turn to as soon as possible. Lu Sheng, relying on his movement speed, had already arrived at the closest 4-skull level danger zone to the mountaintop base and found the boss. Oh! In front of Lu Sheng, on the jagged mountain rocks, a Hell's 6-headed dog had scarlet eyes and spewed ethereal ghost fire from its mouth. Hell's 6-headed dog, dark and fire composite attribute, level 40 silver boss. Compared to the sword blade earth dragon, which was also a level 40 silver boss, its defense was weaker. However, its agility and attack power were higher, and it possessed the skill to unleash fire attribute ranged damage, so it was no better than the sword blade earth dragon. At this moment, the 6-headed dog of hell had taken Lu Sheng as its prey, and was always ready to kill this intruder who had set foot in its new territory. Lu Sheng didn't use his sword box, but silently reached out and removed the wine god gourd from his waist. Actually, I'd love to slowly fight with you, to try how enjoyable it is to harness 36 flying swords and fight a boss. But I'm in a hurry. So sorry. Lu Sheng raised his hand and threw out the wine god gourd. The hell 6-headed dog had no idea what Lu Sheng was talking about. However, it suddenly felt that as Lu Sheng threw out the thing in his hand, a monstrous pressure burst out of it, like a deep sea where a storm was about to arrive, suppressing something mysterious and frightening. Chapter 83. This kid takes the pot by the handful. Where Lu Sheng was standing, the feeling was very different. The smell of wine overflowed out in all directions, and when it brushed the tip of his nose, it all made people not feel their hearts swirl. At the same time, strands of mist poured out from the bottle mouth of the wine god gourd, and in the blink of an eye the thick white mist had completely wrapped it. The mist wavered, vaguely outlining a white robe. Under the white robe, an unrecognizable immortal silhouette emerged, with long flowing hair and immortal aura. Lu Sheng looked dumbfounded, only then did he secretly nod his head. Well, although he couldn't see the face of this wine sword immortal. But this immortal aura is not inferior to me. The wine sword immortal void image moved a little shakily as if he was drunk. He reached out and took out a wine gourd, tilting his head back and pouring it down. And this wine gourd was none other than the wine god gourd. The 6-headed dog of hell stared straight at the wine sword immortal's virtual image, and the powerful sense of oppression finally made it unable to sit still, intending to take the initiative. Oh! The hell 6-headed dog made fire under its feet and scurried out all at once, pouncing towards Lu Sheng. The wine sword immortal sensed something, put away the wine god gourd in his hand, raised his hand and grabbed it, and a spirit sword outlined in white mist coalesced into shape. This sword was plain and ordinary. However, as wine sword immortal swung out with the sword's body flashed with starlight, transforming into an inverted Milky Way, and stirring towards the hell six-headed dog. With this sword, Lu Shang's eyes snapped open as he watched. Because those dots of starlight, when looked at closely, were all a sword intent. The dots of starlight converged into a river of stars, and it seemed that Wine Sword Immortal's sword caused the stars in the sky to fall. The river of stars washed over the six-headed dog of hell, and the latter didn't even have time to make a whimpering sound. His body was shattered by countless sword intent, becoming like a broken plastic bag full of holes. This sword had the aura of 10,000 swords returning to the father. Moreover, it was more powerful than Lu Shang's current 10,000 swords returning to the palace. With one strike, Wine Sword Immortal instantly killed this level 40 silver boss. The Wine Sword Immortal slowly turned back and tilted his head back to pour another mouthful of wine before his body dissipated into mist. The wine god gourd returned to Lu Shang's hand, and the number of times the wine god had been summoned had changed from 12 to 11. However, it didn't matter. Because by putting the flesh of the hell's six-headed dog into the wine god gourd, it would also be possible to change the number of times the wine god was summoned back to 12 again. Using the god of wine to kill the boss, with one increase and one decrease, Lu Shang wasn't losing out at all. Right now was the time to fight for seconds and grab the boss. So using the god of wine to second the boss was definitely the optimal solution. Not bad. I originally thought that I would have to make up a 10,000 swords, but it turns out that I didn't realize that the power of the god of wine is so great that it can even second a level 40 silver boss. Lu Shang laughed and beautifully began to clean up the battlefield. Silver-level bosses, at most, could only pop out purple equipment, which Lu Shang could not look at. After scanning the two pieces of equipment that burst out, he threw them into his backpack, and then used the wine god gourd to collect the hell six-headed dog's flesh. Then, he submitted the quest to cast the 13th sword soul for his 3 swords in turn. In this way, the number of flying swords reached 42, and the output capacity was once again increased. After doing all this, he took out the map and looked at it, finding another 4-skull level danger zone closest to him, and immediately set off on his way. Lu Shang had just left not 3 minutes ago, and this place full of wreckage was once again trodden on. The ones who came here were none other than Lynx, Instructor Sunglasses, and the others. The number of people was small, only 5 or 6. Instructor Sunglasses took off his glasses and joked, "Why is that kid walking like flying, so hard to follow? If it wasn't for the fact that he just made a little noise from the battle, we almost lost him." But then again, Instructor Sunglasses looked around at the place that had obviously just experienced a battle and said, "The battle wouldn't have ended so quickly, right? From the time we heard the commotion to the time we came over, it was only 3 minutes before and after. This kid, directly destroyed for the hell six-headed dog? Nothing is impossible." The lynx was bashful. After all, it wasn't like she hadn't seen this kind of situation before. That kid's strength can definitely single-handedly brush the 4-skull level danger zone. Even a 5-skull level danger zone shouldn't be difficult for him. Instructor Sunglasses was a bit of a disbeliever. "I believe you when you say that he can kill a hell six-headed dog. After all, I've seen him strike during the circle-breaking rank rush. But, his 10,000 swords return, strong as it is, second level 40 silver level boss, it's still too much of a stretch, right?" The lynx pondered for a moment, and sort of acquiesced to the Sunglasses instructor's words. Before killing the Swordblade Earth Dragon, Lu Shang did not just kill it in seconds by utilizing the 10,000 swords return. Before that, it had also been a long struggle. Today, since Lu Shang had left the mountaintop base, they had followed him all the way here, and the time left before and after for Lu Shang to fight with the six-headed dog of hell was definitely no more than 5 minutes. 5 minutes to kill a level 40 silver boss sounded a bit outrageous. Even if Lu Shang had 10,000 swords return, it was unlikely. She turned her head and said to Xiao Zhao, who had come with her companion, "Use space-time rewind once more to see what had happened before." Xiao Zhao nodded, "Yes, Commander Yang." Saying that, she took out her staff and used space-time rewind once again. The scene that had happened earlier at the back of Old Black Mountain was reenacted, and what Lu Shang had done 3 minutes ago was seen by everyone present. Everyone saw that Lu Shang didn't even put out his sword, but instead removed his waist, the jade gourd that looked like a pendant. Then, the wine god was summoned. What an appalling sword from the Wine Sword Immortal! As thousands of sword intent, turned into a river of stars, showered down, Xiao Zhao was the first to fail to hold on and was unable to maintain the time and space retrogression any longer.
all images came to an abrupt end. However, through the images just now, it wasn't difficult for the crowd to guess that this wine sword immortal summoned by Lu Shang had decapitated the six-headed dog of hell with a single sword. Therefore, the battle between this person and the boss lasted no more than a minute, not as long as Lu Shang's bag licking. Xiao Zhao settled down and said to the crowd, "The more powerful the skill is in the replayed scene, the more consuming it will be for me to maintain time travel back. The strength of this kid's skill just now far exceeded the 10,000 swords return he used before. So, he just used the skill and I couldn't hold it up. Far beyond 10,000 swords return?" The sunglasses instructor's forehead saw sweat, and he couldn't help but burst out. 10,000 swords returning is not his strongest skill, the skill just now is? Just how many undercards does he have? Suddenly, he remembered something, as if he understood why Lu Shang had slipped all the way to the 4-skull rank danger zone and swiped from here. No. This kid is too greedy, he's going to pack all the danger zones above the 4-skull level. If we don't stop him, our plans for this round of special training will be disrupted again. It's not even if this kid eats the meat himself, he's still thinking of taking all the pots away and leaving some soup for others. Chapter 84, playing more and more excessively. It doesn't matter that the boss of Old Black Mountain was stolen. The special training camp increased the difficulty and opened up the Black Cloud Mountain range. With S-rank trainees leading the team, the resources of the Black Cloud Mountain range could still be taken. According to the plan that their instructor group met overnight and reformulated. The S-rank cadets would first lead the team to open the 3-skull level danger zone, and then open the 4-skull level danger zone after the second turn. After these two resources were brushed out, they would then launch towards the 5-skull danger zone, and count a few bosses if they could raid them. In such a month's time, the trainees would definitely be able to get a good sharpening after constantly raiding bosses and competing for the ownership of the bosses in the danger zones. The plan was perfect. Unfortunately, at this time, Lu Shang rushed over and gave the instructor's calculations a kick in the ass. Plan my ass, the bosses are all mine. This kid can take a boss in a second with just one skill. At this rate, in at most a week's time, the bosses in the 4-skull danger zone would be licked clean by this kid. By then, when the 3-skull level danger zone is finished, all the trainees mustn't be dumbfounded. Lu Shang, this girl, only care about their own eat full, simply do not care about other people hungry. If you don't stop him, after the 3-skull level danger zone is finished, everyone will look at the empty 4-skull level danger zone, and can only stare blankly. The sunglasses instructor was a little flustered for a moment, but the lynx was quite calm and reached out, signaling that he didn't need to go after Lu Shang. No need to intervene. The lynx said. If even how much to eat, all need others to let, then our special training and what is fair to speak of. Speaking here, the lynx even laughed in a rare way. South Region Special Training Camp, out of Lu Shang such a character, really interesting. This is good. Originally, our special training camp is to select 1 to 3 demonic geniuses. Lu Shang's performance is so strong that it saves us from having to choose over and over again. If he has the ability to eat all these bosses, then let him. Instructor Sunglasses opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. Because what the lynx said was not unreasonable. In the middle of the day, he just opened his mouth and said, "Then we still continue to follow him? There is no need, let him go." The lynx waved his hand, figure out what this kid really wants to do, and confirm that everything he does is in line with the rules. Since he didn't use any cheating tactics, there's no reason for us to stop him. Instead of wasting time and energy following him, we should pay attention to that trainee called Biro. It doesn't matter if the boss is more or less, but the trainee's death indicator, it's best not to continue using it. Instructor Sunglasses nodded and said, "Don't worry about this, Commander Yang." When Biro left the mountaintop base, there were already our assassin professions following her, keeping an eye on her the entire time. If she kills again recklessly, our people will definitely be able to stop it in the first place. Instructor Sunglasses had just finished speaking when suddenly a voice came from his headset. He listened for a moment, and the expression on his face suddenly became complicated. Seeing this, Lynx asked, "What is it?" Instructor Sunglasses exhaled, "It's Biro." She killed again? That's right. And, killed 4. The lynx's brows furrowed and his face sank like water. The sunglasses instructor followed closely and explained, however, it seems like it wasn't Biro who took the initiative. It was S-rank trainees Wang Qian, Shenxian, Kong Linglong, and Zhang Pingyi, with 6 A-rank trainees, who formed a 10-member full squad, who encountered Biro, who was in the 3 skulls level danger zone. At that time, Biro had just killed the boss when these people rushed up and attacked suddenly, seriously injuring her. Bai Rou counterattacked and fought back, killing 4 ranked trainees with 1 against 10, and heavily injuring Zhang Pingyi and Wang Qian, killing her way out and escaping using a random teleportation scroll. Now, our people have lost Bai Rou and don't know what direction she is in the Black Cloud mountain range.
Taking the initiative to find trouble with Bai Rou?
The Lynx was slightly surprised. However, she was relieved when she thought that in this 10-member squad, all the S-rank trainees were the 7 from Changnan. A 10-member squad, for Changnan 7 sons, plus 6 A-rank cadets. This team's lineup was definitely considered the most powerful among the cadets. Even if Bai Rou ran into it, she would have to suffer. However, when Bai Rou faced this team, not only did she survive, but she also killed 4 people back. This level of ruthlessness was evident. This round of special training, the trainees are playing more and more over the top. The Lynx pressed his temples. Have a few more groups enter the Black Cloud mountain range to search for Bai Rou's whereabouts. Bai Rou is seriously injured, it's not certain if she can survive in the Black Cloud mountain range, and she definitely won't be looking for trouble from anyone else. After finding her, let's bring her back to the mountaintop base first. Instructor Sunglasses pondered for a moment and hesitated. On Bai Rou's body, there should be some healing potions. Moreover, I heard that her profession as a purgatory swordsman has a very strong self-regeneration ability. In case we find her and realize that she doesn't need to be brought back to the mountaintop base for treatment, then it's even more important to bring her back. The Lynx said in a cold voice. If her injuries heal, continue to let her loose in the Black Cloud mountain range. Then the 7 sons of Changnan, in the future, I'm afraid that they will become the 3 sons of Changnan. Hiss. The sunglasses instructor coolly huffed, I understand, now I'll order for people to continue searching for Bai Rou. The Black Cloud mountain range was vast and expansive. Battles between people, and battles between people and ferocious beasts happened all the time, but they couldn't make any waves here. A few trainees had died under the claws of bosses, and a few more had been blackmailed by other trainees, who knew. These strife basically had nothing to do with Lu Shang. This was because in comparison, the 4 skeleton level danger zone seemed like a piece of pure land, with no one else tainting it at all. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the 3 level 40 silver bosses were single-brushed by Lu Shang and turned into experience. At this point, his level had already reached the level 29 threshold, so if he killed one more boss, he would definitely be able to rise to level 30. However, Lu Shang was then caught in a dilemma. Because if he immediately turned 2, he would need to turn back to the mountaintop base. The 4 skeleton level danger zone was a long way from the hilltop base, and a round trip would take at least 4 or 5 days. During these 4 or 5 days, it was very likely that there would be S-rank trainees who had already turned 2 leading the team to start clearing the 4 skull level danger zone. There are only a few bosses on a mountain if someone else touches 2 of them. Lu Shang thought painfully. But if he didn't perform the second turn, Lu Shang's level would be stuck at level 30 and he wouldn't be able to upgrade. The experience value gained from killing bosses would also be wasted. Whether he wanted the boss or the experience, that was the question. In the end, Lu Shang decided to make a trip back to the mountaintop base for his second turn first. After all, if he ate all of the experience value from so many bosses, his level would have to reach 35 or more at least, right? If he missed this opportunity, if he wanted to level up to 35, it would take 3 to 5 months at least. Boss. A few less is a few less. Sometimes, wanting everything, were so simple. Just as Lu Shang was planning this, a prompt came from the system panel. Ding, you have a new quest to receive, please pay attention to it. Chapter 85 Red Quality Random Enchantment Charm. Currently available tasks. 1. Within 1 hour, kill 1 boss. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, 1 Red Quality Random Enchantment Charm. Red Quality Random Enchantment Charm, after using it, you can enchant your equipment to randomly add special effects. Number of times it can be used, 1. 2. Return to the mountaintop base. Reward upon completion, level plus 1 inch. Red Quality Enchantment Talisman? If Lu Shang remembered correctly, it seemed like the reward for the S-rank trainee that Wang Qian had picked earlier was a gold quality enchantment talisman, right? The so-called enchanting talismans were usually from the hands of an enchanter. It could make the attributes of the equipment more powerful, and each one was worth a lot of money. A red quality enchantment talisman had to be made by a 4th turn enchanter. It was said that such a thing could make a gold quality equipment, attributes not inferior to red attributes. For an extremely high quality equipment, taking a few more enchantment talismans was the basic operation. This red enchantment talisman undoubtedly moved Lu Shang's heart. He was only half an hour away from the next 4 skull level danger zone, so it wasn't difficult to complete the mission. As for Quest 2, level +1 after returning to the mountaintop base. It would allow him to make the second turn as soon as he returned to the mountaintop base. But Lu Sheng killed the boss, can also reach level 30, then return to the mountaintop base. Second turn delay cannot be much time. Therefore, without any hesitation, Lu Sheng directly received Quest 1. On the quest panel, the 1-hour timer had already started counting down. Seeing this, Lu Sheng quickened his pace and walked into the next 4 skull level danger zone. Half an hour later. Floating light and brimming sword intent erupted, and the wine sword immortal silhouette dissipated along with the white mist. A level 40 silver-ranked boss named Iron Spine Porcupine King was killed in seconds, and a golden light flashed across Lu Sheng's body as he reached level 30. At the same time, the quest showed that it could be delivered. Lu Sheng was in no hurry and put away the 2 pieces of purple equipment that had exploded, and used the Wine God gourd to collect the boss's flesh, allowing the Wine God count to change back to 12. Only after doing everything did he deliver the quest. In his character's backpack, a red quality enchantment talisman had appeared. Lu Sheng immediately took it out and held it in his hand to look at it. It was a dark red talisman paper that had a metallic toughness to the touch. On the enchantment talisman, there were stamping patterns printed on it, which contained subtle power. Generally speaking, the attribute panel of an enchantment talisman would be labeled with enchantment attributes. For example, boosting attack power, boosting additional attributes, or providing some additional effects. This red quality enchantment talisman was a random enchantment talisman, which meant that no one could say what attributes would be enchanted. Regardless, since it was of red quality, the effect would definitely not be bad. As for which equipment to enchant, Lu Sheng was a bit hesitant. He had a total of 3 long swords, 1 piece of clothing, a wine god gourd, and the sword box, all of which were gold or even red quality equipment. These equipments were enough for him to use for a long time. No matter which piece of equipment he enchanted, it wasn't a waste. However, if he had to choose one of these equipments, it would be a bit difficult for Lu Sheng. After hesitating for a while, Lu Sheng finally decided to use this precious enchantment charm on the sword box. The sword box was his only red quality equipment, and the red quality enchantment talisman was a good match. After deciding, Lu Sheng removed the sword case from his back and slapped the enchantment talisman in his hand on it. In a flash, the enchantment glowed with fluorescence, haloing the entire sword case. A bright silver-colored pattern was inscribed on the sword case, making the originally ancient and simple sword case become a bit more spiritual. A moment later, the fluorescence dissipated. The shape of the sword box did not change much, but compared to the original, it was still a little more delicate. What Lu Sheng is most concerned about is naturally the changes in the attribute panel of the sword box. Hidden sword case, red enchanted red quality 1 time. Required level, level 1. Required profession, sword immortal. Attribute, none. Attachment, hidden sword, expandable by 10 weapon columns. After equipping, the weapon is bound to the hidden sword box and cannot be replaced. The attributes of the equipment in the hidden sword box can be stacked. Sword maintenance. The durability of the equipment in the hidden sword box increases over time. The level and grade of the equipment in the casket will increase over time, but the grade cannot be higher than the grade of the casket. Attachment attribute, spirit gathering. After opening, the wearer cannot gain experience value. The experience value is transformed into the effect of the sword raising skill, which can be used to designate a certain weapon within the sword box and raise its level and quality. Lu Sheng froze for a long time before finally determining how right he had made the decision to use the red enchantment talisman on the hidden sword box. The randomized enchantment effect of the red enchantment talisman was spirit gathering. The role of spirit gathering was also very simple and easy to understand. It was to allow the swords in the hidden sword box to follow Lu Sheng's example as a transmuter, and to gain experience by killing monsters to raise their level and even their quality. To be honest, Lu Sheng had gradually felt that the hidden sword box's sword raising was a bit of a chicken. Although the point of restoring durability was very practical, the speed of raising the level and quality of the weapon was really catching. From the time he got the hidden sword box until now, Lu Sheng had been warming up his 3 swords. As a result, up until now, the Canglan sword had only been upgraded by 2 levels, and the red sky sword had barely been upgraded by 1 level. At this rate, Lu Sheng's own level and the level of his weapons would grow bigger and bigger. When the time came, weapons like the Canglan sword and the red sky sword would have a hard time meeting Lu Sheng's needs. But now, once the spirit gathering effect came out,
he would be able to take the initiative to help level up his weapons, which could greatly increase the speed of weapon upgrades. And the most important point was, since Lu Sheng could use the experience value to upgrade his weapon, there was absolutely no need for him to return to the mountaintop base. For the rest of the bosses, the experience value was all fed to Canglan, Red Sky, and Spirit Wind, so there was no waste. As for the second turn, actually, it wasn't that urgent. Waiting to kill all the bosses, and then returning to the mountaintop base for the second turn, is also completely too late. All of a sudden, Lu Sheng's schedule was more reasonable. By saving the time for this round trip, he could have less people stealing at least 2 bosses from him. Cool. Lu Shan was in an unbelievably beautiful mood. Since he was already level 30, there was no way to gain experience from killing monsters. Therefore, he directly turned on Spirit Gathering and divided the experience value gained equally among his 3 weapons. After doing this, Lu Sheng simply resupplied and continued on his way to the next 4-skull level danger zone. 10 days passed. It had just rained in the Black Cloud Mountain range. A group of people stepped on the muddy mountain road with a hurried pace, aiming straight for a 4-skull level danger zone. In the blink of an eye, their silhouettes were hidden in the lush mountain forest. Chapter 86. Kill Lu Sheng first. This group of people came from a rather uncomplicated background. This was because the team consisted of a total of 6 people, among which there were 4 S-ranked trainees Wang Qian, Shen Zian, Kong Linglong, and Zhang Pingyi. There was also a former S-rank cadet Xiang Xiaonan. Even the weakest person was a ranked cadet Wang Kuan. They had just resupplied and departed from the mountaintop base, and as for the reason for returning to the base, it was also very simple. That is, apart from Wang Kuan who was only level 29, all the rest had already risen to level 30 after clearing the 7 3-skull level danger zones. They returned to the mountaintop base and turned 2 in unison. Right now, this team already had 5 second turn level transmuters. Moreover, all 5 of them had S-class strength. The team with such a terrifying combined strength, when they left the mountaintop base, even those instructors were side-eyed by it. At this time, the team's strength had skyrocketed after the second transformation. Naturally, their target was no longer the 3-skull level danger zone, but the 4-skull level. Let's speed up a bit more, it's just ahead. Wang Qian temporarily acted as the team's leader and walked at the front. Dropping behind the team were Chen Zian, and a boy wearing a grey robe and dragging a broken skull in his hand. The latter was Zhang Pingyi, one of the 7 sons of Changnan, a divination spellcaster by profession, whose own physique was far inferior to melee professions like Wang Qian and Xiang Xiaonan. Therefore, he and Shen Zian, who was also a mage-type profession, could only barely keep up with the speed of the crowd. Shen Zian used her staff as a hiking stick and chased after the group at a fast pace. Her vestments were almost soaked with sweat. When she saw Wang Qian urging again, she couldn't help but say, "What's the hurry? So many bosses, they can still fly." Walking in front, a tall man with a body like a thin dog turned back, with a good old-fashioned tone, "Let's just listen to Wang Qian and walk faster. There are only a few bosses in total, if others kill one more, we will kill one less. This kind of resource, it's definitely time to scramble for it. Where can we spend all our time on the road? This fine dog. Oh no." This boy was another of the 7 sons of Changnan Kong Linglong, profession Storm Ranger. Shen Zian hatefully bellyached. She had always disliked Kong Linglong's appearance of being a good talker and a good person with anyone. After Kong Linglong finished speaking, she couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, "Humph, when he was teamed up with me before, he even spit out that the Wang brothers were too capable of pretending, and that they wouldn't be able to go far on the road in the future." As a result, after the 3 teams merged into an alliance, they felt that they should listen to Wang Qian again. What the heck? These words were heard by Zhang Pingyi next to him. Zhang Pingyi, the only female trans-migrant in the team, took care of her, and naturally, she couldn't say a word at this time. "I say, there's really no need for us to be in such a hurry." Zhang Pingyi wiped the sweat from the corner of his forehead. "Aren't all the people who have the ability to brush the 4-skull level danger zone here? There are a total of 9 S-rank trainees, and we have 5 here. Bai Rou was hit hard by us again, her life and death are uncertain. Only Lu Sheng, Zhu Guang, and 1 Tan Lu remain. I heard that Tan Lu has found a few A-rank and B-rank trainees and is teaming up to brush the 3-skeleton level danger zone. He's a front-row profession with a very lackluster output ability, and even if he brought a group of output-type professions, his upgrading speed isn't comparable to ours." Zhang Pingyi said a few sentences, really a bit unable to walk, leaned on a tree to catch his breath, and continued. "Even if he is turn 2, none of his teammates have turned 2 yet, and they don't have the qualifications to brush the 4-skull level danger zone. As for Lu Shang and Chu Guang, strong they are, but they're just like Bai Rou, they don't have a team and are all solo brushing. If they can single brush a 3-skull level danger zone, can they still single brush a 4-skull level danger zone? Even if they can single brush, Zhang Pingyi smiled and laughed, shaking the skull in his hand. When I turn around and my skills have finished cooling down, we'll locate one of them. Just like dealing with Bai Rou, let them disappear forever in the Black Cloud mountain range. I just don't believe that Lu Shang and Chu Guang also have random scrolls that can save their lives. Hearing this, Zhen Ziyan busily nodded her head and said, that's right, the 4-skeleton level danger zone. At this stage, surely we are the only ones who can brush it, so why be in such a hurry? Wang Qian walked at the forefront remotely and did not slow down his pace. His eyes narrowed slightly as a scene from Lu Shang's previous second kill of Xiang Changnan and the alloy piles he broke surfaced in his mind. Chu Guang I can't say. But Lu Shang, once he's allowed to turn 2, he might actually be able to single-handedly brush the 4-skull level danger zone. This person will definitely eat a lot of our resources if he lives, he definitely can't stay. Speaking here, Wang Qian stopped and turned back to ask Zhang Pingyi, hey, when will your skills end their cooldown? Compared to killing the boss, I think it's more urgent to kill Lu Shang. To the side, Xiang Xiaonan's face was grim as he nodded his head in agreement, that's right, that kid must not be kept. Zhang Pingyi, just how long will your skills be good? Zhang Pingyi bristled, what's your hurry? The cooldown of this skill of mine will end in a day. At that time, I'll just directly divine Lu Shang's location. One more day? When Wang Kuan heard this, he was obviously unhappy. What kind of retarded skill do you have, a full 10 days of cooldown? Being questioned by the only ranked cadet in Team 1, Zhang Pingyi didn't give any good face either, saying, this skill of mine can lock onto anyone's location. With such a powerful function, isn't it normal for the cooldown to be longer? If you question it, then go find Lu Shang yourself. Wang Kuan glared at Zhang Pingyi, relying on the fact that Wang Qian was also there. He didn't care that the other party was above him. I said at that time, go and kill Lu Shang first, kill Lu Shang first. You guys didn't agree and had to kill Bai Rou first. Now it's good, Bai Rou ran away and let Lu Shang live for so long. If you had listened to me and locked Lu Shang first and slaughtered that brat, where would there have been so much trouble? Zhang Pingyi stared back at him and asked rhetorically, Bai Rou and Lu Shang, which one is the bigger threat in your heart? Prioritize beforehand. We already agreed before we formed the team, Lu Shang, Bai Rou, and Chu Guang, no one will be left behind, all of them will be eliminated. Chu Guang and Lu Shang aren't much of a threat, they can be dealt with later. And that crazy person Bai Rou, leaving her in the Black Cloud mountain range is a threat to us people. That's why killing her first is the best choice. This is something that your brother, Wang Qian, has agreed to. How much do you mean by now questioning my choice in the first place? Wang Kuan smiled sarcastically, what was the result? Bai Rou still ran away? Ha! Zhang Pingyi looked certain, run? Can she run away? After being hit by my spell, her status will keep dropping, and without enough healing potions, she will die sooner or later. After a pause, the skeleton in Zhang Pingyi's hand trembled lightly, and his deeply sunken eyes lit up with a demonic glow. You kid, do you also want to try my spell? Chapter 87 Laozi's Boss, Who Stole It Again? Seeing that the flavor of gunpowder between Wang Kuan and Zhang Pingyi was becoming more and more sufficient, Kong Linglong came to round up the situation again. Alright, let's not implode if we are our own people. It's not just a matter of who to kill first and who to kill later, there's nothing to quarrel about. Zhen Ziyan also does not want this team to fall apart, followed by a nonchalant opening, that is. Both of you, stop it. Since Bai Rou definitely won't survive, let's wait for Zhang Pingyi's skill cooldown to end and then we'll go kill Lu Shang again. Anyway, with so many experts, it's only a matter of time before we kill Bai Rou, Lu Shang, and Chu Guang in turn. At this time, Wang Qian coughed lightly and stopped Wang Kuan with his eyes, telling him to keep his mouth shut. Wang Kuan obediently kept quiet. Subsequently, Wang Qian swept his eyes over everyone in turn and slowly said, that's right, we can't implode. All of you present, since you are willing to be in this team, you must have your own purpose. Xiang Xiaonan and I have a simple purpose, which is to clear our accounts with Lu Shang in the Black Cloud mountain range. Your purpose, on the other hand, is to impact a higher ranking in the special training camp. We all know that the entire southern region's special training camps have organized so many special training sessions just to select the top 3. If we don't join forces and take advantage of the opportunity at hand to take out Lu Shang, Bai Rou, and Chu Guang, no one will have a chance to come out on top. Since you guys are scornful of that crazy woman, you're afraid that she'll threaten you in the Black Cloud mountain range and are anxious to kill her first. This is something that Xiang Xiaonan and I had no problem with, and we also cooperated with you guys and ambushed by Ro first. Even I was injured for that. Wang Qian turned around and continued walking, tripping down an overgrown path. Next, our goal is Lu Shang. Since we have the same objective, there's no need to have any arguments over who to kill first and who to kill second. After all, these three people, all of them are to be killed. The first order of business is still to seize the resources and brush off the danger zone first. Zhang Pingyi, when your skill cooldown is over, lock onto Lu Shang's position at the first opportunity. Kill him, and we'll have one less person to color our 4-skull level danger zone. Wang Qian spoke in an unbiased manner. Zhang Pingyi didn't bother with Wang Kuan and quickened his pace. Don't worry, I'll bring you guys to attack and kill the one called Lu Shang when the time comes. Wang Qian smiled and looked at the Grey Mountain Forest. According to the map, we have now entered the 4-skull level danger zone. Further on, we should be able to run into the boss. Everyone get ready to fight. A level 40 silver level boss can be too much harder to deal with than a level 35 one. The crowd nodded their heads. Some people had already touched out their equipment and looked around vigilantly. However, 5 minutes later, everyone was staring dryly at the forest floor that had obviously undergone some fighting, their expressions blank and bewildered. The boss was stolen by who? At the same time, another 4-skull level danger zone. Old Mi's boss, who stole it again. Lu Shang almost stormed out when he was faced with a mess in front of him. This was the 18th 4-skeleton grade dangerous area that he had come to. In other words, he had already traveled through all of the 4-skeleton level danger zones. Lu Shang thought to himself that he had wasted absolutely no time in leveling the bosses all the way through his God of Wine skill. Counting the days, the S-rank trainees of the first rank should just be on their way to completing the second turn and heading to the 4-skull level danger zones. Theoretically, Lu Shang could understand if 1 or 2 of the 4-skull level danger zones had been brushed away. But right now, he had gone empty 4 times. It meant that at least 4 4-skull level danger zones had been secretly brushed away. This made it a little difficult for Lu Shang to accept. He really couldn't figure out who had such quick hands that they could snatch the boss from him. Wang Qian's stream, surely they don't have this strength. To brush off a 4-skull level danger zone so quickly, it should be someone who hasn't returned to the mountaintop base and turn 2. To be able to kill a level 40 silver level boss without a second turn, the only 2 people who are likely to be able to do so are Bai Rou and Chu Guangrite. Lu Shang's face tightened as he began to calculate in his mind how strong the other S-rank trainees were. He had seen it all before during the circle-breaking rank rush match and had an understanding. Only Chu Guang and Bai Rou had never made a move in front of him. Could it be the 2 of them? Most likely there was no escape. For a while, Lu Shang hated it so much that he gritted his teeth. He had rushed and still suffered a blood loss of 4 bosses. In this way, there was no way for him to slack off on the rest of his journey. With 13 5-skull level danger zones, he couldn't let go of any of them. Thousand Dagger Thief, don't let me run into you in the 5-skull level danger zones, or else I'll beat my dog's head off for you. Lu Shang cursed and was about to leave this place immediately, heading to the 5 skulls level danger zone to open up. Just at this time, a breathless hiss came from not far away, the sound drifting, but it did exist. Lu Shang froze when he heard it. Because of this sound, it did not come from a fierce beast that was unique to the Black Cloud Mountain range. And what wasn't a ferocious beast of the Black Cloud Mountain range, yet appeared in the Black Cloud Mountain range, could only be a boss that had been placed in the Western Realm military region. Could it be that the boss here hadn't been killed yet? There was a door for that. Just as Lu Shang was about to head to the direction the voice came from, the quest panel then updated. Ding, you have a new quest to collect, please pay attention to it. Currently available quests. 1. Within 1 hour, kill 1 gold class boss. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, 1 weapon blind box. Weapon blind box special item, after opening, you can obtain a random grade weapon. Kill a silver level boss within 1 hour. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, comprehension of the Sword Immortal's exclusive skill, Yuan Spirit Return Technique. Another quest. Gold level boss, in the 5 skeleton level danger zone. And here, it took at least 4 or 5 hours to travel from the nearest 5 skeleton level danger zone. Therefore, even though Lu Shang was eager to open another weapon blind box and obtain the 4th sword. But with the situation at hand, he could only collect quest 2. If the boss was still nearby and hadn't been killed, he could just make a move to grab the boss and complete the quest. After receiving quest 2, Lu Shang immediately closed the quest panel and rushed towards the direction where the sound had just come from. After about 10 minutes or so, Lu Sheng passed through a dense forest. A clearing nestled at the foot of a mountain opened up before his eyes. A small stream gurgled in front of him, and the scenery was quiet, which was rare in the Black Cloud mountain range. However, Lu Sheng was not interested in this scenery. This was because after he came here, he realized that there was actually more than just one boss here. Instead, there were 4. Moreover, these 4 bosses were now in a very strange situation. Chapter 88, I'm really not human. The 4 bosses were all enveloped by a huge pillar of light. The light pillar was like a cage, confining the bosses to it, and it looked like they were unable to escape. The light that was projected down was not dazzling, the soft white light diffused through the feathers and scales. It actually made the ugly and hideous boss look holy. At the same time, one could vaguely hear chanting if anything from the pillar of light, which was inexplicably reassuring. Most of the 4 bosses had injuries and were depressed. After Lu Sheng's gaze swept over the bosses, it finally settled on the empty space right in the middle of the light pillar. There stood a person who was no stranger to the world, his right hand raised high and holding a potion bottle in his hand. From each of the 4 pillars of light, a thread of light extended out and converged into the potion bottle. At this moment, the potion bottle was basically filled, and looking at the color of the potion, it seemed that it was still a potion of a not so low grade. This person was none other than Chu Guang. Lu Sheng never expected that he would actually run into Chu Guang here. Moreover, even more so, he didn't expect that Chu Guang would do something strange and weird to the boss here. Or to a 4-headed boss. Lu Sheng had discovered Chu Guang, and Chu Guang naturally noticed Lu Sheng's arrival. He glanced at Lu Sheng, sealed the potion bottle in his hand, and put it into his character's backpack. Then, 4 pillars of light wrapped around the dying boss and converged in one place. The light closed in and eventually turned into a Bible, which fell back into Chu Guang's hands. Watching the boss unexpectedly being put into the book, Lu Sheng would be lying if he said he wasn't greedy. This was 4 level 40 silver bosses. The 444 skull level danger zone bosses that he hadn't killed, one and all, were all here. However, he knew deep down that even if he managed to get the Bible in Chu Guang's hand, he might not be able to find a way to release the boss for him to kill. If he wanted to kill the boss, he would have to let Chu Guang release the boss himself. Otherwise, beat him up? Lu Sheng began to have crooked thoughts, pondering whether he should use 10,000 swords, or just summon Wine God. Just when Lu Shun was about to do it, Chu Guang suddenly said aloud, "The boss of this danger zone has been subdued by me." He held the Bible and looked away from Lu Sheng. "If you want to kill the boss, you can go to other places. However, I've traveled through a few 4-skull level danger zones, and all of the bosses inside have already been killed. It's estimated that the bosses in the 4-skeleton level danger zone were pretty much exterminated by a certain team. Going to the 4-skeleton level danger zone again might be a waste of time, so I suggest that if you have the strength, you can go to the 5-skeleton level danger zone to take a look." Lu Sheng was instantly stunned. Because he could hear that this Chu Guan was indeed kindly reminding himself. He wasn't even the least bit wary of himself. This person is still weirdly good. I just wanted to beat him? I am really not a ing person. Lu Sheng was slightly embarrassed, released his hand on the wine god gourd, and walked towards Chu Guang. People cannot be beaten. However, a boss still needs to be killed. It wasn't just because a boss represented a massive amount of experience value, as well as a chance to cast a sword soul. More importantly, Lu Sheng's quest was still counting down. The skill, Yuan Spirit Returning Technique, although it didn't look like a powerful attack type skill. But who would mind having fewer skills if they had more skills? Chu Guang had a total of 4 bosses. I'm not greedy, so it's not too much to ask for 3 heads after discussing it, right? Lu Sheng stepped forward and didn't let Chu Guang have any caution. Lu Sheng also understood that it wasn't that the other party was unguarded, it was mostly because he was very confident in his own strength. He didn't get too close to Chu Guang because of this, and stopped when he reached a distance of about 20 meters. Lu Sheng revealed a fake smile that was disguised as a fake smile. "Bro, can I ask, what were you doing just now?" "A good boss, why not kill it to get experience and rewards, why keep it?" Chu Guang didn't talk much and didn't seem to have much of a stance. In the face of Lu Sheng's question, he actually answered. "I can extract the life force of the ferocious beasts and make high-quality healing potions." Healing potion? Lu Sheng was even more puzzled. What's the point of making that? The unlimited number of healing potions that we receive at the mountaintop base is already quite enough, right? We're low level, taking better quality healing potions would be a waste. Chu Guang shook his head and did not reply. Fine. Lu Shang was helpless, spread his hands and added, I'll change my question. The boss in your hand, can you let me have it? Chu Guang looked at him expressionlessly, how do I let it go? Well, Lu Shang thought about it. To be honest, he wanted to whore for nothing. After all, who would want to give money when they could whore for nothing? However, Chu Guang had anticipated this as a general rule and took the initiative to say, if you want to grab it, you can't. As long as I move my thoughts, the boss will all die. Actually, I don't need so many bosses. If you can give me what I want, I don't mind handing you 2 or 3 to kill. Lu Shang frowned slightly. In that case, robbing by force definitely wouldn't work. Since that was the case, the only thing that could be done was to talk to Chu Guang about the conditions. Lu Shang asked, then what do you want? Chu Guang said frankly, equipment of gold color and above quality. No matter what level or what type of weapon or equipment, as long as it's of gold color quality or above. Once this condition came out, Lu Shang felt even more strange. He looked Chu Guang up and down and realized that this person did not have any equipment on him. Even the clothes on his body were white plate outfits that had no attributes and could only serve as a cover. Then what did he need so much golden equipment for? But then again, golden equipment was something that Lu Shang really didn't lack. Because before, in the mountaineering special training, he had robbed a few little unlucky people of their golden quality equipment in the name of Wang Qian. The quantity wasn't much, but there were 2 pieces. These 2 pieces of equipment were of little use to him, and could perhaps be used as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Chu Guang. Deal. Lu Shang nodded his head in agreement, then how is the exchange? Chu Guang thought for a moment and said, a boss, in exchange for a gold quality equipment. Brother, it's excessive anon. Lu Shang was naturally unwilling to do so, a level 40 silver ranked boss can at most pop out purple equipment. And the value of 1 piece of golden equipment is comparable to dozens of pieces of purple equipment. 1 piece of golden equipment for 1 boss, I'm at a direct blood loss. Chu Guang said, but killing bosses has experience. Lu Shang lit up his level, I'm just level 30 right now, this experience value thing, it's of little use to me. So, the value of a boss is worth just 3 pieces of purple equipment in my eyes. Chu Guang lowered his eyes, and he couldn't find a reason to refute Lu Shang's words. At least thinking differently, he wouldn't do this uneconomical deal even if he was Lu Shang. However, he did have a need for gold quality equipment. So under thought, he asked again, then how do you want to exchange it? Chapter 89 Elemental Spirit Returning Art. Lu Shang smiled and said, 1 gold quality equipment for 3 bosses. Chu Guang didn't even think about it, no exchange. I'll bring the boss back to the mountaintop base, and someone will offer a higher price. This girl wasn't stupid. Lu Shang ground his teeth and said dryly, then let's each take a step back, 1 piece of golden equipment for 2 bosses. I have 2 pieces of unused golden equipment in my hand, just in time to trade for your 4 bosses. Chu Guang hesitated for a moment and eventually agreed, 1 piece of equipment for 2 bosses is fine. However, I need at least 1 boss right now, I can't give you all of them for now. If you're willing to exchange, you can give me 2 pieces of golden equipment first, and I'll go back and catch one to replenish you. Lu Shang paused in his movements, not feeling comfortable delivering the golden equipment to Chu Guang in advance. In case this kid ran away and didn't recognize the account when he turned back, where would he reason with himself? However, as he watched the countdown and the quest panel tick by, Lu Shang didn't have much time to dilly-dally with Chu Guang. He directly said, let's do it this way, I'll first use a golden equipment to exchange for 2 bosses. Another golden equipment, let's talk about it later. That's fine too. Chu Guang had no opinion. He opened the Bible in his hand, and on the pages, 2 white lights flowed from it like water. The light surged to a stop in front of Lu Shang. Inside, there were clearly 2 dying bosses. Lu Shang didn't play any mind games and threw a golden quality dagger from his backpack to Chu Guang. Chu Guang took the dagger and closed the Bible. At once, the light disappeared and the 2 bosses were no longer bound, exposed in front of Lu Shang. Lu Shang was not polite, and with a thought, the sword box behind his back opened with a click. A total of 78 flying swords flew out one after another with the momentum of a rainbow. The 2 bosses were struggling on the ground, wanting to take the opportunity to escape from here. However, the flying swords were incomparably swift and in the blink of an eye, they chopped down on them. They were in a strangely poor state as they had their life force extracted by Chu Guang one after another. Even though Lu Shang hadn't used any skills, so many flying swords came one after another, causing them to fall to the ground and die in unison before they could even let out a whimper.
A massive amount of experience pooled into the sword box. As the flying swords returned to the sword box, the Spirit Gathering effect was activated, injecting experience into Canglan, Red Sky, and Spirit Wind. The three swords, in unison, rose one level, reaching level 29, 35, and 37 respectively. Not only that, Lu Shang's quest panel had also shown that it could be submitted. He incidentally delivered the permanent quest of Cast Soul of Sword, along with the quest just now. At once, the number of times the Soul of Sword casting had become 27. At the same time, on Lu Shang's skill panel, a new skill appeared: Yuan Spirit Returning Art. Yuan Spirit Returning Art LV1, active when used, it removes all negative influences from the target and fully restores their status. Within 5 minutes, it can only be used once on the same target. This is Immortal Bean? As expected, the profession of a sword immortal didn't have any single waste skill. Even an auxiliary type skill like Yuan Spirit Returning Technique had an effect so powerful that it was ridiculous. After using it, it directly removes all debuffs from the target's body, and at the same time, the status returns to full. Isn't this directly giving yourself or your teammates an immortal bean and renewing your second life? Although the skill had a 5-minute cooldown when used on the same person. But the longer cooldown time was flawed. After all, it is a single 5-minute cooldown, not a skill having a 5-minute cooldown. I arranged 6 tanks in the front row, take turns to carry. A tank can always carry a minute, right? If you can't carry it, then come down, I'll give you a Yuan Ling Return to the Heart, directly back to full. When a round of Tan to carry down, the first Tan's Yuan Spirit Return to the Heart of the Art, cooldown time is good, but also can milk a round. The first one will be able to milk another round. Based on this skill alone, Lu Shang doesn't even need to put out his sword, and it's totally fine to say that he's a super milker. It seemed that in the future, Go Shang, the Earth Shield Guard, was going to have a new father. Having gained another powerful skill, Lu Shang was secretly happy in his heart. The next step was to see how he could pit the other 2 bosses in Chu Guang's hands. No, it's switching over. Lu Shang looked up towards Chu Guang and was surprised to find that Chu Guang was messing around with some weird stuff again. He only saw him open the Bible, and a curtain of light appeared in the Bible. Chu Guang gently placed the gold quality equipment he had just obtained into the light screen, and the equipment hovered within it. Immediately afterward, the equipment slowly disintegrated and dissolved into pieces that flew high into the sky along the light screen, eventually disappearing. However, in the next second, another pillar of light shone down above Chu Guang's head. A moment later, this inexplicably appearing pillar of light dissipated. Chu Guang took a deep breath and closed the Bible, and his entire aura was clearly different compared to just now. It seemed that he had become a little stronger? Lu Shang keenly perceived that Chu Guang had indeed become stronger. This person's occupational characteristics, it's really strange. Chu Guang noticed Lu Shang's direct gaze, and actually took the initiative to say without Lu Shang asking, I was just using the occupational skill, sacrifice. I'm a holy apostle, I have no experience in killing monsters, and I can't wear weapons or equipment. But as long as I keep contributing equipment to my deity through sacrifice, I can raise my attributes in level. Moreover, as my level breaks through level 30, the minimum quality of the sacrificial equipment has turned into gold-colored equipment. That's why the boss is of no use to me, so if I can exchange it for gold-quality equipment, I'll gladly do the deal. Lu Shang suddenly realized. No wonder, Chu Guang kept the boss without killing it. The feeling was that he couldn't gain any benefits from killing the boss, so it was really better to trade it for someone else's golden equipment. But then again, his god was really shameless, accepting the sacrifice also required a golden color quality to hit the bottom. Wasn't this a clear case of asking for food and still thinking that the food was rancid? After belaboring Chu Guang's occupational traits for a while, Lu Shang looked at him, his face playing with flavor. You're a really honest person. You and I aren't familiar with each other either, and the occupational characteristics can all be told to me directly. Chu Guang laughed a little. There's nothing I can't say. You know how to use the royal sword and have a powerful skill like 10,000 swords returning, haven't I seen you hiding it? It doesn't matter if you, or anyone else, knows about my occupational characteristics. The strong are always strong. Good one, the strong are always strong. Lu Shang became somewhat appreciative of Chu Guang, and without any nonsense, he continued to talk business with Chu Guang. Since you need gold quality equipment, then let's continue trading? I still have a piece of equipment that you can use. There's nothing wrong with exchanging the 2 bosses in your hand, right? You're the one who said that the bosses are useless to you.
Then why do you still always keep one? Can't you trade equipment with me? Chu Guang still insisted, I have to keep a boss because...
Before he could finish his sentence, a loud voice came from nowhere, Chu Guang.
Chapter 90. That's another price.
This voice made Lu Sheng froze.
Because he was no stranger to this voice. Even though the timbre was a little raspy, the upturned and laughing tone did not change in any way.
Lu Sheng looked at the voice and realized that in the shadows not far away, there was a cave.
The sound, it came from the cave. By Ro?
Lu Sheng violently turned his head to look at Chu Guang. You guys, how do you?
Lu Sheng asked with discretion, I mean, before I saw that you guys didn't even talk, are you guys very familiar?
Chu Guang faintly said, counted as familiar, known for almost 3 years.
Oh.
Lu Sheng's handsome face didn't have a single expression, but inwardly he was jumping up and down in the melon field.
It's not what you think.
As if Chu Guang could read minds, he interrupted Lu Sheng's frantic brainstorming. She's been after me for the past few years. Lu Sheng froze, then sensibly retreated a step back and made a path. Then you
need to run away?
Chu Guang looked at him indifferently. With her 2 tricks, she wants to kill me, not even close.
Chu Guang took out the bottle of healing potion from his character's backpack just now and walked towards the cave.
Doing the math, it's really about time, so wait for me for a bit, I'll go deliver something. However, before he was even halfway there, Bai Ro came out from it on her own instead. Lu Sheng realized that at this time, Bai Ro did not have that psychotic stance from before. She walked out holding onto the mountain rocks, her steps hobbling, her face devoid of any semblance of blood. There were mud stains mixed with blood stains on her body, and there were multiple wounds visible to the naked eye. What made people feel strange was that the exposed wounds all had a layer of dull gray mist that kept rising. These gray mists seemed to prevent the wounds from healing, causing her state to keep falling and unable to heal.
Chu Guang. Abrasive, do you want me to die?
Bai Ro didn't speak much in a neutral tone, but her style was still the same as before. Believe it or not, when the debuff status is gone from my body, I will kill you first. Chu Guang seemed to be accustomed to it and walked towards Bai Ro, saying as he walked, I ran into someone and made a deal with him, so I was delayed. This is a new healing potion, you drink it, conservatively estimated, it can still allow you to carry on for most of another day.
Tomorrow morning, I'll refine a new one for you.
When Bai Ro heard Chu Guang say that, she raised her eyes and saw Lu Sheng not far away. She cocked her head and grinned, the smile more airy on her sickly face. So it's that little handsome guy who plays with flying swords.
It's a pity that I'm too badly injured right now.
Otherwise, this person's fine skin and tender flesh must be very enjoyable to kill.
The corners of Lu Sheng's mouth twitched. Smaller.
The pattern was small.
A small handsome man with fine skin and tender flesh, and you only want to use it to kill?
With a dark thought in his heart, Lu Sheng was not in a hurry to leave. Others were afraid of Bai Ro, but he wasn't. What's more, Bai Ro was in such a poor state right now, only hanging on to half of her life. It was too simple for Lu Sheng to kill her. You crazy woman, all you have is a hard mouth.
Lu Sheng shot back, still want to kill me? Aren't you afraid that I'll slaughter you first now?
Bai Ro licked her whitened lips and said, of course I'm not afraid. I gave Chu Guang a golden equipment and asked him to help me survive the debuff on my body disappearing. You want to kill me, Chu Guang will stop you.
Chu Guang froze.
The golden equipment that I was given before only let me refine healing potions to keep you from dying. It didn't say that I needed to protect you all the time.
Wanting me to protect you, that's a different price.
The smile on Bai Ro's face suddenly closed. The smile shifted to Lu Sheng's face. Bai Ro only felt that not only did her wounds hurt, but her teeth hurt a little too. She looked at Chu Guang's expression and knew deep down that this really wasn't a joke. Lu Sheng also heard out that the fact that the two of them, Chu Guang and Bai Ro, had appeared together, and that Chu Guang had also refined a healing potion for Bai Ro, was not because the two were friends. The two of them were merely in a trading relationship. Now, Lu Sheng really had some thoughts, wanting to see if he could explode something from Bai Ro. This seems to have killed a lot of people. The hand may have a lot of good things. Otherwise, today, I'll do it for God? Sensing that Lu Sheng had hit on her idea, Bai Ro also lost the fearlessness she had just now. Her eyes turned, but also could not think of other ways to deal with it, and could only look at Chu Guang said, kill him, what price? Chu Guang shook his head, the job of killing, I'm not doing it.
My occupational characteristics require that my own attributes will be lowered if I kill a transmogrifier.
What kind of bull occupational characteristics? Bai Ro was furious enough that she could only change her method, then protect me, what price? Chu Guang seemed as if he had already made a calculation, a gold-colored equipment. Deal. Bai Rou was also willing to give up, and smoothly touched a gold-quality equipment from her backpack and threw it to Chu Guang. Protect me until my debuff status disappears. Chu Guang put the equipment away and agreed, no problem. After saying that, he looked at Lu Shang. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes already said everything. Lu Shang sized up the situation in his heart and gave up his intention to make a move. This was because his main objective was still the two bosses in Chu Guang's hands. On the contrary, Bai Rou and Chu Guang were of little value to him. Even if he killed them both, at most, he would only be able to harvest a few pieces of golden equipment, which was far less appealing to him than the two bosses. However, just as Lu Shang wanted to leave it at that, Chu Guang spoke again. Actually, if you give me a piece of golden equipment as well, I can leave here first. Bai Rou froze. Lu Shang also froze. Good fellow, this hand of spending money to advertise is kind of understood by you. You do understand both sides. Just as the two of them were shocked by Chu Guang's operation, Bai Rou violently changed her face, and the gray mist at the wounds all over her body became even thicker. She stumbled and fell to the ground, leaning against the stone wall, black blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Chu Guang immediately poured the healing potion in his hand into Bai Rou's mouth. Only after a whole bottle was drunk did the gray mist on Bai Rou's body become a bit lighter. At the same time, her state obviously recovered quite a bit. However, it was conceivable that this was only temporary. When the efficacy of the healing potion passed, Bai Rou's state would still fall. Lu Shang came forward, checked Bai Rou's condition, and said, "It looks like there's no need to pay you for a gold quality equipment. This crazy woman, I'm afraid she won't live for more than a few days." Chu Guang said truthfully, "With me here, there's still no problem surviving. I can extract the boss's life force and condense it into a high-quality healing potion, enough to renew her life. The debuff effect on her should expire in another day or two. By then, with her own healing ability, she will also be able to recover again." Lu Shang thought for a moment and said, "So, you had to keep a boss for yourself before in order to make a healing potion for this crazy woman and renew her life, right?" Chu Guang nodded. "By the time her debuffs expire, she won't need a boss. So if you want the boss, I can give them all to you at that time. But not now." Lu Shang pondered, and suddenly came over, "I'll give you a new thought. What do you think? You directly give me the boss, then we wait for this crazy woman to karma, lick her bag, split the stuff, and everyone pots up. How about this plan?" Chapter 91, Try Killing One of Me? After these words, Bai Rou had raised her head, her eyes itching to kill Lu Shang by 1,000 cuts. Chu Guang looked at Lu Shang and said seriously, "No. I'm a person with principles. After taking the equipment, I have to do the job." "You have principles, you will still do things that go both ways?" Lu Shang muttered in his heart. Since Chu Guang took the money to do the job, he definitely wanted to keep Bai Rou until she recovered. Lu Shang planned to simply change the boss in Chu Guang's hand over to one before saying anything. As for waiting for Bai Rou's debuff to disappear, it would take a day or two, so he couldn't afford to wait. He couldn't afford to wait. If he had the time, he would have killed in the 5-skull level danger zone. Just as Lu Shang was pondering how to replace the boss in Chu Guang's hand so that he wouldn't suffer, he suddenly thought of something. Speaking. Lu Shang coughed lightly. "If I can make the crazy woman's debuff effect clear directly, isn't the deal between you guys even over? Then you can give me all the two bosses you're holding, right?" Bai Rou's movement stalled and she frowned. "You can remove the debuff on me?" "It can be different from normal skill effects. I drank several bottles of debuff removing potions, but I couldn't erase it. I could only rely on drinking healing potions to hold on." "You're not a priest-type profession, how can you remove the debuff?" "Priest? I'm better than a priest." Lu Shang said, "You guys just say, I'll heal the crazy woman, and then the two bosses will be mine, okay?" Chu Guang raised his eyebrows. "I don't see any problem. If Bai Rou can survive, my deal with her is considered complete. Those two bosses, I have no use for keeping them, I can definitely give them to you." Lu Shang nodded and said, "In that case, it's a deal. I'm in a hurry, so let's not dawdle." As soon as the words fell, Lu Shang spread out his palms. In Bai Rou and Chu Guang's stunned gazes, a stream of 7-colored auspicious chi was dense from Lu Shang's palm. As Lu Shang raised his hand and waved it, the 7-colored auspiciousness floated down on Bai Rou's body. Bai Rou's skin had cuts all over it, and as soon as the gray mist on the wounded surface came into contact with the 7-colored auspiciousness, it immediately issued a ZZ sound and dissipated.
At the same time, every single one of her pores was absorbing the seven-colored auspiciousness as if it had received rain after a long drought. In the blink of an eye, the seven-colored auspicious chi dissolved on the surface of Bai Ro's body. The cuts on Bai Ro's body healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The most obvious is her thin lips, has been fishy red, looks particularly demonic. Lu Shang withdrew his hand, looked at Bai Ro and nodded, urging, "Take 2 steps without being sick. Let's see if it's all recovered." With a skeptical expression still on her face, Bai Ro got up and moved her body. Soon, her expression changed from stunned to a kind of maniacal elation. While twisting her soon-to-be rusty sinews, showing off the delicacy of her figure under her leather armor, she let out a laugh. "Cool. It seems like it's been a long time since I've felt this much pain. This damnable curse effect is really gone. Moreover, my status has completely recovered. Little sword immortal, your skills are really good." Lu Shang had a smile on his face when he saw Bai Ro come to life all of a sudden. However, he wasn't happy that Bai Ro had recovered. Rather, he was happy that the effect of his Yuan spirit returning art was really powerful. Even the debuffs that Bai Ro and Chu Guang could not do anything about and could only fight hard could be erased, incidentally allowing Bai Ro's battle power to return to its peak. This skill is definitely a divine skill. Just as Lu Shang was thinking this, the noise of an iron weapon colliding came along. He fixed his gaze and realized that a scarlet fishbone longsword had somehow appeared in Bai Ro's hand. This longsword was about 4 feet long, far more slender than normal sword-like weapons. At the same time, its blade was like a human's spine, nested in layers, with spikes like sharp edges extending from the ends of each section. Bai Ro turned her wrist, and each section of this longsword's blade softly extended away in this regard, transforming into a long iron whip full of spikes. This weapon, unlike a sword, unlike a whip, was extremely odd. It was this section of sword blades colliding with each other that made an extremely ear-piercing iron sound. In order to thank you for saving me, the corners of Bai Ro's mouth grew wider and wider as her eyes gradually had a scarlet red color filling them. Otherwise, how about I kill both of you? These past few days, I've been recuperating from my injuries, and I'm practically suffocating. Regular people who saw Bai Ro in such a state were afraid that they would have already turned pale in fear. Lu Shang and Chu Guang, on the other hand, merely looked at her woodenly, without a single change in their expressions. Behind Lu Shang, the sword box opened with a click, and 78 flying swords flew out one after another, surrounding Bai Ro in a flash. As long as Lu Shang thought, these 78 flying swords would swarm up. In a mid-second's time, they could conservatively hang over 100 layers of sword mark, passive on Bai Ro. Try killing one of me? Lu Shang didn't move, just staring at Bai Ro, and even wanted to laugh a little. Bai Ro's eyes narrowed as if she had been splashed with cold water, and the scarlet in her eyes quickly faded. After a full 10 seconds of silence, Bai Ro's state only appeared a bit more normal, putting away her strange weapon. "Forget it, you have nothing to kill. Instead of losing both of us with you, why don't we save our strength and go kill Wang Qian, Zhang Pingyi, and the rest of them?" Speaking of this, Bai Ro ground her silver teeth and revealed her killing aura. "This group of despicable people dare to sneak attack me. I have to cut them up and use their intestines to string up the minced meat and hang it on the tree." Wang Qian? Hearing this familiar name, Lu Shang couldn't help but be a little surprised. The debuff on you, it wasn't left by the boss, but by Wang Qian? He had thought that to make Bai Ro suffer such a big loss, it was most likely that she had gone to some 5-skull level danger zone and was injured by the boss. Unexpectedly, the one who injured her was actually some other transmogrifier. This was really strange. Generally speaking, wasn't this crazy woman playing the role of a predator? How come this time, instead, she was being treated as prey? Wang Qian? Bai Ro snorted. What kind of thing is Wang Qian? Or even the rest of the 7 sons of Canglan, what are they? If it weren't for the fact that there are so many of them, I would have killed them all long ago. Xu Guang didn't care that Bai Ro's phrase, "What are the rest of the 7 sons of Canglan," had injured him, and took the initiative to explain to Lu Shang. A few days ago, she was attacked by Wang Qian and a few other S-ranked students. Chapter 92, Waiting for a Rabbit? The firewood pile was crackling. Beside the fire, for 2 palm-length wild black fish were inserted with tree branches, and at this time, they were baked with nourishing oil, and the skin of the fish knitted out a layer of natural crispy shell, wrapping around the tender and young white meat therein. Lu Shang, Xu Guang, and Bai Ro were sitting around the fire, and the atmosphere had a weird kind of harmony. If the other trainees at the hilltop base saw the scene, they would have to be shocked out of their eyes. Who would have thought that these 3 could sit together? Bai Ro leaned forward with her knees clasped, the firelight leaping between her pupils as she stared straight at the grilled fish in front of her, focused and eager. Chu Guang methodically flipped the roasted fish one by one, preventing the fish from being roasted. Basically, that's how it is. As of now, among the S-rank trainees, Wang Qian and the others should have formed a team with a fairly good combat strength. And the goal of this team should be to take advantage of this 1 month's time to take out everyone who is stronger than them. After all, the trainees of Canglan have all heard that only 1 to 3 trainees in this southern region special training camp will be able to receive the most generous rewards. And the 3 of us are undoubtedly an obstacle for them to get this reward. Lu Sheng nodded and glanced at Bai Rou, who was already about to make a move on the grilled fish next to him, so this crazy woman became their first target to deal with. Upon hearing the words crazy woman, Bai Rou raised her head and bared her teeth. Little sword immortal, if you dare to say that I'm a crazy woman again, do you believe that I'll kill you? Lu Shang was basically immune to Bai Rou's threats. Don't you also call me little sword immortal? Where am I small? You're small everywhere. Chu Guang completely ignored Lu Sheng and Bai Rou, and said quietly, Bai Rou being treated as the first target to be dealt with is actually normal. Bai Rou had a little friction with Zhang Pingyi, Kong Linglong, and Chen Zian. After they teamed up with the Wang brothers, since they were targeting the 3 of us, their preferred target would definitely be Bai Rou. Lu Sheng smoothly asked, a little friction? What little friction? Chu Guang said, it's nothing, everyone in Changnan knows about it. Previously, a few schools were together at a leveling map to carry out a leveling week, and they were almost killed by Bai Rou. Lu Sheng was silent and speechless for a long time before saying, you call this a minor friction? No wonder, even though I have such a deep beef with the Wang brothers, they still chose to deal with the crazy woman first. Lu Sheng's mouthful of crazy woman made Bai Rou almost explode. However, with Chu Guang's simple sentence the roasted fish is ready, you can eat it now, Bai Rou's eyes suddenly lit up and she no longer argued with Lu Sheng about anything. She could not do anything. Anyway, you can't do it, so you might as well eat the fish. Taking advantage of Bai Rou's scalded hachi, Chu Guang picked out another fish that had just reached the fire. It's not much. Speaking of which, it's not like Bai Rou hasn't made a move on me, only that it didn't work once. Bai Rou nibbled on the charred and crispy roasted fish while glaring at Chu Guang, her mouth slurred. You wait. Who? Sooner or later, one day, I can kill you. Hot. Chu Guang shrugged his shoulders and handed the fish to Lu Sheng without comment. Just received, the meat flavor mixed with the heat steaming upward. Do not say, Chu Guang handicraft is really good. Blackfish fire is just right, crispy fish skin bite down, fish meat delicate to melt in the mouth, do not need extra spices, gravy naturally fragrant. These days, he had been eating the canned food and other instant food products that he had received at the mountaintop base, and he was really about to vomit. Lu Sheng ate a few bites one after another before continuing. According to this, Wang Qian and the others will still be in the Black Cloud Mountain range next, taking a shot at one of the 3 of us? Chu Guang hummed, it should be. Zhang Pingyi and I went to the same school, I have some knowledge of his occupational skills. The skill, Destiny Divination, can lock the location of any transmuter within 20 levels of level difference. The lock will not be lifted until he attacks the opponent, or disarms the skill. The cooldown of this skill is around 10 days. If you do the math like that, his cooldown time will soon be up. At that time, he should immediately lock onto your location and bring the other S-rank trainees, as well as Xiang Changnan and Wang Kuan, the 2A-rank trainees, to come and attack you. Just like the attack on Bai Rou. Lu Sheng asked, then why, can't the next target be you? Chu Guang spoke in a flat tone and said something that Lu Sheng had no way to refute. Because I don't have a grudge against any of them. Since you just said that you have created friction with the Wang brothers. Then in public and in private, the next person they want to kill should be you. It made perfect sense, Lu Sheng felt the same way himself. He even thought that if Zhang Pingyi and the others hadn't insisted on killing Bai Rou first, allowing Bai Rou to take the first shot, the Wang clan brothers would have hated to be the first to come and kill him first after teaming up with Zhang Pingyi and the others. With a gloating look, Bai Rou licked the oil splatters on her lips, no need to shed dot. What Wang Qian and the others are trying to kill is Little Sword Immortal. When they attacked me before, I heard Wang Qian say that it was fine to help Zhang Pingyi and the others kill me. But next time, Zhang Pingyi and the others must help him kill a bastard named Lu. Isn't that Lu bastard you? So, soon you'll be just like me. Even if I don't kill you, someone else is going to kill you. Smacking her lips, Bai Rou sighed as she looked at Lu Sheng's handsome and compelling face. Unfortunately, compared to that, I still prefer to be able to kill you myself. You're so good looking, the sound of skin and flesh being cut open by a sharp blade should also be more melodious than other people's, right? Well, I wouldn't necessarily not have the chance to hear it. Anyway, next, I'm going to follow you. There's no chance that I'll be able to see you and Wang Qian, Zhang Pingyi, and the others kill each other. Then I'll harvest all of your heads, one by one, like picking mushrooms, and replant them into the ground. Yo, your hobby is really shady enough. Lu Sheng couldn't hide his disgust, but then, he caught something strange from Bai Ro's words. You just said that you plan to follow me? What are you following me for? Bai Ro said rightfully, of course it's to keep watch for rabbits. Zhang Pingyi and the others caused me to suffer for several days, where can I lightly forgive them? But the Black Cloud mountain range is so big, it won't be easy for me to find them. As she said this, she looked at Lu Sheng with a smile, but now that I know that you're the next person they're going to kill, the problem is solved. If I follow you, I'm sure I'll be able to meet Wang Qian and the others again. At that time, what? When did I agree to let you follow? Although Lu Sheng is not afraid of Bai Ro, but the side has been adorned with a Tibetan Mastiff, who can be comfortable. He does not want to be the next Chu Wang. After all, God knows when this bastard will give himself a bite. Lu Sheng felt a headache and was about to tell this crazy woman not to come and get involved when the quest panel once again had an update reminder. Ding, you have a new quest to receive, please pay attention to it. Chapter 93 Team Application. Currently available tasks. 1. Time-limited mission, within 15 days, prohibit the use of props and equipment skills to defeat the boss in a team. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, experience value gained from defeating the boss. Number of team members, team limit 3. 2. Time-limited mission, within 15 days, prohibit the use of vocational skills and weapons to defeat the boss in a group. Reward upon completion, boss explosion rate. Number of team members, team cap of 3. These two quests, they're kind of interesting. To summarize, it was that if one didn't use God of Wine, Lu Sheng would be able to obtain the maximum triple experience of the boss. If he only used God of Wine and not the occupation skill, he would be able to obtain the highest triple explosion rate. It seemed like both quests were not bad, but in reality, there was no comparison between the two. This was because what he needed right now was not the equipment popped out by the boss, but the experience value. As long as there was enough experience value, his weapon would be able to continue to grow and even advance. Wild bosses were not like the bosses of the secret realm of opportunity, where all the equipment that came out was equipment that was suitable for his profession. Instead of asking for a bunch of useless high-quality equipment, it would be better to upgrade his weapon to a higher quality. Moreover, Quest 2 was too limited. Prohibiting the use of vocational skills and weapons basically stipulated that Lu Sheng could only use the God of Wine. If the Spirit of Wine could directly second the boss, that would be fine. The number of times the Spirit of Wine could reach a break-even. But if he couldn't get a second, he would have to use the Spirit of Wine more times. Once the number of times the Spirit of Wine was zeroed out, then Lu Sheng, who had his vocational skills and weapons banned, would really have a hard time getting around. So on balance, Mission 1 was the best choice. Mission 1, there is another prerequisite to keep in mind. That is, defeat the boss in a group. With Lu Sheng's strength, if he wanted to form a team, there were naturally plenty of people who wanted to do so. But the next thing he was going to brush was definitely the 5-skeleton danger zone. If he couldn't use the God of Wine, Lu Sheng would have quite a hard time dealing with a level 40 gold class boss. The average trainee, if they went, would only share the experience and wouldn't be able to help much. Lu Sheng didn't have the habit of bringing in burdensome people, so even if he had to find teammates, he wanted to find a few teammates who could help. For example, the two in front of me? Lu Sheng's afterglow scanned Chu Guang and Bai Ro, quietly calculating. After a while, Lu Sheng inclined his head at Bai Ro, his expression looking a bit disgusted. You want to follow me and I'll let you? If you want to use me to find Wang Qian, you have to show something, right? Show? What indication? Bai Ro, who had finished shivering a whole barbecued fish, looked up with a puzzled face. If I want to follow you, I'll just follow you directly. Do I still have to ask for your permission? Directly follow? Lu Sheng laughed. I have a skill that boosts the movement speed bonus by at least 400%. You're not a profession that can ride a mount, so you can keep up with me? After Bai Ro heard this, her slender brows were suddenly furrowed, and her mood gradually became grumpy. You people, I'm going to kill Wang Qian and the others, and I'm not going to kill you, so what makes it difficult for you? Wang Qian and the others are going to kill you, then if I kill a few of them, won't that be good for you too? Lu Sheng nodded, his tone was flat, but the words he uttered were infuriating. I really have no reason to make things difficult for you. However, if Wang Qian really comes to my door, I can handle it myself, there's no need to have to give it to you to kill me. Bai Ro's eyes were scarlet again, and she was almost about to pull out her weapon. Seeing her like this, Lu Sheng knew that he had sort of pinched Bai Ro's pulse. Lu Sheng absently turned his head and stopped looking at her. You don't have to rush either. It's not impossible to give Wang Qian and the others to you to kill. However, you're just using me as bait so nakedly, it's not fair to not show something, right? Bai Ro was in a bad mood. What exactly do you want me to show? First things first, the gold quality equipment has all been given to Chu Guang. If you want it, you'll have to wait until I kill him first. Chu Guang, who was flipping the fish on the side, stalled in his movements. The battle fire had actually burned to himself. Lu Sheng said, it's not golden equipment. I don't want your equipment, just follow me out. Turn around, I'm going to kill the 5 skeleton level danger zone, you and I will form a team and we'll kill it together. Of course, the stuff that pops out is mine. Bai Ro grinded her teeth as she listened. All along, there were usually only 2 things that others discussed with her. The first was whether or not they could stop killing. The second was whether or not they could kill less. Lu Sheng was now trying to discuss with her whether it was okay for me not to pay you for your work if you worked for me. It was simply too much of a bully. Seeing that Bai Ro was about to go on a rampage, Lu Sheng didn't forget to remind her, you have to think clearly, helping me to kill the boss is just a matter of experience, there's still experience to be gained, it's not a loss, right? Instead of following me and wasting your time, why don't you brush the boss with me and wait for Wang Qian and the others to come to the door on their own? Otherwise, you won't be able to get any of the resources from this round of special training in the Western Realm military region. Bai Ro's face didn't look any better, and she directly opened her attribute panel, publicizing her rank. She exasperatedly said, I'm level 30 now, and I haven't gone back to the mountaintop base to transfer, so there's no way to gain experience. When Lu Sheng heard this, he was secretly delighted. Bai Ro couldn't gain experience, wouldn't that mean that the boss experience didn't have to be shared with her? Other people ate grass and milked it, but Bai Ro didn't even eat grass. Where can we find such a good teammate? Immediately, Lu Sheng patted his chest and said, don't worry, as long as you help me brush the boss, I guarantee that when Wang Qian and the others come, I'll personally bundle them up and let you kill them. Think about it, Wang Qian, they are so many experts, really come to the door, you are the opponent? But with me here, I guarantee that none of them will be able to run away. The big pie drawn by Lu Sheng undoubtedly made Bai Ro's heart flutter. She snapped her fingers and directly clapped her hands, alright, as long as I can kill Wang Qian, Zheng Pingyi and the others, the boss is just a boss, I'll just brush it for you. Deal. Lu Sheng was happy in his heart and sent a group invitation to Bai Ro. The latter directly agreed. Now, after killing the boss, Lu Sheng would not only be able to enjoy the experience exclusively, but he would also receive the group's experience bonus, as well as the doubled rewards from the quest. However, this wasn't all, the doubling limit of the quest, that is, the maximum number of people, was as many as 3. Lu Sheng shifted his gaze to Chu Guang again, his eyes burning, you relied on sacrificing equipment to upgrade. So is it true that you don't share experience even when you team up to kill monsters? Chu Guang saw what Lu Sheng had in mind and nodded. His subsequent words were not out of Lu Sheng's expectation. A gold quality equipment. Chapter 94, these 2 teammates are truly awesome. Lu Sheng didn't have any extra gold-colored equipment. However, Lu Sheng promised Chu Guang that he would give priority to those level 40 gold tier bosses once they popped out gold-quality equipment. Chu Guang thought about it and finally agreed. After all, if he didn't team up with Lu Sheng to brush the 5 skull-level danger zones, he really didn't seem to have much else to do. Even if it was him, solo brushing a level 40 gold-class boss would be a struggle. He might as well team up with Lu Sheng, and if he was lucky enough to pop out gold-quality equipment, he could still use it as a sacrifice. Thus, Chu Guang and Lu Sheng hit it off and became the second person to join the team. Lu Sheng secretly smiled in his heart. In team mode, the experience value would be shared equally, but there would also be a 20% team experience bonus. As for his own team, he had brought 2 transformers who didn't share their experience at all. Lu Sheng was equivalent to taking 120% of the boss experience value all by himself. Coupled with the quest rewards, by killing 1 boss, he would receive 360% of the experience value reward. One head top 3.5. This efficiency was even better than leveling bosses with the Wine God. This wave, Lu Sheng made a bloody profit. After the 3 of them finished eating the grilled fish, they then planned to hit the road and head straight for the 5 skeleton level danger zone. However, before moving, Chu Guang asked Lu Shang and Bai Rou to wait for him first. Only to see him take out the golden equipment that he had just obtained and start sacrificing it. Seeing this, Lu Shang simply took this opportunity to also take out his weapons from the hidden sword box and cast 4 more sword spirits for them. Only Bai Rou stared dryly on the side, watching the two of them, Chu Guang and Lu Shang, puffing, and for a moment, she felt as if she was a bit out of place if she didn't do something. These two people, the occupational characteristics can be really strange. Or I'm more normal. Bai Rou secretly nodded. 3 days later. Rumble. A huge rumble startled countless flying birds in the Black Cloud mountain range. Firelight flickered and jumped, setting a sky-high ancient tree in the mountain forest ablaze. The Hellfire cult, clad in black armor, burned with spectral green flames and shook its mane in near frenzy. The blazing flames on its body rose to the sky, and the neighing of a fiery horse came from its mouth as it continuously plowed its front hooves in the face of a transmigrant directly in front of it. Not far across from it stood what was clearly Chu Guang. Chu Guang's brows were lowered, and a divine pattern emerged on his forehead. This divine pattern spread down from his forehead and was hidden under his clothing. It could be imagined that the Chu Guang in his current state must have his entire body covered in divine lines. Powerful evidence of this was the fact that a divine pattern could be seen at his cuffs, each of which had a divine pattern running down his arm, forming 2 identical runes on the backs of his hands. The light of the runes leaked out, like a bright silver-colored aperture, wrapping Chu Guang's hands as if he had been given boxing gloves. Not only that, behind Chu Guang, there was a large amount of light that gathered, forming a pair of broad and translucent wings. It was inaccurate to say that they were wings, because this pair of wings only consisted of light outlining a bright silver outline, swaying in small increments as he breathed. Such a pair of wings made the Chu Guang in front of him seem like a heavenly god descending into the world, full of holiness. The Hellfire cult, facing Chu Guang, obviously also felt the pressure. With another hiss, it took an offensive stance and accelerated violently, crashing towards Chu Guang. As the Hellfire pony raced, the hellfire on its body burned extraordinarily vigorously, eventually drowning its body and turning it into a huge ball of fire. This was the Hellfire pony's skill, Hellfire Crash. Even the front row of the second turner's team would have difficulty resisting it. This skill of the Hellfire cult could directly knock them away and burst into the back row to start killing. However, in the face of the Hellfire cult's skill, Chu Guang stretched out one hand without avoiding it and blocked in front of himself. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the rushing flames swept towards Chu Guang, and one person and one boss, just like that, slid with the inertia for more than 10 meters. After a long time, the flames finally stopped and dissipated. The feathered wings behind Chu Guang's back gently moved, and he himself still maintained the same movement he had just made, pressing one hand on the top of the Hellfire cult's head, successfully stopping it. To single-handedly take down the skills of a level 40 gold class boss, this scene was afraid that it would stun countless people's eyeballs. Even if this boss, which had obviously gone through a long battle, was already at the end of its strength at this point. Chu Guang was expressionless, and after receiving the Hellfire cult's Hellfire Crash, he raised his left fist and swung it out. The Hellfire cult let out a mournful cry and was blasted out by Chu Guang, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Ta, ta, ta. Footsteps sounded around the Hellfire cult, as if it came from the 9 hells. Along with these footsteps, there was also the sound of a metal weapon dragging on the ground, making a clattering sound. Bai Rou, who stepped out of the shadows, changed color, and her expression became more and more maniacal. You little colt, you're still quite capable of running. Come on, you run another one for me to see? Bai Rou's words were laced with laughter, and with a wave of the sword whip in her hand, her strange weapon was suddenly raised and viciously lashed at the back of the Hellfire pony's shoulder. In a split second, a deep invisible wound appeared on its body. The Hellfire cult ate the pain and rolled over to stand up from the ground, the flames burning on its body exploding with a bang. Yo, still got a temper? Bai Rou's thin lips grinned, his expression even more tyrannical. If you're obediently waiting to die, it'll be boring instead. Bai Rou laughed out loud. The sword whip was wildly swung by her, and her arm, along with the sword whip, could only be seen as a fluttering residual shadow. For a while, the bursts of sound that came from the sword whip after it was thrown out were endless. Every time there was an explosion, it represented a strike that landed on the Hellfire cult, followed by a large blood splatter. The sword whip flung down to the ground, raising dust that covered the sky. It was as if Bai Rou had turned an area directly in front of her into a meat grinder, and the Hellfire cult just happened to be wrapped within. The successive swipes allowed Bai Rou's terrifying output ability of this purgatory swordsman to be displayed to the fullest. At the same time, every time the sword whip brought out blood from the Hellfire Pony, it would be sucked into the sword body, turning into a red blood chi that surged into Bai Ro's body. After absorbing the red blood chi, Bai Ro's state obviously improved, and her attack power and attack speed increased continuously. At this time, Lu Shang also arrived with his sword box on his back, and watched in his eyes how the Hellfire Pony was ravaged by Chu Guang and Bai Ro successively just now. Even he couldn't help but sigh that the two teammates he found were indeed formidable. Wang Qian's stream was completely on a different level compared to them. Bai Ro's purgatory swordsman could refine her longsword weapon into a sword whip, and her attack distance far exceeded that of a swordsman. And no matter if she was injured herself or attacked an enemy, she could stimulate her professional passive, Purgatory Bloodiness, boosting her attack power, attack speed, and blood absorption. It could be said that although Bai Ro had the shortcoming of having a brittle body, as long as the attributes were stacked up, her output ability was absolutely full. If Bai Ro was still like this, Chu Guang's professional attributes were even more outrageous. Chapter 95. What kind of expression will you have when you see us? His current Holy Light bodyguard was entirely thanks to a transformation skill, Holy Descent. After opening this skill, Chu Guang was equivalent to entering combat form, and his attributes were directly blown up. Even without any equipment or weapons, with his own attributes he was completely comparable to the boss, simply a humanoid beast. Blocking boss attacks with one hand and flying boss with one punch was just a routine operation. It was no wonder that Bai Ro was able to make anyone among the 7 sons of Canglan scared. Only Chu Guang, who had been chased by Bai Ro many times, still dared to heal Bai Ro for the sake of a golden equipment. Currently, this Hellfire Cult was the 3rd level 40 gold boss that the 3 of them had teamed up to kill. The process of killing the boss in a team of 3 was much easier than Lu Shang thought. Even if his current, Spirit of Wine, skill had been banned by the quest, by working with Chu Guang and Bai Ro alone, he was able to pressurize the level 40 gold level boss. At this point, this Hellfire Cult was on the verge of death. The 3 of them, oh no, I should say Lu Shang, was also about to harvest a large amount of experience for the 3rd time. When the Hellfire Cult saw that Lu Shang had also caught up and surrounded it, its moves became even more violent. It flung its body and swept its horse's tail horizontally. Wherever the horse's tail passed, large sparks exploded. This skill interrupted Bai Ro's sword whip by sending it flying. Bai Ro took a step back, her expression displeased, and with a flip of the sword whip in her hand, she was about to continue her attack. The Hellfire Pony didn't want to be entangled by Bai Ro, and after interrupting Bai Ro's skill, it immediately shook off its hooves and fled, avoiding being surrounded by Lu Shang and the others again. However, the Hellfire Pony had just run out not even 2 steps, when Chu Guang on the other side raised his hand and coalesced a light spear in his hand. He held the light spear and threw it out, hitting the Hellfire Colt squarely in the waist. The Hellfire Colt was caught off guard, and was pierced through its body by the light spear, nailing it to the ground. Immediately, the light spear shattered, and countless points of light split from it, about to evolve into a pillar of light, imprisoning the Hellfire Colt within it. Previously, the 4-4 Skull level Danger Zone bosses were controlled by this one skill of Chu Guang's called Sacred Cage. Seeing that his skill hit, Chu Guang turned his head to Lu Shang and said, "You can directly use 10,000 swords return, this boss is too capable of running, we've wasted a lot of time on it." Lu Shang answered, the sword box behind him moved, and 96 flying swords flew out in a flash. Each flying sword was dense with flowing light, and sword intent burst out. Several people could feel that a stern sword intent was constantly cutting into their skin. The Hellfire Pony also realized that Lu Shan was brewing a skill that it couldn't afford to carry. It hissed more than once, like a small strong man that couldn't be defeated, and staggered to its feet, suddenly raising its upper body high, then stomped towards the ground. Seeing this, Lu Shang said, "No good, it's this ghost skill again." He had wanted to immediately unleash 10,000 swords return, and kill this Hellfire Colt in seconds. However, the Hellfire Colt's movements were much faster. After seeing its front hooves step on the ground, monstrous flames erupted from its body and swept outwards. Chu Guang's pillar of light was instantly annihilated and could no longer provide a control effect. Bai Ro, who was relatively close to the Hellfire Colt, was also lifted out by the flames and retreated back and forth. A flame whirlwind appeared, and after removing the control and forcing back Bai Ro, a fireball was shot out from it and sped towards the gap in the 3-person encirclement. This fireball was undoubtedly the Hellfire Pony itself. Just now, that was its skill, Hellfire Stir, which could remove all control effects on itself, while repelling the surrounding enemies and gaining immunity to control effects for a period of time. Although this skill is powerful, Lu Shang 3 people can handle it. Immunity to control, direct damage is. But the key was that every time the Hellfire Colt used this skill,
it would be used in conjunction with another skill, Hellfire Run. Hellfire Rush. Increase your movement speed by 600%, run forward, and leave a path of flames as you move, dealing a small amount of damage to the enemies you pass. The Hellfire Pony uses Hellfire Stir to uncontrol itself, and immediately after that, it turns on Hellfire Rush and starts running. It was a horse in its own right, and after boosting its movement speed by 600%, it was even faster to the point where it couldn't catch up. Lu Shang's trio had been chasing it from the 5-skull level danger zone it was in. As a result, after it saw that it wasn't a match for Lu Shang's trio, it used the Hellfire Stir plus Hellfire Rush skill combination 3 times in a row, and escaped many times. Even now, the location where the crowd was at had long since fallen out of the range of the 5-skeleton level danger zone. This left Lu Shang, who had been chasing the boss all the way, with a sense of beeping helplessness. At the same time, it also made him realize that as the grade increased, the boss's spirituality also increased. This was the first time Lu Shang had seen a boss that couldn't be defeated but had to run, and was very particular about its escape route. Seeing the boss transforming into a fireball and running farther and farther away, Lu Shang had no choice but to say to Bai Rou and Chu Guang, "You guys chase after it slowly, I'll use the Drunken Immortal's Moonwatch step to chase after it first. When I have the chance, I'll just slaughter it. You guys keep an eye on my position on the map panel, don't lose me." With that, he turned on Drunken Immortal Moonwatch steps, boosting his movement speed by 500% as he chased after the Hellfire Colt. Chu Guang and Bai Rou, on the other hand, tried their best to catch up behind them, waiting to rendezvous with Lu Shang in a while. This kind of situation had already occurred a few times, and the three of them were experienced in dealing with it. Meanwhile, in another part of the Black Cloud Mountain range. "It's just up ahead, we'll soon bump into Lu Shang." Zhang Pingfan showed a faint smile as he led the way ahead. "It seems like Lu Shang is rushing towards us. If he doesn't change his direction, he will meet up with us in a few minutes." "Good." Wang Xian was overjoyed, pulling the Breaking Army heavy sword out from behind him and smiling coldly. "It's not in vain that we've been chasing him for 2 or 3 days in the Black Cloud Mountain range, and we've finally blocked him. I don't know what kind of expression this brat will have when he sees us in a while. I think it must be very surprising, right?" "Oh." Wang Koan was in the same excited mood, "That's bound to be a surprise. It's estimated that he would never even think in death that these experts of ours would form a team and purposely chase over to kill him." Chen Zian followed behind the team, obviously not in such a good mood as Wang Koan and the others. She couldn't help but complain, "Hurry up and kill the person, hurry up and find the boss. Really, it's amazing that we've wasted almost 3 days chasing someone. With this kind of effort, we might as well go to the 5-skeleton level danger zone and try to see if we can brush a level 40 gold level boss." Chapter 96. Everyone, what a coincidence. Wang Qian didn't say anything as a vicious emotion rose in his heart. When they were chasing Bai Rou, the crowd had likewise spent a lot of time. He and Xiang Xiaonan had no complaints about that. And now that it was time to attack and kill Lu Shang, just because Chen Zian didn't have any conflicts with Lu Shang, she looked impatient and complained all the way. "When we finish off Lu Shang and Chu Guang, you will be next." Wang Qian sneered in his heart. However, this was definitely not something that could be said. He suppressed the dark fire burning within him and looked calm. "You don't have to be in a hurry, a level 40 gold class boss is not that easy to kill. Other than our team, absolutely no one can get their hands on it. So, after killing Lu Shang and Chu Guang, there's nothing wrong with slowly brushing the 5-skeleton level danger zone." Saying that, he took out the map and looked at it, and said with certainty, "Moreover, there's a 5-skeleton level danger zone just a little further west in front of us. After we kill Lu Shang, we'll just go directly to brush the boss, it won't delay more time." Chen Zian was non-committal and just grunted. Wang Xian was even more annoyed when he saw her like this. However, he must not explode at this time, so he could only greet the crowd and continue forward to ambush Lu Shang. Just as Wang Xian had just turned his head, suddenly, the sound of flames bursting and the sound of horses' hooves mixed together, coming from far away and approaching the crowd in an instant. All of them looked at the sound unanimously, and they suddenly realized that a huge ball of ghostly green fire had impartially crashed through countless thick trees, coming towards the crowd with a crushing momentum. "What the hell is this?" I don't know who exclaimed, but the fireball was already close at hand. Zhang Pingyi, who was at the forefront, was caught off guard and did not have the time to react even halfway before he took the brunt of the oncoming fireball and was hit head-on. Bang! After a loud bang on the ground, Zhang Pingyi spewed blood and was knocked out with black smoke, smashing hard on the ground, almost being killed in seconds. While knocking Zhang Pingyi away, the prairie flames swept outwards.
The blazing external flames made Wang Qian and the others all retreat quickly, not daring to get close at all. The crowd retreated more than 10 meters before they realized that the part where the flames were blown by the wind revealed the tall horse hiding in it, the Hellfire Colt. At this moment, the Hellfire pony was incomparably tyrannical. It really didn't expect that when it was halfway through its run, there would be someone in front of it, interrupting its Hellfire running attack. The rage made the Hellfire pony's oppressive feeling even more intense, and Wang Qian and the others all had their hearts tightened. The attributes of the Hellfire Colt, they had already seen it. The problem was, how could a level 40 gold class boss appear in the safe zone? Although this place was close to the 5 skeleton level danger zone, it was obviously still several kilometers away. At this time, it wasn't the time to consider these questions. This was a level 40 gold class boss. Even for a team like theirs with 5 second turners, they only had a 20-30% chance of winning. Not to mention that right now, Zhang Pingyi had flown off somewhere, leaving them directly down one person. Wang Qian activated the enchantment effect of the Army Breaker sword, and for a moment, the sword's thunder pattern lit up, with thunder snakes constantly wandering around the blade. The rest of the people were also like enemies, and according to their occupational characteristics, they were divided into front row occupations and back row occupations, intending to properly deal with this boss that suddenly killed out. With a boss of this level, if the crowd didn't cooperate well, they would be annihilated if they weren't careful. Right at this moment, Kong Linglong, who had already opened his bow and arrow, suddenly looked startled, noticing from the wounds all over the Hellfire Colt's body. He said in a loud voice, "That's not right, this boss is injured. It seems like it didn't run out of the danger zone, but was chased here." The crowd was stunned at these words. Chasing and killing a level 40 gold level boss? Wasn't this a joke? What kind of person, or team, could take a level 40 gold grade boss and beat it out of the danger zone? This question was answered in the next second. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Air-breaking sounds came one after another. Immediately following, nearly 100 flying swords killed out from the jungle at the back. The tips of the swords whistled through the air. Wherever the flying swords passed, streams of light endured, and for a time, it was like there were countless shooting stars flying down, aiming directly at the Hellfire Colt. Seeing this scene, Xiang Xiaonan had the strongest reaction. This skill, I'm familiar with it. The point is, wasn't there more than 30 flying swords before? How is it that in less than half a month's time, the number has directly tripled? The Hellfire pony sensed the 10,000 swords returning, killing, and its nostrils spewed out hot, thick air. If anyone noticed its eyes, they would realize that there was actually an emotion of despair in them, as well as resentment towards the group of roadblockers in front of them. Flames rose from its body, and it wanted to continue using Hellfire running attack to escape. Unfortunately, an enemy that was locked by 10,000 swords return was unable to defend or dodge this skill. The Hellfire Colt had just stepped away from its hooves when nearly 100 flying swords penetrated its body. The boss, which was already seriously injured, was just instantly secured by Lu Sheng's skill and hissed before its body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Then, 3 clusters of light coalesced within its body. The gold-level boss that had made Wang Qian and the rest of the group as if they were on the verge of an enemy, was just chased all the way down and then slaughtered? Everyone present looked at each other in disbelief, subconsciously watching the flying swords fly back as if they had spirituality, circling around a person who was walking step by step. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng also didn't expect that he would run into Wang Qian and the others during his pursuit of the Hellfire Colt. What's more, he didn't expect that Wang Qian's group would be so kind as to let one of his teammates go up and block the Hellfire Colt with his physical body, not letting the boss continue to escape. Otherwise, he would have had to spend some more time and effort to catch up with the Hellfire pony again. Just for this, Lu Sheng had to thank Wang Qian and the others. Lu Sheng walked forward and casually pocketed the 3 pieces of equipment that came out of the Hellfire pony. Well, not bad, there is also a golden equipment, Chu Guang should be satisfied. After putting the equipment away, Lu Sheng then looked around at the crowd and knowingly said, "Everyone, what a coincidence. I wonder everyone, where are you going?" Wang Qian opened his mouth and didn't utter a single word in half a day. He had prepared his lines a long time ago, telling Lu Sheng that we are here to kill you. But now, the situation was a bit off. Because no one had told him before that Lu Sheng could chase after a level 40 gold boss. Now exactly who kills who, not certain. Not only did Wang Qian think so, the rest of the people were the same. The scene was awkward for a moment. The air suddenly became very quiet, and only each other's careful and suppressed breathing could be heard. Lu Shang saw that everyone was silent and really wanted to laugh a little, so he took the initiative and said, "Why are they all mute? Say, are you guys here to kill me?" With these words, even the sound of breathing disappeared from the surroundings. 3 seconds later. Only Kong Linglong, witlessly, let out 2 dry scales. Ha! Ha! How come, we're just passing by. Chapter 97 Crazy Woman, your old friends are here. Passing by? Lu Shang also smiled, such a coincidence? Kong Linglong still maintained her puppet-like smile, no. That's right, it's such a coincidence. Oh, Lu Shang smiled even wider, since it's such a coincidence, let me introduce you guys to my teammates? After reading this, you guys will definitely exclaim that the world is a wonderful place. Teammates? Lu Shang still had teammates? While everyone was confused, Lu Shang shouted out an epithet in a loud voice, causing all of them to tremble at the tip of their hearts. Crazy woman. Your old friends are here. There was only one person who could be called Crazy Woman in the entire special training camp. Sure enough, the next second, the ear-piercing sound of iron rubbing on the ground struck. Bai Ro dragged her slender sword whip, and after a few leaps from the woods, she appeared in front of the crowd. At this moment, Bai Ro had an excited look on her face, and there was still a wisp of blood chi fluttering around her body, proving that the purgatory bloodiness that she had just stacked through the boss hadn't disappeared yet. The few strands of scarlet blood chi that surrounded her body, coupled with Bai Ro's excitement to the point of trembling, caused each of Wang Qian and the others to suddenly change in color. How did Bai Ro not die? Shen Xian's face was pale as she wanted to question Zhang Pingyi on what was going on. Earlier, Zhang Pingyi had said that his soul-devouring curse could last for almost 10 days. During the 10 days, the person who was inflicted with the skill would continue to fall down in status and could only forcefully renew his life by getting high. When Bai Ro left the mountaintop base, she didn't bring a healing potion or a flare gun. After using the random scroll to escape the crowd siege, it wouldn't take more than a few days for her to die for sure. As a result, now, Bai Ro not only stood alive in front of the crowd, but instead formed a team with Lu Shang. During this period, what exactly happened? This Zhang Pingyi's skill, why was it so unreliable? Now, it was obviously not the time to blame Zhang Pingyi either. Because Zhang Pingyi had long since been knocked unconscious by the Hellfire cult, and Bai Ro was like a vicious wolf, staring at everyone, always ready to strike. It was conceivable that there were only 2 possibilities in this battle today. One was to kill Bai Ro, and the other was to be killed by Bai Ro. Bai Ro stood together with Lu Shang, so it didn't need to be said to know that Wang Qian and the others planned to attack and kill Lu Shang, Bai Ro, and Chu Guang had definitely been revealed, and everyone didn't need to hide. Wang Qian's face was grim as he took the initiative to top the front and said aloud, "Don't panic. Things have come to this, big deal. They only have 2 people, but we have 6. 5. They just finished fighting the boss, their condition is not as good as ours. It's still unknown who will lose and who will win." The rest of them didn't respond, but they were all standing by, ready to fight. Lu Shang, however, didn't rush to make a move and looked at their stance with a good look, who said, "We only have 2 people? Chu Guang, do you still want the gold quality equipment? Wang Qian's crowd? Are you kidding, brother? Chu Guang is also on your team?" The facts proved that Lu Shang wasn't joking with them. In the direction Lu Shang and Bai Ro had come from, Chu Guang's figure had indeed appeared without haste. Although he did not use divine descent at this time, even if his sharpness was restrained, the pressure that Chu Guang brought to others was incomparably huge. After Chu Guang arrived, he merely glanced at Wang Qian and the others without much interest. He looked towards Lu Shang, his tone flat. "I didn't say I'd help you deal with Wang Qian and the others, it's not within the scope of my job." "I understand, a gold quality equipment." Lu Shang looked like a good person, took out the gold-colored equipment that was still warm and gave it to Chu Guang. After Chu Guang accepted it, he asked rhetorically, "This is what the boss popped out just now, right? According to what was said before, this was supposed to be my stuff." Lu Shang was serious, who said that the boss didn't pop out anything of gold quality, just 3 purple ones. Gold-level boss, where is it so easy to pop out gold-quality equipment? This gold equipment, but I press bottom, ready to use later, pain in the ass to give you. Really? Can I lie to you? Chu Guang looked at the equipment called Hellfire leather boots in his hand and fell into deep thought. Bai Ro couldn't stand the 2 of them grinding, she couldn't help but feel the urge to make a move a long time ago. "You 2 take your time to bargain, I'll go first." Before the words fell, Bai Ro had already charged forward, and the sword whip in her hand was thrown out together. Wang Qian was at the forefront and was under the most pressure. His forehead was sweating as he shouted, with Bai Rou around, "We have no way back today. Who cares who's in the team, let's fight." Wang Qian waved his twin swords high. In an instant, the broken army heavy sword rolled with astral winds and thunder, forming an impenetrable defense in front of him. The sword whips that Bai Rou drew out one after another were surprisingly all blocked by Wang Qian. As Bai Rou's attacks were blocked, she paused in her movements and raised the end of her eyebrows. Second turn? Not bad, that's a bit of fun. If you guys are too good to kill, you'll bore me instead. Bai Rou retrieved the sword whip in her hand, then thrust it towards the ground. In the next second, the blade of the sword whip stabbed out violently from the land in front of Wang Qian, pointing straight at Wang Qian's throat. Wang Qian was also prepared for Bai Rou's skill. Both swords were raised at the same time and slashed downwards diagonally, forming a thunderous leaping wind wall in front of himself. The sword whip stabbed out from the ground and landed on the wind wall, and after being resisted, it retracted back into the ground. In turn, it stabbed out from another location, leaving one defenseless. However, Wang Qian's skill had a wide range of defense, and no matter what direction Bai Rou's sword whip stabbed from, he was able to block it. Seeing that Wang Qian was able to resist Bai Rou's attack, Chen Zian and the others, who were already close to despair, raised the fire of hope again. Yes, they had already turned 2 now, and their strength was much stronger than when they had attacked and killed Bai Rou before. On the contrary, Lu Shang's trio seemed to be only at level 30 and were still stuck on turn 1, not having returned to the mountaintop base for turn 2. It seemed that they might not be unable to win this battle. Thinking of this, Xiang Xiaonan was the first to make a move. He summoned the flying dragon and made it fly into mid-air. Xiang Xiaonan had also turned 2, and along with that, his flying dragon was also different from the original. At this time, this flying dragon was longer and bigger, with a hideous appearance, and its strength had obviously increased quite a bit from the original. Fei Zai used the flying dragon deity Qi. Xiang Xiaonan gave the order to the flying dragon, and the target he was going to attack was naturally Lu Shang. The flying dragon was also red-eyed towards Lu Shang, its enemy, and after the already more powerful one flew into the high altitude, it violently threw its body and swooped down towards Lu Shang. Around it, white air currents composed of astral winds coalesced. This, flying dragon's Big Dipper, landed even faster, and its power had increased by more than 1 notch compared to the previous circle-breaking level rush. Lu Shang didn't even look at the flying dragon that smashed into him high in the air. Chapter 98, I would like to call the Wang family brothers the sword delivery boys. This was because Chu Guang beside him had already taken a step out. After one step, the divine pattern in front of his forehead lit up, spreading downwards and spreading all over his body. A pair of feathered wings intertwined with light instantly stretched out, causing Chu Guang's attributes to skyrocket, far beyond the realm of a transmogrifier. Chu Guang grasped his right hand and light converged in his palm, forming a spear in his hand. Immediately following that, he threw the spear and accurately inserted it into the body of the flying dragon. The astral energy on the flying dragon's body could indeed provide a defensive effect. However, even though the flying spear was blocked out by the astral aura, it shattered and then turned into points of light, evenly dispersing into a pillar of light that firmly shackled the flying dragon within. The flying dragon's skill was forcibly interrupted and fell from the air, followed by being controlled in the pillar of light and unable to get out. Xiang Xiaonan would never have thought that his flying dragon had the strength of a level 30 silver boss, but as a result, it was restricted by a single skill of Chu Guang. Without his flying dragon, he can only utilize less than 30% of this dragon knight's strength. For a while, Xiang Xiaonan, who had wanted to charge with the flying dragon, stood still, not knowing whether he should advance or retreat. Lu Shang didn't give him time to think. As Lu Shang raised his hand, the red sky sword's original blade leaked out firelight and fell into his hand. Step on the sword. Lu Shang's body pulled through a long residual shadow and instantly arrived behind Xiang Xiaonan. Where the residual shadow passed, a firelight could still be seen cutting through. The additional attribute of the red sky sword allowed Lu Shang to unleash skills with 50% magic damage. Treading sword walk was also Lu Shang's output skill, and the damage wasn't low, it could deal 300% damage. Thus, the additional attribute of the red heavenly sword provided an additional 150% magic attribute damage when triggered. Stacked together, it was 450% mixed damage. Even though Xiang Xiaonan was also a heavy armor profession, he couldn't resist Lu Shang's attack power being too high. When this sword went down, a firelight followed the remnants of treading sword walk. The skill was brilliant and bright. The damage itself, moreover, made it obvious that Xiang Xiaonan couldn't carry it. A section of the sword walk effect ended, Xiang Xiaonan's chest armor durability was zeroed, and it directly shattered.
He himself immediately spat blood from his mouth and fell to his knees, a deep and long slash imprinted on his chest.
You really turned too?
Lu Sheng didn't retract his sword, and with a single sentence, he caused Xiang Xiaonan to spit out another mouthful of blood.
How come you're still so weak? You can't even block one of my skills.
Xiang Xiaonan had basically lost his ability to fight, so Lu Sheng simply didn't waste his energy on him. He turned his head over his head and saw that Wang Qian was still resisting Bai Ro's attack with his skills, displaying the stoicism of a heavy swordsman to the fullest. Lu Sheng pointed his foot and his body once again transformed into a residual shadow.
This time, the target was precisely Wang Qian.
The golden residual shadow dragged the flames of the red sky sword and instantly collided with Wang Qian's wind wall. Originally, Wang Qian was already struggling to resist Bai Ro's attack with this skill. Lu Sheng messed in at this time, completely collapsing his defense. The wind wall collapsed with a bang, and Bai Ro's sword whip took advantage of the situation and stabbed out, hitting Wang Qian's shoulder and bringing out a large amount of flesh and blood. Wang Qian was in pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. He didn't dare to get too close to Lu Sheng and retreated back and forth. However, Lu Sheng's third stage of sword treading was launched with it, and the target was still Wang Qian.
Wang Qian was startled, but his reaction was also quick.
With a furious roar, he waved the heavy sword in his hand, no longer retreating, but instead charging in the direction where Lu Sheng was. The heavy sword was waved, and the heavy blade erupted with thunder, forming an almost unstoppable thunderstorm that collided head-on with Lu Sheng's sword treading.
Ding!
A sharp scraping sound sounded, and Wang Qian retreated 3 steps, his tiger's mouth crumbling. However, he also managed to block Lu Sheng's last sword treading. After Lu Sheng finished launching sword treading, he triggered the 4th skill effect and returned to his original position. At this moment, the red sky sword in his hand was not only overflowing with fire, but there was also a thunder snake cracking, causing his arm holding the sword to go numb. Although he did not kill Wang Qian in seconds, the exchange just now made Lu Sheng's eyes light up. Because the breaking army heavy sword in Wang Qian's hand seemed to have not bad attributes. Just now when their weapons collided, Lu Sheng could feel that there were quite a few additional attributes on the army breaker heavy sword. The 3 main attributes of interruption, knockback, and paralysis were all present. Although Lu Sheng didn't really like heavy swords, after all, a heavy sword, it was really difficult to highlight the dashing and handsome sword immortal. But if it is a heavy sword with excellent attributes, Lu Sheng is still willing to put it in the sword box. I would like to call the Wang brothers the sword delivery boys. Just as Lu Sheng began to play with Wang Qian's 2 broken army heavy swords, Bai Ro had already bullied her way towards Wang Qian. She grinned her scarlet red mouth and swung her sword whip crazily in her hand, beating Wang Qian back. Wang Qian didn't have the chance to release his skills to resist Bai Ro's attack, he could only use his 2 heavy swords to block it, and in a few breaths his body was already bruised. Even if he had already turned 2, it would be difficult for him to fight off such a terrifying opponent. Brother! Wang Koan was anxious to see this, and with a bottom-up pick of the giant sword in his hand, he unleashed the skill, Sandstorm Bomb. 5 stones flew out, friction with the air as they flew, becoming reddish in color. Bai Ro glimpsed Wang Koan's action and her tone was high and harsh, so anxious to find death? There's no hurry, let me kill one by one, every one of you will have a share. After saying that, she turned back and flung the sword whip in her hand. The length of the sword whip suddenly surged, leaving a trail of shadows in mid-air, shattering all 5 stones of the sandstorm bomb and exploding into the air. Although Wang Koan's skill did not threaten Bai Ro, it also bought Wang Qian a chance to catch his breath. He stabilized his position and shouted, "Zhenzian, Kong Linglong, release your skills quickly. Little Koan, control the field." Wang Koan gritted his teeth and swung the huge sword in his hand again. Wild sand/wall. 2 swords on the left and right in succession, a sandstone wall appeared on each side of the battlefield where the crowd was, limiting the range in which Lu Sheng's trio could dodge. At the same time, the 2 of them, Zhenzian and Kong Linglong, who hadn't been making any moves, also finally made a move. As early as the beginning of the battle, the 2 were brewing their skills. At this moment, Zhenzian waved her staff, and at some point, she had already summoned a cloud as black as ink above the heads of Lu Sheng and the others, as if pulling everyone into the dark night. Thunder flashed in it, and it could strike down at any time. Next to him, Kong Linglong's eyes were like torches as he opened his bow and strung an arrow. Cyclones flew around him, and the tip of the arrow was even like an eye of the wind, with it as the center, a fierce wind swept through, blowing the surrounding trees to rattle. Thunder, dark clouds, fierce wind, sand and rocks. The combination of the trio's skills together actually gave the place a sense of doom and gloom. Kong Linglong loosened the tail of the arrow in his hand at Wang Qian's command.
Instantly, his arrow transformed into a huge tornado that swept over in the direction of Lu Shang's trio with ferocious momentum.
Almost at the same time, thunder rolled across the sky, and electricity exploded in the middle of the thunderclouds, to rain down a thunderbolt on Lu Shang and the others below.
Chapter 99 1 Sword to flatten the lawn. Seeing that Lu Shang's few people were enveloped by Kong Linglong and Chen Zian's skills, Wang Qian and the others were overjoyed. However, they did not notice that Lu Shang had long since taken the duo's movements in his eyes. After utilizing the last displacement of sword treading to return to the origin, the Canglan sword, which had already been prepared, had already fallen back into Lu Shang's hands. The current Lu Shang was in dual-wielding mode. He realized that Kong Linglong's and Chen Zian's skills were about to fall, and that Wang Kuan's berserk sand/wall was blocking the path on his left and right. Lu Shang swung both of his long swords at the same time. Sword pulling Canglan activated. A full moon sword aura appeared twice. Immediately afterward, two successive sword chi swept outwards successively. The first sword chi was like a gale sweeping away leaves wherever it passed. Wherever the sword chi swept through, the sandstone walls collapsed, the dark clouds were cleared, and the storm suddenly subsided. The environment that was still like the end of the world was suddenly light, and all the scenes disappeared without a trace. The skills that Kong Linglong and Chen Zian had been brewing for a long time were all wiped out by a single blow of sword retaining flat lanes, which didn't have any effect at all. This scene caused everyone present to stare blankly. Especially Kong Linglong and Chen Zian. The skill that took so long to unleash. You leveled it with a single sword? It's also too bullying, isn't it? How can others play when your professional skills are so heaven-defying? Right now, it was obviously not the time to give them the time to doubt their lives. Because after Canglan swords, Flatlan, effect erased the skill, Red Sky swords, Flatlan, followed. A dense, fiery sword chi followed the sword chi from earlier and swept towards everyone present. This second, Canglan, also had 50% magic damage, and its power was even more terrifying. Wang Kuan was standing closest to Lu Shang, causing him to be the first to be swept by two successive, Canglan, sword chi. The successive sword chi directly sent Wang Kuan flying out. As he flew backwards, Wang Kuan's eyes were bloodshot and his veins burst. Although he was not killed in seconds, he was clearly injured. Immediately after that, was Wang Qian. Wang Qian reacted very quickly, slamming his sword in his hand, using the wind wall skill that had just blocked by Rose's skill, and was able to resist the sword chi. As for Chen Zian and Kong Linglong, who were further back, they also reacted in time. Chen Zian used Thunder Flicker and managed to jump to the back of the Canglan sword chi, avoiding the fate of being hit by the sword chi. Kong Linglong, on the other hand, summoned a wind shield in front of himself, intending to carry it hard. With his small body, even if he had defensive skills, it was still difficult to resist the power of Flatlan. The sword chi swept through at great speed, instantly breaking the shield, causing him to fly out 3 to 5 meters horizontally, without the power to fight again. The Canglan sword energy finally dissipated. This plan, sword pulling flat lanes, instantly broke the opponent's 3 skills, and at the same time, severely injured 2 of them. Lu Shang had cut off the hope of victory for this group of people on the other side with his own strength. The gap between the two sides was just too big. After Lu Shang finished releasing the sword retainer, he let go with one hand, and Red Sky flew back into the air, joining the nearly 100 flying swords above his head. The Canglan sword, on the other hand, continued to be held in his hand, just in case. The sense of oppression brought about by hundreds of flying swords was just too heavy. Wang Qian and the others didn't doubt for a second that right now, Lu Shang only needed to point with his hand, and these flying swords would be able to put any of them on the spot in an instant. Chen Zian couldn't stand this pressure and was in a state of disarray. She waved her staff with a pale face and pointed at Lu Shang from afar. An instantaneous, falling thunder technique appeared out of nowhere, trying to strike Lu Shang's head. Lu Shang's body swayed slightly, swept through a shadow, and easily dodged it with his drunken immortal moonstep. Seeing that Chen Zian still dared to attack, Lu Shang didn't mind giving her some color. Under the control of Lu Shang's royal sword technique, the sword spirit of a spirit wind sword flew out, trailing a white airstream, and hit Chen Zian at a ridiculously fast speed. Chen Zian was completely unable to react in time, and was pierced through her thigh by this sword soul, pinned to the ground, screaming miserably for a while. Not far away, Kong Linglong saw that the situation was over, his face was filled with panic, and he turned his head to escape. A wind whirlwind emerged from his entire body, his speed skyrocketed, and his movement speed soared to a level where he could compete with Lu Shang. Lu Shang frowned slightly and wanted to use another sword spirit to severely injure Kong Linglong as well, but a light spear took the first step and plunged into Kong Linglong. The light spear was none other than Zhu Guang's sacred cage, which could not only control bosses and battle pets, but transmutations could be controlled as well. Kong Linglong didn't have any uncontrol skills, and after being hit by the light spear, he was imprisoned, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from it. Right now, the only one who still had the power to fight was Wang Qian. However, letting Wang Qian deal with Lu Shang, Zhu Guang, and Bai Rou was a bit of a bully. Looking at his confident team, which was shattered in a single glance, Wang Qian gulped. He also had no desire to fight, and his hands unconsciously trembled. "What are you guys going to do?" Lu Sheng smiled, and his flying swords hovered around him. The blades of the swords, without exception, were all aimed at Wang Qian. "Not doing anything, just doing something you want to do to us. Release Bai Rou." With Lu Sheng's order, Bai Rou, with her trademark frightening smile and sword whip in hand, could no longer resist picking these defenseless fruits. "Let me think, in what order, in what way, to kill you all one by one." Seeing this, Zhu Guang let out a long sigh and turned around to walk towards the distance, saying as he walked, "I haven't killed a transmogrifier, so I can't look at this. Remember to call me over when you're dividing up the equipment later." Lu Sheng. "Good boy, if you don't kill a pig, you want to eat pork, right?" Just as Lu Sheng was belaboring Zhu Guang, and Bai Rou was about to start enjoying it all, a gunshot suddenly came out. Lu Sheng looked at the sound and realized that it was the almost dying Xiang Xiaonan, who was trembling and raising his hand at this time. In his hand, it was clearly the signal gun that was distributed from the base on top of the mountain, used to call for help. This kid is smart, even know to send a signal gun for help. However, his behavior immediately provoked Bai Rou's displeasure. "Could you Xiang Xiaonan, how dare you call for help?" Bai Rou violently twisted her head towards him. "Since you're so misbehaved, I'll kill you first." The corners of Bai Rou's mouth grew wider and wider as she watched Xiang Xiaonan's scalp explode. "No. No. Wang Qian, save me." Xiang Xiaonan at this time cannot count on his flyboy, can only count on Wang Qian. But Wang Qian is on the side, not even dare to move, and how dare to save him? Bai Rou laughed maniacally, sword whip swung out, snap sound, ruthlessly whipping Xiang Xiaonan body. Immediately afterward, there was a series of lashes, waving the residual shadow down. Xiang Xiaonan wailed repeatedly, holding his head with both hands, without any power to fight back. As they watched a trail of blood flowers continue to come out of Xiang Xiaonan's body, everyone was horrified. All of them already regretted it. Why did they form a team in the first place and plan to go? Why did they form a team in the first place and plan to kill these three fiends? Chapter 100, I struck my sword too quickly, I couldn't retract it. Die for me. Because there were still a lot of dishes waiting to be savored later, Bai Rou obviously wasn't interested in spending too much time on Xiang Xiaonan. Seeing Xiang Xiaonan dying and unable to bring more fun, Bai Rou intended to finish him off. Just at this instant, a massive pressure fell from above the heads of the crowd. "All stop!" A familiar and slightly hoarse voice rang out from high above, followed closely by the hissing sound of a wild beast. In an instant, sound waves rippled out like the ripples of a lake. Everyone present was enveloped by the sound waves, and for a moment, their bodies were unable to move. Lu Sheng was likewise the same. He felt the scene in front of him constantly distorting and shaking. It was as if his body had been sealed into the cement, and he couldn't even move a finger. Boom! A figure descended from the sky. It was a large feline with a body length of 2 meters, shaped like a fierce tiger but without the patterns of a fierce tiger. At the same time, it had towering tufts of hair on both ears, and its tail was far shorter than the average feline. Lu Sheng originally thought that this was a boss, but after he tried to see the other side, he realized that it was not. The shadow of this animal was fading away, revealing the figure of the chief instructor Lynx, who was slowly standing up straight. Undoubtedly, the group control skill that made everyone unable to move was also from her hand. Lu Sheng couldn't help but be stunned, because he didn't expect that the people from the Western Realm military region would come so quickly after seeing the flare gun. Moreover, the one who came was still a lynx. Could it be that the people from the Western Realm military region had been in the neighborhood all along? Lu Sheng couldn't think of the relationship in time. Because he knew that since the lynx was here, it was very likely that this battle today would have to come to a close. After all, even if there was a death index in the special training camp, the instructors could not really let him and Bai Rou kill Wang Qian and the others. The lynx had come here to intervene in this matter and let things end in a peaceful way. But Lu Sheng didn't intend to stop there. He had no intention of killing anyone, but Wang Qian and the others had moved to kill him. If Wang Qian and the others had a chance to kill him, then they definitely wouldn't show any mercy. Just like the attack on Bai Rou before. Therefore, even if the lynx came, Lu Shang had no intention of letting these people go. At the very least, Lu Shang needed a human life to show the others what price he would pay if he wanted to kill me, Lu Shang. Thinking of this, Lu Shang's heart was certain. The Canglan sword in his hand gently trembled, and his entire person suddenly transformed into sword chi, becoming indistinct and disappearing in place. The Green Lotus sword song was unleashed. Lu Shang transformed into sword chi and chopped at Wang Qian, who was not far away. This sudden strike did not even allow the lynx to react in time. After all, the lynx had already utilized its skills to control everyone just now. Who would have thought that Lu Shang would have an uncontrolled skill and still be able to continue killing towards Wang Qian? Lu Shang's sword light flashed and leapt as his attack landed on Wang Qian. Poor Wang Qian, his own professional characteristics of a heavy swordsman made him as if he was a heavy tank. No matter what kind of attacks he faced, he was able to resist them with his skills. As a result, now, under the control effect of the lynx, he didn't even know what was going on, and his body had already been chopped by Lu Shang many times. The last sword was even a precise throat seal, hitting the weak point attack. For a while, blood sprayed out and Wang Qian's pupils dilated incredulously. Eventually the breaking army heavy sword fell, and Wang Qian fell on his back, his expression fixed in great dismay and pain. Lu Shang's body coalesced into a solid body once again, and before he had time to make any movements, a slender and powerful hand fell on his shoulder. The lynx did not know when, but came to Lu Shang's side, glaring tightly at him, his brows containing anger. "Didn't I tell you to stop? Why are you still using skills?" Lu Shang wasn't afraid. Looking back at the lynx, he replied, "I came out of my sword too fast, I couldn't retract it." Couldn't retract it? This explanation was too unconvincing. However, the lynx's eyes narrowed slightly, and instead of punishing Lu Shang, he asked, "Now then, can you retract it?" Lu Shang nodded his head, and the sword box behind him opened with a click. At that moment, all the flying swords flew back into the sword box. Seeing Lu Shang withdrawing his hand, the lynx then let go of Lu Shang. At the same time, the control effect of the skills she had just released also disappeared. Everyone regained their mobility. When Wang Kuan saw that his brother had died beside Lu Shang, he was first stunned and then howled hysterically. As if he had lost his mind, he lifted the heavy sword on the ground and almost collapsed as he rushed towards Lu Shang. However, before he could take 2 steps, a silhouette drifted in and slammed a hand knife into the back of Wang Kuan's neck, knocking him out. After the sunglasses instructor knocked out Wang Kuan, he let him fall to the ground. Behind him, there were a few high-level instructors who came with him, controlling the situation here. Especially beside Bai Rou, there were 4 instructors, all of whom were above level 50. With these 4 instructors watching, if Bai Rou wanted to make a move again, she would definitely be controlled at the first time. This made Bai Rou's teeth itch with hatred, and she could only watch as her prey was taken to the side by the other instructors one by one, and went to be rescued. "Commander Yang, what are the casualties?" The sunglasses instructor came forward and asked in a deep voice. The lynx waved his hand and said, "1 person is dead and 5 are seriously injured. This result is barely acceptable. In a moment, you bring Chen Zian and the others back to the mountaintop base, they are now eliminated. All the resources in the Black Cloud Mountain range have nothing to do with them." "Yes." The sunglasses instructor gave a military salute and then went to take care of it. "As for you," the lynx glanced at Bai Rou and Lu Shang, and could see the obvious color of disobedience in their eyes. In contrast, not far away, Chu Guang in turn was the most calm person. The lynx expression slightly headache, greeted these 3 people, with their own to the side to talk. Coming aside, Lu Shang was about to open his mouth when the lynx took the lead and said, "I know that you guys are very unconvinced about our instructor's arrival. Theoretically entering the Black Cloud Mountain range, our Western Realm military region shouldn't have interfered with all the actions of your cadets. Even you guys have a good reason to kill all those cadets just now. After all, these people formed a group that was itself here to kill you. In terms of reason, you all have a good reason to kill with your hands." Lu Shang didn't say anything. This was because it could be seen that the Western Realm military region already knew all about the grudge between the 2 teams and did not need him to explain anything. The lynx continued, "If this is the real wilderness, we really shouldn't make a move. But here, after all, it's just special training. The extent of the internal conflict between you geniuses is already out of the control of our Western Realm military region. Not only Bai Rou, but the other group of people wanting to ensure that they reach the top 3 positions by killing you all has also exacerbated the depletion of the death indicators. This game, it's getting over the top, we must intervene. I can understand the dissatisfaction in your hearts. At the same time, I will also give you all a satisfactory solution. Chapter 101 Westland Military Region Executioner. On the side, Chu Guang's lips twitched. Lu Sheng asked the lynx before he could say a piece of golden equipment, Chief Instructor, what is the specific content of the program you mentioned? The lynx said, after the special training content of the Black Cloud Mountain Range is over, you will have the last round of special training content, the position grabbing tournament. I won't reveal more about the specific content. In short, the higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards will be. After a pause, the lynx added, especially for the first place, there will be red quality equipment or props to choose from. As for the second and third, there are even 3 to 5 gold quality equipment or props rewarded. The moment these words came out, Lu Sheng's breath shortened by a few points. The Chu Guang on the side was even more so. To him, it seemed that the second and third placements were a bit more attractive. Lu Sheng was different. He wasn't greedy and would only take one reward. Of course, the quality of the reward had to be red. Clearly different from these two, Bai Rou didn't care what the reward was. She was still grinding her teeth, her eyes glancing in the direction of Zhang Pingyi and the others from time to time. Not caring how the three reacted, the lynx continued, with your strength, the top 3 should be no problem. The proposal I have put forward is that no matter what your final rankings are, how many rewards you will be able to get. I will give you all double the rewards on top of that. That is to say, first place, able to get 2 pieces of red quality equipment or props. Second place, 10 pieces of gold quality. Third place, 6 pieces of gold quality. After saying that, the lynx took a deep breath. This is already the most rewards I can apply for, the most. Now I'm using these rewards to buy the lives of those trainees just now. If you guys can agree, it will be the best choice for you, for them, and for us, isn't it? After she finished speaking, Lu Sheng pondered in his mind. Undoubtedly, the solution given by the lynx was definitely the optimal solution. With his strength, he had basically internalized the top 3, or even the first, of the Southern Domain Special Training Camp. Bai Rou was not his opponent. Chu Guang's goal definitely preferred second over first. In this way, in the end, Lu Sheng would receive 2 red quality rewards, definitely earning more than killing Wang Kuan and the others. Not to mention the fact that there were so many instructors present, if he wanted to kill Wang Kuan and the others, would the instructors allow it? For the final gain alone, Lu Sheng had a reason to accept the lynx solution. Anyway, he had already killed Wang Xian, whether it was revenge or deterrence, it had already been done. Using the lives of Wang Kuan and the others to exchange for a red quality reward, Lu Sheng would definitely be happy to do so. If he couldn't even understand this layer, and had to make a scene to kill Wang Kuan and the others, this was definitely a reckless idea with no brain. Just as Lu Sheng was thinking this way, Bai Rou at the side took the lead and rejected in a loud voice, no way. I don't want any reward, just kill them. Lu Sheng glanced at Bai Rou beside him. The reckless man is even by my side? The lynx seemed to have anticipated that Bai Rou would reject the offer. She took out a medallion from her character's backpack and made an illustration of the medallion's attributes, publicizing it in front of everyone. Westland Military Region Executioner Title Medal Special Equipment Blue. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 15. Spirit plus 15. Endurance plus 15. Bonus, obtain the title of Executioner. Requirement, level 20. Lu Sheng could tell at a glance that this should be an equipment created by the Western Military Region itself. The person who wore this medal should have some special authority in the Western Military Region. The lynx waited for everyone to look at the attributes of the medal before introducing, Executioner. This is a position in our West Realm Military Region that is not considered to be a regular organization, but carries an important job. That's execution. Hearing the word execution, Bai Rou's eyes clearly lit up. The lynx faced Bai Rou, this medal can be given to you. Using this medal, you can go to any division in the Western Realm Military Region and exercise the right of execution. Every year, there will be a large number of death row inmates in the major divisions of the Westland Military Region that need someone to put them to death. Some of these people are heretics, some are wilderness hunters who have killed countless people in the wild, and there are also some ordinary transmigrants who have abducted and trafficked women and children, and who have committed the most heinous crimes. No matter which one, they are all people who deserve to die. I know that your parents once sent you to the Wind Caesar's Hall to hunt down wanted criminals as a way to express the killing intent in your heart. But the thing about wanted criminals is that they are not very common in Changnan.
And part of our job, in the Western Realm military region, is to catch all sorts of vicious people. So in our hands, there aren't a few death row inmates that need to go to execution. With this medal, you'll have a place to release your desire to kill. This medal, do you want it? Bai Rou didn't even do any thinking at all, nodding her head back and forth. The attraction of this medal to her could definitely be compared to Chu Guang's grilled fish. The lynx's face was rarely soothed, and he really threw the medallion to Bai Rou. Since that's the case, then I'll take it that you agree with the proposal I just made. Then, have we reached a consensus? If so, I'll take my people and leave. Chu Guang nodded without any comments. Lu Shang thought a little and realized the lynx's negotiation strategy in his mind. With a face full of solemnity, he said seriously, "Chief Instructor, actually, I'm a person who is more or less mentally ill. I just love sword-type weapons, and if I didn't have sword-type weapons, I would be as completely crazy as Bai Rou, wanting to kill people. So, isn't it necessary to give me a few more swords to calm my restless killing aura?" Lynx. She and Lu Shang looked at each other for a few seconds, pretended that they hadn't heard anything, and said to themselves, "Since you guys don't have any opinions, then this matter is settled. There's still a big chunk of time left until the end of this round of special training. You guys cherish it, don't waste the boss resources that our Western Realm military region has put here." After saying that, she turned around and left. Lu Shang was depressed enough. "If you don't agree, then don't agree, why are you pretending to be deaf?" Soon, the lynx and the sunglasses instructor and the others, with Kong Linglong and the others, as well as Wang Qian's corpse were ready to leave. Before leaving, Lu Shang used the reason that Wang Qian was killed by himself, and should have the ownership of all his belongings, and turned his character's backpack over. Among them, not only did he seize a full 4 pieces of gold quality equipment, the 2 army breaker heavy swords, which Lu Shang was quite interested in, were also obtained by him. After obtaining the breaking army heavy sword, Lu Shang carefully looked at the attributes of the 2 swords, and only then did he understand what made Wang Qian able to hold out in Bai Rou's hands for so long. These 2 swords, their attributes were truly superb. Chapter 102, Broken Army Sword. Breaking Army Sword, Gold Color Enchant Gold Quality 1 time. Required Level, Level 25. Required Profession, Sword Mastery Profession. Attributes, Attack plus 1340. Strength plus 359. Attachment, each time you attack an enemy, there is a 25% chance to interrupt the enemy's skill. Each time you attack an enemy, there is a 25% chance that the enemy will be knocked back. When attacking an enemy, increase the rate of equipment attrition against the enemy by 500%. Enchanted Attribute, Thunder, each time it inflicts an abnormal state on an enemy, it will carry 100% lightning magic damage and add a paralyzing effect to the enemy. Introduction, General Zhenlong once held this sword and broke through the 300 iron buttons head-on, thus this sword has the name of Breaking Army. Just as Lu Shang had expected, this Broken Army sword had a lot of additional attack effects, including knockback, skill interruption, and paralysis. The 25% chance wasn't too high, but it wasn't low either. Especially, once he had cast the sword souls for all the swords, there were as many as 66 Broken Army swords together with the sword souls. How many interruptions and knockbacks could be triggered by 66 Breaking Army swords, flying in unison for 1 round, and slashing at someone else's body? Each time it triggered, it would additionally cause an equal amount of lightning attribute magic damage, as well as a paralyzing effect. Not only did the damage skyrocket by a hair, but it also provided a powerful control ability. It was no wonder that Wang Qian's strength was significantly better amongst the others. The attributes of the Breaking Army Sword were already powerful, and when combined with the enchantment charms that Wang Qian had put on, the attributes also fit quite well with the Breaking Army Sword. That's what caused Wang Qian to be the one who could stand to the end in the team in this battle. Now, Wang Qian's 2 army breaking swords had become Lu Shang's trophies. With the super high attack power and strength attributes, plus the 3 control attack effects, these 2 Broken Army swords were fully qualified to be included in the sword box. Lu Shang put both swords into his sword box. At this point, he had Song Lan, Red Sky, Spirit Wind, and the 2 army breaker swords in his sword box, a total of 5 weapons. Lu Shang was quite satisfied with the harvest from this battle. Seeing that the lynx and the others had already left, only he, Bai Rou, and Chu Guang were left here. Lu Shang looked at the 2 of them and knew that next, all 3 of them would have to face a choice. This trouble with Wang Qian has been solved, what are your next plans? How Wang Qian and the others are doing, it doesn't matter much to me, I only want to get golden equipment. Chu Guang spread his hands and made an indifferent gesture.
If it's possible, like before, let's brush the boss together, and it's fine for me to get gold quality equipment. After receiving an affirmative reply, Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it would be a pity if such a teammate who ate grass and milked cows quit the team. As for the other teammate, Bai Rou, who didn't even eat grass, Lu Sheng didn't have much confidence that he could get her to stay on the team. Because Bai Rou was with the team solely for the purpose of catching Wang Qian's gang. Now that Wang Qian is dead, Bai Rou is most likely to withdraw from the team and go back to the mountaintop base to turn 2. Otherwise, she can't even eat the experience with the team. Why should she work in the team for nothing? With Bai Rou gone, Lu Sheng would have 120% less experience if he killed a boss. After thinking about this, Lu Sheng's heart was dripping a little. Just as Lu Sheng began to think about how he could lure this crazy woman to follow along to brush the boss and work for himself, Bai Rou ruthlessly thrust her fishbone longsword into the ground, and seemed to be rather annoyed thinking about this problem. Where to go? I haven't thought about it either. It always feels like there's no point in knowing that this isn't just a place to kill people whenever you want either. Or else, I'll go back to the hilltop base and sleep? Or... Bai Rou tilted her head, not knowing whether she was thinking or controlling the water in her brain. How about you guys run and I'll try to see if I can kill you? You girls sick, right? Kill us for what? Lu Sheng didn't have the good sense to say, the Black Cloud mountain range is so rich in boss resources, don't you want to go back to the mountaintop base for the second turn and then come out to practice leveling? You're the one who's sick. Bai Rou glared viciously at Lu Sheng. What do you know? My hidden occupation acquisition path is very special, causing me to only be able to transfer at a specific place. The transfer table at the mountaintop base is of no f-king use to me at all. Previously, I soloed a 3-skull level danger zone, and after I leveled up to level 30, the bosses of this Black Cloud mountain range have little appeal to me. So that's what happened, Lu Sheng nodded. However, he then thought, there was no way to turn 2, which meant there was no way to gain experience. In other words, Bai Rou was still the best teammate who didn't eat grass but could milk the cows. Wonderful, wonderful. If this kind of teammate wasn't pulled into the team, the heavens would strike down. Lu Sheng's mind's eye was alive and well, and without any differences on the surface, he said, you don't have anywhere to go anyway, or why don't you simply follow me and Chu Guang? If there's equipment that suits you, you'll be given priority. And brush bosses together? Bai Rou showed a disinterested expression, not much interest. I need equipment, someone at home will prepare it for me. What good stuff can there be in this Thai place? Yeah, Lu Sheng thought to himself, this Thai place really doesn't have anything good for Bai Rou, only. Lu Sheng searched his intestines and belly for half a day before he thought of one with difficulty. Grilled fish? After saying this, Lu Sheng himself felt funny, and not a wilderness hunter who would go to fight monsters for a mouthful of food. Roasted fish? Who knew that? Bai Rou jerked her head up, her pupils dilated bigger because of excitement, that I want to eat it all the time. It needs to be Chu Guang roasted, the kind with a crispy outside and tender inside. Lu Sheng froze. Just this? No problem. Lu Sheng was afraid that Bai Rou would back out, and directly clapped for Chu Guang. Let him roast it for you, and you'll eat 3 of them in one meal. Why do you have to drag her along? On the side, Chu Guang's expression was impatient, somewhat questioning Lu Sheng's approach. I'm a hidden profession, holy apostle. Lu Sheng pulled out a golden equipment scavenged from Wang Qian and slapped it in Chu Guang's hand. Chu Guang looked down and swallowed back the words behind him, his expression calming down. Roasted fish is nothing but a matter of faith. That's good. Lu Sheng was relieved. After looking at his triple experience mission countdown, Lu Sheng opened his mouth. Time is precious, let's set off immediately and go to the next 5-skull level danger zone. In the blink of an eye, 11 long days had passed. Deep within the Black Cloud mountain range, within a 5-skull level danger zone, the body of a huge spider with crimson Ines all over its body and a diameter of 3 meters burst open and died. Lu Sheng, who was on the side, knew that the battle was over after seeing that this level 40 gold class boss was dead and 3 light clusters had surfaced on its body. He retrieved all of his flying swords into his sword box, intending to collect the items that had exploded from this last 5-skull level danger zone boss. However, just at the moment when the last flying sword had just entered the sword box, the experience value accumulated from the sword box's spirit gathering effect surged madly into Lu Sheng's 5 weapons. In that instant, a narrow red light exploded from within the sword box and shot straight up into the sky. Chapter 103: The First Red Quality Weapon. After this red light pierced through the dome of the sky, it quickly disappeared again, as if it had never appeared. This scene caused Bai Rou and Chu Guang, who were on the side, to look over as well, wondering what kind of heaven-defying thing Lu Shang had come up with again. Lu Shang was equally puzzled, as this had never happened with his own sword box. He immediately began to check the attribute panel of the sword box, and didn't find anything different from the attribute panel. Could it be that there was something wrong with the swords in the sword case? Lu Shang frowned and began to check his weapons one by one. Suddenly, his expression stagnated and a complicated look appeared on his face. What, is something wrong with your equipment? Xu Guang walked up. Lu Shang returned to his senses and glanced at him, then the sword box behind his back opened with a click. Immediately afterward, a flying sword was wrapped in red light and flew out from it, falling into Lu Shang's hands. Seeing the red light on this weapon, Xu Guang raised an eyebrow. This was because he could see that this sword that Lu Shang had taken out was actually of red quality. However, after a dozen days of spending time together, he had never seen Lu Shang possess a red quality longsword. Only when he fixed his eyes on it did he realize that this sword was not a weapon that Lu Shang had never used before. Rather, it was the spirit wind that had just been used by Lu Shang to kill bosses. This sword, isn't it gold quality? How did it suddenly become red quality? Bai Rou was greatly surprised and came up as well. After carefully recognizing it, she was sure that this was Lu Shang's spirit wind. At the same time, it was now indeed a red quality equipment. At this moment, Lu Shang's mouth was on the verge of a crooked smile. Due to killing the red stripe poison spider mother just now, the effect of spirit gathering had caused the spirit wind sword to level up, not to mention that even the grade had changed from gold to red. The spirit wind sword that had advanced into red quality, compared to the original, its attributes skyrocketed by a large margin. Spirit wind sword, red. Required level, level 40. Required profession, sword mastery profession. Attributes, attack power plus 1520. Strength plus 301. Agility plus 480. Attachment, every time you attack an enemy, increase your own attack speed by 20% for 5s, stackable up to 5 layers. When attacking an enemy, there is a 10% chance of triggering the spiritual movement effect. Spiritual movement boosts 100% attack speed and 200% movement speed for 3s. Wind Slice, when attacking, it comes with a sword chi that can attack enemies at a distance. Introduction: The master swordsmith was watching the wind on the cliff and felt something in his heart, so he made this sword. This sword has been warmed up and its quality has been raised to a higher level. Nowadays, the Spirit Wind Sword was already a level 40 equipment that could only be used, stuck at the limit of what Lu Shang could use. Compared to the original, its attack power and additional attributes had been qualitatively improved. At the same time, the additional attributes that boosted attack speed were all doubled. The current Spirit Wind Sword, once stacked with 5 layers of passive, plus the Spirit Movement effect trigger, could provide Lu Shang with a 200% attack speed bonus. Even if it was a heavy sword, Lu Shang could still whip out sparks. Moreover, the most noticeable thing was that the Spirit Wind Sword had a new additional attribute, Wind Slice. Lu Shang thought for a moment, and with Spirit Wind in hand, he casually swung out a sword. The air that the sword blade scraped through seemed to have reversed its direction, generating a wind whirlwind. That wind whirlwind coalesced into a cyan-colored chop that flew out from the sword blade, instantly cutting off the towering rock wall in front of him. This attack distance was enough to be comparable to an archer's skill range. This scene caused Bai Rou and Xu Guang beside them to become a bit nonplussed. This is... Xu Guang's brows furrowed as he asked in confusion, skill? Lu Shang shook his head and said truthfully, it's not a skill, it's just a normal attack. Saying that, he swung out 2 more swords one after another. With each sword, he swung out a green-colored chop, going through the air, and it was not bad in terms of power, and the place it passed through was flat. After Lu Shang thought about it, he let go of his hand holding the sword and used the royal sword technique to maneuver the Spirit Wind Sword, flying above his head. Only to see a sword soul emerge one after another on the Spirit Wind Sword, and in the blink of an eye, more than 40 Spirit Wind Swords appeared. Subsequently, these flying swords swung in unison in mid-air, and each time they swung, a sword chi flew out. Although, apart from the main body, the sword chi swung by the sword souls only had 20% of their power. But with nearly 100 sword chi falling at the same time in a second, there wasn't much difference between it and a cannonball washing the ground for a while. As the sword chi blasted down on the ground, smoke and dust rose up in the sky, and the sound of rumbling rose and fell. Lu Shang didn't keep attacking, only letting the Spirit Wind Sword attack for 3 seconds, and then stopped, and all the flying swords were taken back into the sword box. After a long time, the smoke slowly fell to the ground. At this time, look at the front, has been a mess. As far as the eye could see, there was a 2-meter-long sword mark, blasting the ground into 1,000 holes. It was hard to imagine how miserable it would have been if there had been a transfigurator here just now. Bai Rou swallowed a mouthful of water. This is also a normal attack? Lu Sheng nodded. Of course it's a normal attack. But, Bai Rou pointed to the mess in front of her and was a bit speechless. You call this a normal attack? Lu Sheng smiled and spread his hands. It just looks fancy. My Spirit Wind Sword, which has just advanced into a red quality equipment, has a new additional special effect. Every time I attack, I can generate a sword chi that attacks enemies at a distance. But the power of this sword chi is about the same as a normal attack. It's pretty cool to look at, but it's the same power as if I attack directly with my sword. It's just equivalent to increasing the distance of the attack. What Lu Sheng said was also not false. The red quality Spirit Wind Sword, based on the additional attribute of Wind Slice alone, it was definitely the best of the best. After all, those who took sword-type weapons were basically melee professions. The Spirit Wind Sword directly allows melee professions to have long-range attacks. This attribute is simply heaven-defying. However, Lu Sheng possessed the sword art, which itself possessed the ability to output from a long distance. So this, Wind Slice, was of little use to him. Well, it can't be said that way. There was actually a roll. After having Wind Cut, when he held a sword-type weapon, the sword in his hand could not only release sword-pulling Pinglan and Green Lotus Sword Song to protect himself, but also output at the same time. Instead of having a sword in his hand, he had to use it without using it like a dullard and only rely on his flying sword to output. The more important point was, every sword can cut out sword chi. It's handsome. As long as it's cool, that's enough. Lu Sheng's ordinary attacks clearly left Bai Rou and Chu Guang speechless. However, ever since they had seen Lu Sheng's 10,000 swords returning to the father, almost instantly securing a level 40 gold boss, they felt that it was not strange for this person to do anything. The three of them, they were all weirdos, and no one should say that anyone was abnormal. Chapter 104: A different 6 skeleton level danger zone. After Lu Sheng retrieved the Spirit Wind Sword, he adjusted the effect of the Spirit Gathering. The Spirit Wind Sword was already level 40, so if it was upgraded again, Lu Sheng would have no way to use it. Therefore, Lu Sheng let the use Spirit Gathering only be used on the Canglan, Red Sky, and the 2 Broken Army Swords, in an effort to get these 4 swords leveled up as well, and preferably advanced to become red rank weapons as well. Currently, the Canglan sword had risen to level 38, and the Red Sky sword had also risen to level 39. The 2 Broken Army Swords were the latest to follow Lu Sheng, and at this time, their levels had both reached level 34. I don't know when these 4 swords will be upgraded. If the sword box is opened, 5 red quality flying swords with hundreds of sword souls to kill, I guess the enemy will have to pee their pants when they see it. After all this, Lu Sheng then picked up the equipment that the boss popped out and split the spoils with Chu Guang. Then, the two of them were busy together tinkering with sacrifices, casting sword souls. Only Bai Rou was alone on the side, bored, with a dog's tail grass in her mouth, waiting for the 2 men to finish. In the end, with Lu Shan using the Wine God Gourd to put the red stripe poisonous spider mother into it, this last 5 skull level danger zone was officially declared to be brushed clean. At this point, all the 4 skull and 5 skull level danger zones had been harvested by Lu Sheng's trio. There were only 3 to 4 days left before the end of this round of special training. Now, the trio had 2 choices. One was to try and brush the only 6 skull level danger zone. The second was to casually go around the Black Cloud Mountain range and brush some ordinary ferocious beasts. Look for any surviving bosses in the other danger zones. Lu Sheng looked at his time-limited quest, the time limit for triple experience, and there were still the last 20 hours left. He looked up at Bai Rou and Chu Guang, took out the map again, and asked, "How so?" "The last danger zone, do you guys dare to try it?" Bai Rou followed the duo and was just killing time. And this crazy woman was not afraid of the sky, so she naturally had no opinion. And Chu Guang was even more clear in his attitude. The last 6 skull level danger zone, he was very interested. Platinum level boss is bound to produce golden equipment. Therefore, if he pushed the boss of the 6 skeleton level danger zone, he would definitely have benefits to take. So the 3 of them hit it off and set their next stop at the 6 skeleton level danger zone. The 6 skeleton level danger zone was not too far from where the 3 of them were now. It would take about 12 hours to get there at full speed. With 8 hours remaining, finding the boss in it and killing it should be enough time. Moreover, the 6 skeleton level danger zone wasn't too big, situated within a valley. The valley was like a pocket without too much complicated terrain. As long as one passed through the narrow corridor of the valley, one could go straight to the bottom. Finding a boss was very easy. As for whether or not combining the strength of 3 people can kill a level 40 platinum boss, we'll know when we run into the boss. Lu Shang is still confident that with his own power surge of 10,000 swords returning, even if it's a platinum level boss, he can still kill it. After a long trek, eventually, the 3 of them arrived at the edge of the 6 skeleton level danger zone according to the map's guidance. This was the entrance to the narrow corridor into the valley. The peaks on both sides of the valley were so steep that they were almost vertical, towering and erect, with a height of thousands of meters. The stone walls were as if they had been sliced through with a sword, towering to block the daylight, in which the visibility was so low that it was so dark that it was almost indistinguishable from day and night. Without flying mounts or flying skills, it was difficult to get in and out of this valley from beyond the narrow corridor. What Lu Shang's trio didn't expect was that when they arrived at the entrance of the narrow corridor, they actually found a simple camp here. There were 3 tents set up in the camp, and canned goods, mineral water bottles and other necessities had piled up into a small mountain. Beside a lit fire, 3 people were sitting, drinking and chatting at the moment, relieving the loneliness of being here. Under the equipment of those 3 people, all of them were wearing camouflage bottoming undershirts, obviously instructors of the Western Realm military region. The instructor's perception ability was very sharp, and when Lu Shang and the others approached, they noticed their arrival. Seeing someone coming over, those 3 were doubly surprised. A muscular instructor whistled excitedly and greeted the others who were resting in the tent. "Brothers, come and take a look. Surprisingly, there are really little guys who have come to challenge the 6 skeleton level danger zone. I thought that we wouldn't see a single living person even if we stayed here for a month. I didn't expect to actually run into a few trainees who aren't afraid of death before this round of special training missions ends." With this yell from him, the others in the tent also came out from it. These people were all from the Western Realm military region, just like the muscular instructor, and altogether, there were a total of 10 people. Although he couldn't see the levels, but looking at the equipment on a few people, and their powerful auras, Lu Shang still made a basic judgment on them. The 10 people were all around level 50, and although all of them had just turned 3 levels, their occupations were perfectly matched, with 3 front rows, 2 auxiliaries, and 5 outputs. Among them, there were 3 mage-type professions and 2 archer-type professions among the output-type turners. Such a team, whether it was brushing the map, or brushing the boss, it was very versatile. It was just that I didn't know why the team from the Western Realm military region was stationed here. It seems that this 6 skeleton level danger zone is a little different from the other danger zones. A group of people came up and began to surround Lu Shang's trio and looked them up and down, as if they had seen some kind of giant panda. This made by Ro, who was on the side, steeply on guard, grinding up her silver teeth, her fingers trembling, and she was on the verge of not being able to resist pulling out her sword whip and pulling out her stance. However, it was a good thing that this group of instructors were only too surprised and didn't keep pointing their fingers at the trio. After the novelty wore off, these 10 people quickly returned to normal. When the muscular instructor from earlier saw by Ro's hostile eyes, he laughed and said to Lu Shang's 3, "Don't be upset, little ones. We were not expecting that someone from your group of trainees would really dare to come here, so we were a bit curious." But then again, this muscular instructor was an archer-type profession, and at this moment, his eyes changed a little, his pupils were like shuttles, like a raptor, sizing up Lu Shang's trio. He should have activated some kind of skill that allowed him to see the professions and levels of Lu Shang's trio. One is level 34 and has already turned 2. The other 2 are only level 30 and have only turned 1. Even though they're all hidden professions, there's only 3 of them, and only 1 has turned 2. With this team lineup, you all dare to come to the 6 skeleton level danger zone? Chu Guang didn't return to the mountaintop base, but he was able to complete his second turn by himself through sacrifice. Therefore, Chu Guang was the only one in the 3-man team who had turned 2 and had risen to level 34. Sparingly, the team's paper strength did look a bit weaker. Chapter 105 Darkland, Shadow Hidden Sword. Lu Shang didn't explain anything more about this. We've already cleared the danger zones of the 4 skull level, and the 5 skull level. Right now, there's still a bit of time before the end of the special training, that's why I plan to come here to take a look. The muscular instructor looked at each of them with a suspicious gaze. Even if the 4 skull level danger zone is fine, the 5 skull level danger zone, you guys can brush through it as well? As he said that, he saw the S-Class cadet armband on Lu Shang's 3 arms and released some of his worries. So it's S-Class cadets, Although I still think it sounds unbelievable that the 3 of you can brush the 5 skull level danger zone. However, there are talented people in the river and mountain, so maybe you guys are really a little demon, and your strength far exceeds my imagination. Having the courage to come here is very commendable. But I have to remind you guys that a 6 skull level danger zone is not the same as a 5 skull level danger zone. You guys have to think clearly if you want to go in. After all, the bosses here, captured from the Dark Lands, aren't quite the same as the bosses elsewhere. Thanks for reminding me, instructor. Lu Shang knew deep down that the other party also meant well and nodded. Afterward, he looked at the 10 instructors here and was a bit puzzled. Say, instructor, why are you guys here? Previously in the Black Cloud Mountain Range, we've traveled through so many danger zones, and we haven't seen any of them stationed with instructors. Ha! The muscular instructor laughed and was about to explain. Didn't I just say it? The 6 skull level danger zone, it's not the same as other danger zones, here. Before he finished his words, he suddenly looked stern and twisted his head to look at the narrow corridor of the valley. The remaining 9 people also steeped up in seriousness, as if they had practiced countless times, and immediately set up their formation. The 3 front row professions were holding huge shields, heavy swords, and a lance, and were positioned in front of the narrow corridor. As for the output professions as well as the auxiliary professions, they stood back. The muscular instructor who was still talking to Lu Xing just now, at this time, took 2 steps to the back of the array and took out a large bow that was as tall as a person. As he opened his bow and strung an arrow, sparks were already bursting from the front part of the arrow, brewing a fire attribute skill. Just when Lu Shang was still unclear about what was happening, within the narrow corridor, rustling sounds came from far away and soon rushed to the place. Only, this place was already dark, and it was even darker and deeper inside the narrow corridor, so it was impossible to see what exactly was moving at a rapid pace. Do it! A front row instructor shouted loudly. In the next second, the muscular instructor loosened the tail of the arrow in his hand, and his arrow burst into dazzling flames, the tip of the arrow transforming into a ball of fire the size of a millstone, crossing over the front row of the team and shooting into the narrow corridor. This flaming arrow cut through a path of light. Under its illumination, Lu Shang saw that an oddly shaped ferocious beast was jumping and crawling inside the narrow corridor at this moment, coming towards this place at an extremely fast speed. The ferocious beasts had the outline of a human and the movement style of a reptile, lying on the ground and then creeping up. As they moved, something was flowing from their body surface, making them look like corpses that had rotted to the point of being rotten. Even when he got closer, Lu Shang could hear the barking sound when their hands, feet and stomachs touched the ground, as if he had stepped into a mud puddle. Lu Shang looked at their attribute panel from afar and realized that they were level 40 summons called shadow pollutants, not beasts. This thing called a summon was not like a boss or an ordinary ferocious beast, there were grades. Some summons were comparable to high-grade bosses, while others were just a pile of replies. This shadow pollutant, on the other hand, wasn't really a difficult existence to deal with, and its attributes were only slightly higher than a normal level 40 ferocious beast. The muscular instructor's arrow landed in a group of shadow pollutants and instantly exploded, turning several shadow pollutants into charcoal. The number of shadow pollutants in this wave wasn't small, there were hundreds of them. But here, there was a whole team of third-turn instructors blocking the road. Each of the 10 instructors had their own duties, and their cooperation was quite tacit. Against over 100 ferocious beasts that were 10 levels lower than themselves, there was almost no pressure at all. Around 10 minutes, the hundreds of shadow pollutants were all cleared out. As for their corpses, they were also very strange. One by one, they had difficulty keeping their shape, and after death, they turned into a puddle of black mud. And where the black mud was stained, the originally dusky land, or the grayish-blue stone, would become pitch black. As for the grass and trees, they were withering and rotting rapidly. Those shadow pollutants were like viruses carrying a plague. They would contaminate this map of the Black Cloud Mountain Range even after they died. It was really inconceivable that if the shadow pollutants were released and entered the Black Cloud Mountain Range, would it be possible that after a period of time, the entire Black Cloud Mountain Range would be filled with decay and darkness just like this narrow corridor in front of them? The instructors were obviously accustomed to this scene in front of them. They put away their weapons, and only let the 2 auxiliary-type priests release the purification technique, a skill that could remove debuffs, here from time to time. With the uninterrupted sprinkling of purification spells on the ground, the rotten mud on the ground gradually dried up into earth, and the black color slowly faded away. In no time at all, the place was purified and restored to its original state. However, it could be expected that the deeper parts of the narrow corridor would have been filled with this darkness and mud. The muscular instructor put away his longbow, went to the side, took out a can of beer and opened it, tilted his head and poured a few mouthfuls, before he cheerfully said to Lu Shang, "Now, you know why we are guarding here, right? Lieutenant Colonel Yang." "Oh, you should call her Link's chief instructor. She should have told you that the boss here is the shadow hidden sword from the Dark Land." but all bosses from the Dark Land are the source of spreading darkness. They are like a plague that infests and devours everything that is not like them. This shadow hidden sword is the same. Although it is not of a high rank, it has the same ability. Don't think that we, the Western Realm military region, just randomly found a place and left the shadow hidden sword here, carving out such a 6-skull rank danger zone. He turned sideways and pointed in the direction of the valley. The entire canyon has been set up with formations by our Western Realm military region to ensure that it can form a cage without loopholes. It makes it impossible for the shadow hidden sword to escape from it, transforming into a source of darkness and polluting the Black Cloud Mountain range. And here is the only entrance and exit. Our task is to guard this place. Because once there is an oversight and the shadow hidden sword escapes, the entire Black Cloud Mountain range will turn into an unmanageable place of darkness. At that time, the amount of manpower and material resources invested in trying to completely purify such a large map would be unimaginable. This, the boss of the Dark Land, is tricky and dangerous. Chu Guang hesitated for a moment and asked, since this boss is so dangerous, why did you imprison it in this place? Wouldn't it be much safer to replace it with a normal level 40 platinum boss? The muscular instructor let out a laugh, revealing his white teeth. An ordinary boss? How can an ordinary boss show you the ferocity of the Dark Lands? The purpose of the existence of the last 6-skull level danger zone is to let you seedlings in the greenhouse take a look at what kind of scene the Dark Land outside the national borders really is. Setting up such a 6-skull level danger zone is indeed very troublesome. Even our purpose of staying here, besides ensuring that the darkness won't contaminate the Black Cloud Mountain range, is to remove the Shadow Cryptic Sword and completely purify this valley after the special training is over. But this is also better than, one day, you guys running to the front line, only to have your guts scared away by the land of darkness. Here, you will be given the rare opportunity to face a corner of the Dark Lands head-on. Saying that, the instructor's expression tightened as he solemnly asked. So, do you guys still want to go in and challenge this dangerous area? Chapter 106, Stepping into the Darkness, 9 Dark Lords. Lu Shang was silent for a moment and did not answer this instructor's question, turning his head to look at Chu Guang. Did you catch where this boss is more powerful? Chu Guang thought for a moment and said, it should be able to transform the map into a dark place. Does that have anything to do with us killing it? It doesn't seem to have. Alright then. Lu Shang turned back and said to the muscular instructor, we're going to try and see if we can kill this shadow hidden sword. The muscular man instructor was speechless for a while. So what I said just now was all for nothing? He shook his head and sighed, never mind, since you guys are willing to try, then go ahead. But I need to responsibly warn you all, always remember, never try to be brave. Especially if you are injured, be sure to shoot a flare gun for help, and we will go in at the first opportunity to rescue you. Because once you are injured, you will easily become the target of a dark infestation. The power of the Dark Lands will enter you when you are vulnerable and make you become dark slaves, aka heretics. We are not going to let any heretic leave here alive. This is because pagans, likewise, are a source of darkness contamination that needs to be removed. Lu Shang understood a bit, that means no injuries, right? The muscular instructor let out a hum and said, right, just make sure that your condition is above 70%, and that you have the ability to resist the dark erosion. The Shadow Cryptic Sword rank grade isn't too high, and the contamination ability isn't too strong, so if you guys are careful, you can still withstand it. Okay, we know. Lu Shang nodded and memorized the instructor's words in his heart. Afterwards, the instructor didn't instruct too much more and said in a loud voice to an instructor whose profession was a flame mage not too far away, give these 3 little guys a buff and help them out for a ride. Let's always be ready to rush in and save them. For the rest, it's up to them. The flame mage answered and waved his staff. As he cast his skill, a fist-sized fireball appeared around all 3 of Lu Shang's men, spinning around their bodies continuously. Flame Illumination active, LV4, coalesces a ball of flame that lasts for 24h for the target, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Can be detonated, causing a 3s blindness effect on surrounding enemies. If Lu Shang remembered correctly, the LV1, Flame Illumination, could only create a flame that lasted for about 2 hours. LV4, Flame Illumination, not only is the duration enhanced by more than 10 times, but it also has the effect of blinding the enemy at one time. It seemed that the increase in skill LV level was also very important for a transmuter. The narrow corridor ahead was eerie and dark. With such a flame illumination in place, Lu Shang's path was also a little better for them. They thanked the several instructors, and then walked through this humble camp and officially stepped inside the narrow corridor. Just as Lu Shang had expected, following this narrow corridor, the places that hadn't been purified were all corrupt. Black mud was everywhere, and stepping on it made people feel very uncomfortable. There was something slimy on the rock wall, and Bai-ro actually curiously wiped her finger on it and put it under her nose to smell it. Without even getting close, Lu Sheng could smell that it was a fishy odor like a dead fish stuck in a sewer, which was really disgusting. The mucus was still pooling like snot, but Bai-ro acted as if nothing was wrong, rubbing her sticky fingers on her pants, and continued to walk forward. Chu Guang silently moved away from her. And the most uncomfortable thing was that Lu Sheng always felt that these black slimes were like a living existence. They infected all of the originally dense grass and trees in the narrow corridor, making all living things become as rotten as it was. Lu Sheng had a vague feeling that these rotten slimes had even hit them. It seemed that everything around him was quiet. But as soon as his state deteriorated, the black slime would transform into an alien ferocious beast and swallow him in one gulp. Plus, the narrow corridor itself was deep in the valley, out of sight of the sun. Walking here was like exploring in the belly of a ferocious beast. Fortunately for the three of them, each had a flame around them to illuminate things around them, otherwise, it would have been absolutely difficult to move an inch in such a place. The oppressive feeling of being here was even greater than in the Blood Infant Village. Lu Sheng walked at the very front and simply chatted casually with Chu Guang. Then again, since it's because the boss of the Dark Land is here, the valley has changed like this. Does that mean that the Dark Lands in the outside world are basically like this? Chu Guang returned as he walked. I've heard it's like this. Contagion and spreading are the most representative characteristics of the Dark Lands. However, it is said that the scene in each Dark Land is not the same. I haven't really been to the Dark Lands. Shiro should have been there. Although I'm a person in Changnan, I'm from an average background. Bai-ro's family has a background in the City Protector Army, so she might have been taken to the front lines of the Dark Lands to open her eyes. The crazy woman still has a background in the City Protector Army? Lu Sheng was a little surprised. Chu Guang's family was average, Lu Sheng could see that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have repeatedly sold her soul for 1 or 2 pieces of golden equipment. However, the fact that Bai-ro's family origin was the City Protector Army really kind of made Lu Sheng not expect it. What kind of concept is this? Isn't this just a rat in a litter of cats? Didn't Bai-ro's family give a thought to the fact that they would first be righteous to protect the safety of the people of Shannan? Bai-ro snorted coldly and said in dissatisfaction, so what if I have a background in the City Protector Army? In Shannan, I've killed more wanted criminals than quite a few people from the Wind Seizure Hall. Then you are truly a people's defender. Lu Sheng smiled skinlessly and gave Bai-ro a thumbs up. Bai-ro didn't hear this as a backhanded remark and answered Lu Sheng's earlier question seriously. It's true that I have been to the front lines of the Dark Lands, and I have seen the sights of the Dark Lands. However, the Dark Land that I have seen is completely different from this one right now. That Dark Land, it was white, with white hair whirlwinds blowing everywhere, like a snowy night. Everything, all of them were infected and infested with decay, turning into an existence similar to white bones. Lu Sheng heard this and was greatly amazed. It was because things about the Dark Lands were content that would only be touched by the university. Therefore, although he knew that this world was threatened by the Dark Land and was eroded by it all the time. However, he knew very little about what the Dark Land was really like. Lu Sheng was puzzled. In that case, the Dark Land isn't exactly the same? Of course it's not the same. Bai-ro explained, but whenever the Dark Land is infested, this map will fall into eternal night. That's why the Dark Land got its name. However, what an infested map will become is not the same. After a pause, Bai-ro added, actually, I don't know much more. I also heard from the elders in my family that there are a total of 9 Dark Lands. In each of the Dark Lands, there is an existence named Dark Lord. They are the source of the darkness and the existence that stands at the top of this world. Chapter 107, Killing Monsters to the Point of Numbness. Dark Lord? Lu Sheng heard a new word. Well, it's called a Dark Lord. Bai-ro continued, the scenery of the Dark Lands infected by each Dark Lord is different. The Dark Land I once visited, the Dark Lord seems to be named Snow Cry, and its rank is unknown. The East Realm military region exists to resist the infection of the Snow Cry Dark Lord. Saying that, Bai-ro tilted her head and looked at the surroundings. This map is different from the Snow Cry Dark Lord's Dark Land. So the Shadow Hidden Sword should be from another Dark Land. I'm guessing that it's the boss that was captured from the same Dark Land that the Western Realm military region was resisting. Lu Sheng nodded. Bai-ro's words had given him some insight into the Dark Land. Just as her words fell,
Zhu Guang seemed to have sensed something and suddenly stood still.
The divine tattoo lit up in front of his forehead as he used the skill, Divine Descent, and instantly entered a combat stance.
Without the need for Zhu Guang to remind him, Bai Ro's sword whip, as well as Lu Shang's flying sword, had also appeared one after another. In front of the three of them, the muddy ground that was originally quite flat suddenly surged up irregularly. The rotten mud pooled and stood tall, forming a single shadow pollutant that stopped in front of the three. It was not only the ground in front of them. The surrounding stone walls were also stained with a number of mud spots. These mud stains likewise flowed and quickly merged and expanded, forming nearly 40 shadow pollutants that surrounded Lu Shang and the others. Seeing this, Lu Shang's mind was enlightened. It seems that there could be shadow pollutants summoned from any location on the map. This valley isn't that big, but the road ahead, it's definitely not a good one. After saying that, he looked at his quest panel again.
There were only 7 hours left until the triple experience time. We have to hurry up and kill the monsters without skimping on our stamina. Every 5 minutes, I'll be able to restore your status.
Lu Shang reached out, and 2 spirit wind sword souls fell into his hands. The rest of the flying swords scattered in all directions and began to clear all the ferocious beasts here. At the same time, Lu Shang himself wasn't idle as the 2 sword spirits in his hands swung one after another, a green-colored chopping blow constantly swinging away. Although the sword souls only had 20% power, Lu Shang's attributes were high enough that he could basically kill a level 40 shadow pollutant with 2 swords. Next to him, Bai Ro similarly contributed a notable output. Every time her sword whip lashed out, it was able to shatter the shadow pollutant's body, causing it to turn back into a puddle of slime. As for Zhu Guang, he was even simpler and more direct, walking at the very front to open up the path under the cover of Lu Shang's flying sword. The sacred feather wings on his back moved up and down in rhythm, making his stance extremely flexible. With a single punch, he could basically blast the shadow pollutants alive, his output ability properly overflowing. The speed at which the three of them cleared up the shadow pollutants wasn't much slower than the muscular instructor's team. Even with the shadow pollutants blocking them, the three of them were still like a saber, stabbing straight into the deepest part of the valley. Along the way, waves of shadow pollutants appeared one by one. The valley was filled with infection, and blackened mud was everywhere. Any puddle of rotten mud could form shadow pollutants. Moreover, as they went deeper and the narrow corridor became wider, the more infected the map became, and the number and frequency of shadow pollutants appeared higher. Almost without giving Lu Shang's trio any time to rest, shadow pollutants appeared one after another. Not only were they level 40 shadow pollutants, but later on, amongst the ferocious beasts, level 45 ferocious beasts gradually appeared. Although these beasts were also called shadow pollutants, they were a bit bigger than the level 40 ones and had stronger attributes. The proportion of level 45 shadow pollutants in the group of ferocious beasts was also gradually increasing. It seemed that the deeper they went into the valley, the stronger the ferocious beasts became. Even if the three of them cleared the ferocious beasts fast enough, the speed of their travel became slower and slower. Within the dark and narrow corridor of the valley, 3 flames illuminated a small area. Within this area, Lu Shang's trio fought the shadow contaminants that came one after another, not skimping on any of their skills. Whoever couldn't keep up with their physical strength, Lu Shang would give them a yuan spirit returning technique, directly pulling their status up. It can be said that if there is no spirit returning art, this succession of high-intensity battles, who cannot hold out? However, the only thing that the spirit returning art could recover was physical strength and status. The mental fatigue brought about by high-intensity mental concentration could not be wiped out with skills. Later on, the three of them killed monsters together. Almost all of them had become numb and their movements became mechanical. Just like that, nearly 7 hours passed. As the breaking army sword descended from the sky, it nailed the last level 45 shadow pollutant to the ground, killing it directly in seconds. It was finally completely quiet around the three of them, with no more shadow pollutants appearing. Lu Shang raised his eyes, took a deep breath, and scanned the surrounding area. This is no murderous beasts anymore? Bai Ro, venting like dragging a long voice, shouted a voice, also do not care about how dirty the mud under the feet, directly snapped a butt to sit down. Zhu Guang's face is also hard to hide the exhaustion, will be all the divine lines put away, barely find a stone pier to sit. He opened the map panel, and took out the map sent down by the Western Realm military region, and compared them to each other. Nodding his head, he said, we seem to have already arrived at the deepest part of the 6 skeleton level danger zone. Perhaps there are no fish when the water is clear, and the deepest part of this danger zone, on the contrary, doesn't have such annoying goods as shadow pollutants. The implication was, if you go any further, it's time to hit the boss.
It's good that there aren't any. Bai Rou waved her hand, the sword whip in her hand contracted and turned into a long sword, which she brought to stir in the rotten mud twice. I really can't kill it anymore. Lu Sheng smiled bitterly. These 7 hours, God knows how they came over. Wave after wave of shadow pollutants, exactly how many had been killed, they couldn't even count themselves. Tens of thousands, for sure. And the most crucial thing was, these shadow pollutants were all summons and had no experience after killing them. Otherwise, this group of small monsters alone, with the triple experience value, should have allowed all of Lu Sheng's weapons to all rise to level 40. Now, the 3 of them are completely numb from killing monsters, and they don't want to do anything except lie flat. Even if the front appears a person, a hand holding a golden equipment, a hand holding a sword, shouted, "Who to kill me?" It is estimated that the 3 people cannot raise half interest. Lu Sheng made up his mind, after brushing this 6 skeleton level danger zone, he must go back to the mountaintop base and rest for a few days. Even though there were still a few days of rich time before the end of this round of special training, he didn't want to hang around in the Black Cloud Mountain range anymore. Thinking of this, he opened his quest panel. Suddenly, the fatigue from earlier was swept away. What remained was only urgency. This was because there was less than half an hour left until the time-limited quest with triple experience ended. Chapter 108 Bandsword. Half an hour to kill a level 40 platinum boss, it's a bit difficult. Lu Sheng's heart was half cold. It was true that his output was high, especially now that he had 215 flying swords, and the instantaneous output of 10,000 swords returning was even more explosive. However, having swept through 10 5-skull level danger zones before, Lu Sheng had already felt that the more flying swords he had, the more physical strength he would consume using 10,000 swords returning to the palace. His current level was still too low for his attributes to keep up. Therefore, after releasing 10,000 swords returning to the palace, twice at the most, his physical strength would basically be exhausted. Counting the fact that the Yuan spirit returning to the heart technique could instantly return to full status, he could unleash the 10,000 swords returning to the palace 2 more times. Together, that would be 4 times. 10,000 swords returning to the palace was roughly as powerful as being able to kill a level 40 gold level boss in seconds. The attributes of a platinum level boss were definitely much higher than a gold level boss. So it wasn't easy to say if 10,000 swords return could resolve the battle. Now that the God of Wine skill was still blocked, trying to kill this boss would most likely be a battle of attrition. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng couldn't care less about resting even if his heart was tired. Let's go, after we kill the boss, we'll go back and rest. He moved his sore limbs. This place is damp and dark, not a good place to rest. Zhu Guang and Bai Rou didn't have a problem with it either, and the 2 of them resumed following Lu Sheng as they marched forward, striving to finish brushing the boss and leave earlier. The 3 of them went further, and they really didn't encounter any more shadow contaminants. Eventually, the 3 of them arrived at the end of the valley. This place was as wide as a square, but the mud was piled up and almost didn't reach their ankles. At the same time, Lu Sheng could also feel the rotten mud like living rotten meat, squirming flexibly under his feet, as if he was looking for a wound that he could drill into. This feeling, it was very uncomfortable. However, he was not in the mood to care about that at all right now. This was because as the 3 of them drew closer, the light from the fireball illumination technique illuminated the place to the 7th degree. Lu Sheng saw that in the middle of the clearing, the rotten mud had converged into a nearly 2-meter high hill. At the top of the hill, there was a sword sticking out. Too far away, Lu Sheng could not see what the sword looked like. He could barely see that the blade of the sword had been completely inserted into the mud, leaving only the hilt exposed. On the hilt, there was an iron chain that tied it firmly. This chain extended all the way outwards, and the end was nailed to the stone wall in the deepest part of the valley. Where the chain was nailed, there was also a spell formation with a diameter of more than 2 meters, which was flickering with a faint light at the moment. It seemed that this spell formation was also left by the Western Realm military region, and together with the iron chain, it ensured that the sword would not leave this valley. There was a formation sealing off the top of the valley, and the only way out was guarded by a team of third-turn instructors. Now that this sword was even sealed here by the chains along with a formation, it was evident how much effort the Western Realm military region had put in to prevent the shadow-hidden sword from escaping the valley. Bai Rou took a look at the sword, and then looked around, and after confirming that the surroundings were empty, she became a bit impatient. Where's the boss? Where's the platinum-level boss? How come there's only a sword here? Zhu Guang deliberated for a moment before saying, the name of the boss is Shadow-Hidden Sword. Could it be that this sword is the boss? Don't rule out this possibility. Lu Shang said. You guys be careful, I'm going to go strike a sword with the boss and see what's going on. Chu Guang and Bai Rou nodded. The sword box behind Lu Shang's back opened, and then the sword spirit of a spirit wind sword flew out from it and chopped towards the sword on the pile of rotten mud. Ding! With a crunching sound, the sword soul chopped on the hilt of that sword and burst into a shower of sparks. The spirit wind sword's sword soul was bounced off, while the other party did not move at all. Just as Lu Shang felt strange and intended to maneuver the spirit wind sword to stab inside this towering puddle of rotten mud to probe the reality. The rotten mud under everyone's feet suddenly flowed and converged towards the mud mountain. In the blink of an eye, the height of the nearby mud dropped by a finger's thickness. And in front of the pile of rotten mud, a humanoid beast had already taken shape after gathering. It was a giant about 3 meters tall, with a physique almost indistinguishable from that of a human. At the same time, as its limbs and head took shape, the rotten mud on its body surface unexpectedly became solidified, forming a dark and shiny armor. There was no helmet on its head, and its features were vaguely distinguishable, as if it was wearing a ghost face mask. The armor as a whole had little shape to speak of, very simple and rough, but it also made the beast in front of him very different from the previous shadow pollutant. It was very much like a clay-fired terracotta figurine, and because of the slight resemblance to humans, it instead made Lu Shang and the others feel a greater sense of oppression from it than the shadow pollutant. Lu Shang narrowed his eyes and tried to check the other party's attributes, and as a result, he actually managed to see the attribute panel. Shadow Hidden Sword Platinum Level Boss. Level 40. Attribute, Dark, Earth, Undead. Strength, 2095. Agility, 1986. Spirit, 1834. Endurance, 2234. Skill Spread Darkness Passive, can spread darkness outwards, infecting and corrupting the map, transforming it into a dark land. Darkness Domination Passive, when in a dark land, all attributes and combat power are increased by 50%. Flesh Recasting Passive, can consume surrounding dark matter to regather flesh. Dark Swamp Active, controls enemies within a certain range with the Swamp of Darkness. Shadowless Chop Active, swings an invisible chop that deals 300% damage. Shadow Concealment Active, enters a state of invisibility, shows up when attacking, and deals a bludgeoning effect. After Lu Shang read it, his forehead veins jumped twice. This boss, its attributes are really against the heavens. For dimensional attributes average value of 2000 up and down. Even so, there are also 3 passive skills, 3 active skills. Sure enough, a 6 skull level danger zone wasn't so good to brush. After the shadow hidden sword appeared, with a lift of his arm, he held the hilt of the sword in front of him that was entangled in chains, and then pulled it up. Out of Lu Shang's expectation. As the sword hilt was pulled out, there was no sword blade underneath the hilt? The shadow hidden sword pulled out the sword hilt, and then pulled the chain on the sword hilt twice as hard as he could, and did not manage to tear it off. Instead, the light of the formation on the stone wall grew stronger and stronger, obviously exerting its power to always firmly seal this sword here. Finally, the shadow hidden sword's neck twisted over, focusing its attention on Lu Shang and the others. A sense of oppression immediately flooded over. Chapter 109, 10,000 Swords Returning, Putting a Platinum Level Boss in Seconds? The shadow cryptic sword raised the hilt in its hand and slashed down sharply towards the 3 of them. The blade-less hilt, short and small, was clutched in its hand, and it didn't seem to have any deterrent power to speak of, and it even looked a bit funny. However, Lu Shang, as a sword immortal, instinctively felt the sharpness of this strike. Dodge! He let out a low roar, alerting Chu Guang and Bai Rou. The 3 of them scattered at the same time and withdrew from the spot. As if to confirm Lu Shang's intuition, the position where the 3 were originally located exploded violently as the shadow hidden sword slashed down. Mud points splashed everywhere, and a huge sword mark appeared on the rotten mud of the ground. It could be imagined that if the 3 of them hadn't dodged in time just now, this sword would have inevitably split on them. This was undoubtedly the boss's skill, Shadowless Chopping Strike. This strike, however, could deal 300% damage, and no one present would be able to carry it. Looking at the massive sword marks on the ground, Bai Rou palpitated and patted her chest. This boss is really evil. It's clear that there's only the hilt of a sword in his hand, but he can even attack. Lu Shang frowned. It's not just the hilt, it's just that we can't see the blade. This boss should be an assassin-type boss. It's really evil. You and Chu Guang should be careful. Bai Rou and Chu Guang responded, signaling that they knew. Lu Shang looked at his quest panel's countdown again. At this time, the quest end time was only 10 minutes or so. There was no time to waste. Chu Guang, Bai Rou, help me drag it! Lu Shang shouted. Several days of cooperation had caused Chu Guang and Lu Sheng to have quite a tacit understanding with each other. Chu Guang ran forward, taking the initiative to be at the front, and blasted out with a fist before the boss slashed his second sword. White light blossomed on the blade of his fist, and light and air currents blasted onto the boss with his punch. The explosive power caused the boss to take half a step back. Below the boss mask, he let out a vague low roar, and instead of using the skill, Shadowless Chop, he swung the hilt of the sword in his hand and slashed the invisible longsword at Chu Guang. Although Chu Guang couldn't see the sword blade, he was able to roughly judge its position. The divine patterns on his body became more and more radiant, and the white light of his fists dazzled and burned as he unexpectedly blasted out a fist in the direction of the sword blade. Ding! Sure enough, the sword blade did exist. Chu Guang's fists were protected by divine light and were not injured. At the edge of his fist, large sparks erupted in the air, proving that his punch, indeed, collided with the boss's sword blade. The boss's power attribute was too high, and both sides attacked each other. Even though Chu Guang had the skill, Sacred Descent, he was knocked back 2 steps. At this time, Bai Rou had already stuck her sword whip on the ground. As Chu Guang retreated backward, the sword whip violently stabbed out from the ground on the side of the boss, tilting and ruthlessly stabbing into its body. Then, the sword whip retracted into the ground and reappeared from another position, stabbing out. And so on and so forth. The armor on the boss's body surface was quite sturdy. However, Bai Rou, as a purgatory swordsman, was good at output herself. After her sword whip stabbed out, it unexpectedly pierced right through the opponent's armor, leaving holes in the opponent's body. The boss seemed to eat the pain and raised the hilt of the sword in his hand, about to use Shadowless Chopping Strike, again to attack Bai Rou from a distance. This time, Chu Guang topped up again and threw punches one after another, hard interrupting the boss's skill release. Seeing Bai Rou and Chu Guang dragging down the boss, Lu Sheng's heart was certain. He opened his sword box and released all the flying swords except for the sword soul of the Spirit Wind Sword, which he kept in his hand. Afterwards, the bodies of these 214 flying swords suddenly became dense with flowing light. The 10,000 swords returning to the clan was ready in an instant. The sword intent coming from the bodies of the 214 flying swords attracted the attention of the boss. The shadow-hidden sword ignored Chu Guang and Bai Rou and looked in Lu Sheng's direction, while slamming his sword, knocking Chu Guang back, intending to cast Shadowless Chop on Lu Sheng. It was a pity that Lu Sheng had to move faster than him. Chu Guang, back off. Lu Sheng gave a reminder, then his eyes snapped open. 10,000 swords return, unleashed. At one time, more than 200 flying swords trailing streams of light shot out in unison, attacking fiercely towards the shadow-hidden sword. Each stream of light easily pierced through the armor on the boss, directly piercing it and leaving a fist-sized hole. It was evident that Lu Sheng's output ability was much, much stronger than Bai Rou. Seeing this, Bai Rou also stopped outputting, pulled out her own sword whip, stared at Lu Sheng who was releasing 10,000 swords returning to the father, and gasped for a while. This person, killing boss today, is quite active, coming up to use 10,000 swords returning to the father. It seems like he shouldn't want to stay in this hellhole much longer either. Bai Rou on how to know, Lu Sheng now, is racing against time, not active can not ah. The output of 10,000 swords returning was terrifying to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, 214 flying swords all bombarded the body of the shadow-hidden sword, leaving only a stream of light that quickly dissipated. Being impacted by the flying swords one after another, the boss's tall body couldn't withstand it, and at this point, it was already riddled with holes, and didn't even exist in its human form anymore. After 10,000 swords returning to the father, the boss's tattered body turned into a puddle of mud, dissolving softly on the ground, blending in with the other mud. The long sword, whose blade could not be seen, also fell to the ground. Such a scene made Lu Sheng himself a bit surprised. What was the meaning of this? One of his own, 10,000 swords returning, had secured the platinum-level boss? It shouldn't be. More than 200 flying swords of the 10,000 swords returning to the palace could kill a brittle level 40 gold level boss in seconds, which was already the limit. Although the shadow-hidden sword seemed to be an assassin-type boss, it was also a solid platinum level. Could it be better than a gold-level boss? Lu Sheng's doubts were quickly answered. Because the boss body had just collapsed, the rotten mud underneath everyone's feet surged up once again, converging towards the long sword that was bound by chains. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the rotten mud violently pulled up a notch, and the shadow-hidden sword's body reorganized once again. The churning mud lifted the hilt of the sword and sent it into the shadow-hidden sword's hand. This boss was exactly the same as before, and it didn't look like it had taken a 10,000 swords hit. Such a scene caused Lu Sheng's brows to furrow.
If Lu Sheng wasn't wrong, this should be the boss's skill, flesh recast. The mud on the ground was the so-called dark matter in the skill. This boss can use this dark matter to recast its own body. In that case, wouldn't it be an immortal body? After all, within this valley, there was an unknown amount of dark matter. The boss could keep reorganizing its body, and for fear of killing it for 3 days and 3 nights, it would not be able to get rid of it. Chapter 110 Boss's Main Body. This shouldn't be. Platinum level bosses were indeed strong, but they shouldn't be this ridiculously strong. No, have to try again. Lu Sheng frowned and pointed his right hand in the air. Immediately, all the flying swords regrouped, preparing for the second round of 10,000 swords returning. Seeing this, Zhu Guang very consciously went to the front, relying on the super high attributes of sacred descent to engage in a physical fight with the boss. Bai Rou wasn't idle either. Her sword whip sliced through the air, contributing to her output and helping Zhu Guang relieve the pressure. The second round of 10,000 swords returning build-up was a bit longer than the first. Lu Sheng's stamina was a bit overwhelmed, and sweat was already overflowing from his forehead. However, it was good that his teammates were still quite powerful and delayed the boss for enough time. 10,000 swords return. With a soft shout, all the flying swords once again trailed streams of light, blasting away at the boss. In the blink of an eye, the mud splattered, and the boss body was immediately riddled with holes, turning into a puddle of thin slime that fused with the rest of the dark matter. Lu Sheng's strength was exhausted, and he then slapped himself with a Yuan spirit return technique, instantly returning his stamina to full strength. Afterwards, he looked in the direction where the boss was. As expected, the rotten mud underneath the crowd's feet converged again, and the boss formed a new body once more, its momentum undiminished from before. Lu Sheng counted the quest time that was decreasing by the minute and cursed in his heart. This boss, is it really that difficult? Zhu Guang took a few steps back and didn't rush forward, keeping a close eye on the shadow-hidden sword while saying, "The situation isn't quite right. If we keep fighting like this, even if we kill it 100 times, it can still reorganize its body with flesh remodeling. It's hard to be truly killed. I think that there should be a cheat method to kill it. For example, a support profession that can apply debuffs so that the boss has no way to recover its status." As soon as Bai Rou, who was on the side, heard this, she immediately said, "In that case, shouldn't we have grabbed Zheng Pingyi and killed the boss together before? After helping out, it would still allow me to kill him together and frame the boss. TSK, it's a waste of a talent like him." Lu Sheng ignored Bai Rou and said, "I feel like the problem isn't that we're lacking a support profession. The boss keeps coming back from the dead, and it seems like the essence isn't as simple as just restoring status. I can't say exactly, anyway, it always feels weird." After Lu Sheng finished speaking, the boss once again went berserk and attacked the three of them. Without thinking, Zhu Guang topped up and attacked with the boss with the divine light of his dual fists, creating an output space for Lu Sheng and Bai Rou. Lu Sheng didn't hastily launch 10,000 swords returning, because his body was in the cooldown of Yuan Ling returning art. Before finding the correct method to kill the boss, and then having his body emptied by 10,000 swords returning to the heart, it would be difficult to kill the boss within the stipulated time. Lu Sheng maneuvered his flying sword and killed the enemy with Sword Royal Art. His output ability was equally not low. Under the siege of Lu Sheng's trio, the shadow-hidden sword's body was shattered for the third time. Then, it was reorganized for the third time, manifesting a brand new body that simply did not show any signs of injury. It was as if from the beginning until now, the crowd had been doing meaningless things. In the end, what was the problem? Lu Sheng's heart grew impatient as he saw that the time for the time-limited mission was nearing its end. At this moment, the Canglan sword's original body, under his control, struck through the shadow-hidden sword's ghostly face mask, piercing its head straight through. However, the fist-sized wound quickly recovered again gradually with the flow of dark matter. However, after this strike, Lu Sheng suddenly realized why, from the very beginning, he had felt that something was wrong. The Canglan sword did not provide a healing effect to himself. Although Lu Sheng's status was now full, the healing effect was added and overflowed. However, he could still vaguely sense if Canglan sword's 20% healing effect was there or not. The Canglan sword and so many Canglan sword souls were constantly attacking the shadow-hidden sword, so they should be able to feed back a lot of healing effect. However, right now, there wasn't any healing effect feeding back from the sword. Lu Sheng instantly thought of the experience he had when he had killed the Tree Spirit Corpse King earlier. It was also through the healing effect of the Canglan sword that he concluded that the Tree Spirit Corpse King's body was the body of the Corpse King under the roots of the tree, and not those tree roots. It seemed that this shadow cloaking sword should be similar to the Tree Spirit Corpse King.
This body that the crowd had struggled to output was actually not the boss's original body at all. After figuring this out, Lu Sheng's eyes continued to survey the boss's body, eventually locking onto the short hilt of the sword in the boss's hand. Could it be that Chu Guang really hit the nail on the head? Boss Shadow Hidden Sword was actually this sword that was bound up by chains? It's very possible. Lu Sheng's heart stirred as he once again maneuvered his flying sword with the Sword Royal Art and launched an attack on the boss. However, this time, the target of Lu Sheng's attack was no longer the boss's body, but the sword in its hand with the invisible blade. More than 200 long swords flew in the sky, forming a swimming dragon and crashing towards the long sword in the boss's hand. For a while, the flying swords clanked against the boss's blade, bursting out countless sparks. This scene made by Ro and Chu Guang feel strange. This was because it was difficult to inflict any damage on the boss by attacking the boss's weapon or defense. Right now, Lu Sheng was clearly aiming his attack at the boss weapon, rather like a self-defeating meaning. Ro couldn't help but curse, "Little sword immortal, what are you doing? That's not the way to paddle, is it, brightly and squarely not killing the boss, but instead giving the boss iron?" Lu Sheng didn't make any reply, instead, his face revealed a look of surprise. Because he felt that as he maneuvered his flying sword to attack the boss's weapon, there was actually a healing effect feeding back from the Canglan sword. As expected, the boss's true form was not the ferocious beast in front of him, but the sword in its hand. From start to finish, his and by Ro's output was zero. Instead, it was Chu Guang, the front row, who relied on fighting the boss hard, and had a few punches slammed on the boss's weapon, before making some output. Ding! The Broken Army Sword's main body as well as the other Broken Army Sword's sword souls, due to being heavy swords, their flying speed was far inferior to the other flying swords. Therefore, they were the last to land on the Shadow Hidden Sword proper. And when the Broken Army Sword proper blasted down, the Shadow Hidden Sword's puppet immediately let out an unpleasant howl, alarmed that things were not good. Immediately afterward, it even manipulated the puppet to turn its back, using that mud paste to form a body to block the Breaking Army Sword, avoiding allowing the Breaking Army Sword to directly attack the main body. Seeing this, Lu Sheng froze for a moment. This boss's main body, afraid of the Breaking Army Sword? Chapter 111 Attacking the Main Body. Lu Sheng then realized. The Broken Army Sword had an additional attribute that he had ignored when attacking an enemy. It increased the rate of attrition against the enemy's equipment by 500%. This additional attribute didn't help much in terms of combat power. At most, it could make it easier for Lu Sheng to shatter the enemy's weapons and equipment. However, if the boss's body was a sword, then this skill add-on effect would be quite deadly for the opponent. It wasn't too much to say that it boosted the damage by 500%. No wonder the opponent was so afraid of the breaker, emotionally because the breaker was considered the nemesis of all equipment and weapons. The Shadow Hidden Sword utilized the puppet it had created to fend off the attacks of the Breaking Army Sword, allowing the Breaking Army Sword to all chop at the puppet and not cause damage to it itself. However, this strange behavior of its allowed Chu Guang to discover the end. Ro, attack the boss's weapon. That's its main body. Ro slapped her head as if she suddenly realized, no wonder I never stacked the purgatory nature passive when I attacked the boss. I thought it was more special because the opponent was from the Dark Lands. This damn thing, it caused me to waste so much strength, it would be so much better if it was a person. Ro's teeth itched with hatred as she swung her sword whip in a semicircle, flinging it at the Shadow Hidden Sword's body at an extremely tricky angle. The Shadow Hidden Sword could not protect its own body with just a puppet. Seeing that Lu Sheng and the others had already seen through its trick, it simply stopped pretending. The dark matter under the feet of the crowd boiled and surged violently, sprouting out one bump after another, and surprisingly, a full 9 puppets were formed here. Among these puppets, 8 of them had empty hands. However, the moment they were formed, they grasped in their hands, and even utilized the dark matter to condense a stone sword out of thin air in their hands. Looking at the hilt of the sword, this stone sword was exactly the same as the Shadow Hidden Sword, even the smallest lines were not different. Only, their blades were not invisible. The 8 puppets created using the gathering flesh skill together formed a brick wall, blocking the front, causing even Chu Guang at the very front to feel the pressure. Although these puppets did not have Shadow Hidden Swords in their hands, they were unable to unleash a skill like Shadowless Chop. However, the attributes of the puppets were real. Being surrounded by so many puppets and kicked in a circle, his divine light bodyguard was useless. Chu Guang held his breath and concentrated, light converged in his hands one after another, successively forming 2 light spears and throwing them straight out. However, just after his light spears had brought the puppets under control, those puppets turned into dark matter and flowed into the ground. And then, a few meters away, 2 more puppets took shape again. Tough to deal with, Zhu Guang sighed, intending to ask Lu Sheng if he had a way to deal with it. However, as soon as he turned his head, he realized that he no longer needed to ask more. Because at this moment, the flying swords above Lu Sheng's head were lightly trembling, and on each flying sword blade, there were streams of light flying rapidly. This was clearly the precursor to the activation of 10,000 Swords Return. Since he knew that the boss's main body was actually that sword, it was a good thing. I don't care if you summon a few puppets to help block the sword, I'll just blast you directly with 10,000 Swords Return. You can't be a boss and have a 4th turn expert open a golden bell shield to help you block it, right? In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 swords skill was ready. Go! With Lu Sheng's command, the flying swords that were connected into pieces lightly trembled together, emitting sharp and ear-piercing sword chirps. A stream of light bloomed as all the flying swords stabbed at the shadow-hidden sword one after another. Knowing the power of Lu Sheng's skill, the shadow-hidden sword manipulated all the puppets and arranged them in one place, trying to resist Lu Sheng's skill. Unfortunately, once 10,000 Swords Return locked onto the enemy, it was impossible to block or dodge. The 9 puppets, which were almost equivalent to blank paper, couldn't possibly help it absorb any damage at all. The flying streams of light completely ignored all the puppets, but anyone who came up to resist the skill was all pierced by the sword blades. For a time, dark matter was flying. The 9 puppets were almost instantly crushed by the power of 10,000 swords returning, raising fishy-smelling sludge all over the sky. The flying swords that trailed streams of light precisely attacked on the invisible blade of the shadow-hidden sword, and for a while, the sounds of iron clashing rose and fell. Vaguely, Lu Sheng's trio could still hear the shadow-hidden sword's mournful cries. Sparks splashed everywhere. The shadow-hidden sword was blasted into the ground by successive attacks, stirring up layers of dark matter. For a time, the scene was chaotic. In the end, the 10,000 swords returning ended, and all the flying swords returned to Lu Sheng's side. At this time, the shadow concealment sword had already been knocked to the ground by the 10,000 swords return. The dark matter on the ground buried it, and it was impossible to see what the situation was like. Zhu Guang stared vigilantly at the location where the boss had disappeared and asked Lu Sheng, "Well, did you kill it?" Lu Sheng shook his head, "A skill couldn't kill it in seconds, and I didn't gain experience, so the boss shouldn't be dead." "Crazy woman, Zhu Guang, help me stall for a bit, I'll try another round of 10,000 swords return." Saying that, Lu Sheng then regathered his strength, intending to unleash another 10,000 swords return. Zhu Guang and Bai Rou answered at the same time, looking for the boss. Right at this moment, the dark matter under the feet of the crowd suddenly surged again. This time, however, there were no puppets forming. These dark substances unexpectedly followed the 3 people's ankles upwards, like a big, soft and powerful hand, firmly confining the 3 people's ankles. Lu Sheng frowned, shadow-hidden sword skill dark mire? What was this boss trying to do? Lu Sheng guessed that he was the biggest threat to the boss, and at this moment, the one the boss wanted to kill the most was undoubtedly him. Instead of continuing to prepare for 10,000 swords returning, he held the spirit wind sword and was always ready to use sword retaining flat lanes to ward off the upcoming boss skill. In the next second, the chains hidden in the dark matter were violently pulled tight. The other end of the chain, which had originally sunk into the dark matter along with the shadow-hidden sword, broke out of the muck. Lu Sheng saw that the other end of the iron chain was empty, but it appeared between the duo of Zhu Guang and Bai Rou. The iron chain, which was a prop to bind the shadow-hidden sword, surely could not be escaped by this boss. Now that the other end of the chain was empty, it could only mean that not only the blade of the sword, but also the hilt of the sword, had entered the concealment, formed together. Because of the presence of the chain, even if the shadow-hidden sword was invisible, Lu Sheng could still capture its position. This was also considered a wave of weakening of the boss by the Western Realm military region. Otherwise, such a boss that could be invisible at all times, unless there was an archer-type transmogrifier in the group that could see through its invisibility effect, this boss would definitely crunch and kill after it became invisible. However, even if he could lock its position, Lu Sheng was also clear that the skill used by the Shadow Stealth Sword when it was invisible was Shadow Concealment. Once you detach from the invisibility state, you can trigger 100% of the bludgeoning effect. Now that the boss had appeared beside Zhu Guang and Bai Rou, its purpose was self-evident. Chapter 112, The Last Shot, 10,000 Swords Returning to the Palace. Even if he used Green Lotus Sword Song to dig control now, and added Treading Sword Walk and Pulling Sword to flatten lanes, it would still be too late to help the duo block the skills. Defense. Lu Shang hurriedly reminded. The two of them, Xu Guang and Bai Rou, reacted quickly.
Bai Rou did her best to raise her sword whip and make it rotate around her, forming a defensive skill. This skill, which she had used before when brushing the 5 skeleton level danger zone, was called Ring of Purgatory, and it could help Bai Rou offset 50% of her damage. Xu Guang didn't have a defensive skill, but his own attributes were able to arm wrestle with a boss under the Holy Descent enchantment. Therefore, he directly chose to use offense as defense, and his right fist's divine light emerged greatly, smashing in the air towards the end of the chain. Clatter! The iron chain trembled violently, and the invisible shadow-hidden sword seemed to swing out. A sword she appeared across the sky, covering Bai Rou and Xu Guang at the same time. With two muffled grunts, the control effect of the dark quagmire disappeared, and the two of them, Xu Guang and Bai Rou, flew out backwards and smashed into the ground, stirring up a large area of dark matter. The shadow-hidden sword reappeared after one strike. However, this time, it still appeared with only the hilt of the sword. Xu Guang and Bai Rou were both injured under the boss's bludgeoning attack, and their status was not full. Therefore, after the two of them touched the ground, the horrifying scene that the muscular instructor had said before did appear. The dark matter was like a pervasive maggot, swarming towards the two of them and spreading upwards along their bodies. Then, even the furthest dark matter surged towards them, like a swarm of sharks that had smelled blood. Xu Guang and Bai Rou hurriedly stood up, wanting to get rid of the dark black substance covering their bodies. But the sticky black mud was like a piece of craft candy, sticking to their bodies, and they simply couldn't shake it off. It wouldn't take long for it to completely encase them and turn them into dark slaves. Lu Shang hurriedly took a step forward, and after pulling out his feet that were deep in the mud, he threw out two Yuan spirit returning to the heart technique, one after the other, and shone them on top of the two people's heads. This Yuan spirit returning heart technique not only allowed Bai Rou and Xu Guang to have full status, it also forced the dark matter back, and momentarily stopped pestering Xu Guang and Bai Rou. This damn thing, it's really disgusting. Bai Rou immediately exploded after getting up, frantically sweeping the residual dark matter off her body. On the side of Xu Guang was dry, his body's divine pattern light appeared greatly. Surprisingly, all the dark matter will be shocked down. See Lu Shang a burst of envy. Seeing that the two people were fine, Lu Shang breathed a sigh of relief. He reminded, the boss will be invisible, so be careful. If you get hurt by it next time, I won't be able to use the Yuan Ling returning technique for you guys. Pay attention to the chain and judge its position. Bai Rou was still frantically flinging her hair and body, trying her best to shake off the dirt on her clothes. Her entire body transformed into a cylindrical residual shadow, and she didn't know if she had listened to it or not. Lu Shang still had a large portion of his physical strength left, and at this time was running out. Without the slightest hesitation, he continued the 10,000 swords returning to the father, that had just been interrupted, intending to give the boss another big gift. The shadow cryptic sword was flying in the air at this time, and after failing to score a hit and losing two dark minions, it intended to continue using flesh remodeling to gather puppets to protect its output. However, Xu Guang did not give it this opportunity at all. Xu Guang's divine wings behind his back swung violently, instantly causing his body's explosive power to be pulled to full strength. Before the dark matter could pull itself up, it was blasted down and smashed by Xu Guang's fist. The shadow-hidden sword didn't give up, and the other two open spaces had dark matter coalescing again. Xu Guang glanced at it and sprinted over again, and with two more punches, smashed one of the clumps of dark matter, and the exploded filth splattered all over Bai Rou. Bai Rou was so dirty at this point that she had no eyes left, completely letting herself go. She was startled to realize that another puppet of the shadow-hidden sword loomed up not far away, and with a vicious clench of her silver teeth, the sword whip in her hand lashed out one after another, the very same skill that she had used to torment the Hellfire cult earlier. The empty space in front of him formed a dangerous zone similar to a meat grinder, wrapping the other puppet of the shadow-hidden sword that hadn't coalesced into shape. In a split second, the streak of dark matter had no chance to gather at all before it was scattered to the ground by the sword whip. Right at this moment, the sound of the sword chirping sounded once again. Lu Shang's 10,000 swords return struck again. More than 200 flying swords swished in, aiming straight at the shadow-hidden sword. The shadow-hidden sword hastily swayed twice. At this time it was too late for it to gather its flesh. As the chains rattled one after another, the shadow-hidden sword was clearly trying to evade the 10,000 swords returning attack. Unfortunately, where could it escape to? Not to mention the fact that it was bound by chains, the speed of Lu Shang's flying sword alone was far above it. Countless streams of light dotted behind the shadow-hidden sword, and in just 3 seconds, the fastest spirit wind sword caught up and pierced through the shadow-hidden sword with a single strike.
This sword nailed the shadow-hidden sword directly to the stone wall behind it. Immediately after that, there were countless flying swords competing to come and attack the shadow-hidden sword on the stone wall one after another. For a time, the entire canyon shook violently, a crack extending outwards from the place where the 10,000 swords return attacked. The commotion even startled the instructors guarding the outside of the valley's narrow corridor. The muscular instructors and the others had been waiting in tight formation, only waiting for Lu Shang and the others to completely block off the exit as soon as they fired their flare gun, and then rushed in to save the others. As a result, the flare gun had never been fired, but there was such a violent sound coming from within the valley that it made the large mountain in front of them tremble. What's going on here? The muscular instructor was stunned. Could it be that in this danger zone, some unexpected event has occurred? After a moment's reflection, he pointed at an instructor beside him who was carrying a short bow and said, "Use your Night Lord to fly up and take a look. Don't think the formation above the valley has collapsed." "Yes." This instructor answered, then drew a spell formation in the air. Goo 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 goo. A slap-sized summon creature, a Night Lord, flapped its wings and appeared from the spell formation, then it shot up into the sky and disappeared into the darkness of the sky. And the pupils of the instructor who summoned it changed color and shape, and if one was careful, one could notice that at this moment, this instructor's eyes became almost identical to the one that flew away the Night Lord just now. Skill, Shared Sight. It was a very useful detection skill. The muscular instructor counted the time and felt that the Night Lords could already almost see the entirety of the valley before he asked, "How is it? Is the formation all right?" "What was that commotion just now?" The instructor who was maneuvering the Night Lord scouted the situation while answering, "Everything is fine with the formation, it hasn't been damaged. However, the movement seems to be coming from the deepest part of the valley, the place where the boss is being suppressed." This instructor suddenly looked tight. It's a very fierce battle that has taken place within the valley. The stone wall at the end, it's been blown out by at least hundreds of meters. Chapter 113 Twin Sword Promotion. What? Several instructors stared at the deep canyon in shock. The stone wall had been blown out by more than 100 meters? It didn't need to be said to know that this must have been the commotion made by those 3 trainees who entered just now. But those 3 brats, could they have such terrifying combat power? They were only around level 30 and they were already like this. In the future, if they were to turn 3, wouldn't they even be able to penetrate the valley? Could they really kill the shadow-hidden sword? Just at this time, the instructor in charge of scouting exclaimed again, "What's this again?" The muscular instructor hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? What abnormality has appeared again? Or else you can have the Night Lords fly closer and see how the battle is going. If there's any accident, let's rush in immediately." "No. Not." A strange look appeared on the face of the instructor in charge of scouting. "The battle seems to have ended. However, I saw 2 red lights shining out from the valley. It's the kind of red light unique to red equipment. Could it be that the shadow-hidden sword has exploded with red quality equipment? Shouldn't be. Just burst out of the equipment, there are light clusters wrapped, the quality light can't be so dazzling, right? Or is it that in the hands of those 3 brats, there are 2 pieces of red quality equipment? It's also not right. Now that the battle is obviously over, there's no need for them to use their equipment again, letting the equipment show off its quality glow." This instructor mumbled for a while, and the muscular instructor on the side couldn't hold back and slapped him on the shoulder. "Damn you, you put yourself aside to mutter here. Don't you know to let the Night Lords land down and take a close look at what's really happening in the valley?" "Oh. Well. The beaten instructor rubbed his shoulders and immediately did as he was told. On the other side, with the 2 red lights that lit up one after another in the sword box after the flying swords all fell into the box, Lu Shang knew that the battle was over. He had thought that 2 rounds of 10,000 swords returning might not be able to kill the shadow-hidden sword in seconds, and that after using 10,000 swords returning, there would most likely still be a protracted battle. 3 times the experience, basically no need to think about it. Can shadow-hidden sword to solve the problem, get the experience and equipment in hand even if it is a victory. However, what he didn't expect was that his last 10,000 swords returning to the sword had actually caused the shadow-hidden sword to be killed. The reason for this result was inseparable from the broken army sword's credit. The boss's body was a sword, and the additional attributes of the army breaking sword had the innate ability to restrain equipment. It was having the army breaker sword in the 10,000 swords that allowed the 10,000 swords to exert an amazing effect when dealing with the shadow-hidden sword. In the end, before the quest panel's countdown cleared, Lu Shang managed to get the triple experience reward for this last boss.
This reward also allowed Lu Shang to gain quite a lot. The two red lights that burst out from within the sword box just now were proof of that. Lu Shang no longer had time to care about what the boss drowning in rubble had popped out. He immediately opened his equipment's attribute panel and began to check which two swords had advanced into red quality equipment again. The results didn't surprise him. The ones that advanced were Canglan and Red Sky. Canglan, red. Required level, level 40. Required profession, sword immortal. Attributes, attack power plus 1495. Strength plus 243. Agility plus 289. Spirit plus 323. Additional, in attack, 50% slowdown effect is attached to the enemy for 5s. When attacking an enemy, heal your own injuries. The healing effect is 30% of the amount of damage. The sword pulling Pinglan skill comes with the Ji Pinglan effect. Pinglan, stirring sword chi outwards, sword chi damage is the same as sword retrieving Pinglan, sword chi coverage is up to 50 meters away from the skill releaser. Designated targets can release water flow stream. Water flow stream, connect with the designated target and share the healing effect provided by Canglan sword. Introduction, a sword that rises up the waves of the sky, and then pulls the sword back to calm the waves. Just like the Spirit Wind Sword, the Canglan's attributes have skyrocketed after its advancement, and its additional attributes have also increased numerically, as well as adding another additional effect, water flow stream. This water flowing stream really made Lu Shang's eyes light up. Simply put, he could utilize this skill to bind himself to a teammate. After binding, the Canglan sword's 30% blood absorption effect would work on both Lu Shang and the bound target. Now, Go Shang was happy to bring up his big daddy again. With the Yuan Ling returning heart technique, instantly returning to full status, plus the water streaming stream's continuous blood recovery, Lu Shang was completely able to transform into a super nurse. As long as Lu Shang could output, it would be almost impossible for his team's front row to fall. Cool. Look at the Red Sky sword again. Red Sky, red. Required level, level 40. Required profession, swordsman, control sword proficient profession. Attributes, attack power plus 2298. Strength plus 332. Agility plus 318. Endurance plus 189. Extras, attacks come with a burning effect, causing sustained damage to enemies for 20s. When releasing the skill, the fire attribute magic damage is increased by an additional 70%. Light Inferno, attacks with a flaming sword chi attached, which can attack enemies at a distance. When stacked with wind attribute and wood attribute skills, the power can be boosted. Introduction, forged within the Tsungyan volcano, the sword contains the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth within its body, capable of incinerating all enemies. The red quality Red Sky sword still followed the path of the violent stream. This attack power, among all of Lu Shang's weapons, was far ahead. Similarly, being of red quality, it had an increase in its basic attributes and additional attributes. It also had a new additional skill, Light Inferno. At the first sight of Light Inflammation, Lu Shang realized that it wasn't the fire attributes, Wind Cut. It seemed that from now on, he would not only be able to use the Spirit Wind Sword to wield sword chi, but he would also be able to wield the Red Sky sword and output from a long distance. However, he then noticed that it seemed that the Light Inferno was different compared to the Wind Cut. Thinking of this, he opened the sword box. A hand, flashing red light of the Red Sky will fall into his hands. Lu Shang casually waved his hand, and all of a sudden, the surrounding temperature skyrocketed. A huge flaming sword chi appeared out of nowhere and blasted forward. The debris in front of him was instantly sent flying out, clearing out a vacuum. Because the Red Sky sword's attack power was already above the Spirit Wind Sword, this sword chi, too, was much more powerful than the Spirit Wind Sword's Wind Slice. However, this was not the true power of Light Inferno. The sword box opened again, and the Spirit Wind Sword fell into Lu Shang's hands along with it. Xu Guang and Bai Rou on the side noticed Lu Shang's movements and also saw the red light blossoming from Lu Shang's sword case, so they knew that his weapon must have been upgraded again. At this moment, Lu Shang was testing his sword. The power of Red Sky's sword just now had already surprised the duo at how high Lu Shang's output was. And now, Lu Shang had no intention of stopping. Instead, he took out another sword. This made both Xu Guang and Bai Rou curious, not knowing what Lu Shang was up to again. Chapter 114 Reasonable. Reasonable, you sister, ah. He held Spirit Wind in his right hand and hitched onto the Red Sky sword. The moment the two swords came into contact, the wind whirl of the Spirit Wind Sword's blade surged out,
blowing the red sky sword's flames in a shaking and enthusiastic manner. Lu Shang squinted his eyes as he was set afire, and his two swords intersected and chopped forward. In a flash, two sword chi shot out at the same time. These two sword chi, one came from spirit wind and the other came from red sky. The sword chi overlapped as they raced forward, and the two chopping blows merged, transforming into a tornado of flames that whistled out as if it were a giant dragon swooping over, and for a time, the firelight illuminated the canyon with what brightness. Rumble. As the loud sound came out, the debris in front of them was instantly cleared away, creating a vacuum that was at least 3 times the size of the previous sword. This power was enough to be comparable to a fire attribute hidden profession transfigurator, unleashing a second transformation skill. After this scene appeared, Lu Shang was also a bit surprised and smiled brightly in the flames as he put away his sword with satisfaction. As expected, the light inflammation effect could be stacked by wind attribute and would attribute skills to enhance their power. And although Wind Slice was just a normal attack with his spirit wind sword in hand, it was also categorized as a type of skill. Therefore, Light Inferno and Wind Slice together were able to react. And the reaction ultimately manifested like this. My flat A is someone else's big move. One could imagine what kind of scene it would be now that Lu Shang was using the royal sword technique to manipulate all the red heavens and spirit winds to attack together with their sword chi, and all the skill effects were overlapping together. But now, he didn't need to keep trying. In short, awesome was the end. It wasn't until Lu Shang put the two swords into the sword box that Chu Guang and Bai Rou came back to their senses. Chu Guang looked at Lu Shang with complicated eyes, but didn't say anything. After the rubble collapsed, the wind came in from nowhere and blew Bai Rou's double ponytails. Bai Rou messed up in the wind and said, "Little sword immortal, that wasn't a skill just now either, was it your normal attack?" Lu Shang hummed and sort of acknowledged, after all, it's a red quality weapon, so it's reasonable to have a strong billion points, right? Bai Rou slowly nodded her head. Seems reasonable. Reasonable, you sister. Ah. Other people have one weapon, you have more than 200. Other people's swords are for melee combat, but yours are for long-distance combat. This is not a problem. You can even link your two weapons together and turn your flat A into a skill. You see, where are you reasonable? Bai Rou's eyes were green with envy. She had been following Lu Shang for a while, and had watched Lu Shang's level remain unchanged, while his strength had risen steadily. Everyone is a transmigrant, is it bad to be normal like me? While Bai Rou was resentful in her heart, Lu Shang had already stepped forward and arrived at the vacuum zone cleared out by red sky and spirit wind. He wasn't just testing his sword haphazardly just now, he also had a purpose, which was to plow out the remains of the boss. Right now, as the rocks were blasted apart by the sword energy, the buried boss appeared in front of everyone. At this time, the shadow-hidden sword had only a broken hilt left. On the hilt, there were 4 clusters of light floating around, proving that the rewards from this boss were especially generous. Seeing that Lu Shang was about to open the box, Chu Guang and Bai Rou also came together to see what the platinum-level boss could touch. Lu Shang stood in front of the wreckage and casually grabbed a ball of light, brushing the light off of it. Instantly, a black gemstone necklace appeared from it, flashing with golden light. The first reward, it was a rare jewelry equipment, and it was still of golden quality. It looked like a good harvest. Lu Shang was in a good mood and checked the attributes of this piece of equipment with Chu Guang and Bai Rou. Shadow Abyss Gold Color. Required level, level 30. Required profession, none. Attributes. Strength plus 103. Agility plus 89. Spirit plus 224. Bonus, Dark Abyss, passive skill. When one is affected by a negative effect, one can absorb the negative effect and turn it into a healing effect on oneself. This effect has a cooldown of 3 minutes. Extremely good quality. Being a jewelry-type equipment in itself, it was already very rare, not to mention that the attributes provided by this Shadow Abyss itself were quite impressive. Especially the additional passive skill Dark Abyss, it is able to remove the negative effect every 3 minutes, converting it into a healing effect. Wasn't this equivalent to having one more chance to be immune to negative effects? Although this was a passive effect, it was very likely that a simple slowdown debuff would also trigger Dark Abyss, putting this skill on a 3-minute cooldown. However, there was no doubt that this equipment was definitely considered an extreme quality. Lu Shang was also interested in it, but the equipment position of this Shadow Abyss was the necklace column. Lu Shang already had equipment in his necklace section, and it was the Wine God Gourd. Replacing the Wine God Gourd with the Shadow Abyss was obviously not worth it. Therefore, this equipment was destined to have nothing to do with Lu Shang. Lu Sheng then glanced at Chu Guang and Bai Rou, using his eyes to ask them what they thought. Chu Guang was the first to shake his head and said frankly, any equipment I sacrifice, the effect is the same, and I won't gain a higher experience value just because the attributes of the equipment I sacrifice are good. This necklace has such good attributes, it's not appropriate for me to use it for sacrifice, why don't you two keep it? Even if I were to give it to me, I would still choose to sell it for just more cheap gold quality equipment. Oh. To be able to resist the temptation of gold-colored equipment, Chu Guang's realm had risen. Chu Guang's idea of proposing to sell it was indeed good. However, when Lu Sheng looked at Bai Rou, he realized that this crazy woman had a twinkle in her eyes, and her hand had already explored over stupidly. Lu Sheng knew that Bai Rou was probably more interested in this necklace. Her neck was empty, so she shouldn't have any jewelry equipment. When Lu Sheng thought about it, Bai Rou really didn't put in much effort this way over. Chu Guang was able to get a lot of gold quality equipment, but Bai Rou just ate fish, so it could be said that she was the one with the least amount of harvest amongst the three of them. Even though this is a good teammate who doesn't eat grass and still milks the cow, you can't really not give a little bit of grass, right? People can't be too capitalistic. Should give grass to eat, still have to give grass to eat? In that case, then Bai Rou, give you grass. To give you equipment. Lu Sheng handed over the shadow abyss, this is yours. Give it to me? Bai Rou's hand that was halfway outstretched shrank back and stared somewhat unexpectedly. After all, she felt that she had eaten so much in one day, splitting the loot should have been nothing to do with her. And Lu Sheng really put the equipment in front of her, making her really surprised and happy. Lu Sheng nodded his head and said, of course I'll give it to you. I have equipment for the necklace part, and it's a bit of a shame to sell it. Equipment, if you can digest it internally, you can digest it internally, and it's also considered a reward for you to follow me out to kill the boss. Bai Rou received the necklace, and bared her teeth in a slightly embarrassed manner, as if trying to make a polite smile but failing. She didn't say a word of thanks either, but even looking at that hand-wringing look, she knew that the number of times she had shared equipment from her teammates was definitely not as many as the number of times she had killed people. Lu Sheng didn't expect to hear words like thank you from this kind of person. Chapter 115 Stealth has no sword immortal's demeanor. Because she had enough levels, Bai Rou directly equipped the Shadow Abyss. The Shadow Abyss itself was a black gemstone that wasn't too big, and when worn by men, it always felt girly. However, it was quite suitable for Bai Rou's style. After distributing the first piece of loot, Lu Sheng continued to open his hand and check the other rewards. The next two pieces were all gold quality equipment. One was a handguard used by mage-type professions, and the other was a leg guard that could be used by assassin-type professions. The attributes of the two pieces of equipment were not bad, but they weren't of much use to Lu Sheng's trio. Therefore, these two pieces of gold quality equipment were naturally given to Chu Guang for him to sacrifice. Until now, there was no red equipment to be seen, which made Lu Sheng a bit upset. Although the probability of a platinum-level boss popping out red quality equipment wasn't high, a good wish should always be there, right? The last piece, give me out red. Lu Sheng's hand flicked violently, propping up the last mass of light. In an instant, red light bloomed. Chu Guang and Bai Rou were also unexpectedly surprised, red quality. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the reward in his hand, his excitement far exceeding that of Chu Guang and Bai Rou. This was because he saw that the loot in his hand was clearly a sword hilt. When the light faded, Lu Sheng held the sword hilt in his hand and looked at it carefully. This sword hilt was quite similar to the Shadow Hidden Sword. However, the workmanship was more delicate and calm than the Shadow Hidden Sword. More importantly, Lu Sheng was holding it in his hand at the moment, and he could vaguely see the glass-like transparent blade stretching out from the hilt, sharply reflecting the cold light. This was a weapon where only the owner could see the blade. Shadowless, red. Required level, level 40. Required profession, swordsman, control sword proficient profession. Attributes, attack plus 1871. Agility plus 419. Spirit plus 271. Additional, when attacking an enemy, ignore 30% of the opponent's defense. Each time you attack an enemy, weaken the enemy's defense by 5%, stackable up to 6 layers. Each time you attack an enemy, boost your own blitz rate by 1%, stackable up to 10 layers. Hidden Sword, when equipped with the Shadowless Sword, you can enter a state of invisibility, appear when attacking or being attacked, and cause a bludgeoning effect. This skill has a cooldown of 2 minutes. Introduction: the weapon of the Shadow Death Riders under the Dark Lord of the Black Market was transformed into a sword. Without the power of the Dark Lands, the sharpness was not reduced at all. This sword deserves its red quality. The attack power was second only to Red Sky, and of the additional attributes, the first two were ignoring and weakening the enemy's defense. Lu Shang's current number of times of casting Sword Souls was 44, and after casting 44 Sword Souls, a round of attacks from the Shadowless Sword would be able to stack up his additional attributes. At that time, the enemy's defense would be weakened by 30%, and with the original ignoring of 30% of defense, Lu Shang directly ignored 60% of the enemy's defense when he attacked them with the Shadowless Sword. It could be said that in front of Lu Shang, there would be no such concept as a meat shield in the future. At the same time, the 10% blitz rate that was stacked up didn't seem high. However, this attribute is for Lu Shang's own attributes. In other words, all of Lu Shang's flying swords enjoyed this 10% bludgeoning rate. In a round of flying sword attacks, there was no problem at all with dozens of blows. Moreover, what made Lu Shang feel that the Shadowless Sword was the most heavenly was the last additional skill. He equipped the Shadowless Sword and activated Hidden Sword. At that instant, his entire body along with the Shadowless Sword all disappeared in place. This scene caused Bai Rou and Chu Guang to be stunned. Chu Guang felt it carefully and said in a deep voice, "This skill, it's better than the concealment of the assassin-type professions. Being so close, I can't feel his breath at all. If I hadn't been prepared, I would most likely have been caught by his sneak attack." By Rou side, it's worthy of being a red quality weapon, the additional skills are truly heaven-defying. In the next second, Lu Shang's figure reappeared in front of the duo. However, this time, he no longer had the Shadowless Sword in his hand. Lu Shang shook his head and said, "Dare I say it, this hidden sword still needs me to be in a handheld manner in order to be invisible along with me. Once I maneuver it in the manner of Imperial Sword Technique, I will be detached from the state of invisibility." Chu Guang thought for a moment and said, "Even so, this hidden sword is already quite impressive. A swordsman being able to be invisible would catch quite a few people off guard, right?" Lu Shang raised his eyebrows. "Stealth? It would be too unseemly for my hallowed sword immortal to be invisible." After a pause, Lu Shang revealed a few playful smiles. "However, the Shadowless, it gives me some other ideas, such as..." As soon as Lu Shang's words fell, the Shadowless Sword reappeared. At this time, the location where the Shadowless Sword appeared was clearly next to Chu Guang's neck. Chu Guang's pupils trembled, because he hadn't even sensed when the Shadowless Sword had appeared in this position. "Sorry, don't mind me, I was joking, just to see if you could feel the Shadowless Sword in the hidden sword state." Lu Shang waved his hand, and the Shadowless Sword immediately flew out from Chu Guang's side, circled halfway in mid-air, and finally fell into the sword box, becoming Lu Shang's sixth sword. At this point, Lu Shang already possessed 4 red quality sword-type weapons. It was worth noting that unlike the other flying swords, which had an appalling aura and were incomparably sharp during flight, the Shadowless Sword, in flight, did not make a single sound at all, and did not even set off fluctuations in the airflow. It seemed as if it did not exist in itself. It was also for this reason that the Shadowless Sword was able to silently threaten Chu Guang without Chu Guang himself realizing it. Of course, Chu Guang knew that just now was just Lu Shang playing a joke, using him to test the effect of the Shadowless Sword. Rather, he still sighed lightly with some trepidation. "This sword, it's a bit difficult to deal with. Especially, it's in your hands." Lu Shang smiled and considered it a tacit admission. This sword, placed in the hands of an ordinary swordsman, at best, allowed the swordsman to have a chance to attack and kill by stealth. But in Lu Shang's hands, the meaning was completely different. When an outsider saw a swordsman stealthing, he would definitely be on guard. But Lu Shang manipulated the flying swords in the manner of Imperial Sword Art, so how could this be defended against? You see him not even moving, and as a result, an invisible sword easily wipes your neck. No solution. Fortunately, Lu Shang only got this sword later. Otherwise, when he fought with Wang Qian and the others, Wang Qian would have been the only one to die. Lu Shang wanted to kill all of them, and the lynx would probably have a hard time noticing and obstructing. Bai Rou on the side sked twice. "Stealth doesn't have the demeanor of a sword immortal. You have the demeanor of a sword immortal when you make your sword stealthy and go to sneak attack someone else?" Lu Shang nodded his head with a righteous face. "That's for sure. This sword immortal fights people head-on with royal sword art. As for where to fly a few flying swords and stab the enemy in the ass, what does this matter have to do with me?" Chapter 116 Few Geniuses of the Southern Domain? Do you listen? Do people speak? Chu Guang and Bai Rou were speechless. This kind of dangling and standing guy was also worthy of being a sword immortal? No matter what, the 6 skull level danger zone was finally cleaned up by the 3 of them. However, their bodies were all covered in dark matter at this time, which was not a pleasant feeling. So the three of them planned to hit the road back to the mountaintop base. Returning the same way, the dark matter still existed along the way and needed to be purified. However, since there was no longer a source of contamination such as the shadow hidden sword, the dark matter stained on their bodies did not turn into shadow pollutants, and the journey was very peaceful. In the end, the three of them walked out of the narrow corridor of the valley and once again met up with Muscleman Instructor and the others. The things in the valley, Muscleman Instructor and the others also basically understood through the Night Lords. Even though they didn't know exactly how Lu Shang and the others had killed the shadow hidden sword, the Night Lord had seen the scene of them dividing their equipment and knew that the shadow hidden sword had indeed been taken care of by these three people. The muscular instructors praised them greatly and let them leave. These 10 instructors, on the other hand, still needed to enter the valley and purify the dark matter inside one by one. Although the shadow cryptic sword was gone, this dark matter would gradually deactivate, air dry, and turn into dirt. But the dark matter also had the possibility of mutating back into new dark creatures. So to be on the safe side, the instructors needed to thoroughly ensure that every pile of dark matter had been purified before they could leave with peace of mind. This kind of time-consuming and laborious work had nothing to do with Lu Shang and the others. They didn't linger in the Black Cloud Mountain range any longer and marched towards the mountaintop base. In the end, 2 days later, the three of them rejoined the mountaintop base with this wretched appearance and parted ways. Even Lu Shang didn't even bother going to the second turn. Based on the principle that a good meal was not afraid of being late, he first went back to his own place, took a bath, and then lay down on his bed, sleeping in a daze. Meanwhile, the general command hall of the mountaintop base. The lynx hugged his bladder and leaned back on the seat, his two long legs folded and cocked on the desktop of the conference table in front of him. Instructor Sunglasses stood on the other side of the conference table, and had long been accustomed to this in the eyes of outsiders. The lynx did things meticulously, with a clear-cut eye. In fact, in private, she is the most annoyed by the word rules. Regarding the lynx's lack of leadership style, the Sunglasses instructor turned a blind eye, and continued her report. The cleanup team of the 6 skeleton-level danger zone sent a message: the shadow hidden sword has been killed, and they are still cleaning up the dark matter. From the guard team, it was also reported that the trio group of Lu Shang, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou have returned to the mountaintop base. It seems that they should have finished clearing out all the 4 skull, 5 skull, and 6 skull level danger zones and returned a few days early, and there's no intention of going out to practice again. Initial estimation, all the bosses we put in should have been cleared out completely. The lynx nodded, satisfied with this result. It's good that the resources weren't wasted. Moreover, I think that for the final round of the position-grabbing tournament, the top 3 positions should be determined in advance. The so-called position-snatching tournament is nothing more than a walk in the park. The Sunglasses instructor recognized the performance of Lu Shang, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou is indeed good, and can be said to be the existence of a breakaway lead amongst everyone else. Originally, Wang Qian, Kong Linglong, and the others still had a chance to impact the top 3 spots, but after they were eliminated, no one could threaten the 3 of them spots anymore. After a pause, the Sunglasses instructor smiled. Oh yeah, it seems that among the S-class trainees, there is still a survivor named Tan Lu. This person led a group of A rank and B rank trainees and has been mingling in the 3 skeleton level danger zone, almost brushing most of the 3 skeleton level danger zone clean. The harvest should be pretty good. However, compared to these 3 people, Lu Shang, it's far too inferior. Moreover, his own occupational characteristics are also problematic, so it's almost impossible for him to get a top 3 ranking in the position-grabbing tournament. It seems like it's a relief for our southern region to choose the top 3. The break in strength between the trainees is too serious, and other than these 3 people, Lu Shang, there's no need to consider anyone else. I've heard that right now, the special training camp is about to end, and the instructors of the other dozen or so special training camps are scratching their ears in anxiety. There are at least 7 or 8 good seedlings in their special training camps, and it's very difficult to choose 3 from among them. Unlike us, we can choose these 3 with our eyes closed. Saying that, the Sunglasses instructor pressed his voice. Lieutenant Colonel Yang, you say, is it that we have a little less geniuses in the southern region? The instructors of other special training camps still have to scratch their heads over who to choose, but we're good. The position-grabbing tournament hasn't even started yet, and the list of selectors can basically be finalized. The lynx glanced at him and asked rhetorically, why do you feel that it's the geniuses from our southern region that are less talented, rather than these 3 geniuses from our southern region that are more outstanding and eye-catching than the trainees from the other special training camps? As soon as this thought was brought up, the Sunglasses instructor instantly felt his pattern open up. Lieutenant Colonel Yang has a high opinion. Ha ha ha. He scratched his head and laughed. That's true, the 7 sons of Changnan, placed in any special training camp, would have to be top geniuses. It's a pity that in our special training camp, geniuses of this level were eliminated. Doesn't it show that the quality of our southern region's geniuses is higher? The lynx narrowed her eyes as if she was a big cat that was napping. Her voice was still hoarse. I originally thought that it would be good enough for us to be able to select trainees of Wang Qian and Chen Xian's level in our training camp, and have the capital to fight against other special training camp trainees. However, the appearance of Bai Rou and Chu Guang has increasingly amazed me. Not to mention, our special training camp has also produced Lu Shang, a demonic genius. Speaking here, the lynx seemed to think of all the things Lu Shang had done in the special training camp, as well as the fact that in the end, he had even accomplished the feat of killing Wang Qian in front of her. I feel that even Bai Rou and Chu Guang don't need to, as long as they bring Lu Shang, they will be able to sweep all the geniuses from the other special training camps. Lu Shang, Instructor Sunglasses took a deep breath and nodded his head in deep thought. Indeed, it can be said that he is the biggest surprise in our southern region special training camp. I've heard that he seems to have exploded red quality equipment from the Shadow Hidden Sword. Moreover, in this round of quests, he leveled up to level 30 early, but never turned 2. Presumably, in the next 2 days, he'll go to the transfer table, receive a second turn, and obtain a new second turn skill. I don't know if he'll be able to bring us some other shocks when we wait for the rank grabbing tournament. At this time, Instructor Sunglasses suddenly remembered another thing about Lu Shang, and the look of anticipation in his eyes disappeared. In its place, there was a helplessness. By the way, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, I almost forgot, there's one more thing I need to report to you. Chapter 117 Second Turn. The lynx had already had a number in mind and raised her willow eyebrows. Wang Yuanzhong? The sunglasses instructor returned. It's him. I heard that the Wang family has written a letter of appeal, asking our military region to take responsibility for Wang Qian's death and hand over the real culprit. They even came to Old Black Mountain in person, but they were stopped by our brothers down there. Although the people are gone now, but think and know that this matter is not something that can be uncovered so well. The lynx didn't seem to be worried. Other people are also, even if the students who came from Changnan, which one didn't receive the news in advance, knowing that our special training camp is not a place for children to play house? The matter of the death indicator was stated at the beginning. The life and death paperwork, everyone signed it before they came as well. Taking a step back, it was also Wang Qian and the others who wanted to kill first. The sunglasses instructor smiled bitterly. The reasoning is this reasoning, but how could the Wang family listen to this? It is said that Wang Kuan has already identified that the real culprit of the murder is Lu Shang, while Chu Guang and Bai Rou are accomplices. The Wang family can't deal with the Bai family. Bai Rou should be fine. But Chu Guang and Lu Shang don't have such a hard background as Bai Rou. It's fine for the two of them to be in our training camp, but once they leave from here, Wang Yuanzhong won't be willing to stop. It's okay. The lynx retracted her legs and slowly stood up from her seat, turning back. I will tell the Wang family that Lu Shang and Chu Guang's background is the Western Realm military region. She took the military robe hanging on the side, draped it over her body, and walked outside. Hey! Where are you going? The sunglasses instructor asked after her. To check out the logistics department, Lynx said without looking back. In our military region, the best reward is only one piece of red quality equipment. Where is there such a thing as 2 pieces? In order to promise Lu Shang 2 pieces of red quality equipment, I've gone through a lot of effort with those old things up there. One of those pieces of equipment is still intercepted from somewhere else. I'll go to the logistics department and check where that piece of equipment has been transported to, and if it can be sent over before the end of the special training. If it can't be sent over, how to explain to that little guy Lu Shang is still a problem. Walking to the doorway, the lynx stopped and sighed with a smile. Although we've selected the top 3, but of these last 3, how many will be willing to come to the Western Realm Military Academy is anyone's guess. If no one comes, how can I compete with the other instructors? No matter what, I'll take this Lu Shang person. This red equipment is the best bargaining chip to buy him. The rewards for Bai Rou and Chu Guang, you should also prepare them well. The lynx turned around and walked away in big strides, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. These 3 people, we must keep them. The sunglasses instructor stood in place, crying and laughing. It really didn't occur to him that their hallowed Western Realm military region would need to follow the example of some institutions of higher learning and utilize benefits to buy students. But then again, isn't this the purpose of the Western Realm military region spending so much manpower and resources to engage in special training camps across the country? Lu Shang slept for a full day and night in his single dormitory. Not only was it because killing monsters at high intensity in the 6 skeleton level danger zone was too taxing, but he hadn't rested properly for the majority of the previous month as he had been wandering around the Black Cloud mountain range. By the time he woke up, the time had already come to the day before the deadline for this round of special training missions. Lu Sheng realized when he went to the cafeteria to eat that there were already quite a few people who had returned from outside. Thinking about it, the special training was about to come to an end, and there should be quite a few rewards to collect after the last round of special training missions. If they were eliminated at this time because they didn't return to the team in time, they were afraid that they would cry to death. Lu Sheng could clearly feel that the number of people still remaining at the mountaintop base at this time was much less than the original. It was not known whether they had been eliminated because they had used a flare gun, or whether they had died in some danger zone. All of these had nothing to do with him. After he finished eating, he took the lead and headed to the transfer table, intending to make his second turn first. Since most of the transferees had already finished their second turn in the previous month, the transfer desk was empty, so there was no need to queue up. The only person guarding this place was a young instructor. After Lu Sheng registered his information, the instructor brought him to the transfer stage. He himself retreated to the bottom of the stage and activated the formation. In a flash, a complicated and irregular pattern lit up on the transfer stage. The light that traveled through the ripple enveloped Lu Sheng, causing Lu Sheng to see a white blur in front of his eyes, as if he was in another world. This kind of scene was something Lu Sheng had experienced the first time he transferred. Therefore, he didn't resist it and directly sat on the ground, breathing steadily and carefully, feeling his brand new sense of professional characteristics. At the same time, at the entrance of the military district cafeteria, a tall swordsman held up the long sword in his own hand, pointing at a crimson-colored gem on it in triumph, showing it to his companion at the side. "How about it, do you see me gripping? I got the help of an instructor whose profession is artisan, and set that burning gemstone that burst out before onto the sword. Now, my sword will have 20% fire attribute magic damage attached to it, and my output is fierce. When we were teamed up earlier, if I had this gem, we might have been able to snatch a boss and kill it." Next to him, a not-so-tall B-ranked assassin trainee's eyes were filled with envy. Bullfrog. With the current attributes of this sword, surely it's enough for you to use it until level 40? Hey, unlike me, now that I've turned 2, I always feel that the purple dagger in my hand doesn't do enough damage. Ha! The swordsman laughed. With purple equipment, the attributes do pull the crotch a bit. This sword of mine is originally of golden quality, together with the attribute increase of the gems, using it up to level 40 is definitely no problem. What's going on here? As the swordsman spoke, he suddenly looked at the long sword he was holding in shock. The sword was actually trembling gently, as if there was some kind of force tugging at it one at a time, pulling it upwards. The assassin's friend on the side didn't see the signs and stared at the other's hand that kept shaking and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" The swordsman turned transfigurator's face was suffocatingly red. Because he now felt that he could barely hold it anymore, and the sword was actually going to fly out of his hand. He had to hold the hilt with both hands to stop his weapon from leaving him. At this moment, he clenched his teeth. Naturally, he couldn't care about answering his friend beside him. But despite this, the tugging force on the longsword grew larger and larger. In the end, with a sword roar, the sword completely came out of his hand and flew high into the air. The assassin turned transferee at the side froze, looking at the swordsman with disbelief, his voice trembling. "Brother, awesome. You're the same as that S-rank trainee, you're going to transfer to Sword Immortal?" Chapter 118 Heavenly Vision, 10,000 Swords Worshipping. Transferring AF King Sword Immortal. The swordsman was instantly anxious. Labor's sword, it flew by itself. This is too ridiculous. Sword, come back. No matter how much he shouted, his gold-grade longsword didn't pause in the slightest and flew in the direction of the transfer platform. This swordsman cursed and ran fast to chase after him. At the same time, he also noticed that he was not the only one with a sword. In the entire mountaintop base, hundreds of swords all came into the air and flew towards the same spot. Some of these swords were the trainees' weaponry, while others came from the mountaintop base's weapons depot. There were even some that flew out from some of the instructors. Even the instructors were confused one by one. How come properly, their own swords even grew wings and flew? Many people followed the flying swords and arrived near the transfer stage, followed by a scene that was incomprehensible. On the transfer platform, light enveloped it. Obviously someone was transferring here. At this moment, white light rushed up to the sky, intersecting with the clouds and outlining a huge longsword silhouette. Because it was composed of light, the longsword's shadow was not real. However, the overpowering sword intent on the silhouette poured outward without reservation, making people not dare to approach it at all. The flying sword weapons all hovered at the periphery of the longsword's shadow, with the tips of their swords facing downwards, like devout pilgrims. This scene, too, was too bizarre. It was rumored that a transmigrator with a hidden profession might attract heaven and earth visions when they first transmigrated. But it had never been heard that this kind of outrageous scene would also happen when someone had a second transfer. Who on earth was transferring, and why would this happen? Almost everyone in the entire mountaintop base was attracted by the unusual movement and looked towards the sky, and with that, they saw the scene of sword-type weapons standing here. Among them, naturally included Instructor's sunglasses. Instructor's sunglasses separated the crowd and came forward, tilting his head to look at the sky while asking the young instructor in charge of the transfer table, "What's going on here?" The young instructor also had a blank face and gave a military salute. "Back to Major, I'm not too sure." I followed the process to turn 2 for a cadet, and after the array on the transfer table lit up, this happened. Second turn for a cadet? Instructor's sunglasses vaguely guessed something. Which cadet was it? It's Cadet 0088, Lu Sheng from Beijing City No. 1 Middle School. Sure enough, it's this kid. The sunglasses instructor stared at the longsword's silhouette for an instant. I knew it, but wherever there's a sword-related commotion, it's most likely the work of this kid. For a second turn, it's surprising that he can make such a mess. The conversation between the two people made the surrounding trainees listen in. Quite a few people then realized that all of this in front of them was the work of that S-ranked trainee, Lu Sheng. What in the world is this person up to? Our sword, can we still get it back? While the victims were all worried, a sharp scolding sound rang out in the crowd. "Little sword immortal, you old man, even robbing my sword?" Bai Rou tore her voice, looking furious enough. Both of her eyes kept staring at a sword in the air, none other than her oddly shaped sword whip. "Quickly return my sword to me, or I'll go up and kill you right now." Seeing that Bai Rou was furious, many of the surrounding people's faces changed, and they acted like they were avoiding the plague, spontaneously forming a vacuum zone with a diameter of more than 20 meters around Bai Rou. However, everyone was relieved at this time. Bai Rou have been weighted, our weapons were snatched, it seems to be acceptable, ha. Just at this time, another person exclaimed, "No, it's not just our weapons. Look guys, the direction of River Ridge City." Hearing someone shout like this, everyone looked towards the southwest direction. At this glance, there was an immediate outcry. Only to see that at the end of the sky, streams of light resembled pouring meteors, densely flying towards the base of Old Black Mountain's mountaintop. If one looked closely, one could realize that it was not a meteor, but countless long swords. All sword weapons, whether they were heavy swords, short swords, or light swords, they all had everything. At the same time, their grades also ranged from white quality to golden quality. Even among them, a few long swords with dense red light could be seen, clearly red quality weapons. The number of these flying swords was more than 10,000. The tens of thousands of swords were vast and majestic, cutting through the clouds, almost covering the entire sky. How spectacular! Instructor's sunglasses also silently removed his sunglasses and gazed at everything in front of him, his face filled with horror. He could tell that these flying swords, all of them, were from River Ridge City. Because the only place that was closest to Old Black Mountain and could converge so many long swords at the same time was River Ridge City. Lu Sheng, this kid, second turn and all, as far as this was concerned? The key is, so many weapons, there are even a lack of red quality of the best. If you make a mess and destroy them all, we can't afford to play in the Westland military region. Instructor Sunglasses had already begun to wonder, in case the transmigrators who lost their weapons in River Ridge City find them, their own 3 companies. "I don't know, it wasn't me, and I can't afford to pay for it, can I cope with it?" But fortunately, Lu Sheng didn't seem to be doing anything outrageous. Tens of thousands of swords flew here, but they were just like the other people's swords, with their blades hanging low, standing silently in the air, in silence towards the direction where the longsword silhouette was. In a moment, the top of Old Black Mountain was already filled with flying swords. All the people present were silent, because the top of their heads were full of inverted flying swords, which was not a pleasant feeling. This situation lasted for half an hour. Finally, the light on the transfer stage faintly showed signs of convergence. The big sword silhouette composed of light also gradually faded. In the sky, it was first the flying swords of the trainees and instructors of the peak base that were the first to make a move, falling back into the hands of their owners. Those flying swords in the mountaintop base's logistics warehouse also returned to where they were originally stored. Immediately afterward, the tens of thousands of swords that had flown in from River Ridge City simultaneously turned their tips and retreated towards the direction they had come from as if they had a spirit. For a time, the flying swords withdrew and quickly disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Eventually, the clouds hid away and the sky above Old Black Mountain regained its clarity. And the bright light on the transfer stage finally disappeared completely, revealing Lu Shang's figure. Lu Shang was sitting cross-legged, his clothes fluttering and his eyebrows lowered. The midday sunlight sprinkled down, outlining the contours of his side face. Every twist and turn was as if it was carefully carved, so perfect that it didn't resemble a human being. Looking at everyone's heart tip trembled for no reason, and they were silenced for a moment. Well. Comfortable. Lu Shang opened his eyes, felt his second turn complete, and stretched his waist. He didn't realize that just now, all the swords in a circle of hundreds of miles had all come over to worship him. During the process of transferring, he had only felt it in his heart, and in a realm of selflessness, he had a deeper touch on the profession of sword immortal. Now, his attribute panel had shown that he had completed his second turn. At the same time, the 3 newly acquired skills from the second turn also appeared in the skills panel. Chapter 119 Second Turn Skill Royal Sword Flight. The 3 second turn skills made Lu Shang's heart itch to go to the testing room right now and try out the effects of a few skills. However, as soon as he raised his eyes, he realized that the place was already filled with people, and all of their gazes were like searchlights, shooting towards him in unison. You're all here to transfer? Lu Shang got up and made way for the transfer table. Obviously, there weren't many people here at all before his own transfer. By this time, Instructor Sunglasses had already walked up to the transfer platform. Lu Shang was naturally no stranger to him. Seeing the other party coming up, Lu Shang greeted, "Instructor." The sunglasses instructor put on his sunglasses again and nodded at him as a greeting. The second transfer is still going well, right? Lu Shang didn't understand why the other party asked this kind of question, but he still nodded honestly and said that everything went well, and now he had turned 2. Success is good. The sunglasses instructor said helplessly, "Just now, seeing that you made such a big commotion with your transfer, I thought that something unusual had happened with your second turn." Commotion? What kind of commotion? Lu Shang asked. The sunglasses instructor briefly described the situation just now, and Lu Shang then realized why so many students and instructors had gathered at the transfer stage. And when he heard that there were tens of thousands of swords gathering around River Ridge City, once close at hand, and there was even a lack of red quality weapons among them, he was even more green-eyed. Confused. Why didn't he himself open his eyes and look around, trying to find a way to keep all those flying swords? I'm not greedy, just the red quality ones are enough. The rest will be returned to you. As for the owner of River Ridge City, if they come to me, Lu Shang can also explain. I don't know? What does the loss of the sword have to do with me? Ask the Westland military region if they're up to something. Lu Shang only felt that he had lost $1 billion in blood, and his heart was a little cramped. On the contrary, the sunglasses instructor was relieved because Lu Shang had successfully switched jobs and the flying weapons had not been pocketed by this kid, which was definitely the best result for the Western Realm military region. The sunglasses instructor patted this seated player of the Southern Region Special Training Camp and grinned, then, "Congratulations on your second turn. This round of special training missions will end tomorrow, while the day after tomorrow will be the final round of special training, determining the final rankings and rewards for all trainees. Earlier, Chief Link's instructor said that your final reward is doubled, right? Work hard the day after tomorrow, but don't roll over." Saying that, the sunglasses instructor lowered his voice and leaned over to Lu Shang. "Chief Instructor Links has prepared a surprise for you. If you can get the first place, the reward you get will definitely make you very surprised." Oh? When Lu Shang heard this, the light in his eyes immediately flashed. "Instructor, what exactly is the reward? Can you tell me in advance?" He. Instructor Sunglasses smiled mysteriously. "It would be meaningless to say. Anyway, it's something that's really quite valuable. Chief Instructor Links has offended a lot of people in order to help you snatch it. You're going to grab the position match the day after tomorrow, so don't let her down and waste this good intention." And then, Instructor Sunglasses didn't say much and left with his backhand on this. This made Lu Shang hate his teeth, really, hooking people's curiosity up, and then not saying anything afterward. "You are the one who understands Caven." After the sunglasses instructor left, Lu Shang had wanted to leave as well, heading to the testing room to check his skills. As a result, a group of trainees hooted and hollered and surrounded him, leaving Lu Shang no open space to walk off the transfer platform at all. "Classmate, what is your second turn skill? Is it convenient to reveal it?" I'm too eager to know just how strong the profession of sword immortal is. Big brother, that move just now, the skill that summoned all the swords all over, can you use it again? I saw a red quality sword that matches my temperament and want to glean it for my own use. Handsome, which city in the southern domain are you from? I am a local of River Ridge, turn around after the special training camp, do you want to go to my house to play? My house happens to have no. Ah, you are also an orphan? What a coincidence, so am I. Off. The scene was instantly chaotic. Some people were interested in climbing close to Lu Shang and befriending him. This made it difficult for Lu Shang to fight for a moment, but looking at the posture of these people in front of him, it seemed that if they didn't add a friend or something, they weren't going to let Lu Shang go at all. Lu Shang was helpless and tired of dealing with these people. The sword box behind his back opened with a click, and the spirit wind sword flew out from it, coming in front of Lu Shang. Afterwards, Lu Shang leaped, and even in front of the crowd, he smoothly stepped on the flying sword, and drove the flying sword to break through the air. The speed was so fast that the crowd didn't even react before Lu Shang had already disappeared in front of everyone with his sword. For a moment, the crowd that had been clamoring just a moment ago quieted down. The trainee who had just wanted to see Lu Shang's second turn skills rubbed his eyes vigorously with an expression of having seen a ghost. Was I blind just now? Big brother Lu stepped on a flying sword and flew away with his imperial sword? Is this his second turn skill? Mad, this speed is too fast. A few female trainees had tears in their eyes and were excited. Flying with a flying sword, Lu Shang, he's really handsome and crying for me. This is too bullying. At the back of the crowd, a knight-type hidden profession cried without tears, we knights can ride ground unit mounts in our second turn, and we can only ride flying mounts in our third turn. Lu Shang is good, he took off directly in his second turn? The key is, flying so fast. This profession, in the end there is no fairness left to speak of. Life was full of different kinds of emotions, and each of these trainees had their own embodiment after seeing Lu Shang flying away with his sword. On the other hand, Lu Shang flew over the mountaintop base for a while, and eventually gradually grasped some of the skills of flying with the imperial sword. Royal sword flight was indeed one of his second turn skills. Royal sword flight active, LV1, can fly with a sword, flying at a heightened speed related to attack speed. During flight, a strong wind is automatically formed to resist damage and skill effects. The durability of the wind is related to the defense power. When the durability of the wind drops to 0, it forcibly exits the flying sword state, with a 3-minute interval between the next use of it. The cooldown time is not counted when exiting the flying sword state of one's own accord. The speed of imperial sword flight is related to the speed of offense. Now that Lu Shang's attack was not passively boosted by the spirit wind sword, the speed of flight was already quite terrifying, far exceeding the speed of a knight-type profession riding a flying mount. If this was the case with full offensive speed, Lu Shang's flying speed in the air could definitely be ridiculously fast. At the same time, during his flight, there was also an astral wind around him, which was a shield that could be used to resist damage. With this shield, Lu Shang's sword flight was basically invincible, and he wouldn't be blasted down with his skills. Originally, the durability of the shield was related to Lu Shang's defense. While Lu Shang's attack power is ridiculously high, his defense power is a clear shortcoming. However, another second turn skill had perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. It also raised the strength of the Royal Sword Flight skill by a notch. Chapter 120 Sword Dao Divine Body. Another one was the passive skill called Sword Dao Divine Body. Sword Dao Divine Body passive, LV1, gain a defense equal to the attack power. Every 20 seconds, gain a layer of Sword Intent, stacking up to a maximum of 5 layers. Sword Intent, when attacked, automatically immune to damage and negative effects, and fires a sword chi in return. This passive called Sword Dao Divine Body directly skyrocketed defense. As a result, the durability of the astral winds around Lu Shang that he used to ward off attacks during his imperial sword flight was extremely high. Conservatively estimating, even if it was his own imperial sword attack, he would have to have over 200 flying sword sweep through 2 rounds in a row before the astral winds could be broken. As for ordinary transmutators, it was undoubtedly a fool's errand to want to blast him down while he was flying with his sword. Moreover, this Sword Dao Divine Body passive not only provided Lu Shang with an unbelievable defense, making up for his shortcomings. It was even able to provide 5 layers of Sword Intent effects, directly cancelling out damage and control. At the same time, an additional sword chi popped up to counterattack. In this way, he didn't have to be afraid of assassin-class professions at all in the future. If an assassin-class transmogrifier wanted to surprise attack him, he was afraid that if a skill hit him, nothing would happen to Lu Shang, and instead, the other party would be chopped alive by the sword chi. The second transformation skill was so powerful. In addition to these two skills, Lu Shang also had a third skill called Big Dipper Battle Chi. He now went to the testing room with the purpose of testing the effect of the third skill as well. However, when he stood on the flying sword and wobbled to a stop in front of the testing room, a sign standing at the entrance made him furious enough. Only on the standing sign was neatly written in 6 big words: Lu Shang may not enter. Lu Shang's mind was broken. Wasn't this a clear case of discrimination? He really had the urge to kick the sign in the air and shatter it with an hit sound. However, thinking that this was still the territory of the Western Realm military region, he endured. Thinking about it, an alloy stake with a score limit of only 100,000, what's there to test? Master doesn't care. After Lu Shang comforted himself, he simply stopped trying the Big Dipper Battle Chi. He flew towards Old Black Mountain, intending to exercise his ability to kill the enemy with his sword during sword flight in the past 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. All of the trainees returned from the Black Cloud Mountain range, preparing for the final round of special training content. At noon, the radio from the base on top of the mountain transmitted the voice of the sunglasses instructor, resounding throughout the entire Old Black Mountain. Attention all trainees, please head to the base's ring area to gather within 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, the final round of special training, the position grabbing match, is about to begin. Those who are late will directly lose their special training spot. Repeat it again. The sound shook the leaves of the Old Black Mountain. Lu Shang sat on the army breaker sword, and when he heard the sound, he casually pointed his hand, and dozens of flying swords flew out, killing a level 30 ferocious beast of the Old Black Mountain in an instant. Afterwards, the army breaker's sword carried Lu Shang and flew in the direction of the mountaintop base. Dozens of flying swords then followed closely, entering his sword box in turn. In this day and a half, Lu Shang had already studied the skill, Imperial Sword Flight, to perfection. Attacking, maneuvering, and even releasing skills in the state of Royal Sword Flight could be said to be a snap. At this time, Lu Shang's location was very far from the mountaintop base. If an ordinary transmigrant wanted to go back on time, he was afraid that he would have to rush at full speed to do so. And Lu Shang wasn't the least bit panicked. After all, the speed of the Royal Sword Flight was even faster than a flying mount, and he only needed about 5 minutes to fly over this distance. He didn't even switch to the fastest Spirit Windsword, but instead rode the slowest, but at the same time the most stable Broken Army sword, without any hurry. In the end, in less than 5 minutes, Lu Shang leisurely arrived at the ring area. There were already quite a few cadets gathered here. It could be seen that most of the remaining cadets were A-rank cadets and B-rank cadets. It was difficult for C-rank trainees to go through the last round of special training. It was estimated that they had been narrowly defeated by the group during the crusade against the boss, thus firing the flare gun that led to their elimination. As for why there are so few S-grade trainees, this matter had to be asked to Lu Shang, Xu Guang, and Bai Rou. The original 100 or so trainees were already only 60 or so at this point, far too much colder than the original. This time, in the ring area, there wasn't any S, A, B, or C grade area like last time. Only in the ring, placed 3 iron casting seats. The seat in the center had the word 1 written on it, while the seats on the left and right were 2 and 3. This scene caused the trainees who had already arrived to whisper, discussing what this last round of special training tasks were. Half an hour's time arrived. The Lynx brought a group of instructors and appeared once again. It was still the same as before. The Lynx walked up to the ring alone and began to announce the special training rules. First of all, congratulations to all of you for standing out from the 400 people and making it this far. After today, our special training camp will come to a successful end, and you all can go back. And today is your last dance in the special training camp. How much have you guys grown in the special training camp during this month or so? Your current strength, and whether or not it will allow you to take more rewards from my hands, depends on today. Next, the final round of special training in the South Region Special Training Camp. The position grabbing match is about to begin. For the position grabbing match, the rules are as follows. All remaining trainees no longer have ratings, only have rankings, and the ranking order is not tied to all previous performances, and depends entirely on your strength today. As soon as the Lynx's words fell, a few instructors rolled out a blackboard. On the blackboard, there were cufflinks with all the numbers from 4 to 61 printed on them. The Lynx pointed at the blackboard and said, the ranking placements will be based on the numbers of the armbands. Of course, the top 3 don't count. If you want to get the top 3 ranking positions, you don't need to take the armband, you just need to sit on those 3 chairs for half an hour. When the qualifying rounds start, you can take the armband that suits your ranking according to your situation. If you don't get one, it's okay, you can challenge whoever's armband you see. As long as you win, you can snatch the other party's sleeve label and give your own to the other party. After a pause, a thin smile appeared on the Lynx's face. Also, the snatch match doesn't necessarily require you guys to have to fight solo. If you guys have friends that you have previously met in the Black Cloud Mountain range and are still on good terms, you can also challenge someone else's sleeve label as a team. Of course, the responders can also form a team. The winner's team can get the cuffs of everyone on the loser's team and then distribute them amongst themselves. When these words came out, there was an outcry. Not only was there no such thing as ratings this time, but they could even form teams? Chapter 121 Qualifying Match. This caused many people's tense emotions to relax. After all, most of the people who were still here now had regular teams in the previous month. They had cooperated with each other more and more after a month of practicing and brushing bosses. It would be very favorable for them if they could end up competing for the rankings as a team. There was even a chance that the S-rank trainees would be pulled down by them. The Lynx clapped his hands to silence the entire room and continued, "In short, it's all up to you guys how to go about figuring out how to switch platoon positions with others. You guys can be lone wolves, you can team up, or you can even ally with other teams. In short, everything is free until you guys get your own satisfactory rankings. The reward at the end is tied to the ranked position, so all you guys have to do is to get a higher ranked position as much as possible, as well as not being robbed of the sleeve label in your hands by others. So, as before, anyone who has questions can ask them." After the Lynx finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. In the end, a flat-headed boy who was no more than 1 meter 6 in height, but whose body was particularly sturdy and resembled a small steel cannon, took the initiative to raise his hand to ask a question. "Instructor, isn't it true that when we grab the platoon, we can challenge whoever we want to, without even caring if the other party has just accepted the challenge, and how many times they have accepted the challenge?" The Lynx nodded, "Yes. The ownership of the sleeve label is the same as the ownership of the seats of the top 3. All of them are held for half an hour with no one challenging them before they can be determined. If within the half hour's time, it is challenged, then the half hour's time is retimed. You don't need to be concerned about this, the instructors present will have someone to keep an eye on the armband in your hands to confirm whether you enjoy the right to own the armband or not. There will also be instructors who will alert the others when the cuff is about to be held, asking if anyone wishes to challenge the cuff holder before the ownership of the cuff is decided." After a pause, the Lynx added, "Or even if the challenge fails, the challenge can continue. Or, join the other teams and launch a wheel battle against the other team until the other team admits defeat and surrenders the cufflinks. The problem of injuries and physical exhaustion, you don't need to worry about. Look behind you, there's a medical team of 20 people there, providing healing effects for the defeated side, ensuring that you can fight here for days." The little steel cannon frowned straight at that, "But instructor, in that case, wouldn't there be no possibility for anyone to keep their platoon position? If I have my eye on anyone's platoon, I'll just keep challenging him. Even if I can consume until he loses, right? You just said that the medical team only provides healing effects for the defeated party. Then, can I understand that someone will definitely be challenged one after another until he loses?" The Lynx agreed with him, "Indeed, it can be interpreted that way. But..." The Lynx pupils plummeted like felines. No one dares to go on provoking lions all the time. It's only hyenas that fight with their enemies over carrion that the lions can't see. I want you all of you, to be a lion that can protect its own sleeve. If anyone thinks that they can take the armband away from you by constantly challenging it, then you don't deserve it either." At these words, the young steelhead showed a flash of color and nodded thoughtfully. The Lynx then scanned the others and said, "So, does everyone have no other questions? If not, you may now come and pick your own armbands or even sit in these top 3 seats. Remember, in this special training camp, the biggest rewards are awarded to the top 3. Instead of fighting for the sleeve label, think about how you can sit in those 3 seats." The Lynx's words had undoubtedly pushed those 3 seats into the limelight. Thinking about it, one would know that whoever dared to sit on them would inevitably be challenged by countless people. Moreover, the other party would most likely still be in the form of a group, failing over and over again while continuing to make a comeback until the seats were overturned. Although the Lynx had already announced that the crowd could go and pick the sleeve label, everyone's eyes were always on the top 3 chairs. The crowd didn't make any rash moves for the sleeve cards either. Now, it depended on who was willing to be the outlier and go to pick the sleeve label first, or maybe go to pick the seats first. The scene was quiet. A few moments later, someone walked out from the crowd, silently walked to the seat of the second seat, slowly sat down, and became the first person to have a row. It didn't need to be said to know that this person was none other than Chu Guang. Chu Guang didn't say a word and ignored everything around him, only waiting for someone to come and challenge him. Immediately after he chose his seat, there were whispers. Indeed, it is true that only someone of Chu Guang's unique strength would dare to sit in this seat. Doesn't this mean that if you want the number 2 row seat, you have to go and defeat Chu Guang? But then again, is Chu Guang really so brave that he dares to be this headbanger? Yeah, I heard that Wang Qian and the others have formed a team that boasts 4 S-ranked cadets and 6 A-ranked cadets. As powerful as Chu Guang is, in case he's challenged by Wang Qian and the others, he'll definitely be kicked out of his seat, right? Buddy, what year are you talking about? Take a closer look, how many other S-class trainees are present? Wang Qian and the others, they were eliminated in the last round of special training. I go, when you say it, it's true. How come Wang Qian, Kong Linglong, Zhang Pingyi, and Chen Ziyan, those S-rank experts, are all gone? Then who knows? Anyway, when I came back to transfer earlier, I happened to see these people of theirs being sent down the mountain by their instructors, and it was rumored that they were eliminated in the Black Cloud mountain range. Probably, they went to some 5-skull level danger zone and were forced by the boss to use their flare guns. Ha! There's still this matter? If their team was eliminated, wouldn't Chu Guang be truly invincible? Who can move this son of his? Just as everyone was whispering, Bai Rou also stepped out from the crowd and became the second person interested in the top 3. She first came to Chu Guang's seat, her eyes burning. Chu Guang raised his eyes and opened his mouth to ask her, "You want to sit here?" Bai Rou nodded her head unabashedly, revealing an exaggerated to the extreme smile. This seat, surely it must be more popular and easier to be challenged than the third seat, right? I want this one. I want as many people as possible to challenge me, that's what makes it fun. Chu Guang's expression was helpless as he stood up and said, "However, I also want to sit." Then according to the rules, you'll challenge me? Bai Rou tilted her head, and surprisingly, Chu Guang unexpectedly came to the side of seat number 3 and sat down on her, but, looking like she didn't care at all. "Forget it then, I'm not going to challenge you. You're at the second turn, I'm only at the first turn, I can't beat you. My strength is better used to entertain the toys that are about to be delivered to my door." While saying that, she swept her gaze to the other trainees below, looking at these people with chills. Chapter 122. You're going to fight a group battle with me? Bai Rou made a false move, causing Chu Guang's expression to become even more helpless. However, he was happy not to have to accept Bai Rou's challenge and continued to sit in his preferred seat. As the two of them chose their seats and sat down, the people around them realized that something wasn't quite right. This was because Bai Rou and Chu Guang were both S-rank cadets. How is it that such strong people, as soon as they came up, didn't even say that they would try to sit on seat number 1, instead, they only occupied seat number 2 and seat number 3? Could it be that they knew of someone who was so strong that they were able to securely sit in seat number 1, and even they couldn't be swayed? Right now, there were only a few S-rank cadets, and the only person who was qualified to sit on seat number 1 was only him. Many people threw their eyes towards Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng saw that no one was seated in the number 1 seat, so he was not polite. He walked slowly up to the ring under the gaze of the people around him, and after exchanging glances with Chu Guang and Bai Rou, he sat down on the number 1 seat in a dignified manner. The top 3 seats were all occupied. Now the 3 of them were like gods on top of a mountain, looking down on everyone below the stage, waiting for someone to come and challenge them. After the 3 of them were seated, there were indeed some people whispering. No one had a problem with them occupying the top 3 spots. However, the one sitting in the first position was Lu Sheng, which made people a little surprised. What was even more surprising was that Chu Guang and Bai Rou didn't have an opinion about it, and didn't seem to want to compete with Lu Sheng for this seat at all. Did the Sword Immortal from Beijiang City's first middle school really have the strength to make both Chu Guang and Bai Rou voluntarily admit that their strength was inferior to Lu Sheng? No matter how one looked at it, challenging Lu Sheng was definitely the most cost-effective choice. As expected, after the 3 of them sat down, a person soon walked up to the ring. It was none other than Little Steel Cannon, who had inquired about the links earlier. Originally, there were quite a number of trainees who wanted to go and pick a well-ranked sleeve label, but as a result, once everyone saw that someone was going to challenge the top 3 positions, they immediately stood still and looked at the ring in unison. After Little Steel Cannon came to the stage and stood still, he was not very arrogant, and after scanning around Lu Sheng's 3 people, he finally rested his gaze on Lu Sheng. He nodded to Lu Sheng as a greeting, then said aloud, "I am Tan Lu from Changnan 9th Middle School, a level 32 steel shield guard,
and I would like to challenge Lu Sheng in the number 1 position. After a pause, he gave Lu Sheng an embarrassed smile. Of course, it's not that I think you're some kind of a soft target. I just want to know just how much of a strength gap there is between myself and the top 3. In Changnan, I fought Chu Guang 3 times and lost all of them. Haven't fought Bai Rou, but I don't want to fight her either, it's too dangerous.
That's why I'm challenging you, I hope you don't mind. This person's attitude was not as condescending as Xiang Shanan's, and he seemed to be sincere. Lu Sheng had a good initial impression of Tan Lu, the last S-ranked trainee. Lu Sheng nodded to Tan Lu in the attitude of a sparring match and got up. Alright, no problem, I'll take the fight. Thanks for the honor. Tan Lu clasped his fists and arched his hands at Lu Sheng. Both parties were very polite. Tan Lu then added, because of the flaws in my occupational characteristics, I need to challenge you as a group. With that, Tan Lu turned his head to greet his teammates up. In the ring, 9 more trainees came up one after another, 7 of them were A-ranked and 2 were B-ranked. Counting Tan Lu, there were a total of 10 people in full formation, and the lineup was very reasonable. After everyone came up, Tan Lu seemed to feel that he had a bit too many people here, and rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. I wonder if Mr. Lu Sheng has his own team? If so, otherwise let's have a team sparring session? Team up. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment. I do have a team, but I won't call my teammates to help. Why? I have so many teammates here, it would be too unfair if you were to face the battle alone. Tan Lu wondered. It would be unfair if I called my teammates as well. Lu Sheng said, to be honest, these 2 next to me are my teammates. Are you sure you want us to accept your challenge as a team? Lu Sheng spread his hands and pointed at Chu Guang and Bai Rou. In an instant, Tan Lu's expression froze on his face. Not only him, but his group of teammates were originally very excited and confident about the matter of challenging Lu Sheng. When they heard that Lu Sheng's teammates were Chu Guang and Bai Rou, everyone subconsciously took a step back. As long as Tan Lu dared to say I'm sure, they would directly run away without any hesitation. Not only Tan Lu's group, when the others heard that Lu Sheng and Chu Guang Bai Rou were teammates, all of them exploded at once and almost cursed. Originally, they thought that Wang Qian, Kong Linglong, and other S-ranked trainees teaming up was already quite outrageous. As a result, there was actually an even more outrageous team. Lu Sheng, Bai Rou, and Chu Guang teamed up. What kind of fantasy link was this? Doesn't this mean that if you want the top 3 spots, you'll have to fight these 3 first? That's no way to fight. Tan Lu wasn't a cutie either. He realized that the group he was leading was fine for killing a boss. Fighting against Lu Sheng's team was purely a matter of giving away food. Cold sweat slipped from his forehead, and he somewhat awkwardly laughed twice. So? It turns out that your teammates are Chu Guang and Bai Rou. Then? Forget it, we still have self-knowledge. If we really fight, the instructor can't keep an eye on us, our lives may be lost. When saying this, Tan Lu subconsciously looked at Bai Rou. Lu Sheng smiled casually, so, if you want to come and challenge me, I'll just meet the battle alone. No way. Tan Lu shook his head and insisted, it's either a team battle or an individual battle, otherwise it's too unfair. Since I can't win either way, why don't I just spar with you personally? Although I know that I definitely won't be able to win, I really want to know how strong this sword immortal profession of yours is. Lu Sheng originally wanted to advise him not to be headstrong. Why do you have to find me for a one-on-one fight? But then he thought about it and gave up persuading him. After all, whether it was Tan Lu alone or a team, the result was actually the same. It would be better to create less workload for the instructor in charge of medical care. Thus, Lu Sheng nodded his head and agreed, yes. Let's fight solo then. Saying that, Lu Sheng came to the center of the ring and fought opposite Tan Lu. Tan Lu took out his weapons, a thick and sharp-shaped steel shield, as well as a one-handed axe, and gave himself 2 more buffs to boost his defense. On the contrary, Lu Sheng stood with his arms folded, not making any movements at all. Tan Lu frowned slightly at the sight. You don't summon your flying sword first? No need, Lu Sheng said, you attack directly. Tan Lu looked grave, so he didn't think much about it, lifting his shield and one-handed axe and charging towards Lu Sheng. From start to finish, Lu Sheng didn't move. Even the sword case behind his back had no intention of opening. Chapter 123. Who else wants to challenge me? Tan Lu challenged Lu Sheng, causing everyone's eyes to focus on the ring. And in the next second, Tan Lu had already rushed to kill, raising the short axe in his hand as he neared Lu Sheng's body. But even so, Lu Sheng still didn't change his face, not to mention defense. He didn't even have the intention to move a bit to dodge the blow. This made Tan Lu more or less unhappy. Even if he was a front-row profession, his own output ability was not strong. But I chopped down this axe, you don't even blink your eyes, it's a bit of a look down on people. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. 3 consecutive chops. Tan Lu shouted, and the short axe in his hand changed into 3 fan-shaped phantoms, all chopping towards Lu Shang's shoulder. These 3 phantoms, each one of them was a genuine attack, able to bring 80% damage to the opponent. 3 attacks, that was 240%, not high, but one of the few attack skills Tan Lu had. His short axe itself was also a gold-grade equipment, and its attack power wasn't low. So if Lu Shang really didn't block or avoid, he was bound to suffer a big loss. But even if Tan Lu used the skill, Lu Shang still didn't make any movements, only waiting for Tan Lu's attack to fall. Just when this triple slash was about to touch Lu Shang's shoulder, suddenly, Tan Lu realized that his skin tingled. Damn, I've been tricked. He immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, but it was too late. Only to see 3 sword intent rise out of thin air from Lu Shang's body, and once they appeared, they were sharp and blocked the place where Tan Lu's short axe slashed down, deflecting his attack. At the same time, after the sword intent cancelled out Tan Lu's attack, it shot out again and slashed at Tan Lu without mercy. Each of that sword intent was sharp and piercing, far more terrifying than Tan Lu's skills. Tan Lu was shocked and immediately raised his shield in an attempt to defend himself. Dang! Dang! With 2 explosive sounds in succession, the 2 sword intent slashed at Tan Lu's shield, cutting 2 parallel gaps in his shield, almost penetrating it. The tremendous force even made Tan Lu unable to tighten his grip, and his shield flew out of his hand. Thus, the 3rd sword intent smoothly chopped at Tan Lu's chest, directly shattering his armor. Tan Lu grazed the ground and flew backwards until he crashed into his shield before finally stopping. It was probably because the special training camp's death indicator was exceeded too severely, and as soon as Tan Lu fell to the ground, an instructor immediately rushed onto the stage to terminate the match, and at the same time had 2 medics come and release their skills to treat Tan Lu's injuries. All of this was too fast, and even when the 2 medics were frantically milking Tan Lu's status, the trainees only came back to their senses and realized that Tan Lu had already lost. However, how exactly did Tan Lu lose? From start to finish, Lu Shang didn't even move. Tan Lu rushed up to chop someone else's 3 axes, only to bounce out himself, leaving him with only half a life. What kind of reasoning was this? The sound of people sucking in cool air was endless, and when everyone looked at Lu Shang again, there was only awe and fear in their eyes. Being the same S-class student, the gap was also very large. Lu Shang beating Tan Lu and winning without even moving a finger was simply outrageous. Now, with Tan Lu as an example, almost everyone broke the idea of challenging Lu Shang. Lu Shang watched as Tan Lu collapsed not far away, his mouth and nose overflowing with blood, and a few points of helplessness appeared on his face. This Tan Lu was really a headstrong person. Lu Shang originally intended to let this kid give himself an axe, and he activated a sword intent to send him flying, so that he would know the strength gap and admit defeat. Who knows that this kid came up to release a multi-attack skills, directly triggered 3 layers of sword intent effect. This is good, 3 rounds of sword chi, almost gave him a second. Luckily, he only triggered 3 layers. If all 5 layers of sword intent were triggered, it is estimated that he is gone at this moment. Lu Shang does not want to bring more trouble to the Western military region, but there is no way that someone touches the porcelain ah. Obviously a front-row profession that excelled in defense, how could it be so brittle? Seeing that Tan Lu was in poor condition, and the effects of the medic's healing skills weren't really fast, he directly raised his hand, and with a Yuan spirit returning to the heart technique, he milked Tan Lu back. Instantly, Tan Lu's wounds closed his jaws, and his entire body recovered from coughing up blood, quickly standing up from the ground. This scene really made the medics on the side all startled, and they coincidentally looked at Lu Shang. You're an output-type profession, how is it that you directly revived a dying person with a shot of milk? From beginning to end, every single skill that Lu Shang casually unleashed made the entire audience fall over, and for a while, they were all a bit numb. This is... Tan Lu got up, touching the sword marks at his chest, as well as the shield that was almost pierced in his hand, recalling what exactly had just happened. Scratching his head, Tan Lu conceded defeat quite simply, clasping his fists at Lu Shang once again, and said from the bottom of his heart, worthy of being someone who dares to sit in the number 1 seat, really powerful. I admit defeat, heartily. After saying that, he walked off the stage and came to the blackboard where the armband was placed, and after hesitating for a while, he finally took off the number 4 armband and wore it on his arm. Although when he fought with Lu Shang, he shattered at the touch. But he was at least one of the 7 sons of Canglan, one of the S-ranked cadets, and at the same time had 9 powerful teammates. He was still not afraid of others coming to snatch the number 4 sleeve label when he took it. At this point, not too many people were already paying attention to how many sleeve labels Tan Lu had taken. Everyone's eyes were adorned on this freak, Lu Shang. Lu Shang waited until Tan Lu stepped down from the stage, then turned around and returned to his seat. However, at the same time, the sword box on his back opened with a click. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of flying swords flew out from it one after another, a spectacular scene that caused a wave of amazement. The hundreds of flying swords circled around in mid-air, and violently descended. The first 6 swords let out a sword roar and inserted themselves into the ring in front of Lu Shang. These 6 swords were Lu Shang's 6 weapon instants. As the 6 swords were inserted into the ring, the rest of the flying swords transformed into sword souls, and one by one, they returned within the sword bodies. In the end, only the 6 flying swords in front of Lu Shang remained from the hundreds of flying swords. However, after the souls of the swords were returned to the body of the sword, all of the swords emitted a light that represented the quality of the weapon. With the exception of the 2 broken army swords, all of the weapons, all of them glowed red. Lu Shang actually had red quality equipment? Moreover, there were as many as 4 of them. Even the 2 gold quality equipment had golden enchantment marks, proving that it was an extremely high quality equipment that had been increased by golden enchantment talismans. Even if it wasn't as good as the red quality equipment, it was still far stronger than the average golden extreme equipment. What kind of luxurious equipment is this? No wonder, Lu Shang could easily kill Tan Lu, who was known for his defense, in seconds without moving. Lu Shang's weapon gave the people present too much consternation. Lu Shang raised a shallow smile and leaned back in his seat and said aloud, "Next, who else wants to challenge me?" Chapter 124, the final reward of the special training camp. The surroundings were quiet. "Big brother, who dares to challenge you if you mess up like this?" The teammates were Chu Guang and Bai Rou. For red quality weapons in their hands. With a single movement, they could kill Tan Lu in seconds. Even more so, a random skill made Tan Lu instantly recover his status again. Any of these things, no matter which one, could dissuade anyone who wanted to challenge Lu Shang. Now, everyone understood why Chu Guang and Bai Rou were both attracted to seat number 2, but only had no idea about seat number 1. With Lu Shang around, who else was qualified to sit in this seat? It turned out that in the lynx's mouth, the person who was like a lion and made people not even dare to covet the seat was indeed there. This person was Lu Shang. Even if everyone knew that they had countless chances to challenge him, no one would give birth to the idea of going out to challenge him. Obviously, no matter how many times one challenged Lu Shang, it was impossible to take away his seat. After Lu Shang asked, "Who else wants to challenge me?" everyone was silent for a while, and all of them coincidentally chose to silently walk towards the blackboard, and started to fight for their own ranking cuffs. The top 3 positions, no one dared to think about it. The fight for the sleeve label didn't necessarily have to be in the ring. Throughout the mountaintop base, challenges could be initiated anywhere. Although no one had their hands on the top 3 seats, the fight for the rest of the sleeve tags was fierce. For a while, the place had been split into several battlefields, and the fight was lively. The only thing that no one stepped on was the ring. If Lu Shang asked, "Are you here to challenge me?" when he stepped into the ring, ordinary students would be scared out of their wits. Beneath the ring, the sounds of battle rose and fell. On the ring, Lu Shang, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou were surprisingly relaxed. Chu Guang was happy to do so, and simply closed his eyes in his seat, rubbing his fingers against the corner of his Bible, waiting for half an hour to pass. As for Bai Rou, she waited for a while, never seeing any prey come to her door, and gradually became a bit impatient. After asking the instructor if she could challenge the lower-ranked cadets and being told not to even think about it, she was also disinterested in this final qualifying round. During the waiting process, she blew a strand of bangs in front of her forehead in boredom, and from time to time, she pulled out her voice to pick up the conversation to chat with Chu Guang, but she never received a response. 20 minutes of time finally passed. The battles under the ring had already ended in several sets. Quite a few sleeve labels changed hands one after another. However, Lu Shang's 3 were still sitting firmly in the ring, and no one dared to challenge them at all. There was even a reminder from the instructor that there were still 10 minutes left before seat number 1, 2, and 3 would be officially decided, and if no one challenged them again, the opportunity to challenge them would never be opened. This reminder, all the people all turned a deaf ear, only focusing on grabbing the armband of the high ranking, as if this special training mission, there is no number 1, 2, or 3. Another 10 minutes passed, and the instructor finally announced that Lu Shang, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou had their own rankings for more than half an hour, and their rankings were determined. In other words, the three people could already withdraw from the competition for this round of qualifying in advance. This round of special training mission was easier than Lu Shang thought. He stood up from his seat, and immediately, an instructor came up and invited him to the meeting room to receive the final reward of this special training camp. Chu Guang and Bai Rou were likewise invited along. The three of them followed the instructor and left the ring area, arriving at the conference room that they had never been to before, finding a seat and sitting down, waiting for the Western Realm military region to come and distribute the rewards. In the large conference room, there were only the three of them. However, very soon, the sunglasses instructor pushed the door in with a few young instructors, and as soon as they came up, they said cheerfully, "Three little guys, congratulations on winning the top 3 awards of this year's Southern Region training camp. Let's not talk too much nonsense. Before the Link's chief instructor promised you rewards, now has all been sent over, you put it away by yourselves. The rewards this time, unlike last time, are not for you guys to choose on your own, but our instructor group picked them for you. However, you guys can rest assured that all the things, absolutely no indiscriminate existence, are all rewards that are very useful to you guys." After saying that, the sunglasses instructor nudged at the several young instructors behind him. The young instructors immediately placed the boxes they were carrying in their hands neatly in front of Lu Shang's trio. The number of boxes varied. Lu Shang only had 1 box in front of him, Bai Rou had 3. Chu Guang had the most, with as many as 5. Bai Rou was the first to press on and immediately opened the chest in front of her. In the chest, the light of golden quality flickered non-stop, and there were a total of 6 rewards, including a skill book, 3 pieces of equipment, an enchanting talisman, and a gemstone. The specific attributes, Lu Shang could not see. However, looking at Bai Rou's eyes shining brightly, one could tell that these 6 rewards were definitely tailor-made for her by the Western Realm military region. Chu Guang's gaze lingered for a while on Bai Rou's 3 pieces of golden quality equipment before opening the 5 boxes in front of him. The golden light illuminated the entire conference room in a warm yellow color. In the 5 boxes, there were a total of 10 pieces of golden quality equipment. The equipment was varied and not carefully selected. However, for Chu Guang, as long as it was gold quality equipment, it was enough. Chu Guang revealed a slight, invisible smile and put the 10 pieces of gold quality equipment into his character's backpack, so that when he had nothing to do later, he would take it and sacrifice it. Seeing that Chu Guang and Bai Rou had all harvested a lot, Lu Shang's heart was also itching to get up. He knew in his heart that Bai Rou and Chu Guang's rewards were only gold quality. His own rewards, according to what the Lynx had said earlier, were of red quality. Moreover, it was still 2 pieces. Seeing that the people around him were looking towards him, Lu Shang didn't sell himself short and opened the box in front of him in front of the people present. For a moment, red light blossomed from it, proving that the grade of the equipment in the box was indeed red. Westland military region, really generous. Lu Shang narrowed his eyes and looked inside the box, and saw that inside the box was a slender white gilt forehead. This smudge was as white as snow, with a texture as light as silk. The gilt decoration in the center formed a thundercloud pattern, showing all the immortal energy. This is the equipment for the helmet part? Lu Shang reached out and cupped the smudge, thinking in his heart, not bad, it's a good match for my sword immortal temperament. All along, Lu Shang's helmet part was lacking in equipment. Not only did he not find helmet equipment that had good attributes and quality, but the main reason was a sword immortal wearing a helmet. Didn't this properly seal the face value? Attributes increased, charisma decreased. A plus and a minus is equal to him being weakened in disguise. Then this helmet, don't equip it. Chapter 125 Immortal Monarch Wall. And this forehead wipe was different. Lu Shang had never even seen that there was any helmet type equipment that came in the form of a smudge. For the Western Realm military region to be able to find such a piece of equipment for him, it truly surprised and delighted him. Moreover, the attributes of this smudge were even more satisfying to Lu Shang. Immortal Monarch Wall, red. Required level, level 30. Required profession, none. Attribute, attack plus 295. Strength plus 102. Agility plus 143. Spirit plus 241. Endurance plus 141. Additional, when inflicting metallic, fire, wind, lightning, earth, or water damage on an enemy, the damage is increased by 25%. This Immortal Monarch Wall could be said to be pulling the attack side of the attribute additions right up to full strength. Not only did it increase the attack power itself,
the only additional attribute, it was also practical to the extreme. Lu Shang's flying sword was considered metallic damage.
Red skies, light inflammation, is considered fire attribute damage.
Spirit winds, wind slice, was wind attribute damage. Broken armies, thunder, which was enchanted, was thunder attribute damage. Lu Shang himself was able to deal 4 attribute damage: gold, fire, wind, and thunder. The Immortal Monarch Wall's passive directly increased these 4 attribute damages by 25%, which was considered a significant boost to his output ability. Originally, this Immortal Monarch Wall was supposed to be an artifact for elemental-type output professions. But for Lu Shang, the Sword Immortal, it was likewise a divine weapon. Most importantly, it was still one word. It's cool. Lu Shang tied the smudge directly to his forehead and equipped it. Immediately, Lu Shang's extremely handsome face was like an immortal with the smudge, and his charisma attributes seemed to have skyrocketed. Not bad, not bad. Lu Shang beautiful, continue to look into the box, to see the second red quality reward in the end is what? As a result, after looking back and forth a few times, he froze. Because after the Immortal Monarch Wall was taken out, this box was empty, and only the red velvet lining could be seen. Could it be another sword-type weapon, the Emperor's new sword? Lu Shang unbelievingly reached out to feel around in the box and did not touch anything. Even some of the folds of the velvet lining, he picked at them with his fingers, confirming that there was no such small thing as ring part equipment. Seeing that Lu Shang was trying his best to rummage for the second red quality reward, the sunglasses instructor coughed lightly and interrupted. So what? Your reward, at the moment, is only this one. Lu Shang? His face instantly pulled down, devoid of sword immortal demeanor. Instructor, didn't we agree to double our rewards? It can't be, it was all a lie before, right? The sunglasses instructor hastily said, that's bound to be impossible. Our Western Realm military region speaks with one word. When we say we'll give you 2 red quality rewards, then we'll give you 2. The reason why we didn't give it to you now is because... Before the sunglasses instructor finished his words, a hoarse voice familiar to the crowd came from outside the conference room. It's because the items are still on their way, and they haven't been sent here for the time being. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the conference room was pushed open left and right by 2 young instructors. Clad in military robes, the Lynx stepped through the door and came straight in front of Lu Shang, looking down on him. Little fellow, there's no need to be in such a hurry, I will naturally do what I promised you. After you get that reward, you will feel that even if you wait a little longer, it will be worth it. On the side, Instructor Sunglasses and the others stood and saluted. The Lynx didn't look at them, just waved his hand as a response. Lu Shang locked eyes with the Lynx, and did not see any sense of condescending oppression from the pupils of the other party's eyes, nor did he feel the rush and guilt that he should feel for not being able to fulfill his promise in time. This woman, deep bottomless. Lu Shang thought about it and felt that with such a big signboard like the Western Realm military region, there was really no need to not be able to afford to give a single piece of red quality equipment. Therefore, he didn't roll around all over the place and play tricks, saying that he wouldn't leave today without giving a reward or something like that. Alright then. Chief Instructor, so when will my reward arrive? Lu Shang asked. The Lynx thought a little, not quite sure. If it's fast, 3 to 5 days. If it's slow, 3 to 5 months is possible. Because this reward is of extraordinary significance, the resistance to me wanting to take it to you is too great. Even now, there are still many people in the Western Realm military region who are blocking it, so it's possible that wherever this is transported to, it will be stopped. A piece of red quality equipment, is it as bad as that? Lu Shang was puzzled and lowered his voice to ask, Chief Instructor, what exactly is this thing? The corner of the Lynx's mouth slightly hooked, like a smile, and did not answer. Wait for a turnaround, you'll know. Anyway, I will try my best to make that reward go to you, but you have to give me some time. When the item arrives, I will personally deliver it to your hands. Lu Shang knew deep down that the Lynx's mouth was definitely harder to pry than even Instructor Sunglasses. The sunglasses instructor didn't even say what the item was, and it was even more unlikely that the Lynx would reveal it. Thus, he could only giving up the intention of breaking the casserole and asking to the end. No matter what, even if he only obtained the Immortal Monarch Wall, he was still making a bloody profit. Seeing that Lu Shang had no objections, the Lynx nodded slightly. The sunglasses instructor on the side then came forward and asked in a low voice, Lieutenant Colonel Yang, should I inform them of what's coming next, or? No need, the Lynx interrupted the sunglasses instructor's words. You take someone to the ring area and watch. The rest of the trainees, you go inform.
These three little guys are the top 3 of our Southern Region Special Training Camp. I want to talk to them personally. Yes. The sunglasses instructor nodded, then led the others, packed up the empty boxes and left from the conference room. In the conference room, only the 3 Lu Shangs were left, as well as the lynx. The lynx, who had no bystanders present, was obviously more relaxed, and she sat down opposite the 3 of them, leaning back in a lazy position and narrowing her eyes. I'm a person who doesn't like to beat around the bush, so I'll just say it directly. This year's special training camp is organized by our Western Realm military region with real money and a lot of manpower and resources. Helping geniuses nationwide to quickly improve their strength is one of the purposes. There's also another purpose, which is to want to make contact with you demonic students in advance. As for the reason for contact, it's also very simple, it's to recruit you. Recruitment? Lu Shang, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou all revealed puzzled expressions. This was because the Western Realm military region did have a recruitment program every year, but the recruitment was geared towards transmuters over the age of 20. Generally, those who went to the West Realm military region were college students or other age-appropriate transmutants. And fresh high school candidates like Lu Shang and the others definitely didn't fulfill the conditions for conscription. That's right, it's recruitment. The lynx nodded. However, it's not the Western Realm military region, but the Western Realm Academy. Chapter 126, The 10th Dark Place. Western Realm Academy? The moment this word came out, Lu Shang's trio became even more confused. Because there were hundreds of higher learning institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, the strength of the teachers could be categorized from low to high into third-class institutions, second-class institutions, first-class institutions, and special-class institutions. Among them, there are 10 schools with the most resources and the highest visibility, so they are called the 10 schools by the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, Lu Shang had not counted the hundreds of institutions of higher learning, but he had heard of most of the better special-class institutions and first-class institutions. But the Western Realm Academy was not among them. In other words, the Western Realm Academy was so obscure that it was most likely just a second-class or third-class academy. Seemingly seeing what Lu Shang had in their minds, the lynx said, "Don't worry about it, the Western Realm Academy isn't some kind of pheasant school. The strength of the Western Realm School is definitely comparable to the top 10 schools, or even stronger than that. The reason why you guys haven't heard of it is because," the lynx coughed, his expression was very frank, "it doesn't exist right now. It's a schoolhouse that's about to open this year. The power behind the academy is our Western Realm military region. The West Realm military region is going to run a schoolhouse?" On the faces of Lu Shang, Chu Guang and Bai Rou, the color of surprise flashed at the same time. This news, it was indeed explosive. To have a military region single-handedly found a schoolhouse was the first time in the Dragon Kingdom, and even the world, right? That's right. The lynx nodded, and after a few seconds of silence, he rose up with a huff and slowly paced, "This matter, explaining it is a bit complicated. It's not even logical to have revealed too much to you guys. However, you are my very favorable students, and I am willing to inform you of a few more things so that you can make up your own minds. You guys have been to the 6th skeleton level danger zone, so you should have a basic understanding of the Dark Land, right?" Lu Shang's trio nodded their heads. The lynx continued, "Then you should also know that in this world, there are known to be a total of 9 Dark Lords, incarnating as the source of the 9 Dark Lands, spreading darkness and continuously eroding our entire landmass. The 9 Great Dark Lands, the Dragon Kingdom's national boundary borders 3 of them. The pressure on the front line of the border resistance against the power of the darkness is great, but after so many years have passed, the people of the 3 major military regions have never allowed the darkness to devour more of Dragon Country's territory. However, 5 years ago, our scouts from the Western Realm military region discovered something terrifying." The lynx looked out the window, her voice was deep, and with her husky voice, she actually had a mesmerizing charm. In another piece of land not far from the Western Realm military region, what was originally a normal wilderness map was swallowed up by the darkness. Moreover, the newly formed Darkness Land is very different from the other 9 Darkness Lands. That is to say, at the border of the Dragon Kingdom, some sort of accident may have occurred, causing a new Dark Lord to appear and is continuously expanding his darkness, wanting to develop the 10th Dark Land in the world. At these words, a chill ran down Lu Shang's back. The Dark Lands were the greatest threat to this world. If the world was compared to a person, then the Dark Lands were undoubtedly tumors. The original 9 foci were already difficult to pull out, and with the transmutants pouring their best efforts into it, they could only manage to resist the Dark World's widespread invasion. Now that there was one more such difficult existence, its consequences were imaginable. And this 10th Dark Lord that might exist was still on the border of the Dragon Kingdom. In the middle of the day, Chu Guang asked, since it's a dark land that has just taken shape, why don't you send an expert to clear and purify it? The lynx turned his head, revealing a bitter smile. As early as the discovery of its existence, the Qingtian war god had already led the heaven-breaking squad to go and purify it. However, they were defeated without even seeing the Dark Lord of this dark land. The heaven-breaking squad, more than half of them were killed or injured. The Qingtian war god was also infected by the dark power. Although it didn't turn into a dark slave, its rank has fallen, and it has already withdrawn from the ranks of the war god. With a look of realization, Bai Rou said in surprise, no wonder 5 years ago, the Qingtian war god, who was in his prime, announced his withdrawal from the ranks of the 10 great war gods, and then promoted another young man to take his place. So it's because he was seriously injured purging that new dark place and had to step down. Lu Shang had heard a bit about the 10 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. However, teachers and classmates didn't mention it much, so he wasn't too clear about who was in the top 10 war gods. And Bai Rou, such a full brain, only killed Tibetan Mastiff, but also heard of these things with her 8 pole cannot fight, really led him some surprise. He glanced at Bai Rou and sighed, I didn't expect you to pay attention to these things, knowing which god of war abdicated back then. Bai Rou raised her eyebrows, her fingers clattering on the armrest, that's not true. The Qingtian war god is in the same hidden profession as me, purgatory swordsman, and his famous battle back then was when he slaughtered 30,000 people of the Southern Kingdom's ace troopers 10 years ago with the strength of one person, killing them to the point where they were bloodied, to the point where just hearing about it makes me feel overjoyed. Saying that, a fervent light flickered in her eyes. Hey, the Qingtian war god is my idol. I also hope that one day, I can let go and kill 30,000 enemies, and be known abroad as Bloodstained Qingtian. Well, the title and whatnot is not important, the main thing is to be able to kill, hee. Lu Shang helplessly shook his head. It seems that Bai Rou, this cargo, is really quite suitable to be released to the Darkland for free range. The lynx didn't know what was going on in Lu Shang's head, and waited until Bai Rou had finished speaking before she continued without any haste. In short, what is certain is that there is indeed a Dark Lord present in the 10th Dark Land. Even though this Dark Lord may be slightly weaker compared to the other Dark Lords, it is not an existence that can be purged. So in dealing with the 10th Dark Land, our Dragon Kingdom can only focus on defense. And the existence of the Western Realm Academy is to deal with this Dark Land. A map eroded by the darkness, all resources will be corrupted. But danger and opportunity have always existed side by side, and within the corrupted map, the experience of the ferocious beasts will be greater, and the explosion rate will increase. Even the difficulty and rewards of the copies will be higher than the original. The lynx's voice lurched, meeting the gazes of several people. A new dark place can be completely treated as a rare resource point. Since it's still within a controllable range now, we can completely develop it, utilize it, understand it, and deal with it. The lynx had made it very clear, and Chu Guang nodded. Therefore, the Western Realm Military Region intends to start a new academy, using the 10th Dark Land as a resource point to train a group of young people who are powerful, and have knowledge of this Dark Land. Even if this Dark Land gradually spreads and becomes more dangerous, our Dragon Kingdom has the capital to fight against it? Chapter 127 Westland Military Region, you guys are good dogs. The lynx appreciated Chu Guang's intelligence. Yes. It's not even just about fighting it, it's about destroying it. In short, a high wall used to resist the darkness has been built on the front line of the 10th Darkness Land. The Western Realm Military Region has set aside an area where a city called Watchtower will be built. At the same time, within the Watchtower city, we will also start the West Realm Academy and openly enroll students. Right now, all the preparations are in place, just waiting for the end of the college entrance exams. Our West Realm Academy will also enroll students along with other colleges and universities. I see. Lu Shang finally understood why the Western Realm Military Region had gone to great lengths to organize such a special training camp nationwide. Without this special training camp, it would indeed be very difficult for an academy like the Western Realm Academy, which had started enrolling for the first time, to stand out from the hundreds of higher education institutions. And after the special training camp was over, almost every student who was chosen to participate in the special training would learn about the existence of the Western Realm Academy. Compared to spending financial and material resources to advertise all over the place, the Western Realm Academy's means of publicizing itself like this probably cost more resources. But these resources were all used on the talented trainees within the Dragon Kingdom, without a single bit of waste. Even if, in the end, the cadets who participated in the special training did not choose to take the Western Realm Academy, the Western Realm Military Region was considered to have done a good thing in favor of the Dragon Kingdom.
This pattern can be much higher than those every year after the college entrance examination, rush to the various provincial top student, city top students' home to open conditions to snatch people. But then again, although eating people's mouths was short, Lu Shang's goal was actually still one of the top 10 academies. Even if the Westland Academy had given him so many benefits, if he was really asked to give up the top 10 academies and take the exam of a newly established academy instead, he would still mutter in his heart. After all, this was a matter of a lifetime. Not only Lu Shang, even Chu Guang and Bai Rou, who only had gold quality equipment and kill on their minds, were obviously hesitating whether this Western Realm Academy was worth joining or not. The Lynx could see the silence of the three people, also not more softly, directly put the conditions of the West Realm Academy all on the surface. It doesn't mean that once you guys have come to this special training camp, you have to take the Western Realm Academy. There isn't any problem if your goals and pursuits are the top 10 schools. After all, with your strengths, the top 10 schools should offer generous conditions to invite you to enroll. Here, I will only talk about what the Western Realm Academy has to offer. Exactly which academy to enroll in, you guys decide on your own, and you don't need to give me an answer right now. First of all, there are the resources. All of the teachers at the Western Realm Academy are people from the Western Realm military region, and they even include 2 Dragon Kingdom war gods. As for the resources, they are connected to the Western Realm military region. All of the supplies from the Western Realm military region can be transferred to the Western Realm Academy and distributed to the students. Hearing the first one alone, Lu Shang raised his eyebrows slightly. Because in that case, the relationship between the West Realm Academy and the West Realm military region was too close. Saying that it was the Western Realm Academy, it was actually the reserve of the Western Realm military region. One must know that no matter which country it was, the most and best resources were definitely in the hands of the military region. After all, the people in the military region were the ones who were going to fight the Darklands head-on. If one could have the opportunity to obtain the resources of the Western Realm military region, then the 10 great schools tied together would not be able to match the Western Realm school in terms of the abundance of resources. As if he didn't see Lu Shang's movement, the Lynx added, "Of course, we can give you more resources, but at the same time, there are more dangers. In other academies, the teaching content is mostly classroom teaching, issuing quests, while opening up some field maps for you to practice and hammer out your practical combat skills. Our West Realm Academy is different, everything is focused on exploring the Dark Lands. The students of the West Realm Academy can be said to be half frontline warriors, not the ones cultivated in other academies, flowers in a greenhouse. If you guys just want to go by the book and become the strongest in this world without too much danger, then the 10 great academies are very suitable for you." After a pause, the Lynx's voice threw out, "But if you guys want to swim at the tip of the sword, traveling through the dangerous Darklands, and get far more resources than anyone else, being used by the Dragon Kingdom as a bulwark against the Dark Lands, and being honored by the people of the country as the war god of the Prime, then, the Western Realm Academy is the only choice for you." After saying that, the Lynx took a deep breath and calmed his tone. Things like defending the gates of the country may still be far away for you. Moreover, it may not be the case that every single person will have this kind of far-reaching ambition. In any case, I won't interfere, you guys make your own choices. Alright, that's all I have to say. If the position-grabbing tournament is over today, there should be a bonfire party at the end of our special training camp, so you guys should come and join us as well. Wait until tomorrow, we'll send you all back to River Ridge City one by one. Last night, have a good time relaxing." The Lynx smiled faintly at the three, straightened up, gathered his military robes, and walked towards the door of the conference room. However, before her hand touched the doorknob, she physically stopped again and said without looking back, "Oh, I forgot to mention. Because you are the top 3 selected by me from the Southern Region Special Training Camp, I will be your exclusive mentor if you come to the Western Realm Academy. I'm honored to have the fate to meet you all here. I hope that our fate will be renewed in Watchtower City." As the words fell, the Lynx then pushed the door and walked out. After she left the conference room, she brought the door with her, but did not immediately take a step to the ring area. Instead, she touched her face, revealing a look of gravity as she secretly speculated. Wasn't my speech just now a bit too undemanding? The fact that my face stayed stiff throughout the entire process won't make them feel that it doesn't matter if they come to the Western Realm Academy or not? Otherwise, I'll go back and say a few more words, with a more sincere tone? The Lynx thought about the image of herself pushing the door back again, and her face muscles twitched twice. Never mind, that wasn't her style of doing things. However, these 3 little ones, they must come to the Western Realm Academy. She made a strong effort to relax her face muscles, exhaled, and resumed the appearance that a chief instructor should have, then stepped on her military boots and left the place. After the lynx left, the three people in the conference room, Lu Shang, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou, stared wide-eyed. Lu Shang broke the silence and asked the other two, "How about it, any thoughts?" Chu Guang and Bai Rou simultaneously shook their heads. Shaking their heads wasn't a refusal, but rather, they hadn't thought it through. Lu Shang smiled and said, "I'm the same. However, it's actually not so urgent to make a decision now. Anyway, there are still almost 2 months to go before the college entrance exam. Otherwise, let's wait until the college entrance exam is over." Chu Guang said, "I do think so." Little Sword Immortal, Bai Rou cocked her head and looked at Lu Shang playfully. "We can still consider it, but you may not." Lu Shang didn't take her pretentious look seriously at all and said perfunctorily, "What does that say?" Bai Rou tapped the desktop with her index finger. "One of your red quality rewards is being staked. Aren't you afraid that if you don't enroll in the Western Realm Academy, they'll withhold that reward?" Lu Shang froze. In this moment, it was as if everything that happened was traceable. No wonder. No wonder it hadn't been said what the reward was or when it would be given. Half a second later, an angry roar resounded through the conference room. "Western Realm Military Region, you're good dogs." Chapter 128, Miniature Eyes, Won't You Be Charmed to Death? Although it felt that this concern was very realistic. However, if the Western Realm Academy really took this red quality reward and forced him to enroll in the Western Realm Academy, that would be a bit too patternless. No matter what, it was not bad to have such an additional option as the Western Realm Academy in addition to the top 10 academies. The three of them didn't stay in the conference room for too long and quickly left from here. Chu Guang went back to sacrificing his equipment, while Bai Rou felt that instead of watching a group of people fight with their fists while she couldn't join in, it would be better to be out of sight, out of mind. So she also returned to her own place. With nothing to do, Lu Shang simply discussed with the instructor guarding the back of the mountain and released him to the Black Cloud Mountain range. Taking the ferocious beasts of this high-level map, he gave himself sword practice and tried the Immortal Monarch Wall's enhancement of his strength. Towards evening, the voice of the sunglasses instructor once again rang out from the radio, telling everyone that the qualifying round had come to an end. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the final bonfire party of the special training camp would be held. When tomorrow came, buses would be waiting at the bottom of the mountain to send everyone back to River Ridge City, and everyone would be able to go home individually. Lu Shang thought about it and didn't intend to miss the last program of this special training camp. So near the time of the bonfire party, he returned to the mountaintop base with his imperial sword. On the square, a huge bonfire was lit. All the trainees were gathered here, with good food to eat and beer to drink. Since they were no longer in competition, the remaining cadets, one by one, didn't have any hard feelings, and 3 or 5 of them gathered together to drink and chat. The atmosphere was quite cordial. Lu Shang participated in it, eating and drinking at the same time. There were also many people who came up to talk to him, hoping to make friends. Lu Shang didn't have much of a stance, and after chatting with these cadets for a while, he did learn quite a bit of news about the Western Realm Academy. Apparently, all the cadets should have been invited by the Western Realm Academy. Moreover, when the other instructors introduced the Western Realm Academy, they more or less revealed some details that the links didn't say. For example, the Western Realm Academy's recruitment standard was extremely low, and the preliminary estimation was that the admission scoreline should be comparable to that of a second-class academy. As long as the strength is still okay, wanting to enter the Western Realm Academy is very simple. However, after entering the West Realm Academy, how many things and resources one could obtain all depended on one's own skills. As long as one made merits in the Dark Lands, one could obtain anything they wanted to get. Some people even said that it was possible to ask for even a Western Realm military region rank and slowly climb up to the position of the war god of the kingdom in the future. Therefore, amongst this wave of cadets from the southern region, there were quite a few cadets who were confident in their own strength and at the same time, longed for a bigger stage, and were quite eager for the Western Realm Academy. Included in this group was little steel cannon Tan Lu. This kid had gotten the 4th rank and was said to have gotten 2 gold quality rewards, so he was quite happy and drank a bit. He took the initiative to find Lu Shang, standing on his tiptoes and barely able to put his arm around Lu Shang's shoulders, saying that he was definitely going to apply for the Western Realm Academy when he turned back for the college entrance exam. He hoped that he would be able to reunite with Lu Shang in the Western Academy, and then the two of them would form a team, with him being responsible for guarding and Lu Shang being responsible for attacking. After saying this, the hairs on Lu Shang's back stood up, and he immediately broke away from Tan Lu, saying that he had a righteous son, who was also a front-row defensive profession, and that he would be able to form a team with him. Tan Lu didn't have the slightest idea of how ambiguous his words were just now,
and after being rejected by Lu Shang, he just scratched his head and said, "Is that so? That's really a pity. I was thinking that if the two of us teamed up, we would definitely be able to kill a lot of dark creatures in the Dark Land. At that time, we'll be able to replace a lot of upgrade resources from the Western Realm Academy. Since you still have friends that can serve as front row professions, forget it. Let's hope that I turn around and find a few teammates that aren't too bad." After saying that, he clinked glasses with Lu Shang and heatedly cheered twice before staggering off to find a few of his other teammates to kibitz with. The bonfire party didn't come to an end until the early hours of the morning. The next day, under the command of the instructor, all the trainees descended the mountain in an orderly manner and took the bus to River Ridge City. Just like the way they came, all of them returned to River Ridge City, and then took the train here to go back to their respective cities. Lu Shang was on the road and spent the whole day until evening before returning to his home. After resting for the night, the next day happened to be the study week of the first middle school, and all of them didn't head to the field, but instead studied in the school. Lu Shang sent a text message to his homeroom teacher, Li Qing, informing the other party of his return to school, and then moved to the school. Beijing City No. 1 Middle School was not much different from before Lu Shang left. The only difference was that when he walked on the road and was seen by the students of the first middle school, their reactions became more and more excited. Lu Shang? Look guys, Lu Shang is back. Ah, my boy god, you're finally back. Do you know how I've been living this month? Hiss, didn't Lu Shang go to the training camp run by the Western Realm Academy? Why does it feel like he's gotten stronger and more handsome? The sword box behind his back, and the forehead of the forehead, where is it from? So damn handsome, ah. This sword box and forehead really immortal, ah. If I also have this equipment, what Tao Tao, Yunyu, not all have to fall under my back pants. Dude, this is a mirror. Quickly take this dirty thing away. Ooh-hoo. I look like a toad, ah. Both men and women were thrilled to see Lu Shang. Lu Shang looked at these wolf-like students and laughed coldly in his heart. This is handsome? If I were to fly with a sword, I would charm you to death. Having said that, Lu Shang didn't want to be too high profile in the first middle school. After all, the suffering that being handsome brought him was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If he were to fly his sword in public and charm others, it would cause him to fall into even greater anguish. He quickened his pace and returned to his classroom before he was surrounded by fangirls. Sure enough, with Lu Shang's arrival, the class was also filled with shouts and howls of wolf. Everyone gathered around, asking Lu Shang what he had experienced in the special training camp, what he had gained, and what kind of equipment the sword box on his back and the smudge on his head were. Lu Shang simply dealt with his classmates for a few moments until the class bell rang before he was put back in his seat. His seat was neat as new and almost reflective. Needless to say, he knew that during the months of his absence, someone must have come over every day to help him scrub and clean the tables and chairs. This was expected by Lu Shang. However, what he didn't expect was that Go Shang wasn't even in his seat at this time. Lu Shang had robbed an Earth Shield guard in Old Black Mountain, and had stripped off a lot of equipment suitable for Go Shang from the other party, and was still planning to give it to him. Lu Shang patted the classmate at the front table and asked why Go Shang wasn't here. The round eyes of his classmate at the front table widened, and he said to Lu Shang with slight surprise, "Brother Lu, don't you know about Go Shang? What happened to Go Shang?" Lu Shang's brows tightened. He had already begun to brainstorm out what he would encounter next. The god of war went home and found out that his 18-year-old righteous son was actually living in a dog kennel? With a command, 100,000 flying swords returned. Chapter 129. Our team, no rivals, right? This kid. The front table changed into a face of envy and jealousy. This kid, now is considered to hold on to the thigh, developed. You're not here this month, he relies on his own as a hidden profession, with Yunue Taodao Peach a piece of team leveling, level up very fast, now is 24 level. And it seems like the three of them also have to team up together for the college entrance exam. During the study week, even when they PK in the arena, they are also together. By now, they've won 37 consecutive victories in group battles together, and they're charging towards our first middle school's record. The front desk reached out and bumped Go Shang's empty desktop twice. Usually in the classroom, we don't get to see this busy guy. Right now, he must be in the PK arena with Yun Yu and Tao Tao. So that's how it is. Lu Shang sighed in relief. He had thought that Go Shang had been hung up again while he was away. Now, it seemed that he was the one who was hanging others up and beating them, led by the two thighs of Yun Yu and Tao Tao. That being said, the average senior candidate, the average level of the entrance exam was 15. Go Shang had risen to level 24 right now, and was indeed working quite hard. With his hidden profession of Earth Shield Guard, if he really let Cao Cao and Yunyu bring along the senior exams, the top 10 academies would be able to sprint a bit. This kid can put the energy and time of licking Xiaohua on trying to upgrade and improve his strength. Lu Shang is deeply gratified. Seeing that there was nothing else to do in the classroom, he simply decided to go to the arena to take a look. All the way to the arena, Lu Sheng didn't bother to see Go Shang's conspicuous bag. At this moment, in the center ring, a battle with unequal numbers was going on. Underneath the ring, a lot of people had gathered, all staring intently at the battle on the stage. For a while, there were cheers and shouts of surprise. The party that was fighting on the stage was Go Shang, Yunyu, and Tao Tao. At this moment, Go Shang's aura was compelling as he carried a huge lapis lazuli shield in the front. This lapis lazuli shield was far bigger and thicker than the last time he showed it off in the class, and standing in place, it was like a stone wall, firmly resisting the various types of attacks from the opponent. The opponent of Go Shang and the others was a squad of 5 people. Of these 5 people, there were 3 or 4 that Lu Shang looked rather familiar with. They should all be experts in the top 10 of the battle power ranking, such as Yao Yuankue and Guo Xing'an, who were all in the team. Moreover, the team pairing was quite reasonable. A swordsman-type front-row profession, 2 mage-type output professions, an archer-type output profession, and a priest-type support profession. The strength of this team was evident. And so many experts continued to bombard Go Shang's lapis lazuli shield with their skills, causing it to rumble, but never being able to break through his defenses. And immediately afterward, Go Shang smashed his shield to the ground, making contact with the ground. A channel of mixed yellow bright light surged up from the ground and was injected into Go Shang's shield. With this change, the shield was like a front-row profession that was constantly being milked. Even if cracks appeared in the shield when it was bombarded by the skill, it was able to close at a speed visible to the naked eye, showing no signs of being breached at all. With the presence of the green stone shield, the opponent's skill power was weakened so much that Go Shang could easily resist it. This was even so. Tao Tao was even behind Go Shang, casting the Earth Elemental and Ice Elemental increase skills to provide Go Shang with a shield and milk respectively. Thus, Go Shang was completely able to resist the damage of the 3 output-type professions on the opposite side without any injuries. This was also the terrifying aspect of the Earth Shield Guard. Many people under the stage saw this scene and exclaimed that Go Shang had really flown the coop, switching to such a powerful hidden profession that was simply too meaty to be reasonable. Only Lu Shang, looking at the output ability of these few people on the other side, felt somewhat unable to understand. After all, the last time he fought with the Earth Shield Guard, 2 swords had broken the opponent's defense. In his opinion, the Earth Shield Guard shouldn't be much meatier than a normal front-row profession, right? The former was a matter of 1 sword, but wouldn't the latter be taken care of in just 2 swords? The battle in the ring was still going on. Of the Go Shang trio, it wasn't just Go Shang's high defense that made the opponent suffer. Tao Tao and Yunyu's skills were likewise not to be underestimated. Although both of them were not considered output-type professions, and favored functionality. However, in terms of output ability, the duo was not that bad. Tao Tao's group output of fire attribute arrows and the point killing of wind attribute arrows were both able to threaten the opposing front-row professions. Meanwhile, Yunyu's void bomb was equally powerful. The void bugs she summoned were also capable of resisting and fighting. The swarms of void bugs alone were able to firmly stall the opponent's front-row swordsman, making the opponent not dare to leave his own back row. As long as he was a little farther away, and the void worms killed their own back row, then there would be no suspense in this PK. The cooperation between the 3 Go Shangs could clearly be seen as a tacit understanding. Both teams, although there was a gap in numbers. However, Go Shang made it impossible for the other team to break through. Coupled with the dual functional outputs of Yunyu and Tao Tao, it completely limited the opponent's ability to use strategies such as switching back rows. The ending was no surprise, the opponent's front row professions were the first to be unable to carry on and were blown out of the ring. Once the front row professions fell, there was no need to continue the battle in the back. Go Shang was carrying a stone shield and holding a grudge hammer, so he could go up and hammer them all. Therefore, although this sparring session took some time, Go Shang, Tao Tao and Yunyu still won without a doubt. Below the ring, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The content was nothing more than that. Even Yao Yuan Kuei and the other 5-member team battles had lost, so this 3-member squad led by Tao Tao was undoubtedly the strongest team in Beijing City's #1 middle school. On the ring, Go Shang still didn't change his conspicuous bag character. After winning, he was simply forgetful, running around the ring, like a wild dog out of control, or tongue out of the kind. After running for a while, Go Shang returned to Yunyu Tao Tao's side, raising his hands high to give a high five. We won again. Yunyu subconsciously clenched her hands and ducked behind Tao Tao. Go Shang didn't mind at all as he excitedly said, "Now, this team of ours can really be said to have no rivals, right? When we take the college entrance exam, we can definitely get a high score and stabilize the top 10 in the city." Tao Tao very facetiously clapped with him, the corners of her eyes with a smile. "Well, a high score is a certainty. Our limit is not just top 10 in the city, at least top 5. I didn't expect that after you, a great lover, switched to a hidden profession. Your occupational traits are so powerful, which just makes up for Yui and I's short board of lacking front row protection." After a pause, Tao Tao let out a light breath. "It's a pity about our team, the output ability is still lacking a bit. Yui and I focus on functional output, not a purely violent stream output profession. Speaking of which, I really miss Lu Shang his output ability. TSK. Chapter 130 Big Dipper Battle Spirit. At the mention of Lu Shang, Go Shang's excitement from earlier was swept away. "Hey, speaking of which, it's been a month since Brother Lu went to the special training camp in the Western Realm military region, right? I don't know how he's doing in the special training camp. After he comes back and sees my current strength, will he be surprised?" Surprised? Go Shang's words took a sharp turn of surprise, causing Tao Tao and Yunyu to look sideways to see what kind of nerves he was having again. Only to see Go Shang give a surprised heave, raise his hand and point to the back of the crowd, saying excitedly, "You guys take a look, is it because I'm blurry-eyed? That person, isn't that Brother Lu?" Tao Tao and Yunyu looked in the direction of Go Shang's fingertip, and as a result, they really did see the back of the crowd, that handsome face of a man and God. In a flash, the few people were overjoyed. Lu Shang nodded with them and was about to go up to say hello when suddenly a beep came from the system panel. "Ding, you have a new quest to collect. Please pay attention to it. Currently available quests. 1. Go up to the ring and greet Go Shang, Yunyu and Tao Tao. Upon completion, you will receive a reward, Charisma plus 5. 2. Ladder quest, walk up to the ring and defeat Go Shang, Yunyu and Tao Tao without using attack-based skills. After completing the task, you will receive a reward, Charisma plus 15. If you only use Sword and Soul, you will receive a reward, Equipment level up scroll purple. Equipment leveling scroll purple can level up equipment by 10 levels and can only be used on purple and lower qualities. If you use only one Sword Soul, you will receive a bonus, Equipment level up scroll gold. Equipment level up scroll gold, increase equipment level by 10 levels, only works on gold and below. If you complete the challenge within 30 seconds using only one Sword Soul, you will receive the following rewards: Equipment level up scroll gold, Equipment grade up scroll red. Equipment grade improvement scroll red, can improve equipment grade, can only be used on red and below quality jewelry type equipment cannot be used. Good lord, such a randomly triggered quest, the rewards were quite generous. If Lu Shang chose quest 2, he would be able to get a gold quality equipment level up scroll and a red quality equipment grade up scroll. With this reward, it was hard for Lu Shang not to be moved. Therefore, he could only say sorry to Go Shang. Lu Shang silently accepted task 2, then without moving on the surface, he separated the crowd in front of him and arrived at the ring. Go Shang was immediately about to trot over and catch up with Lu Shang, firstly to ask Lu Shang how he was doing in the special training camp, and secondly to show off how fast his strength had progressed. However, Lu Shang raised his hand and made a gesture, signaling that he didn't need to come over. Lu Shang smiled at him, "Haven't seen you for a month, your kid's strength has improved quite a bit. Otherwise, let's spar. I'll see how the battle strength of the team you formed with Yunyu Tao Tao is." Go Shang was stunned at first, then he heatedly cheered, "Okay, no problem. However, you have to be careful, Brother Lu, we are not what we used to be now." "I can see that." The sword box behind Lu Shang's back clicked softly, and the sword soul of a red sky sword flew out and fell into his hand. Since Lu Shang had taken the latter quest, the goal was definitely the most generous reward. Both, defeating Go Shang, Yunyu, and Tao Tao within 30 seconds without using offensive skills and only using a sword soul. Since he could only use one sword soul, the one Lu Shang chose, of course, was the red sky with the highest attack power. Seeing that Lu Shang had already taken out his weaponry, Go Shang and the three of them didn't have the time to ask what exactly the sword case behind Lu Shang was. Tao Tao happily found a good standing position. "You just came back and you want to fight with us? Good thing too, last time in the Blood Infant Village, I compared my output with you and ended up losing. Now that I have the chance to spar with you, it's just the right time to see if I've narrowed the gap with you after working hard for a month." Lu Shang smiled without saying anything. And although Yunyu didn't say anything, she also knew that she was thinking the same as Tao Tao by looking at the way she was posing for output. After not seeing each other for a month, she and Tao Tao had both been practicing hard, and now that they had risen to level 25, the equipment on their bodies had been changed by a few pieces. Now that the three of them were in a team, they had even beaten all the teams in the first middle school, and could be said to have no opponents. Whether it was her or Tao Tao, they all wanted to know if the three-person squad that was now formed had the qualifications to arm wrestle with Lu Shang. It wasn't just them. The students under the stage stared at the ring in unison, and the air was vaguely filled with tension and excitement. Lu Shang, who had previously killed Wang Kuan in seconds, had returned from the special training camp, and on the first day, he was sparring with the strongest team at the current stage of first middle school. This duel was full of things to see. Then, let's start? Lu Shang was the first to speak. The Go Shang trio had no objections. Tao Tao, as before, had first set an earth elemental increase skill on Go Shang, giving him a shield so that he could resist Lu Shang's attacks. As for Yinyu, she had already summoned the Void Worm, and her staff turned to cross above her head, opening a void rift. In the void rift, the purple light was dense, and a void bomb was about to pour towards Lu Shang. Lu Shang saw that the 30-second countdown on the quest panel had begun to roll, and he no longer wasted time. If he wanted to defeat the other three, how to break through Go Shang's defense was the key. If Lu Shang had the real red sky in his hand, Go Shang's lapis lazuli shield would have been able to break through with a single sword. However, because of the mission requirements, Lu Shang could only use his sword spirit, so he could at most utilize 1% of his own output capacity. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't use any attack type skills, the limitations on Lu Shang were even greater. But even though there were more restrictions, it didn't stop Lu Shang from getting the highest reward of the latter quest. The red heavenly sword soul fatally emitted a sword roar, and the body of the sword huffed and burned, like a red-hot iron being blown on with a breath of air, and the flames were already a bit dazzling. Big Dipper Battle Spirit. Lu Shang directly turned on his second turn gain type skill, Big Dipper Battle Chi. Big Dipper Battle Chi active, LV1, when turned on, attack power is doubled and sword chi surrounds him, automatically cancelling out all attacks and skills with attack power lower than his own. This was Lu Shang's last second turn skill after Royal Sword Flight and Sword Dao Divine Body. The introduction of the skill was very simple, and at the same time, the effect was extremely heavenly. Once it was turned on, Lu Shang was equivalent to turning on the flat push mode. As the Big Dipper Battle Spirit was used, in the next second, Lu Shang's body exploded with bubbling airflow, rushing outwards. The wind scattered in all directions, blowing Lu Shang's hair and lapel, hunting and clattering. After the airflow exploded from Lu Shang's body, it coalesced into the shape of a flying sword, shuttling up and down around him. At this moment, there was no more immortal chi on Lu Shang's body. What there was just a kind of stern dominance. Although he still looked the same, after turning on the Big Dipper Battle Chi, everyone felt that Lu Shang's hidden aura seemed to have turned him into a towering mountain range. No one could shake it. And when he moved, it was a heavenly collapse. Chapter 131 One sword and you can't catch it? A shocking sense of oppression radiated out. For a time, the entire arena was silent. It wasn't that people didn't want to speak, but everyone felt that something seemed to be pressing on their hearts, causing them to hold their breath uneasily. The ones who faced this pressure most directly were undoubtedly Go Shang, Yunyu and Tao Tao on the stage. In an instant, the three of them felt a coolness creeping up their spines to the top of their heads. Especially Go Shang, who bore the brunt of the pressure, he actually found that his legs were a bit weak, and his hand that was holding up the shield couldn't help but tremble. Brother Lu, really, it's just a sparring match, is it necessary to be so serious? Go Shang momentarily cried a little without tears, regretting agreeing to spar with Lu Shang. It seemed that in this month's time, the gap between Lu Shang and them had grown wider and wider. However, things had already developed to this point. Admitting defeat now, Lu Shang would definitely look down on him. Anyway, knowing that Lu Shang wouldn't come down hard, Go Shang forced himself to calm down, intending that even if he lost, he had to show Lu Shang his progress. Earth Shelter. The wide shield slammed down, instantly becoming one with the ground, and the bottom extended out, turning into a huge stone shield that protected the three people behind it. At the same time, the void bomb above Yunyu's head bounced out from the void rift, aiming straight at Lu Shang. Lu Shang did not move, and did not have the slightest intention to defend. The void bomb slammed into Lu Shang, and before it could attack his body, it was directly crushed by the astral wind of the Big Dipper Battle Chi. Yunyu's eyebrows jumped as he released two more void bombs in succession. The results were predictable. Each void bomb was unable to pass through the Big Dipper Battle Chi's astral wind. Cao Cao also did not believe in evil in general and shot 3 arrows extremely quickly. The first arrow was the wind attribute arrow with the strongest penetration and power. The second arrow was an earth elemental arrow with a knockback effect. The third arrow, on the other hand, was an ice elemental arrow with a deceleration effect. However, no matter which kind of arrow it was, all of them were resisted by the Big Dipper Battle Chi, and were unable to cause any damage to Lu Sheng at all. Now Cao Cao and Yun Yu were completely dumbfounded. Their own skills couldn't hurt Lu Sheng, how could they fight? There was no way around it. The Big Dipper Battle Chi was able to erase all skills and attacks that were inferior to Lu Sheng's attacks. Yun Yu and Cao Cao were several notches behind Lu Sheng in terms of output, so it would be a hell of a thing if they could penetrate the Big Dipper Battle Spirit. Moreover, even if they could really penetrate the Big Dipper Battle Chi, it might not be a good thing. Because once they attacked Lu Sheng, the sword intent effect on him would be triggered. At that time, the ejected sword chi would definitely be enough for Go Sheng to drink a pot of water as well. Seeing that about 8 seconds had passed, Lu Sheng no longer delayed. He raised his sword and took a step. Immediately, a crunching sound exploded under his feet. A crack appeared in the ring under his feet, and it seemed that in front of the current Lu Sheng, the entire ring was brittle like a piece of paper. Lu Sheng swung his sword out in a horizontal motion. Light Inferno, unleashed. The Big Dipper Battle Spirit's astral wind was like pure oxygen injected into a furnace fire. Originally, the Red Sky Sword Spirit's sword body was already dazzling, and with the addition of the Big Dipper Battle Spirit, the sword body actually burned with a blazing fire, and the flames whistled. As Lu Sheng swung out with his sword, this flame also detached from the sword and flew out as a chopping blow. In an instant, the ring was swept outwards by bubbling heat waves, making people feel like they were at the center of a volcano. Go Sheng's field of vision was blocked by his own large lapis lazuli shield, but through the exploding flames in front of him, as well as the scorching air currents that pummeled his face, he was also able to sense that Lu Sheng had sent out a big move. Ah! Brother Lu, are you playing for real? Go Sheng wailed, alarmed that his earth shelter was under attack. With almost no chance to resist, his skill was steeply broken and his shield fell down with a loud bang. Immediately following, Go Sheng, who had lost his protection, flew out in a heat wave, his entire body flying backwards, rolling on the ground several times in a row before coming to a stop. Brother, said it was a good sparring session, how did you lay such a cruel hand? Go Sheng rubbing his buttocks, he staggered to his feet, originally wanting to spit out Lu Sheng for hitting him too hard. As a result, he looked up and was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. The words that followed were also swallowed back by him. Because the ring under his feet had been split in two. In the middle of the large ring, a gully about 2 meters wide had appeared. The depths of the gully were dense with fire and black smoke. The broken stone ballast of the ring, even visible volcanic magma like red bright light, obviously dissolved by the high temperature. Just now, Lu Sheng's sword, whether it was physical damage or magic damage, was high to an outrageous degree. That is, when Lu Sheng swung his sword just now, he shifted the target downwards a bit. Therefore, it only broke Go Sheng's lapis lazuli shield skill, as well as the ring at his feet. Oh, and the few void bugs that wanted to rush up and attack Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's sword just now, in passing, slaughtered that little thing as well. At this moment, the void bugs were annihilated under the light inflammation, and there wasn't even any dregs left. If Lu Sheng's target at the beginning was Go Sheng, then it would be hard to imagine the consequences of this chopping blow falling on him. Therefore, Lu Sheng really didn't put down any hard blows, instead, he let the water go a little more seriously. One sword and you guys can't catch it? Lu Sheng looked at the other party calmly. The red sky sword in his hand once again had flames spewing out, causing the temperature in the arena to suddenly rise by a hair. Take my sword again. Lu Sheng hadn't cancelled the effect of the Big Dipper Battle Spirit on his body, so the power of this sword was definitely stronger than just now. Go Sheng almost cried out and immediately hid behind the crooked shield, revealing a pair of horrified eyes. Hey! No more fighting, Brother Lu, stop it, we admit defeat. Cao Cao also gestured, signaling that he conceded defeat. Fight? What else was there to fight for? The skills of the two output professions didn't manage to cause any damage to Lu Sheng at all. Lu Sheng's sword almost killed Go Sheng, the front row profession. If Lu Sheng were to use his sword again, the three of them would have been wiped out. In this battle, the difference in strength was too great, and they had no chance of winning. With all three of them admitting defeat, Lu Sheng's quest panel countdown came to an abrupt end,
and then showed that it could be submitted. Lu Sheng couldn't help but laugh and cry, thinking that this mission was a good one, and that he hadn't even used half of the 30 seconds. Since the quest had been completed, Lu Sheng didn't need to do anything to Go Shang and the others. His astral aura dissipated, and his Big Dipper battle aura disappeared. At the same time, the soul of the red sky sword in his hand also flew out of his hand and entered the sword box. After submitting the quest, Lu Sheng glanced at his character's backpack. Sure enough, there was a gold quality, equipment level up scroll placed in it. And a red quality, equipment level up scroll. Chapter 132, I have a dog left over, great things will be accomplished. How to use these two scrolls, Lu Sheng had no idea for the time being and planned to figure it out later. And the students under the stage were discussing something in a crowed manner. Originally, they thought that Lu Sheng's fight against Go Shang, Tao Tao, and Yun Yu with 1 against 3 should have been a very exciting battle. As a result, the entire process turned out to be so quick that it could be called tedious. Lu Sheng was like a god of war, taking a step forward and swinging down with a single sword, forcing Go Shang and the others to admit defeat and surrender. This sword immortal, how is it as terrifying as this? The movement under the stage did not disturb the stage. Go Shang had long ago picked up his shield and walked over with Tao Tao and Yun Yu. Go Shang cried and held his shield whose durability was about to explode, with a look of having suffered a great grievance. Brother Lu, how did you become so much stronger? In the special training camp, what special training did you receive? This, well. Lu Sheng knocked his shield twice, listening to that bang bang echo feel still work, can be a long story. Tao Tao gazed grudging, tone of voice through a heavy sense of frustration. Really, we thought after a month, the strength, and you have been about the same. I didn't expect that after a month of not seeing us, we've gotten stronger, but you've become a god. Just now that sword, where is a senior student can cut out? Hey. I sometimes really doubt that your sword fairy is not open or not. Lu Sheng said in his heart, just now that one time, let you feel powerful? Really should give you a look at the 10,000 swords, then open hanging sword fairy in the end what kind of? Although the heart thinks so, but so pretentious words certainly cannot say out. Sword immortal demeanor, or to maintain. The Western Realm military region has put a lot of resources into the special training this time. Lu Sheng dumped the pot of his own openness directly onto the military region. I got a lot of benefits in the special training, so my strength has increased very quickly. Once they heard this, the three of them, Go Shang, became even more curious about what the special training of the Western Realm military region actually consisted of. Yun Yu, who had never been a talkative person, even took the initiative to ask, what is the content of the special training, can you tell us about it? Of course, no problem. Lu Sheng agreed, or else let's go to the rest area? Saying that, he saw the teacher who rushed here to repair the ring and said, this ring, it should be temporarily out of service, let's not delay the teacher's work here. This kind of thing, the ring being destroyed, happened often, so the arena naturally had teachers who were responsible for restoring it. Only in the past, when the ring was damaged, at most, it was just potholes and broken floors. Something like Lu Shang, who had split the ring with a single sword, seemed to have never happened before. Therefore, if this ring wanted to return to use, it would take at least half a day. Go Shang was about to move forward with his shield. Alright then, let's go to the rest area to talk. As soon as he took a step, he touched the surface of his shield as if he remembered something. Hey, no. I have to go to the weapon room first. This shield's durability is about to explode. I have to ask the teacher of the blacksmith profession to help me repair it before I can do so. Lu Shang had long since seen that this shield in Go Shang's hand had a chic shape and was a pretty good purple equipment. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been valued so highly by Go Shang. However, in the future, Go Shang wouldn't need to treat such a piece of equipment as a treasure. Save some money, don't repair it. Lu Shang patted Go Shang's shoulder and gave him a mysterious smile. Go Shang wondered, don't repair it? Why? Back, I also intend to use this equipment to participate in the college entrance exams, get a good score with Peachy Yui sister and the girls, and impact the top 5 in Beijing City. 5 I'm going to go? Go Shang's slender eyes suddenly glared round, clang, the shield in his hand fell to the ground. Only to see Lu Shang, at this moment, take out a piece of equipment emitting purple light from his character's backpack and stack it in front of him. There were not only shields, but also a whole set of plate armor equipment, which seemed to be very suitable for his profession as an earth shield guard. Soon, the equipment was built into a small mountain. They're all around level 20 or 25 equipment. Even if you can't equip them now, if you level up again, you should be able to fulfill the equipment requirements. Anyway, you'll definitely be able to change it before the college entrance exam.
Lu Shang clapped his hands, signaling that this was all the equipment there was. This. Go Shang's eyes were almost glazed over.
Go Shang picked up one piece at a time and examined it in detail. The attributes of the equipment made him draw in a breath of cool air.
Extremely high quality. Extremely high quality. Still extremely high quality. These equipments, not only did they have extremely high defense, but they were also able to increase the power of a lot of Earth attribute skills, and could be said to be the most suitable set of equipment for an Earth shield guard. Compared to the miscellaneous set he was wearing, this equipment could raise his strength by 2 notches.
Brother Lu, what do you
mean by this?
Go Shang looked at the equipment in his hand and then at Lu Shang, his expression complex to the extreme. Tao Tao and Yun Yu also came over, their bodies permeated with gossip. Lu Shang said, "What else could it mean? It was sent to you. Don't worry, they are all looted by me from the regular way. Although you've switched to a hidden profession, if your equipment can't keep up, you won't be able to utilize the power of your profession's characteristics. With this set of equipment, your strength can definitely be raised by a large margin." Lu Shang retracted his eyes from the equipment and said to Go Shang, "Those who can participate in the special training camp must be experts. Now that you have that trainee's equipment, even if your strength is worse, it won't be too much worse. As long as you work hard before the college entrance exam, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to take the top 10 academies." This. Go Shang's eyes contained tears, and after a long time, he fiercely clasped his fists. Go Shang drifted half a life, only hated not met the bright master. Gong, if you do not abandon, Shang would like to worship as a righteous father. Lu Shang waved his hand, "Good. I have a dog left, the great thing will be accomplished." Tao Tao, Yun Yu. Lu Shang's public gift of a superb purple equipment to Go Shang was seen by the others. For a while, there were countless students who wanted to recognize their righteous father. The quest panel was even more unyielding at this time, and an update prompt came in at the right time. "Ding, you have a new task to collect, please pay attention to it. Currently available tasks. 1. Within 3 hours, gift 10,000 people, each with a set of purple equipment, and propose, 'Be my son.' Upon completion, you will receive a reward, the 10,000 Suns 1000 Red Medal. Order of 10,000 Suns and 1,000 Red Medals special equipment gold color. Strength plus 30. Agility plus 30. Spirit plus 30. Endurance plus 30. Requirements, none. Bonus, 10,000 Suns and 1,000 Reds. After having 10,000 Righteous Suns, the medal disappears and changes into 1,000 random red quality weapons. 2. Leave here immediately. Upon completion, you will receive the following rewards: Charisma plus 10 and a straight 3-foot bamboo pole. Straight 3-foot bamboo pole, as straight as a sword, and very flexible, not easy to break. Bring it with you, and all the children in the village will envy you, right? Chapter 133, 6 Reds and 4 Golds, is this still human? This quest made Lu Shang confused. What the hell is 10,000 Suns and 1,000 Reds? That said, if it was really 10,000 purple sets that could be directly exchanged for 1,000 pieces of red quality equipment, it would be blood money. If the quest didn't have a time limit, after a while, Lu Shang would inevitably want the Dragon Kingdom to be littered with his own righteous sons. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. 3 hours, a total of 10,800 seconds. And let's not even talk about whether Lu Shang had 10,000 sets of purple equipment. Even if he did, it was impossible for him to give his equipment to someone in an average of 1 second, say be my son. And the other party would have to agree. He definitely wouldn't be able to complete this task. In the rest area, Go Shang changed into all the equipment he could, and his attributes and strength immediately skyrocketed. In this month's time, he had also brushed a few secret realms or copies and gotten himself 2 pieces of purple equipment. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so resistant that Yao Yuan Kuei's team couldn't break through his defense. But his miscellaneous equipment, compared to the one Lu Shang had given him, was indeed too much worse. With this equipment, Go Shang's strength can definitely be among the top 10 of the first middle school's battle list, with Tao Tao and Yin Yu all having a fight. Go Shang knew that Lu Shan was a father's love to him. Even to be able to obtain the hidden profession of Earth Shield Guard, Lu Shang's credit must account for 95%. After Go Shang had finished admiring his new equipment, he was so moved that he slapped his chest and said, "Brother Lu, without further ado, I can't take this equipment for nothing. My dad said that my family has saved up a sum of money for me, to help me buy an extreme purple equipment before the college entrance exam, to impact a higher college entrance exam score.
Or else turn around and you go with me to the auction house, I'll take this money and buy you a piece of child equipment?
Saying that, he smiled unintentionally. I know that the value of a piece of purple equipment is definitely not as good as this one you gave me.
Wait for the later ones, if I have any good equipment, I'll pick it out for you first. Right now, I can only come up with so much.
This person, Go Shang, even though he was the ultimate lickspittle, he was still quite conscientious about his friends. Otherwise, Lu Shang wouldn't have been able to play with him. However, Lu Shang really wasn't interested in this money from Go Shang's family to buy equipment. He was playing with his hand, a straight and slender, crystalline as jade bamboo pole, while saying, "Your family saved up to buy equipment for your college entrance exams. Money you give me to spend how to count? This money you keep to buy your own equipment, I can't use it."
But
Go Shang hesitated, always feeling that he had taken advantage of Lu Shang so much, and his heart was not happy about it. Lu Shang saw his thoughts and simply opened the sword box behind him. For red quality, 2 gold quality weapons with gold enchantment talismans attached to them flew out one after another, hovering in front of several people. Not only that, the 2 pieces of equipment, the sword box and the immortal monarch wall, also had a dense red light. On Lu Shang's body, the worst equipment was the golden quality golden feather guest and wine god gourd. For a time, Go Shang, Tao Tao and Yunyu, all shocked beyond words. A piece of equipment with 6 reds and 4 golds.
This is still a person?
What they didn't know was that right now, in Lu Shang's hand, there was still a red quality equipment leveling scroll.
Turning back, Lu Shang was able to turn another gold equipment into red equipment. Lu Shang shook the bamboo pole in his hand, making a oh sound. Look at me, do I lack equipment? A purple equipment, it really doesn't appeal to me much, so keep the money for yourself. If you have to pay it back, in the future, when you've made a name for yourself, just help me find some sword-type weapons with extreme attributes. But it has to be of gold color quality or above. Ha! In the last sentence, Lu Shang was actually just joking. However, Go Shang took it seriously and secretly nodded his head, memorizing it in his heart. Tao Tao, on the other hand, had long since lost sight of what they were saying. That full of dazzling red and golden light shocked her brain buzzing. Lu Shang, you can be really bull. Red quality equipment. Don't say Beijing City, even if it's the southern region, there aren't many students who can have it, right? You're good, you have 6 pieces in your hands. To be honest, actually, originally, the 3 of us were planning to team up for the entrance exam. But the occupational characteristics of the 3 of us resulted in being slightly inferior in terms of output. So, I also wanted to pull you in, and let's form a 4-member squad to participate in the college entrance exam together. Now it seems that this intention should fall through. Tao Tao lamented. Our strength is too severely broken compared to yours. If we really teamed up, we would be a complete drag on sharing your exam scores. Lu Shang knew that it was indeed possible to team up for the college entrance exam. After teaming up, the exam points gained from killing ferocious beasts were equally divided among everyone in the team. The reason why there was this rule was because some transfigurator occupational characteristics were restricted, such as the support class occupations, which simply didn't have the ability to go solo. That was why most of the candidates in the college entrance exams participated in teams. Lu Shang didn't have the idea of forming a team from the beginning. However, he didn't want to talk too much. After all, his quest panel was always pumping. In case it released a quest that required him to participate in the college entrance exam as a team, and that he would be able to obtain a generous reward at the end of it, then he would definitely choose to team up with the 3 of them. After all, fertilizer didn't flow to outsiders' fields, did it? Therefore, Lu Shang put his flying sword away and said, "The odds are that I'm going to take the college entrance exam on my own, but that's not necessarily the case. There's still more than a month to go before the college entrance exam, let's talk about it then. In fact, even without me, the 3 of you teamed up, your grades won't be bad. Especially now that Go Shang's equipment has been updated, he can already take on the role of a qualified front row." Tao Tao nodded, "That's true. Forget it, compared to teaming up with us, I'm still more interested in seeing if you, a demon, can break our southern region's college entrance exam record if you brush the college entrance exam questions alone. That said, I'm really curious about what you went through at the special training camp. How did you get such luxurious equipment? You guys wait here, I'm going to go buy some drinks and listen to Lu Shang tell us how exactly the Western Realm military region took a little pervert and raised him into a big pervert." Tao Tao got up mischievously. However, Go Shang stopped her, saying that he had changed his outfit this day, so he would buy the drinks. Go Shang was about to go to the water bar in the rest area, but as soon as he turned around, he ran face to face with someone who was none other than the class teacher, Li Cheng. Seeing Li Cheng, Go Sheng immediately stood still and greeted Li Cheng. Lu Sheng's several people also got up, showing respect to Li Cheng, the homeroom teacher. "It's fine, you guys sit." Li Cheng smiled at them. She then looked at Lu Sheng and raised her finger to point in the direction of the administration building. "Just now, the principal asked me to look for you, but it turned out that you weren't in the class. Then I heard that someone in the arena had split the ring, so I thought that the one who could make such a big commotion was more than likely you. As a result, I came over to see that you were really there." Chapter 134. Principal looking for me? Lu Sheng was a bit puzzled, but when he thought about it, he did have something he wanted to discuss with that old fox Qianyu. Thus, he temporarily bid farewell to the three Go Sheng people and went to the principal's office. Originally, Li Cheng wanted to bring Lu Sheng there, but Lu Sheng refused. After all, for one thing, he knew the location of the principal's office, and for another, he also wanted to find a place where no one was around to use up the scrolls in his character's backpack. Lu Sheng left the arena, and along the way, he began to think about how to use these two scrolls. First of all, he had the hidden sword box in place, and his weapons automatically leveled up in terms of grade and level, so there was no need to waste these two scrolls. The gold quality equipment level up scroll could only upgrade gold quality equipment. The only ones that could be used were the Wine God Gourd and the Golden Feathered Guest. The red quality equipment leveling scrolls were even more limited. If the equipment in the jewelry part couldn't be used, it would inevitably only be available to the Golden Feathered Guest. Therefore, Lu Sheng could either raise the level of the Wine God Gourd and raise the level of the Golden Feathered Guest. Either he could use all of it on the Golden Feathered Guest and make it a level 25 red quality equipment. After considering it, Lu Sheng finally decided to choose the latter. There is no other reason. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. As a sword immortal, it is important to have a great sword. Wearing handsome clothes is even more important. Thinking about all this, Lu Sheng found a toilet cubicle in the building, and after going in, he took out the two scrolls, and unlocked his Golden Feathered Guest, using the scrolls one by one. A golden scroll was tapped on, and the Golden Feathered Guest turned into a level 25 golden quality equipment, with a significant increase in attributes. The appearance of the Golden Feathered Guest, however, didn't change too significantly. And when the second equipment grade enhancement scroll was tapped on, in a flash, a flame rose from the Golden Feathered Guest, then spread out and burned all over the entire piece of clothing. This fire, fleeting, flickered out like an illusion. After burning the Golden Feathered Guest, it was reborn like a phoenix in fire. The golden quality of the light disappeared and was replaced by a reddish color. The appearance of the Golden Feathered Guest equipment was also different from the original. The entire piece of equipment still had an ancient style and immortal aura. However, the original alabaster background color became a bit scarlet, like the sunset. The golden dragon pattern on both sides of the sleeves had similarly evolved into a fire cloud pattern. The jades that were embellished were also all reddish red in color. The flying crane engraved on the waist was transformed into a kind of phoenix bird, far more sacred than the original flying crane. If the original Golden Feathered Guest made Lu Sheng look like a reclusive sword immortal, then the current Golden Feathered Guest would undoubtedly make Lu Sheng even more stern, with an oppressive feeling of looking down on all beings. Lu Sheng couldn't be more satisfied with the changes after the Golden Feathered Guest advanced to red quality. Look at the attributes again. His. Oxen. Red Feather Guest, red. Required level, 25. Required profession, sword immortal. Attribute, defense plus 971. Strength plus 152. Agility plus 351. Spirit plus 297. Additional, under the state of Royal Sword, increase damage by 40% and attack speed by 40%. Under non-combat status, it increases movement speed by 70%. Drunken Immortal Moonwatch Steps, LV level plus 2, and while in the Shadow Remnant, plus sword holding state, you can obtain the new skill, Sword Treading. Sword Treading, active, when activated in the Shadow state, move up to 40 meters forward, dealing 500% damage to units in your path. Sword Treading, attacks forward 3 times the 4th time it is used, it returns to its original position. In Sword Flight mode, you can obtain the new skill, Phoenix. Bearing Phoenix, active, protect your body with the power of the Divine Phoenix, with a flight speed of 3. During flight, the fire of the Divine Phoenix descends, dealing fire attribute magic damage to enemies in its path, with a burning effect. Introduction, the Golden Feather transforms the Phoenix to burn the 4 seas, and the fire pattern destroys the world and embers the 8 wastelands. The basic attributes were tripled, and the additional attributes were almost doubled. At the same time, there was a new additional skill, Bearing Phoenix. Descending the fire of the Divine Phoenix during flight. What does this mean? In the future, during Imperial Sword flight, not only could you fly your sword to wash the ground, but you could also scatter incendiary bombs? Lu Shang could already imagine how desperate his opponent would be when he dealt with an enemy that didn't have an air-to-air ability. Cool. He couldn't help but let out a soft cry before equipping his new equipment, which had been renamed Red Feathered Guest. Just as Lu Shang was planning to leave from here, suddenly the wooden board of the next cubicle was knocked twice, and a man's deep voice came out. Brother, when releasing your ego you have to ask if there's anyone next to you first. You're like this, you're embarrassing me. Lu Shang coughed lightly. Do you know who I am? The next door answered truthfully, I didn't see you, of course I don't know. Oh, sorry to bother you, my name is Go Shang. Lu Shang politely apologized and quickly left the place. The boy next door was silent for a long time, tsk tisk tsk for a few times, his tone was a bit disgusted. Dog left over? As soon as I heard the name, I knew it was a pervert. Knock knock knock. Come in. Lu Shang pushed open the door of the principal's office and saw that Qianyu was quite leisurely, spreading the rice paper on his own desk, and at this time, he was waving the ink. Qianyu looked up and saw that the person who came was Lu Shang, then his face smiled into a chrysanthemum, covered in folds. Yo, it's you kid who came? Quickly sit down, the face of our first middle school, the first place winner of the Southern Region Special Training Camp. He put down the brush in his hand, and even personally made a cup of tea and poured it for Lu Shang. Lu Shang sat on the sofa, facing Qianyu's enthusiastic face a little less accustomed to. He took the cup of tea and casually asked, you know that I'm the first place winner of the South Region Special Training Camp? It's something that I haven't told Mr. Li yet. You didn't mention it. Qianyu cheerfully sat back in his seat. However, the Westland Military Region Special Training Camp has already sent over the award certificate. The final ranking results of each middle school have also been fed back to our school. In the entire Beijiang city, there are only a total of 3 schools whose students completed the special training and successfully finished. At the same time, the other 2 students were basically at the bottom of the rankings, not comparable to our first middle school. You're really giving our Beijiang first middle school a long face. In such a large southern region, with so many experts gathered, you took first place for me, and the old guys from several other schools are envious. They all said, this year's Beijiang city's top student will definitely be in our Beijiang number 1 middle school, and even the top student of the South Region's province, it might be you too. Lu Shang smiled and politely said, I do have this goal, whether or not I can get the rank of the provincial scholar, it still depends on the college entrance exam. Aha! Qianyu stroked the short beard on his chin, you play well when the time comes, you're definitely a seed-level player for the provincial scholar. Speaking here, Qianyu suddenly had a bad smile on his face, leaned down and asked in a low voice, I heard that the Wang family brothers all gained the qualification to participate in the special training camp, only that all of them were eliminated. That said, you met them at the special training camp, right? Did you teach them a lesson as I said? That was definitely a lesson. Lu Shang nodded. However, I think the Wang family might retaliate against me. This matter was also the reason why he had come over to find Qianyu. Qianyu obviously didn't know about what had happened in the special training camp, and once he heard that Lu Shang had indeed taught the Wang family brothers a good lesson in the special training camp as he had said, he was in an even more wonderful mood. Ha ha ha, it's good to have taught them a lesson. Qianyu laughed twice, suddenly felt that he was a bit out of character in front of his students, and immediately put away his smile. Alas. The Wang family people do things, I've long since looked at them with displeasure. As for retaliation, you don't have to worry, I'll help you pocket. Qianyu leaned on the back of the chair and relieved, looking as if he was very reliable. Chapter 135 Did you kill Wang Qian? Seeing that Qianyu was so confident, Lu Shang cooperated and relaxed, boasting in passing, Principal Qian is really powerful. Originally, I thought that if I killed Wang Qian, the Wang family would definitely find a way to retaliate against me. I, as a person, don't have much of a background, and the other party is a big shot in Changnan. If they want to target me, I might have a hard time doing it. However, with you saying this, headmaster, it seems that my worries were unnecessary. Lu Shang flashed a harmless smile at him. In that case, I won't take the Wangs seriously and do what I need to do. Qianyu was complimented by Lu Shang and was quite pleased in his heart. Hey, it's not true that I'm powerful. But I've been mixing in the southern region's education sector for so many years, I still have some connections. You don't just kill Wang Qian, well, this kind of small matter I step in and reconcile. And so on.
Wait a while, Xian Yu momentarily thought that he had misheard.
What did you say? You? Kill Wang Qian? Xian Yu's voice splintered, and his cheeks flew red as if he was in some kind of shock. The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched as he recalled just how explosive information Lu Shang's glib sentence it contained, and he couldn't help but secretly pray that he must have misheard. Lu Shang seemed as if he didn't see Qian Yu reacting so strongly. With a frank face, yes, I killed Wang Qian. He found a few people in the special training camp to team up and tried to kill me, but I killed him back. Principal Qian, didn't you say before that it's normal for us to fight and mess around, and when something happens, you'll cover for me? Lu Shang took a small sip of tea. Xian Yu was shocked. You call this fooling around? He came up and pressed Lu Shang's shoulder, saying impatiently, what exactly did you do in the special training camp? Quickly tell me in detail. Lu Shang wasn't in a hurry, and little by little, he told all about what happened between himself and Wang Qian. Xian Yu listened while pacing back and forth in the office, looking quite terrified. This thing, it's really a big game.
Xian Yu seems to be talking to Lu Shang, but also seems to be talking to himself. In reason, Wang Qian's death is really hard to blame on your head. This matter is noisy to the sky, you also have reason.
Maybe that's also the reason why Wang Yuanzhong hasn't made a big deal out of it until now.
With my understanding of him, the more he, Wang Yuanzhong, doesn't make a big deal out of it, the more it means that they're going to take some kind of action against you. After all, if everyone knows that you have a grudge against the Wang family, then the Wang family will target you again. It's not easy to say on the surface. Lu Shang listened from the side and kinda agreed that what Qian Yu said did have a few points of truth. If the Wang family really made Wang Qian's matter known to everyone, then he would be safe instead. Because once he had an accident, the Wang family would definitely be the first to be suspected. And the Wang family, right now, hadn't mentioned in any public place that Wang Qian had been killed by him. Just now, Lu Shang had asked Tao Tao and the others, and they knew nothing about the Wang family's brothers, and they didn't even know that Wang Qian was dead. All signs indicated that the Wang family was definitely holding back a big move. Lu Shang asked, Principal Qian, so how will they retaliate against me? Find an assassin to kill me? Xian Yu glanced at Lu Shang and waved his hand. That's not so bad. This is the Dragon Kingdom. Every city has a Wind Caesar's Hall and city protectors. As long as you are within Beijing City, you are absolutely safe. If someone really dares to buy a murderer, the people from the Wind Enforcement Hall will definitely be able to follow the trail and uncover the person behind the curtain. The Wang family's power is not in Beijing, and their connections are all in the education sector, so they can't make any arrangements to get themselves out of the way. Xian Yu speculated, only to feel a head too big. If the matter of buying a murderer is exposed, then he will also be finished. Wang Yuanzhong isn't stupid. It's unlikely that he would do such a thing even if he lost his son. Lu Shang was relieved after hearing this. Although he was now strong enough to face a third-turn expert, he also had the ability to defend himself. But he didn't want to, and constantly needed to be on guard against an assassin attacking him. However, the question also arose. So, what exactly does the Wang family want to do to me? Xian Yu wiped his sweat. How am I supposed to know that? I'm not a worm in Wang Yuanzhong's stomach either. I reckon that most likely, he wants to utilize the power in his hands to put pressure on you. But what exactly will be done, only the Wang family knows. You kid can be really, such a big basket can poke, hey. Lu Shang was embarrassed and smiled. I was also rushing to the duck and had to do it. That said, Principal Qian, this mess, can you help me clean up? I would like to. Do you think I can clean it up? Xian Yu blared at Lu Shang without any good humor, but finally sighed, alright, you go back first. Less than 2 months before the college entrance exam, prepare well for the exam, don't be distracted by Wang Qian's matter. What moves Wang Yuanzhong has, I will see and say it. Hey, what a headache. Xian Yu paralyzed back into his chair and rubbed his temples vigorously. Lu Shang saw Xian Yu say this and knew there was a door. This old fox, although the dog, but there is something he really on. Well, can handle. Lu Shang smiled, okay, I've caused you trouble, Principal Qian. Turn around, I'll fight for our school to come back as the top student in the South Region province, and give you a good long face. Lu Shang got up and left. Watching Lu Shang take the door and leave, a bitter smile appeared on Xian Yu's face. Provincial top scholar? Compared to cultivating a provincial scholar, I'd rather care less about this. But then, he let out a long sigh. Hey, what else can I do with my own school's students? Beijing No. 1 Middle School really hasn't produced such a good seedling over the years. If this guy is aborted by the Wang family, it is indeed a pity.
Shan Yu smacked his lips, sat up straight, picked up the phone on the table, scratched twice in the address book, and found the number that hadn't been contacted for a long time. A few moments later, the phone connected. At once, Shan Yu's spirit tightened, nodding his head as if the other party was right in front of him. Yo godfather, good noon. Have you eaten yet? It's me, Xiao Yu. In recent times, your old man's health is quite good? Why, how could I forget you? You are my godfather. You're my godfather, but you've been very busy lately. I really don't have anything to ask you to do. Look at you, what kind of person do you think I am? I just recently got a bottle of golden quality medicinal wine, thinking that you love it, so I want to send it over to you.